At 1 o'clock in the morning, I was awakened by the urge to urinate. As soon as I entered the bathroom, I found my wife taking a shower. Although I was still half asleep, my eyes widened suddenly. It wasn't my wife's attractive figure that caught my attention, but the fact that I noticed a blue stamp on her smooth back, with the name of a certain company and a date, faintly showing the word quarantine. When I took a closer look, it was a pork quarantine stamp. These prominent 5 characters in front of me made my brain buzz, and I was stunned. Then a surge of anger rushed to my head, and I began to question my wife about what was going on. She hesitated for a while before explaining. "Honey, let me explain. I stamped it myself. Yesterday, I took a shower with Lee Suling, and her body was covered with many strawberries. She kept showing off to me, so I stamped myself, thinking that when I see her again, I can say that you stamped it for me. That's the truth. You know I'm usually busy, and I forgot about it when things got hectic. You just reminded me, and I remembered. Do you suspect me of cheating? Don't you trust me at all?" I was stunned and wanted to say something, but my wife casually put on a piece of clothing, pulled me back to the room, sat on my lap, and twisted her body like a water snake, saying, "Honey, life is short. Let's not waste time. Let's enjoy our time together and stop being suspicious. Let's enjoy our world of two." That night, Lu Ruyan easily hit my soft spot. Lu Ruyan comes from a prominent family and is the CEO of the largest building materials company in the city, ranking among the top local wealthy individuals. I am just an ordinary college student who opened a traditional Chinese medicine clinic nearby after graduation. Although the business is average, it is much better than the average person. However, compared to Lu Ruyan, there is a world of difference. The fact that we ended up together was quite unexpected. If I hadn't pursued her persistently and boarded the ship before buying the ticket, I might not have married Lu Ruyan. However, as a husband, I have taken good care of Lu Ruyan and fulfilled my responsibilities. We have 2 daughters, and our life is relatively happy. The next day when I woke up, the more I thought about it, the more wrong it felt. I realized that I had been married to my wife, Lu Ruyan, for over 10 years, and never did I expect that my wife would betray me one day. Thinking about how my wife had given everything to another man, I was filled with anger, but I managed to suppress my emotions and secretly went to monitor her movements at her company. However, to my surprise, as soon as I arrived at the building where my wife worked, I saw her coming out with a young man by her side, who appeared to be around 30 years old. I took out my phone and called my wife to ask where she was, and she replied that she was in a meeting at the office. Hearing this, my heart was stabbed with pain and anger as I stared intensely at the young man beside her, who seemed to be behaving in an unusual manner. When Lu Ruyan made the call, he even leaned in to eavesdrop, crossing the boundaries of a normal relationship, but I did not expose Lu Ruyan on the spot. After hanging up the phone, I saw the young man getting into Lu Ruyan's car and driving away from the company directly. I also started the car after they left, following not too far behind. Lu Ruyan's car slowly stopped at the Green Hotel, and the two of them walked into the hotel chatting and laughing. Seeing this scene, my heart was bleeding, but I still couldn't give up. I called Lu Ruyan again and asked, "Are you really at the company now?" Lu Ruyan, who answered the phone, subconsciously frowned and said, "Are you coming to the company to find me again? I just went out to discuss some business." "Don't worry about me." "Discuss business at a hotel?" I asked with a serious face. "Where are you discussing business? I have something urgent to talk to you about. You can deal with your matters later. I'm busy right now. This business is very important. Don't disturb me." Lu Ruyan began to get impatient, speaking more succinctly and dismissively, with a hint of impatience in her tone. I hung up the phone expressionlessly and quickly got out of the car. I raised my hand to adjust my hat, put on sunglasses, and calmly approached the two of them. The two entered the elevator, and I heard their room number, so I quietly went up the stairs. "Sir, wait a moment." The front desk attendant keenly noticed something was off with me and stopped me, saying, "Our hotel does not allow unauthorized personnel to enter." I took off my hat and sunglasses, pointing to the elevator. "I am friends with those two, just need to talk to them." The attendant smiled and said, "I'm sorry, if you are their friend, it's best to have them come down to meet you." I sighed and dryly said, "That woman is my wife. I want to go up and see what they are up to. Please make an exception." Upon hearing this, the waiter couldn't help but glance at me, disdainfully saying, "Then we definitely can't let you go up. Otherwise, if you guys start causing trouble, will we still be able to do business?" I said angrily, "What's wrong with you? That's my wife. She came here with another man, and I can't even go up to take a look. Do you have any sympathy?" The waiter frowned and said, "What does it have to do with me if your wife is out with someone else?" Upon hearing this, I was stunned and immediately took out my ID card, saying, "In that case, I'll also book a room." When I reached the 6th floor, I didn't go to my own room, but went straight to the door of room 603 where Lu Ruyan was. Without any hesitation, I rang the doorbell directly. There was no response the first time, so I rang it again. Suddenly, the door opened, and I saw Lu Ruyan wrapped in a bath towel, all wet. She seemed surprised to see me in front of her. After a brief moment of confusion, she suddenly hugged my waist and said, "Honey, you came just in time. You almost scared me to death." My heart skipped a beat. Has the person already left so quickly? Did they discover themselves? I didn't respond, but sneered. "Are you sure you weren't scared to death because of my appearance?" Lu Ruyan seemed to not understand my words, but buried her head deep in my arms and said, "Just now, when I was discussing business with the manager of the mechanical factory, he suddenly made advances towards me. Fortunately, I resisted very vigorously, otherwise he would have succeeded. I didn't expect you to come. Husband, we've been married for so many years. Do you have a telepathic connection with me, knowing that I would be in danger?" I said coldly. "You resisted very strongly. I see you are anxious. Tell me, what is your relationship with them?" Lu Ruyan's delicate body trembled slightly, looking up at me and asking, "What are you talking about?" I pushed her away, walked straight into the room, first opened the wardrobe, then went to the bathroom. Where is manager he? Where is he hiding? My heart sank, and I quickly searched for him. It shouldn't be so fast for him to run away. Lu Ruyan seemed to understand my meaning. Her face gradually darkened, and she said, "Zhang Qi, what do you mean? Why are you still brooding over that matter? Are you following me?" I looked directly at Lu Ruyan and said, "Yes, I am following you." Lu Ruyan angrily said, "When I am in danger, the first person I think of is you, but you do not consider my feelings. You question me and follow me when I am helpless. Zhang Qi, I need an explanation." "Are you still asking me for an explanation?" I pointed to the clothes on the ground and said, "Do I need to ask you first? Did you go to the hotel to talk business and end up talking about clothes? Is this what you call doing business? Tell me where that wild man is?" Lu Ruyan said coldly. I said, "As soon as he entered the room, he started to touch me, and I had already driven him away." I angrily said, "You are lying. You clearly came to the hotel with someone, but told me you were in a meeting at the company." Lu Ruyan, do you think you are stupid? Or do you think I am stupid? Enough. Lu Ruyan said coldly, "I know that as a woman, appearing outside can make you worry as a husband. That's why I didn't tell you about it. Isn't it normal for me and manager he to be at the hotel? Business clubs are too expensive. What's wrong with discussing business at a business hotel?" I didn't expect manager he to be that kind of person, showing interest in me, but I didn't let him take advantage of me. "Zhang Qi, I hope you understand that I am the president of a company. I have my own principles. Don't always be suspicious. It makes me feel embarrassed." Then she sat on the sofa, looked at me with a meaningful gaze, and said affectionately, "You have to believe that you are the only man in my life. Since we are both here, let's stay here today, okay?" Zhang Qi had a burst of fire in his heart, but the coldness in his heart gradually doused the fire. He pulled out a cigarette and smoked it. Only after a long time did he say in a low voice, "Zhao Shui, let's get a divorce." Zhao Shui's body shook lightly. She frowned at Zhang Qi. "What's gotten into you? I don't want to hear this kind of words a second time." Zhang Qi said, "I don't believe your explanation. I only feel that you are very cheap now, hopelessly cheap, so let's divorce." Zhao Shui stood up with an exempted cry as she said sharply, "I've already explained what should be explained. What more do you want from me? Between us, there is already an unhealable rift. Instead of being suspicious of each other, we should part ways." Zhao Shui said, "What cracks? I don't have any cracks for you. I just stamped my ass. Just went into a hotel with a man, and you think there are cracks? Zhang Qi, are you still a man?" "I don't agree." Zhang Qi let out a cold laugh. "I now realize that you're more than just a bitch. You're also quite shameless. You actually think that I shouldn't have a crack?" "Zhao Shui, you know me. Although I have been spoiled you, but I decided things. Always say one thing. We divorce. Each live their own life, whether you betrayed me or not. And I do not have any relationship. I just happen to concentrate on my own career. I hope you can be painfully happy. I haven't cheated on you, nor have I been touched by a man other than you. My body is clean." Zhao Shui was unguarded against Zhang Qi and roared, "We've been through thick and thin for so many years. You just say divorce? What kind of joke is this? I don't promise, never, and I can't live without you." "What is it?" Zhang Qi's gaze locked onto Zhao Shui's chest. The skin, it seemed, rose in a patch of pimples. However, Zhang Qi was a bit distracted at this time and did not think much about it, but turned around and walked out. As he walked away, he said, "Think about it. I hope that after you calm down, you can discuss the divorce with me. After all, we still have 2 children to distribute." Zhao Shui calmed down. She chased after Zhang Qi and said, Do you know that you are very much affecting my work by being so unreasonable? I don't want this to happen again next time. I won't agree to a divorce. The kids need you and I need you. No matter what. I won't agree to it. Zhang Qi went back to his own medical center. The door to the medical center was closed. He pulled out his keys and reopened the door. Not long after, a young man in his 20s walked in. Dr. Zhang, why is the door open so late today? He gave Zhang Qi a curious look and sat down again opposite Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi recognized him. The other day this young man came to Self's medical clinic to treat his girlfriend and took a few pills from Self. For a girlfriend? You better bring your girlfriend. The youth shook his head. Dr. Zhang, this time, it's not for my girlfriend, but for myself. Look. He unbuttoned his chest shirt, revealing a slightly more hairy chest. Zhang Qi looked carefully for a few moments and realized that he had a fine patch of goosebumps on his chest, which inexplicably felt somewhat familiar. With that, he beckoned. Give me your hand. The youth handed his hand to Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi took his pulse and couldn't help but frown. Then he took out his stethoscope and listened to the youth's chest for a moment. Immediately after that, he retrieved the apparatus and said, "It's not a big problem. Maybe it's just a skin allergy. I'll grab you a pair of medicines and I guess you'll recover tomorrow." "No. I've had this for days. Doctor, I suspect I'm coming down with something unusual." Zhang Qi raised his eyebrows. "If this is the case, I suggest that you go to the hospital to do some tests. This small medical center of mine does not have the relevant instruments, and the treatment is slightly difficult." The youth said, "Haven't I heard that Chinese medicine is amazing and not inferior to the medical technology of Western medicine? How come you can't even diagnose this minor illness?" Zhang Qi said, "Who did you listen to? Chinese medicine can indeed treat many diseases, but sometimes it needs the assistance of Western medicine to confirm the diagnosis in order to prescribe the right medicine." The youth was greatly disappointed. "So, then," he said somewhat mysteriously to Zhang Qi, "Doctor, I suspect that I have that disease." "Which disease? I'm not a woman. Just tell me." "STDs. Zhang Qi sniffed and could not help but revisit his chest. Since the youth said so, naturally he was not speaking without a purpose, and must have his basis. Taking such a close look, Zhang Qi couldn't help but be enlightened in his mind. If you have some guesses about your own illness, based on your skin manifestations, it should be syphilis. I knew it. I knew it." The youth's face showed dawning realization, followed by a burst of anger. "Fuck. That stinking bitch. I've long realized that something is wrong with her body. I didn't expect to pass this disease to me. Doctor, get me some medicine." Zhang Qi was stunned for a long time without speaking. "Doctor?" Zhang Qi reacted, could not help but be upset and said to the youth, "Syphilis is usually treated with Western medicine. You go to the hospital to do a blood test and let the doctor prescribe you medication. Seeing that your symptoms are not yet in stage 3, it is not difficult to cure." "Ah, thank you doctor." The youth is gone. Zhang Qi, however, was in deep thought. Ryoga gave a thump in his heart. It feels a little bad. He dismissed the youth because something terrible had occurred to him. He remembered seeing those bumps on Zhao Shue's chest in the hotel, which seemed to be very similar to this youth's symptoms. The thought made him a little anxious, and he instantly got up and closed the door to go to the hospital. He's also going to get a body check. "Brother-in-law, I knew you'd be here." Zhaoing walked in with her slender, thin legs. The white-faced buns on her chest quivered slightly as she walked. She came to Zhang Qi's side with a fine step, and said to Zhang Qi with some gusto, "Brother-in-law, I've looked for a friend from the communication company and found out the owner of that cell phone number." Zhang Qi waved his hand in annoyance and said, "There's no need. I've already decided to divorce your sister." Zhaoing out and stayed in place. She looked at Zhang Qi with some surprise. "This, so fast? You were in the company today. What did you find out?" Zhang Qi briefly talked about today's events, and then he was about to go out. He confided in Zhaoing, "From now on, your sister and I will be two families, so there's no need for you to run to me every 3 days anymore. Zhaoing, next time I see you again, we might be strangers. I have to go to the hospital, so please help me close the door again." When Zhaoing heard this, there was inexplicably some sadness in his heart. However, after she froze for a moment, she asked Zhang Qi again, "What are you doing in the hospital?" "Zhang Qi, I suspect your sister has syphilis. I'm going to the hospital to check her health." Zhang Qi went to the hospital to go through a tedious set of procedures. The next step is to wait for the results. During the time he was waiting for the results, Zhang Qi received a few phone calls from some of the patients of the medical center who came to see him, but they were all put off by Zhang Qi on the grounds that he had personal matters to attend to. At the age of 40, Zhang Qi, through his continuous study of Chinese medicine, is not comparable to ordinary people in terms of both experience and knowledge base, so he has cultivated some of his own loyal patients. An hour later, Zhang Qi got the test results. He quickly looked at the test sheet and saw words like PA positive. Immediately, his brain boomed and froze on the spot. He really contracted syphilis. It was definitely contagious from Zhao Shui, because Zhang Qi had developed clean habits early on. There was basically no such thing as contracting this toxin from any other source, and the bumps that he saw from Zhao Shui's chest today further convinced Zhang Qi of self-suspicions. Luckily, judging by the results, it was only a weak positive, which means he's still in stage 1 and easily treatable. Just in case he had misread himself, he decided to go to the doctor to finally confirm the diagnosis and get some medicine. You have stage 2 syphilis. Doctor, I'm only 21. People your age are the main carriers of syphilis. While waiting, I met the young man again. The young man walked out of the section with his head hanging down. Zhang Qi saw on his face the vigor that belonged only to young people, and a trace of envy flashed in his heart. The young man seemed to have seen Zhang Qi. Doctor, you're here too. He probed and wanted to look at the lab sheet in Zhang Qi's hand, but Zhang Qi didn't let him, saying, how are the test results? But the doctor says it's treatable with medication now. Zhang Qi patted his shoulder. Young man, don't be too discouraged. You will always meet a suitable girlfriend in the future. The young man smiled awkwardly. That's not true. She's just one of my many girlfriends, and much to my chagrin, I can't even share a room with any of my other girlfriends these days. How am I supposed to explain that to them? Zhang Qi's mood suddenly went bad. It seems that people are not connected to their grief. Coming out of the hospital, Zhang Qi collected the labs and went back home. At night, Zhao Shui pushed the door into the house, and after turning on the light, she suddenly saw Zhang Qi sitting on the sofa, not saying a word. The cigarette dust bowl on the coffee table in front of Zhang Qi was already covered with cigarette butts. Zhao Shui was startled. She patted her chest and glanced at Zhang Qi reproachfully. You're home alone. Why don't you even turn on the lights? Do you want to scare me to death? You smoke less. You're 40 years old. You think you have the same lungs as a young man? What's this? Zhao Shui saw a document on the coffee table. Picking it up, it was actually divorce papers. Zhao Shui's face immediately pulled down. Zhang Qi, you're hardened, aren't you? Are you playing with me for real? Only then did Zhang Qi look at her and said in a hoarse, smoky voice, you signed the agreement. Zhao Shui sank up her face and acted like a leader in the company. Zhang Qi, don't be unreasonable with me anymore. Even if you don't love me anymore, have you thought about it? My Zhao family has a big family. What can you get out of leaving me? At your age, do you really think you can go outside and find a better woman than me? Don't take my indulgence for granted. I manage so many employees in the company. I don't want to come home and see you making a stinky face at me, and to be a demon with me. Zhang Qi looked at Zhao Shui and said, I really admire you for being able to act like nothing happened, but what happened is what happened, and that doesn't change anything. Since you cheated on me, then this marriage, I am definitely going to divorce. Does it make sense for you to force me to get a divorce with all this catch-22 stuff? Did you see me get fucked by another man with your own eyes? If you've really had enough of me, I can set you free. You don't have to get a divorce on the grounds that I cheated on you. Really, but I don't promise you. Just heartbroken, do you know? I'm heartbroken that you're an old man, divorced with nothing, losing your privileged life, and your life has been in shambles ever since. Maybe I'll give you some help seeing as you're my ex-husband. But what about when I have a new man? How will I care about you then? Zhang Qi, stop it. Zhao Shui intended to reason with Zhang Qi. Once upon a time the two had been living in a clear soup and they had rarely disagreed, and she felt that self had shown enough patience with Zhang Qi. However, Zhang Qi did not appreciate this. He sneered, I am not young anymore, but this is not a reason for you to cheat on me. Just take it as I've had enough with you. Please sign the words first, okay? Zhao Shui picked up the divorce agreement on the table and looked at it. The distribution of property, the house belonging to her froze. Exasperation ensued. With a flip of his hand, he gave Zhang Qi a slap. Fine, if you're divorced, why are you saying I have syphilis? You're too much, and you want to take away my 2 daughters. You wish. Tell me, have you already found a mistress and are going to let her move in after the divorce? Zhang Qi touched his face and didn't get angry about it. He's not young anymore and doesn't lose control easily when things go wrong. He just calmly said, first, I'm divorcing you because you cheated on me behind my back, and you're the party at fault in the marriage. By letting your daughters follow you, you will be setting the wrong example for them. Not with me. All you need to do is provide them with financial support and I'll teach them to be good children. Thirdly, I think it's hilarious that you're saying I've got a mistress. And look what it is. Zhang Qi took out the lab report. Zhao Shui took it in her hand and looked at it. What's this? Zhang Qi said. Labs, syphilis, positive. Zhao Shui's face changed. Her eyes looked at Zhang Qi with a little more panic, and she subconsciously took a few steps backward. Zhang Qi said, don't worry, This is only stage 1 syphilis. Just take some medicine. Zhao Shui was just about to let out a sigh of relief when Zhang Qi said again, but what you should be worried about is yourself. Because I saw syphilis stage 2 signature eczema on your chest today, you'd better go and receive treatment as soon as possible. It was you who infected me with my syphilis. Zhao Shui hurriedly pulled away the clothes on her chest. The bra was also peeled off by her. 2 headlights were pointed straight at Zhang Qi. She quickly looked down and saw some eczema on her chest. Zhang Qi continued, "You're the one who passed syphilis to me. You should know very well how syphilis spreads, right, Zhao Shui? You still don't admit that you've cheated on me? Nonsense, you're clearly coming after my family fortune. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. I suddenly think you're kind of gross." Zhang Qi snorted. "It's already this time. You're still so tough talking. Okay, count me afraid of you. I cannot want this house. I just want a divorce. As long as you can sign your family's property, I cannot want a penny. This is you satisfied?" Zhao Shui frowned. "Don't even want the house." Which shows that Zhang Qi is not aiming at the self-same family property. It suddenly occurred to her that after being married to Zhang Qi for so many years, Zhang Qi did not seem to be a lover of money. After the marriage, he never asked for a penny on his own initiative. And even the money he spent on his children was all earned by himself through the medical center. Zhao Shui suddenly got annoyed. "Get out of here." Zhang Qi stood up and said, "I should indeed get lost. This is no longer my home. Zhao Shui, I hope you can sign as soon as possible. Otherwise we'll see you in court." Zhao Shui picked up the divorce agreement on the table and tore it into pieces at once. "You come back here, surname Zhang. What do you want?" Zhang Qi turned back and glanced at her. "My purpose, I've made it clear enough. Since you cheated on me, you have to bear the consequences. Zhao Shui, this time, you've played it off. You know, there's no way you and I will have any room for maneuver." After saying that, Zhang Qi left. Zhao Shui bared her breasts and sat out on the sofa for a while. Then he took out his cell phone and called his sister. Xiaoying, come over to my place. I have something to ask you." "Well, I'll wait for you." Not long after, Xiaoying came. Xiaoying was a bit afraid of Zhao Shui, because Zhao Shui was the strong woman in the family. She was also the one who took care of the company, and Zhao Ying's pocket money was all given by Zhao Shui. Of course, the building materials company also has her shares. She took the annual dividends from the shares as enough for her own dash. That's why she never works, only eats and drinks. Zhao Shui glanced at her and told her about Zhang Qi and Self wanting a divorce. Zhao Ying didn't act surprised as she told Zhao Shui that Self already knew about the two from Zhang Qi. Zhao Shui stared at her sister and said, "You've been getting a little close to Zhang Qi lately. Tell me, is Zhang Qi going behind my back and having another woman?" Zhao Ying's heart tightened. Suddenly, he thought of the scene where Self had lifted up Self's skirt and showed Zhang Qi his ass today. She didn't move and said, "Sister, brother-in-law is a man of integrity. You're distrusting him if you say that." Zhao Shui said with annoyance. "Then why is he messing with my divorce? There has to be a reason for that, right?" Zhao Ying said weakly. "Sister, do you think there's a possibility that the reason is already obvious?" "What's the reason?" "Sis, who the hell stamped that pork quarantine on your ass? What the hell were you doing at the hotel with that man today? Don't tell me you went to a business hotel to negotiate a contract just to save money. I don't believe you care about that kind of money. And, do you have syphilis or not?" Zhao Shui was shocked. "Even you suspect me?" Zhao Ying said. "No, I also think sis you're not that kind of person, but with so many facts in front of us, it's equivalent to yellow mud falling out of the crotch. It's shit even if it's not. If you can't straighten these things out, no one would believe your words." "Shut up, I know very well in my own heart whether I cheated or not. The truth is I didn't cheat at all. I'll give you a task. You go and keep an eye on Zhang Qi for me. I guess he'll calm down soon and come back on his own. If he has a woman outside, you tell me in time. If that's the case, I won't let him have a good time." "Okay then, I'll keep an eye on him for you for now." Zhao Ying finally promised Zhao Shui. After all, the two are sisters. But before leaving, she couldn't help but ask Zhao Shui again, "Sis, have you fucked someone else behind your brother-in-law's back or not?" Zhang Qi went back to his own medical center. He didn't have much savings of his own, and although the medical center had some business over the years, it was all spent on his children, and he hadn't asked Zhao Shui for any money, so he'd been strapped for cash. He had already planned not to return to that home, and living in a hotel for a long period of time would certainly be too much for him to handle with his strength. So he was going to live in his own medical center for the time being. Tonight he bought 2 bottles of Tupot and some peanuts and drank them slowly, looking at the moon outside the glass window. The heart does not have too much sadness, just a few more points of melancholy and confusion about the future. Zhao Ying walked in lightly. Zhang Qi saw her, but didn't say anything. Instead he was bored and swiping his phone while drinking. Zhao Ying handed the stack of papers under the counter to Zhang Qi and said, brother-in-law. A few patients came over during the day. I had them talk about their illnesses and write them down. A few paid for them and asked you to prescribe the medicine and they'll come get it tomorrow. Zhang Qi grabbed it and looked at it, and was somewhat moved in his heart. Well, I can't grab any medication in my current state, so I'll grab what I need to in the morning. And as for those who need a face-to-face visit, get your money back tomorrow. Zhaoing worriedly said. Life goes on, and if the store stays closed, it'll affect the customers that have been accumulating with great difficulty. It's okay, I'm not like you. I came from nothing, one step at a time. Big deal. I'll just start over next time, Zhaoing said with some indignation. My sister, she's gone too far. She's been married to you for so many years, and has never offered you any help with your career. She's still nice. I'm sure she wouldn't say no if I asked her to help me. I just like the feeling of rising up on my own, one step at a time. Zhaoing wanted to say something. Then he carried a bag and placed it in front of Zhang Qi, mysteriously said, This is my sister's bag. Today I went to your house. I took it by hand. Let's see what secrets my sister has. Zhang Qi's heart moved. Good. Then he opened it of his own accord. First, a four-sided box caught Zhang Qi's attention. Condoms? Zhang Qi held it out expressionlessly. Seeing a few large dynamic particles on it made Zhang Qi fall into silence. Zhaoing snatched it away and said with some embarrassment, This is mine. Zhang Qi frowned at her. You're a woman. What are you doing with this? For you. What? I'm afraid you'll be bullied by a woman outside, so you bring it with you for defense. Zhaoing winked at Zhang Qi. Do you want to put it on and try to see if it fits? Zhang Qi's face was expressionless and his heart was a little restless, but it was quickly pressed down by him. Thinking only that she was joking with self, she continued to take out the contents of her bag. There were a few papers in there that didn't seem to be anything important. There's also some women's lipstick, and a pair of panties. At this time, Zhang Qi suddenly saw a lab test. Syphilis Labs. The date is 3 days old. Positive. Zhao Shui's. Zhang Qi froze in place. Zhao Shui has long known that Self has contracted syphilis. She didn't tell Self and even continued to have sex with Self. Zhaoing put away her bag and said with some embarrassment, Or we'd better not look at it. It's okay, we're getting divorced anyway. This doesn't matter anymore. Zhang Qi acted indifferent, except that the wine was being drunk one after another. Without realizing it, he lost consciousness. In a haze, he seemed to be picked up by Zhaoing and burrowed into a single bed inside the medical center. Zhao Ying's delicate body, too, burrowed in. She seemed to be trying out those sets for Self, whether they fit or not. The next day, Zhang Qi sat up from his bed with his butt. In addition to some vertigo in my head, my lower back is a little sore. Zhaoing? Sensing something bad, Zhang Qi hurriedly lifted the quilt and realized that there was no one beside him before he breathed a sigh of relief. No special marks. Zhaoing is also not there. I think, she is not so crazy. Feeling that there was no other abnormality in his body, after washing up once again, and then the symptoms of those patients yesterday, one by one, grabbed a copy of the medicine, wrote down his name, and after printing a sign that he had something to go out, he left the medical center. Since he decided to get a divorce, Zhang Qi no longer procrastinated. Zhao Shui did not agree to divorce. Then he will find a lawyer. But after running all day, he got a heavy dose of truth. Zhao Shui, a wealthy businessman, wants to win the divorce case without any hard evidence. He has to be a very good lawyer. And with his financial means, these gold medal lawyers are not something he can afford. The advice given to him by the consulting attorney was to negotiate a divorce. Otherwise the case would be very difficult to win. And even if he would win, it would take a long time. And if Zhao Shui were to respond to the lawsuit, she would certainly hire the best lawyer. Of course, with the evidence Zhang Qi currently holds, if only divorce, the lawsuit to win is not difficult. The main thing is that Zhang Qi also want to win the right to custody of their daughters. Divorce alone, winning the case is sooner or later, but I'm afraid it's hard to get custody of your daughter. Thinking of this, Zhang Qi hesitated for a moment and rushed towards his father-in-law's home. Since Zhao Shui has already shown her attitude of not agreeing to divorce, the only way to go is to take the path of her father-in-law. If Zhao Shui's father could support Self, then Zhao Shui could not do it alone. Zhang Qi arrived at the Red Court neighborhood in the city center and lightly found his father-in-law's residence. The door to my father-in-law's house was open. When Zhang Qi walked into the living room, he saw his father-in-law, Zhao Dehuai, chatting with an old Chinese doctor about the medical situation in the new city. Zhao Dehuai is in his 50s this year. There is a small 60, but the person is still quite young, looks only 40 years old. This is the welfare of the rich. This old Chinese medicine practitioner Zhang Qi recognized, but also when Zhang Qi stepped into the field of traditional Chinese medicine leader. He had been Zhang Qi's teacher for some time, and was later hired by the Chinese hospital as an honorary director. Zhang Qi remembers that when I married Zhao Shui's father was extremely opposed to it, and then it was Hu Ren who interceded to get Zhao Dehuai to accept him. But for so many years, their relationship as husband and wife had been uneventful. Why are you here? Zhao Dehuai asked as he glanced at Zhang Qi in surprise. Little Zhang? Zhao Dehuai also recognized Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi nodded. Dad. Mr. Who? Dad. Isn't Mom home? Zhao Dehuai said. Your mom sent Yan Yan to the daycare class, so I guess she'll be back soon. Zhang Qi nodded. Zhao Dehuai asked. You came to pick up Yan Yan? Zhang Qi shook his head. No. I'm looking for you for something. Zhang Qi came at a bad time, seeing that the two of them were chatting up a storm. So Zhang Qi said, Dad, Mr. Who? You guys talk first, I'll pour you a cup of tea. With that, he went to the dining room and made himself a cup of tea. His hangover was still fresh and his head wasn't feeling too good. Zhao Dehuai and Hu Ren chatted again about the revenue of the Chinese hospital and other situations, which mentioned a certain mysterious patient, transferred to several hospitals. The cause of the disease has not been found out, which makes Zhang Qi a little curious. Zhang Qi sipped his tea while looking at it, and wanted to continue listening to Hu Ren's introduction, but Hu Ren seemed to be intentionally avoiding the topic. There was a wisdom in Zhao Dehuai's eyes. Never mind, let's talk about our business another time. I should go to the hospital too. Hu Ren took the water handed over by Zhang Qi. He stood up and said to Zhang Qi with his hands behind his back, Little Zhang, I heard that you recently scooped up a few patients from our Chinese hospital? Zhang Qi laughed. Teacher, you're misunderstanding me here. I don't know how people suddenly came to my place when they were being treated well in the Chinese hospital. Hu Ren nodded his head in an old-fashioned manner. This is a good thing. It shows that you can cure the diseases that we can't cure in the Chinese hospital. It's only you, this kid, who can still dive into ancient medical books like the Essentials of the Golden Chamber and the Explanation of Warm Diseases under the constant advancement of modern medical technology. I asked those disciples to read more, and they all scoffed at it. Zhang Qi said, I just have too much free time and am idly passing the time. Hu Ren nodded appreciatively. Not bad, capable, and the person is still humble. You are considered one of my most pleased disciples. By the way, we recently transferred a patient from our Chinese hospital, currently hospitalized for a few days. Also ate a lot of Chinese medicine, has not been well. It has been transferred by us to the Department of Difficult and Complicated Diseases. Are you interested in consulting on it? Mystery patient? Could this be the mysterious patient that Hu Ren just mentioned in his mouth? Zhang Qi subconsciously asked. What symptoms? Hu Ren smiled. The patient's symptoms need to be kept confidential. If you are interested in a consultation, you need to sign a confidentiality agreement in advance. However, this person was transferred from the People's Hospital, and I heard that the symptoms have not been improving. If you can cure this patient, you will surely gain fame in the Chinese medicine industry. Zhang Qi knew that Hu Ren was giving self a chance. However, he quickly realized that even the person whose symptoms needed to be kept secret was afraid that the person's identity was somewhat sensitive. Moreover, even the two major hospitals could not do anything about it, and I am afraid that he, a Chinese medicine practitioner from a small medical center, would not be able to make much of a difference. What's more, he was so physically and mentally irritated right now that he wasn't in the mood to take care of the medical center, much less a stranger. So shaking his head, he said, Thanks for your kind words, teacher. I may not have much energy lately. Wait for another time. That's too bad. Hu Ren shook his head and walked away. After Hu Ren left, Zhao Dehuai also poured a glass of water for himself. After a few sips, he pulled a stool for Zhang Qi and gestured for him to sit down. After Zhang Qi sat down, Zhao Dehuai asked suspiciously, What exactly are you looking for me for? Zhang Qi carefully observed Zhao Dehuai's face. After confirming that he was looking good, he said, Dad, haven't you always despised me? I came here this time because I want to divorce Zhao Shui. Will you support me? Hearing this, Zhao Dehuai's face immediately became grave. When Zhang Qi and Zhao Shui got married more than 10 years ago, he was strongly opposed to it. As time passed, his attitude towards Zhang Qi slowly changed and he gradually accepted this son-in-law. But to this day, he still doesn't even think much of the son-in-law, just doesn't show it. But at this time, hearing Zhang Qi say so, suddenly felt that his own peaceful life was broken, and at the same time, it felt unbelievable. Zhao Dehuai sipped his tea and patiently asked, Oh, why do you suddenly want to divorce Xiao Shui? Did you guys have a conflict? Dad, Zhao Shui cheated on me. Zhao Dehuai's face stared. He took another drink of water and frowned deeply. You're divorcing Yuki because she cheated on you? Zhang Qi nodded. That's right, Dad. You are also a man. I hope you can understand my feelings, so I hope you can support me in divorcing Zhao Shui. Zhao Dehuai took a closer look at Zhang Qi and realized that Zhang Qi did not seem to be joking. He organized his words for a while before he said, Well, Zhang Qi, I think you should understand that the two of you are not young anymore, should have long understood the truth that adults don't talk about love, only interests. I do think that if this isn't a big deal, it's better to turn a blind eye to it so that it doesn't have too much of an impact on life. At your age, think about if you divorced Snow. Would you live a more comfortable life than now? Think more about the actual situation. It's better to be careful about divorce. After all, our Zhao family is a big family, so it's not good to make our faces look too bad. Zhang Qi waved his hand. Of course he understood that Zhao Dehuai, as Zhao Shue's father, would definitely want to help Zhao Shue. He also understands that there is no easy word in the world of adults. One setback, one failed marriage, is not something anyone can afford to toss around. If you are young, you can still get up wherever you fall, but at Zhang Qi's age, it is hard to say whether you can get up. This is the reason why most couples cheat on their spouses, and after a bit of drama, it's over. With all the loss of face, the monetary gain, and nowhere to land for the rest of your life, it might not be a bad thing to take the dumb loss when you think about it. But Zhang Qi is not such a person. He couldn't tolerate such betrayal. So in an undeniable tone, he said, Dad, your Zhao family doesn't want to make their face too ugly, but I also want a face, and I don't want to wear a green hat all the time to live and be looked down upon. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dehuai was also a bit offended by Zhang Qi's raw tone. His tone was much flatter. So tell me, how did Yuki cheat on you? Zhang Qi did not mention the pork quarantine stamp. This kind of thing is not suitable to tell Zhao Dehuai. Instead, she said, yesterday, Zhao Shue tricked me into having a meeting at the company and ended up going into a hotel with a man. But of course, I found other omens before that. What omen? Zhao Dehuai subconsciously asked. Seeing Zhang Qi's hesitant face, he keenly sensed that it might not be appropriate for self to know, so he pulled out a cigarette, and Zhang Qi hurriedly pulled out a lighter and helped him light it. Hold your horses. Let me think. Dad, I'm not in a hurry. Take your time to think. Those evidences of Zhao Shue's cheating, if you don't mind, I can show them to you. No, there are some things I'm not comfortable with. Okay. Zhang Qi sat on the sofa, looking at his cell phone in a daze. During this period, there were a few patients who had added his WeChat and wanted to find him to grab medicines, but they were put off by Zhang Qi on the grounds that he had to take care of personal matters. Zhang Qi, you're divorcing Snow. Do you have any claims? After a long time, Zhao Dehuai asked this to Zhang Qi. Just then, outside, a delicate body rushed in. The person who came was none other than Zhao Shue. She was wearing a thin, slim-fitting dress today that emphasized her exquisite figure. When Zhao Dehuai saw Zhao Shue, he couldn't help but greet her. Little Shue, why are you here? Shouldn't you be at the company at this time? Zhao Shue ignored it while drinking. I said, why did you divorce me? It turns out that you are really having an affair outside. Zhang Qi, if you want a divorce, just say so. Why are you accusing me of cheating? Zhao Dehuai raised an eyebrow. Zhang Qi's face was cold. What do you mean? Look at this. Zhao Shue took a photo and dumped it on the coffee table in front of Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi picked it up and couldn't help but feel his whole body shaking, because it was actually an image of her charging a female. In the photo, the woman has a beautiful body, but it's hard to see her proper face. Even the background of where they were located was vaporized. The whole photo was taken so beautifully that it seemed as if a photographer had been hired to take special art photos. How come he didn't know when Self had done this crazy thing with a woman? Zhang Qi suddenly reacted as his heart sank. You intentionally produced this photo and used it to frame me? Zhao Shue, you've gone too far. On the contrary, it was Zhao Shue who threw her hand and slapped Zhang Qi's face, saying angrily, I produced it? I make hundreds of millions of dollars in business. Do I need to make this kind of photo? You're good. You cheated on yourself. But you'll be sorry? Zhang Qi covered his face, and a wave of irritation ran through his heart. Smiling coldly, he glanced at her. Talking business? You're dressed so slutty. You're going out to talk about $100 million of business, right? Zhang Qi rarely saw Zhao Shue dress like this for work. He had to admit that at this moment, although Zhao Shue made Zhang Qi nauseous, this body, however, also made Zhang Qi's heart flutter. Enough, Zhao Dehuai droned. Watch your words. Zhao Dehuai asked Zhao Shue. Zhao Shue, tell me honestly, Zhang Qi said that you went to a hotel with a man. Is this matter true or false? You even tell my dad about this kind of thing? Is this what you came for? Zhao Shue said to Zhang Qi in a disappointed tone. Then he said to Zhao Dehuai, Dad, don't listen to his nonsense. I just went to the business hotel with someone to talk about business. This guy divorced me because he's having an affair, wanted to avoid me and have a second chance. Then, she looked at Zhang Qi again. I know that I haven't given you any money to spend over the years of our marriage, but I've never been there for you when you wanted to indulge. So why did you betray me? Do you know how much heartache and how hard it is for me right now? Just remember, I'm only going to forgive you this once, and I don't want to see the next time you screw around with another woman. Zhao Dehuai suddenly grabbed the photo on the table and glanced at it, and couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. Good, you white-eyed wolf. I said why you suddenly want to divorce my daughter. So it's because you are fooling around outside. Bastard, I see you're having a good time screwing. You still know how to find this kind of big foreign girl. The big foreign girl on the photo. He was an old man who looked at it, and he was furious at the thought of being indulged by Zhang Qi. You're a poor man. It's already a blessing of 8 lifetimes for our family to accept you. And you actually dare to look for broken shoes and falsely accuse my daughter of cheating on me. Today I'll just pile my words on top of each other here. You guys get divorced immediately. But you don't want to take a single penny away from our Zhao family. You don't even want to take a single grain of shit away. In his excitement, Zhao Dehuai picked up the tea on the table and threw it in Zhang Qi's face. Luckily, the water wasn't very hot, and drink my tea Guanyin. You drink urine. Dad. Stop it. Zhang Qi is my husband. Don't you go too far. He and I haven't gotten to the point of divorce yet. Looking at Zhang Qi's miserable appearance, Zhao Shui frowned in pain. On the contrary, it was Zhang Qi who sneered. I don't need you to be hypocritical. You specially PD a photo to give yourself an excuse, didn't you? Since you're so shameless, don't blame me. Zhang Qi directly took out his cell phone and found the stamped photo and handed it to Zhao Dehuai. Look what it is. Zhao Shui's face changed, but Zhao Dehuai has received in the hands. He in the end has been the old man. Although the photoshot is not the whole picture, but he has already recognized it. You, what are you showing me this for? Zhang Qi sneered. See the pork quarantine stamp on this? Who do you think stamped this quarantine stamp on it? Zhao Dehuai's whole body shook. His whole body trembled with anger, and he hastily twisted his face, not daring to look at it more. Treasonous little beast, how dare you plant my daughter in such a way? It's not a plant. I'm just letting you know that your daughter is being left with trophy marks by someone else, and she's going to come in front of me and flaunt them, and I'm going to ask you if you know that your daughter is out there being such a watered-down bitch? Zhao Shui drank. Zhang Qi, you've had enough. I've told you that it was built by me. Are you trying to drive me crazy? Still not admitting it, are you? Zhang Qi once again took out 2 documents. One copy of Zhang Qi's syphilis labs and one copy of Zhao Shui's syphilis labs. Originally, as long as Zhao Shui can agree to divorce, he is not prepared to take it out. After all, husband and wife. Zhang Qi also want to give Zhao Shui some face. Now that it's come to this, there's no point in worrying about anything. Dad, do you recognize this? This is a syphilis lab slip. Zhao Shui and I both have syphilis. Zhao Shui was diagnosed 3 days ago. She didn't tell me about it, and even got along with me as usual. If I hadn't had my suspicions, it might have progressed to the 3rd stage before I would have realized that I had syphilis. There's not a bit of fakery in any of my stuff. It's verified and examined. Do you know what that means? Zhao Dehuai took it shakily, mouthing, I forbid you to call me dad again. Zhang Qi sneered. It's fine. If I don't call you dad, there will be someone else who will call you dad. Maybe even more than one. After all, how can there be such a coincidence that any random cheating partner can contract syphilis? Zhao Dehuai glanced at it and looked at Zhao Shui with a disappointed look. Little Shui, what Zhang Qi said, is it all true? How? Zhao Shui's eyes widened as she angrily said to Zhang Qi, where did you get my syphilis labs? You've learned to fake it? With that, she also pulled a document out of her pocket. Then he handed it to Zhang Qi. After you told me yesterday that I might have syphilis, I went to the hospital early in the morning to do a checkup. And look, it's syphilis negative. The doctor told me himself. Zhang Qi was also stunned, took the cell phone and looked at it, but could not help but be shocked. The lab results above are really negative for syphilis. But then he reacted. Zhao Shui does not want to divorce with self. With her wrist, get a fake syphilis test report? It seems to be not difficult. After all, he and the woman's flirtation photos can be pee out. This kind of also counts as reasonable. And all the signs of Zhao Shui's cheating were very obvious. Then he naturally didn't believe that the syphilis lab sheet in her hand was real. But, while Zhang Qi thought so, Zhao Dehuai did not. He grabbed Zhang Qi's collar and said with a gloomy face, you really do whatever it takes to gain benefits for yourself. Do you think you'll get your way? You're wrong. More than 10 years ago, you were just a poor boy to our family. And now you're even worse than shit. You'll get nothing if you divorce Snow. I'll see what waves you can make as a 40-year-old man who has accomplished nothing. Get lost. Don't ever enter my house again. Zhang Qi licked his lips as he tensed the muscles on his face. A pair of sharp eyes staring at Zhao Dehuai without showing any weakness. Dad, Zhao Shui and I are legally married. Now that we are divorced, I am entitled to half of Zhao Shui's property. When I win the lawsuit and split half of your family's property, I'll buy the house next door to you. And we can still play chess every day. And when I'm idle, Maybe I can even put a green hat on Zhao Shui's future husband. Don't you think this kind of life would be envied by all the immortals? You, treacherous little beast, I'll beat you to death. Zhao Dehuai flung his hand and swiped at Zhang Qi's face. But this time, Zhang Qi held his wrist with his hand. Dad, don't be angry. Your body is not that good anymore. And you have raised such a watery daughter. In case you make a mistake with your body, won't I have half of this inheritance again? Zhao Dehuai's face was twisted with anger. He raised his other hand, wanting to continue hitting Zhang Qi. At that moment, a figure walked in from outside. Zhao, what are you doing with Zhang Qi? Mother-in-law Sun Ru wore a large gold bracelet on her hand, and her face was not seriously out of shape due to age, except for some crow's feet. She was also particularly bony, with a pair of skinny jeans that made her entire body 10 years younger, mainly because she is really 10 years younger than Zhao Dehuai in age. Rhythmic Sun Ru. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Chang Wei playing Fu, and could not help but hastily stop. Sun Ru, you're just in time. This kid, he's gone rogue. He dared to curse me to death, and said that our daughter is a womanizer. And he's still out there messing around with a big foreign girl. Don't stop me. I'll beat this bastard to death. Anyway, our family has plenty of money. We can afford to pay for this cheap life. Sun Ru's face changed drastically. She looked incredulous. Is Zhang Qi crazy? Doesn't he know what position he holds in our family? How dare he be so rebellious? Aren't you afraid we'll kick him out of the house? Zhang Qi looked at his mother-in-law coldly, not surprised by her attitude. On weekdays, the old couple is pleasant to him. In fact, he understands in his heart. So many years, they have never looked at self. Of course, he, a 40-year-old man, didn't care about that perception. Zhao Dehuai said angrily, I'll kick him out of the house right now. He made a move to kick Zhang Qi. However, Zhao Shui shouted angrily, stop it all. Zhao Shui frowned deeply. She hadn't thought about divorcing Zhang Qi, so also do not want to self-parents. And Zhang Qi's relationship is too stiff. She said to the duo, Zhang Qi has some misunderstandings about me, and it's normal for him to act a little too aggressively, so don't say anything about kicking him out of the house. Besides, I don't think Zhang Qi really cheated on me. That photo, the truth or falsehood is still to be proved. Yuki, Zhang Qi, I didn't cheat on you. I can't divorce the marriage. And I forbid you to bring up divorce again. You've lost your anger. Come home with me. Pick up the kids today and have dinner together. Zhang Qi said, it seems we can't negotiate. In that case, let's meet in court. After he finished speaking he poured a cup of water, took a shallow sip, and after glancing at Zhao Dehuai who was about to go into a rage, he walked outward with large strides. Snap! Zhao Dehuai excitedly grabbed Zhang Qi's used water cup and smashed it on the ground, shattering it. Sun Ru hurriedly went to grab his hand. Carefully check. Mouth said, Aya, old Zhao, what evil monster you send, a handful of years old, are almost to the age of retirement, because Zhang Qi hurt himself is not worth it. She looked much younger than Zhao Dehuai, and she wasn't kidding when she said she was charming, perhaps because she only had 2 daughters, her but is still front and center until today, and because she prefers to dress up, her skin looks hydrated and glowing, a large part of the reason why the 2 sisters, Zhao Shui and Zhao Ying, were known as earthly beauties was because they inherited her genes. Zhao Dehuai said to Zhao Shui angrily, look at the good husband you found. I have long said that you two are not suitable. Look at this. He is now not even in my eyes. In the beginning, if you listen to my advice, find a man who is a good match. Will make such a mess? Sun Ru was also a bit upset and said, yes, Zhang Qi has no money and no connections. Zhang Qi, he has no money, no connections, and his relationship with his own family is not good. Such a person, for him the cheek is worthless, so he dares to shamelessly come to us to make trouble. If he had accomplished anything, he wouldn't have had the cheek to come to our door and tell us about it. The fact that he can't keep his wife is mostly his own fault, which means he's not capable. Zhao Shui had 2 heads in one. Listening to my mom, I feel like I'm really cheating on my wife, but she didn't think so at all. Zhao Dehuai spoke again. We are a big family. How can we let him corrupt our family style like this? Humph. If this kid dares to stomp on his nose, then don't blame me for not being polite. Sun Ru was surprised. Old Zhao, what are you doing? Zhao Dehuai sneered. He doesn't want face, but I want face. He wants to divorce in the name of my daughter's cheating. Don't think about it. Divorce is fine, but the reason for the divorce must be that he cheated on her, and the 2 children. He doesn't want any of them. He can't take away a single rat turd from our family. I'll first mess up his medical center to make him recognize reality, and if he still doesn't give in, then I'll stink up his people and make him have no foothold in the area. I, Zhao Dehuai, still have this ability. Okay, you guys, stop talking nonsense. Zhao Shui held her head. That medical center is Zhang Qi's life. If you destroy his medical center, you are taking his life. It's not like I'm planning to divorce him. There's no need to get to this point. Sun Ru was an understanding person. He said to Zhao Shui, Xiao Shui, you may not understand men. I think Zhang Qi really wants to divorce you this time. He's getting real. Zhao Shui was full of concern and said, it's just a man, or a 40-year-old man. How much heart can he still have? It'll be fine when he calms down after a while. I'll go over and talk him down again. Zhao Shui said to leave. Sun Ru said, you're in the company day in and day out. A random project is millions of dollars. How can you waste your time on such trivial matters? Wait until you have time. It's all right. The business pushes all off. What's more, as a successful human soil, hustling outside must first secure the domestic, not to stabilize the family affairs. How can I fight the world? After saying that, Zhao Shui left. Zhao Dehuai seems to be talking to himself, but also seems to be talking to Zhao Shui. He said in annoyance, if he doesn't come to apologize and admit his mistake to me tomorrow morning, then don't blame me for my thunderous tactics. Zhang Qi went back to the medical center, pondering the authenticity of that photo of Zhao Shui. He simply could not remember self having an affair with another woman. In the end, Zhang Qi was certain that this should be something Zhao Shui had made on purpose. The only way to get a divorce, it seems, is to file a lawsuit. Divorce is easy. Even if it drags on for a year and a half, you can always get divorced. But his main goal was to have a daughter. After all, for the rest of his life, Self didn't know what life would be like, and it was a toss-up whether anyone would be willing to give him another one. So he wanted a queen. In that case, then he would have to spend a lot of money on a lawsuit. He can't afford this lawsuit money for a while. So he opened the medical center and started contacting the patients who had previously made appointments. The first patient, a middle-aged man of similar age to him. However, his illness is the same as Zhao Ying's liver disease. The upper worked to cure the disease. The middle worker does not know how to pass on to each other. See the disease of the liver. Do not see the real spleen, but only treat the liver also. Meaning, a highly skilled doctor tends to treat the internal organs that have not yet developed the disease first, solving the lesion from the root, while a mediocre doctor only finds the liver disease, but does not see the spleen that causes the liver disease, and only knows to treat the liver, and in the end ends up treating the symptom but not the root cause. The solution is actually quite simple. If the disease of the liver, the complementary use of acid, to help the use of burnt bitter, beneficial use of sweet medicine to adjust they. Zhang Qi grabbed the medicine for the other party and said, decoction for 2 hours, 3 times a day, 2 days to be cured. The middle-aged man said, Dr. Zhang, is there a rule about what kind of pan to fry in? Zhang Qi, decoction will make the pot smell for a long time. I suggest you purchase a Chinese medicine decoction pot, or decoct and pack it from me, and you take it away and drink it on time. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, give me a frying pan. Zhang Qi nodded and took a skillet and gave it to the other party. That's $260. Thank you Dr. Chang. The middle-aged man paid and left. The second patient, a middle-aged or elderly man nearing 50, had a very unusual stroke. Zhang Qi prescribed medicine and sent the other party away. The third patient, a young man, looks like just a common wind cold disease, but has been infected for more than a month, went to several clinics to get medicine, but did not have too good results. Zhang Qi made a preliminary diagnosis of 5-organ wind cold accumulation disease pulse evidence after looking, sniffing and examining. Next up is general gout, old cold legs and the like. 5 or 6 patients and only 1 young man. Zhang Qi is not surprised by this and has long been used to it. Nowadays, young people have less and less trust in Chinese medicine, and Chinese medicine, for the most part, is doing business with the middle-aged and the elderly. A visit to the clinic resulted in a charge of over $800. Removed the cost of the herbs and made about $700. But that's a far cry from the lawsuit he'll be fighting next. The door to the medical center was pushed open again. The person who didn't come was no one else but his wife, Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui was still wearing the same set, sexy stockings, and between her steps she was permeated with unrivaled temptation. After Zhao Shui entered the door, she smoothly unlocked it. At the same time, he took a step towards Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi said, if you are here to discuss divorce matters with me, then I welcome you. If not, you can leave now. There's nothing I want to talk to you about. Zhao Shui looked Zhang Qi up and down. I didn't come to find you this time to talk to you about anything. Zhang Qi frowned. Then what are you doing here? Aren't you a doctor? I've come to cure my lovesickness. Zhang Qi frowned as he surveyed Zhao Shui's body. Originally, Zhang Qi did not want to have any more entanglements with her, but it seemed that he had thought of something. Couldn't help but sneer, asking for it. After finishing, Zhao Shui, while saying to Zhang Qi, the anger has subsided. and the disturbance has been made, so go home when you've had enough. Zhang Qi raised his eyebrows. Why should I go home? Zhao Shui frowned. What? I was busy and came over to coax you to be happy, and then you just patted your ass and denied it? Zhang Qi said. But I didn't beg you to cheer me up, and I see you're looking forward to it more than I am. Zhao Shui stood up with an exclaim and glared at Zhang Qi with a cold face. Do you know that you look like a scoundrel now? So what if I'm a scoundrel? Zhao Shui said somewhat incredulously. You're my husband. I'm your wife. How can you say such things? Zhang Qi, however, sneered. He said, you're really shameless. I'm not your husband anymore. I'm not obligated to stay with you, and you're not obligated to stay with me. Zhao Shui took a deep breath. You could tell she was trying to suppress her self-inflicted anger. Only after a moment did she say to Zhang Qi, listen, you stop, go home today, let's enjoy the world of two again, and tomorrow you go to my dad's place, apologize and admit your mistake to him properly, and this matter will be over. Zhang Qi said, what if I don't? My father said that if you don't apologize to him and admit your mistake, he'll let your medical clinic close down. Zhang Qi, you know my father's methods, and I know how important this medical center is to you, so I've already lowered my stance to get you to come home. And you still don't know enough? I can even forgive you for cheating on me. Zhang Qi frowned. Then he let out a laugh. You family, you're really overbearing, bullying an underprivileged person like me like this. Zhao Shui said. This isn't bullying you. I'm just treating you as a family. Even if you don't have this medical center, I'll still support you. The fruits of your labor that you've given to me and to this family for so many years, I've kept it all in my heart. It's normal for a family to have a bit of a falling out sometimes. But it's also important to know how to take the good with the bad. Zhang Qi snorted. Originally, I suspected that there was a possibility that you hadn't cheated on me. But now, I'm already 99% sure that you have. Why? Zhang Qi pulled out the syphilis lab sheet again and tapped the lab results on it with his hand. You forget that I'm a stage 1 syphilis patient. You said you went for a checkup today and there was no syphilis in your body at all. Yet you still chose to come see me. What does this mean? It means that you are not at all afraid of infecting yourself with syphilis. Or perhaps you have already contracted syphilis and are not afraid of others infecting you again. Zhao Shui, that syphilis test you took today was a fake. Zhao Shui's face changed. She really hadn't thought of that one. But she quickly explained. After I knew you had syphilis, I had already intervened early to treat it, and there were medications to block it. So I wasn't at all afraid of you infecting me again. And just now I saw the way you contradicted my father and thought it was a bit handsome. I admit I got a bit uppity with you. If I had been this calm at the time I might not have come to see you. Don't explain. Explanation is a cover-up, and I don't want to listen to your explanation. In short, I must divorce this marriage. Zhao Shui's face became serious. She bent down and turned her back to Zhang Qi, picking up some of the items that had fallen on the ground and tidying them up for Zhang Qi. Zhao Shui cleaned up while saying, no matter what you think in your heart, I haven't betrayed you, and I've never been touched by another man. Zhang Qi, let me put it plainly with you. You're 40 years old, and you're running a high-flying, low-flying Chinese medicine clinic, so how much better can you be if you're struggling? Know what I think of your medical center? It can't get on the stage. It's a grassroots organization. It's not destined to become a climate. And it's holding on to the little bit of medical knowledge that you've learned on your own. And it's proud of it. Like Kong Yiwei. It makes people laugh. The reason I've been condoning you wasting all this time doing these pointless things is because I care about you and respect your hobbies. But that doesn't mean I approve of you. Leaving me is the equivalent of going from the golden nest back to the doghouse. You're 40 years old, and what do you have in a 40-year-old man but a little charm? To put it mildly, my dad could cut off your income at any time if he deliberately targeted you. At your age, you have long since lost the fighting spirit of youth, and having left me and this home, you will not be able to make any waves, even if you flounder. Why drive yourself into a corner? Go out and see who will be as good to you as I am. Zhang Qi lit another cigarette. His gaze was somewhat out of focus as he stared at the wall in front of him and muttered, yes, I'm at this age, and in your eyes, I'm just a useless piece of trash. But you took advantage of my lack of preparedness and gave me such a blow to the head that I didn't even have any room to resist. What? Zhang Qi shook his head. It's nothing. Go away and tell your dad that I won't apologize. You don't know any better. Humph. Zhao Shui is gone. Zhaoing is here again. She poked her head in and asked Zhang Qi, brother-in-law, you and my sister, what's wrong? Zhang Qi got up and said, I'm going out. Zhaoing showed some dissatisfaction. Zhang Qi shook his head in annoyance. Then he said to her, your sister just came to my place and had a fight with me. Now is your curiosity satisfied? Zhaoing was embarrassed beyond words. What? In that case, you guys, you're ready to make up? No, I'm going to borrow money for the lawsuit. Borrow money? Zhang Qi nodded. Well, fighting a lawsuit with your family is quite costly. I can't afford to pay for it myself. I'm going to ask for help from my father. Zhao Ying opened her mouth again. You're at this age. It's not quite right to ask for help from your father. Is it? What can I do? I don't have any money. And your sister can't give me money to fight her lawsuit. So what can I do? Can I borrow from you? Are you willing to lend me money? Zhao Ying, if my sister finds out that I borrowed your money to fight a lawsuit against her, and your lawsuit doesn't come to fruition, my sister will beat me to death first. So that's it. As Zhang Qi was about to leave, Zhao Ying called after him. Brother-in-law, what about your store? The usual, you turn it off for me. Zhang Qi left and rode a shared electric bike to his parents' house in the middle of the city. My parents lived in a separate suite, and my sister bought her own suite in the city after inheriting their family business. Over the years, Zhang Qi has not only not often returned to his parents, but also has little contact with his sister. The main reason is still that his father, Zhang Beichuan, felt that Zhang Qi had disobeyed his ancestors by giving birth to a child whose surname was not Zhang, and was not kind to him. The sister is usually busy with her business. Plus she feels that Zhang Qi has chilled the family and doesn't treat him very well. In fact, their family is quite rich. Business family, do not care how big the scale. From more than 10 years ago, people began to do business. The hands of more or less dozens of hundreds of W. Zhang Qi, because he had married Zhao Shui, had left these businesses of his parents to his sister. Father Zhang Beichuan opened the door and saw that it was Zhang Qi, topping a face full of wrinkles. He said in a good-natured manner, "Why are you here?" Zhang Qi didn't have the good sense to say, "What, I'm your son and can't come back?" Zhang Beichuan pulled a face and said stiffly, "My son is dead." "Your son isn't dead. He's alive and well. You're not so dizzy that your eyes are so bad that you can't even recognize your son?" Zhang Beichuan said, "Your mom recently packed up a piece of wild land in the east and planted vegetables to go. No one to cook for you. Buy yourself some cold vegetables to eat." "No, I don't have any money. I can't afford it. I'll just starve." "Who are you laughing at? Aren't you the son of a high cadre, a rich young man from a prominent official's family? Letting your rich father funnel some to you is enough for you to eat for the rest of your life. I got married and suffered at both ends. I'm lucky if my rich dad doesn't leak some shit for me to eat, so I can eat some leftovers you're leaking out of your hand." Zhang Beichuan glared at Zhang Qi. "What are you coming back for?" Zhang Qi said, "Asking for food. Lend me some money. I'll pay you back in a year." Zhang Beichuan frowned. "Borrow money? Well, Zhao Shui and I are getting a divorce and I don't have the money to file a lawsuit. So you can lend me some." "What?" Zhang Beichuan had a circle of beard on his mouth, and when he opened his mouth, his beard looked like a huge mouth. He glared at Zhang Qi. "You want a divorce? Did I hear you wrong? Or did you say it wrong? It's true that we're getting divorced. Are you borrowing or not?" To his old father, Zhang Qi has always been as shy as gold. "I'm borrowing my ass. What's wrong with you? You've lived half your life and you're divorcing someone? Are you looking for a fight?" Zhang Qi said, "It's true that we're getting a divorce. Haven't you always disliked us? Doesn't this suit you?" Zhang Beichuan opened his mouth, then said angrily, "Shut your doggy mouth. How can you be so capable of making a fool of yourself? Self-chosen road. Then go on. Divorce this is not let people look at the joke?" Zhang Qi narrowed his eyes. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Beichuan. Zhang Beichuan connects with a handful of strikes. Zhang Qi, on the other hand, lit one for himself with full concern. He followed. "Dad, Zhao Shui cheated. You deserve it. I told you a long time ago. This kind of woman, you can't keep. You don't have the strength to learn from others to eat soft food. The fact that you've accomplished nothing at this age says it all." A stabbing pain ran through Zhang Qi's heart. He said, "Dad, I'm not here to seek comfort from you. I made my own choices, and I'll bear the consequences myself. But this marriage, I definitely want to divorce. I'm short of money. Lend me some. I'll pay you back for sure." "Nonsense." Zhang Beichuan had one hand behind his back and one hand pointing at Zhang Qi's head. He said, "You have to have a little green on your head to get by in life. Do you understand? Divorcing just for the sake of one breath in your heart. Have you ever thought about what to do in the future? You don't have any money. You don't have any connections. So how are you going to end up with a broken wife?" Zhang Qi squeezed out a smile on his face, looking like he was trying to curry favor. "Dad, I know you're afraid of losing face. You're also considered to be a dragon amongst men, and as a result, one of your two children is more unproductive than the other. Recruited a son-in-law, and as a result, the younger sister is also slow to lay eggs. But don't worry, when I'm divorced, I'll marry another one and give you a whole grandchild high and low. Just lend me some money." His words sort of spoke to Zhang Beichuan's heart. "My sister has been married for quite some time and as a result, she has not been able to conceive. It was agreed that the boy would take Zhang's name, but this has been going on for a long time, so I'm afraid there's been a change of heart. Old dad is so capable of a person. Just a little bit of hope. The result of a little bit of hope was dashed. The heart that is certainly not happy. But Zhang Beichuan's mouth was still very tight. No loan. Think of your own way to go. And don't bother me with this kind of thing in the future. Zhang Qi's mouth was more than a little bitter. Dad, I'm having a really hard time right now. So help me out for once. Get out. Zhang Beichuan pointed at Zhang Qi. Haven't I helped you enough in this life? Paying for you to go to school. Feeding you. Drinking and having fun. What have I gotten? In the words of a businessman, you're a money loser. Zhang Qi carefully sized up Zhang Beichuan for a few moments. Make sure he doesn't look like he's joking. Only then did he put away the favor. Said, okay, I got it. Finished and ready to leave. Zhang Beichuan called out, take care of those rotten things of yours before you come back. Don't come back in the meantime. I can't afford to lose this person. Zhang Qi's body paused. Okay. Walking to the intersection at the head of the village, he was just in time to see his mother, Wu Lan, riding over on a tricycle. Zhang Qi wanted to turn into the alley, but Wu Lan spotted him first. Wu Lan called out, Zhang Qi, why are you here? Zhang Qi said, Mom, I came over to see you guys. Wu Lan said, then why are you leaving? It's in time for dinner. Come back with me for a meal. I've eaten, and I'll see you guys when I come back another time. Wu Lan frowned and looked at Zhang Qi's face. Having trouble with your dad again? Your dad? He's just a stubborn donkey. Whatever he says to you, you take it as his fart. It's fine. I'm just passing by. The patients of the medical center are waiting for me at this moment. I'll leave first. You also go back to cooking. Wu Lan looked reluctant. In that case, then next time you have time, bring the child over for 2 days. Got it. Standing at the street corner and smoking 2 cigarettes, Zhang Qi hesitated for a long time, but still went to find his sister. My sister, Zhang Shujia, is a very capable one. Since inheriting Zhang Beichuan's company, he used the money he earned to set up a self-publishing company. Zhang Qi first called Zhang Shujia, but there was no answer. However, Zhang Qi was not surprised, because Zhang Shujia was usually already very busy, and it was normal that he could not get through. However, Zhang Qi still went to Zhang Shujia's company. Half an hour later, Zhang Qi arrived at the front desk of the company and met a female employee who was playing with a computer. He greeted and quickly identified himself. I am Zhang Shujia's brother. Zhang Qi, where is Zhang Shujia? I'm looking for her for something. Ha, you're looking for our boss? You wait, let me make a call for you and ask. When the female clerk heard about Zhang Qi's identity, she hurriedly got up, poured a cup of water for Zhang Qi, and spoke to Zhang Qi in a much more polite tone. To Zhang Qi's surprise, she called Zhang Shujia and got through. And I'm surprised self didn't get through. The female employee said a few words. She said to Zhang Qi, Ms. Zhao asked you to wait in the lounge first. She's not in the company at the moment. She'll come to see you when she's done. Okay, thanks a lot. Zhang Qi was led by the female employee to the company's lounge. The lounge surprisingly had a single bed with no bedding on it. During this process, Zhang Qi knew that the female employee's name was Chun Meng, an administrative secretary in the company. She's not bad looking, and she's in her mid-20s. Zhang Qi sat in the restroom and waited for 3 hours. From being calm at first, it gradually turned into a slight frown, and then into pacing back and forth. During that time, he went to Chen Meng once, asking when exactly Zhang Shujia would be back. Chen Meng said it should be soon. Zhang Qi didn't say much and continued to go back and wait. Zhang Qi, who was sitting on the single bed, vaguely understood something in his heart, sighed softly, lit a cigarette, and before the embers were lit, he collapsed on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. He'd been so tired and frazzled for the past 2 days, with a hangover to boot. The body of a 40-year-old is not as able to carry it as a young man after all. Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang. Chen Meng's voice rang from his ears. Zhang Qi slowly opened his eyes. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. He raised his hand to block the light shining on his eyes. Saw Chen Meng standing beside Self with a cup of water, looking at Self worriedly. This scene made Zhang Qi subconsciously recall the countless days and nights once when Self was lying in bed and was woken up by Zhao Shui. For no reason, the corners of his eyes were moist. Chen Meng was surprised. Brother Zhang, why are you crying? No, I just yawned. Zhang Qi blotted his face with his hand and asked, what time is it? Chen Meng said, Brother Zhang, it's 1 o'clock now. Zhang Qi was shocked. Aren't you off duty? Chen Meng smiled awkwardly. Zhang Qi looked out along the doorway. Most of the lights were dimmed and there was not a single figure. It seems that the reason Chen Meng is not off duty is because Self is still there. She can't kick Self out because of Self's status, so she can only wait here for Self. Zhang, have a glass of water. Zhang Qi took it and took a sip. Thank you, Chen Meng said. Brother Zhang. It's so late. Don't you need to go home? Home? I don't have a home anymore. What? Zhang Qi shook his head and stood up. Then said, I'm really sorry to trouble you. I'll leave now. Brother Zhang. It's too dark. Be careful on your way. Zhang Qi had just gone out of the doorway not too far when a Mercedes-Benz stopped beside Zhang Qi. The car window rolled down, and a long-haired woman poked her head out, looking at Zhang Qi with disdain. Zhang Qi, you're really thick-skinned. If I hadn't asked Chen Meng to blow you away, I guess you'd be relying on my company, right? Zhang Qi glanced at Zhang Shujia, thinking that Chen Meng had woken up self because Zhang Shujia had asked her to drive him away. The girl was quite kind, though, and never mentioned it from start to finish. Zhang Qi ignored Zhang Shujia, but got on his electric bike and left without a word. Zhang Shujia did not let go. Driving the car continued to follow the side and said, look at what you are now, a pussy. You're old enough to learn how to divorce. Can you afford it? Zhang Qi continued to be silent. Zhang Shujia continued, Dad told me everything, and he specifically instructed me not to let me borrow your money, because he had guessed that you would come to beg me. He said that saving the emergency is not saving the poor. If I give you money now, it's all a meat bag with no return. Actually, that's what I mean. Zhang Qi, although I'm your sister, I also have my own home, and my money didn't come from the wind, so why should I borrow it from you? Zhang Qi, say something. Deserve Zhao Shui derail to cuckold you. On your bear. Which woman can stand you? I'm telling you, don't bother me again or my husband will fight me. Zhang Qi, are you deaf and dumb? Zhang Shujia saw that Zhang Qi had been silent. A little anxious, she sat in the car and yelled, remember, a man should show some manliness. This world does not have a word for nothing. If you want something, go and fight for it, by any means, regardless of the consequences. You being so useless will only make people look down on you. As long as you can succeed, it doesn't matter how dirty your methods are. Zhang Qi yawned and turned into a small alleyway and walked away. And Zhang Shujia's car stopped for a while at the entrance of the hudong and drove away. Zhang Qi returned to the medical center and caught up on his sleep. Early the next morning, several uniformed staff members walked through the door. Zhang Qi could tell at a glance that these people were not as simple as patients. So he asked, who are you? The store is open this early? Surely there's something wrong. A man at the head of the group took a step forward and pulled out his credentials and said to Zhang Qi, we are from the Drug Administration. Someone has reported that your medical center is not fully qualified. Now please cooperate with us in our investigation. Zhang Qi's heart thumped. He knew the consequences of irritating his father-in-law were coming. Needless to think, these people must have been called over by Zhao Dehuai. But fortunately, his medical center is a regular medical center with 3 certificates. Okay. Are you the owner? Show me your license to practice medicine, your license to sell drugs, and your health certificate. Okay. Zhang Qi handed over the 3 certificates hanging on the wall. The man couldn't help but frown when he saw the complete set of papers. Zhang Qi said, disappointed? This person said, show me the channels and proofs of your herb intake. Okay. Still no problem. Zhang Qi added, disappointed again? Just then, one of his men called out to him, Chief, there's a bed here with bedding and a box of condoms. At those words, Zhang Qi's heart sank. What? The director rushed over. Immediately take photos and evidence. Dr. Zhang, you sleep in this bed, right? You should know that this is illegal, right? Now, I'm going to impose a fine of 5,000 on you, with a 3-day deadline to rectify the situation. Red Court neighborhood, inside Zhao Dehuai's villa. At this time, Zhao Dehuai was holding a cup of tea and sipping it disdainfully. This kid, giving him a chance to apologize, actually doesn't know how to cherish it. Ha, then don't blame me. Sun Ru was mopping the floor. Hearing this, she couldn't help but say worriedly, Old Zhao, you say you're doing this, isn't it a bit too much? Xiao Shuishi doesn't want a divorce yet. At this time you let his store close. Isn't that intensifying the conflict? Zhao Dehuai sneered, I did over? You didn't hear what he said to me yesterday in front of me? He also presumptuously wanted to share half of our family's fortune. A poor man. It's a good thing he can afford a lawyer. I just want this kid to recognize reality. Let him realize that he's nothing compared to a big family like ours. Sun Ru said worriedly, do you think, Xiao Shui, did he cheat on his wife or not? Didn't Snowy say so? He's just after our property. He's just looking for a reason to get married and take his share of the property to live it up. Sun Ru said, then do you support their divorce? I can't wait for them to get divorced, but he doesn't want any of the 2 kids, and he doesn't want to take any of the money, and they can't get a divorce in the name of Snow's infidelity, or else our family's face will be disgraced. Sun Ru thought briefly and said, let's do it this way. I'll go find him to talk. It's best if it can be resolved peacefully. or else it'll make a mess that won't look good for both families. Whatever. When Sun Ru arrived at Jiangqi's medical center, a few people from the drug administration had just driven away from the door. She walked to the store and found Jiangqi sitting at the counter, staring. Jiangqi, Sun Ru called out. Jiangqi suddenly became agitated. He pointed at Sun Ru and said, "Get out." Sun Ru was startled. She said angrily, "I'm your mother-in-law. How are you talking to me?" Jiangqi said angrily, "You also know that you are my mother-in-law. Look at the good things that you two old pussy deng did. Your own daughter is not good. Outside with someone to fuck, but also to my store to the whole thing. You want to face?" Sun Ru gave Jiangqi a surprised look. Not that she was very angry. After all, no one could stay calm when this happened to them. Jiangqi's reaction was understandable. She sat down with an expressionless face and said lightly, "I came here this time to talk to you about this matter. I have nothing to talk to you about. Get lost." Jiangqi leaned back in his chair, his legs resting on the counter, with a look of disinterest, rather like a broken pot. "Jiangqi, you can't say that. You haven't divorced Xiao Xue yet. We are still your in-laws after all, and we don't want to make things too stiff." Jiangqi frowned and retracted his foot on the counter. He said, "If you really want to talk, then just say what you have to say. If it's to see me laugh, then sorry, I don't care." Sun Ru gave Jiangqi a deep look. "In the past, when you were good with Xiao Xue, you were muffled and appeared a bit mute, but now you have character. I won't beat around the bush with you. I know you went to old Zhao yesterday because you wanted us to support your divorce. It's fine for us to support your divorce, but we have a few conditions." Jiangqi asked, "What conditions?" "First, you are netted out of the house, and you are not allowed to share Xiao Xue's property. Second, both of your daughters, all of them belong to my daughter. Third, externally, say that the person who cheated on you was you, and that you were kicked out of our family before you got divorced. If you can agree to these three conditions, old Zhao and we will find a way to make Xue divorce you. Do you promise?" Jiangqi laughed. Netflix, coming from her, felt kinda shameless, though he hadn't intended to ask them for a penny. But with two daughters, none of them will be given to Jiangqi. How can Jiangqi agree? Moreover, the one who cheated was Zhao Xue, who wants a divorce and has to tie the black pot to self. It's downright deceptive. Jiangqi said with a leathery smile, "Zhao Xue is already shameless for messing around with someone else behind my back. I didn't expect you, as her mom, to be even more shameless than her. So it's true. If it's not a family, it's not a family door." Sun Ru's face sank slightly. "Then are you going to say yes or no?" Jiangqi stared at Sun Ru, looking her up and down. On Sun Ru's leg, a stocking was put on. Only by now there were a few more broken lines on it. "Zhao Xue can cheat. I think you can too." Sun Ru frowned. "Jiangqi, you've gone a bit too far." Jiangqi, however, did not think. "You honestly say, you in the end have not cheated? I see you this posture. Also as half-old woman. Charm still. You and so rich. Has not betrayed my father-in-law?" Sun Ru's face turned slightly red and she drank in annoyance. "Shut up." Jiangqi continued. "I'm being rough. You and Zhao Xue are all the same way. She was unfaithful to her marriage. I think it was also taught by people like you." "What? You don't recognize what you've done? You. Sun Ru's whole body was shaking with anger. Snap. Sun Ru slapped Jiangqi in the face. Red-faced and furious, "Don't push your face. You actually threw dirty water at me. I'm going to be pissed off by you. Isn't this still alive? You're the same as Zhao Xue, her father. Old but not stiff. You want to die of anger. How can it be that easy?" Sun Ru angrily rebuked. "You're digging your own grave. If old Zhao hears you say that, he will definitely not spare you. Brat, if I were you, I would honestly accept our conditions. You don't even look at your own strength. If you really want to file a lawsuit, don't say you can't afford it. Even if you can afford it, we can always find a smart lawyer to make you a basket case. I'm giving you these demands because I want to leave you some leeway. Otherwise, in the end, not only will you not be able to get anything out of it, but for the rest of your life, you won't want to have a good time either. And our family, at best, will lose face." Jiangqi said helplessly. "I don't want this either. It's a pity that you guys are pushing me too hard. What else can I do besides this bitchy mouth?" After saying that, Jiangqi took off his own top, the muscles of his chest, exposed in the air. Sun Ru hurriedly fussed to the door and pulled the door roller shutter down. Returning to the house, he glared angrily at Jiangqi. "What the hell are you doing? Stop embarrassing yourself. My clothes haven't been washed in a few days. I'm taking them off to do my laundry. What are you so excited about?" Sun Ru glared at Jiangqi. "This is a medical center. It's considered half a public place, and you're just going to wash and change your clothes here? Or what? Where am I going to go? I still have to spend money on the lawsuit." but I can't afford to rent a room and stay in a hotel. Why don't you help me out? Jiang Qi said in a somewhat roguish manner. Sun Ru frowned. Eat and live here. Your store is not open? Thanks to my father-in-law's blessing, my medical center will be closed for 3 days to reorganize. Sun Ru's face turned serious as she looked at Jiang Qi. As you can see, you're in a very difficult situation right now, not to mention the lawsuit. You're having problems with food and shelter. I advise that you'd better come to your door honestly and apologize to your father-in-law, and call it quits, or else, you won't have a good outcome. Fine, let Zhao Shui divorce me and give me everything that's due to me. Not to mention apologizing, letting me take the blame is no problem. Jiang Qi, you are too greedy. You want too much. It's just that the heart is not enough for the snake to swallow the elephant, and you will prop yourself up. The 3 conditions I've made to you are your last retreat. Sun Ru reopened the door. She looked at Jiang Qi with a somewhat disgusted gaze. Your only way out is to beg your parents for help. But do you think that your parents will help you? Your family's relationship was never close in the first place. Delusional attempts to follow the example of others to pit their family fortunes. I advise you to die of this. Jiang Qi laughed out coldly. I kind of found out that you mother and daughter are more shameless than one another. Your daughter, who infected me with syphilis, still refuses to admit that she cheated on me. And I also said long ago, I only need a daughter. I cannot want the family property. But you even slander me because of the family property to divorce Zhao Shui. Okay, let's say that's my intention. And you don't bother me anymore, lest you turn around and tell others that I'm bullying my elders. And if we have anything to say, let's say it in court. Sun Ru carried her bag and glared fiercely at Jiang Qi. I don't know what to do. You are even more capable than a woman. Still talking in court. Wait until you can afford to let the law go. Sun Ru stopped talking nonsense and turned around. And after she left, Jiang Qi cursed fuck and kicked the shelves in annoyance. Sun Ru was right. Half of his words were gas. With his current strength, hiring an ordinary lawyer was barely enough. Hiring a gold medal lawyer would not be barely enough to describe it. Brother-in-law, the store isn't doing well today. Outside, Zhao Ying had her hands behind her back, wearing a white dress, her entire body bright and radiant. She poked her head in. Jiang Qi looked at Zhao Ying with a thoughtful look in his eyes. What are you doing here? Zhao Ying hemmed and hawed. My sister asked me to keep an eye on you to prevent you from messing around. Jiang Qi poured himself a cup of water and took a sip. She ran to Jiang Qi's side and probed. How's business at the store today? Jiang Qi didn't reply, but walked to the door and closed the store door again. Why are you closing the door, brother-in-law? Jiang Qi didn't say anything, his eyes staring straight at her. This look made Zhao Ying not quite natural. Jiang Qi said, I have something I want to talk to you about. She looked at Jiang Qi blankly and disoriented. Brother-in-law, what do you want to talk to me about? Zhao Ying, lend me some money. Zhao Ying said, brother-in-law, why are you borrowing money from me? Because I want to file a lawsuit against your sister, but I can't afford a lawyer. As you know, I'm responsible for all the living expenses. I spend all my money on my kids. Zhao Ying smiled awkwardly. No, I'm my sister's sister. If I help you deal with my sister will beat me to death when she finds out. Jiang Qi glanced at her and said deeply, I just want to get divorced. Then after the divorce, go after my own life. But it's up to you to help me. Zhao Ying's body shook as his eyes gradually panicked. Jiang Qi seriously said, your sister cheated on me. This day, I can't go on. Zhao Ying, help me for once. Don't you always treat me as a family member? You said me and you, like your sister as if we were family. Now that I'm in trouble and asking for your help, you shouldn't be generous, right? Jiang Qi said in his heart that this was the only way out. He thought of what his sister had told self last night, that she would do whatever it took to succeed. He was cornered by Zhao Shui's family and had no other choice but to find a way out from Zhao Ying. So, she had to play the emotional card with Zhao Ying. Don't you say that. Then tell me the truth. Do you want to help me? As long as you help me, the conditions are whatever you want. Jiang Qi gradually pressed step by step. Zhao Ying felt Jiang Qi's aura, gently biting up her teeth, unconsciously shaking her head. I'll help you this time, then I have to help you all the time. Once this mouth is opened, I can't close it. If my sister finds out, I will definitely be removed from the company's shareholders. It's a big risk. Jiang Qi painfully held Zhao Ying's hand. Zhao Ying, lend me some money. Count brother-in-law is begging you. Brother-in-law is having a tough time right now. Please, brother-in-law is kneeling down for you. After Jiang Qi finished speaking, he was about to kneel down for Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying finally loosened up. Brother-in-law, don't be like this. Can't I promise you? Great. Zhao Ying, you really are my good sister, even more than my own sister. Jiang Qi was touched beyond words. He knew that Zhao Ying would agree to Self for more reasons than just the fact that she took good care of Self, and because Self never treated her as an outsider. Zhao lowered her head, her voice weak. How did you know I would lend it to you? So, Zhang Qi said, I've been hearing the phrase, you're this age, a lot lately. Everyone tells me that I'm at this age and I have to behave and do things the way they know how. I'm at an age where I shouldn't be flopping around like a young person. At this age, career, relationships, it's all going to start going downhill. But I have also been told that there is no such thing as a free ride in this world, and that if you want something, you have to earn it, by any means necessary, regardless of the consequences. Joe Shadow, surely you haven't heard that too often? Neither of us are young anymore. Your father also often advised you to just find a similar one. You didn't do what they said. I think, you and I are in the same category. You and I are unbelievers. You and I, we're all in the same category. You will understand me and I will understand you. So, isn't it normal for a class of people to help each other? I know that you are, at heart, very fragile. Brother-in-law, stop it, I'll pay you. Zhao hugged Zhang Qi and cried as Zhang Qi's words poked his heart. Zhang Qi looked down at her. I'm fighting a lawsuit, but it costs a lot of money. I have money, I'll lend it all to you. Anyway, I don't have any other expenses besides eating, drinking and playing. Brother-in-law. Zhao looked down and pulled out a credit card from her handbag. Zhang Qi looked delighted and reached out to receive it in his hand. Zhao, thanks, don't worry, I'll pay you back. Brother-in-law. Zhang Qi put his clothes back on and organized his week. Although he was still enthusiastic about Zhao, he wasn't as uptight as he was just now. Don't worry, after I divorce your sister, the first time to pay you back. But we still have to be a little cautious now. Otherwise it would be bad if your sister found out that it was you who helped me. So during this period of time, let's just try to maintain our former relationship and pretend to be passers-by. I'm going to contact a lawyer. And by the way, you'll send me the password in a moment. After saying that, Zhang Qi left in a hurry. Zhao stared at Zhang Qi's back, his eyes transmitting an inexplicable meaning, and the corners of his mouth gently hooked up. Zhang Qi talked to his lawyer in just one afternoon. When he came back from the law firm, Zhang Qi received several calls from his patients, all asking why Zhang Qi's medical center was not open and to come to see him. Zhang Qi dismissed them one by one, made an appointment to come back in 3 days, and then found another fast hotel to stay. After all, the medical center was not a place to live, so he couldn't even wash his clothes, and he had a headache from smelling all kinds of medicinal herbs every day. What's more, if he continues to live in the medical center, he will most likely face another fine. After a busy day, Zhao Shui dragged her tired body back home. Looking into the empty living room, she frowned deeply. This villa was very large, and Zhang Qi was usually in charge of cleaning. However, Zhang Qi was not at home for the past few days. There were some wrappers scattered on the ground that had not been cleaned up, and several trash cans were full. A pang of annoyance ran through Zhao Ying's mind. It's not over yet. With that, she went out again and drove her car, straight to Zhang Qi's medical center. The car slowly stopped in front of the medical center, and Zhao Shui stepped out of the car. Looking at the locked door, Zhao Shui frowned deeply. She pulled out her cell phone and called Zhang Qi. However, Zhang Qi didn't answer, so he called another cell phone number. This time, Zhang Qi just got through. A clear and cold voice came out of Zhao Shui's mouth. Zhang Qi, why aren't you at the medical center? Over here. Zhang Qi's mouth hung a cold smile. What does it have to do with you if I'm in the medical center or not? Zhao Shui said. Nonsense. I'm your wife. Wherever you go, I'm going to follow. If you don't go home, then I'm going to spend the night with you at the medical center. Zhang Qi said. Have you forgotten that we're getting a divorce now? I didn't promise to divorce you, not to mention that even if I do, we're still legally married now, and you're obligated to stay with me. Zhang Qi laughed. Sorry, it's gotten to the point of divorce. I'm not obligated to keep you company. If you need it, just find those concubines of yours. Zhao Shui said. It's endless, isn't it? How long are you going to make a scene? I've told you that I didn't cheat on you, and I'm even less unclean? Then you're on your own. Sorry, I'm going to bed. Zhang Qi hung up the phone. However, Zhao Shui was expressionless and flipped out another cell phone number with a note to Li Suling. Li Suling, help me find out where my husband is now. Li Suling is Zhao Shui's college classmate, and Zhang Qi's college classmate. Meanwhile, Li Suling is also Zhao Shui's assistant. He's been helping Zhao Shui since he graduated from college. At that, she wasn't surprised, as she'd heard about the two being in the middle of a divorce. Mr. Zhao, the city is so big, I'm afraid it's not easy to find, right? Zhao Shui faintly said. I know that guy. He must be staying at some cheap hotel at this moment. I thought that if I asked my dad to kick him out of the medical center, he would come back honestly. I didn't expect him to be more stubborn than I thought, but wanting to escape me, he doesn't have that ability yet. You'll find out soon enough if you ask your friends at the police station to check. On the phone, Li Suling said, Mr. Zhao, can I ask why Zhang Qi wants to divorce you? Zhao Shui said irritably, it's not because I was stamped with a pork quarantine. I went to a hotel room with a man and he bumped into me again. These misunderstandings added together made him think that I cheated on him. It's ridiculous. If I cheated on him, would I still need to salvage him so much? Li Suling gave an ah. I mean, how can you explain that you didn't cheat on your wife? Also, she rooms with men. However, although she was Zhao Shui's classmate, she had worked under Zhao Shui for a long time and had formed a relationship of respect between her superior and subordinate, so there were some things she couldn't be bothered to ask about. And Zhao Shui said it with such conviction, so I'm sure it's not as simple as cheating. Okay, I'll look into it. Li Sulin tried to hang up. Zhao Shui, however, didn't mean to hang up. Do you think I'm indulging Zhang Qi too much? Li Suling didn't dare to say more. I don't quite understand what you mean. I'm all alone, holding up the family's finances, and as a result, because of some small things, he's going to divorce me and even threaten to split half of my family's assets. Is it because I'm a woman that makes him think I'm a bully? Li Suling coughed and said, Mr. Zhao, I think that all these things happened. In the final analysis, it's still because Zhang Qi thinks that you cheated on him, and I think that if you just give him a convincing proof that you didn't cheat on him, he probably won't make a fuss anymore. No, I've made it very clear to him that I'm not cheating, but he's still being a jerk. Zhao Shui faintly said, some people, they are just bullying. Do you really think I don't have a way to cure him? It's just a family. Don't want to make too much of it. Hopefully he can see the light. Go ahead and find out. Soon, Li Suling found out Zhang Qi's location. It's at the nearby Spring City Hotel. Zhao Shui immediately drove over. She found the room number and rang the doorbell. The door opened and Zhang Qi, dressed in pajamas, appeared in front of Zhao Shui. Zhang Qi was a bit surprised to see Zhao Shui. Then he thought of Zhao Shui's ability and didn't feel strange again. Just a cold face and a what are you doing here? Zhao Shui frowned and looked around. You don't live in your family's mansion. You prefer to live in this kind of unclean hotel. Are you full of food? Zhang Qi said without any good humor. That's your home. There's nothing else you can leave. Zhao Shui sat down on the edge of the bed, once again feeling inconvenienced by the small space in the hotel, especially since there were still a few of Zhang Qi's clothes hanging from the air conditioning vent, once again making her frown nicely. Zhang Qi, it's been a few days. It's time for you to calm down and stop in moderation. Come home with me. Zhang Qi smiled and didn't say anything. Do you still think I betrayed you? Do you think I'm dirty? How many times have I told you that I haven't betrayed you? Why don't you believe me? Zhang Qi said. Don't bullshit me, will you? I only believe what I see with my eyes. Do you think it's useful for you to explain to me? Zhao Shui took a deep breath. She said, let's do it this way. A small hotel like this, it doesn't suit our status. Let's go to a high-end hotel and stay there. If you don't want to go home, I'll accompany you to stay at the hotel. That's always fine, right? Zhang Qi was irritated for a moment. He headed for the bed, cushioning his back with a pillow. After so many years of marriage, I don't say anything with my mouth, but I actually think that's the gap between us. You have long been accustomed to the favorable living conditions, while I can get used to it everywhere I go. You can't look at me as unproductive, and I can't look at you as if you're all high and mighty and pursuing sophistication. Our concepts are very different. It's really not possible. You can just pretend that we don't see eye to eye and leave me alone. Zhao Shui frowned. What's wrong with me? Our family has the conditions. What's wrong with enjoying an exquisite life? You are married to me, and sometimes you still want to experience a life that used to be hard to create and fight for. This is the life of your parents' era. Why do you still want to live in the past? What's the difference between you and a dog like this? Zhang Qi said. You're right. Dogs raised by the rich, with big fish and meat every day. Sometimes think about taking a nostalgic bite of shit. Just think of me as a dog. I don't deserve your golden branch, and I can't understand the shamelessness of you rich people who obviously cheated on your wife and die without admitting it. Zhao Shui, count on me to beg you. Let me go. I just want to start a new life after I leave you. Don't hold on to me anymore, okay? You must have a better man than me, right? If you find someone to marry, you'll have a better life than me. Can't we let each other off the hook? Zhao Shui said. I'm telling you, stop talking nonsense. I really didn't cheat. I've explained what I should have explained. Why don't you believe me? Fine. You say you didn't cheat. So let's go to court and argue each side and see what the judge says. Anyway, I have a picture of that seal, and that's enough to prove that you're the one at fault. Zhao Shui said. You having that picture doesn't mean anything. If I don't recognize it, then it doesn't. Zhang Qi rolled his eyes. Lawless. You. Zhao Shui was a little angry. She said with slight annoyance. To live in a hotel and pick one with such poor conditions. Do you have the money to hire a lawyer? Honestly, I'm ashamed that you're living such a shabby life as my man. And you're going to court with me. Can you afford to go to court? Zhang Qi said. I don't steal. I don't rob. And the money I spend is all earned by my own ability. Every penny I have on me means a patient has recovered in my hands. Is it wrong for me to spend my own money, even if my condition is poor? Is it a shame? Besides, I have to ask you, in all these years of marriage, I've never asked you for money. Have you ever offered to help me? No, my 2 daughters are well off. I gave them money to spend on their own. I didn't let them lower their standard of living just because I was poor. Did I ask you for money again? Neither did I. And you spend your weekdays on nothing but business. Have you ever spent any of the money you've earned? On me and the kids? Even less. I know you're a boss and a man who wants to save face. Is there anything I've given you that's less than $5,000? No. Zhao Shui, let me ask you, do you think my money came from the wind? Or did you cheat from others? On the contrary, in all these years, have I ever seen a single son of yours? At this moment, Zhao Shui was stunned. She muttered, I thought you didn't ask me for it because you weren't short of money. If you were short of money and asked me for it, I would have given it. After all, it's not like I'm short of money. Zhang Qi sneered. I don't ask you for it. That's because I don't care. I think we are family. It's the same to spend anyone's, but you're different. You're a heartless person. You never think about others or appreciate their difficulties. You think because you make money, you can rest on your laurels and get in and out. I'm not as successful as you are, so I deserve to take care of all the chores and I deserve to grow up with kids. And you? What have you done but show us the money you've earned? Show us what you've accomplished? Giving me a green hat as a thank you while I'm quietly working for this family? After all these years, I got tired long ago. Do me a favor and let me go. I don't want a dime of your property. Just give me a daughter. That's all I ask. Don't force me, okay? Zhao Shui froze for a moment, then suddenly flung her hand and gave Zhang Qi a not-so-gentle slap. She said angrily, You actually said such outward words to me. Do you know what I came to see you today because? Because I know you've been in a bad mood for the past 2 days. And I wanted to stay with you for fear that you wouldn't be able to think straight and help you relax. Zhang Qi sneered. Sorry, I don't want to relax. Zhao Shui coldly looked at her face, toasted the wine and refused to eat the punishment. I'll see how long you can stay up. Still wanting to fight a lawsuit against me is simply ridiculous. She felt that in Zhang Qi's current situation, he definitely did not have the money to fight with self in a lawsuit. Nor did he take Zhang Qi's behavior to heart. It only felt that when that anger in Zhang Qi's heart subsided and his emotions wore off, he would honestly go home. But she thought wrong. Not long after arriving at the office the next day, Li Suling found her in a hurry. There was also a document in his hand. Mr. Zhao, it's bad. Zhang Qi he wants to sue you. Zhao Shui took the document and looked at it for a moment, then stood up with an exclamation of surprise. At this moment, her face was as composed as water. Zhang Qi, you've gone too far. Do you really think I'm so easy to bully? Li Suling said. Mr. Zhao, what should we do? It seems that Zhang Qi is going to get real with you this time. Moreover, the lawyer he hired is a lawyer from the Shirxian law firm, which has a gold medal law firm in our city. Zhao Shui said. What are you afraid of? If he can afford a lawyer, so can I. As long as the lawyer I hire is better than him, it's only a matter of time before he loses. Li Suling wanted to say something, but in the end, she couldn't help but say, Mr. Zhao, I think your situation isn't optimistic because it was mentioned on top of the complaint that there is evidence of you cheating on your wife. Zhao Shui frowned. What evidence? That is, that quarantine stamp photo of you, as well as the photo of you and manager he, going to the hotel. Mr. Zhao, the situation is very unfavorable for you. As soon as she did, Zhao Shui tore the notice of indictment into pieces. What evidence? That's not even evidence. I don't recognize it. Mr. Zhao, it's not a matter of whether you recognize it or not. If the law recognizes it, it will become a fact regardless of whether you cheated on him or not. And at that time, the law will definitely be biased in favor of Zhang Qi. Zhao Shui chilled her face. Did he make any conditions? There are. First, 2 children. He wants at least 1. Secondly, he wants at least $500 million of your property. Oh, $500 million. He really dares to think too. Zhao Shui's face grew colder and colder. No wonder he's been insisting on divorcing me. It turns out that he's going to take a huge amount of money and double date with someone else. How can I, Zhao Shui, be a good bully when I've come this far? If Zhang Qi goes too far, I don't mind giving him a taste of my methods. Just because I used to spoil him in the past, doesn't mean I'm going to spoil him now. She turned her head to Li Suling and said, help me get to the door and go warn him for me. Tell him to withdraw the petition or don't blame me for being rude. Li Suling took a deep breath and her thin head nodded vigorously. she asked. So, Mr. Zhao, do you have any requests for him? My request is simple. Let him withdraw the complaint and life go back to the way it was. Don't hold on to something as nonsensical as me cheating, or I'll make him regret it. Li Suling thought about the evidence. Some question marks gradually flashed in his eyes. She asked Zhao Shui, Mr. Zhao, can I ask you if you cheated or not? Zhao Shui said seriously, no, I can answer you with certainty. No, it was coincidence that my body was stamped. Me going to a hotel with a man was also an accident. There's no need for me to lie to you. Zhang Qi is making such a fuss, but he has someone outside and wants to split up with me. How can I agree to that? Li Suling took a deep breath. She felt that if Zhao Shui cheated on her, then Zhang Qi was still quite pitiful, but if Zhao Shui didn't cheat, then the problem lies with Zhang Qi. From her understanding of Zhao Shui's denial with such conviction should mean that she really wasn't cheating on her husband. When she thought of this, she felt that Zhang Qi was really quite disgusting, and she didn't look at how many kilograms she had, but she even tried to hit Zhao Shui's idea. Mr. Zhao, don't worry, when I get off work tonight, I'll go and warn Zhang Qi for you. Li Suling was about to leave, but Zhao Shui thought of something and said to Li Suling, by the way, in the final analysis, Zhang Qi divorced me or saw the stamp that was stamped on my back. At the time I told him a kind lie about being stimulated by you and covered myself, and when the time comes, don't let it slip. Li Suling froze. She asked, that stamp, did you really stamp it yourself? Someone else covered it, but it wasn't the object of cheating. You just need to know that fact. Li Suling nodded, feeling that Zhao Shui hadn't lied to self, because if it was a fake, she wouldn't have had to tell self such a lie, and would have just told self it was her own cover. After Li Suling left, Zhao Shui's cell phone rang. It's the sound of a text message notification. Zhao Shui took out her cell phone and opened it. An unfamiliar text message appeared in the screen. Your husband is awesome. Zhao Shui's brow furrowed slightly, then stretched, and she put her phone back into the pocket of her pants. Zhang Qi communicated with his lawyer again today about the details. Zhang Qi's original purpose was just to have a child. As for the attorney's fees, they were paid by Zhao Shui, and the distribution of the property, he chose to give up. In this way, when it was over, the money borrowed from Zhao Ying could be returned to him. As for some of his own living expenses, he was not using Zhao Ying's credit card. Running a medical center, he still had that ability. But lawyers are very responsible people. The offer to divide the property is not an end in itself. It is a means to get Zhao Shui to agree to a divorce as soon as possible and to put herself in her place. Zhang Qi, in the understanding of some, immediately realized that the lawyer is a sincere desire to help self to win the case. And from the other side of the talk, the other side of the ability is not bad, so it was entrusted to him with confidence. In one morning, Zhang Qi received quite a few messages from Zhao Ying. Zhang Qi all pretended not to see it, until Zhao Ying sent, brother-in-law, you wouldn't want to pat yourself on the back for taking my money, would you? Zhang Qi's heart tightened. He hastily replied, don't be afraid, I'm just too busy today. Zhao Ying, what are you busy with? Zhang Qi, I've been discussing things with my lawyer all morning today, and there's not quite enough evidence of your sister's cheating, so I'm going to try to collect evidence of your sister's cheating. Zhao Ying, you should have said so. I could have done you a favor. Zhang Qi, then help me collect them. Zhao Ying, hey, brother-in-law, I want to collect with you. Zhang Qi directly rebuffed. I'm afraid I can't. As you know, my store was made to close down by your father, and I have no income, so I have to go down to the countryside this afternoon to give medical treatment, or else I won't have any money for food. Zhang Qi did intend to do so, because he can't live on Zhao Ying's credit card, so he contacted some of his regular customers and prepared for a home visit. His store, which is predominantly elderly, unlike the young, treats once, maybe the only time. Elderly people have a lot of problems and need to see a doctor often. Zhang Qi's TCM clinic has cultivated a number of regular customers. All he had to do was charge these country customers a proper door-to-door fee and business was still there. Brother-in-law, I have enough money for you. That won't do. Iron needs to be hard. I need to have some financial resources for myself. That's fine. Zhang Qi dismissed Zhao Ying and soon rode his electric bike, carrying a medicine box on his back, and headed to the home of the first patient he had an appointment with. The first patient was a 50-year-old man who had gotten into trouble with someone some time ago and was beaten up. The few bruises on his body had recovered from the ointment, but the injured area still ached from time to time. Zhang Qi initially diagnosed that this patient might have blocked meridians accompanied by nerve pain. So, Zhang Qi took acupuncture for treatment. After some treatment, the patient was overjoyed. Dr. Zhang, it's really a god. These days, whether I go to the medical club or the Chinese hospital, the medicine prescribed to me, there is no effect, but the result is that once you are out of the way, My illness is immediately cured. Zhang Qi smiled. This is just a simple and minor illness of yours. It's actually fine to take medicine. I've had acupuncture done, but it doesn't work as well as yours. You're amazing. Zhang Qi sighed in his heart. Thinks the other side is exaggerating. This person said, Dr. Zhang, 2 days ago I went to the Chinese hospital and saw a group of physicians circling around a ward. It was said that patient had been transferred to several hospitals and had not been able to recover. I don't know what kind of disease he had. Currently, he has been staying in the Chinese hospital for many days. I think you can go and try. Zhang Qi asked in surprise, that patient, is he from the Department of Difficulties? Yes, that's why I was categorized in the troubleshooting department. And that's why I saw that scene. It feels like those people. They're all quacks then. Not even close to you. Zhang Qi said, not necessarily. Those who can get the license to practice medicine have the necessary professional knowledge. They are not much worse than me. Maybe I'm not as good as them. Zhang Qi said in his heart that now that he had time, he could consider agreeing to Hu Ren's previous invitation to Self. Only that day at his father-in-law's house, Self had already explicitly rejected Hu Ren, and it would not be appropriate to look for him again now, to attend that patient's consultation. After thinking about it, I'll pass. Zhang Qi charged $200 for the treatment and went to the next house. The second house wasn't too far away from here, so Zhang Qi happened to stop by. This patient needed a doctor's visit because she was a postpartum woman. This patient had difficulty in passing stools after delivery. The use of corkscrew was ineffective, and medication was also taken to the hospital, but there was still no relief, as the patient had only eaten and not pooped for nearly 10 days, causing the patient to be afraid to eat. Considering that this patient had already tried other conventional treatments, Zhang Qi decided to prescribe a formula of fluid-boosting soup based on what he had read in an ancient medical book. After the prescription, he asked the patient's family to go with him to the medical center to get the medicine. The husband of the woman in labor followed Zhang Qi all the way to the county town to Zhang Qi's medical center. When the young man saw Zhang Qi's closed door, he couldn't help but ask, Dr. Zhang, why is your medical center closed? He was a little puzzled about doctors going to the countryside. And wouldn't that affect business in the city? Zhang Qi explained. Offended. Closed for 3 days. Oh. The young man looked at Zhang Qi with some questioning eyes, but not much more. And Zhang Qi didn't care. And after getting him the medicine, he said to him, if you don't get relief within a day, you can consider other treatment options. $120. Okay Dr. Chang. Bye now. It was dark. Zhang Qi looked at the other 2 patients he had appointments with, which were farther away from the city. So he called it quits and returned to the hotel. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Zhang Qi opened the door and looked at Li Suling in surprise. Why are you here? Li Suling's formal attire turned into casual wear when she got off work. She had casual thin pants underneath and was tall and graceful. According to Zhang Qi's knowledge of Li Suling, it was said that she was not happy after her marriage and often quarreled with her husband. However, Zhang Qi felt that Li Suling was so beautiful that as a man, he shouldn't be able to pick a fight with her every day. So the problem was mostly with Li Suling. At this time, Zhang Qi was not wearing a top, revealing his naked upper body. Li Suling looked at Zhang Qi's upper body and couldn't help but take a closer look twice. Only then did she say, Zhang Qi, you've gone too far with Mr. Zhao. Zhang Qi frowned. You're here to help Zhao Shui convince me? Li Suling glared at Zhang Qi and said, Mr. Zhao has a lot of work to do every day, and you, as a man, don't sympathize with her, but even sent the indictment to Mr. Zhao's company. Zhang Qi, are you still a man? Zhang Qi said, oh, since you know that I prosecuted Zhao Shui, do you know why I prosecuted Zhao Shui? Of course I know that you have someone on the outside, and then want to fly solo. These Mr. Zhao told me a long time ago. I advise you to give up those unrealistic thoughts in your mind, or you'll die a miserable death. Do you think Mr. Zhao has come this far to be a good match? The reason why Ms. Zhao is so indulgent with you is because she is mindful of the fact that she's married to you and doesn't want to make too much of a mess with you. And if you call it quits now, there's still room to turn back. You don't know what's good for you. Zhang Qi couldn't help but laugh. He finally understood why Li Suling was unhappy after her marriage. Thinking of this, he asked rhetorically, then did Zhao Shui tell you that she had syphilis and infected me? What? Li Suling's mouth opened wide in surprise. Zhang Qi said expressionlessly, Zhao Shui is getting more and more shameless. Even her own subordinates are cheated. She wouldn't even cheat herself, right? What are you babbling about? She's not like that. Mr. Zhao, Li Suling exasperatedly said, in the end. Isn't it because you didn't do it secretly enough and was caught by Mr. Zhao? The one who cheated is you. What's more, you claimed to want a divorce. But aren't you still on the petition, arguing for a share of her family assets? And $500 million. Do you see that your whole person is worth $500 million? Fine. I'm not bothering to bullshit you. If you think that's her concern, then I'll renegotiate a divorce settlement and I'll take whatever she wants as long as she'll give me a daughter. Can you get her over here now? Li Suling paused for half a day, somewhat speechless by Zhang Qi's dislike. But again, because Self couldn't speak to Zhang Qi, he was a little angry. She added, Ms. Zhao doesn't agree to divorce you. Mr. Zhao didn't cheat on her either. Zhang Qi, if you're going to divorce Mr. Zhao because you think she's cheating on you, then you don't have to. At those words, Zhang Qi was also a bit fired up. No cheating? For fuck's sake. She's got stamps all over her body. She's disliking my face. And you're telling me she didn't cheat on me? Do you guys take me for a 3-year-old? Zhang Qi's face was a little sad when he said this. You can tell that although he is acting calm, he is not what he appears to be on the inside. Li Suling hurriedly said, that's because she was stimulated by me. So she covered herself. Zhang Qi said, what has she been stimulated by you? Li Suling blurted out, because she saw the strawberries on me when we were taking a bath. She was laughed at by me that you didn't leave a stamp on her. So she stamped one on herself. And she did it solely because she loves you. Zhang Qi gave her a faint look. These words, it's fine if you lie to others. It's useless to lie to me. You don't believe me? Li Suling clenched her teeth. Fine. You don't believe me, right? For Mr. Zhao. I'll give it up. She brought the red mark at her shoulder to Zhang Qi. Now do you believe that Mr. Zhou stamped himself because he was so stimulated by me? Zhang Qi is a famous Chinese medicine practitioner, good at observing and has a sharp eye. At that, he couldn't help but step forward and press it. Li Suling gave Zhang Qi a blank look. Just look. What's the point of getting your hands on it? Zhang Qi laughed coldly. How do I know you're lying if you don't get on with it? Li Suling froze. What did you say? Zhang Qi stuck his hands into his pockets and gave Li Suling a somewhat disgusted look. Don't you know that I'm a Chinese medicine practitioner? Having strawberries planted on your skin versus having your skin smeared with lipstick. I can tell at a glance. Zhao Shui taught you to do that. Didn't she? The purpose was to convince me that she wasn't cheating on me? Damn. He recognized it. Li Suling didn't expect Zhang Qi to have such good eyes. She then realized that Zhang Qi was not as easy to fool as Self thought. Originally, she thought it would be easy for Self to sacrifice Self for Zhao Shui, so that Zhang Qi would go to the top. And by the way, make her believe in Self's words again. But now she's paying a lot and not getting there. That made it hard for her. It's a good thing we're not all young people anymore. It doesn't hurt to be touched, to be looked at, to spring into action, etc. That much. With a twinkle in his eye, he couldn't help but add, that's right, I was fooling you with the lipstick, but now it seems that you're not so good at fooling me. And let me be honest with you, the strawberries on my body have long since disappeared. You know strawberries don't last long on the body. You're a doctor after all. You may not believe me. I don't care. But Mr. Zhao personally stamped himself. I have seen it with my own eyes. Zhang Qi gave her a teasing look. Really? Then do you know where she covered herself? Of course. Li Suling said awkwardly. Naturally I know you know the location. But do you know exactly where it is? Li Suling's face stiffened. It is true that she has not read and does not know the details of where the stamp was placed. Thinking of this, there was only a blindfold. Anyway, it was such a big position. The probability of him guessing was high. She gritted her teeth and decided to blindfold. Attach your ear and listen. Pust. Zhang Qi couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing this. Subconsciously, I said, you're a fucking little wit. That's just the way it is. Zhang Qi waved his hand. You can't even guess well. And you're still trying to trick me? Is it fun for two women to team up and lie to me? Li Suling's face sank slightly, and she knew that Self had guessed wrong. Taking a deep breath, he said again, Zhang Qi, don't go too far. You must know that Zhao is an old boss. You can't fight her. In all the years I've been following Mr. Zhao, I've never seen her try to do anything and fail. Ms. Zhao said, if you keep this up, then she will use her own means to put you in your place. And at that time, it won't be as simple as negotiating with you. Zhang Qi folded his hands with a fragile face. I beg you guys, stop bullying me. I'm just a 40-year-old greasy man. As long as I'm willing to get a divorce, I just want a daughter. I don't want anything else. You guys leave me alone. Don't give me a hard time as an underprivileged person anymore. Okay? Li Suling stared at Zhang Qi closely. She felt that Zhang Qi did not look like he was acting. After a long time, she said, I'll tell Mr. Zhao about your request. But Mr. Zhao's request is also simple. So that you can go home, life back to the way it was before, and don't hold on to this matter any longer. You're on your own. Li Suling went back from Zhang Qi's place and quickly entered a limousine outside. The person driving the car was none other than Zhao Shui. Zhao Shue's dress today was very flirty. The shirt on her chest was low-necked, revealing a deep gully. A pair of long-leg stockings also did not cover, just so bare outside. The skirt on the body is also very short. Sitting in the driver's seat, if there is no cover in front of you, it is easy to see that smear under the skirt scenery. Seeing Li Suling alone in Self's field of vision, after Li Suling got into the car, she couldn't help but frown and say, "Why did you come out alone? Didn't you bring him here?" Li Suling was about to speak, but finally said, "Mr. Zhao, Zhangqi, he saw through me." "What? Where did he look at you?" "No, I mean, he saw through my acting. I showed him the strawberries, but he saw right away that I had drawn them with lipstick." Zhao Shui said, "You showed him? Well, you go on." "Li Suling, Zhangqi, he asked me a question. The stamp you put on your body, which side did you put it on?" Zhao Shui hurriedly asked. "How did you answer?" Li Suling said awkwardly. "I said cover in the center." Zhao Shui composed herself. "You answered right." "Ha?" Li Suling was dumbfounded. She didn't understand what the problem was. Zhao Shui quickly answered her doubts. "But from the beginning you were wrong. I said I was stimulated by you and covered myself. Then you shouldn't know. He knew from the beginning that you were lying to him." Only then did Li Suling realize that she had fallen into Zhang Qi's trap. Zhao Shui said in a hateful voice, "This Zhang Qi is too cunning. For the sake of an unseemly purpose, he even went to such lengths." Li Suling opened her mouth. "He's just caught himself in a lie. That doesn't seem like going out of his way, does it?" she said. "Mr. Zhao, I don't think Zhang Qi, he's not after your family's property because he also told me that as long as you agree to a divorce, he can come out of the house with a clean slate. You can sign the agreement anytime." Zhao Shui said, "Don't be fooled by him. At our age, everything can be measured in terms of interests. In the world of adults, profit comes first, so how could he not be in it for the money?" He said that, but it was just used to confuse you. Li Suling said, "Mr. Zhao, I think you should give it a try, just in case he really thinks that way. It's not like you have anything to lose by trying." Zhao Shui immediately shook her head. "No, I said that even if he divorces me for money, for a woman, I won't agree to it because I can't leave him. I need his company." Li Suling said, "However, the melon that is twisted by force may not be sweet. After all, if he really has someone outside, it means that he has second thoughts about you." Zhao Shui said without thinking, "I don't care if the melon he twisted by force is sweet or not. As long as it's mine I'll be satisfied." The reason why she was dressed so slutty today was because she wanted to indulge once more after Zhang Qi came home, but her plans were doomed. Li Suling said, "Then what do we do?" Zhao Shui had a headache for a while. This guy, he really doesn't let people worry about him. I don't know how many excellent men's advances I've rejected for his sake, and I've gone through a lot of trouble to get him to come back home, and he's actually so capable of making a fool out of himself. Never mind, I'll talk to him myself tomorrow. I'll take you home first. Li Suling's home is not far from here. After Zhao Shui, not 2 years later, he bought a house in the city. The family moved over, so Zhao Shui quickly sent her home. Li Suling opened the door and went into the bedroom. The lights were still on, and Li Suling's husband was drunk. When he saw her, he didn't even say a word, and he just went for it. "Don't you do that, bitch. Did you have someone out there behind my back?" Feng Long put Li Suling under control and slapped her with his hand. "There's no one outside of me. Grass, you've been getting richer and richer in the past 2 years, and you've been coming out earlier and staying out later. Do you really think I'm the one who's crazy? I'll kill you." Feng Long reddened his eyes and ruthlessly humiliated Li Suling. Just then, his gaze froze and he stared straight at the red marks on Li Suling's body. "Strawberry? Who planted this?" Li Suling froze, then secretly screamed that it was bad. She hastily explained, "Honey, I painted this myself." Snap! Feng Long fiercely gave Li Suling 2 slaps. "Bitch, who are you fooling? Would you be so bored as to draw strawberries on your own body? Who sucked it? You tell me who sucked it, or else I'll smash your pussy face." Li Suling was quickly defeated. She covered her face and begged for mercy. "I said, don't hit. It's my former classmate. He's Zhang Qi." Early the next morning, Zhang Qi was preparing to continue his trip to the countryside. Suddenly Horan's call came through. Zhang Qi's heart stirred. Could it be that he was here again for that mysterious patient from last time? Thinking about it, he immediately answered. Horan said on the phone, "Zhang Qi, I heard that you sued Zhao Shui." Zhang Qi was surprised. "Mr. Who? How did you know?" "Old Cho told me." Horan said bitterly on the phone. "Zhang Qi, there are some things. I think you can negotiate on negotiation. There is no need to go to court that far. Lao Zhao is my friend, and you are my most pleased disciple. I don't want you to make too much of a deadlock." Apparently, he got a lot of information from Zhao Dehuai. Zhang Qi let out a bitter smile. Teacher, this is something I can't help. It's people who have been forcing me. Alas, every family has its share of problems. It's not too good for me to ask too much about you guys. Just don't make it too ugly. Right, Zhang-Chi, what I told you last time, do you want to reconsider? Zhang-Chi said. Teacher, are you talking about the patient from the difficult cases department? Yes, many of our doctors are at their wits' end and the patient seems to be showing signs of deterioration today. In fact, if there weren't some things that needed to be kept confidential, I would have brought you in for a face-to-face consultation. Zhang-Chi laughed bitterly. I'm just a wild Chinese medicine practitioner. Teacher, don't make it seem like you can't do without me. It's just brainstorming. Medicine is very mature nowadays. Like that kind of godly miracle doctor. I know it only exists on TV, but different people, there are different treatment ideas. I think one more person, and one more possibility to cure the disease. Okay, teacher, since you've said so, it's not appropriate for me to put it off any longer. It just so happens that my medical center will be closed for 3 days. So let's go over and take a look today. Zhang-Chi changed into a change of clothes when he went out. Shaved myself a little by the way. Although a hint of fatigue was still faintly visible in his eye sockets, he looked much more human in a suit. Soon he was riding his motorized bicycle to the Chinese hospital. Zhao Dahui has had a bit of back pain for the past 2 days. Rather like he can't stand it. He suspected that Self's kidney stones had returned. So I went to the Chinese medicine hospital and found Hu Rin and asked him to help me look at it. It turned out that the test was just a kidney deficiency. Horan got him some medicine and the two sat in the office and talked. That Zhang-Chi brat, he actually dared to sue my daughter. He simply doesn't know how high the sky is. Without realizing it, Zhao Dahui talked about Zhang-Chi. Horan sniffed and couldn't help but say, oh, what exactly are the irreconcilable conflicts between the two of them? Must it come to the point of going to court? Zhao Dahui exasperatedly said. It's not because he's thinking about our family fortune. You say this kid and my daughter live a good life. Good, not learn. Learn others to engage in family property. Not afraid of retribution. How dare you say that Xiao Shui cheated on him? If Snowy had second thoughts about him, she would have just kicked him in the ass. Why would she need to mess around behind his back? Horan was thoughtful. Zhao Dahui continued. Humph. Originally it was just a slight move to have his medical center shut down for 3 days. If he could recognize reality, I could spare him once. I didn't expect that he would dare to really sue my daughter. And the one he hired was still a gold medal lawyer. Hu Ren's eyebrows jumped. He knew that Zhao Dahui said this because he wanted to give Zhang-Chi some color. However, Zhang-Chi was still his favorite student in the end, and he didn't want the two families to get too stiff. So he said, Old Zhao, I still know something about Zhang-Chi. To say that he divorced Zhao Shui for the sake of money, I don't quite believe it. He may have his own reasons. Zhao Dahui said disdainfully. Other than thinking about our family property, what other reason could he have? As the saying goes, poverty begets treachery and wealth grows a conscience. Zhang-Chi, this is poor for half a lifetime. People in middle age began to not restrain themselves. He was originally this kind of person. In the past it was just a disguise more like it. Old Hu. As you know, the older a person gets, the less they like to restrain themselves and the less they care about the world's gaze. He's starting to reveal his nature. Huran let out a bitter laugh. That's just a few. Not everyone is bad. Let's put it this way. I happened to invite him to come to our hospital to give a special patient face-to-face consultation. It's quite a coincidence today. How about the two of you meet in a while and have a good chat face-to-face? Zhao Dahui said. I have nothing to talk to him about. Since he wants to hire a lawyer to sue my daughter and wants to tarnish my daughter's reputation, then I'll let him have it. As if he thought of something, he couldn't help but frown. Old Hu, you let him come to the hospital to see the doctor? You're just messing with me. Now I'm going to cut off his financial resources so that he can't afford a lawsuit. Aren't you going against me? Hu Ren's heart thumped. Half of the credit for the reason why he was invited to be the honorary director of the Chinese medicine hospital after his retirement is still attributed to Zhao Dahui, who helped him operate from there. So if Zhao Dahui stopped him from helping Zhang-Chi, he really couldn't refuse. Thinking of this, he hurriedly said, Old Zhao, I think you're biased against Zhang-Chi. In fact, if you think about it, if you let Zhang-Chi continue to be your son-in-law, he's no worse than anyone else. Why do you say that? Zhang-Chi is a Chinese medicine practitioner, and his medical skills are superb. He is already not inferior to me in the field of Chinese medicine. Many of our hospital's difficult illnesses and people who couldn't be cured were cured when they came to Zhang-Chi. He has studied deeply all kinds of ancient medical books. Even I am ashamed of myself. Think about it, you and your family are getting older, and there's always something wrong with you. So how convenient would it be to have a doctor in the house? Zhao Dahui frowned. You're fooling me, right? How high can his medical skills be? Don't think I don't know that Chinese medicine is all about elders. Nonetheless, you have too much prejudice against Chinese medicine. Chinese medicine has long been systematically codified, and young people studying Chinese medicine have many advantages over those who are older. This time, I invited Zhang Qi to come over, not all for Zhang Qi's sake, but our hospital. We really don't have any more options for that patient. You can't think that I'm against you. The key is that the other person, Zhang Qi, really has that ability. As he was talking, the door thumped. Only Zhang Qi was standing outside the half-covered door, raising his hand and knocking on the door. When Hu Ren saw him, he hurriedly beckoned. Zhang Qi, you've arrived. It just so happens that your father-in-law is looking for me to see him. Come over here and review your father-in-law's diagnosis to see if there's any problem with my diagnosis. Zhao Dehuai had a cold face. I don't need his diagnosis. Zhang Qi followed suit. Teacher, you've already diagnosed it, so if you let me diagnose it again, wouldn't that be a slap in my face? Zhao Dehuai coldly said. You're still somewhat self-aware. Hu Ren laughed. No harm. No harm. Since ancient times all Yangtze River waves push forward. You try it. Hu Ren beckoned, signaling Zhang Qi to sit beside self. With that, he handed the consultation slip to Zhang Qi, giving Zhang Qi a general idea of Zhao Dehuai's physical condition. Zhao Dehuai snorted coldly and put his hand out. At the same time, to Zhang Qi, he asked, where did you get the money to hire a lawyer? Zhang Qi put his hand on his wrist and took his pulse while saying, I earned it from the medical center. Ah, nonsense, don't think I don't know. The money you've earned over the years from running a medical center is basically enough for your living expenses. And with lawyers being so expensive, you can't afford to hire one nowadays. Zhang Qi could not help but coldly said, you also know that I am poor. Ah, married your daughter for so many years. Your daughter does not know what to do. Give me a cuckold even if you this old father-in-law so rich, do not know to succor me this son-in-law a little bit? Zhao Dehuai glared. Did I succor you and let you pay for a lawyer to sue my daughter? Hu Ren's head was 2 sizes too big when he saw that the smell of gunpowder between the two was getting thicker and thicker. He couldn't help but ask, Zhang Qi, how is your father-in-law's health? Zhang Qi said in a good-natured manner, the body is twice as good, just a little overindulgence, too weak, a handful of age. Still thinking about that? You, Zhao Dehuai burst into a rage. He's really old, but he thinks he can still do it. Sun Ru dressed flirtatiously in the past 2 days, tickling his heart fire that had been dormant for many years. Couldn't resist an indulgence, which I never thought I would start to feel sick the next day. Indeed, at a handful of years old, you can't be as indulgent as a young man. But Zhang Qi's unflinching revelation also made him lose face. But, Zhang Qi frowned. Hu Ren raised an eyebrow. Oh, Zhang Qi said, the pulse is weaker than the imagined surplus. It's not as simple as a kidney deficiency. It's recommended to do a physical examination. Zhao Dehuai stood up with an exclamation of surprise. He glared at Zhang Qi. Kid, you're just itching for something to go wrong with my body, aren't you? You, as a doctor, dare to give a diagnosis indiscriminately. Believe it or not, I will report you for practicing medicine indiscriminately. Zhang Qi said, I'm just giving you advice based on my experience. I'm not your doctor. Do what you like. Zhao Dehuai said to Hu Ren, Old Hu, I think this kid's medical ethics are not right. It's not reliable for you to let him walk for your hospital. Hu Ren smiled awkwardly. All of you calm down. Lao Zhao. In fact, what Zhang Qi said is not unreasonable. Just now when I took your pulse, I felt that there is indeed an abnormality in your pulse image. Only that I didn't take it too personally. I think it's better for you to follow the advice and go for a physical examination. Zhao Dehuai looked at Zhang Qi. What if it doesn't check out? Zhang Qi said helplessly. I'm not a god. It's normal to make mistakes in diagnosis. Isn't it a good thing that I didn't check for problems? If there is nothing wrong, do you still want to rely on me? I think you just can't wait for something to happen to me. But I'm in good health. I'm not taking your advice. Zhao Dehuai finished, snorted coldly, and whisked his sleeve away. Zhang Qi. Hu Ren looked at Zhang Qi, wanting to speak. Zhang Qi respectfully said, Teacher, you shouldn't get involved in the affairs of our two families. Hu Ren sighed, I'm just worried about you. I know this person Lao Zhao. He started with nothing and came to this point. He is not a good match. I'm worried that you will ruin yourself this way. I have a point. Alright then, I'll go contact that patient's family. You sit with me for a moment. Hu Ren was there for half an hour. Zhang Qi was idly bored and picked up a medical book to read. In his spare time, besides playing with his cell phone, he passes the time by reading books. Hu Ren came back again as he handed Zhang Qi an information sheet. Zhang Qi, before the face-to-face consultation, you have to fill out your personal information first. Still want me to fill out the information? Zhang Qi took it with a frown. Hu Ren said, Understand. This patient has a special status. Zhang Qi nodded. This investigation information was very detailed. from age, to family members, as well as personal income, and social background. So it took 10 minutes to fill it out. Hu Ren picked up the information and said to Zhang Qi, "Wait, I'll be back soon." It wasn't long before Horan was back again. He said to Zhang Qi, "That's fine, but you'll have to take a medical report to confirm that you don't have any infectious diseases on yourself, and then you can sign a confidentiality agreement." Zhang Qi's face sank. Then he said, "Teacher, I'm afraid I can't pass the physical exam." Hu Ren was shocked. "Oh, what's going on?" Zhang Qi said in a deep voice, "I have syphilis. Stage 1. Hu Ren took a deep breath as he was shocked by Zhang Qi's words. "I couldn't help but ask weakly, could it be that little Snow passed it on to you?" Zhang Qi said, "There's no evidence for now, but I think so." Hu Ren gave Zhang Qi a complicated look, then said, "Alright, I'll go and communicate, so you can rest for a while longer." "Okay." Zhang Qi waited for another 20 minutes. He knew this time he expected to hang on, because he saw the look of disappointment on Hu Ren's face. However, Hu Ren reappeared, accompanied by an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. Hu Ren introduced to Zhang Qi, "Zhang Qi, this is that patient's family member. Due to your physical reasons, you can't touch the patient for the time being, but his family has decided to show you some information about his condition so that you can make a diagnosis." The middle-aged man with a mediocre appearance, seeing that Hu Ren wanted to introduce himself, directly interrupted. "Start straight away. We're being transferred in a few moments. Let's get it over with as soon as possible." With that, he sat directly opposite Zhang Qi and said, "I'll show you some information. You can only ask questions about the condition. As for the confidentiality agreement, there's no need to sign it. Any other questions?" Zhang Qi didn't like his tone, but in all his years of practicing medicine, he had seen his fair share of oddball patients, so it wasn't taken to heart. A straight nod. Then, the middle-aged man dryly took out his cell phone and flipped out some photos and stretched them out in front of Zhang Qi. "The main disease is above the stomach." Zhang Qi wanted to reach out and take it, but the middle-aged man did not let him touch it. Zhang Qi nodded and looked at it carefully. The photo shows an edematous stomach, and you can't tell if it's a man's stomach or a woman's. Zhang Qi asked, "Any pictures of the left and right side of the waist?" "Yes." The middle-aged man put away his cell phone and operated it for a while, and 2 cropped photos appeared in front of Zhang Qi. This time, Zhang Qi didn't find anything unusual. "Does the patient have any respiratory problems?" "No." "Can you get out of bed?" "Could be." "What's the pain index on your stomach?" 6th grade. "What's the diagnosis so far?" There was no diagnosis. It was very much like a hidden cancer, but upon examination, it wasn't. "I need pulse monitor photos for a longer period of time." The middle-aged man operated again, and several diagrams were lit up in front of Zhang Qi. With that, Zhang Qi asked about the patient's other symptoms. "It's okay." Zhang Qi signaled the middle-aged man to take back his cell phone. Hu Ren stepped forward and said, "At the moment it's a case of not being able to diagnose the root of the disease, and I don't know where to start with the cure. Zhang Qi, what do you have in mind?" Zhang Qi put his hand on the edge of the table and tapped his fingers lightly on the tabletop. "Wait, let me think." Hu Ren couldn't help but say to the middle-aged man, "Dr. Zhang is actually still very capable. We can give Dr. Zhang a little more time." The middle-aged man smiled. "Feel it. So many days have survived. Don't care about this moment. Let Dr. Zhang slowly think is." He did sense Zhang Qi's professionalism. He felt that Zhang Qi was not like other doctors. Hu Ren was relieved. He was afraid that the middle-aged man would lose his patience and just leave. Just then, Zhang Qi suddenly said, "The patient is a woman, right?" The middle-aged man looked stunned. "No talking." Zhang Qi asked again, "Less than 30 years old?" At this moment, the middle-aged man gave Zhang Qi a wary look. Another sharp look was given to Hu Ren. Hu Ren's heart tightened. He hurriedly said, "Dr. Zhang previously knew nothing about this." "Indeed," Zhang Qi said, "don't get me wrong. A woman's pulse image is different from a man's." The middle-aged man sighed in relief. He looked at Zhang Qi with a little more kindness in his eyes. "So, Dr. Chang, do you know what kind of disease this is?" "I don't know." At those words, the disappointment in the middle-aged man's eyes was visible to the naked eye. Hu Ren was not surprised by this, and when he heard this, he couldn't help but say, "It's normal not to know. It seems that this disease is indeed not curable." Right at this moment, Zhang Qi turned his words around and said, "However, this kind of symptom, I seem to have read some relevant descriptions in some medical book." "What?" The middle-aged man was suddenly agitated. Hu Ren hurriedly asked, "Zhang Qi, in which medical book did you read this?" Zhang Qi said, "I forgot about it too." "Think about it, it's so important." The middle-aged man followed suit. "Right, think carefully again. There's no rush, just think slowly." Zhang Qi laughed bitterly. My memory isn't that good. I've just thought about it for half a day, and I really don't have a clue. But according to my guess, this should be a disease recorded in some strange and difficult book. And I remember a few of the herbs that I can try to decoct. The middle-aged man hurriedly said, Dr. Zhang, please write it down. Okay. Zhang Qi didn't have any nonsense, and quickly took out a pen and paper and wrote a few flavors of medicine. Then he said, let the patient try taking it first to see if it has any effect, and wait for me to check the relevant medical books later to see if I can find it. Hu Ren said, Zhang Qi, you have read the book, do not remember what disease, but should remember the title of the book, right? Turn around and make a catalog. I'll have the doctors in the hospital look for them slowly. There's strength in numbers. Zhang Qi nodded his head and said, no problem. I didn't throw away those medical books, so I'll send them to you when I go back and organize them. Maybe I'll remember it when I'm organizing it. Hu Ren grabbed the prescription and looked at it for a few moments, then nodded. Looking at the herbs, there is not much damage to the patient's body, so he can take the medicine. He added to the middle-aged man, let me take you to get some medicine. He asked Zhang Qi to wait a little longer, and then left with the middle-aged man. It wasn't long before Hu Ren was back again. He took a red packet and handed it to Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi, this is the consultation fee given by the patient's family. Take it. Zhang Qi touched the thickness, at least a few thousand. He was short of money now, and he didn't expect to earn so much from a single visit to the clinic. So he opened the red envelope, counted $1,000, and handed it to Hu Ren. Teacher, I can't use that much. You can take these. What are you talking about? It's yours and it's only one of your shares. One of them? Zhang Qi looked at Hu Ren in confusion. Hu Ren smiled as he pulled out another red packet from his pocket, even thicker than the one he just had. This is from our hospital. The patient was going to be transferred but then decided to stay here for a few more days for observation. All thanks to you. Zhang Qi was a bit surprised. I can't believe I'm giving self so much money for a patient. It's really unimaginable. Just take it, teacher, I have my own way of doing things. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qi no longer pushed back. So he said, then teacher, I'll go back first if there's nothing else. Well, go back. Remember to give me a copy of the catalog of medical books you've read. Zhang Qi left the hospital and opened the red envelope. The patient's family's share of the red envelope is $3,000. Hu Ren to self is $5,000. It adds up to $8,000. With that kind of income, it won't be long before you can buy a car. Even buying a house is not hopeless. However, Zhang Qi also knows that this kind of thing cannot be found. Not so easy to meet. Want to rely on this turnover is too difficult. So after he left the hospital, he went back to the medical center and organized all those medical books he had collected since. He had expected to be impressed when he saw the medical book, but this was not the case, which filled Zhang Qi with doubt. After he sent the catalog of medical books to Hu Ren, he put it behind him and began to continue his walk in the countryside. At night, Zhang Qi returned to the inn. It wasn't long before there was another knock on the door. Opening the door, Zhao Shui, who was dressed in formal attire, stood outside. Seeing Zhao Shui, Zhang Qi's face went cold. Why are you here again? Zhao Shui glanced around and said, I've come to take you home. Don't mention home to me. It's not my home. Zhao Shui looked as if she had known that Zhang Qi would say this as she frowned. Zhang Qi, we haven't done it for a few days. Don't you miss me at all? I was kinda wanting to do it with you, but the thought of you getting fucked by someone else behind my back and having it stamped on your ass makes me sick. So just get out of my face, okay? If there's something going on, let's talk about it in court. Court? You just know court. We're an old married couple. We're going to court. Isn't it a shame? I don't feel that way. People who cheat don't feel shame. Why should I? A victim? Feel shame? You. Zhao Shui was furious. She took a deep breath and said, okay, you've been saying that I've been cheating on you. So today I'm going to prove to you that I haven't been cheating on myself. Zhang Qi was a bit puzzled. How do you prove it? Zhao Shui didn't answer, but called out to the door. Manager come in. The next second, a man's figure walked in from outside. This man was none other than the man Zhang Qi had seen that day, who had gone to a room with Zhao Ying. He Ji was handsome and looked young, at least 10 years younger than Zhang Qi. Seeing him, Zhang Qi felt a pang of pain inside for no reason. He let out a cold laugh. Zhao Shui, you're so cheap, you don't even hide it now, do you? Even brought your concubine to me? You're really good, Zhao Shui said with some agitation. You don't say I'm cheap. For so many years, I've only been bitchy in front of you alone, especially the first 2 times. You bullied me beyond recognition. Ho Chi spoke up. He smiled awkwardly and said, Brother Zhang, you really misunderstood me. I really don't have anything with Mr. Zhao. I don't really like Mr. Zhao. You pair of assholes, just stop acting like you think I'm going to believe your bullshit? Zhang Qi quietly watched the duo perform. Instead of liking Zhao Shui, he messes around with her in the hotel. That's a lie, He Ji said. The facts are in front of us. Things have come to this point. For the sake of your family, I have to be honest. He Ji hesitated and gritted his teeth. Brother Zhang, I actually don't like women. Zhang Qi frowned. What do you mean? Just literally, I'm not interested in women. Zhao also nodded seriously. Zhang Qi, don't you understand? The reason why I dared to go to the hotel with manager He to talk business is because I know that he's not interested in women. He likes men. If it were any normal man, how could I just go to a hotel room with someone in broad daylight to talk business? Zhang Qi scrutinized He Ji. He didn't rush to deny it. Instead, he asked, you like guys? And how do you prove it? He Ji's face froze. Does boinking you prove it? Zhang Qi's face sank. He Ji added, if it doesn't work, I can barely let you take advantage of it. But I'm zero. You're not allowed to tell anyone else about it. And you can't make a big deal out of it. Or else if my boyfriend knows about it, he won't forgive me. Don't you dare. Before Zhang Qi could say anything, Zhao Shui shouted angrily. This is my husband. He Ji, how dare you steal my man? Zhang Qi was a bit impatient. He pointed at the door and droned. That's enough. I don't want to see any more of your false performances. So get out. Brother Zhang. Ho Chi wanted to say something else, but Zhang Qi directly said, if you guys don't leave, I'm going to call the boss over and ask you guys out. No, listen to me. I know you don't believe me. I'll show you something and you'll believe me. When He Ji saw that Zhang Qi still didn't believe him, he could only take out his cell phone and handed it to Zhang Qi. On the phone was a video that had been opened. The male protagonist in the video was none other than He Ji, along with a strange man. The two men are unprotected and are fighting physically. Zhang Qi was stunned. There's not a trace of splicing in this video. It doesn't look fake. Ho Chi, is it really a homo? Still don't believe me? Then I'll show you something else? Saying that, He Ji actually pulled his pants down a bit in front of Zhang Qi and turned his back to Zhang Qi. Behind him, an extra patch of tattooed tattoos. The tattoo is 4 big words, peace in and out. Who in their right mind would tattoo those 4 words on their back? Even women are rare. Moreover, Zhang Qi also realized that he didn't have any hair on him at all. It seems to be shaved. With a skittering sound, He Ji lifted his pants with a blush. He thought it was nothing to be seen by Zhao Shui, but being stared at by Zhang Qi was a bit too much for him. Now do you believe me? I'm really not interested in women. Zhang Qi's tone became a bit hesitant. Even so, it doesn't prove that you don't like women. He Ji said, I know you must think so. In fact, I am also very distressed, afraid of the world's eyes. I also want to be more intimate with women, but I just don't feel it. Do you know why I made a move on Mr. Zhao in the hotel that day? It's because I wanted to see if self could reverse the perception or not. But unfortunately, it didn't work. Mr. Zhao scolded me twice and I ran away in embarrassment. He Ji grabbed Zhang Qi's arm and said, Brother Zhang, I heard that you arrived not long after we went to the hotel. If I really wanted something to happen, I shouldn't have run so fast. I'm sure you'll catch me, right? Who in their right mind would run so fast? You must believe me. Mr. Zhao said that if he can't clear up your misunderstanding, he will cancel the cooperation with our machinery factory. Count on me to beg you. Zhang Qi's eyebrows furrowed deeply. Did Zhao Shui really not cheat on her? He's a little undecided now, too. He asked again to Zhao Shui. Then why didn't you tell me the truth? Zhao Shui didn't have the heart to say. How can I talk to you about this kind of thing? If it accidentally gets out, manager, he's finished for life. And it's only because I see that you're too much of an axe to grind that I had to force him to come over and clarify with you. Zhang Qi questioned again. Then what about the pork quarantine stamp on you? And the syphilis? Don't tell me you stamped that seal yourself. I don't believe you. Zhao Shui took a deep breath. Whether you believe it or not, the pork quarantine stamp on my body. Really, I stamped it myself. I did it in order to enhance the feelings between us. As for syphilis, I really don't know what's going on. I went to the hospital today to get another copy of the test. And as you can see, it is indeed negative. Zhao Shui handed another lab sheet to Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi looked at the date and it was indeed today. Up to this point, Zhang Qi could not help but fall into self-doubt even though he still had some doubts in his heart. He Ji saw this. Mr. Zhao, there's nothing for me, so I'll leave first. Get lost. After He Ji left, Zhao Shui wrapped her arms around Zhang Qi's waist again, her huge white-faced buns against Zhang Qi. Have you made enough of a scene? Come home with me when you've had enough. I'm not mad at you because it means you care about me. Drop the lawsuit tomorrow. Zhang Qi frowned and sat on the bed, unable to resist smoking a cigarette, and the small room was soon filled with smoke. Finally, Zhang Qi said, Are you sure you don't have syphilis? Zhao Shui said. I'm sure, if you don't believe me, you can come with me tomorrow for a checkup. On the contrary, it's your syphilis. I don't know why you contracted it. Aren't you going to give me an explanation? Zhang Qi nodded. Good. In that case, I need some of your blood, and I'll personally check it tomorrow. Zhang Qi's tone was already soft. If this was all really a misunderstanding, then he did go a little too far. But Zhang Qi is still not completely convinced. He wants to get Zhao Shui's blood and go to the hospital tomorrow to do a copy of the test himself. I promise you. You come home with me and I'll give you my blood in the morning. No, I'll just take a tube straight from you. Zhang Qi turned around and got his own medical kit. His medical kit, now, was kept at the hotel, and if nothing else, he saved himself a trip to the medical center. He quickly removed an unopened syringe. Seeing this scene, Zhao Shui frowned and said with some resistance, if you smoke it today, you can't use it tomorrow, right? Zhang Qi said, it's not a big problem to keep it until tomorrow. You don't have to worry. It doesn't affect the test results. Zhao Shui nodded and hesitated, but still extended her arm to Zhang Qi. Although Zhang Qi was a Chinese medicine practitioner, such simple things as drawing blood were not difficult for him. Blood was drawn easily and the syringe was placed in the holding tank inside the medicine cabinet. This process, he discovered a problem. There were no other pinholes in Zhao Shui's hands. There are two routine methods of drawing blood, one from the fingertips and one from the palm vein. But Zhang Qi carefully observed and did not find any abnormality in his palm. This made Zhang Qi skeptical. However, sometimes blood could be taken from an arm vein, so Zhang Qi wanted to verify this. He said, you tell your mom to send the kids home. I want to see them. The corner of Zhao Shui's mouth hooked up. Knowing that Zhang Qi had already reluctantly believed himself, no need to rush. It's not too late to go home to see them after you've withdrawn the lawsuit. They're being brought up well by my mom now, so you don't have to worry about it. While staring at her arms, Zhang Qi pressed one hand on her breasts and tried to take off her tunic. Then why don't you leave tonight? Stay here with me and help me release. Zhao Shui, however, opened Zhang Qi's hand. What are you thinking about? I'm not doing that in such a low-end hotel. Tell you what, tomorrow I happen to have something to travel for. So the day after tomorrow, after you drop the lawsuit, I'll toss it around as much as you want. Zhao Shui turned to leave. Zhang Qi stared at her back with a contemplative face. While he was lost in thought, the phone suddenly rang. It was Zhaoing who called. Zhaoing said on the phone, brother-in-law, after my secret investigation, I found out my sister's big secret. Do you want to know? Zhang Qi's eyes glazed over. Come quickly. Half an hour later, Zhaoing appeared in front of Zhang Qi in a playful outfit. Zhang Qi had just finished washing up. He put on his self-same house pajamas. The pajamas weren't buttoned, and no flabby chest was exposed. At his age, it was hard for his body not to get out of shape. But Zhang Qi, being a Chinese medicine practitioner, knew how to maintain his health and occasionally played the 5 animal fields in guiding gong. So apart from looking like his face was a bit vicissified, but he was actually quite in shape, even more flavorful than many youngsters. Zhaoing looked Zhang Qi up and down. Zhang Qi took it upon himself to open the window for ventilation. And when he did, the air conditioning unit outside hummed. I had just smoked in my room and the air in the room was a little cloudy. Brother-in-law, I bought you some clothes. Zhaoing didn't come empty-handed. She carried several bags and pulled out the clothes inside one by one. One of them was a man's shirt, along with a pair of plain black thin pants, and a pair of leather shoes. Zhang Qi looked at them. They were all mainstream brands, not too expensive and not too cheap. Zhang Qi said, what are you doing buying clothes for me? Zhaoing said, what? I can't buy it for you? Zhang Qi shook his head and said, no, I'm at this age and don't need to peacock like the youngsters. There's not that much preaching. Zhaoing handed it to Zhang Qi and said, change into it and see if it fits. Zhang Qi nodded, thinking that this was at least a piece of Zhao Ying's mind. It would be a bit too much if he didn't cooperate. In fact, he didn't want to change his clothes at this time. It was too troublesome. Still pajamas and pajama pants change though. After putting it on, Zhang Qi frowned. Zhaoing asked, what, the clothes don't fit? Zhang Qi hummed. Well, it's a little tight. Oh, they're stretchy. They'll wear for a while. They're all a little tight at first. Zhang Qi gave her a surprised look. Are your clothes tight too? Well, mine are tight too, but they'll loosen up when I get used to them. And I've been buying this brand of slacks and pants, which are slimmer, and they'll fit better and better after a while. Zhang Qi said no more and put his clothes back on. The whole person is new, except for some whiskers on the mouth. The whole aura of the person has changed. Zhang Qi asked, how was it? Zhaoing said dully, handsome. Zhang Qi said, thanks, let's get down to business. Oh. Zhaoing returned to her senses, her eyes somewhat unable to leave Zhang Qi's body. Just then, she nosed around and caught a faint scent. Blushing a bit, he said, "Brother-in-law, you have a woman in your room?" Zhang Qi was a bit surprised by her reaction. Still, it was a natural nod. "Your sister came over today." Zhao Ying's face changed slightly. Then you guys. Zhang Qi shook his head. "I'm bent on divorcing her now." Zhao Ying sighed in relief. Just then, Zhang Qi suddenly said, "However, your sister brought a man with her today, and came to explain to me. I think their explanation is quite reasonable. Now I am a bit puzzled as to whether your sister has cheated on me or not." Zhao Ying hurriedly asked how it was explained. Zhang Qi went over Zhao Shui and He Ji's explanation. Zhao Ying asked, "Brother-in-law, if it was you who misunderstood my sister, would you still divorce my sister?" Zhang Qi gave her a look and didn't say anything. Zhao Ying nodded in understanding. With that, he pulled out his cell phone, looking like he both wanted to show it to Zhang Qi and didn't want to show it to Zhang Qi at the same time. She said weakly, "I found out something today. If you and my sister are ready to make up, then I won't take it out. I don't want to ruin your two happy lives." Zhang Qi went forward and held Zhao Ying's hand. At the same time a pair of eyes gazed deeply into Zhao Ying's eyes. "I'm pouring my heart out to you, so you're going to have to pull something out too, right? Take it out. I want to see it." Zhao Ying's body shook lightly. She gave a hard hum. With that, he turned his cell phone on. Out of the corner of his mouth, he said, "Brother-in-law, didn't I tell you before to find out the owner of the number that sent you the message? Actually, the owner behind him is called He Ji." With that, she opened a photo. It is the cell phone number that registers the identifying information. Zhang Qi's gaze stared, and his heart was a bit on fire. So it seems that Zhao Shui and He Ji, who talked to themselves about the sky, are actually playing themselves. Because if Ho Chi didn't like women, then he wouldn't have made the mistake of provoking self with his cell phone number. He actually never asked Zhao Ying who the owner of that cell phone number was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been nearly fooled by Zhao Shui tonight. He was furious at the thought. But this was the result of Zhao Ying's investigation a few days ago. She hadn't said anything about her haul tonight, and Zhang Qi gestured for her to continue. Zhao Shui said, "I looked for connections and pulled up their text message records, which included a chat with my sister that was a bit ambiguous." "Show me." Zhao Shui flipped through some more photos. "It's all text message communication logs." Zhang Qi's eyebrows danced furiously as he read it, as the content on it was very revealing. Although there were few replies as Zhao Shui's cell phone number, it was enough to speak for itself. Right at this moment, Zhang Qi subconsciously scratched the picture, and the next picture caused Zhang Qi's body to tremble slightly. Surprisingly, it's a picture of a beautiful woman. Zhao Shui? Zhang Qi zoomed in and watched, feeling that the body was not quite like it, but somehow it felt familiar. Subconsciously, he said, "Which beautiful woman is this, to be so clear and beautiful?" Suddenly, Zhao Ying snatched it. Lowering his head, he awkwardly said to Zhang Qi, "Brother-in-law, don't you think it's impolite to take someone's cell phone and scratch the pictures to look at them casually?" Zhang Qi drifted off. So this was Zhao Ying's body. No wonder he felt familiar. Zhang Qi returned the cell phone to Zhao Ying and said smilingly, "What are you afraid of? Let's be honest with each other. It's sooner or later, and you're still afraid that I'll see just one photo?" Zhao Ying hemmed and hawed, as vain as a child who had done something bad. He said to Zhang Qi, "The real person is right in front of you. Why do you still need to look at pictures?" Zhang Qi secretly said, "Not a family, not into a family door," and her sister as indiscreet. In his heart, he thought so, but on his mouth he said, "Real people can't look at it. The excitement is too great. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold it." "If you don't want to hold it then don't. There's no one else in the house anyway." Zhang Qi shook his head seriously. "Don't you know that I have syphilis now? I'm doing this for your responsibility. What if I infect you with the virus?" This explanation makes sense. Well, Zhou Shadow's tone was a little disappointed. Zhang Qi asked again, "Do you have any other findings?" "Yes, I got a hacker. Hacked into my sister's cell phone, and through her footprints, I found out that she frequents a club." "Brother-in-law, I'm telling you, this clubhouse, it's a bit unorthodox." Zhang Qi raised his eyebrows. "Oh, how immodest." Zhao Ying said, "This entertainment club is called the Nightlife Club. Masked balls are often held inside." "Brother-in-law, do you know what a masquerade is?" Zhang Qi has lived for a little more than half a lifetime, and has seen a pig run without eating pork, so he naturally knows what a masquerade is. A group of empty and lonely men and women, wearing a mask to make friends, while dancing hot and ambiguous, love to the thick of it. Some people will pretend to be drunk lying in the doorway, waiting for men to pick up the body. Some people will wear a mask to do something morally bankrupt. Afterwards, everyone pats themselves on the back, and we all go our separate ways, and no one knows anyone. It's also possible that two people can be honest with each other and develop into long-term lovers. Zhao Ying continued, I found out that the point in time when my sister appeared at the masquerade ball was the exact time she was going to be traveling before. Speaking of which, she was somewhat of a co-conspirator. My sister is such a bully. You've given so much to this family and she's still messing around outside, even infecting you with the virus. Even if she's my sister, I kind of look down on her. Jiang Qi looked at Zhao Ying. What about you? Ha, although I change boyfriends rather quickly, I never lie to people. Break up is break up. Fall in love is fall in love. I won't ride a donkey to find a horse, says mine as much as I look like a donkey. Jiang Qi said quietly, your sister said she would be traveling tomorrow, so I decided to investigate. He didn't believe all of Zhao Ying's words. After so many years as an old married couple, he chose to give Zhao Shui a chance. After all, if it was a true misunderstanding of Zhao Shui, then the price they paid would be too great. Brother-in-law, then I'll join you tomorrow. You'd better not go. No, I'm going. I said I would help you. In fact, I've long considered you a real family member. My sister bullied you, and I'm heartbroken. I'm going to investigate my sister with you. Jiang Qi hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. He looked at the time and said to Zhao Ying, I have to get up early tomorrow to go to the hospital for a checkup, so you should go home first. I'll call you when you go tomorrow. Zhao Ying hurriedly said, brother-in-law, I'll stay here with you. It's so late. You're letting me go home alone. Are you comfortable with that? Saying this, seeing that Jiang Qi didn't say anything, Zhao Ying added, alright then I'll go get another room and stay next to you. Alright. The next morning, Jiang Qi wore the clothes that Zhao Ying had given to self, and together with Zhao Ying, he brought Zhao Shui's blood to the people's hospital. Despite the fact that they had come early, the hospital was still full of patients. The two of them stood in line for 2 hours. When the blood was drawn, Jiang Qi took advantage of the chaos and managed to replace his own blood with Zhao Shui's. Waited another hour for the results. Syphilis, positive. Jiang Qi looked at the lab results and his face was horribly gloomy. Once again, Zhao Shui lied to self. At this time, Jiang Qi has been firmly since the idea, must be divorced with Zhao Shui. Looking at the results, Zhao Ying naturally knew what it meant. Zhao Shui told Jiang Qi yesterday with conviction that she redid the test and the syphilis was still negative. But Jiang Qi checked it himself and it was positive. This showed that Zhao Shui had once again lied to Jiang Qi. She said quietly to Jiang Qi, brother-in-law, do we still have to go to the masquerade ball at night? Jiang Qi, go. I'm going to personally expose Zhao Shui's hypocritical facade and divorce her. Go ahead and mind your own business. I have a few patients that need to go down to the countryside today. After saying that, he was going to leave Zhao Ying alone. Zhao Ying called out to Jiang Qi with a sigh. Brother-in-law, you don't have to work so hard. You've had such a big accident, and you still have the heart to treat people? Jiang Qi turned around and said, what else? I'm already 40. How many more years do I have to fight? Life still has to go on. Zhao Ying stared at Jiang Qi's back in a daze. The heart hurts a little. Jiang Qi didn't eat lunch, and spent the whole afternoon running around on the road. In the evening, Jiang Qi came back to the city carrying a medicine box and Dusty. Zhao Ying, who had an appointment with Jiang Qi, had already parked his car and waited for Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi got into the car with the medicine box. Zhao Ying looked at Jiang Qi's medicine box and queried, why do you still bring a medicine box? What if I put it on my electric car and someone steals it? Jiang Qi looked at the car. It was a bit worn out, like it was more than 10 years old. It seemed to be a Chevrolet. Where did you get this car? Just bought it. Jiang Qi gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Buy it when you say so. He remembered that Zhao Ying's car was a supercar. Zhao Ying said, I didn't feel like following my sister for fear of being recognized. What's more, this car isn't expensive. It's only $5,000. This car is directly sent to you, so it'll be easier to follow my sister in the future. Jiang Qi let out a bitter smile. How can I follow her every day? But I do need a car now. Count on you to sell it to me. Who are we to each other? Cut the crap and go to your sister's company first. Saying that, the two of them went to Zhao Shui's building materials company. At this time has arrived at the end of the day. People come and go. As a company of over $1 billion, there are bound to be a lot of people working at the headquarters. Jiang Qi had heard before that Zhao Shui wanted to open a branch in a foreign province, and he wondered how things were going. At first he was worried that Zhao Shui had already left at this moment, but he soon realized that self had been overly concerned. Outside the building, Zhao Shui had changed into a black cheongsam, completely emphasizing her charming figure. She pulled out her keys and rang up her own car, got in and drove outside the office door before looking down and playing with her cell phone for a moment. A short while later, another car stopped. She stepped out of the car and entered Zhao Shui's co-pilot with a calm face. Dog man and woman, acting so much like that in front of self yesterday. Something about only liking men and not women. Full of lies. Seeing that he likes men is a lie, and eyeing his own wife is real. Zhang Qi cursed angrily in his heart. Zhao Ying said, brother-in-law, even if he doesn't like women, it's not reasonable for him to hang out with my sister every day as the manager of another company, right? Zhang Qi composed himself. I know, you don't need to remind me that I have a green hat on my head. Zhao Ying wanted to laugh, but hooked the corners of his mouth and held it back. Zhang Qi reminded, they're off. Let's see if they're going on a business trip out of town or not. Zhang Qi decided that today, even if Zhao Shui and He Ji ran away to cheat on each other, he had to follow up to reveal this adulterous relationship. When everything was exposed to the sunlight, he didn't believe that Zhao Shui was still hard-mouthed and dead set on denying it. Zhao Shui's car was traveling in front, and Zhang Qi and Zhao Ying's car was following not far behind. Suddenly, the car in front of us shook. Zhao Ying was surprised. My sister's car isn't too stable. They didn't have an argument in the car, did they? Zhang Qi vaguely saw He Ji's body through the glass of the rear window, probing very close to Zhao Ying. Can't help but grit his teeth and said with some malice, I guess the two have been unable to hold back, wanting to stage a highway battle on the highway. I didn't expect your sister to play so flowery. Although he was determined to divorce Zhao Shui, he was still very angry inside when he saw this scene. With a turn of his head, his ghostly gaze was fixed on Zhao Ying. Finally, Zhao Shui's car, as Zhang Qi expected, stopped in front of the nightlife club, and He Ji, one after the other, entered the club. The duo stopped the car. He hadn't been to this kind of establishment before, so he said to Zhao Ying, quickly take me in and find your sister. Yes, brother-in-law. Zhao Ying skillfully led Zhang Qi inside. Just as he entered the doorway, he could faintly hear a deafening sound of music. There were many masks placed at the doorway. Zhao Ying picked a pair of golden eagle masks and handed them to Zhang Qi, while she picked a fox mask for herself. $100. The cashier at the display case signaled Zhao Ying to pay. Zhang Qi thought that $50 for a pair of masks was a bit expensive, but he still took the initiative to pay. Brother-in-law, let's go inside. Zhao Ying wore a fox mask, shrouding her exquisite face in a veil of mystery. Nodding, he said to Zhao Ying, in a while, we'll separate and do our own thing. Don't you bother me. Okay, brother-in-law, I get it. The lobby of the clubhouse held a naked song with various colored spotlights rattling around at the top. The illumination made Zhang Qi dizzy for a while. A huge hall that turned into a large dance floor. Various kinds of men and women with exposed clothes, frantically shaking their own bodies, and even a man holding two women at the same time to gnaw on them. After the nibbling, he went to the other women to continue to show off his dancing skills. Among them, there were people with Peppa Pig masks on their faces, some with bear masks, others with granny masks, and various animal masks. What's more, the mask is actually a huge mask made of human body parts in various explicit fonts. But these are ultimately the minority. Zhang Qi was 40 years old, his body a little stiff, and looked a little dull in the midst of all the roaring and swarming. He seemed out of place in the scene before him, twisting his body stiffly in an effort to make himself look natural. But after a long effort, he gave up. After all, it's not the same world, and there are some things he can't play with. Handsome. Alone? A familiar voice rang from his ears. Zhang Qi turned his head to look, only to see a woman wearing a dada and having a delicate figure coming to self. She was talking while dancing madly with Self's body. He heard that it was Zhao Shui's voice. Zhang Qi did not speak, but nodded with a heavy heart. Zhao Shui hooked the corners of her mouth and added, let's dance together. Zhang Qi nodded again. Immediately after that, Zhao Shui held Zhang Qi's hand and twisted around her frantically. However, Zhang Qi did not know how to dance, and it was even more difficult to resist this social dance that Zhao Shui had learned at some point. So on the first over-the-shoulder walk, Zhang Qi made a mistake and hit Zhao Shui's back from behind. Zhao Shui's movements were much more restrained, and taking advantage of the music becoming quieter, Zhao Shui's red lips were attached to Zhang Qi's ear, blowing hot air and asking, haven't you ever been to a place like this before? Zhang Qi shook his head. Then I'll teach you to dance. Zhang Qi laughed coldly in his heart. He hadn't known that Zhao Shui could be such a skillful social dancer. Smiling while matching Zhao Shui's movements, their bodies collided inadvertently while Zhang Qi asked, do you come here often? Zhao Shui didn't notice anything unusual. Yeah, work is stressful. Sometimes you need to indulge. At this point, Zhang Qi dragged in and the two made an aerial swing. Zhang Qi said, how indulgent. Oh, it's all here. How do you think it should be indulged? Zhang Qi deliberately wrapped his arm around Zhao Shui's waist and gave her a hard squeeze. How about making a friend? Zhao Shui provoked. Make friends? Do you dare to make friends with me? Zhang Qi said. Underestimate me? Do you believe I will make your life worse than death? I enjoy being alive as much as dead. Zhang Qi's blood began to flow, accompanied by dynamic music. A long-lost sense of relaxation and excitement hit him. But what struck him as funny was that his wife was so bold because he was a stranger. Jiang Qi felt that there was no need for self to pretend anymore at this time. He reached straight up and unmasked himself. However, when it was about to be revealed, Zhao Shui suddenly pressed Jiang Qi's hand. With it she made a shushing motion with her other hand on herself's lips. Come on, I like the mystery. As they spoke, another woman in a rabbit mask came to the duo. She said to Zhao Shui, Mr. Zhao, I have something to do and may have to leave first. She sounded panicked, as if she had encountered something tricky. Even though the voices around him were rather loud, Jiang Qi still heard it at once, and it was Zhao Shui's assistant, Li Suling. Zhao Shui hummed. If you have something to do, you can go back first. I'll reimburse you for your expenses later. Jiang Qi said in his heart that this is the organization of the people in the company came together. Really shameless. Thinking of this, Jiang Qi stopped pretending and directly said, Zhao Shui, Li Suling, look at who I am. With that, he took his mask off, revealing the selfsame face. Zhao Shui looked at Jiang Qi through the mask, and surprisingly, there was little change of expression on her face. Instead, it was Li Suling who said, It's you? Immediately afterward, Zhao Shui also removed her own mask as she looked at Jiang Qi with a sullen face. Jiang Qi, you finally couldn't help but reveal your identity? Jiang Qi froze, feeling that Zhao Shui's reaction was a bit strange, and Zhao Shui took advantage of this gap to separate from Jiang Qi. She stood in front of Jiang Qi and looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. No wonder you've been making a fuss about divorcing me, so it's because you're tired of playing with me and it's more exciting to look for another woman outside, isn't it? Jiang Qi locked eyes with Zhao Shui and frowned. Thinking of Zhao Shui's initiative and lack of defense just now, he couldn't help but frown. What do you mean? Zhao Shui didn't say anything, but stared straight at Jiang Qi. Some of the men around them saw Zhao Shui's true face and started to lean this way, trying to get her attention. Instead, Li Suling said, Mr. Zhao has known for a long time that you have divorced her, and is unsettled, suspecting that you have another woman outside. So she suspected you'd come to a place like this and stood by, not realizing you'd actually taken the bait. Now, your purpose is revealed, isn't it? Jiang Qi was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. What a keeper. He didn't believe in it at all, but he had been following Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui was so coincidental to know that a man who had never come to this kind of place to play, would come here to seek excitement. Jiang Qi further associated it with Zhao Shui's skillful dancing and the collision of their bodies, which made Jiang Qi almost certain that Zhao Shui at this moment was all pretense. So Jiang Qi sneered, Zhao Shui, can you stop being so fake? I came here to verify the lies you told me. From yesterday when you told me that you had to go on a business trip, I felt that something wasn't right. That's why I went to the entrance of the company early to guard you. You also don't pretend. Just now your slutty, wavy and bitchy appearance. I saw it in my eyes. I really can't imagine that your high and cold appearance would be so slutty in front of a stranger. Zhao Shui and Li Suling looked at each other. A moment later, her face softened. Well, it seems I did misunderstand you. I thought you would take advantage of my business trip to come to this kind of unsavory establishment to have fun. In that case, let's get back together. Who wants to get back together with you? You think I'm going to believe you just because you're evil? Zhao Shui claimed that she didn't have syphilis, but he took Zhao Shui's blood and tested for syphilis. The hard facts are in front of us. Jiang Qi felt that Self had nothing more to ask. It was just a shame that Self had caught her in the act and she had managed to find a reason. This was something Jiang Qi couldn't have imagined. I'm really here to check up on you. Zhao Shui looked down, pulled out her cell phone, and found a picture. She lit up in front of Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi's head buzzed. Somewhat unbelievable, because this photo was exactly the scene where he was sitting in a Chevrolet with Zhao Ying, parked in front of Zhao Shui's company, waiting for Zhao Shui to get off work. However, in the photo, Zhao Ying's face was blocked by Jiang Qi since he was sitting on the periphery. Zhao Shui said, The doorman has been on to you for a long time. And at first I thought you were confirming that I was going on a business trip so you could go fool around with that woman in the car. So I'll make it a point to pretend to be on a business trip to see where you're really going, so as to have a scene to catch adultery. Manager, he speculated that the route you took was probably this clubhouse. And halfway through we got into an argument and wanted to change the route. I didn't think you'd end up here. Jiang Qi was a bit incredulous. She seems to have a bit of a point. It's quite reasonable. Could it be that halfway down the road the two men were driving erratically, left and right, and were arguing because of the route, instead of what he imagined, an exciting experience in the car? And he self-bullied Zhao Ying. At this moment, Zhao Shui was a bit excited by the dynamic music. She had never had such an exciting experience with Jiang Qi, trying to put a strong stamp on my own love life today. Jiang Qi took a step backwards. Don't pretend. I don't believe you. Zhao Shui frowned. I've made it so clear. You still don't believe me? That's right. It's precisely because your explanation makes sense that I don't believe it. Zhao Shui, I'm afraid you've forgotten one thing. Your blood is still in my hands, right? After testing, you are indeed syphilis positive. Stop being a bitch in front of me. Zhao Shui stared incredulously. Positive? How is that possible? Zhang Qi was tasteless. Forget it. If I had known that you were so tough-mouthed, I wouldn't have come. What's the matter? Let's talk about it in court. He was about to leave when a sudden roar came from outside. Li Suling, grass motherfucker, dare to come here to play behind my back? Feng Long grimaced and barged in from outside, reeking of alcohol. No good. My husband is coming over to catch me in the act of adultery. I have to go. Li Suling made light work of it and ran toward the back. Zhang Qi laughed sarcastically when he saw this scene. Li Suling had previously accused him of getting divorced for money, only to turn around and be caught in the act of adultery by her husband. To his surprise, Li Suling ran away, but Feng Long took the other pair of young men and women who were dancing and getting high as Li Suling and her adulterer yelled, "Little Yakuza, dare to play with my woman. I'll get you killed." Zhang Qi instantly recognized that woman as none other than Zhaoing, who had come with him. At the moment she was doing a face dance with a man wearing a monkey mask. To Zhang Qi's surprise, Zhaoing had clashed styles with Li Suling, both in terms of mask and clothing. The key that those two people still looked like they had a weak heart, and when they heard this shout, they immediately yelled and turned their heads to run. At that exact moment, I don't know who shouted, "The pornographers are coming." At these words, the music in the hall stopped. With a scream ringing out, the people scattered, some running through the front door, others toward the back door. Zhao Shui, on the other hand, was shocked and said to Zhang Qi, "Zhang Qi, the pornographers are coming. Let's run, let's escape through the back door." Zhang Qi clasped his hands to his chest, not panicking in the slightest. He looked at Zhao Shui with a smile. "You're familiar with this place. Ha, come to this place often?" Zhao Shui realized that she had acted too hastily and hurriedly explained. "What are you thinking? How could I possibly be familiar with this kind of place? I just thought that a place like this, which is on the edge of the law, would definitely leave a way out for its customers. Otherwise the guests come to have fun and don't feel safe at all. Who will come back in the future? Oh, then why are you so nervous? Does it mean you're part of the pornography crackdown?" Zhao Shui frowned. She suddenly realized that Zhang Qi was quite smart, setting traps for her with every word. "I'm the president of a company. Even if I didn't do anything, there are still some things I need to avoid, or else it'll spread to the company. How should I let others look at it? Oh, that's all the more reason why you shouldn't run. How disgraceful for you, as an old boss, to be run away like an eagle catching a chicken. Wouldn't it be better to explain it to me and the staff later?" Zhao Shui frowned deeply. By now a group of uniformed staff had rushed in, but there were still many people left on the scene who hadn't made it to the run. Others shouted that the back door was blocked and they couldn't get out. Zhao Shui took a deep breath and explained to Zhang Qi once again, "Don't you understand? This identity of mine is not suitable to appear here. After all, I'm a celebrity in size. If I'm photographed and uploaded to the internet by someone with a heart, it will soon cause a hot debate. Plus my company is now applying for government support. If I have a bad image, it will affect the policy tilt." Zhang Qi was non-committal. "Is that so? Cut the crap and come with me. If you don't, then I'll go first." She actually wanted to leave Zhang Qi alone. On the contrary, it was Zhang Qi who remained unflustered. "But I heard that the back door has been blocked, and it's too late to run away now. Don't worry, there must be secret rooms in the clubhouse where you can avoid inspection. You can just come with me." Zhao Shui, Zhao Shui, even you know the secret room. Your acting is too fake. Zhang Qi sneered in his heart. He wanted to see where Zhao Shui could run to, so said, "Okay, I'm with you." So Zhao Shui hurriedly led Zhang Qi up the stairs, and after 7 turns, he finally found a deeply hidden secret room. Zhao Shui lightly opened it and led Zhang Qi inside. "Turn on the light and sit on the couch," panting slightly. Zhang Qi lowered his head, playing with his cell phone in boredom. The room was well soundproofed, and both could hear each other's breathing in the hushed room. Zhao Shui said, "Zhang Qi, don't you find this situation exciting? How? We're an old married couple, and at this point we're hiding like a couple of strangers. And it feels like it did when we first fell in love." Zhao Shui stared at Zhang Qi with straight eyes. Zhang Qi's heart jumped as he thought of the past. He was surprisingly fresh to Zhao Shui. Suddenly the door was slammed open. A group of officers with law enforcement recorders rushed in. "Stop sweeping. This is my wife." The staff was about to handcuff Zhang Qi. When they heard such a sentence from Zhang Qi, they couldn't help but be surprised. "You are husband and wife?" Zhang Qi said. "That's natural. Serious, with a marriage license. If you handcuffed us to the office, believe it or not, I'll sue you." The staff member's face stared for a few moments. "What's the evidence?" "Zhang Qi will be self-ID card out. By the way, the two people's marriage certificate photo out. Although Zhao Shui did not bring an ID card, but there is also a photo of his own ID card stored in his cell phone. The staff looked carefully for a moment and asked Zhang Qi some more questions. Then he said with some annoyance, "Since you're a couple, why are you hiding it so tightly? I thought you were engaging in some kind of illegal trade." Zhang Qi said nonchalantly, "Can't we play something exciting? What do you care? Do you think you can do whatever you want? Delete the photos on your recorder on the spot for me, or I'll sue you." The staff hesitated to delete it. Because of this mysterious report, it happened suddenly and came without obtaining a license. The police came and went quickly, handcuffing some of the men and women caught in flagrante delicto and leaving, and Zhang Qi followed after they left. The two walked outside. Zhao Shui looked at Zhang Qi with some appreciation. "Zhang Qi, you can. Facing law enforcement officers, you can be so calm." She was very nervous inside just now when she was surrounded by a group of people. "Nonsense. I'm the one who called them. Why should I be nervous?" Zhao Shui was alarmed. "What did you say?" "You heard me right. I'm the one who reported here that someone was gathering for a kinky party. That's why they came over. Who asked me to be the enthusiastic crowd? When you brought me to the secret room, it was also me who tipped them off. Originally, he wanted to use the pornography sweep to catch Zhao Shui in the act, but I didn't expect Zhao Shui to hook up with Self by mistake." This allowed Zhao Shui to dodge a bullet, but Zhang Qi would not change his opinion of Zhao Shui because of this. Zhao Shui sank down and blushed. She said, "Zhang Qi, do you know that if your words are known by the owner of the clubhouse, you will most likely be subjected to very serious retaliation?" "Oh, so you'll snitch?" "You are my husband. I naturally won't snitch. Only if he investigates through his own connections. It's not impossible to find out the whistleblower. People's clubhouse dares to open like this. It has a background. Do you think that you, a small character, can move their cake? I don't really care about any of that. What I do care about is when you're going to divorce me." "You're still thinking about divorce? Haven't I explained it clearly enough?" "Zhang Qi, don't stomp on your nose." Zhao Shui was slightly angry in her heart. Just played so exciting with Zhang Qi. Originally thought that Zhang Qi would change his opinion of Self. She even felt at that time that Zhang Qi's initiative towards Self was far more than usual, and she didn't expect that this still didn't change Zhang Qi's decision. "We're all adults here, and you know better than me why you're here to have fun. So please stop pretending. Why did I come here to have fun? It's not for you." Zhang Qi laughed coldly. "You pat yourself on the back and ask yourself, did you come here because of me? After being married for so many years, I really didn't realize that you were so wavy behind your back that you would take the initiative to hook up with a strange man. You've really refreshed my view of you." Zhao Shui sank her face. "I have a clear conscience. I don't think I've wronged you." "Zhang Qi, do you mean that the lawsuit is not going to be withdrawn?" "You're right. If you don't divorce me now, then I'll continue to fight with you in the lawsuit. If you promise me a divorce, I don't want anything. I just want a daughter. But if you don't, then when I sue, I can ask for a division of the family assets, and you dare to share my family's property. You are really emboldened by favoritism. Do you really think that I won't use special means to deal with you if you push me too far? Oh, what are you going to do to me? You don't know anything about my tactics. If I make a move, your physician's license will be directly revoked, and then even if you divorce me, you won't have a single skill. And if you dare to practice medicine illegally, I'll be able to send you in." Zhang Qi laughed. "You have finally spoken your own inner thoughts. The reason why you are so reckless is because you feel that you have me pinned down. But I'm fine with that. The big deal is that after the divorce I'll split half of your family's fortune. Stop practicing medicine for the rest of my life, and go around having as much fun as you do." Zhao Shui coldly said, "It seems like you still haven't realized the seriousness of the matter. This is only my mildest tactic. If you dare to go that far, I will use my energy to make your sister's business, as well as your parents, fall into confinement, and your family, too, will be implicated. You really scared me. But unfortunately, I've been a stranger to my family for a long time, and I don't give a damn if they live or die." Zhang Qi looked straight at Zhao Shui and said, "You probably don't know. 2 days ago I went to find my sister to borrow money for a lawsuit. As a result, when I arrived at her company, I didn't even see her. I dealt with her for half the night in their company's lounge, and then I was kicked out again. If you can bring down my sister's company, then please do it now. By the way, the reason my sister is so cruel to me is also because I have a good father, and it's all at my father's behest." Zhao Shui said, "Even if you don't care about them, so what? Do you think I don't have any other way?" After saying that, she seemed to feel that what she said to Zhang Qi was a bit heavy, so she said to Zhang Qi in a gentle tone, "Zhang Qi, I don't really want to do anything to you. My real purpose is still to let you continue to be my husband. You said that I won't give you money to spend. Well, as long as you come home with me and serve as my husband properly, if you want money, I will give it to you. My main goal is still for us to sit down as a family, have fun, and enjoy life, not get to the point of going to court. Zhang Qi said, why can't you just leave me alone? It's not that I don't want to let you go. I can't let go of you. More so because I don't want to because of the marriage of the two of us. Because of a misunderstanding on a beat. You and I, either together through thick and thin, or fish death. There is no such thing as a peaceful divorce. You choose for yourself. Then I choose to fish out of water. Words are not enough. Zhang Qi turned around and walked away. This time, Zhao Shui didn't retain Zhang Qi because she had more important things to do. And Zhang Qi rediscovered the Chevrolet he was driving with Xiaoying. The key was not removed when the two men left. No one will miss this piece of shit car. To Zhang Qi's surprise, Xiaoying was not there. And when he called Xiaoying, no one answered. It wasn't long before an unknown call came to his cell phone. Zhao Ying's voice came from the phone. Brother-in-law. It's me, Xiaoying. Where have you been? I was taken by the vice squad. Zhang Qi froze, feeling a bit strange. The vice squad usually arrests those who show up. Xiaoying just went to dance. She shouldn't have been taken away. Brother-in-law. I've just been taken away for a short while, but something tricky came up on the way. What's tricky? That's it. Zhao Ying's tone of voice gulped, which made Zhang Qi puzzled. Instead, another man's voice soon came from the cell phone. You're Zhang Qi, right? I heard that you're an old Chinese medicine practitioner with a physician's license. The thing is, Zhou's female Earth's male companion, because of overexcitement while in bed, seems to have a physical problem, and is now rolling her eyes in the car. If you can come over here and bring the person back to life, then we'll count it as a meritocracy, and we won't be held accountable for the suspected violation of Zhao Mistress Earth's behavior, and so on. What's going on with Xiaoying? How did you get caught in the act? In her condition, she's not going to sell it, is she? And the man she was with, surprisingly, still had problems with overexcitement. Zhang Qi pondered for a while and quickly grasped the point. I'm just an old Chinese medicine practitioner. It's not quite appropriate for you guys to ask me to save someone, right? In this situation, shouldn't you guys be sending him to the hospital to save him? This place is relatively remote. If this time to send to the hospital, I am afraid that it is too late to get well. According to my years of experience in pornography, the patient this is most likely to be an immediate wind, because I have encountered a few in the past. If it's an immediate wind, then it does need to be started immediately to save your life. Can't afford a moment's delay. Zhang Qi's face gradually became grave. He immediately started the gas and said, tell me your location. The other quickly gave him a location. Close to him here. No wonder they let him through. When he arrived, he found Zhou's shadow handcuffed in the trunk, where she sat nervously with her legs together, though she kept her legs together and pressed the hem of her skirt, wary of the stares of the people in the car. With that, Zhang Qi looked at the immediately winded patient lying at the bottom of the carriage. This look was a shock, because this man he knew. It was the man who attended the masquerade ball with Zhao Shui. He, the law enforcement officer in the car, smoked a cigarette. I could tell they were nervous too. If someone gets killed because they're rating pornography, they'll be held responsible. Zhaoying lowered her head in shame after calling out to her brother-in-law. When the law enforcement officer saw Zhang Qi appear, he hurriedly waved his hand and called out, you're Zhang Qi, aren't you? So take a look at the patient. Zhang Qi is not nonsense. Human life is at stake. Although there is nothing good about this man who is most likely to be the concubine of his own wife, but it is not so bad as to watch him die. So start getting in the car and take your pulse and check it out. The middle-aged man at the head said, well, I'll try. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. Once Zhang Qi said this, everyone in the car let out a long sigh of relief, and without further words, Zhang Qi pulled out a pair of silver needles from within the medicine chest and began to apply the needles. Time is of the essence in this acute myocardial infarction type of disease. By the time the hospital people got here, it was obviously too late. For this kind of disease, it was not as if Zhang Qi had not encountered it before, and had even successfully saved it. That's why he was able to say there was not much of a problem. He applies the needles and massages them with special techniques at the same time. Not long after, He, who was rolling his eyes, gradually calmed down his body. Recovered? The man in the lead had been keeping an eye on Heji's body, and completely let go of his heart when he saw this. Zhang Qi nodded. It's almost time. There's nothing else. So release the people. The middle-aged man worriedly said, don't we need to take the person to the hospital for further observation? No need. Immediately the wind can be saved. Afterward there will not be anything. Go to the hospital. Examination is useless. If you can't save it, it's instant death, and it's useless for anyone to come. Well, then you guys go. Zhao Ying's handcuffs were undone. Ho Chi was also released. At this point He was in a daze. He didn't imagine the aftermath. because when danger befalls a certain creature, the creature doesn't notice it, and even after the danger has passed, it feels inexplicable. Zhang Qi put He Ji in the car alone. He stood outside the car and found Zhaoying looking itself with her head down, ashamed. Only after meeting Zhang Qi's gaze did Zhaoying awkwardly say, "Brother-in-law, I'm sorry." Zhang Qi wondered, "What's the point of saying sorry to me? I betrayed you. Aren't you angry?" Zhang Qi suddenly realized and hurriedly said, "Ah, right. Zhaoying, next time don't do that again or I'll get angry things no? I know. It won't happen next time. I know you've always cared about me like family. He. Zhang Qi frowned. "How did you get involved with him?" Zhaoying thought that Zhang Qi was uncomfortable in his heart and explained again. "Actually, I did it all for you." "Oh, brother-in-law, didn't you say that this He Ji is not interested in women? So I wanted to test if he was lying. Then I took the initiative to hook up with him and gave him a little taste of benefits. And guess what? He actually reacted to me, and very violently. I wanted to further verify whether he liked women or not. So I took him upstairs to a room to try him out for a long time while the man caught him in the act. Then he was hyper as a bull and wanted to put me in my place. Until he was almost at that point, I still didn't believe he was interested in women. So I wanted to find out what was going on." Not realizing that, Zhang Qi asked, "I didn't realize he really dug you up?" Zhaoying blushed slightly. "No, at that time, I regretted it to death, thinking that I shouldn't test him, but it was too late if I wanted to resist. Luckily, the staff arrived in time and separated us in time. Otherwise I might have really suffered." But he was also in a state of shock because he was in the throes of excitement, and his whole state was very off. "It wasn't until he just rolled his eyes and everyone in the car was at their wits' end that I thought of you." Zhang Qi had a pensive look on his face. In fact, after He Ji immediately winded up, he had realized that He Ji wasn't at all averse to women. Rather, they like women too much. Zhao Shui, once again, lied to self. Thinking of this, he said to Zhaoying, "You drive back first. I'll talk to He Ji." "Brother-in-law, it's okay, you go back first." "Okay, I'll leave the car for you then. I'm really not used to driving this car. There's no sense of pushback at all. It's needy like a grandmother." It just so happened that a cab passed nearby, and Zhaoying got into it and left after stopping it. Zhang Qi re-entered the car and handed He Ji a cigarette while lighting one for himself. He rolled the window down and took a drag before sticking his hand, which held the cigarette, out the window. "Sober? Sober," Zhang Qi said. "It's not that you don't like women, right?" Ho Chi sighed. "You caught me. Actually, I'm unisex. And how will you repay me for saving your life?" He Ji said. "Say it, you're also considered my savior. I'll try my best to fulfill your conditions. Then tell me first if you're Zhao Shui's lover or not." "A lover? That's not true." Zhang Qi's gaze was fixed. "You both went to a hotel room and said you weren't her lover?" He Ji said. "I'm really not her lover. Zhang Qi, I do like women, and I also like your wife. After all, your wife is really great. But what makes me unhappy is that your wife doesn't have much interest in me. And why are you all at this dance today?" "Zhang Qi, don't make it sound so vulgar. This is just a masked dating ball. After getting along happily, we can have some in-depth exchanges. And we can also be a pair of good friends and experience the excitement of dating strangers. It's not as yellowish as you say." Zhang Qi also showed the photos of the chat logs of He Ji's cell phone number and Zhao Shui, which Zhaoying had shown to self. "How are you going to explain this?" He Ji froze for a moment, and he looked at it carefully a few times before saying, "What do you mean? This cell phone number is not mine." Zhang Qi said, "It seems that me saving your life wasn't enough to make you tell the truth." He Ji said, "Zhang Qi, things have come to this point. There's really no need for me to lie to you. This cell phone number really isn't mine, but I did send some messages to your wife. But our company, after all, depends on your wife's company in order to survive. How could I possibly dare to send her those? My great. You bear with me. Either you suck or I break or something like that? If you don't believe me, I have a chat with your wife on my cell phone." He literally showed Zhang Qi their chat logs. Zhang Qi looked at it for a while. Indeed, the owner of the cell phone number that used to send self things like "your wife is awesome" had a vile chat log. And He Ji is much gentler, like making dinner dates, going to hotels to talk business, getting to know each other better, and so on. Not at all like one style of speech. Zhang Qi took a deep breath. He said, "The real name information is you. Can you explain why that is?" He Ji said, "I can't give you much of an explanation, and I'm rather curious as to why this is happening. And who do you think, outside of my wife, could that be? That I really don't know, but I can't deny that I want to be that mystery lover. Yes, I'll give you a chance." "What?" He Ji looked at Zhang Qi, a bit incredulous. Zhang Qi said, "As you know, I'm in the middle of a lawsuit with my wife for divorce, and I want you to be the one to do that. It'll be good for my lawsuit. Can you promise? Heiji said. I don't quite understand what you mean, Zhang Qi once again said. What I mean is, you try to take me her in a short period of time. Brother, I can understand your urgency, but it's not that I won't say yes. I really can't do it. I've been chasing your wife for a long time, but your wife has never responded positively to me, even though she's been more ambiguous with me. I don't think I can really hold her anytime soon. Zhang Qi sank his face. So, I can't get anything from you for saving your life? Then just now, I might as well watch you die. Brother, I do want to repay you. Let's put it this way, although I can't help you take your wife, I can testify for you in court then for the sake of saving your life. This should always satisfy you, right? Zhang Qi said. How to testify? Let's just say that your wife used to have an affair with me, and it was your wife who took the initiative to go to the hotel with me last time. But since we took measures, there wasn't much evidence left behind. Zhang Qi's face was delighted. So much for that. Along with a few photos he took of the duo having a private hotel meeting. Even if the two really didn't have anything going on, it would still sit on the fact that Zhao Shui had betrayed them. The judge will surely favor him when the time comes. Very well, then I will let you know when the day of the trial comes. You remember that, although immediate stroke is episodic, two people, those who have experienced immediate stroke and those who haven't, have completely different rates of reoccurrence, and there are only a handful of people in our entire city who can, in a short period of time, relieve an immediate wind. Heiji let out a bitter smile. I know that the next time I have an attack, it's highly likely that I'll be begging for help, and if I don't do what you say, I'll have a high mortality rate if I have an attack in the future and don't have your help. But don't worry, I'm helping you because you saved my life, not because of your threats. Zhang Qi nodded. Where do you live? Let me send you back. Heiji said. Brother Zhang, Zhao Shui is after all your wife. Could it be that you don't consider making up with her at all? Could you let another man, without changing your face, have an affair with her? When Zhang Qi heard this, a trace of pain appeared in his eyes. After 10 years of husband and wife love, it's not true that there isn't a trace of old feelings. But, it's because she's my wife that I hate her when she's cuckolding me. But there's no difference between wearing it once and wearing it many times. As the ancients say, those who accomplish great things do not bother about small things. At our age, we no longer have time to be pretentious, unscrupulous and reckless. As long as we achieve our own ends, nothing else matters. The next day, Zhaoing called Zhang Qi again and told him that she really didn't mean to do that crazy thing last night, and she hoped that Zhang Qi wouldn't talk about it everywhere. And Zhang Qi comforted her, saying that he believed her and would not think much of it, and told her not to think much of it. But Zhaoing heard him say this, but instead, she became more nervous and offered to let Zhang. She really didn't have anything going on with Heiji. Zhang Qi finally reacted. Her attitude towards Zhaoing was too cold, acting like she didn't care, which was actually an attitude. So the symbolic lecture Zhaoing a meal, and as a request, let Zhaoing to help self-testify in court. Zhaoing then stopped. Zhaoing promised him to testify in court when the time comes to prove that Zhao Shui is a bad woman. Today was the day Zhang Qi's medical center reopened. The 3 days of rectification have passed. So instead of traveling to the countryside to walk the clinic, he went back to the medical clinic to reopen it. Red Court neighborhood. Zhao Dehuai served a cup of tea with wolfberries, slowly sat down on a chair and slowly drank. Sun Ru carried a tub of washed clothes, ready to be hung outside. Seeing Zhao Dehuai sitting in a rocking chair, she couldn't help but ask, Old Zhao, has Zhang Qi not withdrawn the lawsuit yet? Zhao Dehuai rubbed his waist. Humph. He withdrew his ass. Alas. You say two people are good. How did it come to this? Zhang Qi, this kid is also really animal. I have given him the opportunity. He not only does not cherish, but also, what else? Sun Ru hurriedly shook her head. Nothing, it's just that I feel that this kid is really unlikable. After living in our house for so many years, he actually did this kind of unconscionable thing. Zhao Dehuai said angrily, I guess this kid won't withdraw the lawsuit at all. I ran into him in the hospital the day before yesterday. This kid is now all backbones. A backbone? How so? I obviously only have a weak kidney. And he, on the basis of his own ability, even scared me that there might be other problems with my body and asked me to go for a set of full-body checkups. Humph. It's really ridiculous. My body is great. Except for a bit of kidney weakness, there is no other problem at all. Do you really think that if he curses me so much, I will get sick? Sun Ru sniffed and was also infuriated. I couldn't help but say, what a little beast. As he was speaking, Zhao Dehuai suddenly frowned. He rubbed his back hard. Lao Zhao, what's wrong with you? By the time Sun Ru realized it, dense beads of sweat were already crawling on Zhao Dehuai's face. This dog, he must have burned incense and cursed me behind my back. He really got me. Give me the phone. I'm going to make this kid personally responsible. Sun Ru worriedly said. Old Zhao. I see that your body is very wrong. Why don't you just go straight to the hospital? No, he cursed it out. He has to cure me, or I'll cure him. With that, he pulled out his phone and called Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi was currently giving an old woman a prescription for rheumatism. The phone rang and didn't pay much attention. By the time the old woman was dropped off, the phone was ringing for the third time. Looking at the caller ID, Zhang Qi flatly picked up the phone. Joe Dwight. What's the matter? What did you call me? Brat? Zhao Duai's voice came out through clenched teeth, partly in anger and partly in pain. Then he added, Zhang Qi, you've cursed me out of my back. I'm limiting you to 3 minutes. Come to me, and cure me, or suffer the consequences. Zhang Qi froze for a moment. Then he said, nuts. What's it to me if you have a problem with your back? With that he hung up. The thought is that it's all retribution and therefore it's better to die. The phone rings again. Still from Zhao Duai. However, the person who spoke turned out to be Sun Ru. Zhang Qi, your father-in-law is suffering from a severe back pain right now. Unlike the usual kidney deficiency, you come over immediately now to help treat him. When Zhang Qi heard his mother-in-law's words, he said without any good humor, why should I help him heal? That old man sent people to shut down my medical center. It's good that I don't curse him to death. And you want me to help cure him? Sun Ru was furious. How dare you curse him to death? Why don't you go to heaven, letting you cure the disease? That's because I think highly of you. Don't be ungrateful. I'm sorry. I just don't know what's good for me. What did I say the other day? When I checked his pulse, I reminded him to do a full body checkup, but he didn't listen. So who's to blame? It's not even your curse. Okay, you can just pretend I cursed it. Sun Ru took a deep breath as she continued. Your father-in-law is in pain right now. Sorry, I'm in a bit of a cool mood. You, Zhang Qi, you are at least a doctor. You dare to see death? I'm not the only doctor in Newtown, and without me there's someone else. So wouldn't it be better for him to find someone else to treat him? Your father-in-law said that if you spell out a disease for him, then you have to cure it, or he won't let you go. The first time I've seen a patient so arrogant. I'd like to see how he doesn't leave me alone. After saying that, Zhang Qi hung up the phone. Over here, Sun Ru jumped in anger. She said to Zhao Duai in a somewhat disheveled manner, Old Zhao, that little brat. I'm afraid I can't call it. Let's call another doctor. Zhao Duai was sweating profusely from the pain, and his mouth was still letting out moans of pain from time to time. At this point, he somewhat regretted not listening to Zhang Qi's advice to do an in-depth examination at the hospital, but he still said in a very stiff-lipped manner, my illnesses are all cursed out by that kid. I'm just going to tough it out and wait for that kid to cure me, and if he doesn't, I'm going to sue him to death, and if I have any physical problems, I'm going to make him pay for them all. After saying this, he actually rolled off the rocking chair, thrashing around in pain. Sun Ru was in a hurry. You say your body is important. What's the point of fighting with a little brat? You don't understand. This is a contest between men. If I let someone else treat me, I lose. I'm a rich man. I'd lose to him? In the end, Sun Ru asked someone to send Zhao Dehuai to the Chinese hospital. The main reason is still that Zhao Dehuai fainted from the pain. Sun Ru did not dare to be careless, and personally followed the car to the hospital. On this side, Zhang Qi's medical center had 2 or 3 patients who took medicine when he came in the morning, and there was not a single customer for the rest of the day. The aftermath of the 3-day closure came out, and all those old customers were gone, except for some natural foot traffic. Zhang Qi gritted his teeth in hatred at this. Zhao Dehuai, still really vicious, knowing that this is the cause of self, even want to destroy self. Near noon, the lawyer contacted Zhang Qi and asked him to come over. Zhang Qi went there and realized that the lawyer, through his own efforts, is expected to bring forward the opening date. Zhang Qi has now collected almost all the evidence in his hands, and there are 2 more witnesses. The sooner the trial starts, the more favorable it will be for Zhang Qi. So naturally Zhang Qi was in full support of this. When Zhang Qi had eaten lunch, another call came from Hu Ren's side. His tone on the phone was a bit excited. Zhang Qi, good news. The medicine you gave to that patient has effectively eased the patient's pain. Zhang Qi had long guessed that that medicinal lead had an effect, so there was no surprise about it. Instead, he said bluntly, Teacher, I'm afraid you're calling me to tell me more than just that, aren't you? That's right, Zhang Qi. After our hospital's doctors searched with all their might, they didn't find any relevant records of the disease from within those medical books you gave me. The patient is in a hurry now, and I hope you can think of another solution. After all, that medicinal citation can only slow down the pain, not cure the root cause. Zhang Qi said, Did you only check the books I gave you for those medical catalogs? Of course not. We quoted the scriptures and looked for many ancient medical books that you haven't labeled in the catalog. And we even looked at the Ghost Valley and Sun Tzu's Art of War. And we still couldn't find them. And even the related literature, we couldn't even retrieve a single keyword. Zhang Qi frowned. Then a flash of inspiration. I have a not so sophisticated idea. What idea? Do you think it's possible that symptom, after I read so many medical books, blended them together, and then combined them with the patient's condition, inadvertently summarized the treatment plan? That is to say, you mistook this for an account in a particular medical text, when in actuality this is what was summarized by you from all medical texts? The reasons for not being able to find a canonical record of the case jumped out at me. Hu-Ren also realized that Zhang Qi might be the key if he wanted to cure his patient. So he said, "So do you have any thoughts on curing this condition?" Zhang Qi said bluntly, "Teacher Hu, you think too highly of me. How could I have any treatment ideas? Not to mention that the condition I got that day was only relayed by someone else. I didn't even see the patient's real condition with my own eyes, and it's already quite remarkable to be able to make it this far." Hu-Ren said, "If you were allowed to see the patient with your own eyes, would you be newly enlightened?" "I don't know." "Okay then, I'll apply for you and see if the patient's family can agree. Come here first, and I'll help you apply for a fare from the hospital." Zhang Qi knew that this patient came from a mysterious source, was wealthy, and had carriage fees, so he naturally had to go on a journey. After all, the medical center's business was now green and yellow, and there was an opportunity to earn extra money, so he naturally wouldn't turn it down. What's more, this particular case, which had been transferred to several hospitals without even finding out the cause of the disease, would be a colorful addition to his resume if he could cure it. Half an hour later, Zhang Qi appeared in Hu-Ren's office. The average-looking middle-aged man he saw last time had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Zhang Qi, he said very politely, "Dr. Zhang, you have truly lived up to the old saying that a master is in the people. A condition that so many hospitals are at their wits' end is the only one that your prescription has an effect on." Zhang Qi said, "I'm just lucky that I happen to have read the relevant case records. That's probably all." The middle-aged man said, "Without further ado, I listened to Director Hu's claim and found nothing wrong with it, but due to the reason of your body." Zhang Qi knew he was referring to self-syphilis. Therefore, he waved his hand and said, "It's okay, I understand your concerns. Chinese medicine treatment, most of them can't be separated from practicing needles, and if I'm not careful, the virus in my body will be infected to the patient. Now that the patient's condition is unknown again, I can't afford to make a mistake if he catches another virus. You should find better doctors to see the patient." No, we came up with a compromise." The middle-aged man told Zhang Qi about the compromise. Zhang Qi was dumbfounded after hearing this. "Is that okay?" the middle-aged man asked. "Dr. Zhang, do you think this option is feasible?" Hu-Ren saw Zhang Qi froze and reminded him. "Zhang Qi, what are you thinking about?" Zhang Qi came back to his senses and nodded. "I have no problem with that, but let me make it clear in advance that I don't have the certainty of curing the patient, and the result will most likely disappoint you. It's okay, just feel free to present your program. We don't hold you responsible for the consequences when things go wrong, and we'll pay you to leave the clinic as per the rules." After saying that, the middle-aged man placed a confidentiality agreement on the table. "Dr. Zhang, this is a non-disclosure agreement, so if it's okay, you can sign it." Zhang Qi looked at it for a few moments, and the content on it was straightforward and clear. Everything he sees today must be kept strictly confidential, or he will face huge compensation. However, upon seeing the $50,000 ceiling fee on it, as well as the $5,000 appearance fee, Zhang Qi chose to accept it. After all, who would think twice about messing with money, especially now that Zhang Qi was in short supply of money? Hu-Ren said, "Then Zhang Qi will watch the monitor and I'll be in charge of listening to Zhang Qi's command. Let's start now." Yes, doing as he said, Hu-Ren immediately arranged for someone, on his computer, to log into the monitoring background. After doing this, Hu-Ren added, "Zhang Qi, during the time we watch the surveillance, I'll unlock the door from the outside and you won't be able to go out until we come back. Do you need to go to the restroom ahead of time?" Zhang Qi shook his head. "No need." "Okay, we'll go then. I'll contact you when I get to the wards." Click. The office door was locked from the outside. Zhang Qi tried it and wasn't able to open the door from the inside. It looks like this door lock can be reversed in both directions. With that, Zhang Qi quieted down, sat down at his computer, and checked the surveillance. A female patient, wearing a mask, is lying in a hospital bed, pushed under the monitor. The surveillance was sober. The female patient was not wrong with Zhang Qi's last speculation. Although she was wearing a mask, Zhang Qi still saw that she was only in her 20s. Still young, but her stomach bulged slightly in a highly incongruous manner. Zhang Qi also saw a number of large and thick white coats standing around. These white coats didn't look like ordinary medical care, but rather like bodyguards. Judging from the way they stood, Zhang Qi surmised that these people might be people with a military background. Not long after, Hu Ren entered the hospital room with an apprentice. Seeing this disciple, Zhang Qi was a bit surprised, because he knew the other person. It was a former classmate who had studied medicine together, Li Lianyang. Although Zhang Qi does not work in a Chinese hospital, he knows that places like Chinese hospitals are divided into factions. Li Lianyang is not in Hu Ren's faction. Zhang Qi secretly pondered, all want to take advantage of this opportunity to add some resume to their career as a physician? Hu Ren's voice came out. Zhang Qi, test the communication. Can you hear me? Mr. Hu, I can hear you. I have no problem. Okay, and your voice is clear. Now you can command me. Command dare not say. Teacher, please start with one of the cameras and point it at the pulse monitor. Okay. Next, you lift the shirt off the patient's stomach. Hu Ren followed Zhang Qi's command and lifted the patient's stomach. A silence followed immediately. No one rushed Zhang Qi. After half a minute, Zhang Qi said, Teacher, take a silver needle and stab it into the patient's danjiang point. Yes, Hu Ren did as he was told. Zhang Qi frowned at the patient's reaction. Ask the patient why he's clamping his leg. Because it tickles. Have the patient pee and see if it comes out. Can't. Send me the physical examination and the data of all the body tests. After a spaced-out face-to-face consultation, Zhang Qi signaled that he could end it. This time Hu Ren and Li Lianyong came together. The middle-aged man didn't come. When Li Lianyong saw Zhang Qi, he was incredibly enthusiastic. Zhang Qi, it's really you, Ox wow. Now you can even command our master to practice medicine. Zhang Qi laughed. I just happen to have seen some related cases. It's really not that big of a deal. On the contrary, it's you. I heard that you've been mixed into the medical organization? No. It's still a supernumerary. It's going through the formalities. Li Lianyong raised the corner of his mouth. No matter how powerful Zhang Qi was, he was only a wild doctor after all. There was a world of difference between that and a regular position like his, which was about to carry a codpiece. Hu Ren said, how's it going? Got a clue? Zhang Qi said, the patient is suffering from fox confusion disease. Hu Ren nodded. These can be diagnosed by any normal Chinese medicine practitioner. I have a bit of a head start on what's going on with her. Hu Ren was overjoyed. What's the cure? What disease? Zhang Qi speculated that this was a new disease that had not appeared before, and said that Self could write a prescription and let the patient try drinking it. Hu Ren hurriedly said, then the patient's family might die of happiness. Zhang Qi, write out the prescription as soon as possible. Okay. Zhang Qi didn't talk nonsense. Sit down and start writing the recipe. What he did not notice was that Li Lianyang's gaze towards Zhang Qi was a bit gloomy. He's a doctor from the academy, but he's still no match for Zhang Qi. A wild doctor? Not long after, Zhang Qi wrote the prescription and handed it to Hu Ren. Good. If this formula of yours is effective, the patient's family will definitely thank you grandly. Zhang Qi, this is your chance. Wait in the office for a moment. I'll go communicate with the patient's family now. With that, Hu Ren took Li Lianyong and left. When he got outside, Hu Ren's phone rang. He just realized that Zhao Dehuai had actually stayed at their hospital, and now named him to go over for a chat. After thinking about it, he handed the prescription to Li Lianyong and said, you go communicate with the patient's family. I have something to take care of. Li Lianyong said, Director Hu, is Zhang Qi's prescription really reliable? Don't turn around and cure the patient. Hu Ren said seriously. Have you heard that quite a few patients who were not cured in our hospital recently went to Zhang Qi's medical center and got a good recovery? Li Lianyong shook his head. I've never heard of it. Then you should inquire more. This patient has been bounced around several hospitals without being cured, but only Zhang Qi's pair of medicinal cures has eased the patient's condition, which already speaks for itself. Director Hu, I understand. After Hu Ren left, Li Lianyong took out his cell phone and called Zhao Dehuai. Uncle Zhao, Zhang Qi has written a prescription. Zhao Dehuai, who was waiting for Hu Ren, could not help but be furious. Well, this white-eyed wolf, my disease he does not treat. He actually ran to your hospital to treat the disease indiscriminately. Uncle Zhao, Zhang Qi's prescription might actually be useful. That patient may have a military background. If he is allowed to flatter that patient, he will probably soar. And a flight of fancy? He thinks beautifully. I'll make him fly high and fall miserably. Li Lianyong, I brought you up, and I'm the one running your connections. Now I'm giving you a chance to soar. Do you dare to take it? Li Lianyong said excitedly. What chance? You tell the patient that the prescription, you wrote it. Ha, but Director Who knows about these things. If I do this, Director Who might be the first to say no. You don't have to worry about him, I'll do his job. I'll have him cover for you. Alright, if you said so, Uncle Zhao. Then I'll respectfully follow your order. Not long after, the middle-aged man met Li Lianyong. The middle-aged man asked Li Lianyong excitedly, "Where is Dr. Zhang? Did he say anything?" Li Lianyong said, "I'm sorry, Dr. Zhang said he's never seen this kind of symptom before, so he left." What? The middle-aged man froze for a moment. Earlier, when he saw Zhang Qi commanding Hu Run and commanding him with such high spirits, he thought that Zhang Qi was sure of himself. It turned out to be just a bluff. On second thought, he thought that Zhang Qi might have really just gotten the wrong end of the stick last time, and they still shouldn't get their hopes up. At this time, Li Lianyong suddenly took the prescription out and said, "However, after reading that medicinal formula of Dr. Zhang's, I was suddenly inspired, so I wrote a formula that I think might be effective when used on a patient." Hu Run arrived at Zhao Dehuai's hospital room and found him in bed, looking like he was going to die. Cannot help but be shocked. "Lao Zhao, 2 days do not see. How did you become this hanging like?" Zhao Dehuai cursed. "It wasn't that Zhang Qi kid who cursed me? If it wasn't for him, my back wouldn't have gone out at all." "What do you mean?" Zhao Dui told Hu Run about what happened today. Hu Run instantly cried and laughed. "Old Zhao, what era is this? You still blame Zhang Qi for your illness? Your condition has worsened. That's probably a hidden disease in your body that's offending you. It's not Zhang Qi's fault. Why don't you blame him? Even if I have a problem with my body itself, it was Zhang Qi who cursed me out. If he hadn't cursed it, I wouldn't have realized it so early even if I was sick." Hu Ren was a bit speechless. "Early detection, early treatment, that's a good thing. You don't understand. The more I look at this kid now, the more he looks like a white-eyed wolf. He dared to refuse even when I asked him to look at me, causing me half a day's pain. I won't let him have a good time. Isn't he going to sue my daughter? Then I'll sue him." Hu Ren said. "Oh, how are you going to sue him?" Zhao Dehuai sneered. "I'm going to sue him for not treating me and causing my condition to worsen." "Lao Zhao, you're being serious. Doctors have the right to refuse patients and the right to refuse house calls. What right has he? In the end he's still my wasted son-in-law. He has to do what I tell him to do, and I'm going to destroy him." Hu Run reminded. "But don't. Let me be honest with you. There is a patient in our hospital with mysterious origins, you know, right? Many doctors can't cure it, but Zhang Qi has a treatment plan. If he can cure that mysterious patient, then he will have his own connections. You can't touch him." Zhao Dehuai said quietly. "I know, so I made 2 preparations. Enough to destroy him." Hu Ren's heart thumped as he asked, "What preparations have you made?" Zhao Dehuai told Hu Ren what Self had told Li Lianyong. Hu Ren was shocked to hear this. "Nonsense. It's just nonsense. How can you mess around with this kind of thing? Li Lianyong is really something too. How can he get involved in this kind of thing? Isn't this picking Zhang Qi's peach?" Zhao Dehuai looked at Hu Ren. "Old Hu, are you on my side or on Zhang Qi's side?" Hu Ren fell silent. Zhao Dehuai continued, "You do not forget. You can do this position after retirement. Can rely on my Zhao family relationship. Don't forget the saying, water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it." Hu Ren frowned deeply. Indeed, the Zhao family had the ability to make him step down from his current position. Even, as long as Zhao Dehuai is willing, it is highly likely that he will be deeply imprisoned, and even his self-retirement benefits will be downgraded by 1 level. Old Hu, this kid is full of backbones. He can oppose our Zhao family today, and when he gains power tomorrow, he will oppose you. Think about it carefully. Isn't that the truth? So, I want you to help Li Lianyong to the throne." "No problem." Seeing Hu Ren's silence, Zhao Dehuai sneered. "If Zhang Qi is really loyal to the Zhao family, then Zhang Qi has made a mark in the field of Chinese medicine. He does not mind using his own energy to push Zhang Qi. But Zhang Qi, this kid is full of anti-bone. Dared to sue his own daughter, then do not want to be good." On Zhang Qi's side, after waiting for about half an hour, he still didn't wait for Hu Run to come back. That's when the lawyer called again and asked him to come over and communicate more about the prosecution. So Zhang Qi sent a message to Hu Ren and left from the hospital first. The lawyer approached him for nothing more than to confirm the existing evidence in his possession. It was ultimately determined that the sooner the court needed to be held the better in the face of the behemoth that was the Zhou family, because the evidence in Zhang Qi's hand is very favorable to Self. If dragged for a long time, I am afraid that the Zhao family will move some crooked ideas to Zhang Qi. The other layer of reason for the lawyer to call Zhang Qi over was also to inform Zhang Qi that they had gone through the motions and set the court date for 3 days later. Let Zhang Qi prepare actively for these 3 days. Leaving from the law firm, Zhang Qi found a transfer notification on Self's cell phone, $50,000. Then received on WeChat another $200 from Hu Ren transferred to the carriage. Hu Ren said, "Zhang Qi, I'm sorry, your prescription is not effective. You've already received the sealing fee, right? Zhang Qi hurriedly replied. Okay, got it. Thank you, teacher. He had no doubts about Hu Ren's words, just a little confused. It was reasonable to say that the prescription he had given was only the first stage of medication, and even if it had an effect, it wouldn't be seen so quickly. It's only been a couple hours and the patient's family is sure the prescription isn't working? He didn't think much of it, though, figuring that treating such background characters tended to be rewarding in proportion to the risk. It's great to be able to cure people, but if you cure something, then you might be in a situation where you're bullying people with your power. And the prescription he had given before was actually a risky move, because he had given a somewhat strong medicine, with the aim of stimulating the appearance of other symptoms in the patient, so that he could take the next step in the treatment. That is, the patient may get worse or better. The focus is on the patient's next symptom presentation. Now it seems that the patient has taken the medicine and there is no effect at all. Then there may be a big problem with the body, and the medicine and stones are not healing, so it is better to set aside the relationship. Night. Zhang Qi added a tank of gas to the Chevrolet and drove to the villa where he and Joshua lived. Getting out of the car, he rang the doorbell. The one who opened the door was Li Suling. He said unexpectedly, "Why are you here?" Li Suling gave Zhang Qi a blank look. "You're not at home. There's no one to do the chores in your house, so I'll help you guys with the chores." "Oh, aren't you Zhaoshua's assistant? You do this kind of thing?" "Rich, I moonlight as a housekeeper." Zhang Qi's sharp eyes glanced at her. "I think it's because you were caught in adultery by your husband and don't dare to go home, right?" Li Suling's face changed. "Don't you talk nonsense. Between my husband and I, there's just some misunderstanding." Zhang Qi, however, didn't believe her. "I think you and Zhaoshua are all the same. Colorful flags fluttering outside. But the rainbow flag at home won't fall. Would you mind having one more? I think I can satisfy you because every time Zhaoshua is in front of me, she loses first." "You?" Li Suling was angry and a little surprised. "Is Zhang Qi that strong?" Zhaoshua walked out from inside. She looked at Zhang Qi with a happy look in her eyes. "Zhang Qi, you figured it out and won't divorce me?" "No. I assume you've been notified of the court date?" Zhaoshua frowned. She looked calmer than usual. "So what are you doing back here?" Zhang Qi said bluntly. "I want to see our daughters before the court date, and you call them back from your parents. You want to see your daughter? Then go to my parents, not me, and I haven't seen them in some days." "What do you mean, not letting me see my daughter?" Zhaoshua said. "That's right, and I won't hide it from you. If you don't withdraw the case and insist on divorcing me, then you'll never see our daughter again in your life." Zhang Qi was incomparably angry. "Zhaoshua, you're playing with fire. As their guardian, I have the right to visit them." Zhaoshua acted as if she had already known Zhang Qi's purpose. Fade said, "You're trying to get through to your daughters before the court date, so they can choose to live with you, right? You're dismissing that idea. I've already said hello. You won't be able to see them." Zhang Qi was expressionless. He suddenly rushed towards Zhaoshua with quick steps. "Zhang Qi, what are you doing?" When Li Suling saw Zhang Qi reacting so violently, she thought he was going to do something crazy. Hurriedly, he stepped forward to pull. However, in the next second, Zhang Qi hugged Zhaoshua's body and groped it for a while. "Zhang Qi, stop it." Due to the darkness of the sky, Li Suling did not notice what Zhang Qi was about to do, but Zhang Qi pushed her away and said, "Get lost. I'm getting high with my horse. What's your business?" Zhaoshua also reacted to what Zhang Qi was going to do, and her heart heated up. "Zhang Qi, not here. Let's go back to the house. I've been into nature lately, so this time it'll be in the yard." Li Suling was dumbfounded. She didn't expect Zhang Qi to be this crazy method. After reacting, he hurriedly drove the car parked in the courtyard and pulled up beside the duo. Because at this moment, Joshua's parents suddenly made a late-night visit and were on the second floor at this time. If they were not covered, then this scene would most likely be seen by them on the second floor. However, when Li Suling saw Zhang Qi's strong and violent galloping, her heart couldn't help but be a little hot as well. Zhang Qi's tricks and body are so much better than her own husband. After the two had been a bit enthusiastic, Zhao Shui relaxed. She looked at Zhang Qi with a few more winks in her eyes. "The prodigal son has returned? You've changed a lot lately. You've dared to be so spirited. But I'm quite satisfied with your performance. Go and drop the lawsuit tomorrow and live a good life with me. You're thinking beautifully. If I say I'm going to divorce you, then I will." Zhao Shui frowned. "Since you're determined to divorce me, why are you still doing this? This is your punishment for not letting me see my daughter." Zhao Shui's afterglow hadn't subsided, but there was more anger in her eyes. "It seems that you won't stop until you see the Yellow River. Do you think that you'll be able to sue and win against me by using some trumped-up things as evidence? Impossible, believe it or not. I will call the police now and sue you for marital rape, so that you can go to jail for a few days? I'd like you to do that." Go in there and sober up so you don't have to dwell on the fact that you're cuckolding me. I told you. I didn't cuckold you. That was a cuckold you fantasized about. I never betrayed you. Oh, a quarantine stamp on your ass and all your cheating behavior won't get you to admit what you've done to yourself. You've got a tough mouth. Zhang Qi is ready to leave. Zhao Shui said angrily. Don't go. If you go again, I'll really call the police. Then you report it. After Zhang Qi was done having fun, he swaggered in front of Zhao Shui and blasted the gas twice before leaving. Zhao Shui hesitated for a long time, but finally gave up on what she had in mind. She hadn't thought about divorcing Zhang Qi, and didn't want to make things too hard with him. Li Suling said, Mr. Zhao, I think you should have called the police just now and let the police arrest this hooligan, so that he will have a record, and it will be a great help for you to win the lawsuit. Zhao Shui blandly said, I haven't needed to do that yet, and the fact that I was able to get him to go to court so quickly was also because I authorized the lawyer to do so. Li Suling blushed. So, you're ready to divorce Zhang Qi? Zhao Shui shook her head. I love him so much. How could I possibly divorce him? I just want him to recognize the reality that no matter how much he tumbles, he can't escape me. Li Suling said. Zhang Qi looks confident. I think there might be a change. There are no variables. Everything is under control. On the way back, Zhang Qi fell into deep thought. Zhao Shui's calm attitude took him a bit by surprise. Did she have some kind of backup? Perhaps her mysterious adulterer will help her. After he left, Zhao Shui also went back to the second floor. Sun Ru and Zhao Dehuai had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Sun Ru asked, What did that kid want with you? Zhao Shui nodded. Well, just wanted to see his daughter. I didn't let him. Zhao Dehuai agreed. You did the right thing. Indeed, you shouldn't let him see it. This kid is a disgraceful character for making a big deal out of it. So when you get divorced, you'll clear the air with this kid. I won't let him off the hook then either. He came over with Sun Ru because he knew that the court would be in session in 3 days. So he wanted to discuss a plan with Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui sniffed her head for a while. Dad, don't think about all this nonsense. He's my husband. It's not like we're going to get divorced. You shouldn't be too hard on him. Zhao Dehuai said incredulously. Zhao Shui, he's taken things to this point, and you're still not ready to divorce him? Do you know that this lawsuit has already reached the years of characters at our level? If it continues like this, it's highly likely that our Zhao family will become the laughingstock of others. And you have to know that all of this is caused by that kid. There's no harm in it. You guys don't have to worry. I know what I'm doing. Just help me take care of my daughter. Sun Ru wanted to say, Zhao Shui, you really did not cheat? I went to the spa with a few wives today, and someone said they once saw you going in and out of some entertainment venues in pairs with men. Zhao Shui boarded up her face. Mom, why are you chewing my tongue behind my back with others? Am I still your daughter? But, no need to but. I'm not cheating on you, let alone going in and out of some entertainment place with other men. I'm not like that. But didn't Zhang Qi see you rooming with a man? I've also heard about you guys getting raided at that nightlife club. You went with another man, right? Sun Ru thought to herself, isn't this a contradiction of Zhao Shui's words? I swore I wouldn't go in and out of clubs with other men, but I got caught twice in a row, and all of them were caught by Zhang Qi. It's too careless. Zhao Shui held her head. Don't talk nonsense. I had other reasons for that, and he isn't really another man. I haven't even been in and out of clubs with other men. Zhao Dehuai waved his hand. Don't dwell on this now. The priority is to think of a way to win this lawsuit. Otherwise, if we really lose and let Zhang Qi share half of our family property, it will become the biggest laughingstock of Xincheng. There was a glare in his eyes. If necessary, he would take some special measures against Zhang Qi. Sun Ru's gaze was haunted. Thinking of Zhang Qi's rude behavior towards self in the medical center that day, he couldn't help but say, Zhang Qi is a guy who eats his way out of the house. He's too out of sight. Whether or not Zhao Shui cheated on him, he shouldn't have made a big deal out of it. Let's put it this way. Isn't it just about winning this lawsuit? You all stay out of it. I have a way to put Zhang Qi in his place. Zhao Shui asked. What's your solution? I can't talk about this method for now. You'll know when the court day comes. Against such a small character, it's just a sprinkle. Zhao Shui nodded and didn't take Sun Ru's words to heart. She didn't think Sun Ru, a woman, would be able to handle it effectively. At this time, Zhao Dehuai suddenly added, It's better for me to come. I have a trick to take away the paycheck from the bottom of the pot, and then the court will definitely make that kid become a brakeman. Zhao Shui asked, Dad, what's your solution? Zhao Dehuai faintly said, This is only the first and most important ring in my dealings with Zhang Qi. He can only die when faced with my means. But I'm like your mom now. I can't tell you. Zhao Shui was startled. Don't do anything overly drastic. My ultimate goal is still to let Zhang Qi return to me. Like before. Zhao Dehuai said, When I said I'd let him die, I was just using a metaphor. I won't take his life. but I'll make him feel desperate. Zhao Shui nodded. Just don't hurt his body, after all he is my husband. Zhao Dehuai asked. Do you have any countermeasures for the court hearing in 3 days? Don't make a scene by then and make our Zhao family lose face. Zhao Shui said. Don't worry, everything is under control. Zhang Qi will neither win the lawsuit nor divorce me. After 3 days, he will stay by my side and continue to be a home cook. Oh, could it be that you have some kind of card? After saying that, Zhao Dehuai laughed. At their level, there were 10,000 ways to pin down Zhang Qi, and it was a bit of an exaggeration to talk about undercurrents to a poor boy. I do have some arrangements, but I can't tell you guys. Otherwise, I'm afraid you guys will object. Anyway, let's leave it at that for today. And when it's 3 days later, Zhang Qi will be honest. After chatting with her parents about some more business matters, Zhao Shui sent the duo away. She immediately called for Li Suling and made arrangements for her. What I've entrusted you with, start doing it tonight. Li Suling's pretty face was a little hesitant. She pulled out her car keys and prepared to get in. Then he said to Zhao Shui worriedly, Mr. Zhao, would we be going a bit too far if we do this? Zhao Shui was full of concern and said, this is just a backup means. Just in case, I have to get my hands on him. When the trial comes around, I want to make sure that nothing goes wrong. Zhang Qi returned to the hotel and silently cleaned the room. The hotel was a little silent today, with the occasional strange sounds of young lovers coming from the rooms to the right and left and across the hall in the past. There's also a family of chattering nagging. Zhang Qi sat down at the tea table and took out a cigarette and smoked it. Thinking that the court would be held in 3 days, Zhang Qi did not know what came to his mind, and a glint of essence appeared in his eyes from time to time. Zhang Qi lowered his head and looked down suspiciously, his heart unexpectedly throbbing. What's going on? Zhang Qi's heart was on fire, and his mind couldn't help but float all kinds of women's attractive bodies. He even wanted to return to Zhao Shui's big villa now, and once again put Zhao Shui on the spot, and incidentally whipped Li Suling hard. He breathed progressively heavier. The head is also a little confused. Who drugged self? Zhang Qi's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly opened his own medicine box, took out a silver needle, and stabbed himself 2 centimeters deep in the back of his head. With that, he opened the medicine chest and kept rummaging through it for medication. Calming soup formula. Oh no, there's no pot. In a hurry, Zhang Qi pulled out his cell phone and called Zhaoying. What for? Brother-in-law? Zhaoying, I seem to have been drugged. This drug is very rigid. Come to me immediately. On your way here, buy me a tablet of Ong Ong Nyo Huang pill. Zhaoying said eagerly. Brother-in-law, what kind of drug have you been given? Are you poisoned? Why did you take the Ong Ong Nyo Huang pill? In other words, Zhao Ying's voice did not make Zhang Qi think much, but today Zhao Ying's voice inexplicably felt a little sweet, sexy, and flirtatious to her ears. Under the effect of the medicine, Zhang Qi was a bit grumpy, while saying with urgency, what do you think I'm doing? I want to spring for it. Zhang Qi came back to his senses and hastily added, that wasn't what I really thought. That was poisoned by the medicine. Zhaoying, do as I say and come here as fast as you can. Zhaoying also noticed Zhang Qi's abnormality and immediately said, all right, you wait for me. When Zhang Qi hung up the phone, his mouth began to emit rapid breathing sounds. His face was grim as the potency not only catalyzed sentimentality, but also plunged one's consciousness into chaos. With Zhang Qi's years of experience in practicing medicine, one bad move in this medicine could cause permanent damage to a person's brain. Luckily, Zhang Qi was a famous Chinese medicine practitioner with good medical skills, and he pinched silver needles and kept sticking them on his body. In the end, however, he collapsed on the bed in a soft heap like a drunken monk. The door to the room was pushed open. A figure walked in. Early the next morning, Zhang Qi stood up from his bed, deep in the eye sockets, and a little bloodshot. Zhang Qi's face was a bit gloomy. Thinking back on his vague memories of yesterday, he seemed to have done something extraordinary. After smoking a cigarette, he began to observe his surroundings. After a little thought, Zhang Qi knew why self had been poisoned. It was the glass of water on the table, the only glass of water he'd used since he'd gotten home. Thinking of this, Zhang Qi's face was grave as he put away the water cup. Knock knock. The door slammed. Zhang Qi went over and opened the door, and Zhaoying came in from outside in a hurry. Seeing Zhang Qi, Zhao Ying's tense face relaxed. Brother-in-law, I'm glad you're fine. Just now I sent you many messages and you didn't reply me. It scared me to death. Zhang Qi gave her a sly look. Zhaoying, I remember. Last night I asked you to come to my place as soon as possible, right? Zhaoying hummed and said, brother-in-law, I came yesterday, but after opening the door, I found you sleeping heavily, so I left again. Zhang Qi frowned. He didn't really remember what the woman looked like yesterday. I couldn't help but ask, have you done anything with me since you've been here? Zhao Ying was in a hurry. How can you think that about me? Even if I have that in my heart, I'm a woman and I won't take advantage of people. Sure. Zhao Ying shook his head. No, really. Zhang Qi tried. I don't mind if you do something to me. Just say it. Zhao Ying glared at Zhang Qi. Wait until you get divorced. Cut the useless talk. Now brother-in-law is going to give you a difficult task. Do you dare to do it? Brother-in-law. I dare you. Good. Then keep an eye on your sister for me. There are still 3 days to go before the court date. And collect more evidence of her cheating. I'm going to take these drugs. And take them to the lab. Brother-in-law. I know. Wait for my good news. Zhao Ying farted his ass off. Zhang Qi stood in front of the window, looking at Zhao Ying's back, and after waiting for a while, he also carried his cup and left, but he didn't go to the lab. He went to the lawyer's office. Evening. Sun Ru carried her hand in her bag, from the street, and turned into a cafe. The cafe was a little slow, with only one card table with a woman in her late 40s. Sun Ru walked straight over. Sun Ru was cold. Arrange that for me. The middle-aged woman raised her head in surprise. Oh, that guy violated the heavenly laws and made your Zhao family so targeted? Humph. I'm going to make him pay. Night. Zhang Qi sat on the hotel bed with a grave expression on his face, smoking a cigarette while drinking tea. As a grown man, he naturally knew what everything last night really meant. There was no doubt that whoever had done this, the experience of last night must be extremely unfavorable to him on the day of the trial in 3 days. That was his speculation. And the lawyers. However, things are not yet irreparable, because he also has Zhao Shui cheating evidence and witnesses in his hands. The two offset each other. The court can also sentence a half a candy fault. It does not affect his ability to get custody of his daughter. Just then, Zhang Qi looked down in wonder. How did it start again? Immediately afterward, Zhang Qi's face changed slightly. Again? He hurriedly took out a silver needle and stabbed it in the back of his head, while taking a pill of Ong Nyo Huang pill from within the medicine chest. But it's not. Impulses gradually took over. He lolled back on the bed in a dazed state of mind. In the haze, a figure approached. Same thing as last night, skimmed over. The next day, Zhang Qi went to the medical center with a calm face. He was lucky today. 5 guests visited just after the doors opened. Strictly 1 patient. The remaining 4, all sons and daughters of the woman. The woman was in her 40s and coincidentally had breast cancer, which had progressed to an intermediate to advanced stage due to lack of early intervention for treatment. The situation is now being treated conservatively and a miracle is expected. Been on meds for over a year though. Started on meds from a level 1 analgesic, and have tried weak opioids and such, as well as opioids. Drug resistance is getting worse. So I would like to seek a Chinese medicine practitioner to prescribe some pain relief prescription to ease the pain. This type of cancer has already spread, and further treatment is not only extremely risky, but also laborious and not affordable for the average person. Zhang Qi, after some observation and diagnosis, said to the patient, your current condition, because of the long-term medication, leads to your body experiencing more and more side effects. I will prescribe you medication. You guys catch it on time, at least it can relieve your pain. There's tonic-type medicine I'm prescribing for you that will put you in better shape, and it's not impossible to recover if you recover well. Thank you Dr. Zheng. The cost of medication is about $400 a day. The 3 children discussed the matter and decided that each of them would contribute $4,000 a month for the women's medication. A $400 drug costs about $100 and makes a profit of over $300. And such patients need to take medication for a long time, which is considered a stable income for Zhang Qi. Also recently, I've been researching a clay formula for cancer. If you guys agree to it, you need to sign a waiver, and you'll pay for the cost of the medicine. Zhang Qi said bluntly. As soon as the 4 of them put their heads together, the eldest son immediately said, Dr. Zhang, we accept your offer. Chinese medicine practitioners with excellent medical skills can cure cancer. There is a precedent for this. It was rare for Zhang Qi to meet such a patient, so he wanted to test his skills. After sending the patient away, Zhang Qi began the long wait. The medical center fell back into the cold. Zhang Qi was idly bored and thought of the mysterious patient in the Chinese hospital. There was some regret in his heart that if he could continue to allow himself to be treated, there might be hope of curing that patient. Chinese hospital. Holding his back, Zhao Dehuai is talking to Hu Rin in his office. My back. What's wrong with it? How come the test results still haven't come back? Hu Rin said. Lao Zhao. You don't worry. Yesterday's film didn't find anything abnormal. May just be ordinary small disease. I suggest you find Zhang Qi to help you regulate your body. I suspect he knows your back disease. Humph, I gave him the chance to heal me, and he didn't cherish it then, so now he doesn't deserve it. Ugh, all the routine tests have been done, so you'll get an MRI. Doctors nowadays They are getting more and more wasteful. They can't even check for this minor illness. Zhao Dehuai frowned. When will there be results? The results come out fast, but you might have to wait in line. There's a bit of a crowd for the test today. Zhao Dehuai asked again. That mysterious patient. How is it? Hu Ren sniffed inside. Zhang Qi is indeed a genius of traditional Chinese medicine. His medicine is very effective. The lump on the patient's stomach has started to subside. Zhao Dehuai rejoiced. Good. This is just perfect for Li Lianyong. Next year to strive to operate him to the main section. At that time, our Zhao family will add another big help. He sneered. Zhang Qi is over 40 years old and still has the guts to act like this. Then he himself will make him realize what it means to be realistic. His exam was scheduled to be done in the afternoon, just in time for the doctor to get off work. After the MRI was done, he asked Hu Ren to keep an eye on the results for himself. And outside his own hospital, he drove his car and found a middle-aged woman standing on the side of the road. This woman and the woman that Sun Ru had seen were exactly the same person. Zhao Dehuai coldly said, my daughter's lawsuit is going to trial tomorrow. In order to prevent that kid from winning the case, I have to use this means. Begin. LOL. As you wish. It didn't take long for the duo to arrive. It was already nighttime, and the sky was dark, but the streetlights on the street as well as the lights emanating from the various stores illuminated the not-so-busy street. At this moment, Zhang Qi sat on the bed, took a deep breath, and put no less than 30 silver needles in all parts of his body. With veins bulging on his forehead, he reached out, picked up the medicinal soup that had been simmering on the table, and drank it all in one gulp. Then he reached out with his right hand and felt for a pulse in his neck. After a long time, he took a deep breath. Secretly, he said, for the third time, the body finally showed a hint of resistance and successfully detoxified. He thought of Zhao Shui. Unable to help himself, he whispered, bitch, this matter better have nothing to do with you. Just then the door clicked open. A silhouette walked in from outside. Zhao Dehuai's car was parked outside the hotel, and the middle-aged woman was long gone. He was about to get out of the car to find Zhang Qi when suddenly, a car stopped in front of the hotel. Little Shadow? He's looking for Zhang Qi? Zhao Dehuai stopped moving, his face not looking too good. Zhao Ying went up the stairs in a hurry and easily entered Zhang Qi's room. Inside the room, Zhang Qi leaned against the bed, lazily smoking a cigarette. Zhao Ying was not too comfortable being smoked. Brother-in-law, you should smoke less. It's not good for your health. Zhang Qi took another big drag before saying, no way. I'm used to it. I feel uncomfortable not having a cigarette at this time. Zhao Ying's nose sniffed. What's that smell? Boiled herbs. Zhao Ying wasn't referring to the smell of medicine. She always felt that there were other smells in the room. However, he didn't think much about it, but came forward and said with some excitement, brother-in-law, in the past 2 days, I've been sending people to follow my sister, and I've really had an unexpected harvest. Zhang Qi sat up straight and became interested. Oh, what harvest? Look, my sister and a mysterious man. Getting close. I suspect that this is my sister's concubine outside. Zhao Ying held the picture on his cell phone out to Zhang Qi. The photo shows a scene of Zhao Shui and a middle-aged man snuggling with each other while shopping. There was no shot of the middle-aged man's face, but what was certain was that there was a big difference between the middle-aged man and Zhang Qi's figure. Zhang Qi gently clenched his fist, then loosened it and said mockingly, your sister is really cheap. Obviously there is someone outside, but she still refuses to admit it. So shameless. Brother-in-law, tomorrow is court time. You take this photo. It can be used as a supporting evidence. Aha. Zhang Qi held Zhao Ying's hand and said fondly, you Zhao family, you're the only one who's on the same page as me. Don't worry. I'll be thanking you when I'm divorced from your sister. Zhao Ying's gaze averted. Brother-in-law, actually, after all, you're already 40 years old. I think that you and my sister shouldn't divorce if you can. There's no need to go that far. Yes, I'm 40 years old. If only I were a few years younger. Zhang Qi was a bit lost. There's no turning back in time. And sometimes maintaining the status quo isn't necessarily a bad thing. Zhang Qi nodded. You're right. If your sister really has someone outside, and it's really just a mistake she makes once in a while, I can treat it as if nothing happened. For the sake of this family, for the sake of the child, it doesn't matter. Unfortunately, your sister's lover is writing the output of my face, and it's no fun for me to pester your sister like this. Zhao Ying, tomorrow is the first court session and the most important one. You remember not to be absent to help me testify. Brother-in-law, go back to bed first and get a good night's sleep today. I know it's a lot of pressure on you to do this for me. Brother-in-law, what are you talking about? If it wasn't for you, I would have almost been taken away by the pornographers and informed my family. It's only right that I help you, and I especially hate my sister's unfaithful behavior. He chatted with Zhao Ying a few more times and sent Zhao Ying away. Outside, Zhao Dehuai frowned. He felt that Zhao Ying had been looking for Zhang Qi for a bit too long, and there was a vague uneasiness within him. Just as he was about to rush up to see what the two were talking about, Zhao Ying came out. Zhao Dui breathed a long sigh of relief. From the footage he'd gotten, Zhang Qi wouldn't have finished so quickly, which meant the two didn't have anything. Just then, another car pulled up in front of the hotel. Zhao Shui stepped out of the car and went straight into the hotel. Zhang Qi, don't say I won't give you a chance. Drop the lawsuit today and go home with me to live a good life. I don't want to embarrass you. Zhao Shui opened the door. She clutched her chest and frowned at Zhang Qi's messy bed. Zhang Qi sneered. If you want me to go back, you can. I'll seriously consider it if you have your lovers talk to me. Zhao Shui frowned slightly. What lover? What are you babbling about? I can't find one even if I look for one now. And bring a guys. Zhang Qi said. Who knows how many lovers you actually have? Zhao Shui said with some annoyance. I told you. Not a single one. I did all this for you. Why are you just so ungrateful? Zhang Qi. I deal with company matters during the day. I'm busy all day. And then I have to come and coax you at night. You're making me feel tired, you know? Zhang Qi said. Since you're tired, don't pretend with me. Get your lover over here and talk to me. You still can't open your mouth without a lover. How many times have I told you there is none? And if there is, it's you. Zhang Qi said. Zhao Shui, you finally admitted it, haven't you? After being married to you for so many years, you're just treating me as your face head, aren't you? Don't you steal concepts. What I mean is that I will only have one man in my life, before or after. You, it's impossible to have another man. How on earth will you believe me? Zhang Qi said. Words are not enough. You bring our daughter here and I'll consider whether to trust you or not. Don't you lie to me. There's no way I'm going to give you a chance to ventilate with them. Then we'll just have to go to court. Zhao Shui couldn't help it when she saw Zhang Qi's oil and salt. Couldn't help but advise again. I'm doing this all for your own good. Even if the lawyer you hired is great, how can it compare to our Zhao family's legal team? Even if you go to court, it's just a self-inflicted humiliation. Zhang Qi, I came to find you today because I love you. I love you so much that I don't want you to lose face in public. I love you so much that I have such a high level of patience with you. Don't be emboldened just because you are favored by me. Zhang Qi smiled to himself. I just don't understand. You already have someone outside. Why are you still unwilling to let go of me? A poor man with no money and no power? I have no one out there. There's no man. And I swear, if I lie to you, is it okay to let me die for it? Zhang Qi mocked. How watery is this oath of yours? Zhao Shui looked at Zhang Qi with a deep look on her face and said, count on me to beg you. Okay, come home with me. I really care about you and can't live without you. Zhang Qi stared at Zhao Shui in a daze. Once upon a time, when he pursued Zhao Shui, he was as affectionate as Zhao Shui was today. It's pretty hilarious how the roles of the two have shifted now. A rare look of struggle appeared on his face, and a moment later it was all firm again. Zhao Shui, there's no turning back for us, really. I know that a man of my age doesn't deserve much, and it's an honor to have married you. Even if you are occasionally unfaithful to me, I should turn a blind eye for the sake of life. Unfortunately, you played it too fancy. You went so far as to have your ass stamped with a port quarantine and held up in front of me to humiliate me. There's no way I'm going to forgive you. Zhao Shui hurriedly said. I really stamped it on myself. Didn't I tell you? I thought you'd like it, and it turns out you do. Ever since I got stamped there, you've been a lot rougher on me than you were before, and I love that feeling. Since you don't like it, you should have said so earlier. I've washed it off today. Believe it or not, it's not there at all, and I promise you that it won't happen again either. Zhao Shui turns her back to Zhang Qi and tells him that the seal on her body is gone. What is it? Zhang Qi's gaze was fixed. A hand gently pressed against a patch of skin there and seized it. Hiss. Zhao Shui cringed in pain, an expression that was quite charming as she hissed slightly. Zhang Qi laughed coldly. Zhao Shui, are you too licentious out there so you don't even know when a strawberry has been sucked behind you? What? Zhao Shui's face was shocked. Hastily, he craned his head to look backward, but due to her remote position, she was destined to see nothing from this angle. Go back and look in the mirror and don't act in front of me now. Zhao Shui frowned. There aren't any strawberries on me at all. You must have misread it. And even if there were, it was because of an accident. This can be described as an accident by you? Is it that even if all the other men showed up in your room, you can still say that it was someone else who accidentally flew in there in a car accident? Zhang Qi asked rhetorically. Zhao Shui's face turned red. What are you babbling about? I'm not that shameless. Even if I'm not careful, it's impossible for me to fly in. If that situation really occurs, I'm sure I'm betraying it. So what you're saying is, if I think you're betraying, I have to catch you red-handed, right? There's no way I could have betrayed. And there's no way you could have caught me red-handed. You go. Zhao Shui tried. You're not leaving me behind today? I don't mind keeping you company at this low-end hotel. I was going to leave you behind, but when I saw that strawberry, I wasn't in the mood. Besides, my little temple can't accommodate a big Buddha like you. Zhao Shui looked disappointed. Since you insist on going to court to clear your head, I'll give you that. Zhao Shui laughed. It wasn't long before Sun Ru walked in again with a cold face. Zhang Qi was a bit surprised, but didn't show it. Just a mocking. That's a bit of a crowd today. Sun Ru looked at the disheveled Zhang Qi with a cold face. You don't even wear decent clothes at home. What kind of behavior is that? Zhang Qi said indifferently. I don't have money to buy clothes. Why don't you buy me a few? Sun Ru disdainfully said. You are still a bit self-aware. Just your kind of man. Away from my daughter. Nothing. Zhang Qi lit a cigarette and smoked it recklessly. This scene made Sun Ru frown straight away. It's true that I'm nothing, but your daughter just won't let go of me. A man who's nothing. Why do you think that is? You. Cut the crap and fart if you have one. Sun Ru stomped her foot, her face furious. She said, forget it. I'm not going to get angry with people like you. I'm just asking you, how much do you want for my daughter? Zhang Qi raised his eyebrows. What? Are you here to make a deal with me? That's right. Wanting to share half of our family property. That's impossible. We don't want to go to court until it's absolutely necessary. This kind of thing is too humiliating for a big family like ours. Sun Ru believed that after Self got that video, Zhang Qi would understand what Self had really done. If he had any self-awareness, he would know what to choose. You guys also know that it's a shame. Don't you feel ashamed of your daughter for cheating on you? Is it that as long as you don't let others know, then it's not a disgrace? But it's really self-deceiving. Sun Ru frowned. I know Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui, she is not that kind of person. You divorced her for nothing more than money. Name a number, and as long as it's not too much, I'll consider it fed to the dogs. Zhang Qi nodded. Okay, just think of it as me doing it for the money. Your family. Of course you're looking towards your own people. Money as you wish. I want at least one daughter. Want a daughter? No way. Both daughters must be with my Zhao family. You don't even think about it. With this much power, how can you afford to raise your daughters? I'm doing this for your own good. Then there's nothing to talk about. Sun Ru said angrily. Don't go too far. Do you really think you'll win the trial tomorrow? I have evidence of your daughter's infidelity in my hands, and the judge, as long as he's not blind, will favor me? The underdog. Sun Ru said. I'm the child's grandmother. If Xiao Shui wants one, then I have the right to have one too. There's no part for you at all. With a poof, Zhang Qi laughed. How did your Zhao family get to this point? Don't you even have this bit of legal common sense? You're the grandmother. You're not the guardian. What qualifications do you have to have a daughter? I do. The children are bonded to me. So of course I'm considered their guardian. Then go tell that to the judge. Zhang Qi stood up and took off his clothes. Said his mouth, I'm going to sleep. If you have nothing else to do, get out of here. But if you want to stay here with me, but want to rub the room I paid to rent, no way. Book one for yourself. You, asshole. Xiao Shui was blind to marry someone like you. She is indeed blind. Not marrying those concubines outside was the wrong decision in her life. But even so, she still refuses to let me go. Not to mention you agreeing to it. She told me that she has only one demand. No divorce. You have this time to talk to me. Why don't you do that bitch's job first? You. The muscles in Zhang Qi's chest were exposed. He's starting to take off his pants. Sun Ru sank her face and glared fiercely at Zhang Qi, then turned around. You asked for it. You completely underestimated my Zhao family's methods. You'll regret it. After that she slammed the door. Outside, Zhao Dehuai was shocked to see Sun Ru come out. Her mom? Why did you come to Zhang Qi's place as well? Old show? When Sun Ru saw Zhao Dehuai, she couldn't help but be furious. That little brute. He's really getting more and more licentious. Immediately afterward, she recounted the conversation the two had just had. Zhao Dehuai was furious after hearing this. Good. This kid really don't know the sky and the earth. I really want to call out to him with an ear full of teeth. With that he rushed to the hotel. What are you doing there? Zhao Dehuai exasperatedly said. That kid dared to disrespect you. That means he doesn't put me in his eyes and really thinks I'm easy to bully? Wait here. I'll go and teach him a lesson he won't forget. Sun Ru was startled and pulled him back. Old Zhao, don't be impulsive. You're old. How can you give that kid a lesson? If you really want to give a lesson, you have to find someone else. Besides, porcelain does not just with tile pots. We are porcelain. That kid is tile pots. Even if you just won, self-body fall a little porcelain. Also not worth it. Zhao Dehuai said disdainfully. He dares to fight back. Besides, I'm not trying to make a move against him. If I make a move against him, then wouldn't my path be narrowed? Strike the snake 7 inches. I'm going to use the plainest and most unadorned language to make that kid despair. Sun Ru sighed in relief. She wanted to follow her over to see how Zhao Dehuai made Zhang Qi despair with the plainest and most unadorned language, but after taking 2 steps, he suddenly thought that Zhang Qi might not be wearing any clothes at this time, and his footsteps stopped again. Secretly, he cursed, "Don't have a pussy face." When Zhang Qi saw Zhao Dehuai, he wasn't surprised, but provocatively threw Zhao Dehuai a cigarette. "Have one." Zhao Dehuai subconsciously took it. After looking at it for a couple of moments, he reacted and immediately slammed into Zhang Qi. "Little beast. Who's the little beast talking about?" "The little beast says you." Zhao Dehuai was stunned, and then he was furious with Ziwei. "Don't you dare curse me." Zhang Qi had long since stopped treating him as his father-in-law, and sniffed without the slightest bit of politeness. "You're full of shit to me, and you don't allow me to fight back? Humph. You're just thinking that you can get a share of my Zhao family's property, and you're just being smug here. I won't hide it from you. I've already gotten hold of your key evidence. Tomorrow in court, you're bound to lose." Zhang Qi said indifferently. "Oh, you're looking for me just to talk to me about this?" "Naturally not." Zhao Dehuai said smugly. "I know all about your walk-in for that mysterious patient at the Chinese hospital." Zhang Qi didn't understand why he mentioned this and couldn't help but wonder. "And then? The medicine you prescribed is very effective, and the patient's symptoms have been effectively relieved." Zhang Qi's face stiffened. He froze in place. Zhao Dehuai mocked. "Didn't expect it, did you? Your prescription is very effective. But the patient doesn't think it's the result of your prescription now, because I arranged for another person to claim your credit. Do you understand my Zhao Dehuai's methods? You're a 40-year-old man who deludes yourself into thinking that you can turn over a new leaf by treating a big shot. But unfortunately, you don't realize in the slightest how fierce my Zhao family's energy is in New City. All your struggles are just futile." Zhao Dehuai wanted to see the angry and resigned expression on Zhang Qi's face, but he was disappointed, because Zhang Qi only froze for a moment before returning to normal. Zhang Qi said, "I am not very capable, and I am no match for your Zhao family, but I can tell you responsibly that I am an excellent Chinese medicine practitioner. Even my master, Hu Run, is not even close to me. Do you understand what I mean by that?" Zhao Dehuai said disdainfully. "The meaning is that even fragrant wine is afraid of deep alleys. In your life, no matter how excellent your medical skills are, you are destined to be nothing more than a bum. You are wrong. My meaning is simple. I say you are sick and very sick. When you get sick, don't expect me to treat you. I'll watch you die in front of me." Zhao Dehuai's forehead veins popped. "Yakuza, you think I don't dare to get you killed? Then you'd better get me killed now, or tomorrow I'm going to make the evidence of your bitchy daughter cheating on you public." Zhao Dehuai cold face. "Xiao Shui didn't cheat on her. You get those fake evidence. But you were just thinking about my Zhao family property. But you won't get your way." Zhang Qi mocked. "I actually couldn't tell for a moment whether your Zhao family is poor or rich. Is it that in your eyes? Your Zhao family has nothing but money, and that's why you feel that everyone is thinking about your money? Didn't you read that bitch's pork quarantine stamp? I caught her red-handed in the hotel. Didn't you know that too? By the way, the club accosted me as a stranger. You know that, right? At that time, your bitchy daughter picked me up as a stranger and scratched her head at me. Your daughter is so watery. You know, little Yakuza. I'll whip your pussy face." Zhao Dehuai's face was vicious for a moment. He breathed in sharply, raised his hand, and slapped Zhang Qi's face. However, Zhang Qi took hold of his wrist first. "This slap, it should be me smacking you. After all, you have failed to discipline your daughter properly and taught such a family scum. However, I will spare you for the time being." Zhang Qi released his grip on Zhao Dehuai's wrist and pointed at the door. "Get out, you." Zhao Dehuai pointed at Zhang Qi for half a day. His brows wrinkled deeply. Only then did he step away. When Sun Ru saw him come out, she immediately greeted him urgently. "How was it? Did you give that kid a deep lesson?" Zhao Dehuai grimaced. Go to Xiao Shue's place." Li Suling was helping Xiao Shue clean up, and Xiao Shue was wearing a silk nightgown, sitting at the desk, reading with a few documents. She had already washed up and changed all her clothes. Right now, all she had on was a nightgown made of silk. Her face was serene. Li Suling cleaned up and couldn't help but come to her side, wanting to speak. Xiao Shui, who was in a busy state, looked up at her in surprise and said, "Is the sanitation done? It's a bit late today. You can stay at my place or go home." Li Suling said, "Mr. Zhao, you're going to court tomorrow, and you're still in the mood to read company documents? Don't you do some preparation?" Zhao Shui said, "What can I prepare? It may not be a bad thing for us old married couples to make a mess to improve our relationship." "No, it's a divorce. You're too calm, aren't you?" Li Suling took 2 steps forward, her tone very anxious. Zhao Shui faintly said, "I was the one who gave Zhang Qi the chance to make a scene. Isn't it normal for me to be calm?" Li Suling gave Zhao Shui a deep look. She suddenly had the feeling that the emperor was in a hurry. So he gathered his anxiety and said to Zhao Shui, "Then, Mr. Zhao, I'll leave first." "Well, you go back. If your husband still dares to find trouble with you, then you'll live here with me and work as a nanny for me. And by the way, you'll also help Zhang Qi share the household chores. After so many years, I did treat him a little bit poorly. I'll think about it." Li Suling said in her heart, no wonder Zhang Qi wanted a divorce. Did it mean that he had been acting as a male nanny after the marriage? Zhao Dehuai's husband and wife opened the villa's door with a light hand. One after the other, they entered the villa. Zhao Dehuai angrily walked to the study and said to Zhao Shui, "Zhao Shui, that kid has really turned against the world. I have to screw him." Sun Ru followed suit. When she saw Zhao Shui's clothing, she frowned and said, "Little Shui, why are you wearing such a dress at home?" Zhao Shui sniffed, put down the papers in her hands, and straightened her front. Looking up at Zhao Dehuai, he said, "Dad, you went looking for Zhang Qi again?" Zhao Dehuai gasped for breath, one hand holding his vaguely painful waist. "Pissed me off. That little Yakuza. Being my son-in-law for so many years, I didn't expect him to be a white-eyed wolf. He actually cursed me to death." Zhao Shui sniffed and a flash of anger flashed in her eyes. Zhang Qi did go a bit overboard. How could he do such a thing? "But what? Your father, he went to the hospital today to check the old problem on his back. And he just said that your father's illness is very serious. Sooner or later he will have to die. And then he will watch your father die in front of him." Sun Ru helped Zhao Dehuai pour a cup of tea while saying angrily, "You said our Zhao family. How did we raise such a white-eyed wolf? Your father hasn't gotten sick and died yet. He's going to be pissed off at him." Zhao Dehuai said, "We must press this kid to death at once." "Zhao Shui, for tomorrow's court session, how are you prepared? This time I'm going to make that brat lose his reputation and not be able to mix in the new city." Zhao Shui held her forehead. "Dad, why do you think you're looking for him for nothing? This is a private matter between the two of us." "A private matter? Do you have any idea how big the impact on our Zhao family will be if he wins his lawsuit?" Zhao Shui said, "It's not serious enough to that point. This is just our two old couples are idle and bored. Nothing to fight the law. By the way, I also let him know who is the size of the king of the family. You guys don't blindly get involved. And we have not come to the point where we see the life and death of that step. Far from it. Then the impact of your fight is too great, isn't it? You have to know that once this gets out, it will affect the stock price of our Zhao family's industry. That's, who asked me to be your daughter? Sitting on so much family wealth. It can't be helped that every move has a huge impact." Sun Ru suddenly looked at Zhao Shui slyly. "Zhao Shui, tell mom the truth. Did you cheat on her or not?" Zhao Shui helplessly said, "I didn't. How could I have cheated? In my heart, I have always loved Zhang Qi. But why do I kind of not believe it? You've been stampeded and went to a hotel with another man. And you have syphilis on you." "Mom, it was all an accident. I stamped the seal myself. I went to a hotel room with a man to talk business. And as for syphilis, it's even more of a lie. If there was, it was passed on to me by Zhang Qi." Sun Ru stared deeply into Zhao Shui's eyes and realized that Zhao Shui's eyes were clear. Finally, she nodded. "Mom believes you, and this time, Mom will help you." Zhao Dehuai also said, "I've already used special means on Zhang Qi, and when the time comes, Dad will also help you." When he finished, he glanced at Sun Ru. "Did you use special means as well?" Sun Ru nodded. "That's right. Tomorrow, I will give Snow a surprise." Zhao Shui didn't appreciate all this. "Don't mess around. I have my own special means. Snowy, it's good that you have it in your heart. We'll accompany you to court tomorrow. I want to see the expression on that brat's fracking face with my own eyes. It's fine if you guys want to appear in court, but you have to keep one thing in mind. Zhang Qi is always your son-in-law. You can't go too far with him. After tomorrow's court hearing, we still have to get along like a family." The three of them chatted for a while longer, and only after Zhao Dehuai confirmed that Zhao Shui had a good plan and would never suffer, did he put his heart down. But as he left from Zhao Shui's place, he secretly clenched his fists. In his heart, he thought viciously, this kid dared to curse self to death. How could he really get along with Zhang Qi like a family? Zhang Qi must be taught a painful lesson. The next day, Zhang Qi opened his eyes. The cell phone ringing woke him up. It's the lawyer calling. Counsel instructed him to prepare as soon as possible and not to be late for today's hearing. Zhang Qi said that he had set himself off immediately. He put on the suit Zhao had given himself, tied his tie, and walked out of the hotel toward the Chevrolet parked outside. Suddenly, a light bus pulled up a short distance away. 5 youths stepped down from them and rushed towards Zhang Qi without a word. The 5 youths had bad looks on their faces and were the first to make a move on Zhang Qi. Bang bang. Zhang Qi was caught off guard and was hit squarely. He's screaming, "Who are you people? The one who wants you dead." The 5 men's faces were ferocious. beating Zhang Qi so much that one of his eyes appeared purple and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The tie was ripped to the back. The front of the suit was torn and the pockets were ripped and torn off. His cell phone fell to the floor, cracking the outer screen. Zhang Qi used his instincts to block the attacks of several people as he tried to bend down, pick up his cell phone, find an opportunity, and get into the car. Zhang Qi locked his car, topped his messy hair, and turned on the camera of his cell phone, but at that moment, the 5 people scattered and disappeared in a puff of smoke. The light bus drove slowly and pulled up to Zhang Qi's car. The car window slowly landed. Zhao Dehuai's face gradually appeared in front of Zhang Qi. After Zhao Dehuai gave Zhang Qi a secretary Kong expression, the car window slowly rose until Zhao Dehuai's face disappeared. With a roar, the light passenger drove away with a roar of the gas. After Zhang Qi froze for a moment, he suddenly went crazy, clenched his hands into fists, and smashed the steering wheel, cursing under his breath. Grass, 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 grass. Zhao Dui grass mud horse. He took a deep breath and his face gradually returned to calm. A Hyundai drove up to Zhang Qi's car, and Li Suling knocked on the window. Zhang Qi rolled down the window, his wretched image facing Li Suling, and faintly said, "Is there something wrong?" Li Suling's face was stunned. "What's your look? This was customized for me by my old father-in-law." "Ha?" Li Suling opened her mouth as she tried to withdraw her strange gaze and said to Zhang Qi, "Zhang Qi, do you really want to go to the trial?" She organized her words and said, "I'll give you a word of advice. Don't go. You don't even understand Mr. Zhao's methods, you'll lose your ass." Zhang Qi tensed his face. "Aren't you Zhao Shue's man?" Li Suling said, "It's precisely because I'm General Manager Zhao's person that I understand how powerful General Manager Zhao is. You, a person with no money and no power, can't fight her. Why do you want me? Is this from Zhao Shue?" Li Suling shook her head. "No." "Got it." Zhang Qi rolled up the window, started the vehicle, and rushed toward the courthouse. Li Suling got out of the car and gazed at the distant old car. The People's Court of Newtown. Waiting room. Yu Feng, the gold medal lawyer, excitedly walked towards Zhang Qi who had just opened the door. "Court time is coming up. I thought you were going to be late today." He frowned and looked at Zhang Qi's face. "Are you alright? What happened?" Zhaoing also noticed Zhang Qi's image and said nervously, "Brother-in-law, you've been beaten up?" Although Ji's face was surprised, he did not show it strongly and just nodded at Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi looked to the back, where Zhaoing and Ji were seated, and nodded at them. "There was an accident on the road." Yu Feng carried his briefcase. "I've already communicated with them. Enough small talk. Let's go to the court immediately." Zhang Qi nodded. "Good." Just 2 steps away, a male bailiff walked over. Plaintiff's side. "The time for the court hearing has arrived, and if it exceeds 30 minutes, it will be treated as a dismissal of the case. You need to head to the courtroom as soon as possible." Yu Feng said. "Got it. We will go now." Yu Feng led Zhang Qi and walked towards the courtroom in a like manner, producing identification and documents. The 2 were released. "Zhang Qi, let's go to the plaintiff's table." "Okay." Zhang Qi's out-of-focus gaze went to the trial bench, where several judges and clerks sat. They had long microphones in front of them. Another glance to the defense table. There sat an idle Zhao Shue, and beside her at the defense table sat Zhao Shue's defense attorney. In the seat behind the duo, sat Zhao Dehuai, Sun Ru duo. Behind Sun Ru, there sat Zhang Qi's father again, Zhang Beichuan, and Zhang Qi's sister, Zhang Shujia. Zhang Qi's gaze was fixed on them. The duo's sharp gazes looked at Zhang Qi. The presiding judge took the hammer and struck it twice. The clerk said, "Is the plaintiff present in court?" Zhang Qi, to the court. Clerk, "Is the defendant present in court?" Zhao Shue, to the court. Clerk, "Is the plaintiff's attorney at law present?" Clerk, "Silence, please. Court discipline will now be announced." Presiding judge, "The court is now in session." Yu Feng cleared his throat, took out the organized documents and read them out as they were. "I am Yu Feng, the attorney representing plaintiff Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi's claims are as follows. Since Zhao Shue female soil cheated on her in marriage, we request a divorce. Second, given that the defendant, Zhao Shue, is a well-known entrepreneur, sitting on up to several $1 billion of family assets, and as the party at fault, so we ask Zhao Shue to compensate for $2 billion whole compensation. Third, the defendant seeks custody of his youngest daughter, Zhao Lan. The evidence we have is as follows. Yu Feng told the evidence one by one. Zhao Shue's syphilis labs. Zhao Shue and Ji appear at the hotel to prove it. The port quarantine stamp that inexplicably appeared on Zhao Shue's body. Chat between Zhao Shue and Ji. Photos of Zhao Shue and strange men, in and out of shopping malls, in ambiguous postures. Thereupon, several materials, which were handed to the bailiff, were forwarded to the trial bench. A few people at the trial table looked at it for a moment, with different looks. Zhao Dehuai and Sun Ru, gritting their teeth, glared at Zhang Qi. Their eyes had been sharper. At this time, Yufeng asked Zhao Shui, "Zhao Shui, do you recognize the authenticity of this evidence?" Zhao Shui's face didn't panic. "I can admit it. If you say admit it, then please say I admit it. I recognize that." Zhang Qi gave Zhao Shui an unexpected look. However, he did not speak due to the discipline of the court. Zhao Shui glanced at the lawyer beside her, who understood and immediately got up. Even if the content is true, it doesn't prove that Zhao Shui cheated on her. Those were just accidents. The trial judge glanced at Zhang Qi. These are indeed no direct evidence of cheating by Zhao female soil. The plaintiff's side may have additional evidence. There are witnesses. Have the witnesses present. Zhao Ying and He Ji were brought in. The two announced themselves. Sun Ru and Zhao Dehuai incredulously looked at Zhao Ying with very surprised eyes. "Which one of you is first?" Ho Chi volunteered to raise his hand. Zhang Qi was expressionless and did not look back at him. The hand but gently held. Just then, He Ji suddenly said, "Fake. My chat record with Zhao Shui is fake. That's not even considered evidence. When I went to the hotel with Zhao Shui, although it did happen, it wasn't about doing that at all. It was about business. We have the contract we signed that day as evidence." Yu Feng's body shook. Incredulously, he looked at He Ji. Zhang Qi also subconsciously turned his head and gazed at He Ji. Zhao Shui, who was not far away, had the corners of her mouth gently hooked up. Suddenly, Zhao Ying also stood up. "That picture of my sister and the man. It's also fake. That's my sister's business partner." They went to the mall to talk business. The presiding judge raised an eyebrow as he hastily called for a halt. "The two of you are witnesses for the plaintiff. Why are you doing this? I warn you, there is a legal price to pay if you give false testimony." Zhao Ying gave Zhang Qi a hateful look. "My brother-in-law isn't honest at all. He got tired of playing with my sister and hit on me. He also harassed me a lot and cheated me out of money. But I was in the way of him being my brother-in-law, so I couldn't turn my back on him. So I wanted the two of them to get divorced and let the guy take the blame. So I gave him all the stuff I fooled him with, not realizing that he'd use it as evidence." Sun Ru was previously puzzled as to how her own youngest daughter could help Zhang Qi testify in court. Now that she finally understood, she couldn't help but whisper with a sneer. Zhao Dehuai saw Zhao Shui's face had little expression and seemed to be unsurprised. He couldn't help but sigh and say, "Zhao Shui, Dad underestimated you. You've been in charge of the company for so many years. You've long since stopped being a Wu Xiaomeng." Zhao Shui smiled. Patience, heartache, powerless, unbelievable. All sorts of emotions filled Zhang Qi's heart, seeming to squeeze his body to explode. Zhang Qi raised his hand, covering his violently beating heart. After experiencing the initial bewilderment, Lawyer Yufeng's eyes looked towards the flustered Zhang Qi and said in a snappy voice, "Zhang Qi, don't be nervous, don't despair, don't abandon it until the last moment." Zhang Qi raised his right hand, signaling that self was fine. Immediately after that, he took out a few silver needles from his pocket and stabbed them at the Higu point, Tanzhong point, Taichung point, Laogong point and Fengqi point. After a while, Zhang Qi said, "I'm fine." Yufeng sighed in relief and looked at Zhang Qi with a little more sympathy. However, he quickly put away this look and became serious. "Zhang Qi, the two witnesses have suddenly turned against us. This is very unfavorable to our situation. Do you have any way to make the two of them change their words? If you are sure, we can apply for an adjournment." Zhang Qi thought about it and turned his head towards Zhao Ying and He Ji. He noticed that Zhao Ying looked at him with a few teasing glances. He Ji, on the other hand, was expressionless. Zhang Qi sighed softly in his heart. "To Yufeng," he said, "I'm afraid I'm not sure." Yufeng nodded and said sharply, "Now it seems that your wife's aim is to make you lose your reputation and make you the party at fault in the marriage. In that case, the presiding judge will definitely be biased in favor of their side, and I'm afraid that the claim of compensating the $2 billion will not be supported, and your reputation will also suffer greatly." Zhang Qi nodded. "Feel it." Yufeng added, "If you can't win the case in the first trial, according to my years of experience, there's not much hope of winning the subsequent cases." "I know. So we go to option B?" Zhang Qi nodded. "Yes." Bang! The presiding judge knocked on the table and droned. All silence. Above the courtroom, whispering is forbidden. You are now given one warning for both sides. Both sides continue their defense. Zhao Shui's litigation counsel suddenly applied to speak, and he was granted permission. "Based on Zhang Qi's claim for my client's $2 billion in compensation, we believe that the plaintiff is the party at fault in the marriage, and we have reason to believe that Zhang Qi and Zhao Shui ran for the purpose of the Zhao family's property when they got married. Our evidence is as follows. One copy of the evidence of Zhang Qi's cheating. Zhang Qi's father and his own sister are two witnesses. The two witnesses have the floor." Zhang Shujia spoke first. "I'm Zhang Qi's younger sister." Zhang Shujia, Zhang Qi went to my company some time ago to find me to borrow money. At that time, he told me that if he divorced Zhao Shui right now, he would be able to share $2 billion of property, and if I borrowed him the money to fight the lawsuit, he would share $1 billion with me then, but it was rejected by me, and I think this behavior is very bad. My brother has been more of a money lover since he was a child, and he cheated me out of all my year-end money every year. Even when he got married, he used to say from time to time that Zhao Shui was a rich woman, and that by marrying her, he would be able to obtain her family's entire fortune. So he did beat Zhao family's money before marrying Zhao Shui. Zhang Shujia finished. Zhang Beichuan also opened his mouth. Zhang Qi also looked for me to borrow money. He did want to pit the Zhao family's money. I, Zhang Beichuan, started from nothing and relied on never crooked ways, so I won't allow this kind of behavior to appear on my own son. Yu Feng blinked in confusion. He looked at Zhang Qi suspiciously and whispered, "You guys, aren't you a loving family?" Zhang Qi coldly said, "Proceed as planned." The presiding judge said, "Defendants, present the evidence you have of cheating on the plaintiff's side." Zhao Shui's lawyer said, "Presiding judge, before this, we wish to give the plaintiff a chance to repent. If the plaintiff withdraws the case now, our side will not present the relevant evidence. However, we reserve the right to pursue the case." Yu Feng whispered to Zhang Qi. "How?" Zhang Qi's tone was hard. "Stick to the plan." Finally, Yu Feng took a deep breath. He said in a loud voice, "I think that after the debate just now, it has been proved enough that the two parties are not in good terms, so please ask the presiding judge to support our claim for divorce." When these words came out, Zhao Shui's face suddenly changed. Without waiting for her own defense attorney to speak, she said, "I object. I can prove that our relationship as husband and wife has not broken down because we had several other experiences of coitus in the previous days, and I am willing to be tested in order to prove it." Zhang Qi's face changed slightly. Couples have recently experienced coitus, and that does indicate a problem. In the normal course of events, a judge does not usually order a divorce when this happens. Zhao Duai's face changed slightly. He glared at Zhao Shui with some hatred. "Zhao Shui, you're confused. This kind of person, what's the point of keeping it if you don't leave it? Since you're not willing to take it out, I'll take it." Saying that, Zhao Duai pulled out his cell phone. "I have video evidence of Zhang Qi cheating on his wife." Sun Ru, who hadn't said anything, also pulled out her cell phone. "I have one too." The presiding judge froze, which signaled his assistant to get the evidence. Having tried so many cases, such a circuitous divorce case was indeed something he had not experienced. For a while it all made him whole won't. The presiding judge took two cell phones and opened the video, the content of which was exactly the content of the affair between Zhang Qi and a bit woman in the hotel. Several of the judges passed each other and exchanged words. Ahem. After examination, the above is a video of Zhang Qi having sex with a woman, and the content on the two cell phones should be the same video. Can the defendant admit the authenticity of this video? The video reached Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi didn't object, but nodded. As for Sun Ru and Zhao Dehuai, the two of them looked at each other suspiciously at the same time. The eyes seemed to say, "When did you make copies of my videos? I want to report a crime." Zhang Qi raised his hand. "I want to report that a woman was instructed to invade the hotel I was staying in, poison me, and physically assault me. I have evidence of being victimized." The presiding judge froze for a moment and subconsciously asked, "What evidence?" "I have video footage of the assault, where it appears that I was the one initiating it, but in fact it was because I was poisoned, and then maliciously videotaped the process to plant evidence to frame me for cheating on my wife." Zhang Qi nodded to Yu Feng. Yu Feng hurriedly opened his briefcase and took out a memory card. "Presiding judge, this memory card contains evidence that my client was poisoned." Several people at the trial table took the memory card and plugged it into their computers with a card reader to play it. Zhang Qi reminded, "It's a full day's worth of footage, starting at 12 o'clock noon and 8 o'clock in the evening, respectively, in which a masked man poisoned my glass of water at 12 o'clock, and at 8 o'clock in the evening, it was a strange woman who invaded the hotel where I was staying and started harming my content. One paragraph, two perspectives, reflects different facts. Well, it's true that it's been framed. It's been criminalized to a standard that could constitute malicious poisoning if the drug is harmful." Zhao Shui stood up in shock. In his heart, he thought, why did Zhang Qi take precautions when Self had asked Li Suling to make such a thorough arrangement? Could it be that he knew that I would do this, and that's why he installed a camera in my room in advance? Also, how did the parents get this video? Sun Ru was filled with consternation. Secretly, Zhang Qi, this kid has the ability of foresight? How did he know that I would use this trick on him? This is screwed. If she's implicated in a criminal case, she's screwed. Ringing the bell. Zhao Douai's cell phone suddenly rang, but he didn't care. Instead, he said angrily to Zhang Qi, "Brat, I didn't expect you to be so despicable. How dare you install surveillance in your own room? Do you still want to have a face? Zhang Qi said indifferently. How can I appreciate my majestic figure if I don't install surveillance in my room? You withdraw your report and I can let you off the hook. Why should I undo it? You arranged all this, didn't you? If it's you, then prepare to eat jail time. Silence, silence, no one speak. In the courtroom, loud noises are forbidden. Do either of you have anything to add? I add your mom. Zhao Dehuai cursed angrily, and the cell phone in his pocket was still ticking. He pulled out his cell phone, ignoring several angry trial judges, and shouted, Old who? Are you fucking sick? Don't you know I'm attending the trial today? What do you mean by calling non-stop? Huren said anxiously on the phone. Lao Zhao, I know you're in a hurry right now, but don't be in a hurry. Listen to me finish my sentence before you get anxious. If you have a fart, let it go. Old who? Your test results have come out. You have to be mentally prepared. You don't have any kidney deficiency at all. You have kidney cancer. Now you need to come over to our hospital immediately for a pathology examination to confirm your condition. Don't delay the best treatment time. What? What did you say? I have cancer? Zhao Shui sniffed and let out a gasp. Dad, what's going on, XL? Sun Ru also exclaimed. Old Zhao. Zhao Dehuai froze for a moment, then suddenly covered his waist and gasped violently. Ouch, my waist. It hurts. His head was oozing sweat in the flesh. The whole man slumped into the seat and blood flowed from his nose. It was actually almost unconscious in a matter of half a minute. Seeing this, the presiding judge immediately said, in view of the emergency situation that arose during the trial, this trial is cancelled and will be resumed at a later date. Court is adjourned. Zhao immediately ran over and held Zhao Dehuai, calling out Dad a few times. He looked at Zhao Dehuai with symbolic worry for a few moments, and after Zhang Beichuan said a few words to Zhang Shujia and Zhao Shui, he came to Zhang Qi. Zhang Beichuan reprimanded Zhang Qi. Do you know why we testified for Zhao Shui? Zhang Qi glanced at them and said, I don't know, nor do I want to know. Zhang Beichuan said, Zhao Shui said that she is not that kind of person. You divorcing her is completely unreasonable. You're a middle-aged man. Don't make such a fuss. We're doing this for your own good, okay? Seeing Zhang Qi ignoring him, Zhang Beichuan snorted coldly and left with Zhang Shujia. Zhang Beichuan said as he walked, your brother's life is considered ruined, so don't let me down again. Zhang Qi was expressionless as he came to He Ji and asked, why did you backstab me? He Ji let out a bitter smile. Zhang Qi, I don't want to be like this, but I have to do this. I have my reasons. I hope you can understand. I'll fucking kill you. Zhang Qi suddenly slammed his fist into He Ji's face without warning. He Ji was caught off guard, and his entire body fell back a few steps. Hey, don't fight. Don't fight anymore. Brother-in-law, aren't you a doctor? Take a look at our dad and help us send him to the Chinese hospital. Zhao Ying's face parted in anxiety. When Zhang Qi saw her, he wasn't so angry, but said coldly, that's your father, not mine. Figure it out yourself. Zhao Shui also said, Zhang Qi, don't be childish at this time. Hurry up and see what's going on with my dad. Sorry, there's nothing I can do. Zhao Shui was furious. This is my father. Come and take a look. Times L. Sorry, there's nothing I can do. Zhao Shui said incredulously. What exactly do you want? I clearly could have held you responsible for cheating on me during the trial just now, but I didn't. And even the fact that you cheated my sister out of her money didn't bother me. And now you're treating my dad like he's dead? Zhaoing red-eyed. Brother-in-law, are you hating me because I didn't testify for you? It's not like that. I just don't want you and my sister to divorce. I don't want to see your family break up. Zhang Qi was not moved, but instead looked seriously at Zhao Ying. I didn't hate you. I did lie to you. In actuality, I think that you two sisters are the same way, and I just wanted to borrow a lawyer from you by any means necessary. I fooled you. It's normal to be put on the spot by you. I only blame my Taoism for not being deep enough to recognize your true colors. Victory and defeat are commonplace. I can't blame others. Zhao Ying looked at Zhang Qi in a daze. A flash of disappointment flashed in the depths of his eyes. Zhao Shui gave Zhang Qi an appreciative glance. I appreciate you a little instead. My Zhao Shui's husband, even if he is a loser, he still has his own means. Not bad. You quickly see how my father is doing. Then come home with me. Zhang Qi said, didn't your dad say so? He has kidney cancer. He doesn't need me to look at him. Just go directly to the hospital. Zhao Shui, however, refused. My father is about to fall into a coma. You can at least help ease his pain. I believe you have the means to do so. Go. This is not a request. Oh, what is it if it's not a request? Is it an order? Am I your slave? Or your underling? Zhang Qi pointed to the corners of his somewhat bruised and swollen mouth. Do you see the injuries on my face? And the tattered suit? It's all your father's doing. He's trying to get me killed and he's under the delusion that I'm going to save his life? Sorry, I'm not that generous. Zhao Shue's face sank slightly. She looked at Zhang Qi and said, I'm not asking you to do this because I don't want you to do it, but I want to give you a chance to ease your relationship. You should not know how to cherish it. Zhang Qi smiled to himself. Haven't you already won? With this setup of yours, we are afraid that we won't be able to get away from each other. Hasn't this already accomplished your goal? Still need to ease my relationship with your father? I know the temperament of this man. My father. If you provoke him, he will use special means on you to cure you. I am protecting you. Oh, even if I was your husband, he couldn't spare me? Yes, my father has a rather bad temper, and I would like, too, for our family to live in harmony. Harmony won't work. You, Sun Ru urged Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui, why are you still talking nonsense with him? Take your dad to the hospital first. Zhao Shui said irritably. Mom, let my sister send my dad over. I need to talk to Zhang Qi. It's late and your dad has cancer. Aren't you nervous at all? What's the point of me being nervous? I have my own emotional needs, and I can't feel bad when my marriage is in trouble? Little shadow. Why don't you go now? Zhao Shui glared at Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying gave an oh-so-sweet sound and hurriedly helped Zhao Dehuai out. Zhao Ying, on the other hand, raised the key in her hand and said to Zhang Qi, come with me. I want to talk to you again. Zhang Qi did not refuse. He knew that hiding would not solve anything. The two exited the courthouse and got into Zhao Shui's car. Inside the car, Zhao Shui asked Zhang Qi, have you made enough trouble? Are you coming home with me or not? Zhang Qi lit a cigarette and smoked it. What if I don't return? Zhao Shui said, if you don't return, then I won't let you see the child. You're shameless. It can't be helped. Sometimes if you want to win, you have to do whatever it takes, or else why do you think I, Zhao Shui, have made it this far? Oh, do you not mind even getting to the top by your body in order to win? Zhao Shui hurriedly shook her head. How could that be? I will only have one man in my life. I won't even look at other men, much less sell my body in exchange for benefits. Zhao Shui gave Zhang Qi's body a heartbreaking look. She had actually overlooked the injuries on Zhang Qi's body earlier, which was really a major fault. I can't help but advise. You should know my tactics, right? If I say I won't divorce you, then I will never do so. As long as the two of us continue to get along, then it's impossible for the court to sentence us to divorce. Even if you don't agree, when it comes to that, I'll get someone to tie you up and keep me company. I do that for you. Moreover, you can't let go of our daughter. Think about it. Even if you can divorce me successfully, you will never see your hard-earned daughter again in your life. Will you be willing to do that? The price you paid is too big. You're not a child. Understand that we're both adults, and we'll each do what we need to do to get what we want. But you can't win against me. Instead of that, why don't you be my husband and love me honestly? Zhang Qi said, it's to make me honestly be your face head, right? How can you think of me like that? It's because I love you that I'm using these tactics on you. If it were any other man, I wouldn't even look at you. Zhang Qi said helplessly. I knew more than 10 years ago that if I married a rich and powerful woman like you, if there were some disputes, I most likely wouldn't be able to bear them. And at that time I thought that as long as the two people loved each other, none of this would be a problem. I didn't realize that I was very wrong. Zhao Shui, I admit that you are very capable. Count on me to beg you. Can you let me off the hook? You want your daughters? I can give them to you. But don't stop me from visiting them, can you? Zhang Qi figured it out. At my age, I shouldn't be able to follow up with much success. If you let your daughter follow you, when she gets older, she will see how much better others are living than you, and how much better she could have been. It was only selfishness that cost her that opportunity. Zhang Qi felt that this was unfair to his daughter, so he wanted to put it down. Zhao Shui let out a bitter smile. Hubby, I love you. As long as I still love you, it's impossible for me to let you go. You will also realize sooner or later, my good intentions towards you. I didn't cheat on you, 2 deeply love you and your child. How can I possibly let you go? But why didn't you think of me when you betrayed me? Zhao Shui snapped. What nonsense are you talking about? It only makes me sick. So, you're still going to betray me? I didn't. Don't you dare talk nonsense. Zhao Shui couldn't help but get annoyed. Are you coming home with me or not? Or are you living out there alone? Zhang Qi said helplessly. What choice do I have? I'm an underprivileged person who can only be held by you. Zhao Shui's face was delighted. So, you're willing to go home? Yes, I have a few things to do, so I'll go first. Zhang Qi pushed the door to leave. Zhao Shui said nervously. Where are you going? You're not going to hide again, are you? I'm going to the medical center. Is that a problem? Zhao Shui couldn't help but frown. Don't open your shitty medical center. Don't you say I haven't given you any money to spend? From now on, I'll give you $20,000 a month for pocket money, and I'll pay for the expenses at home. A big man. Don't keep throwing your weight around. I don't feel comfortable with that. What? Trying to control me at home again? Zhang Qi coldly said. Zhao Shui froze. No. Well, then, go ahead. I still respect your idea yet. You should divorce me if you respect my ideas. Zhang Qi stacked a sentence, got into his own Chevrolet and left. He did go to the medical center. The prosecution of Zhao Shui will have to come to an end. This was because Zhao Shui's methods were far deeper than Zhang Qi had imagined. Zhang Qi thought in his heart, I hope that my old father-in-law's condition will worsen, so that I will have a bottom line. And Zhao Shui went to visit Zhao Dehuai in the Chinese hospital after separating from Zhang Qi. As Zhao Dehuai was helped onto the hospital bed, he was still muttering and talking. Little brute. Actually cursed me with cancer. I won't let him go. After some tests, Hu Ren took the pathology notice and came to Zhao Dehuai's hospital room with a loss. Hospital recommends conservative treatment. Sun Ru's body and mind trembled. What did you say? Conservative treatment. Could it be? Zhao Dehuai sighed. Ugh. Zhao Shui frowned. Uncle Hu, is there no other way? Zhao Dehuai said. Try Chinese medicine first. Prescribe a few pairs of medicines to take first. Just then, Li Lianyong pushed the door in with a nervous expression. Director Hu. Hu Ren frowned. What is it? Don't know how to knock? Director Hu. That patient. His condition has suddenly worsened. What? Hu Ren's face changed slightly. Go on. Check it out. Hu Ren secretly said that it was bad. They just got Zhang Qi a prescription. And if they can't follow up with an effective prescription, that particular patient won't be able to get effective treatment. Thinking of this, Hu Ren associated it with Zhao Dehuai's illness. The precedent of Chinese medicine for treating cancer is not without precedent, and perhaps the top Chinese medicine practitioners have a solution. If Zhang Qi returned to the medical center and opened the door. The medical center was very cold today. After waiting for 2 hours, there was not a single patient. At noon Zhang Qi went to a small restaurant in the neighborhood. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Qi welcomed his first patient. This is the husband of the constipated woman in labor that I met during my last visit to the countryside. The youth was not very old, just in his 20s. The last time he accompanied Zhang Qi to the medical center to pick up the medicine, his eyes were more or less questioning, but this time, his attitude was very polite. He handed Zhang Qi a cigarette and said politely to him, Dr. Zhang, the effect of your medicine is really amazing. My wife pooped directly after drinking your medicine. Zhang Qi said, Oh, your wife's illness is cured? Yeah, she's in a very happy mood now and doesn't even fight with me anymore. It's just that her body is a bit weak. So I want to ask you if you can prescribe some herbal medicine to nourish her body for my wife, the kind that has no after effects? Tonic medicine is one of the more profitable categories in the field of Chinese medicine. Because of the long cycle of taking the medication, most of those who have a need for this are not very concerned about money. Zhang Qi could see that this young man was trusting Self's medical skills on the one hand, and taking care of Self's business on the other. So Zhang Qi nodded. Yes, I'll prescribe you a pair of spleen-benefiting tonics. Thank you Dr. Chang. The young man took the medicine, paid for it, and left satisfied. It wasn't long before another patient arrived at the medical center. It was a young woman. Zhang Qi also recognizes. Last time tracking He Ji and Zhao Shui out to the hotel. The hotel met that female receptionist. It's you? The female receptionist seemed to have recognized Zhang Qi as well, and she gave him a somewhat surprised look. You're actually a famous Chinese medicine practitioner? Zhang Qi raised his eyes to look at her and said expressionlessly, What? I can't be a Chinese medicine practitioner? The female receptionist smiled in embarrassment. She was a bit overwhelmed, turning to leave, but her eyebrows furrowed together. She glanced at them and pressed her left hand to her right shoulder. After hesitating for a moment, he turned around and walked over to Zhang Qi again. I've heard you're good here at treating frozen shoulders, so I'd like you to help me with mine. Zhang Qi faintly said, 800. What? 800? That expensive? After the female receptionist finished, her face pulled down again. Do you treat others for such an expensive price? Other people don't use that much, but you're different. The woman's face sank slightly, and she said with some annoyance, I just gave you a small hard time last time. There's no need for you to hold such a grudge, right? I'm just a receptionist. My monthly salary is just over $3,000. You're so black. Do you have any empathy? Zhang Qi gave her a mocking look. What does your salary of $3,000 have to do with me? Cheap man. Don't think you're the only one who can cure me here. There are plenty of old Chinese doctors in Newtown. Then go find someone else. The woman choked. She did hear from others that the Chinese medicine practitioners in this medical center were very capable of curing many patients that Chinese hospitals could not handle. That's why she came over to check it out on a trial basis. And she ended up trying one without squeaking. A hesitant look appeared on her face. Then with a clench of her teeth, she pulled out her cell phone and pointed it at the collection code on the medicine cabinet. 800 is 800. I'll pay it. If you can't cure me, I'll make you look good. Suddenly, Zhang Qi reached out and covered the collection code. I'm sorry, I can't do anything about your illness. Find someone else. The woman said angrily. How do you know you can't cure it if you haven't even looked at it? Zhang Qi said, there are many kinds of human illnesses, some of which may not be detected even if one goes to the hospital, such as the hocus pocus disease. You're saying I'm being disruptive? You're going too far. Well, I promise that as long as you try your best to help me with my treatment, no matter if I can be cured or not, I won't be a nuisance. Can I? Yao Ling, can't do that kind of thing yet. Zhang Qi shook his head again. That won't work either. You'd better find someone else. I really can't cure your disease. Yao Ling pulled a face. You are at least a businessman. You don't want the opportunity to send money to your door? Zhang Qi nodded. Sorry, I'm a Chinese medicine practitioner, not a businessman. Don't pretend. Don't doctors open stores for money? If not for money, do whatever you want. Ha! You find someone else to watch. Yao Ling suddenly shot a glance at Zhang Qi and said, are you sure you want to let me go? I'll tell you a secret. Your wife is a regular customer of our hotel? Oh, Zhang Qi raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything. Yao Ling continued. The man who showed up at the hotel with your wife last time wasn't the man your wife brought there the first time. You're not curious about who these men are? Zhang Qi said. The difference between one green hat and several green hats is not that big. Yao Ling's tone choked. She continued. If you cure me, the next time your wife goes to our hotel with someone, I'll let you know in advance and give you their room card. Zhang Qi froze, looking deeply at Yao Ling. Yes, you can. Take off your clothes. Yao Ling's eyebrows furrowed and a few cute looks appeared on her face. I'm here to heal, not to trade my body. You wish. Your shoulder is on the verge of developing degenerative inflammation that will require acupuncture for relief. Yao Ling tilted her head and looked at Zhang Qi with a scrutinizing gaze. You didn't even look at me and you know what kind of disease I have? You're quite capable, aren't you? Is it that last time in the hotel, you saw the symptoms on my body? Zhang Qi didn't deny it. Yao Ling's head tilted once again. You knew I was sick. Why didn't you warn me? Do you have medical ethics? Zhang Qi said indifferently. I'm a middle-aged man who looks like a dog. And you're talking to me about medical ethics? Yao Ling straightened her head, and with her usual face, she retreated the low-necked dress to halfway, and then her whole body flopped onto the bed. Asked, is this okay? Could be. Zhang Qi pulled out the silver needle, not lingering for more than a glance at the fine skin of her shoulder. Well, I'll get you a couple of pills you can decoct and remember what you promised. Yao Ling yawned and rubbed her shoulders, a soothing expression on her face. She pulled up her clothes and gave Zhang Qi an appreciative glance. Your medical skills are really not bad. It's the first time I'm so comfortable. This relaxed feeling is too good. Saying that, she picked up the medicine prescribed by Zhang Qi and patted her but to leave. Zhang Qi said, haven't paid yet. 800. Yao Ling tilted her head. No, I've promised you something that important and you're still asking me for money? Zhang Qi said indifferently. After I see the results, you are well, and if you don't see the results, you can only help you in relief. 800 at a time. You're mean. After Yao Ling left, another patient arrived. This patient, Zhang Qi still recognized, and it's a patient that Zhang Qi takes more seriously. This is the cancer patient who came to Zhang Qi's store last time to prescribe pain relief. The middle-aged woman was brought in by her 3 children. As soon as he entered the room, Zhang Qi observed that the middle-aged woman looked good. The older sister brought a banner with 4 big words on it, wonderful hands, kind doctor. The middle-aged woman said excitedly to Zhang Qi, Dr. Zhang, you are simply amazing. Since I drank your medicine, my whole body doesn't hurt anymore, and my spirit is also much better. As well as that local recipe of yours, I have an indescribable feeling. Like the medicine has already cured the disease. Dr. Chang, do you think I'm cured? Zhang Qi said, that's all your illusion. Breast cancer won't recover that quickly even if it's curable. It's a long process, but I do feel so much more relaxed in my body. Maybe it's the pain prescription. Dr. Zhang, otherwise, you can diagnose me again. Okay, let me take your pulse. Zhang Qi asked her to give her hand. Zhang Qi took his pulse for a while, and a puzzled look flashed in his eyes. A moment later, before saying, the physical state is indeed much better. Have you gone to the hospital for a checkup? A few people shook their heads. Zhang Qi pondered for a while and said, given that your body's state is very good, then let's change the treatment strategy. I'm going to give you hard drugs. On the other hand, the pain relief aspect of the medicine can be stopped for now. Observe the body's reaction, and when you guys have time, Go to the hospital and do a checkup. Thank you Dr. Chang. Zhang Qi prescribed medicine, and several people wanted to give Zhang Qi a red envelope, but Zhang Qi did not ask for it. After doing this, it was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, Zhao Shui's car slowly stopped in front of Zhang Qi. Wearing a long dress, she stepped out of the car and went straight into Zhang Qi's medical center. Zhang Qi saw her and frowned. What are you doing here? Zhao Shui laughed. I came to pick you up and take you home. Zhang Qi said. Going home? It's still early. It's not early. It's past 6. Zhang Qi didn't have the heart to say. Have you ever seen anyone's store close just after dinner? Today is different. Today is your first day home from home and it has to be taken seriously. I have a surprise for you. Sure it wasn't a shock? Zhao Shui lost it. What? Am I that scary in your eyes? You have certainly given me too many scares in just a few days. Zhao Shui glanced around and her eyes settled on the banner that had just been hung on the wall. This banner is relatively new. Did you just get it? Zhang Qi nodded and said. There was a cancer patient that sent it to me. Zhao Shui's gaze slightly condensed. You cured a cancer patient? Then turn around and take a look at our father's illness. Zhang Qi said indifferently. You think too much of me. I'm just prescribing some pain-relieving medicines for people. I believe you also know that the later a cancer patient gets, the weaker the pain-relieving medicines become. I trust your medical skills. Come home with me first. Zhang Qi looked at Zhao Shui with an embarrassed gaze. I can go home with you, but you have to take our daughters back. I want to see them. Zhao Shui frowned. Not today. I'm going to let them stay at our parents' tonight. Zhang Qi, then I won't go back. At those words, Zhao Shui's face sank. She said, I'm not discussing with you. If you go back with me today, I'll let them arrange a meeting with you tomorrow. But if you don't go back today, then your meeting time will have to wait until at least a week later. Zhang Qi stared at Zhao Shui, one hand behind his back, and involuntarily clenched his fist. Zhao Shui, don't you think you're being cruel? To me, and to the children? I'm their father. They have the right to enjoy their father's love. They have the right to see their own father. It is precisely because they have this right that I want to deprive them of it. Zhang Qi, you have to understand my difficulties. I'm doing this with the ultimate goal of making our family of 4 harmonious and fulfilling, even if the means are a little more brutal. I don't mind. Zhang Qi coldly looked at Zhao Shui. Don't you think that self has gone too far? It's not even if you cuckolded me, but you also forced yourself and controlled me. Aren't you afraid that you will pay a price for this? Zhao Shui helplessly said. How many times do you want me to say that I didn't cheat at all? And I've also said that I'm doing this for the ultimate purpose of our family's harmony and prosperity. Why don't you believe me? Zhang Qi stared at Zhao Shui. Then swear you didn't cheat. You said that if you cheated on me, then you'd have a dead father and a dead mother. What? You don't dare? I dare. But I can't do it. Is it because you're afraid to swear because you're afraid that the oath will work? Zhao Shui said. How can that be? I just can't make a vow on my parents' life and death. It's too disrespectful to them. If I swore like that, would I still be their daughter? Zhang Qi sneered. You don't even dare to take a poisonous oath. And you have the nerve to say in front of me that you haven't cheated? Okay, I swear, if I cheat, then I'm no good. Is that okay? There are many different kinds of no good karma. And sometimes making you a lot of money is considered a kind of no good karma. So be specific. Where exactly? I don't have an imagination like yours. Will you stop being irrational? Zhao Shui patiently said. I really care about you. I've never cheated on you. You have to believe me. At home I even prepared a surprise for you. So today you have to go back and accept my surprise. Zhang Qi smiled to himself. Can't I even make my own decisions? With that, Zhang Qi sighed and nodded. Let's go. Zhao Shui blushed. With a he immediately let Zhang Qi get into his own car, and helped Zhang Qi close the door of the medical center. It wasn't long before the duo returned to their villa. The furnishings in the living room hadn't changed much since I hadn't seen it in a few days, and there wasn't much dust. It seems that Li Suling has been doing her homework dutifully for the past few days. Zhang Qi looked at Zhao Shui. Where's my surprise? Don't you worry. If I say I'll surprise you, I will. Saying that, Zhao Shui bent down, her slim figure with her back to Zhang Qi, and gently pulled open the coffee table drawer. A Land Rover key was grabbed in her hand and raised. Zhang Qi, this is yours. She threw it to Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi received it in his hands. This lighter, windproof. You can use it later when you smoke. Zhang Qi stiffened. Is this your surprise for me? Zhao Shui suddenly bent down again and took out another car key. That lighter was a souvenir given with the purchase of the car. This car key is the real surprise. Well, surprised? Surprised? Zhang Qi received in his hand. The 2 car keys are compared. Cannot see too much difference. Both are very textured. Zhao Shui's eyes were filled with tenderness as she looked at Zhang Qi. I don't know why, when I saw you driving that piece of shit car, besides feeling humiliated at the same time, I inexplicably felt heartbroken for you. You're my husband, yet you live such an embarrassing life. It's me who's too cold. I'll pay attention to your feelings in the future. Zhang Qi, promise me that you won't touch that kind of junk car again. Okay? Anything you need, you just tell me. Zhang Qi put the key in his pocket and said to Zhao Shui, really? You'll give me whatever I need? Then will you give me the money I need? Zhao Shui nodded. That's natural. Of course I'll give it to you. Then I need 2 billion for business. So give it to me. Zhao Shui blushed and glared at Zhang Qi. Don't joke about this. I'm not kidding. Zhao Shui didn't pick up on it again. And if they went on with this topic, it was expected that the two would not be able to avoid an argument. She said to Zhang Qi again, go take a bath and get ready for bed. Let's have a serious two-person world tonight. Tomorrow I'll pick up my dad and the child and bring them to our house. And you'll give my dad a look at his illness on the way. Zhang Qi didn't say anything. His brow furrowed slightly in surprise as he listened to the rustling coming from the aisle. Could it be that Zhao Shui had put Li Suling in her home? Just then, a silhouette stepped out. Around the corner of the aisle, a burly, middle-aged man came up carrying a broom. This middle-aged man, who was clearly said to be a few years younger than Zhang Qi, wore a suit, and had a pretty good body except for his face, which was not as handsome as Zhang Qi's. What's more, this was a man he'd seen before. It's the same Feng Long he met last time he and Zhaoying went to a nightlife club to catch an adulterer. Feng Long walked up to the duo and said respectfully to Zhao Shui, Mr. Zhao, I've already cleaned the house for you. And your bed. I've also packed it neatly. Zhao Shui hummed and nodded. You did a good job. Do you know where the babysitting room is? No. Zhao Shui said to him again. Feng Long, this is my husband, Zhang Qi. From now on, he will be the man of the house. Feng Long looked at Zhang Qi, and a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes, but then it was hidden. Hello Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhao, I'll go and prepare your evening meal. Go on. Zhang Qi's face stiffened for a long time before he finally came back to his senses. So, you hired a slugger to babysit for self? Zhao Shui smiled and nodded. Yes, this is Li Suling's husband Feng Long. He is idle at home and has nothing to do. Li Suling and I discussed it, so we invited to our home as a nanny to come. You do not look at him as a man. In fact, whether he is cooking skills, or doing housework skills, are very good. Zhang Qi said, I think he has more skillful crafts, such as the craft of serving women. Zhao Shui said, then I don't know. You can try. Zhao Shui glared at Zhang Qi. What are you talking about? How could I possibly try it with another man? I'm your wife. If I want to try it, it's also with you. In the future, don't say this kind of words anymore. Okay, I'll go ahead and take a shower then. Zhao Shui saw Zhang Qi turn to leave. Zhao Shui beckoned. Aren't you angry at all? It's just a nanny. Why should I be angry? Could it be that he could still cuckold me and have a secret affair with the mistress of the house while I'm not at home? That's true. Zhao Shui stared at Zhang Qi's back and frowned deeply. Zhang Qi's reaction was a bit out of her expectation. She had thought that she would have to expend a lot of words to get Zhang Qi to agree to keep Feng Long. Zhang Qi's calmness made some of the words she had prepared to say useless. Zhang Qi was tense the whole time he was in the shower and didn't say a word. From the bathroom, he went back into the study, played with his phone for a while, and found some medical books to read. After the case of the woman with breast cancer today, Zhang Qi felt that he had gained a deeper understanding of the art of healing. When he turned to the last sentence of the Nei Jing, he felt that self's epiphany was right. Void and real, make up for the deficiency, lose the surplus, is its meaning. The remainder of the collection is quasi this. This statement seems to be similar to the Tao Te Ching's theory of heaven. Zhang Qi read for a while and casually picked up another medical book. Seeing the name, Zhang Qi had a flash of light. He seemed to think of the mysterious patient in the Chinese hospital, about where the illness was recorded in the books. He said to himself, no wonder I don't remember where I read it. This seems to be the previous study of medicine. I had inadvertently copied down the contents of an ancient book, and since the medical books he read, most of them stayed in the medical center, and part of them were in the study at home, which he didn't bring with him when he left, and that's why he forgot about it. However, thinking of Zhao Douai's statement that he had let the people from the Chinese hospital pick their own peaches, Zhang Qi also lost the idea of contacting that particular patient. Why are you reading a book when I told you to take a shower? Zhao Shui pushed the door and walked in, her face full of displeasure as she walked over to Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi said without lifting his head, I've been treating a critically ill patient recently and need to do some homework, so don't disturb me. No way. I asked you to come back so that you and I could spend time together as a couple, not so that you could study how to cure people and save them. Zhang Qi looked up at her and realized that Zhao Shui had changed into a silk nightgown and seemed to have sprayed her body with perfume. The faint scent of perfume wafted out upon entering the study. Times. What? I can't have my own freedom? Zhao Shui said. That's not true, but what if you try to divorce me again? That's why I have to go through the motions of living with you as a couple to prove that we don't have a broken relationship. Zhang Qi said. Let Feng Long take over for me once today. I'm not in the mood. Zhao Shui's face sank slightly. He's just a nanny, and only a nanny. He can't replace you, and I can't let him touch me even more. I said. Don't talk nonsense about such things. Alright then, let's make this quick. Zhang Qi finally nodded and went back to his room with Zhao Shui. After a lot of fussing, Zhang Qi refused Zhao Shui's offer to let him sleep in the same room, and instead stayed in a single room. Inside the living room, Feng Long was carrying a late-night snack when he happened to bump into Zhang Qi, who came out of his room. He said expressionlessly, Mr. Zhang, the midnight snack is ready. You serve it to General Manager Zhao. I'll leave without me. Zhang Qi said. What's your hurry? As a nanny, you leave without even being told to by the main family. Is this your attitude? Feng Long said. My mission for today has basically been completed. Then I'll assign you a new task. Feng Long glared at Zhang Qi somewhat angrily. What mission? Zhang Qi pointed to the bedroom. My wife is a bit bored alone in the house, so go in and keep her company. You. Feng Long's eyes widened. Zhang Qi urged. Hurry up and go in. She's waiting for you inside. Feng Long seemed a bit impressed, but in the end, he laughed coldly. Don't you dare try to trick me. I won't fall for your tricks. Oh, why would I lie to you? You're just not comfortable with me because I'm a man, babysitting for you guys. So want to get rid of me. Unfortunately, I am not going to do what you want. Zhang Qi coldly looked at his face. You think of yourself as too important. Technically I am also your employer. Whether or not I want to get rid of you is just a matter of my word. Mr. Cho won't agree to that. Zhang Qi gave him a disdainful look. I don't think you can either. Go bring me a basin of foot washing water to my room. I want to soak my feet. You. What? You don't want to? Believe it or not, I'll have my wife kick you out right now? Feng Long gritted his teeth, hesitated, and finally said, okay, I'll serve it to you. Zhang Qi looked at his back with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Secretly, is there really nothing between the two of them? Not long after, Feng Long carried a basin of water and arrived at Zhang Qi's room. Zhang Qi put his foot right into it. This was followed by a kick. What foot wash? Are you trying to scald the skin off my feet? Get me a basin of cool water. Feng Long clenched his fists. This water is not hot. You did it on purpose. Zhang Qi said indifferently. How dare you question me? Don't forget, I'm your man of the house. If you keep this up, do you believe I'll dock your salary? Feng Long held his tongue. Fine, I'll re-pour it for you. Zhang Qi said tastelessly. Forget it, you're just a piece of trash. You can't even pour a pot of water well. What else can you do? Like you can't even eat hot shit. Wipe the floor for me and get out. You. Feng Long gritted his teeth, his burly body shaking all over with anger. But he still did as Zhang Qi said and cleaned the house. Zhang Qi lay down on the bed, resting his hands on the back of his head, his feet stacked on top of each other, the right foot on top shaking constantly. The thought crossed my mind. It's a green day, but it seems pretty good. After Feng Long left, he was so angry that he knocked on the door of Zhao Shui's room. Zhao Shui let him in, and by now Zhao Shui had already put on her clothes. Feng Long angrily told Zhao Shui what had just happened. The corner of Zhao Shui's mouth hooked. I said how he reacted so flatly. As usual, it turns out that he was holding his breath in his heart. Feng Long, do you think that Zhang Qi did that to you because he was jealous? Feng Long subconsciously shook his head. Mr. Zhao, I don't think so. It seems like he wants me to have an affair with you. Zhao Shui raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you wish you were having an affair with me? Feng Long hurriedly shook his head. He vaguely knew Zhao Shui's methods from Li Suling, so he doesn't dare to talk nonsense at all. Though, he had played out a big scene with Zhao Shui many times inside, but he still said, how can that be? Mr. Zhao, you gave me a stable job. How can I have that kind of unrealistic idea? That's good. Go back and rest. If Zhang Qi gives you a hard time again, you tell me directly and I'll do it for you. Early the next morning a delivery arrived at the door. It's a delivery from Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi picked up the delivery and went back to the house. After Feng Long made breakfast, he quickly knocked on Zhao Shui's door. After he told Zhao Shui to get up, he was about to go get Zhang Qi up when Zhao Shui stopped him and said, I'll go get Zhang Qi up after I wronged you yesterday. With that, she took the initiative to Zhang Qi's door and knocked. Zhang Qi, get up for dinner. My parents with our daughter are already on their way here. You get ready. As he would be able to see his daughter today, Zhang Qi decided to go to the medical center later. There was some small excitement in my heart. He opened the door and stepped out, ready to greet his two daughters in better shape. Zhao Shui stared at the extra green hat on top of his head, her gaze slightly frozen. Asked, Zhang Qi, when did you buy this hat? Zhang Qi's green hat is a duck-tongued hat in a very bright color. Smiling, he couldn't help but hold up the tongue of his hat. I just bought it yesterday. I didn't expect it to be delivered today. How is it? Am I wearing it handsomely? Feeling 10 years younger, Zhao Shui frowned. What do you mean by that? You wanted to wear a hat. Why didn't you buy a normal colored hat? Why did you choose a green one instead? Green is just a color. I like the color. What's wrong with that? But I think you're being deliberately sarcastic. Zhang Qi said. You are a corporate boss of a large company with your own iron fist. Do I dare to be sarcastic? Zhang Qi said and lit a cigarette and smoked it in front of Zhao Shui. I'm going to change all my clothes to green. It means green life. I'm going to be an environmentalist. You can get me $20,000 for the equipment. I may not have enough money. Zhao Shui sank her face. Be an environmental protector. Take off your hat immediately. Are you unable to tell who's really the big and small king in the family? Of course you're the king. I don't even count as a fart in front of you. But your control is too wide, isn't it? You even want to control my clothes? Do you believe that if you push me to the brink, I will do anything? Zhang Qi's eyes were bitterly cold, a sharp gaze looking towards Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui subconsciously averted her eyes, unable to help but have a bit of a headache. She was also worried that if she pushed Zhang Qi to the brink, Zhang Qi would do something extreme. So he no longer dwelled on the matter, but said, What nonsense are you talking about? At home I am the king and you are the little king. You need only listen to me alone, and everyone else has to bow down in front of you. I really can't see that you still have the consciousness to be an emperor, but I'm envious of you. I want to have this strength of yours. Saying that, Zhang Qi flicked the butt of the cigarette that he had just taken 2 puffs onto the solid wood floor, and said to Feng Long who was beside him, Sweep the floor. Open the window to ventilate the air. In a moment when my daughters arrive, I don't want them to smell a little bit of the smell. As he spoke, a SUV outside pulled in through the gate. The SUV eased into a parking space in the courtyard. Zhao Shui's eyes lit up. My parents are here. With that, she greeted them. Zhang Qi followed suit and greeted them. In the car, Zhao Dehuai was helped down by Sun Ru. He seems to be looking pretty good. Zhao Shui called out, Dad, Mom, you're here. Zhang Qi did not put his eyes on the duo, but instead looked to the back of the car with a hopeful gaze. Rear doors open. The thin eldest daughter, Zhao Yan, pulled Zhao Lan, who was 3 years younger, out. Zhang Qi took 2 steps forward. Yan, Lan, did you miss your father? Zhao Lan looked at Zhang Qi. Her eyes were delighted, and she subconsciously pounced on Zhang Qi. On the contrary, it was Zhao Meixian, who looked at Zhang Qi with contempt, then violently pulled Zhao Lan back. What are you doing? Our family has been disgraced by him, and you still think of him as a father? Saying that, the duo lowered their heads and walked towards Zhao Shui. See this scene. Zhang Qi felt a sudden stabbing pain inside. Zhang Qi's entire body froze in place. He looked at his 2 daughters in a daze, a strange feeling welling up in his heart. It was as if he was out of place with these people, a complete outsider. Zhao Shui also heard her eldest daughter's words and couldn't help but frown. Yan, he's your father. How can you say such words? It's so uncharacteristic. Zhao Yan skimmed her mouth. My dad wouldn't be such a wimp. I know all about you guys going to court. He was a total loss. Not manly at all. My classmates laughed me out of the room. I'm so unlucky to have such a father. Unbridled. Zhao Shui chided with a cold face. Quickly apologize to your father and admit your mistake. I just don't. This guy obviously doesn't have much to offer, and he keeps us on such a tight leash. If I hadn't grown up with grandma and grandpa, I'd be depressed. Mom, why don't you replace him since you have someone outside? My sister and I go to what is clearly an aristocratic school. But before that, every time he picks us up from school, I'm looked down upon and laughed at, and he won't even let me use my cell phone. You're so good at it. Just replace him. A layer of frost suddenly covered Zhao Shui's face. She raised her hand, and was about to whip it at Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun blinked and hastily raised her hand to cover her selfsame face, and screamed. Sun Ru's eyes were quick. Her body flashed and twisted like a rice paddy. A walk, blocking in front of her, and glared angrily at Zhao Shui. What are you doing? Children don't come home easily? What's the point of meeting and doing it? Zhao Shui chided. What's wrong with me making a move on them? Look at what she said. Does it sound like words? She's like this. Did you and my father teach her this? Sun Ru said with a straight face. Is what she said wrong? This kid is an animal. After saying that, she glared at Zhang Qi again. You might as well not come back. If you but had some ambition, you would have died outside. Enough. Zhao Shui drank. Her aura was so strong that Sun Ru didn't dare to say more. Immediately after, He grabbed Zhao Yan's shoulder again and forcefully pressed it down in front of Zhang Qi, saying in an unquestionable voice, "Apologize to your father." Zhang Qi looked at Zhao Yan and felt somewhat unfamiliar. The heart was a little bitter again. He waved his hand in a somewhat weak tone. "Never mind. I am indeed a bit of a wimp." Zhao Yan had her head lowered. When she heard these words, she raised her head and glared fiercely at Zhang Qi. "I don't want your sympathy. You don't deserve to be my father at all." After saying that, she twisted her body hard and ran towards the second floor with her legs spread out. Looking at her back, Zhang Qi subconsciously pulled out a cigarette and silently took 2 puffs. The hand went to his mouth when he was stung by the stubble on his chin. The youngest daughter, Zhao Lan, silently walked over to Zhang Qi and whispered, "Dad, I miss you." Zhang Qi's heart shook, and his powerless body suddenly came to life. He wrapped Zhao Lan in his arms with one hand and said gratefully, "Good, good, Dad missed you too." Sun Ru said, "What do you want him for? Do you want him to give you money? He just said he misses you verbally. You don't think about it. Who gives you your pocket money? Who pays for your and your sister's tuition? If he really wanted you, why would he go so long without visiting you guys?" Zhao Shui frowned. Zhang Qi was going to look at them, but she was the one who stopped and didn't let her see them. "I can't help but say, all of you, cut the crap." Then, she said to Zhao Lan, "You go up and play with your sister. We have something to discuss." "Aha." Zhao Lan left and Sun Ru glared at Zhang Qi's hat. "What's with the hat?" Zhang Qi glanced at her. "What, can I wear a hat? If you wear a hat, wear a normal colored one." "What do you mean you wear a green hat?" "I like the color green." "You have a problem with that?" Sun Ru's heart was naturally as clear as a mirror. She pulled a face. "Xiao Shui let you come back. That's your blessing. And you're still reluctantly wearing a hat to square us? Who are you doing it for?" Right at this moment, Feng Long respectfully walked over. "Mr. Zhao, the tea has been brewed." Sun Ru froze and asked Zhao Shui, "Who is this?" Zhao Shui introduced. "Mom, this is the live-in nanny I hired to share the household chores for Zhang Qi from now on. I assistant her husband." Zhang Qi suddenly asked Feng Long, "What kind of tea did you make?" Feng Long said, "Mr. Zhang, I made oolong tea." "Go on, make me a separate cup of green tea. I'm more of a green person these days." Feng Long froze, but still nodded. "Okay, I'll go change it." Sun Ru gazed at Zhang Qi's hat and then glanced at Zhao Shui. "She's not talking." With that, a few people entered the living room, and she told Zhao Dehuai to sit down for a while, then pulled Zhao Shui into the bedroom. Sun Ru held Zhao Shui's smooth hand and asked with a frown, "What's the deal with you hiring a nanny?" Zhao Shui said, "Isn't it normal for me to hire a nanny? We, as a family, do always lack a nanny." "No, you can hire a nanny if you want, but why would you, a woman, hire a young, strong, fierce-looking male nanny?" "I was just wondering what happened to Zhang Qi's hat." Zhao Shui smiled. "Mom, it was all a ploy on my part." "What gross?" "It's a ploy. I purposely hired a male nanny in order to make Zhang Qi feel nervous. When he knows there is a member of the opposite sex in the house, he will worry about me and won't dare to run away from home again. And, didn't I also say, I want to let Zhang Qi know who is the king of size in this family. I want to let Zhang Qi know that I, as a person, have always said one thing or another, and this is my one warning to him." Sun Ru looked at Zhao Shui suspiciously. "Are you sure you're just giving Zhang Qi a warning? It's not the kind of thoughts you have inside." Zhao Shui kept pulling up her face. "Mom, how can you think of me like that? The love in my heart for Zhang Qi is unrivaled. I won't have any dissenting thoughts." Sun Ru deeply said, "Daughter, even if a man is no longer a wimp, he actually has a steel bone in his heart, which is hard and brittle. If you do that, that's rubbing Zhang Qi's pride. Aren't you afraid that Zhang Qi will start to go crazy one day and do something terrible?" Zhao Shui froze. "That hadn't occurred to me." Then she laughed. "Don't worry, I know Zhang Qi. He wouldn't dare to do anything terrible." Zhang Qi stood in the living room, smoking a cigarette. Zhao Dehuai wasn't unconscious. On the contrary, he was in a good state right now, just sitting on the sofa and resting. Zhang Qi saw his eyes staring straight at self, and couldn't help but pull out a cigarette and hand it to Zhao Dehuai. "Have one?" Zhao Dehuai subconsciously went to pick it up. Because of her health, Sun Ru doesn't let her touch that anymore. However, he was about to pick it up when Zhang Qi's hand flashed away. It made Zhou touch the air. Zhang Qi said, "Low-end goods like me don't deserve a rich man like you. You, little beast." Zhao Dehuai was furious. He said, "You cursed me with cancer and you still dare to be angry with me? Do you believe I'll get someone to kill you?" Zhang Qi looked surprised. "Didn't you already find someone to get me? That was just a warning I gave you." Zhang Qi said, "Just a warning and you got such a big retribution? Then you should take it easy next time." Zhao Dehuai glared at Zhang Qi. "For the first time, I realized that you're such a cheap skin. What kind of bitch are you? Blaming me for your own cancer. Zhao Dehuai took a deep breath and didn't get angry with Zhang Qi anymore, but said deeply, do you know why I came to you today? Don't you just think I can cure your cancer? Zhao Dui nodded and reached down to press his hand against the fluffy couch, adjusting his posture. In fact, I've figured out that you, the wasted son-in-law, wasted is a bit wasted, but doing things right. In the past there wasn't much wrong with him. You don't need to tell me that. After all, to a rich family like yours, if there was anything wrong with someone like me, you would have cured me long ago. You're quite self-aware. Zhao Dehuai gave Zhang Qi a surprised look. Then he added, Zhang Qi, I'll give you a chance to ease your relationship with us. As long as you cure me, I can forget about your previous excessive behavior. Zhang Qi laughed. You think I'm too amazing? This kind of 1,000-year-old problem, you would think I have a solution? Then do your best to help me ease it. The doctor said that if I recover well from this, living for a few more years won't be a big problem. Besides, didn't you say so? The disease on my body, only you can cure, and you have long seen that my condition is very serious. I believe that you have the ability to do so. Yes, but I don't need a reprieve from you. I have other conditions. Zhang Qi stared at Zhao Dehuai with a ghostly gaze. As you can see, that bitch daughter of yours, in front of me, let a male nanny home to humiliate me. I help you alleviate your condition. You help me get rid of your daughter. Help me divorce your daughter. Zhao Dehuai said. You think I don't want to? Xiao Shui is now a handful in the company. She has long been out of our bonds. No one can control what she wants to do. Then there's nothing more to say. Zhao Shui and Sun Ru, a pair of mother-daughter flowers, walked out of the bedroom together. Seeing that Zhang Qi was chatting with Zhao Dehuai, Zhao Shui laughed. It's really surprising that you, the pair of son-in-laws, are still able to chat together. Zhang Qi, today my parents, apart from sending the child back, the purpose is for you to show my father how his health is. You've got to help my dad. Okay. Zhang Qi didn't object and sat directly in front of Zhao Dehuai, extending his hand to him. Give me your hand. Sun Ru frowned at Zhang Qi. Zhao Dehuai also stared, then hesitantly handed his hand to Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi took his pulse for a while and said with a grave gaze, prepare for the aftermath. Zhao Dehuai suddenly realized. He coldly glanced at Zhang Qi. You really didn't seriously help me look at my illness. In your heart, you only wish for me to die earlier, right? White-eyed wolf. Sun Ru is also indistinct, I said. You kid, how to promise so fast. The original is just a perfunctory thing. Zhang Qi said helplessly. Are you guys idiots? Cancer is something that I, a wild Chinese medicine practitioner, can do nothing about? What else can I do besides saying a word to prepare for the aftermath? Zhao Shui frowned. Zhang Qi, uncle who has said that you might have a solution to our father's illness. I want you to help cure my dad immediately. This is not a discussion with you. If you don't try your best to cure him, I will be very angry. I get angry and there are serious consequences. Zhang Qi crossed his legs and smiled coldly. How serious is it? Will you kill me? Like I said, there's nothing I can do about this level of cancer. Zhao Shui said. I don't believe it. Uncle who said. Your uncle who knows everything. So you guys should just let your uncle who cure you. I can't help it anyway. Sun Ru sank her face. So, you don't want to cure your father? Zhang Qi sarcastically said. Last moment, he was talking about a little beast, but now he's my father? Zhao Shui said to Zhang Qi in an undeniable tone. Zhang Qi, you have to understand that I am not discussing with you right now. It's an order. Since you have experience in treating cancer, it can't be a sentence about preparing for the aftermath. You have to cure our dad. It's your obligation. Zhang Qi laughed sarcastically. I found out that you family, not only are you unreasonable, but you also have no common sense at all. If cancer was so easily cured, then it wouldn't be called a terminal disease by the world. You might as well get angry quick. There's nothing I can do about it anyway. Zhao Shui looked deeply at Zhang Qi. I can discuss everything else with you, but my father's life is greater than heaven. You must save him. What if I don't save it? If you don't save it, then you stay in this house and never go out. With an exclamation of surprise, Zhang Qi stood up and looked at Zhao Shui. You still want to ban my feet? That's right. I'm banning you to keep you sane. Whenever you cure my father's illness, I'll give you freedom. Zhao Shui, what am I to you? Zhao Shui didn't answer, but called out, Feng Long. Feng Long immediately jogged all the way over from not far away. Mr. Zhao, I'm here. Zhao Shui said. Starting today, I'm going to ban Zhang Qi's feet. You keep an eye on him at all times. Don't let him leave this house. If he steps out of the door half a step, I'll hold you responsible. Zhang Qi said. You had prepared for this, didn't you? So this is the purpose of you letting this man be a nanny. On the one hand letting him help you relieve your loneliness, on the other hand using him to control me. Zhao Shui said. I need a treatment plan. You're my husband. I can't bear to use too harsh means on you. This is the only way. I hope you can understand. I understand your mom. Zhang Qi cursed and turned around to head upstairs. But Feng Long immediately stopped Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi droned. Get lost. Feng Long's face sank. Mr. Zhao said that he's going to ban your feet now. I'm going upstairs to see my daughter. Where are you grounding me? Feng Long glanced at Zhao Shui and saw her nod before stepping aside. Then Zhao Shui said to Zhao Dehui, Dad, let's go to the county hospital today to do another comprehensive examination to see if there is still hope. Zhao Dui. The family went out. The car pulled out outside the villa. Zhao Shui looked at the villa and frowned deeply. Dad, did Zhang Qi really say that he was the only one who could cure your illness? Zhao Dehui said hatefully. Yes, this kid said himself that his medical skills are not as good as old who's pat on the back. He also said that only he can cure my illness. Just now this kid was all pretending. Phew. Zhao Shui sighed in relief. As long as it's still curable. Sun Ru said worriedly. Zhao Shui, would you be going a bit too far if you treat Zhang Qi like this? Zhao Dehui frowned. Why are you speaking for that kid? Sun Ru reached up and wrapped her hand around the dark hair on her forehead. She shook her head again. I'm not speaking for the boy. It's just that he's a big man, cooped up in his house, and I'm worried he'll do something out of character. After all, who can stand it when a grown man is grounded? Upon hearing this, Zhao Dehui also became a bit worried. He felt that Sun Ru's words were not unreasonable. Followed by, yeah, the kid's parents are a poser. And when a man has nothing to lose, he probably doesn't care about anything. Snowy, aren't you afraid that his pipsqueak will spill his blood in a fit of rage? Zhao Shui was startled, and she grimaced. Dad, you're a big old man and you're still afraid of this kind of thing? I'm not even afraid. Am I not worried about you? After all, our family is the upper class people in land, the economic pillars of the whole city. All rely on us to support. If we casually drop a hair, we will lose money. One thing your mom said is very right. We in Zhang Qi, like that fine porcelain and broken tiles, the two cannot touch. Porcelain off a piece of porcelain. That is all a loss. Tiles even if broken. It does not matter. Zhao Shui had a dark face. What are you guys comparing? In my heart, Zhang Qi is my favorite husband. Even if he's a tile jar, it's an antique tile jar of great value. You guys can look down on him, but you can't belittle him. Don't say such words again. She hit the steering wheel with both hands and the car made a U-turn. And then the conversation turned and said, but it's not like I haven't thought about this situation. So I'll let you guys send Yin Yan and Lan Lan home. With 2 daughters around, they can keep him in check. Don't worry. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dehui and Sun Ru were relieved. Zhao Dehui stared at Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui, tell me honestly, did you have an affair or not? Zhao Shui frowned. No, Dad. How come even you ask such questions? Zhao Dehui said. It's not that I'm asking this kind of question as well. It's that what Zhang Qi took out is indeed very problematic. Moreover, you are my Zhao Dehui's daughter, and you have inherited my genes. Think about it. Back then, when I wasn't married to your mom, it was quite a flirt. Dad, I didn't realize you used to be a flirt. You are in the company, and an old boss, always have the opportunity to contact some good conditions, people and excellent men. Some time ago I heard that in the factory work, 80% of the women have problems. You haven't met a blue face that makes your heart flutter? Zhao Shui thought briefly and said, there are certainly men who chase after me, but I know that they all don't have good intentions, so I stay away from them all. I'm not a woman who likes to mess around. Actually, if Zhang Qi insists on getting a divorce, I think you can let him go. Release him? No way. I love him so much. I will die if I let him go. In my life, I can only be his wife, and in his life, he can only be my husband. There is no second possibility. Dad, just wait. Zhang Qi will soon agree to help you see the doctor. Zhang Qi went up to the second floor and pushed open Zhao Yan's bedroom. In the bedroom, Zhao Yan was lying on the table, holding her cell phone and playing games. The second daughter, Zhao Lan, was standing at the back, staring nervously at Zhao Yan's cell phone screen. The girls just looked at Zhang Qi's appearance and paid no attention to it. Zhang Qi saw Zhao Yan's eyes were too close to the screen, so he couldn't help but walk over and say, all day long, don't keep thinking about playing with your cell phone. Did you finish the homework that the teacher assigned? Zhou Yun said without lifting her head. It's up to you. Zhang Qi was seething in his heart. I'm your father. Why can't I control you? Put the cell phone down. Zhou Yun hummed and didn't say anything. Zhao Lan stood aside, not saying a word. Zhang Qi's tone became much more serious. Look at what your grandma has spoiled you into. Put down your cell phone for me. That's my grandmother, you worthless piece of shit. Your mom has no business being my grandma. Zhang Qi looked aghast. He droned solemnly. Put the cell phone down. Bang! Zhou Yun raised her hand and slammed the phone to the ground with force. A cell phone that was originally a cell phone was smashed straight into pieces. Zhang Qi said angrily, "What are you doing?" Zhao Yan stood up and glared at Zhang Qi. "Didn't you tell me to put my cell phone down?" "I put it down. Is there a problem?" Zhang Qi stood in place stunned for half a day and said painfully, "What's your problem? Did I tell you to put down your cell phone and tell you to smash it?" Zhao Yan said contemptuously, "Isn't it just a cell phone? If I drop it, my grandparents will buy me a new one. It's not like you are so useless. A cell phone is treated like a treasure by you." "You?" Zhang Qi pointed at Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan stretched her neck. "Me what me? You still want to hit me?" Zhang Qi calmed down and re-examined Zhao Yan. Eventually, there was a sigh of relief. He sat on Zhou Yun's bed and said quietly, "Do you dislike Dad for being useless?" "That's right. You're just useless. If it wasn't for my mom having to make me come back, I wouldn't have come back at all. I've heard all about you too. You two just leave. Why do you have to involve me? I don't want to follow you into a life of poverty, so don't even think about asking me to follow you." Zhang Qi said, Yan, you've changed. You weren't like this before. That's because I didn't know any better. I know everything now. You used to be the one who brought me and my sister up, and I thought that was great. It wasn't until we moved to Grandma's house that I realized what it meant to have all the wind and all the rain. I also realized that those who say they love you are false, and only those who give real benefits really love me. Zhang Qi unbelievably pointed at Zhao Yan. "Are you still my daughter? How dare you say such words? All your years of schooling have been in vain?" Zhao Yan hemmed and hawed. "Think about it another way. Since my mom betrayed you, what if I'm not your real daughter?" "What did you say?" Zhao Yan said. "What did I say? Didn't you hear me clearly? I look neither like my mom nor you. Think about whether there is a possibility that my mom was pregnant with me before she married you." Zhang Qi's eyebrows bulged with veins. The body also trembled slightly. He raised his right arm in a gesture to slap Zhou Yun, but Zhao Yan didn't panic in the slightest and didn't even bother to dodge. "Even if you hit me, it's useless. Hitting me won't get rid of your incompetence. Surname Zhang, why don't we go for a paternity test?" A sense of frustration surged in Zhang Qi's heart. He was suddenly surrounded by a deep sense of powerlessness. The stabbing pain inside was becoming more and more pronounced. At this point he seemed breathless in his speech. "Do you want to be my daughter so badly?" "Don't want to, not at all. I'm curious now as to how someone as capable as my mom could have married you. I just can't figure it out. So I think there must be a reason for it. My mom would be 100,000 times better than you if she had someone else." Zhang Qi was like falling into an ice cellar. "Surname Zhang, you're a big man who can't even get a divorce. You're too useless. If you don't divorce, how will my mom find the next one? The next one will definitely be better than you." Zhang Qi's face was ashen as he said, "Okay, I'll try my best to divorce your mom." "Really?" Zhao Yan was instantly delighted. Zhang Qi nodded. "This time I came back. My original intention was to meet you too. Now I realize that it was a wrong decision. You have grown up. Sometimes, it's time to take responsibility for what you have said to yourself. Take your sister back to your grandparents to enjoy your life." Zhou Lang called out to Dad. Zhang Qi said to her, Lan, Dad used to be very strict with you guys. Don't blame Dad. When you grow up, you will understand Dad's good intentions. You remember, in this world, there are many things that are more important than money. Don't be blinded by the short-lived beauty in front of you, okay?" Zhao Lan nodded vigorously. "Dad, I know," Zhou Yun said impatiently. "It's fine for us to go back, but you have to accompany me to do a paternity test." "Yes, but I'm grounded by your mom and I can't leave for a while. So let's wait until your mom releases me." "Told you you were useless. A big man, grounded by my mom. You're a failure. Then I'll come back to you when you're unbanned," Zhao Yan said, pulling Zhao Lan to leave. The duo walked out of the living room. Feng Long, who was trimming the greenery in the courtyard, suddenly stopped the duo. "First miss, second miss, where are you going?" Zhao Yan rolled her eyes. "Let's go back to Grandma's house." Feng Long smiled and said, "Missy, Mr. Zhao said that you will only be allowed to go to Grandma's house after your mission is completed." "Mission?" Zhao Yan first frowned. Then it seemed as if he remembered something. She drifted off. "Ah, yes, we're here for Grandpa. Let's go. Go find Daddy." Zhao Yan pulled Zhao Lan's hand and ran towards the second floor again. At this moment, Zhang Qi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, staring at the three of them. As Feng Long spoke, he subconsciously looked up and happened to lock eyes with Zhang Qi. Within a short time, the two sisters reached the second floor. Zhao Yan said to Zhang Qi, "Surname Zhang, we came here today with a mission. We can't leave without accomplishing our mission." Zhang Qi was thoughtful. "You guys are grounded by your mom like me?" "Yeah, my mom said you have to help my grandpa get better, and she won't let us go back until you're cured." Zhao Yan impatiently said to Zhang Qi, You quickly call my mom and ask her to call my grandfather back. We can leave after you cure him. Zhang Qi smiled. Do you know what kind of disease your grandfather has? I know. Cancer is high in the elderly. It's not a big deal. Zhang Qi looked at Zhao Yan with disappointment. You are mouthing off about whoever comes up with actual favors for you is the one who really treats you well. According to your words, your grandfather is your family, but your grandfather is terminally ill and you are so careless. Zhao Yan, you weren't like this before. What kind of life was it that made you become so arrogant and extravagant, making you so bad at even the most basic morals? Zhao Yan said, don't accuse me. Don't you also want to curse my grandfather to death? How are you any better than me? Zhang Qi shook his head. This is an adult's matter. It has nothing to do with you. I can turn against your grandfather. Only you can't care about your grandfather's life and death. You, too much of a disappointment to me. Zhao Yan said indifferently. Didn't I come here to let you cure my grandfather? Cut the crap. If you cure him, we'll both be released from our grounding. Then go to the hospital for a paternity test. Zhang Qi said. I'm not capable of curing your grandfather. Don't pretend. I've heard it all from Grandpa. You have the power to cure him. Zhang Qi said. Your grandfather doesn't understand. You've at least gone to school for so many years. You don't understand that cancer is incurable? Even if it's the 9 leaky fish. You can't believe your grandfather's words, right? That's true. Zhao Yan was a student in the end, and more or less knew some common sense. After thinking about it, she said to Zhang Qi again, how about this? You first trick my grandpa into coming over here, lie that you can cure him, and say that after my enlightenment, you promised to cure my grandpa, and then I'll be released from my grounding. You call quickly. I have a date with someone to go to a KTV to sing at night. Zhang Qi nervous, and people to KTV, male or female? It's none of your business. Until the paternity test comes down. You're in no position to control me. Hurry up and call my grandfather back. Zhang Qi shook his head again. No, if I lie to your grandfather, wouldn't that delay your grandfather's condition? If there's an accident, whose responsibility is it? Besides, for the sake of your own momentary pleasure, you even dared to fool your seriously ill grandfather. What's the difference between your behavior and that of an animal? Zhao Yan was furious, but Zhang Qi was an elder after all, so she couldn't dislike him, only to say, you, if I were an animal, it would be you who taught me. You were a good girl when I taught you, and you're a far cry from the beastly behavior you're displaying now. Zhang Qi gazed out of the window, thinking angrily in his heart. Sun Ru, Zhao Dehuai, you two old brutes, you even taught my daughter to be like this, then all the more reason for you to die. Cut the crap. You'll trick my grandpa into coming back first, and then you'll confess tomorrow and blindside us first. I'm not a liar. Zhang Qi said. What's in it for you? Lying for once? Is lying the norm these days? You can lie if you like. I won't anyway. Zhang Qi said with disappointment. Zhao Yan glared at Zhang Qi. No wonder you were cuckolded by my mom. You can't even tell a lie. You're so honest. It's not surprising that you were lied to by my mom. Zhang Qi became more and more disappointed. Traditional Chinese virtues turned into irony in your eyes? Zhao Yan, remember, you can disapprove, but when you mock others, the self will look even more ridiculous. Who are you to lecture me when you've lived such a shitty life? You're outdated. Zhao Yan was too lazy to talk nonsense with Zhang Qi again. Forget it, looks like I can't get unbanned today. Play with my cell phone. Lan, bring me my cell phone. Zhao Lan said. Sis, your cell phone just got dropped. Zhao Yan let out a cry of surprise. Ah, damn it, why am I so impulsive? How am I going to beat this damn boredom? She made a fiery dash to the bedroom. Zhang Qi, on the other hand, his cell phone rang at this time. Seeing the caller ID, Zhang Qi's heart stirred and a sharp gaze surfaced in his eyes. Zhang Qi pressed answer, brought it to his ear, and said, Teacher Hu, you're looking for me? Hu Ren's tone was a bit hesitant, sounding a bit frazzled. Zhang Qi, what's up today? Idle at home. Oh, Zhang Qi, do you still remember that mysterious patient who made you walk in last time? In the past few days, have you thought about the provenance of the medicine you prescribed last time? Zhang Qi laughed silently, his expression somewhat sarcastic. On the other hand, he politely said, Mr. Hu, what's wrong? It's like this, that particular patient, after waiting for a few days in our hospital, still didn't get better, so I was looking for any breakthroughs from your side. Teacher Hu, you're thinking too much of me. I'm not making any breakthroughs here. That's too bad. Would it be convenient for you to come to my place? Teacher has some medical issues that he would like to discuss with you. Teacher Hu, I was actually looking for you, so let's do it this way. I'll go over there in a while. That's great. After Zhang Qi finished speaking, he just hung up the phone and realized that Zhao Yan, at some point, came to Self's ear to eavesdrop, smelling the faint body odor of his daughter. A trace of love flashed across Zhang Qi's face, but quickly hid it and scowled. Who told you to eavesdrop on my phone calls? Zhao Yan skimmed her mouth. You have time to treat others but not my grandfather. You're really not a thing. Of course I have time to treat people, but your grandfather isn't a human being, so why should I treat him? You. Zhao Yan stomped her feet, her skinny body erected in front of Zhang Qi, her face beaming. Although she had already reached adulthood, she still carried a faint childishness. Zhang Qi shook his head helplessly. Unconsciously, you are so old and have your own independent personality. With that, he headed downstairs. On the first floor, Zhang Qi had just opened the door to the living room when Feng Long stopped in front of him. Mr. Zhao said to ban your feet. Zhang Qi looked at Feng Long with sharp eyes. Get out of the way. I'm sorry, this is Mr. Zhao's order. You do whatever Mr. Zhao says. Do you eat shit when Mr. Zhao tells you to? Zhang Qi said expressionlessly. Feng Long thoughtfully, as long as the money is available, it is not impossible to consider. Just let me out. I have something very important to do. Zhang Qi said. Feng Long shook his head, and as he spoke, the corners of his mouth hooked up with mockery. Mr. Zhao said that he would lift the grounding at any time when you cure the old master of his illness. Zhang Qi looked at Feng Long and said, You are just a nanny. I am the man of the house. You don't even listen to your master's words? Do you have the awareness of one who is an underling? Feng Long said, Nanny, I do. But Mr. Zhao doesn't seem to think so. Oh, so you're still her concubine? I don't think so. But Mr. Zhao isn't necessarily. Zhao Shui wasn't there. Feng Long's tone of voice when he spoke to Zhang Qi was a bit more unrestrained. Zhang Qi frowned. How about this? I know my wife is great. Many men are hitting on her, and you're no exception. As long as you release me, I'll say that I jumped out of the window and escaped, and I won't be going home tonight, so I'll create an opportunity for you guys. How about it? Feng Long froze. There was a flash of hesitation in his eyes. After a moment, he shook his head firmly again. Don't lie to me. I don't have that side of my mind for Mr. Zhao at all. Zhang Qi's face was stern. You don't have that side of the idea. Because you can't. You're a shriveled brother, right? What did you say? Feng Long's angry eyes glared at Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi sneered. Have you forgotten my profession? Do you know why my father-in-law must insist that I cure him? A measly little problem on your body would be hidden from my eyes. You. Feng Long was a bit vain. He was indeed a bit incapable. It lasts less than a minute at a time. It's not cost-effective to spend money on fun for people like him. Zhang Qi turned his words around and added, If you don't cherish the opportunity I've created for you, then when I get out of this, I'm going to seize the chance to get close to your wife. Feng Long's face changed drastically. Angrily, he said, If you're not Mr. Zhao's husband, I would have. A few days ago. You just what? You'll kill me? Fine. You're a nanny. How dare you try to get your master killed? Is there a dog slave like you? Feng Long said. You don't count as a master at all. There is no master who is such a loser at home. Zhang Qi continued. In fact, from the very beginning, I have detected that you are hostile to me. And I wondered. I didn't play with your wife. Why are you so hostile to me? When Feng Long heard this, he looked at Zhang Qi with eyes filled with anger. But he reined it in. I'm not playing with your wife either. But I also get the feeling that you're hostile to me. I have a proposition for you. I'll help you get cured. And if you have any ideas for tonight, go ahead and implement them. I won't bother you. Or, when I get out, I'll go to your wife and implement my idea. You choose one for yourself. After saying that, Zhang Qi took out a pack of silver needles from his pocket and took out one from it. In fact, your illness is not a big problem. It's mainly the dilation of the tendons and veins in a certain place, which leads to locking them up, and it only needs a needle to stimulate it, and then it will let you show off your strength. Feng Long froze and looked at the silver needle in Zhang Qi's hand. No talking. Zhang Qi, on the other hand, took out a silver needle and stabbed at Feng Long's body while he was off guard. You try it and it gives you instant results. In the next second, Zhang Qi's silver needle stuck on Feng Long's higu point. Feng Long first froze, then covered his thighs with a pained expression. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed Zhang Qi. However, at this time, his movements were much more numb, while Zhang Qi easily dodged it with a turn of his body. At the same time, he once again pulled out a silver needle and stabbed Feng Long in the back of his head. As the needle fell, Feng Long's forehead veins bulged and his eyes stared straight up. Zhang Qi gave him a look. Be honest next time. Do you really think I'm that easy to bully? Disrespect me again and I'll make you last less than a minute. Zhang Qi took out the car key that Zhao Shui had given to himself and pressed it, and the lights of a Land Rover parked outside the villa flashed twice. Zhang Qi got into the car, drove to the medical center, not long, and then carrying the medicine box, drove to the Chinese hospital. Not long after Zhang Qi left, Zhao Yan also walked out. She probed and glanced at Feng Long, who had fallen to the ground, and couldn't help but hate him. Even my father couldn't get it right. You man, how can you fight the world in the future? What a waste. Saying that she didn't care about Zhao Lan anymore and walked away alone. It took a while for Feng Long to slow down. He hurriedly called Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui had sent Zhao Dehuai to the hospital and left, and was currently visiting a breeding base outside the city, wearing a protective suit. Today she has an important livestock project to negotiate. Feng Long told Zhao Shui about Zhang Qi and Zhao Yan forcibly breaking the ban, and that self is incompetent. And Zhao Shui not only didn't get angry, instead, she had an appreciative look on her face. Not bad, worthy of being my Zhao Shui's husband. You can do what you need to do. I'll be back early today. When Zhang Qi found Hu Ren had long been waiting for him in his office. Teacher, you're looking for me. What's the matter? Zhang Qi opened the door, took a disposable water cup, poured a cup for himself and then sat opposite Hu Ren and drank. Hu Ren reached out and rubbed a few tea leaves from the metal box on the table and put them into the cup of water that Zhang Qi was holding up. Then he looked at Zhang Qi slyly. I have 2 academic questions to discuss with you. Oh, what academic issue? Zhang Qi took a sip and 2 unsteeped tea leaves entered his mouth. Then he stretched his head and spit it out onto the ground. Hu Ren looked at the tea froth on the floor and didn't say anything. Instead, he said, the first academic question is about the feasibility of treatment ideas in Chinese medicine in the middle to late stages of kidney cancer. Zhang Qi, I think in Chinese medicine for the kidney aspect of the treatment is more advantageous than Western medicine. Zhang Qi nodded. He recognized Hu Ren's point of view. The ancients have long had strong prescriptions for the visceral aspects of the organs, combined with some of the modern pharmacology. Formulated drugs may not be worse than the effect of Western medicine. So what do you think? If the kidney is cancerous, how should it be treated if in Chinese medicine? Zhang Qi thought of the phrase he had read in a medical book last night, make up for the deficiency, lose the surplus, and the surplus is hidden quasi here. The meaning of this sentence is that the deficiency is supplemented and the actuality is drained. And this idea is used for all the remaining internal organs. Horan obviously knew the implications as well. He frowned. That's too general a statement. Zhang Qi said. However, most of the philosophy of those of us who practice medicine is based on this. Hu Ren guided Zhang Qi's words. I think, for this kind of serious illness, using some fierce medicine is the right way to think. What do you think? Zhang Qi shook his head. Teacher, my ability is limited, and with this kind of disease, I can only do my best. Hu Ren couldn't help but frown. We who study medicine should be filled with the spirit of exploration, not stopping at nothing. Zhang Qi didn't answer, but instead turned his words around and said, Teacher, do you believe in the way of heaven or the way of man? How? In the way of heaven, loss is not enough to make up for deficiency, but in the way of man it is not. Loss is not enough to make up for deficiency. Hu Ren laughed and said, your kid is even so familiar with the Tao Te Ching. Without thinking, he said, I naturally believe in the way of heaven. Zhang Qi nodded. The way of nature replenishes the surplus resources to the deficit, while the way of man is the opposite, usually reducing the deficit to dedicate to the surplus. But sensei, why do I feel that you believe in humanism? Horan blushed. What makes you think that? Zhang Qi politely said. You think you know that my father-in-law that old pushes dang, got a terminal disease, almost no cure for medicine and stone. I happen to lack this technology. You prefer to force me to come up with a way. And you know I'm 40 years old, with no success in my life and no connections of my own. Yet you still plucked my cure and gave it to someone else. Isn't this precisely the humanism that Lao Tzu talks about? Teacher, since when did you become such a hypocrite? Horan's face crumbled. The colors are fading. He gazed at Zhang Qi. I'm doing this for your own good. You easing your relationship with your father-in-law can be a relief for your family. Zhang Qi, you have to understand my good intentions. Zhang Qi said, but why the fuck are you picking my peaches? Let me ask you, is your next academic question about the condition on the patient in that intensive care unit? Hu Ren's face became ugly. He didn't expect Zhang Qi's reaction to be so intense. Teacher, originally when you picked my peach, I could still understand that you were forced by my father-in-law and you had no choice. But you even tried to use deception to trick me into helping you treat that special patient without asking for anything in return. Do you want to have a pussy face? Zhang Qi, you've gone a little too far. Hu Ren sank his face. It's not like you've divorced your wife. Your relationship will ease sooner or later. And I'm letting you cure that patient for the sake of your Zhao family. And the benefits you get in the end will fall on the Zhao family's head. What's the difference between falling on the Zhao family's head and falling on your head? Since there's no difference, what's the difference between picking your peach or not? Zhang Qi said. Then, if you say so, there's no difference between you being the Zhao family's dog and my Zhang Qi's dog? Bang! Hu Ren slapped his hand on the table. Zhang Qi, don't go too far. I'm your enlightened teacher. You should give me respect. Zhang Qi sneered. If you were a teacher, you shouldn't have stolen my results. And if you really consider yourself as my teacher, you shouldn't have said you wanted to discuss medical issues with me under the guise of stealing my medical skills. And enlightened teacher. Sexual enlightenment is also enlightenment. What aspect of my enlightenment are you referring to? Hu Ren said coldly. I said, I'm doing this for your own good. The power of your father-in-law and your wife's family is far more complicated than you can imagine. Even this Chinese hospital is not a body of water. There are some things that you can't grasp, and you can't grasp them. Sometimes it kills people to get out of the way. Don't be a hypocritical prude in front of me. I don't eat your shit. Hu Ren took a deep breath and stared at Zhang Qi. Are you trying to turn the tables on me? You're just one of my dogs. Who are you to tell me to turn my back on you? At best, I just don't want you as a dog anymore. Sharp-tongued. That's of little use to your future. Zhang Qi, you don't know how to be a human being at all. If you were a human being, you wouldn't still be guarding that shitty medical center and accomplishing nothing until now. Get lost. Don't come to see me again. You think I want to see you? Don't flatter yourself. Zhang Qi threw the water cup with water into the trash can, stood up and left. Hu Ren said to Zhang Qi's back, at this age, you don't even have this much emotional intelligence. It's just that Zhao Shui indulges you, or else you'll have to suffer a big loss sooner or later. Seeing that Zhang Qi did not respond, his face was unsightly. He hummed, thinking that Self was at least Zhang Qi's teacher, and if Zhang Qi could cure the disease, couldn't Self cure it? It didn't take long for the family of that particular patient to approach again. When he saw Hu Ren, he couldn't help but say, Director Hu, did you ask Dr. Zhang, is there really nothing he can do about that disease? Hu Ren directly said, asked. He said he didn't know anything, and the prescription he wrote out last time, he blindly made it up. The middle-aged man sighed. He stood still, hesitated for a moment, and said to Hu Ren, Director Hu, can you introduce Dr. Zhang for me? I would like to talk to this Dr. Zhang again. Hu Ren's face changed slightly. The thought crossed his mind that if he helped introduce them, then Li Liangyun's affair would be exposed. And just with the way Zhang Qi had just treated Self, he couldn't give Zhang Qi any chance. Hu Ren's heart moved, and with a polite smile on his face, he said, Alas, I understand your mood. However, Zhang Qi in the past 2 days, went on a business trip out of town. So how about this? If you guys are not in a hurry, how about waiting for 2 days in the hospital? The middle-aged man's eyes were bleak, said okay and left. However, he didn't go for long before the helpless expression on his face retracted, and a fine light flashed in his eyes. With that, he pulled out his cell phone and made a call. He said in a respectful tone, Grand Master, when do we leave the new city? On the opposite side of the phone, a hoarse and biting voice rang out, New City Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine. There really is no way out? The middle-aged man subconsciously lowered his head. Grandpa, the New City Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine is not a jar of clear water. There are serious factions here. The water is complicated. And there are also local forces meddling in the operation of the hospital. I'm not quite sure if that Dr. Zhang has the means to treat the young lady or not. If you have a guess, then do it. Find him, enlist him, torture him. I want my daughter healthy and alive, at all costs. Zhao Dehuai went to the People's Hospital, did some tests, and the results of the tests made in the Chinese hospital are not very different. When he came out, he received another invitation from Hu Ren to come over. So Zhao Dehuai went over there again. Hu Ren gave a brief account of the conversation between Zhang Qi and him. That wasn't the main purpose of his calling Zhao Dehuai over. After Hu Ren finished, he turned his words around and said worriedly, the family member of that patient in the intensive care ward asked me to meet Zhang Qi today. This matter although I stalled over, but I think he will not die. Lao Zhao, this patient, I'm afraid that from the side of the central capital over here, if they know about this, I'm afraid that it will inevitably be a row. I'm worried that by then. Zhao Dehuai also looked grave. This is indeed a problem. Zhao Dehuai asked again, what is in your heart? Hu Ren sighed and said, I called you here to ask if you have any solutions. Right now I'm at both ends of the spectrum, and when something goes wrong, I have to cover for it as well. It's hard for me. Zhao Dehuai laughed. Don't worry, it's a small matter. That intensive care family member wants to find Zhang Qi to cure him. Then I'll make Zhang Qi unable to cure him, and then it'll be fine if he dies without proof. Hu Ren's heart jumped. What are you going to do? I'm going to disqualify him from practicing medicine forever. What do you think? Hu Ren sucked in a breath of cold air. Inside, it screams viciousness. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. It's for the best. Zhang Qi left and drove his car directly to Zhao Shui's company. When he was driving, He took out his cell phone and called Zhao Shue's assistant and self-sold classmate, Li Suling. After calling, Zhang Qi said, Li Suling, your husband asked me to find you to play. Are you around Zhao Shui? Don't let her know about me finding you. Over there? Li Suling raised her eyebrows. What did my husband ask you to find me for fun? You'll see when I come out. I'm almost at your office. So hurry up. Then I'll ask Feng Long. Why don't you have any sense of humor, man? Well, I'm the one who wanted to play with you since. Come out. I've got a surprise for you. Li Suling was surprised. You're like this and you still have a mind for humor? It seems like your relationship with Zhao Shui has eased off. Cut the crap. Are you coming out or not? I'm in the middle of business at the moment. You'll have to wait for about an hour. Li Suling wanted to see how this Qi was going to play with self. She rose in vague anticipation. Then I'll wait for you at my medical center. Zhang Qi saw that Li Suling didn't have the time and had to go back to his own medical center. Just happened to have a couple of patients that made appointments to see the doctor. Zhang Qi called ahead to inform them to go over to the medical center now. When he arrived at the medical center, what Zhang Qi did not expect was that the middle-aged woman who had breast cancer yesterday was waiting for him with her 3 children. As soon as they met, they had to kneel down for Zhang Qi. After asking a few questions, I realized that after the middle-aged woman went to the hospital for a checkup, she found that her health was much better and her cancer cells had shrunk. Doctors at the hospital say that if the body recovers well, after 6 months, or a year, mastectomy can be practiced to achieve a cure. She has hope to live. So she sends another banner to Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi invited the family inside and said in a serious manner, calm down, this is only the first step in a long journey. When this happens, that's the best thing. But don't let it make you slack off. Next I'm going to prescribe you with the remedy of tonic side attack. Dr. Zhang, even a living Huatua is not as good as a hair on your leg. You are too modest. Zhang Qi glanced at the youngest daughter who had spoken and said, sweet mouth, if you think my leg hairs are awesome, I'll give you one later. No money. The 20-year-old girl sniffed and shyly lowered her head, spitting out her tongue. The family was quickly sent away. Several patients with appointments arrived one after the other. Only in the end was Li Suling stepping on her small high heels and twisting her beautiful buttocks to gracefully make her entrance. Li Suling sat across from Zhang Qi and stretched her legs. This maneuver would allow her to reduce the risk of a privacy breach. After all, she was wearing a dress. She glanced at Zhang Qi and said, you'd better be looking for me for something serious. If it's not serious, I won't do it. Zhang Qi saw that the people from the medical center had already left. So he said, do you realize that your husband has started hand-rubbing my wife's underwear? Li Suling's heart tightened. It was then that she noticed the hat on Zhang Qi's head. There was so much light in the daytime that the green color wasn't very noticeable, but she noticed it nonetheless. Your hat. Sorry, Zhang Qi. I'm sorry. Zhang Qi didn't get angry when he saw Li Suling lowering her head, but said, is this Zhao Shue's intention? Li Suling was about to speak when her words suddenly changed. No, this is what I mean, and what my husband means. Zhang Qi. I'm sorry. Zhang Qi frowned. You're lying. This must be Zhao Shue's intention, right? Otherwise, your husband would be working as a nanny for my wife. How could you agree to that? Li Suling said, I don't care. We got tired of it a long time ago. I don't have a problem with who he hooks up with. After thinking about it, she asked again, can I ask, aren't you tired of Mr. Zhao? Zhang Qi thought briefly. Originally it seemed to be a bit tired, but it's not bad. She's a few years younger than me after all, and I feel it's still quite a carryover. And knowing that she cheated on me seems to have gotten me even more excited. So, let me ask you, when is your husband going to make his move on Zhao Shui? Li Suling hurriedly said. Zhang Qi, don't be angry. It's not what you think. Actually, Feng Long, he can't do it, even if Mr. Zhao gives him a chance. He may not have that ability. That's why Mr. Zhao agreed to let him be a nanny. Without thinking, Zhang Qi said, I know he can't. I mean, if your husband wants to get down to it, I can help him out. Li Suling's eyes widened in surprise. Didn't you say that you're very sensual? Is it only when other men play with your wife that you are very sensual? Li Suling froze, then reacted. You're still not dead set on it? Still want to divorce Zhao Shui? It's not that I'm blowing you off. You can't stay away. With Mr. Zhao's methods, there are ways to cure you. Unless you stay away from Mr. Zhao and leave New City forever. But you're a 40-year-old man. What can you do if you leave New City? Mr. Zhao will catch you back sooner or later. It's time to pay the rations or pay the rations. And it's time for the days to be as they should be. Zhang Qi, give it up. You and Mr. Zhao just have some misunderstanding. The misunderstanding is explained. What else? You still want to have a second chance? Explained it all? Zhang Qi didn't think so. My syphilis is still not cured. and I have to take medication every day. The so-called explaining clearly was just Zhao Shui unilaterally explaining clearly. Zhang Qi stared straight at Li Suling. Tell me the truth. When will your husband do it? Li Suling said. He won't do anything. My husband is only fierce to me. To others, he doesn't have that kind of guts yet. He's very timid outside. It seemed that there was little hope of extracting words from Li Suling. Zhang Qi looked at Li Suling with a furtive gaze. In fact, this is not the real purpose of my calling you here. My real purpose is to look for you to see a doctor. Li Suling, what kind of disease? I'm not sick? Really no? You have a very high volume. Is that not considered a disease? How did you know? You, pervert, you spy on me? Li Suling's first reaction was this. The matter of her large volume. And only one person knows. No, there's another one. Zhao Shui. Did the two of them mention self while they were doing it? Thinking of this, Li Suling involuntarily blushed. Not only are you heavy, but you have an irregular period. And my surprise for you is that it will help you get better. And I can help you tone up and regulate it. Li Suling blinked. How do you adjust it? Don't tell me to use your body to adjust it for me. Zhang Qi's face was serious. Unable to see the flirtation. It's not impossible. I've researched a kind of sexual I one-half way one-half that is exceptionally beneficial to both men and women's bodies. Li Suling was startled. Her heart raced and her mouth refused. No way. I don't accept the kind you're talking about. That's not so bad. I've got a remedy for you. You go back and take it. You'll be back in no time. Zhang Qi opened the drawer and handed Li Suling the liquid Chinese medicine that had already been boiled and encapsulated in a sealed bag. Li Suling took it. It was warm to the touch and seemed to have just been cooked not long ago. She looked at Zhang Qi suspiciously. This medicine, won't there be any problems? What could go wrong? Can I still poison you? I'm a regular medical center here. You can rest assured. Only then did Li Suling put her heart down. She asked again. Why are you helping me? I know that you've been blinded by Zhao Shui, but you're actually still good by nature. You don't want to be like her, letting loose on the outside. So I hope that when Zhao Shui behaves abnormally, you'll tell me. Zhao is not that kind of person. She won't behave abnormally. Zhang Qi nodded. That's right. After all, people like you, if you weren't caught red-handed fooling around with someone else, you wouldn't even admit it in death. There's a saying that the destruction of the entire universe won't destroy this broken mouth of yours. Women, Li Suling said angrily. There's nothing. Don't talk as if it's already happened. Our women's mouths aren't hard either. It's you men who are hard. Besides, don't you think you're naive to want me to defect to you based on a potion? Facts aside? Zhang Qi looked at Li Suling slyly. Actually, I have another plan. I see that your breasts are a bit small. I have a set of sizzling plan that can help you increase by a level and make you more attractive. How about this offer? What? Doesn't that mean I have to be honest with you? What if you super extend your salty hand to me? In the eyes of a doctor, a patient's body is nothing more than a piece of pork with a pork quarantine stamp. Li Suling glared at Zhang Qi. You're referring to General Zhao's ass, right? It's not like I haven't heard news about some doctors taking advantage of their patients' anesthesia and taking the opportunity to commit aggression. You can just lie to children with this statement. Since it doesn't make sense, then forget it. You go. That's it? Li Suling stood up hesitantly. Zhang Qi didn't stay. Well, there's nothing else. You go. By the way, when you want to expand, you can call me. After Li Suling left, she felt that Zhang Qi's behavior was somewhat inexplicable. After thinking about it for a while, there was really no clue. So he called Zhao Shui and reported the matter. After Zhao Shui heard this, her face became much more serious. This guy, really not letting people worry about him, knowing that he can't wring me out by himself. He switched to using schemes. However, I really want to see how many tricks he can have. Tell you what, doesn't he just want my whereabouts? I'm not afraid of shadows, so just tell him. I want to let Zhang Qi know that I can win in the open, and I can still win in the dark. Li Suling said with some concern. Mr. Zhao, I'm a little worried. Zhang Qi seems to be quite dissatisfied with Feng Long. I'm worried that when he gets along with me, he'll give me away in order to get back at Feng Long. Zhao Shui said. So do you want that? I wouldn't mind if you wanted to. Li Suling's heart thumped. She did feel that Zhang Qi was quite attractive. In particular, the crazy scene between Zhang Qi and Zhao Shui that night fell into her eyes, causing her to even dream about Zhang Qi when she got home, and her dreams were extremely unpleasant. However, in front of Zhao Shui, she inevitably did not dare to say that self had fantasized about being humiliated by Zhang Qi. So the mouth said, Mr. Zhao, I only love my husband alone. That's good. You guys watch it. The company has been expanding lately. I'll be a bit busy. Zhang Qi sighed. May have to need you to help me keep an eye on it more. Not long after Li Suling left, a middle-aged man found Zhang Qi. So this is Dr. Zhang's medical clinic. It's really the end of the mountain and a village in the dark. It's you. Zhang Qi looked at the middle-aged man, a little surprised and feeling that it made sense. The middle-aged man smiled and walked to Zhang Qi. Haven't formally met yet. Dr. Zhang, introduce yourself. My name is Qin Feiyu. It's Miss Qin's housekeeper. Zhang Qi said. The Miss Qin you spoke of. It seems to be the patient in the intensive care ward of the Chinese hospital. Yes. I originally wanted to investigate your information through some channels, but I didn't realize that your information, it seems to have been intentionally hidden. Just when I was at a loss, I thought that you seemed to have opened a medical center in the new city, so I looked for them one by one. Oh, so what did you come to me for? Qin Feiyu put away the smile on his face. I want Dr. Zhang to save Miss Qin's life. Zhang Qi said. Ren should have told you, right? I don't have the ability to save Miss Qin's life. I don't believe him. I want to hear Dr. Zhang tell me himself whether you can save Miss Qin's life or not. Zhang Qi didn't deny it. He looked at Qin Feiyu and said directly, what can I get if I save Miss Qin's life? Qin Feiyu said, if you can successfully cure the young lady's illness, you will be our Qin family's most loyal friend. Zhang Qi thought in his heart, to be able to organize such a big battle and make the people from the Chinese hospital pay so much attention, I think the Qin family should not be a small player. Thinking of this, he said, then do one thing for me, and I'll see how strong you are. Qin Feiyu was delighted in his heart. He was afraid that Zhang Qi would say there was nothing he could do, then he would really despair. Go ahead. My wife is Zhao Shui. Do you know her? Qin Feiyu nodded and gave Zhang Qi a surprised look. Your wife is actually Zhao Shui. I've heard about the Zhao family. Their power in the new city is deeply rooted. Zhang Qi said. You know that's good to know. My wife is behind my back, playing with other men. I want to divorce her, but I'm too small to have the strength. Can you help me find evidence that she's cheating on me and then help me divorce her? If you can do it, I'll save MS. Qin. After hearing this, Qin Feiyu's face became much more grave. In my opinion, the Zhao family is nothing more than that, but this place is the Zhao family's territory after all. So if you're important in the eyes of that Mr. Zhao, the operation might be troublesome. Just say if you can do it. Could be. Do you have any information for me? Zhang Qi said. The first point, above my wife's ass, was stamped with a pork quarantine stamp. The content of the stamp I have a photo. You can start from this aspect. The second point is that my wife has syphilis. So if you have hospital-related contacts, you can trace the syphilis back to the man she cheated on her husband with. I'll give you a sample of the spirochete-like virus on her back. Deal. Just wait for my message. Qin Feiyu extended his hand to Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi took his hand and shook it. Dr. Zhang. Before that, I also need to see your strength. Zhang Qi said. Then I'll VU 50 first? Qin Feiyu didn't respond, only quietly looking at Zhang Qi. Just kidding. I'll write a prescription. You go back and give it to MS. Qin to take. The final rehabilitation treatment. Need to wait for my syphilis to turn negative. Face-to-face MS. Qin. Yes. Qin Feiyu's tone became agitated. He knew it wouldn't be that simple. The two of them chatted for a while next, and Qin Feiyu learned about Zhang Qi's current situation and expressed his deep sympathy for him. And he told Zhang Qi something about the Qin family. The Qin family was from Zhongjing, and the so-called Miss Qin, named Qin Yao. The reason why they valued secrecy so much was because the Qin family had put up quite a few enemies in Zhongjing's development, and they needed to keep some of their whereabouts a secret. Evening. Li Suling returned home, idle and bored, and played with her cell phone. With her husband out of the house, Li Suling was in a good mood. The reason why her married life is not very good is partly due to the fact that she and Feng Long are shriveled brothers. And a big part of it is because she doesn't have a high need for that. It's not very rigorous to say that, strictly speaking, she only has feelings for exceptionally good men. Normally, she would just be a dead fish in bed, not even moving, so she enjoys being alone. After playing for a while, he suddenly thought of the medicine he brought from Zhang Qi. So turn on the electric pot and put the liquid in the pot to boil hot. With that, he tore a hole in the medicine bag and poured it into his mouth. The medicine dripped down the corners of his mouth to his collarbone because he poured it so hard. Does it really work? Li Suling was a little hesitant. Suddenly, she felt her face get a little hot. An inexplicable restlessness and uneasiness appeared inside. Her head appeared to float Zhang Qi's body. How did this happen? Her breathing rate gradually increased. I can't. I need a man. Li Suling subconsciously took out her cell phone and called Feng Long. Zhang Qi kept watch at the medical center for a day, and nothing happened in the afternoon. The night went back to the house as usual. Just after entering the door, Feng Long appeared in front of Zhang Qi with red eyes. Why are you so excited? You dog slave? Zhang Qi looked at Feng Long and said. Feng Long glared at Zhang Qi. Next time, without my permission. You will never be able to step out of the house again. Zhang Qi's face pulled up. Who do you think you are? A mere nanny. How dare you say such things to me? Feng Long said. What about you? You're the man of the house. But you're not as good as me. Sooner or later, Mr. Zhao will find another man. Zhang Qi frowned. Then do you wish to be that man? Feng Long froze and hastily shook his head. I don't want to. You're lying. You obviously want to. I don't mind helping you out if you want to. Don't you lie to me. I'll be honest with you. I don't have that kind of ability. I am not going to hit on Mr. Zhao. Yeah, even my wife can't make you react? So, in your mind, my wife is an ugly monster? I'm going to complain to Zhao Shui. You're a nanny. How dare you call her ugly? Feng Long was furious. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't say anything like that. I didn't feel that way at all. If you don't think so, why don't you hit on my wife? My wife is so great. You have no idea. Who are you kidding? Well, I admit self does have a little idea. If you have an idea, then you pay for the action. Can't. I told you. I don't have that in me. You have it now. What? Feng Long's face changed. He seemed to actually feel a slight heat in his body, and for a moment there was some tension in his mind. If Zhao Shui knew that he had thoughts about it, he would definitely eat his words. Why are you so nervous? It's a good thing that you're empowered. I don't actually blame you. I have a bit too many cuckolds. Not much more than one of you. Not much less. You don't have to hate me so much. At noon I was really there to help you treat your body's hidden diseases, but there was only one shot. Some of them were not exerted. The effect was not very obvious. Do you want me to help you strengthen the treatment now? Feng Long felt it carefully, and it was really like that. He took a deep breath and said to Zhang Qi, I can promise to let you help me heal, but I won't necessarily take a shot at Mr. Zhao. Zhang Qi took out a silver needle from his pocket and signaled Feng Long to lie down on the sofa. Say it like I'm begging to cure you. Okay, don't say thank you. I'll help you once. Zhang Qi frowned slightly. The thought crossed his mind, could it be that Feng Long was really just a nanny? He lifted Feng Long's clothes and took the silver needle and stabbed at him. Feng Long gradually felt the heat flow in his body becoming more and more intense, and that blood seemed to be about to break out of his body. He felt that a certain valve inside his body had been closed by Zhang Qi using a special means. Toward the end, Zhang Qi pulled another bag of tonics out of his pocket, brought it to his mouth, and solemnly commanded, Open your mouth. Feng Long subconsciously opened his mouth. Zhang Qi squeezed hard, and the medicinal liquid at the opening turned into a spring and rushed towards Feng Long's throat. Since the shot was a little off, it got all over the corners of his mouth and cheeks. Cough cough. Seemingly choking, he coughed as he struggled to sit up. You are too rude. Feng Long glared at Zhang Qi with some anger. Zhang Qi said expressionlessly, Calm down. What do you feel now? Feng Long felt a long-lost noise suddenly welling up inside him, and he subconsciously said, I have a feeling that I want to sleep with General Manager Zhao. After saying that, he reacted and hastily changed his words. That's not what I meant. What I meant was that right now I need a woman. I need my wife. Zhang Qi said expressionlessly. Me too. Feng Long froze, just about to ask Zhang Qi if he was referring to Zhao Shui, or Self's wife, when he suddenly let out a strange cry and covered up his abdomen. Then his face revealed a look of ecstasy. Just then, Zhao Shui's car pulled into the courtyard. Immediately after, Zhao Shui stepped out of the car with her slender thin legs, and the car walked out of Sun Ru and Zhao Dehuai, two people one after another. As soon as Zhao Shui appeared, Feng Long couldn't control his eyes from staring straight at her beautiful body. All sorts of unpleasant thoughts came to mind. As soon as Zhao Shui entered, she glanced at Zhang Qi and then said to Feng Long seriously, Feng Long, I can let go of the matter of letting my husband out today, but the next time you fail to fulfill my order, then you can get lost. Mr. Zhao. Feng Long called out with ragged breathing. Do you hear me? Suddenly, Feng Long's phone rang. Surprisingly, it's Li Suling's. He subconsciously answered it, and Li Suling's voice soon came from the opposite side. Hubby, you come back soon. Tonight I want to live as if I were dead. That's exactly what I'm saying. With that, Feng Long bowed his back and said to Zhao Shui in a snappy voice, Mr. Zhao, my physical state is very wrong right now. I need to make a trip home. I'll leave first. Zhao Shui's complexion was cold. I didn't let you go. You can't leave even if the sky collapses. You have to keep an eye on my husband tonight. But Feng Long knew in his heart that if he stayed any longer, something even more terrible might happen. So he said, Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry. Get back here. You don't even listen to me? Feng Long didn't say anything and quickly ran out of the villa. Zhang Qi stared at Feng Long's back, and after he left, he couldn't help but walk over to Zhao Shui and asked, What did you have Feng Long staring at me in the middle of the night for? Is it because you secretly brought a wild man home and are afraid that I will find out? Don't talk nonsense. Mom and Dad are here. Is Yun back? No wild men back? Zhang Qi was greatly disappointed. When Feng Long returned home, he quickly saw Li Suling, who was hot and rolling all over her body. The two of them looked at each other, and without saying a word, it was all in the air. An hour later, Zhang Qi, who was reading a book in his study, had his phone ring. On the phone, Li Suling angrily cursed at Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi, get lost, how dare you prescribe me that kind of medicine? Zhang Qi was not surprised. What kind of tone is this? I helped you cure your illness. I also cured your husband's illness. Is this how you thank me? What disease are you curing? I'm not sick at all. Do you call this a cure? It's clearly drugging me. You're wrong. You're really sick with that frigidity disease. I'm just helping you with your frigidity disease. It's medically examined, and I'm in the right no matter where you go. Li Lingqi said, even if I really am kind of sick, I didn't let you cure me. Don't you couples live in harmony now? It's all thanks to me. But then, my husband might have to be fired by Mr. Zhao. Li Suling finished speaking before reacting. She said in surprise, so that's what this is all about. Just now Feng Long said that from now on, he would make a trip home every day to spend time with her in the world of two. With no one to protect Zhao Shui at night in this way, Zhao Shui might have to be replaced. For a moment, she didn't know whether to thank Zhang Qi or be angry. Life is short. Enjoy it. Zhang Qi closed the book and stretched. On his way back to his room, he glanced at his daughter's room next door, hesitantly walked up to the door, raised his hand to knock, but eventually withdrew it. He flipped through his contacts on his phone and quickly found Yun's name, sliding unconsciously as he made his way to the bedroom. The door was pushed open. Zhang Qi didn't even bother to turn on the light. He felt for the blanket and was about to lie down on the bed when he suddenly touched a body. Zhao Douai's nonchalant voice rang out. What are you touching me for? Zhang Qi was startled. He hurriedly turned on the light. Only Zhao Douai was lying on his bed. Zhang Qi drank. What are you doing lying on my bed? Get the hell out of here. Zhao Douai's eyebrows jumped. What did you say? You're an outsider, eating and living in my daughter's house, and you dare to tell me to get out? Zhang Qi's face sank. He didn't dwell on that, but said, Yen didn't come back this late. How did you guys as grandparents have the heart to sleep? Zhao Douai faintly said, that's not for you to worry about. I naturally won't let Yen encounter danger. Zhang Qi inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. He asked again to Zhao Douai, there are so many rooms downstairs. What are you doing running to my room? Zhao Douai coldly said, starting today, I'm moving over with your mom. I'll sleep in your room. I'll sleep on the bed and you'll sleep on the floor. Whenever you cure my illness, when will we leave? If you don't cure me before I die, then when I go, I'll take you with me. See what I mean? Zhang Qi gasped and laughed. Do you want a face? You're a guy with terminal cancer, asking me, a Chinese medicine practitioner, to cure you. Are you kidding me? Then I don't care. If I die, you have to die with me. And anyway, when people die, it's not too much to take one of you with me. Fuck you. Zhang Qi clenched his fists and walked over to Zhao Douai. Zhao Douai's heart tightened. What do you want? Before you do anything, you have to think about the consequences. I'll heal you. Zhao Douai's heart rejoiced. Count on your kids' understanding. Helping me heal is considered an honor for you. But you can really cure me? Zhang Qi rolled his eyes. You're just as cheap as your daughter. When you're not cured you're sure that I have the ability to cure you. And when I help you cure you, you start doubting again. Cheap bastard, Zhao Douai said. After all, the diagnosis is there. The possibility of this disease being cured is indeed too low. I still believe in science. Then how come you didn't believe your daughter was cheating on you when you looked at her ass? I believe in science, but not you. Cut the crap and get started. After half a bell, Zhao Douai felt more and more wrong. Instead of feeling any better, his body was getting worse. As he watched Zhang Qi keep sticking needles into him, he couldn't lie down anymore. Unable to help himself, he sat up and angrily cursed. White-eyed wolf, little beast, you did it on purpose, didn't you? I'll kick you to death. He's going to raise his leg and kick Zhang Qi over. But when the leg lifted, there was no feeling. I can't help but be alarmed. My leg, what happened to my leg? Kid, is this your doing? Zhang Qi looked at his body and said expressionlessly, you're in a hurry again. This is all a normal reaction during the healing process. It will recover tomorrow. What's the fuss? Fuck off. You're not healing until tomorrow. No, there's no such thing as halfway through a cure. Don't move. Get out. Get the hell out. There's no need for treatment today. Don't know what's good for you. You deserve to be terminally ill. Zhang Qi turned around and walked away. Zhao Douai called out. Where are you going? Fix my leg first. Zhang Qi didn't respond. He went downstairs and went straight into Zhao Shui's bedroom. Turning on the light, he saw that Sun Ru was lying with Zhao Shui. Seeing Zhang Qi appearing, Sunru reached out and pulled the quilt to cover her graceful body. Blandly, he said, "You go out. I'm going to talk to Yuki today to be considerate." Zhang Qi didn't spoil her and went straight to bed. "If you have anything to say it tomorrow. I want to sleep with Zhao Shui." "You, little beast, what are you doing?" "I said I want to sleep with Zhao Shui." Sunru was furious. "I also said to get out. We're an old married couple. It's only right that we sleep together. What kind of lightbulb are you? An outsider? You're the one who should get lost." Saying that, Zhang Qi squeezed into the middle of the duo. You. Sunru was trembling with anger. "Get lost." Zhang Qi kicked her under the bed. Sunru stood up. She angrily stomped her foot. "Zhao Shui, look at this guy." Zhao Shui said helplessly. "You too, can't you stop making so much noise?" "Mom." Zhang Qi is angry in his heart, so give him some slack. "Zhang Qi, don't be angry with my mom either. It's hard for me to be in the middle." Only then did Sunru grunt, gathering her clothes, and said angrily, "Aren't you going to divorce Xiaoxue? You still have the cheek to sleep with her? Divorce is divorce, and sometimes you need to take it easy, and I don't want your daughter to suffer. So lend me some money and I'll go out and indulge. Don't push your face. Why don't you go to hell?" Sunru cursed and headed out. "Wait for me to clean up a bit. Then I'll come back to find bad luck with you, little beast." Just as she went out, Zhang Qi unlocked the door. Zhao Shui looked at Zhang Qi calmly. "Zhang Qi, I realize that you're getting more and more out of sight now. Where are the people who are a bunch of animals in my sight? You are not allowed to talk about my parents like that, so it's okay for your parents to talk about me like that?" Zhao Shui choked, not wanting to dwell on this topic. The corner of her mouth hooked and said, "What? Didn't you not want to be in the same room with me? Why are you back again? I'm disappointed you didn't bring a man home tonight, so I'm going to be that man." Zhao Shui let out a gasp. There were no words for a while. Bang bang. Sunru had an extra stick in her hand, and her hand kept slamming the door, calling for the little beast to come out. Not long after, Zhang Qi walked out with a cigarette in his mouth. "We two couples are having a two-person world. What are you doing here? Really? I'll beat you to death, you little beast." Sunru raised her stick and tried to smash Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi didn't duck. Her stick, which stopped a few dozen centimeters in front of Zhang Qi's head, did not smash down. Zhang Qi reached out and gently pushed it away. "Your daughter is already asleep. Be gentle when you go in. Don't wake her up." With that, Zhang Qi turned around and left. Sunru gasped and glared fiercely at Zhang Qi before finally entering Zhao Shui's bedroom. Zhang Qi came to the second floor and re-entered the door of his own room. Twisting the doorknob revealed that the door had been unlocked. Grass. Zhang Qi kicked the door hard and turned around to go to another empty bedroom. Still locked back. He went back to the first floor again and found Zhao Shui's bedroom. Still unlocked. Zhang Qi was cold, and the empty and dark living room caused a nameless fire to well up inside Zhang Qi. He eventually slumped down on the couch and smoked a cigarette in silence. Without realizing it, he squeezed his eyes shut. In the darkness, a slim figure walked barefoot to Zhang Qi's side and gently removed the cigarette but held between his fingers. A thin blanket was wordlessly placed on Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi opened his eyes in a daze, and he looked at Zhao Lan with tenderness. Lan, it's so late. Why haven't you gone to bed yet?" Zhao Lan said softly. "Dad, I want you to sleep with me." Zhang Qi was just about to agree when he suddenly smelled the strong odor of smoke on his body. He said, "Go back. It's late at night. Your sister should be back in a while." "Dad, I want to talk to you." Zhao Lan said, "Dad, if you divorce my mom, I want to follow you." Zhang Qi was stunned, and the corners of his eyes in the darkness were suddenly moist. He soothed, "Silly boy. No matter who you go with, Dad will never leave you." "Really? Well, go to sleep." Whoosh. The thin blanket was pulled off. Zhang Qi wrinkled his eyebrows and sat up, unable to open his eyes by the morning light outside the window. Zhao Yan said with a cold face, "Surname Zhang. Look at what you have become. Why don't you sleep in the car? Get up." Zhang Qi rubbed his face and said in a hoarse voice, "You're going to be filial to me. Go, while my mom is not up and the nanny is not at work. Let's hurry out." Zhao Yan could not help but pull Zhang Qi outside. Zhang Qi frowned. "You stayed out at night and just came back now?" Zhao Yan said, "Let's hurry up and get the paternity test done, lest we don't have a chance later." Zhang Qi's heart trembled. He silently followed Zhou Yun outside and pulled out the car keys, signaling Zhou Yun to get in the car. Zhao Yan sat in the car, full of envy. "My mom has someone outside. You are still so good. I'll send you such an expensive car. Ah, surname Zhang, this is not what you should get. When you divorced this car to me." She was filled with longing. "What do you think my own father will be like?" Zhang Qi gave her a look and said, "Bastard." Zhao Yan said angrily, "I forbid you to talk about my own father." Zhang Qi said, "I'm talking about you. If I'm not your real father, then both of you are animals. Before the test, let's have breakfast together. We father and daughter. Almost a year has not sat together to eat a good meal, right? Today dad invites you. Tell dad what you want. Jo Yun bristled. I want a remote movie. Will you give it to me? Zhang Qi, without saying a word, took out his cell phone. Turned out 20,000 yuan. Dad may not have time to accompany me to buy the money to you. You buy your own. You can buy yourself a computer in the meantime. Do not delay, the study is good. Cho Yun was ecstatic. Count on you to have some conscience. Go eat. The duo arrived at the breakfast place. Ordered a $10 meat bun, a bowl of 8-pot congee, and a bowl of egg soup. The former was Zhang Qi's and the latter was Zhao Yan's. Zhang Qi doesn't have a good stomach lately, and Zhou Yan likes heavily flavored meals. Zhao Yan ate quickly. Zhang Qi ate slowly, and from time to time, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Zhao Yan urged, you eat quickly. At this moment the hospital people should be at work. Let's go over quickly. Oh, good. Zhang Qi sped up, and the two of them finished eating and went back to the car. Zhang Qi inserted the key, hesitated for a moment, and said to Zhao Yan, why don't we just not test it? Zhao Yan said angrily, why don't you test? Are you a wimp? My mom is cheating on me. Aren't you curious if I'm your real daughter or not? It's not a bad thing to be confused sometimes. You, at your age, you can't even accept this? Zhang Qi murmured. Yes, dad is old. Not as exuberant as you young people, and sometimes he gets lost. Zhao Yan was stunned as an inexplicable sadness surged through her heart. She bristled. I don't believe you. Where's the ambition you had when you sued my mom? You're pretending to be weak in front of me? Don't you dare lie to me. Your mom is your mom and you are you. Zhang Qi turned his head and asked seriously. After today, no matter if I am your real father or not, our father-daughter relationship can be broken. Are you sure you won't regret it later? Zhao Yan's heart was in a frenzy, but she still kept her mouth shut and said, what do I regret? It's only if I let you be my father that I'll regret it. Instantly, Zhang Qi put away his expression and started the car. Okay, let's go then. Zhang Qi said lightly, go on the internet less in the future. Dad will teach you one last thing. The internet can give you entertainment and release your emotions. It will slowly affect your three views. And reality is different. Something happened is happened. What it can bring you is only true. What really happened? For better or for worse, you're going to pay for it accordingly. And there's no turning back. Zhao Yan peeked at Zhang Qi and realized that he was now a different person from just now. The People's Hospital does not support paternity tests without proper procedures. That's why they need to go to a professional paternity testing facility for testing. When he was halfway there, Xin Feiyu's phone call came through. Xin Feiyu said over the phone, Dr. Zhang, the matter you asked me to look into has a clue. Zhang Qi pulled over to the side of the road and asked, how so? According to the quarantine seal pattern you provided, I investigated from the quarantine department to find out the information of that slaughterhouse above. The slaughterhouse is subordinate to the largest local Xinhao Shikio livestock company, which is a pig raising company, with a force of one, manipulating the price of pigs all over the city, and crowding out a lot of individual pig farmers to lose money. The owner of the company has a great background in the area, and just yesterday, your wife visited Second Brother's company, after a very long time. Today, my people found that your wife once again went to the Second Brother Animal Husbandry Company and dressed up brightly. I have reason to suspect that the stamp on your wife was stamped by the owner of this company. Zhang Qi clenched his fists, said, what about syphilis? Has it been traced back? It's being operated. The Chinese hospital and the People's Hospital. It's not as calm as you think. This kind of thing, to be done silently, it will take some time, but I advise you not to be so optimistic. We can't operate all the hospitals. Zhang Qi said, it was at the People's Hospital that my wife had her checkup, and I'm sure my wife's lover wouldn't have gone to a small hospital if he was a rich man. Wait for the news. Zhang Qi added, can you send someone to follow my wife and help me collect evidence to help me get a divorce? Xin Feiyu said, Dr. Zhang, I proved myself. You need to show your sincerity as well. On another note, your prescription worked. That's good. I'll be interviewing MS Xin later. Right now, I need to ask you for two things. First, tell me where my wife is. And second, I have a paternity test that needs to be done, and I may not have the time right now, so you can run it for me. Could be. Hanging up the phone, Zhao Yan looked at Zhang Qi suspiciously. Surname Zhang, what do you mean? You're not going to do the paternity test with me? Zhang Qi said, paternity test, it's the same whether the person goes or not. When the result comes out, my friend will send the result to me directly. Besides, I'm going to catch your mom in the act of adultery now. Don't you want me to divorce your mom? This is a great opportunity. Also, I'll join you then. I don't care if you want to get a glimpse of how shameless your mom is. You're the one who's shameless. You've been pestering my mom and wanting $2 billion from her. Qin Feiyu didn't know in what way to provide Zhang Qi with a shared location. And this shared location is constantly moving. Zhang Qi met Qin Feiyu, and after handing over the duo's biomaterials to the other party, he immediately opened the map and started tracking based on the change in location. Not long after, Zhao Shui's car appeared in the front. Although separated by a distance, Zhang Qi still saw that there seemed to be another man inside her car. And this man is He Ji, the manager of the machine factory. Zhang Qi pondered in his heart. It seems that this He Ji must be Zhao Shui's concubine, but he just didn't know if there was only one concubine of Zhao Shui. It wasn't long before the second brother farm arrived. Zhao Shui drove the car and drove straight in, and Zhang Qi hurriedly followed closely behind. When stopped by the doorman for questioning, Zhang Qi pointed at Zhao Shui's car and said, "I'm with them." The doorman didn't think much of it and just opened the door for him. Zhao Shui and He Ji stopped the car and quickly went back into the farming area, but they all put on protective suits before going in. And Zhang Qi took advantage of the fact that they hadn't been inside for long, and also took the opportunity to pose as Zhao Shui's fellow traveler, and took Zhao Yan to receive a set of protective clothing each. Now that both of them had covered their bodies, they didn't have to worry about being discovered and could waltz in. Originally, Zhang Qi thought that he was just going into the breeding area and would not find anything special, but he soon realized that self was wrong. This farming area, something else. Inside the farm, there are rows and rows of pig pens, each several hundred meters long. At a cursory glance, there are several thousand hogs in this one area alone. Not far away, there were several people in protective suits with extended firing needle syringes in their hands injecting the hogs one by one. In the distance, Zhao Shui and He Ji, wearing protective suits, led by another man in a protective suit, walked toward the end. At the far end is a more lavishly decorated room, separated from the farming area by a glass wall, with disinfectant sprays at the entry and exit doors. Zhou Yun's big head in her protective suit swiveled toward the rows of pig pens. Zhou Yun's Wong voice came out from the shield. "Why do these pigs look so listless?" Zhang Qi took a look at it and said in a grave tone, "These pigs have a disease on them. They have a loss of appetite and are listless, like a swine fever." Speaking of which, Zhang Qi was a bit surprised. Second brother breeding factory occupies nearly 90% share of the local pig market. If these pigs flow out, I am afraid that a city of people will eat their pork. So he reminded Zhou Yun, "Don't eat pork in the near future." Zhao Yan's head turned and adjusted to face Zhang Qi. "You're not a veterinarian. How do you know it's swine fever?" Zhang Qi said, "You're underestimating doctors. Those who have a license to practice medicine, whether it's Chinese medicine, Western medicine, or veterinary medicine, will have a certain knowledge base." Zhou Yun said darkly, "If you're so powerful, why can't you cure my mom's infidelity?" Zhang Qi turned his head to look at her and didn't say anything. He saw Zhao Shui and He Ji about to walk away, and couldn't help but speed up his steps to follow. At this point, the three of them reached the door of the office at the end. The strange man in the protective suit held Zhao Shui's hand and said something to He Ji. With that, he pulled Zhao Shui and walked into the four-sided glass office. As soon as they entered the house, Zhao Shui scrambled to barricade the blinds around them. The duo quickly disappeared from Zhang Qi's view. Zhang Qi clenched his fists. Zhou Yun subconsciously asked, "Why did my mom go in alone with that man? Why is the curtain still drawn?" Zhang Qi sneered, "This is where your mom's shamelessness comes in. I guess she ran here to have a private meeting with a wild man, and He Ji is outside helping her keep a lookout. I reckon if you're not my own daughter, then this man, chances are, is your beastly father." Zhao Yan angrily said, If this is really the case, then my mom and that man are also in love with each other. Think of it another way, my mom didn't show love to another man in front of you. It's for your own good. And you're actually mocking my mom like that. You and your mom, you're really the same. I really regret having you as a daughter." Zhao Yan said unconvincingly, "It's not certain if I'm your biological child or not, so don't put gold on your own face. Looking at you like that, I very much hope you're not my own daughter. I'm too ashamed." After Zhang Qi finished speaking, he didn't pay any more attention to it and directly walked towards the end at a fast pace. As he walked up to the glass door, He Ji, who was wearing a protective suit, hurriedly waved his hand at him. Sterilize first." Zhang Qi ignored it and pushed the door. He Ji pointed at Zhang Qi and said sternly, "What's your name? Don't you know that you have to sterilize first when you come out of the breeding area? You've seriously violated the law. Go call your leader over." Zhang Qi nonchalantly pulled off his protective suit and said, "You, a leader of a machinery factory, don't do your job and come to watch people raise pigs?" He Ji pointed at Zhang Qi in surprise. "It's you." Immediately, his face changed and he said to Zhang Qi, "Who let you in?" How do I know you're fornicating with my wife if I don't come in? He Ji's face changed again. You followed us? So you're admitting that you fornicated with my wife? And who was the man inside the office? Zhang Qi turned his head to look at the blinds inside the glass wall. 2 creases appeared, which indicated that 2 hands were pressing on the wall. But the sounds from inside didn't reach outside. It means that this double-glazed wall is soundproof. He Ji explained. I haven't admitted that I'm having an affair with General Manager Zhao. She's inside talking business with General Manager Yi. You don't have to misunderstand. Zhang Qi pointed to the 2 hands pressed against the wall, talking about business. Talking about the hands or holding the wall? At this time, Zhao Yan took a step forward, her eyes gleaming as she stared at He Ji. So, the old boss of the pig farm, is my mom's blue face? When He Ji saw Zhao Yan, his face changed slightly. You are, Miss Zhao? Following that, he couldn't help but point at Zhang Qi angrily. Are you still a man? It's fine for you to find Mr. Zhao on your own. Why did you bring your daughter along? She's an adult. There are things she needs to be made aware of. And besides, it's still a toss-up whether she's my daughter or not. Zhou Yun said expectantly. You let us in and I'll say hello to uncle. He Ji's face changed slightly and hesitantly said. No, it's inconvenient for her right now. It'll have to wait. How long? At least half an hour. They're talking about important business. Zhang Qi said. You're watching out for them, aren't you? Ho Qi, what? Don't you talk nonsense. Zhang Qi body, with his back to Zhang Qi, pulled Zhao Yan to his side and pulled out a silver needle from his pocket. Handing it to Zhao Yan, he said, don't you really want me to divorce your mom? Now go in. I've collected solid evidence of her cheating and I'm done. This He Ji is not simple. You find a chance, zap him in the back of his head, flush with his earlobes, and control him. Zhao Yan took it and couldn't help but ask, you can't even beat him? The men who get your mom's attention are physically fit. I'm not so sure about that. Okay. Without hesitation, Zhang Qi rushed towards the door of the room. Stop, L. He Ji reached out and pressed on Zhang Qi's shoulder. Zhang Qi's heart sank slightly. As expected, He Ji's arm strength was great, and the last time Zhang Qi helped him treat his immediate wind, he had noticed the abnormality in his body. In his heart, he wondered, could it be that Zhao Shui cheated because she preferred the fierce man? At that moment, He Ji let out a scream. He covered the back of his head, his forehead veins bulging as he faced Zhou Yun with difficulty. What did you do to me? Zhou Yun winked at He Ji. He turned around with the back of his head facing Zhang Qi. The handle of the silver needle that was stuck in the back of his head continued to throb. Zhang Qi reached out and pulled it off, and said with an expressionless face, Feng Fu point, this is a dead point. You can call this shot the kiss of the dragon, but it's not as magical as it looks on the movie. You'll be able to recover in a while. After saying that, Zhang Qi took out his cell phone and opened the video. One pushed open the glass door. Zhao Yan called from the rear. Surname Zhang, wait for me. The duo entered the office, one after the other. Immediately afterward, a man and a woman with disheveled clothes appeared on the duo. They were scrambling to straighten their own clothes while raising their hands to shield their faces. Don't shoot! The man is zipping up his pants. A rather textured leather belt clicked as he pulled on it. Zhang Qi looked at him and quickly recognized him. This is Qin Feiyu to the self of the second brother pig factory information mentioned in the second brother animal husbandry group boss Han Pingyi. As for that woman, she was Zhang Qi's sister-in-law, Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying was dressed in a flirty outfit, with a super short bottom and a slim white shirt on top. The buttons there are a little hard to disintegrate. There were also a few horizontal red marks on Zhao Ying's face that seemed to have been squeezed. It seems to be pressed out by the blinds. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qi's body stiffened. Put away the cell phone. Who are you people? Who told you to come to my place? Han Pingyi pointed at Zhang Qi in a furious rage and questioned in a stern voice. Don't! This is my brother-in-law. Zhao Ying walked towards Zhang Qi. Brother-in-law, why are you here? He saw Zhou Yun again. Yun, why are you here too? Auntie, my dad and I, we're here to catch my mom in the act. Zhao Yan stared at Zhao Ying and said, catch what present? Zhao Ying froze, then looked at Zhang Qi with some anger. Brother-in-law, it's fine for you to be unreasonable with my sister. Why are you even pulling the kid along? Zhang Qi's face was expressionless as he stared straight at Zhao Ying and Han Pingyi's bodies with his eyesight. Han Pingyi's body was a little bit fat, and his body swayed slightly when he walked. He came to Zhang Qi and extended his hand. So this is Mr. Zhao's husband. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Zhang Qi didn't respond, but instead looked at Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying, where's your sister? My sister? Why do you ask? Zhang Qi said. I just saw your sister follow the man into this room and pull the curtains closed. Han Pingyi withdrew his hand and revealed a light smile. If I'm right, that man should be me. Zhao Ying held her forehead and said, Dizzy, brother-in-law, you're looking at it wrong. That person isn't my sister. It's me, the person who went into the house with Mr. Han. It's me, Zhang Qi said quietly. Don't lie to me. Let your sister come out. Brother-in-law, what are you babbling about? You don't know where my sister is going? Zhang Qi pulled out his cell phone and found a picture. He reached out to Zhao Ying and gestured for him to look. Zhang Qi faintly said, you don't need to help your sister cover up. I have my own channels to obtain your sister's secrets. You let her out. This time I didn't catch the present. I can't help Zhao Shui. It's fine. Just saying hello. Zhao Ying looked at the photo and was shocked. She didn't expect Zhang Qi to take out this kind of photo. On it were actually photos of Zhao Shui and Mr. Han acting ambiguously. Zhao Yan followed suit. Auntie, don't lie to us. Quickly let my mom come out. Surname Zhang really doesn't care. Yun, you child. Why don't you even call your father? Idiot. It's still a toss-up whether he's my dad or not. People are having an affair with my mom in front of him and he doesn't even dare to do anything to them. It's so lame. Zhao Yan glanced at Mr. Han and bristled. I don't have such a wimpy dad. When Zhang Qi heard this, he was inexplicably harboring a fire inside. He thought he didn't care, but his daughter's words were like a needle inside him, painful and angry. So, without controlling himself for a moment, he raised his foot and kicked at Han Pingyi. Bang! Han Pingyi was on all fours. Zhang Qi was going to continue to move forward to make a move, but Zhao Ying stopped Zhang Qi. What are you doing? How can you make a move? Zhang Qi said with red eyes. Are you blind? Can't you see that my daughters are laughing at me? Of course I want this person who cuckolded me to learn a lesson. Get out of the way. You're crazy. This is my boyfriend. He's playing with me. How does that make him a cuckold for you? I'm not your wife. Fuck off. At this time, Zhao Yan also rushed to Zhang Qi. She pushed Zhang Qi hard. I forbid you to make a move on uncle. He could be my father. Zhang Qi's body froze in place. Han Pingyi stood up as he grimaced. This Mr. Zhang is bullying people too much. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Even if it's Mr. Zhao's husband, he can't bully people like this, right? Old Han, don't be angry. Zhao Yan hurriedly persuaded. He just misunderstood that you were having an affair with my sister. It's all a misunderstanding. Just explain it clearly. Han Pingyi couldn't help but give Zhang Qi a mocking look. With all due respect, only incompetent men worry about their own wives cheating on them, and capable men cheat on other women. Zhang Qi said, so you have the ability to, and my wife cheated on me? Zhao Ying was startled. She hurriedly said, don't listen to him blindly. Before she finished her sentence, Zhang Qi said, if you want me to believe you, it's actually very simple. Zhao Ying froze. How so? He's your boyfriend, right? Zhao Ying frowned, but still said, yeah, is there a problem? It doesn't seem to be a problem for me and Mr. Han to be a couple, right? Well, if you say so, then you guys make a boink and I'll see. Zhao Ying's face stiffened. Zhang Qi's request has deep ingredients. If she doesn't say yes, she's lying. Zhao Ying gritted her teeth. Fine, I'll prove it to you. Saying that, she moved over to Han Pingyi and gave him a shallow peck. After doing so, she asked Zhang Qi, is that okay? Not enough. You guys do a French one, with your bodies pressed together. You, Zhao Ying blushed and said, I'm a little put out. Don't pretend. Your boyfriend changes more often than anyone else. I don't believe you can't let go. Can that be the same? I don't like to be viewed even if I change a lot. It does seem like you're covering for your sister. Seeing that Zhang Qi was about to make up his mind, Han Pingyi suddenly embraced Zhao Ying with a generous arm. She can't let go, but I can. Isn't it just boinking? If you want to see, I'll show you. Not to mention boinking, even gluing is no problem. With that he was about to execute the action. Zhang Qi stared dead at Zhao Ying's reaction. The moment the two were about to hug, in Zhao Ying's eyes, there was a bit of resistance. Enough! A soft drink rang out. Outside, Zhao Shui's body walked in. Hearing this voice, Han Pingyi quickly separated from Zhao Ying. He took the lead and said sadly to Zhao Shui, Mr. Zhao, I need an explanation. Even if I need your capital injection right now, you can't let your husband make a move on me for catching an adulterer, right? I'm just in a relationship with your sister. Why is he so prejudiced against me? Or do the two of them have an unseemly relationship? Zhao Shui apologized. I'm sorry Mr. Han, I've made you laugh. I'll take care of this. It's best if it's like this. It's really not right for Mr. Zhao to actually start a fire in his backyard as the man of the hour in the new city. I'll excuse myself first. After Han Pingyi left, Zhao Shui was greatly disappointed with Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi, do you trust me so little? Zhang Qi ignored Zhao Shui. Instead, he looked at Zhao Yan. You tell your mom. Zhao Yan hurriedly said. Mom, don't pretend. We all saw it just now. It was indeed you who entered the house with Uncle Han. Why don't you divorce the one surnamed Zhang? That Uncle Han. I don't mind. Zhao Shui frowned. What are you babbling about? Mom, don't pretend. Even if surnamed Zhang isn't my father, you can't bully him like that. You're reckless. Zhao Shui slapped Zhao Yan in the face. Zhao Ying screamed. Sis, what are you doing? With that, she protected Chou Yun behind her. Zhao Yan spaced out Zhao Ying and called out to Zhao Shui. Let go and let go. The next one will be better behaved. Don't pretend, Mom. Zhao Shui looked at Zhang Qi incredulously and said, Did you teach all this? Zhang Qi laughed coldly. I don't have the ability to teach such a daughter. Besides, her words are rough. Since you have someone outside, you should let me go. Zhao Shui covered her heart with a look of pain. I love you so much. Why do you always think of running away? Do you know how hurtful that is? Zhang Qi had a cold look on his face. If you love me, you cuckold me. If you love me, you mess around with others. I said, how did you get a stamp on your ass? So you're concubine. Is that Mr. Han? I should have thought of that. The person who can have the ability to put a quarantine stamp on you. Who else could it be but him? Zhao Shui said. I'm not that cheap. That's not what he covered. Can't you see he's my sister's new boyfriend? Zhang Qi, do you understand? We're businessmen. Zhao Ying is in my family. She also has shares. She's approaching Mr. Han. She's fighting for my interests. So, you're concubine. She has a share too? It's not a family. It's not a family. Zhao Ying's pretty face reddened and she wanted to speak. Zhang Qi continued. You claim to have no relationship with He Ji, but you get involved with him from time to time. Just now, when Zhao Ying was blinking with that man, you appeared in time. It was quite a coincidence. Zhao Shui opened her mouth. Zhang Qi said. You don't have to explain. I don't want to hear it and I'm not interested in knowing about your pickled affairs. Zhao Shui took a deep breath. Collecting his expression, he said lightly, one day, you will understand my good intentions. Zhao Yan anxiously said. Mom, Uncle Han won't be gone, right? Is he not my father? You take me to him. Zhao Shui glared at her. Your father is Zhang Qi. Look at what you look like now. If you dare to talk nonsense again, don't blame me for not being polite. Don't pretend. Zhang Qi doesn't deserve to be my dad at all. I don't even want him to be my dad either. I'm not a kid anymore. There's no need for you to hide it from me. Mom, I'm towards you. Zhao Shui's face was cold. Yen, was I too indulgent with you in the past? Allowing you to dare to be so reckless? Mom, please, I'm getting laughed out of school. Don't be a woman who loves to lie. Zhang Qi watched this with cold eyes. Faintly, he said, many actions will lead to death. Suddenly, Zhao Shui rushed towards Zhao Yan and slapped her fiercely. I told you to talk nonsense. Sis, stop it. Zhao Ying grabbed her hand. All calm down. Sis, let's go first. Don't be impulsive. Impulse is the devil. It's understandable that Yun is in her rebellious stage. Zhao Shui then stopped. She said to Zhao Yan, remember, Zhang Qi is your own father. We can tolerate this treacherous behavior of yours, but only you cannot forgive yourself. You will sooner or later fall into deep remorse for your behavior today. It is also your irresponsibility that I had this behavior today. You, Zhao Shui pointed at Zhao Yan with a helpless face. Then he added to Zhang Qi, because I care about you. I can tolerate your demonic behavior over and over again, but individuals have patience, so I hope you behave yourself. After that, she walked away, leaving Zhang Qi and the three of them staring at each other in disbelief. Zhao Yan said, do you guys think my mom went to find Uncle Han to get some air? Let's go over there now. Maybe we can get a big melon. You, Zhao Ying hopelessly knocked her on the head. Yen, you're really going a bit overboard. What a big melon. She's just talking about an important business. Surname Long, let's get out of here. Zhao Ying blocked. You two are crazy. It's true that like father, like daughter. Zhao Yan said. I'm not his daughter. I don't recognize it. Zhang Qi said. So do I. I don't recognize that I have this daughter. At that moment, another group of people came in from outside. One of the men at the head of the group looked a bit similar to Han Pingyi, only he was much thinner than Han Pingyi. As soon as he came in, he said, this is our company's key area. Who let you in? Are you looking for death? Get out immediately. In his hand, he was also holding a baseball bat, and his whole body looked menacing. Zhao Ying hurriedly said, Vice President Han, we're your brother's friends. Don't be impulsive. We'll leave now. She turned her head, and said to Zhang Qi again, brother-in-law, hurry up and go. Han Yilong is Mr. Han's younger brother. He's not a good match. Zhao Yan stopped. What's the point of leaving? Mr. Zhang, we're going to do something big. Zhang Qi's cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone, glanced at it, and said in an annoyed voice, all of you, stop. I'll take a call first. The call was from Qin Feiyu. On the phone, Qin Feiyu said. Dr. Zhang, the results of your paternity test are out. Zhang Qi said nervously. What result? I'll send it to your phone. Yes. Zhang Qi hung up the phone and quickly received a photo from Qin Feiyu on his cell phone. Zhang Qi glanced at it and his entire body was stunned. He was a bit incredulous. This result. Fake, right? Zhao Yan grabbed Zhang Qi's arm and shouted. Is it the result of our paternity test? Surname Zhang, am I your daughter? Upon hearing this, Zhao Ying stretched her head and said incredulously. You two went for a paternity test? Zhao Yan shook Zhang Qi's arm and said eagerly. Surname Zhang, quickly show me. I want to know the result. I'm not your daughter, right? Zhang Qi nodded and withdrew his cell phone. Not bad. You are indeed not my daughter. Zhao Ying stared blankly. You're not real father and daughter? How is this possible? Zhao Yan excitedly jumped up in place. Ah, great. I told you. My dad can't be such a wimp. Surname Zhang, quickly show me the appraisal list. I want to take a friend's circle. Zhang Qi didn't give her his cell phone, but said faintly, what's the point of taking pictures of your friends for this kind of shameful thing? That's humiliating for you. Not for me. You show me. No give. Just know that you're not my real daughter. No way. I still have to ask my mom who her real father is with the evidence. Said not to show you. Zhao Yan took advantage of Zhang Qi's inattention and suddenly flashed behind Zhang Qi. As soon as she reached out, she took out Zhang Qi's cell phone and unlocked it with a light hand. Don't! Zhang Qi reached out to stop it, but it was too late. When Zhao Yan saw the results, her body gave a start. Her face turned ugly. What? This appraisal result? Fake, right? Show me. Zhao Ying reached out, too, and grabbed the phone. She took a look. A long sigh of relief. I told you. How could Yun not be your daughter? Zhang Qi and Zhao Yan, in unison, said. No. This is fake. Zhao Yan turned her head, glaring at Zhang Qi. Surname Zhang. What do you mean? Why did you get a fake result to show me? Zhao Ying reminded. Yan, stop. This is real. There's the hospital's official seal on it. The hospital won't fake it. False. This is absolutely false. I don't believe I'm his daughter. It's not true. Auntie, tell me it's not true. But what is real is real. And if the appraisal is not real, what is real? Zhao Yan shook Zhang Qi's arm as she said excitedly. Surname Zhang, I don't believe this result. Your methods are too despicable. Even if you fake it, I don't want you to be my father. Get off me. Zhang Qi waved his hand and pushed her away. A slight tingle inside. On the other hand, he said, you think I wish you were my daughter? After your mom betrayed me, I didn't care. Do you know how disappointed I was when I learned that you beast was really my daughter? You did it on purpose. You said you didn't want me to be your daughter. But in reality it was all a deliberate act you put on for me. It was all deliberately arranged by you. Give me your hair. I'm going to get myself appraised. Zhao Yan pounced on Zhang Qi, reaching out and grabbing Zhang Qi's hair in one big pull. Gripped. Zhang Qi hissed and inhaled. Zhao Ying droned. Zhao Yan, you're too reckless. He's your father. You're hurting him. Han Yilong droned. Grass. You guys don't take my words seriously, do you? I don't care whose father he is. Argue and get the hell out of here and argue. You shut up. Zhao Ying turned his head and bellowed. She went to pull Zhou Yan's hand again. Zhao Yan red eyes. Do not let go. Hard to seize. Han Yilong depressed. I said. Say your ass. Shut the hell up. Zhou Yan gulped as she gripped hard. Surname Zhang. You deserve to be betrayed by my mom. You're too sinister. You want me to be your daughter. I'm not going to do it. I want to prove that I'm not your daughter. Zhang Qi was also a bit fired up. Han Yilong, who was feeling faceless, continued angrily. I'm fucking. You shut up. Zhang Qi interrupted her in annoyance. And as he removed Zhao Yan's hand, he drank. Bastard. You want to fly. You don't want to be my daughter. I'll fulfill you. What do you think you're doing grabbing my cell phone? If you don't grab it, won't you become your Uncle Han's daughter? Get your head out of your ass. I told you. Life gives you nothing but the truth. Your own choices. You can't hide from it. Han Yilong had been interrupted 3 or 4 times and had long been furious. He held up his baseball bat and pointed at Zhao Yan. Little girl, take your father and get out of here, or I'll. In her annoyance, Zhou Yan suddenly reached out and grabbed his baseball bat, snatching it into her hands. There was a hard knock on Han Yilong's head. With an impatient mouth, he said, I said he's not my father. Are you annoying me? Can you die aside and leave me alone? Bang bang bang. Zhou Yan knocked him bloody. A few strokes of the baton and he fell to the ground. Several people who followed him here were alarmed. What kind of pussy has Mr. Han's head been knocked into? Not good. Zhang Qi's heart sank. Zhao Yan's sticks went down so hard and fierce that even he was secretly shocked when he looked at them. Zhao Ying gaped. It's over. Zhao Yan let out a scream. Only then did she react to the fact that self seemed to be in trouble, and she stood in place slightly at a loss for words. Zhang Qi hurriedly squatted down and reached out to put his hand on Han Yilong's middle, and to a couple of frozen farm workers, he barked, "Call an ambulance." A few people came back to their senses and pointed at Zhang Qi and Zhao Yan. "You killed someone. Don't you dare run. Go get someone." Zhao Ying hurriedly said, "Brother-in-law, let's go." Zhang Qi nodded and came to Zhao Yan's side. "Hurry up." Zhao Yan shook her hand and gambled. "I don't want you to mind me." Zhang Qi slapped her across the face. "You think I want to care about you? If you were someone else's seed, I wouldn't even give you a second glance even if you died in front of me. Look what you've done. Get out of here." Zhang Qi took advantage of the chaos and led Zhao Ying and the two of them away. Before leaving, Zhang Qi helped Han Yilong adjust his body posture to ensure that his head would not suffer secondary damage before leaving. Dealing with this matter of trauma was not something Zhang Qi was good at, and he did not have his medical tools with him. However, Zhang Qi's face was ugly. It was because he realized that Han Yilong was unexpectedly injured. If something goes wrong, Zhao Shui hadn't even left second brother farming when she found out about it. They rushed Han Yilong to the people's hospital at a rapid pace. After some examination by the doctor, Han Yilong's injuries stabilized. Han Yilong suffered a severe concussion in his head, went deaf and lost 4 of his teeth. After some resuscitation, the man lived, but it was still unknown if he would wake up, because the doctor speculated that the patient might become a vegetable. Han Pingyi held the edge of the bed in pain, his tiger's eyes filled with tears. Zhao Shui was standing right behind him. He said in a hoarse voice, "Mr. Zhao, I need an explanation. Look, what kind of a pussy has my brother been beaten to?" Zhao Shui said guiltily, "Mr. Han, your brother is still alive. I know he's not dead, but there's a problem with that batch of pigs in the company, and my brother is in charge of that right now. And now your daughter has put my brother in the hospital to lie down, and it's messing up my company. Mr. Zhao, I don't think your loss is any less than mine." Zhao Shui raised her eyebrows. "What, you want to get it back from me? I wouldn't dare. After all, your husband has reason to be angry. This husband of mine, he's so unlikable to mess with me like this. I do need to make him suffer a little and sober up." "Mr. Zhao, what do you say?" Zhao Shui said. "Do what you need to do. I won't help Zhang Qi just because he's my husband, and I won't favor Zhao Yan just because she's my daughter. But you have to be careful with the measurements and don't completely ruin them." "Got it. You're a grown man. You need to take the blame for the trouble you get into sometimes. Next time don't be so impulsive. I know you don't want to be my daughter, and I don't want to be your father, but there's no way around it. Reality is like this. Everything is fate, and half of it is not. Don't run to your home in these 2 days. Live in the school first. If that Mr. Han can be saved, maybe people may not come after us. After all, your mom has a thing with his brother, so more or less she can still blow the pillow and help us. This bitch, forget it. Go back to school and don't tell anyone I'm your dad." Zhang Qi sent Zhao Yan back to school and left with a cigarette in his mouth and a heavy heart. Zhao Yan stared at Zhang Qi's back and slowly raised her right hand. She clenched her fists, Zhang Qi's hair in her hands. She muttered, "You don't want to be my father, and I don't want to be your daughter, and I'll make the identification myself." For the sake of the reliability of the results, Chou Yan decides to call Chou Ren as well. So she used her smartwatch and called her sister. Zhang Qi went to the Chinese hospital as promised. He was prepared to officially meet that Miss Qin. "By the way, give yourself a medical checkup to see if your syphilis has turned negative." On the way to the hospital, Zhang Qi receives 2 phone calls. The first one is from Li Suling, who tells Zhang Qi that Zhao Shui has gone to the second brother livestock company, prompting Zhang Qi to keep an eye on it. Too bad she said it too late. The second person to call Zhang Qi was Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui said on the phone, "Hubby, you really know how to get me into trouble." Zhang Qi asked, "What about that Han Yilong?" Zhao Shui said, "Severe concussion, very likely to become a vegetable." Zhang Qi's heart sank. Zhao Shui continued, "You were too impulsive this time. Even if you catch an adulterer, you should be more rational next time. You can't be so hasty, okay?" Zhang Qi was silent for a moment and said, "Got it. I'll pay attention. Besides, I'm not catching adultery. I'm just gathering evidence. Don't be ridiculous, making it sound like I actually cheated on you. You didn't cheat on me. You gave me a husband's current offense?" Zhao Shui helplessly said, "What husband is a current offender? That's my sister. Isn't it normal for my sister to have a boyfriend?" "Don't explain, I only believe what I see. After you left with that Mr. Han, you were looking for a place to continue your quickie, right? I've seen your afterglow. Ugh, whatever you say, I have a clear conscience." Zhao Shui knew she couldn't dwell on this issue any longer. Otherwise 2 people can only end up with a fight and nothing more. She didn't want a fight with Zhang Qi, She just wanted to live in harmony and happiness with him. So he digressed and said, "You and Yen Yen beat people into a plant. Their brother will not easily so forget. Zhang Qi, you have to be careful. You've slept with someone else's brother. Can't you help us blow off some pillow talk and let them forget about it? If you really can't do it, you can go and sleep him off again," Zhang Qi said without thinking. Zhao Shui was speechless for a while, but she didn't bother to retort. It just said, "This is a serious matter. You guys are in trouble. It's more than just beating people up. If you want me to help you, you have to promise me 2 things. First, you crippled our dad's leg. He's very angry now. From today onwards, you have to try your best to help our dad heal. Immediately restore his leg and make him better. Secondly, don't hold on to the matter of my cheating. I didn't cheat on you. You are doing this, making me feel very untrustworthy." Zhang Qi's face was serious as he said, "First, I really can't cure your father's illness. Second, can you stop being so hypocritical? Do you know what I discovered in that office? Besides finding out that Zhaoying wasn't Han Pingyi's girlfriend? What? I found a quarantine stamp, identical to the one on your ass. If I'm not mistaken, the person who stamped you was Han Pingyi, right? I should have thought of that. The people who can stamp on your ass and be associated with pork are far from idle. Zhao Shui, I know that I'm afraid that this marriage won't be divorced until I have sufficient evidence, but there's no need for you to pretend with me. Just admit it, I've accepted it. In a man's life, he must learn to recognize the mediocrity of his children, the mediocrity of his own self, and the mediocrity of his own parents. The first 2, I did, but my parents, they were not mediocre. You don't have to play along with me anymore, really. If you admit that it's business as usual for everyone, it's time to play, it's time to live. There's really nothing to it, and if your heart is gone, you don't care about anything. Why don't you just trust me? I love you so much. Am I that indiscreet a woman in your eyes? If I betrayed you, is it necessary to be so lenient with you? Wouldn't it be better to just divorce you peacefully? How the fuck do I know why you just won't leave me alone? Forget it, there's no point in arguing about this. Only let time smooth it out. If you can't agree to my 2 conditions, then Han Pingyi and our father's anger will be your own." Zhao Shui hung up. Zhang Qi turned off the recording on his cell phone with a disappointed face. He had thought that Zhao Shui would reveal a little something after what he had just said so genuinely, but he was disappointed. Outside the door of the Chinese hospital, Zhang Qi met Qin Feiyu. Zhang Qi first did a physical examination and found that his syphilis had not turned negative. This is completely expected, normal syphilis conversion. After treatment, takes at least 1 to 2 weeks. Qin Feiyu said that special treatment no longer dwell on the fact that Zhang Qi has an infectious disease, and directly let him conduct a face-to-face diagnosis of MS. Qin, however, he will supervise Zhang Qi's entire treatment process, and the medical instruments used must be sterilized and used under his watchful eye. Zhang Qi had no problem with this. Inside the intensive care ward, Zhang Qi also saw this mysterious Miss Qin named Xinyao. Xinyao looked very young, and was actually around 25 or 26. She always had a smile on her face when she faced Zhang Qi. Apart from the physical characteristics of the disease, Xinyao's entire body looked quite spirited and was considered a veritable beauty. She smiled and said to Zhang Qi, "Dr. Zhang, you don't look like what I remember. An inscrutable, old Chinese doctor. Even though you're 40 years old, I feel that you're only 30 years old. You really have a lot of flavor." Zhang Qi also smiled and responded, "Miss Qin, you are also not like what I remember. A childish and helpless young girl. The temperament that you inadvertently exude is instead like a mature woman. Quite charming." Qin Feiyu lowered his head on the side, ignoring these conversations. He kept his eyes on Zhang Qi's movements. Xinyao let out a poof of a laugh. "They say that the older you get, the more you like to pretend to be young. But I have a feeling that even though you're young, you're not pretending on purpose. I feel the same way about you. You young people always like to pretend to be mature and deep, but I feel that your mature woman style and flavor is not pretending. LOL. Dr. Zhang, are you sure about my illness? It's not a sure thing, but it's something to try. Well, you just heal. No need for mental stress. Don't get me wrong. I don't have mental stress. I only have life stress. Everyone has stress in life. I'm under a lot of pressure. I'm the same. No at all." After Zhang Qi went through some acupuncture, Xinyao looked better than before. Qin Feiyu, who was on the side, watched with glowing eyes. After finishing, Zhang Qi asked Qin Feiyu to fetch a pen and paper again, wrote a prescription. There was a professional nursing doctor among Xinyao's escorts, taking Zhang Qi's prescription and looking at it carefully, nodding from time to time. He inadvertently frowned. "Dr. Zhang, this reincarnation wine, what kind of herb is it?" Zhang Qi said, "Carefully brewed human urine. How's that for elaborate brewing? I was just about to write it up. Have a person take a couple of herbs, and the urine they spill is it. You just take my prescription and make it. The chakra has to be drunk before the medicine is taken. Dr. Chang, does this require anything of the person? Zhang Qi glanced at Qin Yao and shook his head. There's nothing to ask for. Just let Miss Qin choose a person of her choice to produce it. Qin Yao said. Dr. Zhang, I'm not used to drinking other people's urine, so why don't you personally make it for me? She was worried that the chakras produced by others would not be up to par. Zhang Qi said. What other flavors do I have to pick? I'm an old smoker, and I love to drink, and my body has syphilis, so you're even more uncomfortable with it. If you really want to drink mine, you have to make an appointment. Zhang Qi wrote the prescription and explained some precautions, and with that, he was leaving, but Qin Yao called out to him. Dr. Zhang, I've heard that there are quite a few patients in the Chinese hospital that have run to you. Zhang Qi nodded. There is such a thing. I didn't realize that a small new city would have a magical Chinese medicine practitioner like you. Dr. Zhang, I've been to many places for my illness, and none of them have had good results, but only with you has it worked. With your level, it's a pity to run a medical center here alone. Zhang Qi turned his head and inquired, what do you want to say? Qin Yao organized her words and said, there are many broads and families in our capital circle that have a great need for medical treatment. If you can cure me, you'll be our most loyal friend. So if you have a mind to go to Zhongjing, I can provide you with the relevant resources. In the future you will surely achieve something extraordinary. Zhang Qi thought for a moment and felt that this was a good opportunity to make a name for himself. But Newtown was his roots, after all, and at his age, he wasn't too keen on moving. Not to mention the fact that his affair with Zhao Shui was cut and dried, with too many trivial matters entangled. There was also the most important point. Qin Feiyu had said that their Qin family wasn't living a peaceful life in Zhongjing. So he thought that Qin Yao's invitation for him to develop in Zhongjing carried other purposes. So he said, I'm just a bit more lucky. My medical skills aren't as amazing as you think. If you think it's okay, I'll seriously consider it. He bid farewell to Qin Yao and left the Chinese hospital. Walking outside the gate, Zhang Qi met Hu Ren again. He barked at Zhang Qi. Stop. Zhang Qi stopped and realized that there was still Li Liangyong standing beside Hu Ren. Hu Ren questioned Zhang Qi. What are you doing in our hospital? Zhang Qi said expressionlessly, Chinese medicine hospital is not your home. I come here still need you to ask? It's true that the Chinese hospital is not run by my family, but Li Liangyong found out that you went to the intensive care ward. Zhang Qi, I think you should know the rules. You're a foreign monk chanting in our temple. Did you go through our consent? Zhang Qi glanced at Li Liangyong. Li Liangyong smiled and said, Old classmate, don't be angry. You are practicing medicine in our hospital. If something happens, we are responsible. Zhang Qi said disdainfully, the fact that I can practice medicine here doesn't mean that your Chinese medicine hospital is a bunch of rice buckets that can't cure even minor diseases? Don't make me wipe your asses if you can. You. Hu Ren's beard flew up in anger as he said angrily, whether our patients can be cured or not is our business, and you are breaking the rules of the trade by doing so. Just based on your behavior today, I can call the police to have you arrested. He turned his head to Li Liangyong and instructed, Dr. Li, go and instruct the security guards that the next time Zhang Qi comes to our hospital, keep an eye on his movements for me. Then, he said to Zhang Qi, for the sake of master and disciple, I won't bother with you this time. So behave yourself. Zhang Qi returned the word rice bucket and rushed to his own medical center again. The medical center, being often empty, had not received a patient all afternoon. Instead, an outpatient clinic not far away had more patients. At night, Zhang Qi dragged his tired body back home. Feng Long walked over to meet him as he politely said, Mr. Zhang, you're back. Zhang Qi nodded, satisfied with Feng Long's attitude. The treatment I gave you, it worked? Feng Long nodded. Not bad. I'm so strong now that I feel like hanging on to the same kind. Good. Go back to enjoying life. Feng Long's face was hesitant. Zhang Qi said, no harm done. I'll talk to my wife. Okay then. Rubbish. You're back? When Sun Ru saw Zhang Qi, she screwed up her head and spat at a short distance away. Zhang Qi looked at her and couldn't help but frown. This is my home. I can go back if I want to. Do you have a problem with that? Sun Ru said angrily, this isn't your home. If it wasn't for Xiao Shui, you wouldn't even be able to enter. If you ask me, your daughter is just a bitch and had to find a way to invite me home. You think I want to go back to this home? Sun Ru's face trembled with anger. You're the bitch. If you have the ability, you continue to run away from home. Who's going to save your mouth's life if I run away from home, and still ask me to come back? Sun Ru looked at Zhang Qi with a cold face. That's all you've got. Zhao Dehuai heard the commotion and he ran out excitedly. He had an extra cane in his hand and was walking with a limp. When he saw Zhang Qi, he suddenly called out, "All come out." In the next second, several burly men in suits rushed in from outside the courtyard. Zhao Dehuai pointed his cane at Zhang Qi, spittle flying from his mouth. "Little brute. You actually dared to cure my leg of crippling. I'm going to break your dog's leg today." When he finished speaking, he gave a cold, stern twist of his head. Those burly men immediately rushed towards Zhang Qi after receiving the signal. Zhang Qi's heart tightened as he raised his left hand and pulled on the medical collar. He took a few steps backward and snapped at Zhao Dehuai. "Is this how you treat your savior?" Zhao Dehuai froze and said angrily, "Little brat, you crippled my leg and still dare to call yourself my lifesaver? Then I will be your savior today as well." He was indeed angry, almost out of his mind. Zhang Qi said, "Calm down. A gentleman moves his mouth. Don't move your hands. Think carefully. After you crippled your leg, is your waist much more comfortable?" Zhao Dehuai froze. He did notice that he did seem to be in much better spirits today. Zhang Qi continued, "I did save you. Otherwise why do you think you are in such good spirits today? You don't even think about it. How is it possible to cure this kind of terminal disease without paying any price at all?" Zhao Dehuai frowned as he rubbed his own leg and hesitantly said, "Are you really serious about treating me?" "That's right. I can continue to heal you if you wish. However, you must continue to pay the price." Zhao Dehuai was in deep thought for a while, then nodded. "Good. Then you continue to help me heal now." Zhang Qi nodded and walked towards Zhao Dehuai, but Zhao Dehuai added with a twist of words, "But before that, I'll first break both of your legs so that you can only treat me." Zhang Qi's face changed. Zhao Dehuai looked at Zhang Qi with teasing eyes. "You dare to fool me? Do you really think that I am a good match? I won't hide it from you. You are a complete waste in my eyes. When one reaches middle age and accomplishes nothing, I, a bad old man, easily take you down." Sun Ru nodded with a cold smile. "Good thing too. Break his legs. Save him from popping up everywhere outside and disgracing our family." "Do it." "Stop." A clear cry came. Zhao Shui stepped on her high heels and walked her slender legs as she stepped into the courtyard. Zhao Shui grimaced. "What's going on? Stand down. All of you." Zhao Dehuai looked at Zhao Shui and his face changed slightly. Then he leaned on his crutches and limped towards Zhao Shui. "Zhao Shui, don't mind. This kid crippled my leg. I'm going to waste his leg too." Zhao Shui was shocked. "Are you crazy? Zhang Qi is my husband. What will I do in the future if you break his legs?" Sun Ru opened her mouth. After Zhao Shui finished, her face sank. "Dad, I let you guys live in my house because I want Zhang Qi to cure you. If you want to ruin Zhang Qi, then you'll have to move back. This kind of thing, I don't want it to happen a second time. But this kid all but crippled my leg," Zhao Dehuai said angrily. Zhao Shui said, "I believe Zhang Qi has his reasons for doing this, just as I hope he trusts me. This is the trust between husband and wife." She walked to Zhang Qi, touched his face, and said with deep emotion, "Hubby, don't be afraid. With me here, no one will do anything to you." Zhang Qi turned his face away and said indifferently, "If you come back one step later, I'm going to have my legs ruined by your father." Zhao Dehuai sniffed, and he looked dazed. "Grandma, isn't this guy just a heartthrob, deliberately rushing home moments before Yuki's return? Yuki, this guy is using you. He's too teared up. He knew I wouldn't spare him, and he's relying on you to spoil him. That's why he dared to go home." Zhao Shui said helplessly, "Dad, you know quite a lot at your age. You even know about green tea." After a pause, she added, "How could Zhang Qi have so much heart? So you guys don't dwell on this. Go back to your room and sleep." Zhao Shui pulled Zhang Qi's hand and asked Zhang Qi to go back to her room with her. A minute later, the two sat on the bed. Zhao Shui reached out her hand to hold the back of Zhang Qi's hand and chided Zhang Qi. "You treated my father just to cure him. Why did you cripple his leg?" Zhang Qi said, "This is my treatment plan." "How? A terminal disease wants to be cured. There is a price to pay. I figured out a way to force those cancer cells to his legs, and then when I succeeded, your father only needed to chop off his legs, and he would be viable." Zhao Shui frowned. "It's a bit of bullshit, isn't it? You can force cancer cells from your kidneys to your legs? Science isn't theology. I've never seen such a powerful medical skill." Zhang Qi said, "You know this is bullshit, so why do you believe I can cure your father?" Well, that's assuming you can force the cancer into your leg, which it can't. My dad's not there yet. He can't lose his leg. That can't be helped. He can only take one of the two. You might as well kill me if you want me to give you back a healthy father." Zhao Shui wasn't quite sure for a moment whether Zhang Qi was telling the truth or not. Instead, at this time, Zhang Qi inquired to Zhao Shui, "Have you given Han Pingyi any pillow talk? I see that he hasn't made much of a move today, so should we just let it go?" Zhao Shui boarded up her face. "Don't you dare say such things again. I have nothing with Han Pingyi. Don't talk nonsense, otherwise I'll get angry." even if it's not. You go and blow your pillow for my sake. For your daughter's sake. I see that this matter is still very serious. If it's pursued, Yeonyeon's life will be ruined. I'm not going to go. If you want to blow it, you do it yourself. I told you, you're the only man I've been with since the beginning. I've never had sex with any other man. You don't have to scam me. You made your own mess. Figure it out. After Zhao Shui finished, she wrapped her arms around Zhang Qi and asked, "Isn't it time to hand in your homework today?" Zhang Qi was also not polite and directly rolled over. That night, the two tossed and turned until late. Zhang Qi didn't feel the slightest bit of pity either. Not his tricycle. He tried to stand up and pedal. Early the next morning, Zhang Qi was called to continue treating Zhao Dehuai. Zhao Shui seemed to have convinced him and decided to trust Zhang Qi for once. So Zhang Qi first went to the medical center to fetch some medicine, boiled it and then returned back. After giving Zhao Dehuai some treatment, he left in a hurry. Zhao Dehuai initially wondered what Zhang Qi was doing by walking so fast, but he soon realized that after some treatment from Zhang Qi, he couldn't move his right leg either. A moment later, Zhao Dehuai's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping blood. He gripped the sheets with both hands. "Originally, I could have spared you once on account of you treating me, but you brought this on yourself. I'm going to make sure you can never treat anyone else again." Sun Ru was also indignant on the side. "Old Zhao, what are you going to do?" "I'll find someone and revoke his license to practice medicine. Isn't he a great healer? I'll let him never be able to practice medicine again in his life. If he dares to practice medicine, I'll dare to have him arrested." Zhang Qi went to his own medical center. Not long after, he received a call from Qin Feiyu. Qin Feiyu had dispensed the medicine and hoped that when Qin Yao took the medicine, he would watch from the sidelines. Zhang Qi says that Self may not be able to get into the Chinese hospital now that Hu Ren is blocking him, but Qin Feiyu tells Zhang Qi not to worry. He'll do the operation. So Zhang Qi agreed. As he left, he received another call from Zhou Yun. Zhao Yan said nervously on the phone, "Surname Zhang, where's my mom, the guy whose head I knocked to pieces? Is he still alive?" Zhang Qi coldly said, "If you have any questions, ask your mom. I don't have the time to answer your questions. You think I want to call you? My mom won't pick up. I feel like I've been abandoned by my mom and I have a bad feeling about it. Leave me alone." Zhang Qi said and hung up. Not long after, the cell phone rang again. It's still Zhou Yun's phone. Zhang Qi picked up with annoyance. "I said, leave me alone. Surname Zhang, contact my mom. I seem to have been kidnapped." Zhang Qi froze, and his face immediately became tense. "Who kidnapped you? How are you now?" "I don't know. You have to contact my mom. Only my mom can save me." "Okay, you wait." Zhang Qi calmly hung up the phone, subconsciously lit a cigarette, took out his cell phone with his left hand trembling, and called Zhao Shui. "Did you know your daughter was kidnapped?" Zhao Shui's tone was calm. "Is there such a thing? I suspect it's Han Pingyi's retaliation. Do something or your daughter may be in danger." "I'm not going to meddle in this." Zhao Shui's tone, very dry. She hung up right after that. Zhou Yun's call came back. Her tone was filled with panic. "Surname Zhang, have you contacted my mom yet? You tell my mom that if she doesn't help me this time, she'll regret it. These people are fierce." Zhang Qi heard her nervous tone and worried that she would do something stupid out of fear. So he said, "Contacted. Your mom said not to be afraid. She will fix it. If it's not possible, I will step in." Zhao Yan let out a long breath, and her tone was obviously much more unrestrained. "You shot your ass. I'm not your daughter. I don't want to be saved by you even if I die outside, or my mom is good to me." After Zhao Yan finished speaking, Zhang Qi vaguely heard her say a few more words to the others. "It seems to be saying you all behave or my mom won't let you go or something like that." Zhang Qi didn't hang up, his heart heavy. After a while, the caller hung up on himself. Before that, Zhang Qi vaguely heard the sound of knocking. Without a word, Zhang Qi immediately closed the medical center and drove towards Zhao Shui's company. Zhang Qi drove so fast that he accidentally ran 2 red lights. 20 minutes later, Zhang Qi arrived in front of Zhao Shui's company. He stopped the car, leaving the keys in it, and headed for the front door of the office. "Stop!" The security guard stopped Zhang Qi. He carried his hands behind his back and tilted his face with a displeased expression. "It's you again. Going in without even saying hello. Do you think this is your backyard?" Zhang Qi glanced at him and said, "I'm looking for my wife. Mr. Cho, right?" The security guard gave Zhang Qi a teasing look. "Mr. Zhao said that he won't let you into the company. My daughter has been kidnapped. I need to see Zhao Shui for a moment now. Get out of my way." The security guard froze, then teased. "Your daughter was kidnapped. What does it have to do with Mr. Zhao?" He reached out and grabbed Zhang Qi's clothes. "Come back here. Want to get beaten up, don't you?" Zhang Qi turned around. He stared at the security guard, not saying a word. The security guard subconsciously took a step back and looked at Zhang Qi warily. What kind of eyes are you looking at? Surprisingly, he was inexplicably a little panicked. Zhang Qi didn't say anything and turned around to walk towards the company again. The security guard looked at Zhang Qi's back and quickly called out fuck, then jogged into the security room and dialed the phone. Zhang Qi carried his hands behind his back, his face expressionless as he made his way to the interior. Many office workers saw him, subconsciously looked twice, and then turned their heads back to their own business. Not long after, Zhang Qi arrived at the door of the president's office. Li Suling, dressed in a professional outfit, came after him from behind. She called out with her hand outstretched. Ugh, Zhang Qi, you can't go in. Feet in high heels actually stepped on wind turbines. She flew past Zhang Qi and spread her arms wide to block him. What are you doing in our company? Mr. Zhao's office is not for anyone who wants to enter. Zhang Qi said. Get out of the way. I'm looking for Zhao Shui on an urgent matter. No, it's not convenient for Mr. Zhao right now. Just talk to me if you have anything. Zhang Qi said. My daughter has been kidnapped. Is it useful to tell you? What? Kidnapped? Did you call the police? No, I need to ask Zhao Shui's opinion. Then wait, I'll go and brief Mr. Zhao first. Li Suling stepped on her legs, and she looked even more charming than usual. In the past 2 days, she had a great time with Feng Long. The whole person is glowing. Zhang Qi pulled her back. You stopped me from seeing Zhao Shui. Is Zhao Shui stealing behind my back? Not. Zhang Qi forced himself to look at Li Suling. Then why did you stop me? Li Suling jammed. Because. Zhang Qi didn't wait for her to finish, so he pushed open the door and walked in when she wasn't ready. Sure enough, inside the office, besides Zhao Shui, there was another man. Zhao Shui sat on the sofa with a faint blush on her face. The corners of her mouth hooked up as she rolled her eyes at the man beside her who was very close to her. Her collar was unbuttoned and her career line was floating. Beside her stood none other than Han Pingyi. Han Pingyi leaned down and lowered his head, staring at Zhao Shui's deep career line. Mr. Zhao, today is really unforgettable. I hope we work well together. Zhao Shui was about to speak when she caught a glimpse of Zhang Qi out of the corner of her eye. After freezing for a moment, and hastily straightening her collar, she grimaced. Honey, what brings you to my place? Zhang Qi looked at her collar. Why is there a strawberry on your neck? What strawberries? Zhao Shui frowned and looked down, wondering, where did I get strawberries on me? Without a word, Zhang Qi walked up to her and suddenly ripped open Zhao Shui's collar as she panicked. Delicate collarbones and snow-white skin were exposed to the air. Zhang Qi pointed at the red mark under Zhao Shui's collar, looked at Han Pingyi, then at Zhao Shui, and asked, who planted this strawberry? This guy planted it? What are you babbling about? Where is this a strawberry? It's a mosquito bite. Zhang Qi's face was calm as he asked. The person who kidnapped Yin Yan is most likely this guy in front of you. You don't care about your daughter's death even if it's not enough. You still have the mood to flirt with him? Zhao Shui's face turned a few points colder. How can you speak with a gun in your mouth? Just based on a piece of mosquito bag, you conclude that I'm flirting with another man? It's too arbitrary, isn't it? I'm not in the mood to theorize with you right now. Did you hear what I'm saying? The daughter has been kidnapped. I don't care if you want to wind up outside, but you don't care about your daughter's death? Even if you're gluing up with someone, you have to time it, right? Zhao Shui huffed and puffed, her face pink as she said, you, Zhang Qi, you're unbridled. I'm your wife. Why are you talking so rudely to me? Is it wrong for you to be bitchy and me to be rude? Zhao Shui sighed. Forget it. I don't want to theorize about this with you. It'll just end up being an endless argument. Zhang Qi, you need to stop being paranoid. I'm not being paranoid. I'm fucking asking you if you still care about your daughter or not. Zhao Shui faintly said. Zhang Qi, you make me feel more and more strange. I am now doubting myself. To you so good in the end is not worth it. Zhang Qi's forehead veins bulged as he glared angrily at Zhao Shui. Daughter, isn't Zhao Yin your daughter? She was kidnapped. Are you deaf? Do you not want to ask if your daughter is dead or alive? What could be wrong with that girl? All I care about is how you treat me. Grass. Zhang Qi gasped and laughed. Li Suling advised from the side. Zhang Qi, don't be like this. Zhang Qi suddenly turned around, grabbed Han Pingyi's collar, and angrily asked, was it you who messed up? Did you find someone to take Yin Yan away? Unbridled. Zhao Shui stood up with an ugly face. Zhang Qi, let go of Mr. Han, where's the security guard? Li Suling pulled him aside. Zhang Qi, Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi calmed down. Han Pingyi straightened his self-collar as he wore a faint smile on his face. I've always thought that Mr. Zhang was a decent man, but I didn't expect it to be nothing more than that. Zhao Shui pointed to the door and said, Zhang Qi, go out and calm down or I'll call security. After saying that, she smiled and said to Han Pingyi, Mr. Han, I'm sorry, I apologize to you on behalf of my husband. No harm done. After all, I did give him the wrong idea. Understand. Let's get together for a cup of coffee tonight and let me treat you to some company. Then I begged to differ. Zhang Qi was silent for a moment and walked out without a word. Li Suling hesitantly said, Mr. Zhao, if something happens to miss him, aren't you worried? It's not a worry, and it shouldn't be. Li Suling opened her mouth and looked a little confused. After hesitating for a moment, he said I'll see Zhang Qi off, then ran out. She quickly caught up with Zhang Qi, who was holding a cigarette in his mouth, called out and chased after him. Zhang Qi, you have to understand Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao runs a company and has all kinds of social engagements. He can't take care of some of the things at home. This is when you are needed to take charge of the situation. Zhang Qi stopped and exhaled a smoke ring to Li Suling, inquiring, what do you think the two of them were doing in the office just now? Was it the kind of thing I'm thinking of? Shouldn't you be worried about Missy's well-being right now? Zhang Qi said, my wife shouldn't be a bus, right? He shook his head and added, could the person who took Yun be arranged by that bitch? Zhang Qi, I realized that I can't understand you couple more and more. Yen, she was kidnapped. This is a serious matter. If you can't do anything about it, maybe I can help. No, I'll call the police. Zhang Qi took out his cell phone and was about to call the police when his cell phone unexpectedly rang again. Zhao Yan's whimpering and sobbing sounded on the phone. These sons of bitches, they actually hit me in the face. Surname Zhang, you told my mom to bring $10 million over. They said that if they couldn't get the money within 2 hours, they would tear the ticket. I have a feeling they are serious. $10 million? Where am I going to get that kind of money? I can't even shit in the toilet if you ask me to. Who asked you for it? I asked my mom. You're such a loser. You'd be lucky to come up with $10,000. Go now, or they'll tear the ticket. Zhang Qi said. You put them on the phone. I'll talk to them. They won't. Besides, what's the point? I want my mom. $10 million? Isn't that a bit much? It's not much at all. $5 million each for the two of us. What's more, it's only lowlifes like you who would put $10 million in their eyes. Zhang Qi raised his eyebrows. $5 million for one person? Who else? My sister, didn't I tell you? Lan is with me. Zhang Qi's brain buzzed. The whole person shook for a moment. Then he said angrily, you beast, why didn't you tell me earlier? It doesn't matter if you were tied up. You even brought your sister along? Was she scared? He was angry. And Zhao Yan was even angrier than him. Who are you to me? Why should I tell you? You're such a loser. Is it useful to tell you? What do you think it's good for you? An old man. To know that? At the end of the day, you're still relying on my mom? Zhang Qi tried to calm himself down and asked again. Where did you guys get jacked from? Private hospital? I'm taking my sister for a paternity test. Why are you getting a paternity test again? You're addicted, aren't you? Didn't I tell you I'm not your father? I don't believe it when it turns out to be so fake. So I'm going to do it all over myself and dismantle your scheme. Where's my mom? Why don't you ask her to say something to me? Stinky mom. She doesn't even answer my calls. She's dating your stepdad. She'll find you when she's done. Don't worry. Zhang Qi hung up the phone. No longer the blandness he had just seen. He rushed back in a fiery rage. Li Suling squealed twice with an alas and followed. Inside the office, Han Pingyi hasn't left yet. Zhang Qi eagerly looked at Zhao Shui and said, it's bad. Both of our daughters have been kidnapped. And now they want $10 million. Zhao Shui, hurry up and give me the money. I'll lead the people back first. Zhao Shui sank her face. I didn't expect that you would use this method to ask me for money. Don't you think that Self's methods are too despicable? Security. Fork him out. The security guards, who had already prepared for this, sniffed and framed Zhang Qi, dragging him outward. Zhao Shui said, go out and calm down. I think you need to reflect on this. Zhao Shui, you bitch. Did you even hear what I said? Puff. Zhang Qi was thrown outside the gate. The security guard outside the door stepped forward and grinned. Yo, isn't this Mr. Zhao's husband? Way to make an appearance. Very chic. Zhang Qi stood up and looked at him, patting the dirt on his body. After returning to the car, it gradually calmed down. If Zhao Shui doesn't give money, then Zhao Dehuai and Sun Ru should. With that in mind, he called Zhao Dehuai. Unexpectedly, after he explained his intention, Zhao Dehuai suddenly sneered and said, little brute, unsuccessful in embezzling our family's property. You're using this despicable tactic to cheat me out of my money, let alone $10 million. I won't even give you a pile of shit. After hanging up, Zhao Dehuai backhandedly pulled Zhang Qi's blackout. Zhang Qi dialed several times and slapped the steering wheel several times in annoyance. This was followed by a call to his father, Zhang Beichuan. No answer. He made another call to his sister, Zhang Shujia, and there was still no answer. In desperation, Zhang Qi called his mother again. When Wu Feng heard Zhang Qi's claim, she froze for a while and suddenly said, "Son, don't joke with mom like this. 10 million, you let mom pull it out even now. But if you can't get $10 million, you still have 2 million. Did you have a falling out with Zhao Shui?" Zhang Qi asked. "Mom, why don't you transfer the 2 million to me, and I'll pay you back when I have the money. What, return or not? This is your father all these years for me to save the pension fund. I think the two of us one person to engage in this on the line. I then engage in some waste. You wait. I'll take it out and transfer it to you." "Mom, I've thought it over. This business of mine is a bit risky. Wait for me to examine it for a while longer." Inside Zhao Shui's office, Zhao Ying walked in with his hands behind his back. She said to Zhao Shui, "Sister, Zhang Qi borrowed around and didn't get any money." Zhao Shui's gaze narrowed slightly. "I think this time Zhang Qi will know who is most important to him in this family. After living half a lifetime, why do you think he just doesn't come to his senses and has to divorce me?" She turned her head and looked at Han Pingyi. "Did you find out who that stamp inside your office belongs to?" Han Pingyi shook his head. "Mr. Zhao, I think the person who gave you the stamp might know about the two of us. Like he's warning us." Zhao Shui narrowed her eyes. "The main thing right now is to suppress my husband's suspicion of me, or else I'll get into trouble sooner or later. This time, let him feel the despair and thwart him. It is not a good thing to be sharp in middle age." At this time, Han Pingyi answered a phone call. He froze and said to Zhao Shui, "Mr. Zhao, your husband has put together $10 million and has already given it to my people." "What?" Zhao Shui stood up in a flash. "This guy, where did he get $10 million? She looked at Zhao Ying. "You lent it to him?" Zhao Ying shook her head doubtfully. "I didn't borrow it. Brother-in-law, he didn't even look for me." 10 minutes ago, Zhang Qi's Land Rover slowly drove into a rotten building. It wasn't until the front was blocked by a patch of rubble covered in rebar that Zhang Qi stopped the car. He carried 2 suitcases and strained toward the building. After arriving inside the building, Zhang Qi placed the 2 carrying cases on the ground and sat on his butt, raising his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Smoothly, he pulled out a cigarette and lit it, exhaling smoke rings. "Surname Zhang, who told you to come?" On the second floor, Zhao Yan was tied up with her arms by ties and walked down the step ladder. Behind them were 3 hooded men. Zhao Yan saw Zhang Qi from afar, and she asked angrily, "Where's my mom?" Zhang Qi ignored her and instead looked at the few people behind her and said, "I've brought the money. Let the people go. I'm not leaving." Zhao Yan looked at Zhang Qi angrily. "Surname Zhang, I don't need you to save me. Let my mom come." Zhang Qi gave her a look and said, "Your mom won't be coming." "What? You heard right. Your mom's not coming. You didn't tell my mom at all?" Zhao Yan's spiteful eyes looked at Zhang Qi. "Bastard, on what basis did you not tell my mom? Did you think that by coming to my rescue yourself, you would gain my favor? Impossible. This will only make me hate you more. I don't want you to play nice. I'd rather die here if my mom doesn't come." Zhang Qi sighed lightly, slightly helplessly. He said, "Your mom told me to bring this money, so you can leave if you like." "Really?" Zhang Qi looked at the hooded man behind her and said, "Where is my little girl?" Zhao Yan said, "Don't you add a small word. I'm not your daughter. Don't treat me like your eldest daughter." One of the hooded men whistled to the top. With that, Zhao Lan ran down from above crying. Zhang Qi told her to slow down. Zhao Lan was about to run towards Zhang Qi when he was stopped by the hooded man reaching out and pressing his ears as if he was following instructions. Immediately afterward, in a hoarse voice, he said, $10 million, you can only take 2 people. Zhang Qi's heart sank with a bad feeling. "I will only take the 2 of them." "No, including you." "Meaning, the 3 of them, only 2 could go, and 1 needed to stay." "You guys don't count your words?" the hooded man said in an undeniable tone. "Take 2 first. Go back and gather 5 million more and take the other 1. Zhang Qi froze in place. He looked at Chou Yun and then at Chou Ran. The 2 women were also looking at each other with complicated gazes in their eyes. In the end, Zhang Qi did not look at Zhao Yan, but pointed at Zhao Lan. "I'm going to take her away." Zhao Yan froze in place as she stared straight at Zhang Qi without saying a word. "Okay, go for it." Someone took the carrying case beside Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi wrapped his arm around Zhao Lan's shoulders, leaving Zhao Yan alone, and walked out without looking back. "Dad." As soon as Zhao Lan entered the car, she hugged Zhang Qi tightly. After Zhang Qi calmed her down, Zhao Lan added, "Sister Shi." Zhang Qi signaled Zhao Lan to sit properly in the car. Before closing the door, he said to Zhao Lan, "Don't worry, I'm going to bring your sister back now." "Dad, is it true what my sister said about her not being your real daughter?" Zhang Qi said softly, "All you need to know is that you are Daddy's favorite daughter." With that, Zhang Qi took out a cigarette case from his pocket with his right hand and closed the car door with his left hand, turned and walked back into the building. staring at Zhang Qi's back through the car window. Zhao Lan felt relieved. Inside the building a couple of hooded men were opening money boxes and counting stacks and stacks of money. Zhou Yun whimpered and wept at her hands and knees. Seeing Zhang Qi folding back again, he froze for a moment before hastily wiping away the tear tracks on his face with his sleeve. Zhao Yan turned her head away from looking at Zhang Qi. What are you doing back here? Who told you to come? Zhang Qi slightly lowered his head, pinched his cigarette and took a drag, and said somewhat somberly, your mom gave a death order that she had to bring you back. Cut. Are you still a man? You do whatever my mom says? It's a disgrace. The hooded man who was counting the money turned his head and looked over. Did you bring the money? No. So what are you doing back here? A father can't leave his daughter alone, can he? Looking at Zhang Qi's stubbled face in plain figure, Zhao Yan inexplicably trembled inside. Zhao Yan said, who is your daughter? The hooded man said, what do you mean? I can't get the money together, so either you let us all go, or I'll fight you and wait for the police to come together. Several people's faces changed slightly, but they saw Zhang Qi flick the cigarette away and bend down to pick up a steel bar. Calm down. We're only asking for money. Wait, I need to ask for permission. The hooded man ran away, and not long after, he came back. He then signaled that Zhao Yan and Zhang Qi could leave. Zhang Qi didn't bother with Zhao Yan and turned to leave. Zhao Yan reacted and caught up with Zhang Qi. Just let it go? Where is my mom? Did she bring anyone? Mr. Zhang, what does my mom mean? She's offered $10 million. Is she not willing to offer $5 million more? Am I that worthless? You're so useless. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Humph. Do you really think you're my father? The appraisal results will come out today. I'll show them to you tonight. Zhang Qi sent Zhao Yan's sisters home and fell into a deep sleep by himself. He didn't sleep well for the past 2 days. Plus he was a bit tired today, so he slept very deeply. After waking up and washing his face, he went downstairs and heard Zhao Yan complaining to Zhao Dehuai. Grandpa, surname Zhang is too much. Watching me being bullied and not even helping me to take revenge. He doesn't deserve to be my father at all. Talk to my mom and ask her to give me a new one. Sitting in his wheelchair, Zhao Dehuai happened to see Zhang Qi coming down from upstairs. He couldn't help but glare fiercely at Zhang Qi. Little brute. My granddaughter was kidnapped. Such a big deal. And you didn't even tell me about it? Zhang Qi said nonchalantly. Old beast, didn't I tell you when I borrowed money from you? What did you say at that time? Sun Ru said. It's all because you're too much of a loser. But if you were a little bit better, we wouldn't think you're cheating us out of our money. Zhao Dehuai frowned as he picked up the disposable water cup on the coffee table and took a sip of water. Glancing at Zhang Qi, he said, where did you get $10 million? Zhou Yun said, I didn't even ask my mom for it. You expect him to come up with $10 million? It's better to trust him with $10 million than to trust me with $10 million of pocket money. Zhang Qi sat down on the sofa without a word, his face somewhat hesitant. He thinks the $10 million has to be taken by the Zhao family, but if you want them to pull it out, it may not be too easy. Instead, it was Zhao Lan, who saw him sitting on the sofa and took the initiative to run over and help him pinch his shoulders. Dad, tired? I'll rub your shoulders. A touch of tenderness flashed in Zhang Qi's eyes. Just about to speak, Zhao Yan took out the newly purchased remote leader, took a look and said in surprise, the appraisal results are out. Zhao Dehuai's hand holding the glass of water paused for a moment. What appraisal result? Zhao Yan said smugly. Humph, this guy still took me as his daughter, and took a fake appraisal result to fool me, so I took my sister to secretly do the appraisal alone. Surname Zhang, take a look at. Zhao Dehuai's face pulled down. You child, no matter what, you can't say such nonsense. Your mom is not that kind of person. When he spoke, his tone was a little weak. Eyes unconsciously flicked towards Zhou Yun's cell phone. When Zhao Yan handed it to Zhang Qi, her eyes also flicked to the result. One line caught her attention. Probability of prorites index, 99. 99%. Zhou Yun froze in place. She shook her face. No way. How is this result fake again? How can I be your own daughter? Zhang Qi took it and also sighed with some disappointment. Alas. How did I give birth to this brute of a man like you? Your mom is really something too, and didn't green me thoroughly. He casually flipped through the results of his paternity test with Zhao Lan and him. While looking at it, he said, look at your sister. The same as my daughter. How come there is such a big gap? Halfway through speaking, Zhang Qi's brain boomed. Blow up. Because of the results above, rule out Zhang Qi as Zhao Lan's biological father. Dad, what's wrong with you? Zhao Lan asked suspiciously while rubbing Zhang Qi's shoulders affectionately. Surname Zhang? Zhao Yan hesitantly snatched the cell phone back from Zhang Qi's hands. Looking away, she too was confused in place. Sun Ru was mopping the floor on the side. She hadn't noticed the abnormality yet, and she coldly snorted at the sight. My daughter is ice clean and clean. and never messes around outside. And it's just this brute who, in the name of my daughter's derailment, is looking for a mistress outside. Zhao Yan suddenly let out a wild cry. On what grounds? Why is my sister not his real daughter and why am I? This is not fair. My sister likes him so much and I hate him so much. No, I don't recognize this result. Ha! Zhao Lan froze in place. Sun Ru and Zhao Dehuai shouted in unison. What? Zhao Dehuai held the wheel and went over. Sun Ru put down the mop and also walked over. The duo took Zhou Yun's cell phone and watched it repeatedly, looking at it close up, putting on their glasses and aiming at the strokes. Zhao Yun shed tears and laughed, pointing at Zhang Qi. Ha ha ha, you treated me as an outsider, left me alone with the bandits, and chose to take my sister without hesitation. And it turned out that I was your own, but my sister wasn't. Ha ha ha. Zhang Qi's face turned from red to green, from green to green. When Zhou Lan heard this, she covered her mouth and ran away. This. Zhang Qi's body began to tremble as uncontrollable anger and bewilderment welled up within him. Trembling, he pulled out his cigarette case, only to find it filled with nothing but air, long since empty. So he stiffened, slowly leaning back against the back of the couch, his eyes out of focus as he looked toward the door, his body still tense. Zhou Yun laughed and walked up to him, patting his shoulder. Don't emo, at least you still have me as your daughter who hates you. Ha ha ha. At that exact moment, Zhao Shui, who was off work, returned home. She wore a casual shirt on top and a pleated skirt underneath, and lately she's been dressing up in a way that's either sexed up or rejuvenated, and is a lot more fancy than what she used to wear. Her face, however, didn't look too good. Zhao Yan didn't notice anything wrong with her face and immediately went up to her and questioned. Mom, I was kidnapped. Why did you only let my dad come to pick me up? Why didn't you answer my call? Zhao Shui's face turned slightly cold as a slap interrupted her spellcasting. I haven't asked you yet. Do you know how much trouble you've caused me? Do you know that you almost killed someone? You know why I didn't care about you, and I didn't even give your father a dime when he asked me for money? I just want to give you a profound lesson. Don't say I don't care about you. This time, even if you die outside I won't care. Yun, it's time for you to grow up. Zhao Yan froze and blurted out. What? You didn't give money to surname Zhang? Then where did he get his money from? Zhao Shui coldly said. How would I know? Zhao Yan's whole body shook. Her eyes reddened. Surname Zhang said that you told him to find me. Zhao Shui slapped her again. Surname Zhang. Surname Zhang. Your father borrowed $10 million from who knows who to save you. And this is your attitude? You're really all backbones. Isn't that money yours? I said. This time I won't care even if you die outside. Zhou Yun's tears came rushing out in a clamor. She turned to glare at Zhang Qi. You lied to me. By what right? What do you care if I treat you so badly? You want me to be a scorned piece of trash, don't you? Your intentions are so poisonous. Zhang Qi came back to his senses, smiling to himself. He patted Zhao Yan's shoulder and learned Zhao Yan's words of comforting himself. Don't emo either. At least I saved your sister before I saved you, which shows that you are not important in my heart. Go to sleep. Zhao Dehuai tapped his head. He looked at Zhao Shui. I emo too. Shui, why isn't Lanlan Zhang Qi's biological child? Sun Ru said. Me too. She looked at Zhao Shui with puzzled eyes. Zhao Shui frowned. What do you guys mean? I'm a bit emo from what I'm saying. What Lanlan isn't Zhang Qi's biological child? She's our daughter. She's definitely Zhang Qi's real daughter. Zhao Dehuai took the cell phone from Zhao Yan's hand and slid in front of Zhao Shui with the help of his wheelchair. It was handed to Zhao Shui. To be Zhao Shui received. He said. Yan suspected that she is not Zhang Qi's biological daughter. Self ran to secretly do the appraisal. The results found that Lanlan is not Zhang Qi biological. Zhao Shui hesitantly took it. Zhao Dehuai looked at Zhao Shui with an unfamiliar look. Zhao Shui, who is the child's father? Zhao Shui's gaze froze when she saw the results. Then he put away his cell phone and said. So it's this kind of small thing. I say you guys are confused, aren't you? This appraisal result glance fake. Fake? Zhao Dehuai was in a state of hesitation. Sun Ru was also a bit hesitant. Zhang Qi was half lying on the sofa, looking like he was dying. Zhao Shui, it's all like this. Let's make it clear. Who exactly is that brother-in-law of mine? You invite him to sit at home. If uncle and aunt are satisfied with him, I'll just quit. There's no need to hide it. Zhao Shui held her head, crying and laughing. You're crazy, aren't you? Calling all the uncles and aunts? They are your parents and my parents. I'm 90% sure that Lanlan is indeed your real daughter. Stop pretending. I knew from having your fat ass stamped that you had someone on the outside. There's no need for this. Really, I don't care anymore. Zhao Shui said. If you don't believe me, tomorrow I will personally help you guys do a paternity test. And the results of this paternity test, it's definitely fake. Instead of responding, Zhang Qi reached out and pulled his hand from the corner of the sofa. A green hat pulled out and he pulled it over his head, blocking the rays of the light with the brim. Thinking about it, he pulled out a bit more and another hat was pulled out and stacked right on top of his head. Zhao Shui raised her eyebrows. Don't you just have one hat? How come there's an extra one? Zhang Qi said. Buy one, get one free. I was going to wear them in rotation, but now I'm wearing the two together. It's much warmer. Nuts. I've told you. I've never betrayed you. I've been working all day and I'm tired, you know? Why are you being a demon? Zhang Qi looked at Zhao Dehuai and then at Sun Ru. Look at the bitchy daughter you raised. The paternity test is in front of her face, and she still won't admit to cheating on her own. You. The two of them glared at Zhang Qi angrily. Zhao Dehuai hesitated. In a certain probabilistic sense, the appraisal results are sometimes indeed false, and Xiao Shui doesn't necessarily cheat on her husband. Zhao Shui firmly said. It's not necessarily. It's definitely not cheating. What do I have to say for you to believe it? Afterwards, he couldn't help but frown at Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi, this can't be something you did on purpose, right? You deliberately induced Yan Yan to get a paternity test so that you could gain benefits from me? Zhao Dehuai froze. He frowned in thought. Sun Ru looked deeply at Zhao Shui and didn't notice any abnormality from her expression. Unable to help but look at Zhang Qi questioningly. Indeed, you, boy, are capable of such a thing? Zhao Dehuai also said angrily. Tell me honestly, did you arrange this? Well, no more talking? You've acquiesced, haven't you, little brute? In order to covet my Zhao family's fortune, you actually did even this kind of thing. Lan Lan cares about you so much. Have you thought about how this matter will hurt him? Zhang Qi sneered. If I were that capable, I would have gotten rid of this bitch a long time ago. Fine, whatever you guys say. After all, you're all family and wear the same pants. I'm an underdog. Feel free to bully you all. How dare you talk tough? Holding the wheel. Zhao Dehuai glanced around and quickly saw the crutch leaning against the wall. He slid over holding the wheelchair, picked up the crutches and rushed towards Zhang Qi. Raising his walking stick, he knocked at Zhang Qi. I'll beat you to death. You white-eyed wolf. If it weren't for my daughter protecting you, do you think you'd still be qualified to live here? Asshole. Dad. Stop. Zhao Shui reached out and grabbed his crutch. She gave Zhang Qi a deep look. I don't care what purpose you have. Just stop. I just want to have a happy home. I don't want you to go farther and farther down this road. I'm tired. That's all for today. She wiggled her dainty ass and went back to her room. Without a word, Zhang Qi stood up and walked towards the room as well. Sun Ru said, what are you doing? I'll find your daughter and go to bed. Wait. Zhao Dehuai controlled the wheelchair and quickly stopped in front of Zhang Qi. It's still early. You've done my treatment for the day. Zhang Qi glanced at him and suddenly raised his foot and kicked Zhao Dehuai's wheelchair. I'll heal my ass. I won't even look at you more than once when you're dead. Get me killed if you can. Zhao Dehuai let out a scream as his wheelchair was kicked to the ground by Zhang Qi. Poof! An airbag popped out of the wheelchair, bobbing Zhao Dui's crumpled head. Zhang Qi gave him a surprised look and said, a wheelchair can even be fitted with an airbag. Fear of death guy. Shaking his head, he turned around and went into Zhao Shui's room. Zhao Shui had changed into a set of pajamas and was about to take a shower. Seeing Zhang Qi walk in, she revealed a flirtatious expression. Can't wait for this. Ready to hand in today's homework? Zhang Qi said. I'm here to ask you for money. Zhao Shui froze for a moment. A faint smile appeared on her face. Then she pulled out her cell phone. Not enough money to spend? How much do you need? I'll just give it to you. Zhang Qi said. $7.5 million. $7.5 million? So much? Zhao Shui felt that her ears had misheard. She repeated. How much? Redeeming my two daughters today cost a total of $10 million. Lan Lan is not my own, so this $5 million shouldn't come out of my pocket. As for Yan Yan's $5 million, the two of us will split it evenly, $2.5 million each. So, out of $10 million, I only have to pay $2.5 million. Will you be paying cash or transferring money? Zhao Shui said. Let me ask you, where did you get $10 million? Zhang Qi said. I have my own way. Now please pay your share. Zhao Shui hadn't understood where Zhang Qi had gotten the $10 million until now. She realized that Zhang Qi was a bit out of self-control. A deep frown for a moment. Lan Lan is your daughter. We're family. There's no need to make such a clear distinction. So you don't want to give it? Okay, you can consider it as what I owe you. But I can't give it to you for a while. Or else what if you have the money and leave us three mothers behind and go far away? I'll pay you back later. Zhang Qi clenched his fists in incomparable anger. Pay me back later? Do you have any fucking idea how I got this $10 million? Zhao Shui asked. How did it come about? Zhang Qi's eyes were red as he stretched out his hand to Zhao Shui. Bitch, it's not even if you have a wild seed with someone else behind my back. You still want me to pay for your wild seed? You have to give me the money today, Zhao Shui said irritably. Enough, don't agitate me with these nonsensical things. Having said that, Lan Lan is your daughter. She loves you so much, and you love her so much. Even if you divorce me, you have to take her with you. Doesn't that show the relationship between the two of you? Why are you so agitated? It's because Ran Ran is my favorite person. And it's because Ran Ran cares about me. That's why I'm so excited. Zhang Qi's tone became bitter. Even if the wild seed you give birth to is Yen Yen, even if you let your parents teach Lan Lan to be like Yen Yen, I will feel better in my heart. You know, I can get along with you bunch of brutes in a calm manner precisely because I have a precious daughter who loves me. My daughter is everything to me. And with my daughter, I can be okay with anything. But why did you have to take her away from me? Why do you tease me like that? Why? Zhao Shui was also a bit fired up. Lan Lan and Yen Yen are always your daughters and can only be your daughters. If you keep saying that, don't blame me for being rude to you. How are you going to be rude to me? Kill me? Or break my legs like your father did and confine me to a wheelchair from now on? With red eyes, Zhang Qi bullied his way to Zhao Shui. He was raging. If you're going to be rude to me, then you'd better be rude to me right now. Zhao Shui strained her neck. Or what? Or I'm going to be rude to you. Zhang Qi suddenly pinched Zhao Shui's neck with a hand and gradually exerted force. Zhao Shui panicked. She almost forgot that Zhang Qi had just slightly tricked Feng Long, the only strong and sturdy man in the family, into supporting him. Now their family, to Zhang Qi, could be considered a group of old and weak women and children. She panicked a bit, but still forced herself to calm down. Zhang Qi, calm down. You have to believe that I love you. I have never hurt you. Think about it, with your status and position, being so disrespectful to me, I have 100 ways to make you pay, but I didn't do it. Doesn't that tell you anything? You're only 40 years old, and there's a long life ahead of you. What will it cost you if you kowtow to me like that? You give me a little time and I'll give you a result you'll be happy with. Hearing the last sentence, Zhang Qi's hand loosened some of its strength. An outcome I'm happy with? Is it a divorce from me? Or what? Whether it's divorcing you, or whatever, I've got you covered. What if I'm not satisfied? Both are pillows. You think you have nothing, and I am the rising period. Full of hope. We husband and wife in the same boat. I naturally afraid of you to break the boat, so I said to pack your satisfaction. Naturally will pack your satisfaction. Zhang Qi smiled to himself. 40 years old. I have nothing. You are full of hope. Ha! With that, he turned and walked out. With his hands behind his back, he left the living room and exited at the front door, walking aimlessly out the door. When they went out, Sun Ru and Zhao Dehuai stood guard outside the door. Sun Ru was still holding Zhao Dui's walking stick in her hand. Zhang Qi left before the two of them entered the house. Yuki, you didn't even have to be afraid of that guy just now. The two of us were just crouching outside the door, and at the first sign of trouble, we'd rush in and give him a head start. Sun Ru hated it. This guy is getting out of line. He actually kicked the airbag out of your dad's wheelchair. If he dares to kick your father today, he will dare to kick me tomorrow. And the day after that he will dare to kick you. And the day after that he will dare to fight with us. This son must not be kept. Enough, Zhao Shui coldly said. Zhang Qi is my husband. He's been blinded and it's normal for him to react this way when he learns that Lan Lan isn't his daughter. Who hasn't had a breakdown? Can't you guys, as my parents, understand him? Zhao Dehuai said. Zhao Shui, tell us honestly, is Lan Lan Zhang Qi's daughter or not? Like I said, I'm at least 90% sure that Lan Lan is Zhang Qi's daughter. Sun Ru blurted out. What about the other 10%? That's not a small probability, is it? What does that mean? You guys don't think that I'm having an affair with another man, do you? There's no such thing. And the other 10% probability would have to be that I carried the wrong baby in the hospital. Sun Ru hurriedly shook her head. Impossible. When Lan Lan was born, we lived in a VIP luxury single room. From birth to delivery, to vaccination and birth certificate, the child did not leave my eyes for a moment. It is impossible to hold the wrong one. Never mind. I'll take the time to get them reappraised. I doubt anyone is behind this. Sun Ru stared earnestly into Zhao Shui's eyes. She wanted to see if Zhao Shui was lying. Zhao Shui, as usual, had a serious look on her face. Instead, it was Zhao Dehuai who was sober on earth. He wrinkled his nose deeply. To Zhao Shui, she said if she had a deep meaning, Zhao Shui. In fact, the root of the problem right now is not whether Lan Lan and Zhang Qi are biological or not. Don't you think that his current attitude has gone too far? Zhao Shui didn't say anything, waiting for Zhao Dehuai's following. Zhao Dehuai said deeply, he has lost his reverence for our family, and even any elders in our Zhao family, and he doesn't even put you in his eyes. Do you think, you too, there is still a need to continue? Upon hearing this, Zhao Shui couldn't help but look helpless. Yes, I was never expecting that he would be able to put together $10 million to redeem his two daughters, and I had wanted to make use of this matter to make him sober up a bit. Then, Zhao Shui told the reason why her two daughters were tied up. I was trying to make him dependent on me, to make him realize that without me he would not be able to move an inch. But the $10 million seems to have inflated him even more. Something has to be done to frustrate him, Zhao Dehui said. If you really want him to stay by your side forever and be unable to act as a demon, then you have to strike the tongue and hit the 7 inches. It's better for me to help you. Zhao Shui raised her eyebrows. Oh, Dad, you have an idea? She warned. But don't do what you did last time with the intention of breaking Zhang Qi's legs and making him push a wheelchair around the house just like you. I don't want the crippled Zhang Qi. I want the whole him. Don't worry. I'm already making arrangements. Let's see if you're a treasure. Sun Ru pushed Zhao Dehui away, and they couldn't help but frown at Zhao Shui's room. Without even realizing it, Zhao Shui had grown to this point. They sensed Zhao Shui's urbanity. Zhang Qi walked about 2 miles or so and found a 24-hour convenience store, bought 2 packs of cigarettes, another bottle of wine and a couple bags of peanuts and chili peppers. Fired up, I went into the nearby Black River 10,000 acres park and found a pavilion to sit down and smoke and drink. A few tears dripped and then collected. This is what he flowed for Zhou Lang. The night grew deeper and deeper, and not far away a tent was lit up, the light reflecting the posture of a cart. Zhang Qi unconsciously lay down on the stool and fell asleep. Brother-in-law, what are you doing here? Early in the morning, Zhao Ying's beautiful head appeared above Zhang Qi's forehead. She was bending over to survey Zhang Qi, the neckline of her chest hanging deep. Zhang Qi glanced at it and sat up. Zhao Ying said, "My sister was worried about you staying out at night and asked me to come find you." Oops, how can you sleep in a place like this? Zhang Qi's expression was the same as usual. Zhao Ying, did your sister ask you to come find me yesterday? Why did you come at dawn? Do you know how hard it was for me to sleep this night? Zhao Yingdao smiled awkwardly. You really have no place to go. Just go to the medical center. Do not have to be such a lowly self. She obviously knew about Zhou Lang as well. I didn't cheapen myself. I enjoyed a night of great theater last night. And what if I sleep in the medical center again and your father, a brute, makes another dirty trick on me and closes my medical center? Even so. Actually, you should have invited me to sleep at your place. Zhao Ying's complexion tightened and she said awkwardly, it's not appropriate to be alone. Your sister is so shameless. Can't you learn from him? That won't do. I can't learn to be bad. Do you have a place to find fun? I'm a little mentally tight right now and I need to take it easy. Zhao Ying whitened Zhang Qi fiercely. If you want to take it easy, go find my sister. If I tell you this, my sister will break my legs. After she finished speaking, she looked at Zhang Qi with a furtive gaze. Brother-in-law, I don't think you're normal right now. How's that unusual? You're too bland to face me with such aplomb, knowing that your own little girl is not your own. Zhang Qi said, that's the good thing about adults. They're resistant to pressure and the pain is forgotten quickly. But you're going too fast. I'm going to start a new life. And starting today, I'm going to focus on getting ahead medically. And I think I'm going to be able to blog a little bit more. No more fighting my sister? No more. After all, arm in arm. Do you need help with your medical center? I can still come to you for fun like I used to. You buy a Chongsam and stand in front of my store. I want to get a whole specialty service to stimulate revenue. Zhang Qi did not lie to Zhao Ying. He really needed a new life to distract himself. So he decided to focus on running his own medical clinic to see if he could still make a name for himself in the field of Chinese medicine. But before that, he had a more important thing to do. People's Hospital. Zhang Qi found the intensive care ward area with a light heart. From a couple of lawyers who were looking for disabled patients to pull in business, they quickly inquired about Han Yilong's ward. When the lawyer heard Zhang Qi inquiring about Han Yilong, he couldn't help but pat Zhang Qi's shoulder. Brother, don't bother. That patient wasn't in a car accident. There's no insurance. This kind of disability compensation isn't good to operate. You can't get money from the injured person. And people's families don't want compensation. Zhang Qi nodded and went inside. Push open the ward door. Han Yilong's head was wrapped tightly in gauze. And from a distance it looked like he was wearing a morning hat. He was squeezing his eyes shut. Unresponsive. At this time, Zhang Qi realized that there were a bunch of checklists placed at the bedside and couldn't help but sit on the edge of the bed and read them. I don't know how long it took, but Han Pingyi walked in. He froze when he saw Zhang Qi. It's you? Zhang Qi didn't turn around, holding a brain CT and brain X-ray in his hand to scrutinize it. Hearing Han Pingyi's words, he couldn't help but say, is my daughter so fierce? The skull is cracking slightly from all the knocks? Han Pingyi was puzzled as he pulled a stool and sat down, asking, Mr. Zhao sent you? Zhang Qi said, the injury is indeed very serious. According to my many years of theoretical experience, most likely to be lying in bed for the rest of his life. My $10 million. It's worth spending. A brilliant light flashed in Han Pingyi's eyes. He said in displeasure. I'm talking to you. Zhang Qi put down the checklist and took out his cigarette case and handed one to Han Pingyi. Han Pingyi said expressionlessly, don't smoke in front of my brother. It's not healthy. Let your brother endure. A look of displeasure flashed across Han Pingyi's face. Zhang Qi gazed at Han Pingyi and asked, did you send someone to kidnap my 2 daughters? What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. Lying, I can see that. Are you so hungover? Yes. When I learned to look and smell, I learned some micro-expression reading along the way. Upon hearing this, Han Pingyi gave Zhang Qi a mocking look. Then I wonder if you've deciphered whether or not your wife has cheated on you. I subjectively realized that she must have cheated on me, but I didn't decipher it from that aspect. Zhang Qi added, this is all a misunderstanding, and it's also your brother's bad luck that he touched my rebellious daughter who was in the rebellious stage. You said that my wife has slept with you. Why can't you let us off the hook? Don't talk nonsense about this matter. I will communicate with Mr. Han. If you don't have anything else, leave. Zhang Qi said, I came to find you because I want you to return that $10 million to me. In order to get that $10 million, I paid a big price. Your brother, I may have some certainty in waking him up, and if you return the $10 million to me, I can help aid in his healing. Han Pingyi's gaze flickered. In what capacity have you come to negotiate with me? Zhang Qi frowned. An ordinary person's identity. Upon hearing this, Han Pingyi gave Zhang Qi a playful glance. Ordinary people are nothing in front of me, even though I'm a pig farmer. A useless middle-aged man like you doesn't even have the qualifications to see me normally. So what are you pretending to be calm in front of me? Han Pingyi added disdainfully. Mr. Zhao often boasts in front of me about how good your Chinese medicine skills are. But in fact, in my opinion, shit is worse than that. Zhang Qi said. Quipped in bed? Han Pingyi looked straight at Zhang Qi. How dare you presume to use your medical skills to negotiate with me? Know that you're like a clown in front of me with this pussy? Zhang Qi said. So, you're not going to give me that money? Han Pingyi was full of disdain. Let me think about it. $10 million? For people like you, it's impossible to raise it by smashing pots and pans, but you've taken it out. You must have paid a price unimaginable to ordinary people, right? Trying to fill the hole? There's one thing I have to tell you. Mr. Zhao hopes to teach you a lesson through this. Unlike me, I want you dead. And then your daughter follow to her death. Sure enough, Zhao Shui joined forces with you, the adulterer, to tie up her own daughter. She's too cheap. Zhang Qi drifted off. He got the result that self wanted. Then he nodded. It's also my bad luck that I've stood in the way of such a daughter. This is indeed my responsibility. I recognize this heel. After saying that, Zhang Qi left without looking back. Han Pingyi added at the back. Don't take your insignificant medical skills to sell your reputation in front of me. Your set is a bit effective in front of the poor, but in front of people with money and power like me, it's only about the same as a jumping clown. Zhang Qi shook the silver needle in his hand, and a little bit of coldness flashed through, except that the tip of the needle seemed to see red. Tell me that when your stinking brother is rotting in bed. Zhang Qi took out his cell phone and started to contact his former old customers, asking if they had gotten any diseases recently and rushed over to cure them. I was initially scolded once for improperly summarizing words, but managed to get a few patient appointments. The medical center reopened. Zhang Qi's front foot just entered the medical center. A few people who claim to be leaders of the Health and Construction Commission came. The purpose of coming is very simple. Someone in the central hospital has reported that Zhang Qi is practicing medicine illegally. Practicing medicine with an infectious disease, a serious violation of the law, and his license to practice medicine has been officially revoked. Hearing this news, Zhang Qi, who was preparing to fight in the field of traditional Chinese medicine and make a big splash, froze on the spot. The leader of the Health and Construction Committee reminded Zhang Qi, Mr. Zhang, you can appeal against our punishment, but until then, don't open the doors of your medical center without a licensed doctor, or you will face a fine if you are reported again. Be well. Father-in-law Zhao Dehuai called. Zhang Qi woodenly received the ear. What is it? Zhao Dehuai's smug voice came out. Your license to practice medicine. I found someone to revoke it. And the person who reported you was your teaching mentor. Who run? Xiao Shui told me to do it. Frackers, ha? Zhang Qi listened but calmed down instead. He lit a cigarette nonchalantly and said, operate my credentials back to me and I can pretend this didn't happen. Oh, you see what a loser like you can say to me? You're threatening me? Zhang Qi said, there are two things I care about most in my life. A daughter and a medical career. Your family took these two from me. That's the same as taking everything from me, don't you know? It is precisely because I know that I have to beat the snake. Shit. Then do you know that when a man loses everything, It's the moment of total insanity? On the opposite side, Zhao Dehuai's calm voice resounded. Useless thing. Any words uttered seem weak. Alright, come back. From today onwards, you go home to be a full-time cook. I reluctantly accept you as a ruined son-in-law. Your whole life is considered a waste. Cure me of my illness. Maybe I can even funnel some more benefits to you. After saying that, Zhao Dehuai hung up the phone with a smug smile. He did get a little hyper, and as long as he didn't let go, the connections over there wouldn't give Zhang Qi a chance to reissue his credentials. Zhang Qi was caught in the middle of his thoughts. It seemed to have thought of something, and his expression was actually vaguely excited. It's important to find the right goal in one's life. The previous self was aiming to divorce Zhao Shui, but that was wrong. In the past, he didn't know any better, and when he was bullied, he was so out of touch that he only wanted a divorce. But now it's different. He has a bigger claim. Zhang Qi thought in his heart. He wanted revenge. He wanted to make Zhao Shui's family pay the price. Since we can't coexist peacefully, let's lift the table. Lift it off then. Zhang Qi feels that the first step to take the brunt of the self-medicine license to get back. This is, after all, the important skills of his life. How to hide the sword in the peak. But after thinking about it, it didn't seem like a good idea. As for the matter of Zhao Shui's unity with someone, he still had a bit of an opinion. There it is. Zhang Qi hesitated and picked up his own cell phone and dialed Zhao Yan's number. Zhou Yan, come over to my place. I'll treat you to a meal. After Zhang Qi left from the People's Hospital, Han Pingyi thought back to Zhang Qi's last words and the silver needle in Zhang Qi's hand. He subconsciously frowned and stared tightly at the direction Zhang Qi had left. Suspiciously, he turned his head to look at Han Yilong, who was lying on the bed. Instantly, a scene of Han Yilong's eyelids shaking was reflected in his eyes. Han Yilong was ecstatic and immediately called for a doctor. Doctors in white coats rushed in with medical flashlights. Without saying a word, he bent down to check Han Yilong's body. The middle-aged doctor asked with a stoic face. Sure you saw the patient blink? Han Pingyi said. Sure, I didn't blink, but only for a moment. The middle-aged doctor lifted Han Yilong's eyelids to take a look and asked again. Was the patient stimulated by anything before this? Han Pingyi saw that the middle-aged doctor didn't have a good expression on his face. He hesitated. Is smoking considered exciting? Not much of a problem. Anything else? I've been chatting with people here for a while and talking. The middle-aged doctor stood up as he said with some regret. I'll need to do another detailed screening on my end. But you need to be prepared. Han Pingyi cackled. What preparation? The patient now has two distinctive features of a vegetative state. Point 1, in an awakened state. Point 2, no consciousness. But before that can happen, a diagnosis needs to be issued to finalize the characterization. What? Han Pingyi's face became much more grave. He came to the doctor's side and carefully stared at Han Yilong's body. Doctor, this situation, is it normal? It's not unusual, and in my estimation, it won't be finalized until tomorrow. But the patient seems to be waking up early. Han Pingyi thought of Zhang Qi's silver needle. The color of the god could not help but chill. Is it possible that this is man-made? It's unlikely. Don't think too much about it. It's not like there aren't cases of this kind of thing. Han Pingyi didn't believe me and ordered. I suspect my brother has been tampered with. Show me the surveillance in the hospital room. Just tune it from an hour ago to now. The middle-aged doctor glanced at Han Pingyi and subconsciously wanted to refuse. But quickly thinking of Han Pingyi's extraordinary status, he nodded. Okay, I'll say hello to the engine room. Not long after, Han Pingyi entered the monitoring machine room. The technician pulled up the monitoring. Han Pingyi carefully stared at the screen. It wasn't until Zhang Qi came in that he began to concentrate. The middle-aged doctor, just watching, inquired. Your candidate for suspicion, is he? Han Pingyi didn't say anything. The middle-aged doctor reminded. I think you mentioned this Dr. Zhang to me, and you said he was a quack. If just the right amount of time is taken to wake up someone who is in a coma, so that he or she happens to be a vegetable, it's unlikely, much less a quack. Han Pingyi found the words a bit harsh. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes flashed and he pointed at the screen. Look, he's made a move. The middle-aged doctor looked intently toward the screen. On the screen, Zhang Qi dug out of his pocket and seemed to have pulled out something, but due to the papers in his hand being in the way, it wasn't possible to see what he had pulled out. Zhang Qi's body was close to Han Yilong's, and his hands were also approaching Han Yilong's body. The middle-aged doctor blinked. It just happened to be blocked by the surveillance. But with all due respect, that doesn't mean anything. Han Pingyi took a deep breath as a hint of anger surfaced in his eyes. He stood up and said, I need to make a copy of this footage. Then he added, I want to examine my brother's body in detail. The middle-aged doctor sniffed and immediately said, let me arrange for a detailed physical examination of the patient. It wasn't long before the two were back in the ward. At the doctor's arrangement, A few more young nurses of the Earth were present in the ward. The young nurse Earth removed Han Ilong's hospital gown and carefully examined his body to rule out any unusual pinholes. A quick check didn't reveal much. The middle-aged doctor said, Mr. Han, you might be overthinking it. This might just be a coincidence. Coincidence? Never mind. You all get out. Han Pingyi's face was expressionless as he pulled out his cell phone and called Zhao Shui, asking her to come over after explaining the situation to her. Zhao Shui wasn't too busy at this time, and she didn't push back when she heard this, and quickly arrived. Han Pingyi opened the surveillance video he received from the doctor on his phone and handed it to Zhao Shui. Mr. Zhao, I think you need to take a look at this video. Zhao Shui took it into her hands and looked at it for a moment. A moment of consternation. After a long time, Zhao Shui said, You suspect that your brother's characterization as a vegetable was the work of my husband? Mr. Zhao, there's no such thing as coincidence. Your husband, isn't that a bit much? Zhao Shui frowned, echoing the middle-aged doctor's words. This video alone doesn't mean anything. Do you and I need evidence for what we do? Zhao Shui said, You don't believe that my husband is really capable of that, do you? I didn't believe it earlier either, but I'm kind of skeptical now. Was there a body check? Are there any needle holes left in your brother? No, but the silver needle is so fine that even if you stab it, it doesn't seem to leave any marks. Han Pingyi said, Mr. Zhao, we have a cooperation. What my brother holds is very important. The company side still needs him to preside over the big picture. This kind of behavior of your husband can affect not only me, but also you. Zhao Shui thought for a moment and said, Tell you what, I'll go back tonight and communicate with my husband. If he's really capable of that, then he'll be able to reawaken your brother. And that's not a bad thing. Han Pingyi nodded. It better be. Zhao Shui added. In addition, I've contacted experts in the field of neurology and treatment of vegetative people from out of town. They'll be coming over tonight. If there's a possibility of a cure, let the hospital ask the Flying Dagger to do the surgery. You don't have to be too pessimistic. Zheng Qi and Jia Yan arranged to meet at a cafe near the medical center. Zhou Yun, as a young girl, naturally had more energy than Zheng Qi, and she looked energized. Zheng Qi didn't look abnormal with others, but sitting across from Zhao Yan, he looked a bit Twilight. Zhao Yan glanced at Zheng Qi and gave a frightened cry. Surname Zhang, how did you become like this? Those who don't know would think you just crawled out of the coffin. You are at least an authentic old Chinese medicine practitioner, but you've gotten yourself into this state? Zheng Qi's cheeks were much slimmer than before, and he also had a lot of wrinkles crawling on his face from staying up all night. There was still blood in the corners of his eyes when he blinked. The whole thing looked as frosty as an eggplant. He spoke in a thick, smoky voice, having gotten into the hands of you brutes surnamed Zhao. It's good that I didn't descend to heaven in place. You, Zhou Yun said angrily, saying it like how noble you are. Zhang Qi said, How are you and your mom doing? Zhao Yan sniffed, subconsciously hated. I ignored her. She ignored me. My mom she. Halfway through her sentence, she reacted and glared at Zhang Qi. Don't try to lecture me. Let me tell you, I'm already an adult. I don't necessarily know less than you. I know. You're an adult with your own independent personality and it's about time you experience the beatings of society. Society's poisonous beatings are exclusive to the poor. I only have poisonous beatings for others. Zhang Qi nodded. I feel deeply. You are indeed a bit violent. And I don't know whose genes you inherited. Zhao Yan picked up the coffee that Zhang Qi had poured and brought it to her mouth, pursed it with her red lips, and then gulped it down. What the hell did you call me here for? Zhang Qi looked at Zhao Yan and said, I want to cooperate with you for a while. Collaborate on what? Zhang Qi said, Do you know the identity of the person who kidnapped you and your sister? Mentioning this, Zhao Yan cursed. Damn it, that group of people actually dared to call out my face. Don't let me know who they are, or I won't be able to spare them. If my mom doesn't help me take revenge, I will never forgive her in my life. It was Han Pingyi who did it. What did you say? Zhang Qi said, I just came back from the People's Hospital side. I went to the People's Hospital to meet Han Pingyi's younger brother, Han Ilong, and by the way, I chatted with Han Pingyi for a while, and I got the word out of him that the person who abducted you was the person who arranged it. Ah, didn't I just almost knock his brother to death? Why is he like this? The big deal is to pay him back. Damn it. Zhou Yun's anger value was pulled full at once. She stood up with an exclaim. Humph, it's not even if you tie me up. You actually let someone holler at my face. I'll let my mom go clean him up. Wait. Zhang Qi called out to Zhao Yan and said bluntly, but I also got another piece of news. In fact, Han Pingyi did this with your mother's authorization, which is also the reason why when I went to ask your mother for the money, your mother didn't care about you dead or alive. What? My mom has a part in this? Zhou Yun had a devastated look on her face. That's right. Your mom thinks you and I are too ignorant and need to go through something to grow up. But I don't think I need to grow up anymore. And neither do you. You look treacherous, disrespectful, misbehaving, and a living animal. But you at least understand some sense. Your behavior is just getting the best of you. There's no excuse for it. People grow up crying for milk. It's instinctive. Zhou Yun frowned. Why do I feel like you're scolding me again? Zhang Qi said. If you go to your mom now, not only will your mom not help you out, but she'll give you 2 big bibs instead. That's what I want to work with you on. I want to take down Han Pingyi's company. Are you interested? What? You're going to screw Han Pingyi? I'm way too interested in that. Tell me how you're going to do it. Zhang Qi was waiting for Zhao Yan's words. Smiling, he didn't dilly-dally and directly said, last time you and I went to the second brother animal husbandry company, wasn't there a swine plague in there? I took some pictures, and they had the use of the banned drug clenbuterol, as well as lean meat extract. I want you to spread that information. You operate it, and I'll provide you with a monetary boost. Zhao Yan said. Surname Zhang. I didn't expect you to be quite sinister. The first time you sneak into someone else's company, you secretly take pictures. She seemed to have thought of something and could not help but scoff at Zhang Qi. Ha ha ha. You are also too much of a wimp. You can't do anything with my mom. So you want to take revenge on my mom's partner. Zhang Qi looked at Zhao Yan without saying anything. What's the point of you doing this? No, it doesn't affect your relationship with my mom at all. It's not like my mom is the owner of the company. Zhao Yan disdainfully said. Zhang Qi said. Your mom is in bed with Han Pingyi. I don't believe your mom simply went to the pigsty to date someone. What? You mean my mom had a hand in that pig raising company? You're dealing with Han Pingyi on the surface, but you're actually taking revenge on my mom? Wait, and the $10 million? Where did you get that? You don't want to make it up from that, do you? Zhang Qi gave Zhao Yan a deep look and said, you think you know the human heart just because you've been eating rice for a few years? Like me in the beginning, when I thought I held a cicada, I thought I had captured the whole summer. There are some things you don't need to think much about, and see, and do, and the results will naturally give you the answer. Zhao Yan gave Zhang Qi a somewhat bewildered look. She suddenly realized that self had a strange feeling about this old father. Zhou Yan was wary. What makes you think I can bring things to light and expand my influence? Why don't you do it yourself? Zhang Qi said. I suspect that self is being watched, and you are being treated as a successor by your mother, and have access to the core of power in your mother's company. So if you can't, you can ask your sister-in-law to sell her misery for help. While the impact is minor at this stage, I may need your help in the aftermath. Zhao Yan said. You've thought quite far ahead. He who does not plan the whole picture is not enough to plan a region. Originally I didn't want to help you, but my mom actually did this to me. I'm going to take it out on self this time. Just give me what you have. I have a way. Next, the father-daughter duo explored some more details. An hour later, the two parted ways. Zhang Qi wants to drive Zhou Yan, but Zhou Yan refuses. Zhang Qi's license to practice medicine was revoked, and he couldn't treat anyone, so he felt a little idle for a while. Just then a patient called. The person who contacted Zhang Qi was the middle-aged woman who was the last breast cancer patient. She arrived at the door of Zhang Qi's medical center and found it closed. Zhang Qi saw that this place was not far from the medical center, so he asked her to wait and quickly went over. This time she brought just one person with her, her oldest daughter. Zhang Qi opened the door and invited them into the medical center. Then he opened the door and said, I'm sorry, but I can't treat your illness anymore. The middle-aged woman's originally delighted eyes were suddenly gone. Her daughter said excitedly to Zhang Qi, Dr. Zhang, why did you say that? Is it because you think our consultation fee is too low? If you think it's too low, you can raise the price appropriately. We have no problem with that. Zhang Qi shook his head. It's not a matter of money. It's because my license to practice medicine has been revoked. And now that I'm helping you guys to heal, that's practicing medicine illegally. I'll be arrested. The middle-aged woman said excitedly. Why, Dr. Zhang, your medical skills are so good. Why would your license to practice medicine be revoked? You can't treat me. What about my illness? I was reported by the people in the Chinese hospital. Forget it. After all, I violated the rules. Your illness. Think of your own way. The daughter said. Dr. Zhang, why don't you continue to help my mom with the medicine? We won't report you. Zhang Qi laughed and said. You really know how to joke. This kind of disease even doctors with a license to practice medicine wouldn't dare to treat it indiscriminately, let alone an unlicensed doctor like me. I'll be honest. Until now your mom's condition is still bad. It's fine if I cure it, but in case something goes wrong, I'll go to jail. We're all adults, so let's not talk about this useless stuff. You guys go back. The daughter looked at Zhang Qi fiercely. Dr. Zhang, other doctors are at their wits' end with my mother's illness. We've transferred to quite a few hospitals before finding you. Are you going to see death and save her? Zhang Qi said. I'm more desperate than you guys when the guy I eat with is gone. You don't have to morally kidnap me. The daughter and the middle-aged woman looked at each other. The two were in deep despair and hopelessness. The middle-aged woman silently wiped up her tears. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? The daughter took the middle-aged woman with her. Zhang Qi sat on a chair and looked at the duo's distant backs for an hour. After returning to his senses, he left the medical center, got into his car and left. There's a bit of a buzz around the house today. When Zhang Qi came home, there was a group of doctors in white coats standing in the yard, as well as Chinese medicine practitioners carrying medicine boxes. Zhang Qi was about to go back to the house when he was stopped and told to get in line. Asked to know. Zhao Dehuai invited a number of doctors to come to him. Orthopedic doctor, neurologist, and anti-cancer experts. This time, Zhao Dehuai had put down his blood money, and whenever he came to his door to see him, he would get a considerable amount of consultation fee. He just wanted to show Zhang Qi that although he, Zhang Qi, was good at medicine, he had the ability to pay money. He didn't believe that so many doctors brainstorming couldn't do what Zhang Qi could do. He sat on the couch as a Chinese doctor tapped on his leg and shook his head helplessly after a moment. It means that there is nothing that can be done about it. Then Zhao Dehuai frowned and cursed a waste in his heart. On the surface, he politely said, no harm done. Sun Ru, settled the consultation fee. As the doctors came forward one by one, a disappointing result reached his ears. Zhao Dehuai's face became more and more ugly. Healing for a while, found Zhang Qi at the door smoking a cigarette and watching the fun. The heart cannot help but be furious. So let Sun Ru the remaining doctor's consultation fee all settled. Let everyone go. He didn't want to be treated as a joke by Zhang Qi. Stop. What are you laughing at? Zhao Dehuai immediately drank when he saw Zhang Qi going up the stairs with a smile on his face. Zhang Qi said, I have such a rich father-in-law. Shouldn't I be happy? Zhao Dehuai said quietly, if you're willing to treat me, I can likewise pay your consultation fee. Without thinking, Zhang Qi said, I'm not a doctor, so leave the money for those in need. Zhao Dehuai frowned. He continued, even if you are not a doctor, I will allow you to treat me. Zhang Qi shook his head and said, how can my humble skill be in your eyes? It is better to forget about it. With a thud, Zhao Dui slapped the armrests of his wheelchair. His forehead bulged with veins and he said, since you're not willing to heal me, then you can restore my leg to me. This was originally caused by you. I'm sorry, but now that I don't have a license to practice medicine and am indiscriminately treating people, what if I'm reported? Sun Ru glared angrily at Zhang Qi. He's your father-in-law. Do you still want him to be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life? My dad is still my dad, and he didn't choose to kick me in the ass when I was in distress. My daughter is still my daughter, and people still put me down for nothing. My wife is still my wife. Inviting a concubine for coffee in front of me? Sun Ru opened her mouth, not sure how to respond. After thinking about it, she questioned, hasn't your license to practice medicine been revoked? You have nothing to do outside. Why are you back so late? You don't do so many chores at home? Zhang Qi slapped his head. I almost forgot. I went to take the veterinarian qualification test today. Doesn't my dad want me to see patients? I'll be able to see it when my veterinary qualification certificate comes down. Zhao Dehuai said angrily, what does your veterinary license have to do with treating me? Is that a license to treat people? It's true that it's not for people, but you're not a person, so I don't see the problem. The two were both furious. Just then, Zhao Shui came back. Following him was Feng Long. Zhang Qi glanced at the duo, a flash of anger in his eyes, but then calm was restored. Zhao Shui sensed the lack of harmony in the atmosphere of the living room and couldn't help but say, what's wrong again? Yuki, look at this guy. Sun Ru stomped her foot and immediately complained to Zhao Shui. After hearing this, Zhao Shui subconsciously looked at Zhang Qi, and then she frowned deeply. She raised her hand and rubbed the bridge of her nose, then said to Zhang Qi, come out with me. I have something to tell you. Zhang Qi said, sorry, no time, I need to sleep. Zhao Shui said unhappily, I'm not discussing with you. I've been busy all day. My heart is tired, and so is my body. Can you stop being a demon with me? Just you tired yourself? I was bitten by mosquitoes all night last night. I'm actually tired too, but you're tired because you're having too much fun with other men, right? I see you still have some spring in your brow. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shui gave Zhang Qi a flirtatious glance. Look at you. You're in a hurry again. Is it in your eyes that whenever I am not in front of you, I am dashing around with other men? Let's go. I really have something important to talk to you about. Zhang Qi thought about it and took a step towards Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui nodded and got into her own car first. Zhang Qi followed, and Feng Long was about to follow in the car when Zhao Shui said, you don't have to go. Feng Long gave Zhang Qi a wary look. Mr. Zhao, I think I need to follow you. Don't worry, I'm sure Zhang Qi won't hurt me, just as I won't hurt him. Okay. Zhao Shui started the vehicle, and Zhang Qi sat in the co-pilot as a wave of tedium hit him. He felt thick with drowsiness when he drove during the day and stopped several times to squint and rest, but couldn't fall asleep. It's amazing how much I feel like falling asleep at this point. With Zhao Shui, he was habitually at ease, but he knew it was all an illusion. Zhao Shui drove while saying to Zhang Qi, "You go to the People's Hospital. Mr. Han told me about this." Zhang Qi yawned and said vaguely, "Well, I want to ask him for money." Zhao Shui reached down and rattled the windshield wipers, washing the dust from the windshield. "Since you left, Mr. Han's brother has woken up, and he's been characterized as a vegetable. The doctor's experience is that the patient woke up early, which is most likely the main factor that caused the patient to become a vegetable." Zhang Qi said, "Don't lie to me. I'm also a doctor. A vegetable is a vegetable. There's nothing necessarily related to waking up early. So, you are defending yourself? Han Yilong was indeed awakened by you?" "I didn't say that." Zhao Shui took a deep breath. She said deeply to Zhang Qi, "Hubby, if you have the ability to cure Han Yilong, I hope you can help me once. Han Yilong is very important. He can't just go to sleep. You think too highly of me. I don't have that kind of skill. You weren't like this before. You've always been confident in your own medical skills. And when you brought up healing people, you were more interested than anyone else." Zhang Qi said, "I haven't encountered such a tricky disease before. Those were just ordinary minor illnesses, and I was naturally interested when I was given the opportunity to show myself. Isn't that human nature? I know you're angry with me over the $10 million, but I'm really doing this family a favor by not giving you the money. You're resisting me from the inside now, so how can I rest assured that you'll grow wings? If you fly away, what will I do?" "So you authorized your father to revoke my license to practice medicine?" Zhao Shui was a bit helpless. She thought Zhang Qi was too meddlesome. Thinking of this, Zhao Shui stopped the car. She said, "I know you have a big preconceived notion about me and feel that I have betrayed you. You want to escape so badly right now, but I, Zhao Shui, feel that as long as one has the ability, there is nothing that one wants but cannot obtain. Honey, don't you think I'm cheating on you? Well, let me stand under that assumption and make a deal with you." At those words, Zhang Qi adjusted his sitting position and loosened the seatbelt on his body. He looked at Zhao Shui and asked, "What conditions?" Zhao Shui's eyes flicked to the side of the road. Zhang Qi turned his head following her gaze. He finds out that this place is the same nightlife club that he went to last time when he caught Zhao Shui in the act of adultery. "Don't you think I betrayed you? Then I'll give you a chance to betray me as well. You put on the mask and go in. And tonight, you play as you please. And if anything goes wrong, I'll cover for you." Zhang Qi frowned. "I don't quite understand what you mean." Zhao Shui said, "Isn't it obvious? What I mean is, you go in and have some fun. I won't care about you. And this time, you'll take it as my tacit approval. But you have to promise me that after this time, you won't be allowed to wonder if I'm cheating or run away from me again. At the same time, help me cure Han Yilong and stay home properly to bring up the child." Zhang Qi's face dawned on him. Zhao Shui closed her eyes and said, "Go ahead. There is only one chance. Don't wait for me to regret it. Watching my beloved man flirting with someone else. Just thinking about it makes me feel miserable. Get in there. I'll give you 3 hours." Zhang Qi was a bit incredulous. "You can actually do such a thing?" Zhao Shui said. "You suspect that I become someone's wildflower, so you can taste the wildflower as well. I just hope that you can love me like you used to, just like I love you enough to tolerate your betrayal." "Betrayal? Ha?" Zhang Qi laughed mockingly. "It's precisely because you don't treat me as a human being that you can do such a thing. It's not because you have someone on the outside and you're weak-minded. I didn't. I just want you to return to your prodigal son. I know that what you can't have is always stirring, and I'm going to let you have it once, so you won't be stirring anymore. Zhou Shadow told me that you wanted her to take you to have fun, and now, to fulfill you." When Zhao Shui saw that Zhang Qi didn't move, she couldn't help but frown. "Why don't you go now? What are you waiting for?" Zhang Qi shook his head. "No, 3 hours is too short." "Short? Don't you only have an hour? I mean, I want this every day. Where can I get enough in one day? Don't you know I'm a greedy man?" Zhao Shui broke down a bit. "What do you mean by that?" "I have a proposal. We've come this far. Why don't we just go our separate ways? You find your own. I'll find mine. No influence on each other. How about it?" Zhao Shui hurriedly shook her head. No, my man. I don't want to be stained by others, let alone every day. Otherwise I'll be very phased. And you know how diabolical it is to have someone around who's been slept with by someone else. You know I don't have what it takes to save lives, and yet you still make me do what I can't. You're sleeping with someone else and you still have to burk me every day. Do not do unto others what you have not done unto them. Do you understand? Zhao Shui said helplessly. Look at you. You're in a hurry again. I've said that I haven't been slept with by anyone else. Why don't you just believe me? You bitch. You've had a child with someone else and let me raise it for so many years. And you're telling me you haven't been slept with by anyone else? The destruction of the entire universe can't destroy your hard mouth. Zhang Qi, this is very important to me. How exactly are you going to cure Hanilong? Zhang Qi said. It's fine for me to make a move. You return that $10 million to me. What do you need $10 million for? Zhang Qi said angrily. That $10 million is mine. Han Pingyi has said that it was the two of you who ganged up to kidnap your own daughter. You took my money and won't give it to me? Zhao Shui said. But we're husband and wife. We don't share anything. Isn't what's yours mine? Grass. Zhang Qi was angry and laughed. Then why didn't you share a dime of your money with me? After being married for so many years, your value has increased by billions. And you took a broken Land Rover to send me away. As a result, you turned your head and hacked me for $10 million. Don't be a pussy. Speechless. Didn't I say so? I didn't ask for your money. I'm just keeping it for you for now. Otherwise, what if you take it and go far away? If I wanted to go far away, I would have left long ago. Why wait until now? That's different. In the past you still had attachments in this family. Now that you misunderstood me, and Yen Yen hates you, and you think Lan Lan isn't your own, you have no attachments. And it's just a bang to say you're leaving. What do you mean I thought? The paternity test was there. And you're saying I thought? Paternity tests can be faked. Wait till I get you a real one tomorrow. Zhang Qi coldly said. If other people are faking, can't you be faking? I must be more trustworthy than anyone else, because I'm your wife. The two had a fight that ended without a fight. On the way home, Zhang Qi fell asleep while sitting in the car. Zhao Shui woke up Zhang Qi, who entered Zhao Shui's room in a daze and fell asleep. There was no talk all night. The next day Zhang Qi woke up early and went to the veterinary vocational high school. He did not make any nonsense about the fact that his license to practice Chinese medicine had been revoked and he wanted to switch to a veterinary surgeon. With his years of medical experience, it wasn't difficult to take the veterinary exam. He took some money to the head of the vocational high school and was able to take the fast track to obtain his papers. Zhou, who was in a wheelchair at home, took several phone calls. Sun Ru served him on the side. After waiting to hang up, Zhao Dehuai let out a faint smile. Really going to take the veterinarian exam? Naive. How much money can you make by treating animals? If you ask me, it's better to go to work. Sun Ru stood aside and said, Lao Zhao, the main purpose now, or let that kid cure you, as long as your disease is cured. Even if he is given back his license to practice medicine, it doesn't matter. Zhao Dehuai sneered. Give him a license to practice medicine? What a thought. Look at how rampant he has become in our house. This kind of person shouldn't be given too much color, and it takes a lifetime of pressure to tame him. I'm not only going to make him treat me, but I'm going to make him beg to treat me. When he's cured, I'll report him and ban him from practicing medicine for life. I won't give him any bit of hope, and when he gets his veterinary license, I'll find a way to revoke his veterinary license as well. Let him never be able to do what he likes to do for the rest of his life. People's Hospital. Inside Han Yilong's hospital room, Zhao Shui frowned at Han Yilong on the bed. Han Pingyi stood right behind Zhao Shui. He asked, Mr. Zhao, how are your talks going? Zhao Shui shook her head. There's nothing I can do if he's not willing to make a move. Han Pingyi said with some resentment. A woman as capable as MS. Zhao, can't even tame the one at home? Zhao Shui sighed. After all, it's the people closest to me. I don't want to use that kind of means to achieve my goal, and I can't bear it. But what about my brother? If it's not possible, the person in charge of the company will be changed. Although the loss is great this time, it's not a bad thing to let my husband rest for a while. Han Pingyi glared at Zhao Shui's back. I'm talking about my brother. Oh, Zhao Shui reacted. I almost forgot. He's still your brother. The doctor of the relevant specialty. I've already invited over. I guess it's almost here. Not long after, a neurologist, led by Li Suling, came over. The neurologist, who had a sharp tongue and eyes, couldn't help but frown at Zhao Shui after giving Han Yilong some medical treatment. Mr. Zhao, are you sure that the patient was tampered with by Gao Ming's doctor? Zhao Shui nodded. I'm sure. The doctor sighed. Forgive my incompetence. I wasn't able to see what was wrong, and I couldn't bring the patient back to consciousness. Zhao Shui nodded. There's no harm in it. You can go now. Farewell. Han Pingyi was a bit anxious, and Zhao Shui signaled him to take it easy, because he's not the only one doctor coming today. The second, a doctor specializing in the field of vegetative man, came by plane from the central Beijing side. After a quick visit, the same results as the first doctor were obtained. The third man, likewise. It wasn't until the fourth doctor arrived that he had a different insight. The visitor was an older man of about 60. The older man was suited and booted, followed by a young female assistant. The female assistant was beautiful, with a front and back body like his granddaughter. Zhao Shui was much more polite when she saw him. She introduced to Han Pingyi. Mr. Han, this is my friend's introduction of the old Chinese doctor Sun Ning, capable of a lot. It is said that over in Zhongjing, many Chinese doctors in the circle respect him. Han Pingyi hurriedly took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed one out. Sun Ning took it and smoked it unabashedly. The female assistant beside him took a used water glass from a side table and brought it to him. Han Pingyi said offhandedly, "Oh, since Dr. Sun is respected in the industry, he must be very famous, right?" Sun Ning reached out and flicked the ash from the teacup in the hands of the female assistant, and said faintly, "I'm not famous. I'm just grateful for the lifting of some of the Jingyang." Zhao Shui said, "This Dr. Sun is very famous in the Beijing circle. He doesn't have his own clinic, and he doesn't have a rank, but many capable people over in the Beijing circle have some involvement with him. Mr. Zhao has his hand in the world, and he was able to hire even such a powerful doctor. Han Pingyi emotional intelligence is high. A sentence, patted two asses, realized a fish to eat." Sun Ning raised his hand and slapped the female assistant on her butt. "Cut the small talk. I have to hurry back after reading this. I bought an afternoon ticket." Han Pingyi raised his eyebrows and looked at the sexy female assistant. "This is older and without a home. You know." Han Pingyi cursed in his heart, "Fuck. A Chinese medicine dead old man. The day of the day then the self is still moist." Zhao Shui said, "Dr. Sun, then we won't waste your time. Let's begin." Sun Ning nodded, and after sitting down, he first picked up Han Elong's various treatment records. That's how he looked like a doctor for a few moments. When Han Pingyi saw this scene, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Zhao Shui asked, "Is there a problem? When your husband came here, he was also looking at my brother's medical records, and I noticed some similarities between the two. I thought the Chinese medicine practitioners were all about taking a look and knowing the condition." Sun Ning squinted at Han Pingyi. "If that's the case, then it means that Dr. Zhang is a professional. Chinese medicine is not as esoteric as outsiders say, nor is it as fraudulent as some prejudiced people see it. After so many years of development, Chinese medicine has long had a mature system, or else there wouldn't be so many Chinese medicine hospitals that have been rated as AAA hospitals. Chinese medicine, likewise, sometimes requires instrument-assisted treatment, and this is all backed by science." Han Pingyi said. "Then my brother's condition." Sun Ning narrowed his eyes. "I believe that a number of doctors have already looked at this before I came here, so I won't waste this time, but if it's true that this person's body has been tampered with, as you say, then that would mean that this person is claiming the title of Upper Earth. And how do you compare to that man's medical skills? If the patient is in this situation and it's caused by that Dr. Zhang, then I'm half a caddy with him." Han Pingyi was a bit surprised that the middle-aged man who was a loser in his own eyes was at such a high level. A look of admiration flashed through Sun Ning's eyes. "Actually, I'm going to be a little weaker than him because I'm older." He glanced at Zhao Shui. "The later generations are fearful." At this point, Zhao Shui was also a bit surprised. She didn't even know that Self's husband was actually so powerful. Even this great Chinese medicine practitioner in the capital circle praised it. Han Pingyi hurriedly said, "So, you have the ability to save my brother from waking up?" "No, I just have the ability to do the same thing that Dr. Chang did," Han Pingyi said indignantly. "Well, it's really Zhang Qi who's behind this." When he finished speaking, his face changed slightly. "Are you incapable of waking up my brother?" "I'm only half sure." Sun Ning said, "Dr. Zhang can wake a person up from a coma, and I can put the patient back into a coma. You guys can understand this as shutting the patient down and rebooting, bypassing that Dr. Zhang's control. Of course, I'm not sure if the patient will wake up again and become a vegetable. It's up to the patient's luck." Zhao Shui hurriedly said. "Then, Mr. Sun, make your move." An hour later, Sunning finished his treatment. The two Zhao Shui sent him away. The two let out a long sigh of relief. Zhao Shui glanced at Han Pingyi. "You don't have to blame my husband for the trouble this time. Whether your brother can wake up or not depends on his luck. But all of this, after all, was caused by Zhang Qi. Aren't you ready to forget it? Don't forget, Zhang Qi is my husband, and what are you to me? I always have to favor the main house. Since Mr. Zhao is favoring Zhang Qi, what else can I say?" Zhao Shui faintly said, "Don't think that I'm not leveling the playing field. My husband has already paid the price he deserves, and he can't practice medicine in this lifetime. Even if his skills are superior, it's useless to him. Zhang Qi will be the medical center on the label of this store transfer, and leave their own cell phone number." During this time, he received a call from Qin Feiyu. Xin Yao had recovered well after Zhang Qi's treatment and was expected to be discharged from the hospital in a few more days. She wanted to meet with Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi, on the other hand, said he was a bit busy and would wait until he was discharged from the hospital. While organizing the shelves in the medical center, the middle-aged woman with breast cancer came back, bringing her 2 daughters, who begged Zhang Qi to continue her treatment. Because the middle-aged woman seemed to be suffering from a condition that seemed to have worsened because her mood had been affected, the whole person was much more depressed. Zhang Qi could wait, but they couldn't afford to wait any longer, especially when he saw that Zhang Qi was actually going to transfer the medical center. He was even more anxious. However, Zhang Qi still refused sternly, without any room for maneuver. He was well aware of the consequences of what Self had done. What Zhang Qi could not have imagined was that this family, in the afternoon, made an unexpected behavior. The family ran to the Chinese hospital and blocked the car in front of the hospital, and shouted, "Who is Director Hu? Which one of you has the surname Hu? We want to see Hu Ren." Several security guards, seeing that they were not patients of the Chinese medicine hospital, wanted to blow them away, but after learning that the middle-aged woman was seriously ill, they could only take mild measures. They don't trip over water when they're getting paid $3,000 or $5,000. A family of 4 soon alerted the hospital's senior leadership. As soon as Hu Ren appeared, they pointed at him and accused, "Why did you report Dr. Zhang for practicing medicine indiscriminately? Are you jealous of him because your medical skills are not good? Dr. Zhang is so powerful. What gives you the right to revoke Dr. Zhang's license to practice medicine? Who's going to save my mom's life when you guys revoke his license to practice medicine? Who's coming to the rescue?" As soon as Hu Ren heard this, his heart raged with anger, but he didn't snap. Instead he patiently said, "Calm down. You guys, Dr. Zhang's credentials were revoked because he did violate the law. Where did he break the rules? Did he violate your rules? We've all heard that you were his mentor, and seeing his extraordinary achievements, you became jealous and deliberately messed with him. Shameless old pussy den. Fucking animal. Do you know how many patients you're going to kill with this?" Hu Ren's face blackened at the scolding. On the side, Li Lianyong couldn't look away. He exclaimed, "Don't be irrational. You guys listen to me for a second. I am a member of the Youth Federation. I am a member of the Youth Federation in the medical sector. Our responsibility is to lead the youth to progress. I've heard something about this matter. Dr. Zhang was punished, that's because he was to blame. If he was wronged, I will naturally help him defend his legitimate rights and interests." The middle-aged woman's son pulled a tampon out of nowhere and smashed it in his face. The son scolded angrily, "Fuck you. You're the only one who's a member of the Youth League, aren't you? You think I'm not? I'm a member of the Youth League in the self-publishing sector. I may even be a member of the human generation in the next term. So why are you pretending to be your mother in front of me? Our duty is to help the youth, to be a good example, and to safeguard the legal rights and interests of the youth. But who is going to safeguard our own rights and interests? Dr. Zhang is so powerful and yet he's not a member. The gold content of your medical commissioner is evident." I didn't realize that the middle-aged woman's son had this social status. People from the hospital had called the police and were shocked to hear him in this capacity. It also felt too tricky when the police arrived. Although this title is not a supernumerary, but a gimmick, easy to cause heat poorly handled, it will expand the impact of their own. There was a standoff between several parties, and eventually the hospital offered a solution, which was to go to the office and talk first. Their hospital will be bringing in several specialists to evaluate the middle-aged woman's condition and see if they can give a proper treatment plan, and the cost of treatment for these will be given a certain reduction. The middle-aged woman's family was finally relieved, but surprisingly, some more people rushed out. They screamed, "The people at the Chinese hospital are a bunch of quacks. My child had a small fever, went in to arrange a hospital stay for a few days, spent thousands without recovery, went to Dr. Zhang's place to get some medicine, and the next day he was fine. Me too. I had old cold legs before. Often in the Chinese medicine hospital prescription does not see a good. After taking Dr. Zhang's medicine immediately get better. I was constipated. Dr. Zhang's medicine didn't even work. He just used his fingers to help me get back to normal." Quack, quack. The middle-aged woman's children reacted immediately upon hearing this. They have called out, "It's not like we haven't been seen by you earlier. And the program you gave was conservative treatment. So what's the point of having another expert evaluation now? We don't accept it." Inside the intensive care ward on the 6th floor, Qin Feiyu stared at the scene at the front door through the window. He turned his head to Qin Yao, who was sitting up and drinking water. "Miss, there is a certain amount of risk if we do this." Qin Yao smiled and said, "No harm done. For the person who saved my life, this is a risk I'm still willing to take." with his hands behind his back. Horan took advantage of the chaos and left. Li Liangyong grimaced and followed suit. The two of them, one after the other, entered Hu Ren's office. Li Liangyong directly took out his cell phone and called Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi was a bit surprised to receive a call from Li Liangyong. Li Liangyong laughed bitterly. Old classmate. You so engaged in can be our central hospital harmed. You say we are a handful of years old. How can we do such a shameless thing? Zhang Qi frowned inexplicably. Did you make a typo? Li Liangyong said. You can't cure people. Why are you burning the fire on our central hospital? You're like this. It's easy to offend people, you know? I don't quite understand what you mean. Don't pretend. What am I pretending? Zhang Qi was really unaware of this. An angry gaze flashed across Li Liangyong's eyes, but he patiently explained the situation to Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi was also speechless after hearing this. Instantly threw in. I didn't do anything. That's their own behavior. I can't be held responsible for that. Li Liangyong slightly revealed a tone of anger. Before you from our Chinese hospital, receiving those patients, we all see in the eyes. You do not talk about the rules, even if it is, but also to organize those patients who have been treated to make trouble? You do this, is not excessive? Zhang Qi explained. You've misunderstood. This really has nothing to do with me. You don't admit it? Nervous. Zhang Qi hung up the phone. Li Liangyong took the phone and subconsciously unlocked it, sliding his fingers around it. He said with a cold face, I didn't realize until now that Zhang Qi is actually such a shameless person. With this character, he deserves to have his license revoked. Hu Ren glanced at him and silently shook his head. I'll contact him. Not long after, Zhang Qi received another call from Hu Ren. Zhang Qi, you've gone too far. When Zhang Qi heard Hu Ren's voice, he couldn't help but sneer out. Isn't this my dog? You. Hu Ren's lower lip wrapped around his upper lip. The slack flesh of his face squeezed into two piles that hung on either side of his cheeks. He lightly droned. Do you know that you will have to pay the legal responsibility for doing this to yourself? The hospital has already called the police. If it's found out that someone is behind this, you'll not only face compensation, but you'll also go to jail. You rush to the scene immediately now and take these troublemakers away from me, or I can't protect you. Zhang Qi was still swiping his phone as he listened to Hu Ren. He'd already swiped some videos from some of the homoerotic self-publishing apps. These videos are disappearing fast. He had some idea of what the scene looked like in general. Winking as he swiped the video, he said, First, you scare me twice, and then in the name of doing me good, you tell me to tighten up. You're worthy of being my teacher, and you're still using the same thing you used to do to me. But you're my dog now, and you seem powerless in that statement. Shut up. Didn't you hear what the patient said? You're jealous that my medical skills are higher than yours, and that's exactly what's happening. You old man who sells his name and reputation as an honorary director of a big hospital, but his actual abilities are not even as good as my toes. After all these years, I'm afraid you can't even remember all the Souphead songs. Hu Ren slapped his hand on the table and droned. Zhang Qi, shut up. Zhang Qi said nonchalantly. You call me and don't let me talk. So you make a muscle bar? Do you have a weak heart? If you were as high as me and you cured those patients, would they go and make trouble? To put it bluntly, isn't it because you're just an old rice bucket? Calling you a teacher. Can't you recognize your own weight? It doesn't matter if you're incapable. You even reported me. This is your retribution. Hu Ren crumpled his face and said, You arranged all of this, didn't you? I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I know a sinister old dog like you must be recording. Unfortunately, this incident has nothing to do with me in the least. Hu Ren was silent for a moment. Silently, he raised his hand to remove his glasses and put them on his desk. Pursing his dry lips, he said, Zhang Qi, I don't care about this matter. Someone else will. As I said, this Chinese hospital is not a pool of clear water. I'm just a member of your father-in-law's faction, and what you're doing is damaging the interests of the Zhao family as well. Your father-in-law won't take kindly to that, and your wife, likewise. If you don't stop as soon as possible, what awaits you will be the wrath of the Zhao family. Zhang Qi was unimpressed. He leisurely crossed his legs and said indifferently, I really want to see what the power of the Zhao family's anger is. Then you wait. Zhang Qi half reclined on the chair and pondered for a moment, silently walking to the door of the medical center and removing the transfer label that was posted outside the door. Focusing on the news on my phone for a few more moments, I noticed that some of the news about the Chinese hospital were disappearing rapidly. Gone are also a number of accounts. Discovering this matter, Zhang Qi raised his hand and rubbed his head, covered in sorrow. The heart said it would be nice if these patients gave a little more, then could not help but guffaw. Secretly said, the world is nothing. Mediocre. Since the self would have lost all this, why should I put my hopes on such a small thing again? So he retagged the transfer. All day long, Zhang Qi sat idly in the medical center, sometimes lying on the hospital bed and swiping his cell phone, sometimes standing up to clean the medical center. The entire person kept flickering inside the medical center. It's a lot of work, but it always feels like something is missing. Finally, he flipped up the medical books on the shelves of the medical center and read them. The heart finally felt much more solid. Toward evening, Sunru's phone called. She said to Zhang Qi, Xiao Shui, her father isn't feeling too well today. Go pick up Yan Yan and Lan Lan. I'm not going. Brat, you don't care about your daughter? Sunru said angrily. Zhang Qi said indifferently, my daughter doesn't recognize me. And the one who recognizes me is not my daughter. Which one do you want me to pick up? Don't talk nonsense. Recognize them or not, they are your daughters. Get over there. All right. Zhang Qi considered it for a moment and stood up, hesitantly walking towards the door. Sighing, he thought to himself, Zhao Lan, how do you expect me to face you? About half an hour later, Zhang Qi's car stopped in front of the door of the first middle school. It was just in time for the end of the school day, and one by one, students with young faces came out of the school. Some people carry suitcases. Vehicles dropping off and picking up children were parked outside the school gates. Zhang Qi then remembered that tomorrow was a day off. Kids who live in school get to go home for 2 days. Looking at this vibrant scene, Zhang Qi looked stunned, then lit a cigarette and put his hand on the window. Bewildered gulp. Zhao Yan was the first to walk out of the school. She walked east and quickly sought out Zhang Qi's Land Rover. Unable to help himself, he walked to Zhang Qi's car door with an unpleasant face and pulled a face. Surname Zhang. What are you doing here? Isn't my grandmother picking me up? Zhang Qi threw the cigarette away and said indifferently, your grandfather died, and your grandmother was in a hurry to organize the funeral, so she couldn't care about you at this moment. What? Zhao Yan's face went white, and her entire body was thrown into a panic. Immediately, she collapsed her face and looked at Zhang Qi questioningly. Do you take me for a fool? My master is at home all day. Even if he is seriously ill, he won't die. You don't want to lie to me. Sooner or later, that would be you first. You're a good beast. Zhao Yan grunted. You're old, and you're only good at this kind of tongue twister. This is why I despise you. If you can change the stinking problem, maybe I'll give you a chance to be my father. Don't. I don't really want this opportunity. You might as well ask your mom to find you another dad. Zhang Qi asked. Is there any sign of that matter? I'll operate without school tomorrow. Wait for the show. Zhang Qi then nodded. As if remembering something, he asked. Where's your sister? Look. Zhou Yun pointed to the side of the road. Zhang Qi turned his head to look, only to see a slightly delicate figure in a school uniform sitting with her back to his car, covering her face and sobbing. Zhou Yun stabbed. Your daughter. No. My mom's daughter seems to have been mocked today. A stabbing pain ran through Zhang Qi's heart. The surface didn't move. You're a sister. You don't know how to comfort. Beast. After saying that, he walked over to Zhao Lan, lifted his pants, and squatted beside Zhao Lan. Zhang Qi opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but didn't know how. Oh, I'm so scared. My classmates are laughing at me for being a little wild child. Zhao Lan cried, red eyes. She looked up to face Zhang Qi. Can I keep calling you dad? Zhang Qi's heart trembled. Zhao Yan said on the side. He's not your father. Just call him uncle. At those words, Zhao Lan cried even harder. Zhang Qi glared fiercely at Zhao Yan, who glared back in the same demonstrative manner. With that, Zhang Qi reached out and gently wrapped his arm around Zhao Lan's shoulders. Softly, he said, unconsciously, you girls have grown so big and are so understanding. Zhao Lan turned around and flung herself into Zhang Qi's arms, and immediately afterward, her mouth said, Dad, Dad, I don't want to leave you. I don't want to lose you, so don't leave me either, okay? When Zhang Qi heard this, the corners of his eyes became slightly moist. In his heart, he thought, Joshua, you are really too ruthless. You stuck this knife in my heart. How can I possibly stop with you? Zhao Yan shouted. Don't cry. I told you not to call him dad. You don't even think about it. He's such a loser. How can he be worthy of being our father? A woman's man. Crying like this bear. How can she fight the world in the future? Don't be weak like this guy or I'll look down on you. Let go of him. Zhao Lan whimpered. I don't want to fight the world. I just want my dad. Zhao Yan hated the iron and said, You punk, what did I teach you? Zhang Qi frowned at Zhao Yan. He heard some unusual information. Zhao Yan said angrily, How could I have such a wimpy sister like you? Since it's not your dad, then you shouldn't give him a good face. You should team up with me and find your real dad. Wouldn't it be better to have a more awesome dad to love you then? Zhang Qi raised an eyebrow. You want to look for dad with her? Zhao Yan stretched her neck. That's right. I, Zhao Yan, aspire to change my father. I've figured out that since I have a medical father-daughter relationship with you, it doesn't really matter. Finding a powerful and rich stepfather is not impossible. When I find Zhao Lan's father, I can also get some light. Zhang Qi's face did not change as he nodded. Yes, the idea is very good. Where you need my help, you can say so. Zhao Yan's eyes lit up. You support me too? Zhang Qi nodded. Zhao Yan pushed Zhao Lan's waist. Did you hear that? Your uncle supports me too? Zhao Lan's body swayed a bit, almost losing her balance and falling to the ground. Zhang Qi hurriedly held her up. Zhao Lan looked at Zhang Qi helplessly. But what about you? Don't be afraid. I always am. Zhang Qi helped Zhao Lan dry her tears. Gazing at this lovely little face, he vaguely realized that Zhao Lan's appearance had already taken on the air of Zhao Shui. This reminded him Yihi that when he had gotten along with Zhao Shui more than 10 years ago, Zhao Shui seemed to be this weak and lovable as well. After gradually inheriting the Zhao Dehuai family business, she began to change. The youthful looks are no longer there, shedding into a mature and charming beauty with a deep temperament. That young and innocent Zhao Shui was no longer there, but there was a girl who was gradually passing on everything she had done. On the contrary, it was Zhao Yan, who had actually inherited some of the genes of the Zhang family, as Zhao Yan bore a slight resemblance to her younger sister, Zhang Shujia. More importantly, Zhao Yan is just as mean as Zhang Shujia, and just as willing to do whatever it takes to achieve her goals. They are both heartless. Zhang Qi said. In fact, I have been having an investigation into who Lan Lan's real father is, so let's make an alliance between the three of us, father and daughter, today, and find out who Zhao Lan's real father is. The three of us will be known as the father-daughter person's league combination. Zhao Yan clasped her hands on her chest and skimmed her mouth. Father and daughter's alliance. You're too good at giving yourself a long face. As far as you're concerned, I think it's only right to call it the Cuckolders Alliance. Come on, let's all pack it in and face reality. The piece of the past is gone, and the unknown future is what is desirable. That's the beauty of life. You never know what the next piece of chocolate will taste like. Zhao Yan said. Your words are more profound than the philosophy classes I've taken. But you're right. The unknown is what makes people want to explore. People who like peace and quiet are incompetent wimps. If you were half as considerate and gentle as your sister, I wouldn't call you an animal. I wish I could spray some disinfectant on your mouth. The father-daughter duo fought as they made their way to their home. Zhao Lan in the back row listened to the conversation between the two, and a heart-resting smile naturally appeared at the corner of her mouth. The CCHS thing is still going on. On the way, Zhou Yun swiped her phone for a while and saw the news. She said with some incredulity, Surname Zhang, your medical skills are so great that people have gone to the Chinese hospital to make a fuss over you? Why do I think this is fake? That's all I've got. It must be a fake. When Zhang Qi returned home, he directly dug into the study and picked up a medical book to read. Although Qin Yao's condition had gradually improved, he still needed to do some research. Over here, Zhao Dehuai sat on the sofa with a sad face. Sun Ru brought the prepared meals, one by one, to the table. Zhao Shui brought Feng Long and walked in from outside. In the past 2 days, when Zhao Shui went out, she would bring Feng Long with her. Zhao Shui looks a little tired. Seeing her, Sun Ru called out, Back, hurry up and eat. Little Feng also sit at the table and eat together. Zhao Shui said, Where's Zhang Qi? Call him here too. At the mention of Zhang Qi, Sun Ru's face pulled down. She said nonchalantly, He's eaten. No need to call. All right. Zhao Shui sat down, and Zhao Dehuai, who was in the wheelchair, drew a Kleenex and wiped his hands. Taking another look at Zhao Shui, he said in surprise, Zhao Shui, you look preoccupied. Have you encountered problems at work? Zhao Shui sniffed inside. I've invited quite a few experts today to treat Hanilong, the head of Second Brothers Company, and I don't know if Hanilong will wake up. Zhao Dehuai sniffed and his face pulled down. It's all because of this little brute. If he hadn't brought Yan Yan to get into trouble, there would be no need for you to be in such a difficult situation. Zhao Shui helplessly said, Don't blame Zhang Qi, it's also my fault. The poor arrangements caused some misunderstandings. Sun Ru indignantly said, You will protect him. Look at the trouble he has caused. Now that you've been running our Zhao family's industry, he's good. He's made such a big mess. For that matter, he almost made your father's back hurt for half a day today. Zhao Shui frowned as she looked at Zhao Dehuai. Dad, what did Zhang Qi do to you again today? He brought people to the Chinese hospital to cause trouble. Zhao Dehuai spent the day today, dealing with the Chinese hospital. He had invited the head of the PR department to dinner during the day. Didn't get home until after 4. Sun Ru waited for him to finish, but could not help but add, You see, this is like words. Your company is in transition, and Zhang Qi has caused you to stagnate all of a sudden. Your father's resources in the hospital side, because of a Zhang Qi, also made a bad influence. This matter, if it expands, the damage will still be to our Zhao family's interests. Zhao Shui was shocked when she heard it. She thought of Dr. Sun Ning's praise for Zhang Qi and couldn't help but mutter, Zhang Qi's medical skills, are they really that powerful? No matter how powerful he is, what's the point of not using him for me? I think this kid is just a rebel. His ability is useless except for funding the enemy. Zhao Shui frowned and said, Dad, I think this matter has quite a big impact. Why don't you find a way to restore Zhang Qi's license to practice medicine? Zhao Dehuai faintly said, no need. Just deal with it coldly and let time slowly fade away. He then turned his head to Sun Ru and said, go and call that little brute over. I'll ask him what he really wants. Sun Ru hummed and immediately walked towards the study on the second floor. She pushed open the door and Zhang Qi was looking intently at the medical book. Sun Ru coldly said, come down and eat. Zhang Qi looked up at her in surprise. Then he shook his head and said, no, I brought Yan Yan and the two of them to eat outside today. You think I'm calling you for dinner? We have something to ask you. There's something to ask me. So ask it here. I'm not the one asking. It's Yuki and her dad. Oh, then you tell them both to come up. Sun Ru tensed her face, becoming angrier and angrier inside. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Zhang Qi couldn't help but turn around and bend down to throw the shirt he had changed into Sun Ru's face. Reprimanded, if you have nothing else to do, help me rub my clothes. Being an elder, a little eyesight. My change of clothes are almost gone, didn't you realize? Sun Ru was furious and panted. You, by the way, later on you ask Feng Long to come up. I have a pair of underwear I want him to wash. Sun Ru's hands are shaking a little. She gave Zhang Qi a death glare. This kid. He pissed her off in a few words. Seeing that she was still not leaving, Zhang Qi once again frowned and reprimanded. What are you doing there? If you want to help me wash, it's fine for you to do it. Go out and close the door for me to take off. Snap. Sun Ru angrily slapped on the light switch. And after the room darkened, Sun Ru threw Zhang Qi's clothes on the floor again and closed the door to go downstairs. Seeing this, Zhao Dehuai asked her what was going on. With that, he also became furious and rolled up his sleeves to go upstairs to give Zhang Qi a lesson. But it was stopped by Zhao Shui. Dad, you're in a wheelchair, so don't be so impulsive. There's no elevator in the house and you can't get up there. It was I who was hasty. Zhao Dui turned back again. Sun Ru couldn't help but sigh. Alas, the family has really been in trouble lately. At that moment, Zhang Qi walked down from the stairs. Sun Ru was cold. I thought you weren't coming down, L. Zhang Qi ignored her and instead looked at Zhao Shui. I need to sleep now, so go inside and stay with me for a while. It's out of date. After Zhang Qi finished speaking, he added to Feng Long, a nanny is also eating at the table? Did you ask me? I lost a pair of pants in the den. Go wash them for me. I need to wear them in the morning. Feng Long tensed his face. Sun Ru drank. Enough, don't you have any hands of your own? You need someone else to wash your pants. What's wrong with you? Isn't that what hiring a nanny is for? If you don't want to do it, get out. Feng Long pulled a face and stood up, politely saying, Auntie, it's fine. This is originally my part. With that he headed upstairs, looking for Zhang Qi's pants. Zhang Qi glanced at Zhao Shui and walked towards the bedroom. Without a word, Zhao Shui stood up and headed for the bedroom. Zhao Dehuai said, don't pay attention to this beast. Let's eat my people. Zhao Shui laughed. No harm done. Zhang Qi wants me to accompany him, so I'll just fulfill him. In this family, emotional harmony is the most important thing. It just so happens that I need to talk to Zhang Qi again. Saying that, she also followed Zhang Qi into the house, leaving Mr. and Mrs. Zhao Dehuai to face a table of sumptuous dishes. Zhang Qi took off his clothes and lay on the bed in a big shape. Seeing Zhao Shui come in, Zhang Qi glanced at her and said, lying like a dead fish all day long. Today it's my turn to lie down for a while. You move yourself. Hurry up. I'm in a hurry to rest. Halo. Zhao Shui held her forehead and began to undress as well. Instead of rushing to do business, she asked, I heard that a few of your patients, together, came to the Chinese hospital to cause trouble? Zhang Qi said, there is such a thing. Zhao Shui looked at Zhang Qi and realized that he was indeed a bit tired. Raising his hand to help Zhang Qi massage his head, as he did so, he said, after my father passed the family business to me, he has been running the hospital side of the network and resources. And as you know, the Chinese hospital has his shares, and it is my father's interests you are harming by doing this. Stronger hands, haven't you eaten? Zhao Shui glared at Zhang Qi. Did he take himself as an emperor? Zhang Qi, stop. This kind of small matter can't move my dad. Don't make those unrealistic fantasies. You're fine. What are you doing to target my dad? Zhang Qi said, that wasn't my doing. It has nothing to do with me. Also, why don't you go ask why your father is trying to find a way to revoke my license to practice medicine? Zhao Shui forehead. It's not because you've recently upset him? If you make him happy, he might just reinstate your credentials. Actually, My dad did it. Just like me. Just to prove who's the king of size in the family. Zhang Qi laughed coldly. Every one of them wants to be the big and small king of the family. So I don't even count as a third party. Unfortunately, I'm not a fan of rubbing it in. I want to stand and fight my face off. Family? What face or no face? A man has to be generous. Don't be so calculating. We're doing this for your own good. Think about it. Get public opinion. Can you do it? This kind of thing tends to drag on for a while and then nothing happens. Making a big deal out of it won't change the outcome. Seriously. I don't want to see you go farther down the wrong path. Zhang Qi frowned and glanced at Zhao Shui. I told you. It's not my mess. People's mother's cancer. In my hands to cure her eyes. Your father. This beast. Suddenly revoked my license to practice medicine. You guys are not wanting them to die? People's lives are going to be lost. So it's reasonable to go and make a scene. Right? How come everyone thinks that I'm behind this? Do I have that ability? Zhao Shui stared at Zhang Qi's face carefully. Wanted to see if Zhang Qi was lying. But the two people have also spent more than 10 years together. And they can say anything in front of each other and act calm and collected. Zhao Shui was destined to be disappointed. And you say you can't cure cancer? Everyone else's cancer can be cured, but my dad's cancer can't be cured, can it? Your dad's cancer is bad to the bone. It's truly hopeless. And I'm telling you the truth. See? That's why my dad was so angry. Aren't you just arm twisting? I give people medical treatment. They give me consultation fees, send me banners, and thank me profusely. When I treated your father didn't know what was good for him and blamed me for cursing him out of his illness. And even revoked my license to practice medicine and flaunted it at me. Dogs don't even bring such unreasonableness. Zhao Shui had a headache. She felt that Zhang Qi was simply too unbelievable. She didn't want to argue with Zhang Qi either. Otherwise there's a good chance there'll be a fight. Zhang Qi asked, did you learn any new tricks outside today? Let me experience one as well. No new tricks. Same old three. An hour later, Zhao Shui went outside to eat again before going back to rest again. The next day Zhang Qi received a phone call saying that he was interested in Zhang Qi's medical center. So Zhang Qi and the other party made an appointment at 9 o'clock in the morning to visit the medical center for a field survey. When he went out, Feng Long, who was cleaning, said to Zhang Qi, Mr. Zhang, your pants are washed. Wear it now, times L. Zhang Qi gave him a look and said, I'm afraid you'll spray chili water in there, so I'll send you to wear it. With that he walked away. Zhao Dehuai took his cell phone and made various calls early in the morning. There are those on the side of the health commission, those on the side of the Chinese hospital, and some media companies. Those people from yesterday's medical scare had made quite an impact, and he needed to find a way to squash those effects. The director of the Chinese hospital was a middle-aged man in his 50s. He called all the hospital leaders into the conference room and held a meeting in response to yesterday's events. That incident yesterday had a big impact on our hospital and I don't want to see any more incidents like that. Master Hu Run, do you have anything to say? The dean's sharp gaze looked at Hu Run. Hu Run spoke with an expressionless face. Dean, this time, our hospital has suffered a completely unwarranted disaster. We didn't have any entanglements with those patients, but I'm sure the winds of this matter will soon be suppressed. Dean looked at Hu Run for a few moments. Nodded. Some patients go to our hospitals, spend their money and are not cured, but are cured on someone else's side. Most of you sitting here have a compilation, and a doctor who is a member of a scientific class is told to compare himself to a wild doctor. I'll say one thing. In fact, this is entirely our own fault. The iron still needs to be hard, and you should not think that this is someone's manipulation, and find out more from yourselves. Let this incident be a lesson to us, and I hope that doctors of all specialties will use it to whip themselves into progress. Dean's eyes glanced at Hu Run a few more times. Hu Run grimaced. Not a word. After the meeting broke up, Li Lianyong found him. Li Lianyong said worriedly, Director Hu, what should we do if those patients come to make trouble again? Did you come in the morning? No. Then there's no need to worry. Someone's already making a move, and this will soon be squashed. Suddenly, Li Lianyong took out his cell phone to take a look and exclaimed, Grass! Something bad is happening. Hu Ren's heart sank. Asked, what's going on? Li Lianyong handed his cell phone to Hu Ren and said, Look, those patients are medically disturbed, and it's on the headlines. Several platforms are forwarding this news. Hu Ren took it and looked at it. It's still true. Self-media accounts on major short-form video platforms are pushing out related videos. Among them were quite a few that scolded Hu Ren, and those contents were, well, intolerable. Hu Ren's eyes went black. He said angrily, didn't I say it was suppressed? How the fuck is this even more violent than yesterday? He immediately called Zhao Dehuai, Lao Zhao. You can put me in a bad situation. Just now the dean are giving me eyeballs. I just made a guarantee with him. You say you, how to do things. Zhao Dehuai's tone was a bit displeased. Pay attention to your tone of voice. I, Zhao Dehuai, do things, no need for you to evaluate. Immediately afterward, he frowned and said, what's going on? It's just a small matter. This wind is not right. Hanging up the phone, a few people looked closely at various news items and quickly found out what was going on. It turned out to be that the string of middle-aged women with breast cancer, the internet has provoked sympathy from cancer patients across the country, are in solidarity, and in turn caused the sympathy of ordinary netizens, a piece of the bandwagon. The more Hu Ren looked, the more alarmed he became. He held the frames of his glasses and sighed in his heart. Zhang Qi, Zhang Qi, this time you've really stirred up a big blunder. Just as he finished mentally sighing, the dean's assistant approached. He said to Hu Ren, Director Hu, the dean wants you to go to his office. Hu Ren said, oh, didn't you just finish the meeting? What did the dean call me over for at this time? The assistant said, there's a working group from the Ministry of Propaganda, and they seem to be asking about the medical malpractice. Hu Ren frowned. Medical malpractice belongs to our central court. What is the leader of the propaganda department doing here? The assistant gave Hu Ren a surprised look. Does Director Hu still not know? Those patients yesterday went over to the Wei Jin committee this morning to demand a statement, saying that they want to clear Dr. Zhang's name. Hu Ren's heart thumped and he slapped his head, screaming that it was bad. No wonder he didn't show up again today after last night. So he's gone to cause more trouble. The dean is in his office, explaining to the working group. Hu Ren arrived and followed the explanation. After all, this matter, their side of the doctor, mediocrity is mediocre a bit, but really the fault is not theirs. The people in the working group hope that Hu Ren, as a party, will come forward to explain this phenomenon and not to let this phenomenon get worse and worse. Hu Ren said to the leaders of the working group, with all due respect, this matter is entirely caused by Zhang Qi, the son-in-law of the Zhao family, and we're just suffering from an unwarranted disaster. At this time, you should be more likely to go and interview Zhang Qi, rather than coming to us. The head of the working group said, that's right, we'll meet the parties involved next, but we still need to coordinate with many parties to quell this matter. I hope that you, the central court, will also make a contribution. The head of the working group left and went straight to Zhang Qi's house. The dean slapped the table and complained, this Zhao Dehuai, what's going on? Didn't he say he could handle it? Can't even handle a son-in-law? Just then the assistant ran in again. He said to the dean, Dean, the Ministry of Culture is here. Grass. Again. There's no end to it. We're also victims in the center court. The Ministry of Culture and the Ministry of Propaganda are not bad at what they do. After seeing them off, the assistant arrived again. Dean, the supervisory committee is coming to see you to find out what's going on. Grass. Everything is like a chess game. Just after sending off the leaders, the winds on the internet change again. Netizens began to wonder how Hu Ren got this position. Does the dean have any style problems? This windfall put the duo of Hu Ren and Dean on pins and needles. After so many years as a senior, I naturally know that when things go wrong, there is always a backstabber. Thus, the dean patted Hu Ren's shoulder and said, Old Hua, as you can see, this matter has unexpected repercussions. If it continues like this, you and I will get into trouble. Hu Ren sat down in his chair and said with a sullen face, Dean, just say what you have to say. When you first entered the hospital as a director, there are some problems with the formalities. In these 2 days, go home and rest first. When the wind passes, I will arrange other positions for you. It's just right to take advantage of this opportunity. Your position can still be raised up again. But before that, you rest first. Okay. Zhao family. Zhao Dehuai sent away several waves of people and was also getting more and more alarmed. Sun Ru is a woman, and her courage is almost meaningless after all. She said to Zhao Dehuai, Old Zhao, why don't we just forget about it? It won't work if we keep going like this. This matter has alarmed the leaders and will have an impact on our family. Zhao Dehuai grimaced. He said, I was never expecting that kid to still have this ability. It's really a small knife pulling ass and opening eyes. The most important thing about this is still the impact on some of my industries. And now there are leaders who are starting to question my abilities. Sun Ru said, yes, in the final analysis, or our own family matters, those things, cannot be separated from the support of the big leaders. And now this kid corrupted our style. The impact is too great. Why don't you give Zhang Qi your credentials? Otherwise this can't be suppressed, and it might even burn down to Xiao Shui. Just then, Xiao Shui called, also inquiring about this. Xiao Shui said, Dad, if it's really not possible, forget it. You and I have to admit that my husband is still a bit strong, and I have the right vision. There's no need for this stalemate to continue. Otherwise not only will your industry suffer, mine will also be greatly affected. Zhao Dehuai said, don't worry, I'll take care of it. and Dad promises that it won't affect you. Hanging up the phone, Zhao Dehuai grimaced. Wanting me to bow down and soften to this little brute is impossible. Humph, do you really think I can't do anything about him? Zhao Dehuai said to Sun Ru again. Contact a few people for me and go talk to Zhang Qi. Sun Ru said. Who is it? Boss Su. This is my medical center. After so many years, this medical center of mine has accumulated some fame. Although the business is not very good, but there are regular patients. Zhang Qi took out his key and unlocked the roll-up door of the medical center, pulled a cigarette from his pocket and handed it over. The man surnamed Su waved his hand, indicating that Self did not smoke. He raised an eyebrow and said, the store is okay, the location is average, but not too bad. Zhang Qi laughed. You must have done some understanding before coming here, so I won't give you a detailed introduction. If you have any questions, you can ask directly. The man nodded. He did do some scouting. Having just received your license to practice medicine, acquiring a ready-made medical clinic to start your own business is the best option. After all, not everyone can be hired by a major hospital to give staffing. People like them have higher aspirations, and people with drive will not be willing to work for a hospital. What other herbs does the medical center have? Can the channel of purchase be provided to me? Zhang Qi nodded. Yes, the transfer fee, plus the cost of the equipment, and the cost of the medicinal herbs. Dr. Zhang, can you tell us the bottom line? Zhang Qi reached into his pocket and said, I've made a list of materials, so take a look and we'll talk. Zhang Qi was just about to pull it out. Just then, a man walked in from outside. Brother-in-law. Zhaoling walked in wearing a red dress and a beautiful figure. Zhang Qi was surprised to see her and said, Why are you here? With that, he pulled up 2 chairs and gestured for the two to sit down together. The man waved his hand and walked over to the shelves to visit, signaling Zhang Qi to settle his personal business first. Zhaoling glanced at the man and asked Zhang Qi, Brother-in-law, who is this? Zhang Qi said, This is Boss Su. Come to take a look at my medical center. If the negotiations are good, he will sign the transfer contract with me today. Zhao Ying's face changed. Brother-in-law, why did you sell the medical center? Have you lost your mind? Isn't this your life? Zhang Qi said despondently. What life or not? The license to practice medicine is going to be gone. What else can I do if I don't transfer? Idiot. You could have hired a resident physician. My interest is in giving medical care, not opening a business. Zhao Ying was in a hurry as she took Zhang Qi's hand and pulled her outside. A slippery touch came from his hand. When the two reached the door, Zhao Ying said sharply, Brother-in-law, don't sell. You're selling your own soul. If you really want to treat people, I have a way. Zhang Qi looked at Zhao Ying in surprise. You would be so kind? The last time Zhao Ying betrayed Self, it was still fresh in his mind. Zhao Ying said, I can pay for it and help you hire a healer. So if you hire a scrappy healer and then teach him to heal and save people in the name of a master, isn't that just as equivalent to you seeing a healer? It's not against the rules. You would be so kind? Zhao Ying nodded heavily. Who asked you to be my brother-in-law and my family? But I have one condition. Those medical patients, they ran to the health commission today to cause trouble. Go call them back. Brother-in-law, I'm afraid you don't know that this matter has become a big deal, and my father has been greatly affected. You have to remove the influence in a hurry. And this? Zhang Qi said suspiciously. Then he calmed down, and after a little thought, he looked at Zhao Ying and said, You came here for your father, right? Ha? Your father. That animal. I can't wait for him to be finished. I'm not going to do anything about it. Brother-in-law, it's not like that. If this matter goes any further, it will affect my sister's company and we'll all be affected? Zhang Qi's eyes lit up. There's such a good thing? Zhao Ying's expression stagnated. Zhang Qi's face was a bit excited, but he quickly collected himself. He waved his hand. All right, I know. Go away. Don't keep me from my business. Zhao Ying's heart sank slightly. Her eyes flickered, stared at the man in the room, said, Brother-in-law, I can't let you sell the medical center. If you do, it's equivalent to sitting on these rumors. No, aren't all these rumors true? What do you want? If you insist on selling the medical center, I definitely won't agree. So if you don't agree with me, I'll just stick around and not leave. Zhang Qi's expression sank. What's the use of you relying on me? Zhao Ying hemmed and hawed. I'll just tell people that you want to molest me, that you're tired of my sister, so you want to ride the donkey and target me. And when that happens, your reputation will be ruined along with it. Zhang Qi's face gradually turned cold, just like the last time in court, when you threw dirty water at me? Zhao Ying said somewhat sheepishly, I was doing that for your own good, and this time it's for your sake too, or else if you piss off my dad, he'll do something even crazier to you. And have you thought about what happens when all this dirty water of yours comes true? Zhao Ying hesitated. What do you mean? Literally, You say I hit on you. Aren't you afraid I'll actually hit on you? Have you ever heard the saying that a sister-in-law is half brother-in-law? Ah, you're not like that. And you wouldn't have done it, or the rumors would have come true. Zhang Qi laughed coldly. Ridiculous. When everyone is misunderstanding me, would I still care if the rumors will come true? Why don't I just make the mistake and enjoy it? Not to mention your body is so wonderful. You're crazy. Forget it. Whatever. I'll go first. Zhao Ying was glazed over by Zhang Qi's eyes. Heartily, he turned around and walked away, leaving Zhang Qi with a quite pretty back that was getting farther and farther away. Zhang Qi stared at her back and withdrew his gaze. With that, he walked to the store. Boss Su, let's continue. Just then, a BMW pulled up in front of the door. An older man, about 60, walked in with his hands behind his back. As soon as he entered the store, he drank with a sullen face. Zhang Qi, you've hardened your wings, haven't you? Zhang Qi's heart sank. He looked to Boss Su. Boss Su smiled and said, Dr. Zhang, you don't need to mind me. I'll come back later. Zhang Qi nodded. After he left, Zhang Beichuan pointed at the door and said, Who is he? Zhang Qi didn't have the heart to say, The person who bought my store. Zhang Beichuan nodded. This broken medical center of yours? You should have sold it long ago. It won't make much of a difference anyway. Do you want me to go ahead and have that owner come over and close up the store first? Zhang Qi shook his head. No need. This kind of thing can't be talked about once. What are you doing here? Zhang Beichuan opened the door and said, Since you're the son-in-law of the Zhao family, you shouldn't jeopardize the interests of the Zhao family. Just now your father-in-law called me and scolded me. Do you know how bad your behavior is? Do you know that you are a traitor? Hurry up and do what your father-in-law wants and step in to remove the influence. Zhang Qi sneered. That old beast. Has he even started to pressure you? Zhang Beichuan said angrily. Adverse son. How are you talking to your father-in-law? Zhang Qi glanced at his old father, his eyes somewhat unfamiliar. Did Zhao Dehuai give you a favor? Or did he threaten you? Bang! Zhang Beichuan slapped on the table. Some grumpy said, How do you talk? I am at least your father. And Zhao Dehuai is also considered in-laws. You guys are so intense. I step in to regulate it. Is not it normal? Zhang Qi was also a bit fired up. Said offhandedly, Then why don't you go and regulate Zhao Dehuai? Why are you looking for me to regulate? Because you are my seed. I'm responsible for you. Responsible? You guy. If you weren't my father, I'd have to spray you in the face. How are you responsible for me? I was made to lose my medical license by that old beast. How come you didn't come out and take responsibility for me? My second daughter is not my biological child. Why don't you take responsibility for me, now that I'm finally out of the woods? You're taking responsibility. Am I your fucking son or not? Zhang Beichuan did not expect Zhang Qi's tone to be so harsh. He pointed at Zhang Qi. You, animal. Zhang Qi said, Yes, I am an animal. Our Zhang family is really a lineage. When my grandfather was around, did he say that you were also an animal? Snap. Zhang Beichuan raised his hand and slapped Zhang Qi. Rebellious son, do you still have me as your father in your eyes? Zhang Qi looked straight at Zhang Beichuan, and Zhang Beichuan glared back at Zhang Qi's eyes. From a side angle, the duo share a few similarities in both body shape and face shape. The two carried a coldness and stiffness between them. I don't know when it started, but father and son got together more and more, and as far as I can remember, it seemed like they argued every time they saw each other. Zhang Qi's numb heart even felt bland. I'm sure the old father was just like him. Dad, I don't know when I started. When I face you, I don't have the peace of mind that I used to have. There is only stiffness and indifference. Maybe I am a cold-blooded person just like you. You are not a qualified father. I am not a qualified father. And Zhao Yan is not a qualified daughter. The dragon begets the dragon. The phoenix begets the phoenix. And the son of a mouse is born to make holes. I think your success in the first place was more than just because you caught up with the turbulent times. Maybe it had something to do with your temperament. I think I could try to fight for my own self-interest as well. You go back. No matter what favors you took from Zhao Dehuai, I won't compromise. Just like you won't care if I live or die whether I'm your son or not. We're one of a kind. We both know each other. So don't waste your breath. Zhang Beichuan pointed at Zhang Qi and said angrily, It's not my turn to be lectured by you. I'll ask you one thing. You've lived half your life. What are you still fighting for? There are times when you have to learn to turn a blind eye. You fight with Zhao Dehuai. Can you win? Don't make things difficult for yourself. Zhang Qi said lightly. I didn't think about this at first, but now I think this feels pretty good. It's fun to fight with people. That's all the fun one has left in middle age. I have nothing to lose anyway. Zhao Dehuai has already asked you to come to me to put pressure on me, which means he's starting to get a headache too, isn't it? You go. Zhang Beichuan frowned and stared at Zhang Qi dead in the face. I'll say it again. Whatever Zhao Dehuai tells you to do, you do it. Otherwise, you are not my son, and you will never enter my house again. Zhang Qi's heart trembled. Pointing at the door, he said, "Get out, you treacherous brute. Pissed me off. From now on, even if you rot out there, I won't care about you anymore." Zhang Beichuan gave an exclusionary cry, stood up, and walked outside. He walked to the door, grimaced, pulled out his cell phone, and called Zhao Dehuai, a pleasing smile on his face. "In-laws, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's that there's really nothing I can do. I've already tried." "How did it turn out?" "The result was that we were severed as father and son." Zhang Beichuan smoked a cigarette as he turned his head to look at Zhang Qi's medical center in despair. A slight sigh escaped his face without the anger he had felt before. Secretly, he said, "Son, when will you understand father's good intentions?" Zhang Qi told Boss Su to leave first, and the matter of transferring the medical center would be discussed later, because he suspected that it wasn't over yet, and indeed it does. Not long after Zhang Beichuan left, his younger sister Zhang Shujiao also came. The siblings just looked at each other and understood what the other meant. Zhang Qi didn't say anything, and Zhang Shujiao looked around Zhang Qi's medical center. "Speaking of which, your medical center has been open for so many years, and I've come to your place only a handful of times." Zhang Qi, Zhang Qi, I was never expecting that within a small medical center in this new city, there is still a crouching dragon like you. Zhang Qi calmly said, "Didn't you call your brother-in-law as well? In fact, I still have some knowledge about fertility, so perhaps I have the ability to make you happy." Zhang Shujia smiled. "Zhang Qi, there's something you may not know about this news about you. I actually did push from it. As you know, I've been transitioning into self-publishing lately, and I've capitalized on this hotspot to drive traffic to many of the accounts in my company. That said, I have you to thank for it." Zhang Qi frowned. "So, you came to me?" Zhang Shujia said, "It's the same as our father's purpose, but I know your temper stinks just like our father's, so it's not much use." Zhang Qi nodded. Although the relationship between the two siblings is not good, Zhang Shujia still understands self. Zhang Qi, to strike the iron, there is no need to hold on to a medical center and remain unchanged. If you want to get higher achievements, relying on a medical center alone won't work, so why don't you try switching careers? Zhang Qi nodded. "Being a doctor is just my interest. I'm actually thinking about changing careers." "Oh, so what do you want to do?" Zhang Qi said helplessly. "It can't be done. The investment money was cheated. Let's see if we can get it back this time." Zhang Shujiao looked at Zhang Qi and couldn't help but open her mouth. After a long moment of silence, he said, "You're still a complete and utter waste." The two sat down and chatted about family matters for a while. Zhang Shujia didn't seem to have any particular purpose and quickly left. Zhang Qi looked at Zhang Shujia's back and pondered. With that, he turned around and took the medicine from the medicine shelf. In the past 2 days, his body has been a little weak. Coupled with frequent smoking, his body has seriously entered a sub-healthy state. He needs to give self-conditioning. Surprisingly, Zhang Shujia didn't leave for long before her mother, Wu Feng, came back. Zhang Qi invited his mother into the house and asked in surprise, "Mom, why are you here too?" "Son, I've heard all about you." Wu Feng looked in good spirits as she looked at Zhang Qi with a smile. Zhang Qi's heart sank. Zhao Dehuai even forced his own mother? What an old cunt, knowing that his mother is self's weakness. At this moment, inside the Zhao family's villa, Zhao Dehuai, with a smug look on his face, said to Sun Ru, who was beside him, "Attacking the heart in the upper earth, and attacking the mind in the lower earth. I'm going to double-prongedly attack this brat, and I don't believe that he won't fall in line." At this time, Wu Feng took Zhang Qi's hand, her slightly pale and wrinkled palm gently caressing Zhang Qi. Looking at Zhang Qi's gaze is full of kindness. "Zhang Qi, Mom is not as capable as your father, can't give you any help, but people live a breath. Buddha fights for a pillar of incense. What you do, Mom will support you, just don't be too sad." Zhang Qi's heart was slightly sour. The mind is inexplicably at peace. "Mom, don't worry about it, I know what I'm doing, okay? Just don't roll over." Zhang Qi said helplessly. "Brush less shakeology, it's not good for your eyes." Wu Feng ummed a few times and told Zhang Qi to come home and sit down sometime. Seeing that there was really nothing more to talk about, I left, because she was led over by Zhang Beichuan, who was still waiting for her outside. Wu Feng left with a smile on her face. Walking to the door, she silently wiped the corners of her eyes. Zhang Qi looked at his mother's back and silently took out his cell phone and called Zhao Yan. At this moment, his 6 gods returned to their places, and his eyes were shining. To Zhao Yan, he said, "Bastard, now that your uncle and I are in the limelight, you can just take advantage of this limelight and expose your second senior brother. If you don't make a move at this time, when will you wait?" "Got it, uncle." Zhao Yan said viciously and directly hung up the phone. She didn't let Zhang Qi down. Zhang Qi played with his cell phone and swiped it. And the matter of Han Pingyi Animal Husbandry Company's swine fever appeared. The heat is quickly rising. When Han Pingyi got the news, it was the personnel in the company who told him. After realizing the seriousness of the matter, he immediately contacted Zhao Shui. Mr. Zhao, something big has happened. Something big has happened to my company. Zhao Shui was having a meeting in the company. When she received this call, she immediately said unhappily, "What's the big deal that makes you so anxious? Your brother died? More important than my brother's death. Watch the news. There's been an accident at the pig farm." What? She soon received some news from Han Pingyi. Han Pingyi said indignantly, "Mr. Zhao, these pictures, they were all taken from the inside. Those workers, I managed them very tightly. It couldn't have been my workers." What do you mean? Didn't your husband blend into my company 2 days ago? This must have been taken by him. Goddamned bastard. You're raising a white-eyed wolf. After Zhao Shui figured out the ins and outs, she quickly calmed down after a brief moment of panic. She said faintly, "Hold your horses. It's not necessarily my husband's doing. Let me investigate first." She hung up the phone and dismissed the meeting in a hurry, asking Li Suling to come with her to the office. The expression on his face gradually turned cold. "Husband, husband, you really gave me a hard time. I didn't think you were hiding this." She instructed Li Suling, "Help me find out if this matter is my husband's doing or not. And be quick." With that, she called Zhao Dehuai again. Zhao Dui was feeling excited about Self's decision, thinking to tackle Zhang Qi, the prick, hand in hand. As a result, Zhao Shui's first words were, "Dad, you need to stop targeting Zhang Qi, or my business will be greatly affected." Zhao Dehuai was surprised. "What do you mean? That animal husbandry project I recently invested in has stormed, and now on the internet, someone has already raked up Zhang Qi's identity, and even raked up a portion of our Zhao family's underbelly, and these two things are being linked together. If there's any more hype from people with an axe to grind, the consequences will be unimaginable." What? Zhang Qi? This little brute, why is he so bold? Now we do not know if Zhang Qi did it. I will first investigate and then say, before the damage did not expand, it is necessary to suppress this matter. Dad, you first stop for a while. Zhao Dehuai clenched his fists, only to feel just pleased and lonely. Zhao Shui reminded, "Dad, act calmly and keep the big picture in mind." Zhao Dehuai grimaced and said, "Zhao Shui, if this is really Zhang Qi's doing, then it means that this kid is full of backbones and has already turned against our Zhao family. Is it still necessary for you to keep this kid? Might as well. Let this kid disappear forever." Zhao Shui was startled as she warned, "Dad, calm down. I told you, Zhang Qi is always my husband. When we fight as husband and wife, we can't involve human lives. In my heart, Zhang Qi is more important than the company. If you mess up, I won't forgive you." "Well, Dad will do as you say. However, Little Snow, Dad is getting more and more confused about you. You've obviously been doing things against that little brute, yet you still keep defending him." "Dad, I'm not holding it against him. I have my reasons. Don't ask questions." "Fine. Who asked you to be my daughter? However, it's obvious that someone is pushing for this. Are you sure you can quell this? You don't need to worry about the pig farm. You only need to pacify Zhang Qi. I have my own way for the rest." Zhao Shui hung up. After a long hesitation, he pulled out his cell phone and skillfully typed in a string of unfamiliar numbers. With that, he edited a text message and sent it. The text message reads, "It's been a long time. Can we meet up? I'm in a difficult situation." Zhao Dehuai hung up the phone unwillingly. Frozen for a moment, his face was gradually replaced by anger. He really didn't understand. This kid Zhang Qi, when did he learn these tactics? How dare he? Just as he was hesitating to do what Zhao Shui said, a call came from the side of the Health Commission. The other side said that this public opinion came so violently that they had to respond. The higher-ups have decided to revoke the punishment of revoking Zhang Qi's documents. The leader's purpose was simple: let Zhao Dehuai find a way to quell the effects, or Zhao would lose the support of some people. Grass. Zhao Dehuai slammed his cell phone to the ground. Grimacing angrily, he said, "On what grounds, on what basis can this little brute make such a big commotion? On what grounds is he?" Sun Ru was listening to the door from the side. Hearing this, he couldn't help but say, "This little brute, after all, his wings are hardened. Lao Zhao, I think it's even. After all, Xiao Shui's cause is the big one." She bent over, her fat ass right in Zhao Dehuai's face, and reached down to pick up the cell phone that had fallen to the floor. Turning around again, he handed his cell phone to Zhao Dehuai. "If you are angry, how old are you? And you still drop your cell phone?" Luckily, the floor is covered with a high-end luxury pear goat sheepskin carpet customized from the plateau. Otherwise it would have been broken by you. Call the hospital people to make arrangements. Don't make things difficult for your daughter. Your daughter has many tricks up her sleeve. If you upset her, beware she will upset you too. Zhao Dehuai cursed. I can't know that there's a carpet. Or I can fall. My customized senior citizen machine is over $300,000 a piece. Even if there is no carpet, it can't be broken. With that, he directly called Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi was surprised when he picked up the phone. What for? Little beast. You've won. The Wei Jian committee has promised to revoke your punishment, so you can go directly to apply for a replacement certificate. Hurry up and step in, and lead those rowdy patients back to me. Zhang Qi froze, and then faintly said, I'm sorry, I've decided not to be a Chinese medicine practitioner and change my profession to veterinary medicine. I don't want that document. If you want to give it to you. Zhao Dehuai wanted to continue, but Zhang Qi had already hung up, and when he called again, it prompted no answer. After cursing for a while longer, the phone turned in his hand and dialed the director of the Chinese hospital again. When the dean heard Zhao Dehuai's claim, he was surprised and said, What, you want me to go and put in a good word for this kid? He's thinking beautifully. Our central court is also a victim in this matter. Don't gab with me. Your center hospital is a victim. Isn't it because there isn't a single talented person in the hospital? All of them are losers? If you guys could cure that kid's disease, what's the point of having such a big problem? Do as I say right now, or you and I will both suffer. The dean, who had always been unsmiling and treated people gently, couldn't help but curse at this time. His grandmother. With that, he called Huren back to the courtyard with fire, patting the other party's shoulder. He said, Director Hu, I still have to trouble you with one more thing. Huren left the hospital with Li Lianyong. They got into the car and headed straight for Zhang Qi's place. Li Lianyong grimaced and dialed the steering wheel while saying sinisterly, This Zhang Qi kid, he must have used some kind of prohibited drugs to fool those patients. Otherwise they wouldn't be making such a fuss. Huren was disappointed. In his heart, he said, Zhang Qi, for so many years you do not show the mountains, but never thought that you have a handful of medical skills. The skill is close to the road. About 20 minutes later, the duo arrived at Zhang Qi's medical center. Before stopping the car, the figure of a young man walked out of the store in a hurry, got into the small electric donkey parked in front of the store and ran away. Li Lianyong pointed at the man's back and said, Isn't that Zhang Qi? He's gone. Let's hurry to catch up. Huren pressed his hand and said, That's not Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi isn't that young. The two just look alike. Grass. This Zhang Qi wouldn't have a half-brother, right? As his fellow student, I haven't heard about this. Huren said seriously, Pay attention to civilized language. With that, he got out of the car and straightened the front of his shirt. When Li Lianyong also got out of the car, he took the lead and walked inside the medical center. Zhang Qi was making tea, which was steaming hot. Seeing Huren come in, he raised his hand and gestured. There are a bit too many guests today. I didn't expect you guys to be among them. Come and sit down. I just brewed green tea. Huren looked outside suspiciously and gave Zhang Qi a surprised look. Then he hesitantly picked up the tea and took a sip. Zhang Qi, the one who just left your medical center? Zhang Qi glanced at the duo, said, Isn't this storefront of mine being transferred? Come to acquire my medical center. Huren, however, didn't believe it. That young man looks young, not like a Chinese medicine practitioner. Moreover, I see that person has a slight resemblance to you. It can't be your younger brother or illegitimate son, right? Zhang Qi laughed. You're joking. You're so familiar with Zhao Dehuai. You don't know that I only have one sister. Illegitimate child? Even more nonsense. If I did this, with the Zhao family's behavior, can I live peacefully until today? Li Lianyong snickered from the side. It couldn't be that your parents felt that you had practiced this number decades ago and secretly made another one up, right? Zhang Qi shook his head bashfully. No, it's just a client of mine. In fact, I don't know why he looks so much like me. He picked up a cup of the potion sitting on the table and drank it down. Then he glanced at the two of them and said, What are the two of you doing in my little temple? Huren smiled and said, Zhang Qi, I'm actually here to apologize to you. Apologize? Huren sighed. Zhang Qi, you also know that I can come this far thanks to your father-in-law's help. I had no choice but to target you that much earlier. In your words, I am indeed one of your father's dogs. Zhang Qi, I used to want to help you out all the time. You are after all my most honored protege. But the situation is unforgiving. There are some things that I can only do in vain. Zhang Qi's words were not as sharp as before. Instead, he nodded silently. Teacher, I know. With a different stance, there are always sacrifices to be made. In fact, the way I treated you was a bit too much. I can't believe that at your age, you can put down your face and apologize to me at the door. My father-in-law actually has such a strong hold on his dog. Li Liangyong felt that the words were a bit harsh. He couldn't help but shout lowly, Zhang Qi, don't go too far. Director who has always been your instructor. Zhang Qi glanced at him and said, isn't this Commissioner Li? You. Hu Ren waved his hand, signaling him to keep quiet. Instead, he stood up and gave Zhang Qi a deep bow. The time is right. The fate is right. If you do something wrong, you have to stand upright and get beaten. It's not a shame. Zhang Qi, I'm sorry. Zhang Qi laughed. Teacher, I still like the way you lectured me earlier. Hu Ren let out a bitter smile. The younger generation is fearful. I can't serve my age anymore. Zhang Qi, today I am here on behalf of Zhao Dehuai. Your license to practice medicine has been reinstated. The relevant department has already issued a notice. You can get it back retroactively at any time. No one will make things difficult for you anymore. Can you go over there and get those rowdy patients back and talk them down? Zhang Qi lit a cigarette and took a ghostly drag. Then he said, Teacher, in fact, I really want to change my profession. I've been a Chinese medicine practitioner for so many years. Nothing great. I want to see if I can make a difference in other fields. Hu Ren's heart sank. Li Liangyong said anxiously, how can that be? If you change careers, what about those patients who are causing trouble? Do you know how much this affects our hospital? Hu Ren said with a stern face, Dr. Li, you have to be patient in your work. How can you treat patients with this kind of mentality? Might as well listen to Zhang Qi finish his sentence. Zhang Qi picked up a cup of tea and rinsed his mouth. He also said, I'm not hiding. In fact, the young man who just left my store is to find me to talk about cooperation. These days I have also figured out, there is no unchanging hobby. There is no unchanging person. There is no need to take some of my own humble skills as the creed of life. It's time for me to make a change. Hu Ren sincerely said. Then before that, can you cure that breast cancer patient first? This shouldn't be a delay for you, right? Zhang Qi smiled to himself. Are you kidding? That cancer patient. I have some certainty but very little hope. Do you think, after such a big battle, in case I can't cure her, how much of a fallout will the patient's family feel in their hearts? Will people spare me? But didn't you cure it earlier? Earlier was earlier, and I didn't expect them to make such a scene. This kind of patient, even your Chinese hospital refuses to admit them, right? Hu Ren hesitated. They really weren't arranged by you to go over there? You're kidding. I'm a 40-year-old man who has accomplished nothing. What can I arrange? With my mouth. Lulling them into not being able to find their way? Don't think of people as so stupid. Hu Ren said. Isn't there a shred of wiggle room? No more. Please return. Teacher. Hey. I know. Hu Ren stood up and led Li Liangyong away. When he reached the outside, Li Liang never said indignantly, he is self-aware of his own medical skills. Yeah, the rare thing about people is that they have self-knowledge, and I'm not as good as Zhang Qi at this point. Li Liangyong opened his mouth and Hu Ren had already entered the car. Inside the Chinese hospital, the dean quickly heard the report from the Hu Ren duo. After hearing this, he couldn't help but shout, nonsense, simply nonsense. He Zhang Qi such a cow's medical skills. Not do Chinese medicine to do what? Do needle pulling line go, I'm going over there myself. With a wave of his hand, he motioned for Hu Ren's duo to follow. After a while, it stopped again. Arranging, he said, call a few of our courtyard's backbones together with me, just to thwart their arrogance. Some of the hospital's highly respected corps cadre, as well as some of the younger physicians who had just tested in, were called out. The dean arranged for a driver to drive a bus carrying a group of people toward Zhang Qi's medical center. These doctors at the Chinese hospital kept discussing it. There were also those who disparaged Zhang Qi, and there were also those who promoted Zhang Qi, and there were also those who called Zhang Qi hypocritical. Only Dean and Hu Ren sat in silence, not saying a word. It wasn't long before the car pulled up in front of the medical center. Dean stormed in with a group of men. Winded, Zhang Qi was all set to close the door and leave when he was startled to see these people come in. Before he could speak, the dean called out, Dr. Zhang, long time no see, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be so young. Zhang Qi was at a loss. With that, he saw Hu Ren. He couldn't help but ask, Mr. Who is this? Hu Ren hurriedly introduced, Zhang Qi, this is our dean, Ren Tianling. Zhang Qi's face dawned on him. Stretching his hand, he said to Ren Tianling, so it's Dean Ren. Dean Ren, you guys came at a bad time. I was about to close the door. You brought so many people to my door. You really scared me. Ren Tianling smiled and said, I don't mean to scare you. I heard that you are highly skilled in traditional Chinese medicine, so I brought the core backbone of our hospital to find you to learn. Dr. Zhang, you can't just change careers. The Chinese medicine world isn't exciting without you. Zhang Qi waved his hand. Don't flatter me. We are all in the industry. Don't say layman's words. Today, a few of you have come. There are doctors who have shown me syphilis. How can I teach you anything? Of course, if you come to smash the pavilion, don't waste your time. My pavilion will be transferred out soon. You can only smash a lonely. Ran Tianling bellowed. Nonsense. At my age, I would do something like this without face? As I said, today we are here to learn from you. Dr. Zhang, knowing that you like to smoke, I brought you two. He took a carryall from the man accompanying him at his side. Then he pulled out two huazi and handed them to Zhang Qi. It's not good cigarettes. You don't mind it. But don't. I can't have this. You take it back. Dr. Zhang, you don't have to be polite. It's nothing. Seeing the stalemate, Zhang Qi directly said, Dean Ren, I know the purpose of your visit, but let me make it clear. I really want to change careers. There are some things that I can't do anything about. Ran Tianling's face stiffened. He smiled, signaling Zhang Qi to take it easy. Then he patiently explained, I'm a member of the system, and sometimes it's necessary to cooperate with the top to eliminate certain influences. Dr. Zhang, it's not necessary to make things so difficult for us if you've changed your profession. Is it? Besides, as far as my personal sentiments are concerned, since you are so powerful, it is all the more important for you to shine in our field of Chinese medicine. Dr. Zhang, just do us a favor. Raise your hand and let us off the hook. How about it? Zhang Qi also sighed. That's too much to say, making it seem like I'm deliberately targeting you guys. Let's put it this way, knowing that you won't stop, I have prepared a set of treatment plans for that breast cancer patient, so take them and say that they are my treatment plans, and I will cooperate with you in admitting it. But Chinese medicine, I really don't want to do it anymore. Zhang Qi pulled out a document from his pocket and handed it to Ran Tianling. Ran Tianling received it in his hands and looked at it for a few moments. Then his eyes revealed a brilliant light and exclaimed, Awesome, really awesome. I've read a lot of ancient medical books, but to be able to combine them and attack the poison with the most simple therapy is indeed something I hadn't thought of. Dr. Zhang, you are indeed a genius in this path. Those words just now were polite. It's genuine at this point. He passed it along to the doctor accompanying him. A few people looked at it, and with shocked faces, they exclaimed, Shit. Ran Tianling's words turned, and then said, However, now people's patients recognize people but not medicine. This approach, it does not work. Zhang Qi frowned. It doesn't work? Then there's nothing I can do. This is the limit of what I can do. Zhang Qi made a move to leave. Stop him. When Ran Tianling saw that Zhang Qi was about to leave, he hurriedly waved his hand. As a result, a dozen doctors hurriedly stopped in front of Zhang Qi, pulling and tugging. Dr. Zhang, you're so dang good. You're simply hanging on for dear life. I have some medical questions that I need to ask for advice. Don't worry, I'll pay the tuition. Dr. Zhang, listen to how well I memorize the Tangtu song. I always feel that the turn of the tone is not clear enough at the fourth sound. And every time Mr. Who won't turn for me. Listen to this, the four gentlemen's soup song high. Dr. Chang. Zhang Qi was exasperated and laughed. He said angrily, No wonder you called so many people to my place. What with all the bullshit about learning from me? So it's just to restrict my freedom. All get out of my way. Dr. Zhang, good things come in small packages. Be patient. I've had enough patience. Look, you're in a hurry and you say you're patient. I'm fucking. Between a few pushes and shoves, another hospital bus pulled up outside. Immediately, more than 10 doctors in white coats rushed in and shouted, What are you doing? The Chinese medicine doctors of the Chinese hospital are not treating people in the hospital, but are here to play hooligans, aren't they? He's not good at healing people, but he's good at being a hooligan. Take a picture. Shiver. Ran Tianling's people finally subsided. Ran Tianling narrowed his eyes and looked at the leader of the group, President Geng. This is a matter for our central hospital. What is the point of you people's hospital coming over to make a scene? Only then did Zhang Qi realize that the middle-aged man who had spoken was actually the president of the people's hospital. Dean Geng said, Who said we're here to join in the fun? We've come to see Dr. Zhang for business. With that, he enthusiastically walked over to Zhang Qi. He stretched out his hand and said to Zhang Qi, Dr. Zhang, we've heard all about your deeds. Now I'm specially inviting you to join our people's hospital. What do you think? I hereby promise that you will go over there, at least at the level of director. If you are willing, our hospital will help you to join the organization. With your medical skills, the leveling up is not a problem. Zhang Qi extended his hand and shook the other parties. Ran Tianling's face sank slightly as he said, Your hallowed people's hospital. What are you doing hiring a Chinese doctor? He knew that if Zhang Qi was invited to the people's hospital, the image of the Chinese hospital would inevitably suffer a serious blow. Although Zhang Qi will cooperate in eliminating those effects, there will be a lot of inflow of patients from the Chinese hospital to the People's Hospital. Who said that our People's Hospital can't have a Chinese medicine department, even if we don't? With Dr. Zhang's popularity, I don't mind adding this department for him. Gungjin turned his head to Zhang Qi and said gently, Dr. Zhang, what do you think? Zhang Qi laughed. Dean Gung, is it true that if I agree to your invitation, I need to cooperate with you to eliminate certain public opinions? That's for sure. Dr. Zhang, you and I are both people who know right from wrong, and there are some things to do that must be done, but we can use this matter to draw a wave of favorable reviews for us. Zhang Qi's heart was clear. If he was right, Gungjin was probably here with a mission as well. Immediately, he said, you all don't need to waste your time. My solution has already been given to Dean Ren. Ren Tianling and Gungjin's faces changed in unison. Ren Tianling didn't have the heart to bother with Gungjin. He said to Zhang Qi, Dr. Zhang, now that it's come to this, I'm not going to address nonsense with you. Just say directly, what conditions can you accept from us? As long as it's not too much, we'll agree with you. We can come to an under-the-table agreement for once. Zhang Qi narrowed his eyes and looked at the crowd. The gaze of Li Lianyong in the crowd was filled with jealousy. Zhang Qi finally fixed his gaze on Gungjin. Who is Dean Gung representing? Gungjin said, we represent the relevant departments. Zhang Qi nodded and looked at the two deans. My conditions, can you really agree? You first. Now if we just agree, it's all bullshit. Zhang Qi thought briefly. So he said, as you all know, I am a green hat man. It's not impossible to want me to make a move. I want to divorce my wife. Ren Tianling's breath caught. Dr. Zhang, this condition of yours, it's a bit otherworldly. Just say if you can do it. And if you can't, then don't talk about it. Ren Tianling grimaced. I don't know your wife well. I'm like you. I don't know my wife equally well. I mean, I'm only friends with your father-in-law. And your wife will probably call me a psychopath for talking you guys into a divorce over this. No? Zhang Qi raised his eyebrows. Then he looked at Gungjin. What about you? I can call and ask Mr. Show what he wants. Gungjin signaled Zhang Qi to wait. With that, he pulled out his cell phone and called Zhao Shui. Zhang Qi was pondering in his mind. It seemed that the Chinese hospital was here on behalf of Zhao Dahuai, while the people from the People's Hospital had a deep relationship with Zhao Shui. Gungjin quickly called Zhao Shui's phone. After hearing this, Zhao Shui scolded. You piece of shit, letting you help me mediate, but you ended up adjusting me towards divorce? Don't say these useless things. Gungjin said to Zhang Qi with a black face. Zhang Qi, your condition is too ridiculous. Change it. When Ren Tianling saw his reaction, his heart was clear, and he followed suit. Yes, you change it. Monetary compensation, or resources. It's all fine. We can even give you a rank. How about a senior title? You know how great it is to get a rank. It'll be a great boost to your career as a practicing doctor. No, I don't need rank. That's all I ask. Zhang Qi cleaned up and said to the two. Do you have anything else? Without anything else I'm going to close the door and leave. Renling Tian stared at Zhang Qi and said, what wanting to change careers? What having prepared a program? I think it's all a lie. You're clearly making things difficult for us. You guys say it is what it is. Seeing that Zhang Qi really wanted to leave, Ren Tianling couldn't stand up. He stopped Zhang Qi once again and said, Dr. Zhang, your wife is a celebrity in New City, and she is also the ambassador of our new city's corporate sector. So why should you make things difficult for us by making a request that we are completely unable to do? Wouldn't it be better to mention requirements that we can maneuver around so that it's a win-win situation? Zhang Qi glanced at him and said, such as, like, having your father-in-law apologize to you? Zhang Qi's heart moved. Okay, you tell him to bring my license to practice medicine and come to plead for me. Otherwise I'm going to change my profession. Today only, out of date. Good, just wait here. Within today, I can definitely give you satisfactory results. I hope so. Ren Tianling took a long breath as he said in his heart. Sure enough, whether it was that speech with Hu Ren or with himself before, it was actually an excuse. What he really wanted was to punch Xiao Dehuai in the face. But it's over and done with, and there's nothing more to say. He just wants to get this dogfight over with as soon as possible. So, after parting with Gungjin, he rushed to Zhao's house with all speed to visit Xiao Dehuai. Xiao Dehuai has trouble with his legs and feet, so he can only stay at home. Ren Tianling quickly told him about Zhang Qi's conditions. After hearing this, Xiao Dehuai slapped his hand on the wheelchair and said in annoyance, what? Asking me to make amends and apologize to him? He thought it was beautiful. Horan was along for the ride. Hearing that, could not help but say, Lao Zhao, now the situation is not right. This kid, is obviously angry with you? If you do not agree, the loss is still our. Zhao Dehuai grimaced. If it wasn't for Xiao Shui stopping me, I would have gotten him killed a long time ago. Still want to divorce my daughter? And throw dirt on my daughter? Ridiculous. Doesn't he know that my daughter is his umbrella? The moment he divorces my daughter, it will be his time to die. Ren Tianling frowned. Don't say such things in front of us. I'll take it as you being angry. Zhao Dehuai shook his head. He's a loser who crippled my leg and can't walk until now. And he still dares to covet our Zhao family's property and ask me to make amends to him? That's impossible. Ren Tianling advised. Mr. Zhao, don't get carried away. If you want to mess with him, there's plenty of ways to do it later. So why get entangled in the moment? This is not a good time to be messing around with this storm. Let's go. We have to know how to take what we can get. There are long days ahead. Humph. Zhao Dehuai no longer insisted, holding the wheelchair and walking out. Zhao Dehuai and Ren Tianling looked at each other. Hurriedly follow. Mr. Zhao, take my car. We'll go over together. The two accompanied Zhao Dehuai and went to collect Zhang Qi's documents back. Another fire to find Zhang Qi, outside the door of the medical center. Zhao Dehuai strained his face and pressed the button on his wheelchair, which automatically drove towards the medical center. Hu Ren and Ren Tianling were at the back, following him left and right. At this time, Zhao Dehuai was quite a bit of a big brother. Zhang Qi half reclined on the chair, his gaze leisurely looking toward Zhao Dehuai. Surprised, isn't this father-in-law? Immediately afterward, Zhang Qi's gaze went back to his wheelchair. The seat has been upgraded to an electric one? Zhao Dehuai grimaced and placed a document on the table in front of Zhang Qi. This is your license to practice medicine. Zhang Qi picked it up, glanced at it, and then pretended to be surprised. Wasn't my license to practice medicine revoked by you? Where did you get it? Little beast, you've had enough. Zhao Dehuai slapped his hands on the double-side armrests and tried to stand up to give Zhang Qi a slap on the ass, but after half a day's work, he couldn't get up. What depressed him even more was that Hu Ren and Ren Tianling, one on the left and one on the right, pressed his shoulders and held him back. Lao Zhao, calm down, Ren Tianling advised. The greater good is important. Zhao Dehuai sighed indignantly. Stiffly, he held back his anger. Zhang Qi, it was Dad who did wrong in this matter. So please forgive me. Didn't you want me to come and apologize to you? I'm coming. Zhang Qi gave Zhao Dehuai a cold look. Go, pour me a cup of tea. The corners of Zhao Dehuai's mouth twitched. With a taut face, he controlled the wheelchair to slide towards the water fountain, pressed the button, and after catching a cup of water, handed it back to Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi tasted a mouthful, then spat it out with a poof. Throwing it to the ground, he said nonchalantly, You want to scald me to death by plucking the feathers of a chicken? At your age, you're so unstable? Zhao Dehuai's jaw involuntarily shook at a rapid pace as he stared dead at Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi frowned. What kind of look is that? Dean Ren said that you're here to make amends to me. Why do I feel like you're trying to eat me? Hu Ren said on the side. Zhang Qi, your father is shocked eyes. Without realizing it, you, the unheard of son-in-law, has actually fought a battle with him, so your father is starting to think highly of you. High on me? Then why is he sitting so low? To look high means to look up from below. And when he stands high, he's looking down, then he's looking low. Oh, is that so? But I still feel something's wrong. Why do I feel as if his eyes are about to spit fire and look defiant? Ren Tianling hurriedly said, Eyes that spit fire. That means passion. Your dad is passionate about you. Like fire. Zhang Qi looked at Zhao Dehuai again. Is that so, Daddy? Zhao Dehuai gritted his teeth and re-grabbed a water cup. I'll re-pour you a cup. This time, Zhang Qi did not give him a hard time. After taking 2 sips, Zhang Qi twisted his shoulder and said, This shoulder of mine is a bit painful, and it feels like I'm going to be idle without giving a visit. Ren Tianling and Hu Ren sniffed and ran to Zhang Qi's back, taking the initiative to help Zhang Qi pinch his shoulders and pound his back. Let's do it. Your father can't get up, so it's not very convenient to help you push and massage, and the technique is not as professional as ours. Zhang Qi glanced at Zhao Dehuai. Look at others, then look at you. My evaluation of you is that you are not as good as outsiders. Both of your legs are going to be ruined, and you might need me to cure you in the future. Why can't you understand? Zhao Dehuai coldly said. What else do you want me to do? Just say it, but you and I both understand that I am incompatible with you. You can torture my pride, but you can't change my proud heart. Pride? If you had pride, you wouldn't be in a wheelchair and unable to get up. Rubbish. Zhao Dui didn't have the anger he just had. Instead, his face was gloomy. You will only show off your tongue. You are always a small character who can't get on the stage in my eyes. I will pinch you to death as if it is as simple as pinching an ant. Ren Tianling drank. Mr. Zhao. Zhang Qi, however, didn't say anything but said, "Then why don't you pinch me to death? Isn't it because you think that I am the only one who can cure your disease? If you are sincere in getting me killed or driving me away, even if that bitchy daughter of yours stops you, what else can be done to you? I knew from the fact that you installed airbags in your wheelchair that you were a scaredy cat, that you were worried that another doctor wouldn't be able to cure you, so you've been having qualms about actually kicking me out or pushing me too hard." Hu Ren and Ren Tianling gave Zhao Dehuai an unexpected look and didn't say anything. Zhao Dehuai raised his head and fiercely looked at Zhang Qi, but he didn't retort. "Daddy, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. I can help you get your legs back or cure your cancer." Zhao Dehuai opened his eyes and looked straight at Zhang Qi. "You really did cripple my leg on purpose." "That's not true. There are many different treatment options. I just chose the worst one." Zhao Dehuai took a deep breath. "If you help me get cured, I can forget about the past and just kick you out of the Zhao family without threatening your personal safety. I'm less interested in leaving the Zhao family now, and I'm more interested in uncovering your bitchy daughter's adulterers, and making those adulterers pay, including Zhao Shui," Zhang Qi added in his mind. Zhao Dehuai frowned deeply. "You're too self-important. I have long since handed over the most core business to Zhao Shui to take care of. Even nowadays, even though I have some connections inside our family business, it's only a marginal existence. It's best for you to back out now. If you want to keep pestering, you'll lose more. There are some things that you can't play with. This is your only chance to back out." Zhang Qi grimaced and narrowed his eyes as he picked up a glass of water and took a sip. Then he gently placed it on the table. "I have nothing left to lose, and it is hard for me to cross this hurdle." Zhao Dehuai thought briefly. "Good. Don't you just want me to help you investigate Xiao Shui's lovers outside? If she really has someone outside, I can help you take revenge on those of your brothers-in-law. But it's limited to those of Xiao Shui's lovers. After all, I don't want my daughter to be that kind of person either. You help me heal." Zhang Qi nodded. "Yes, $10 million for a leg." "What? You want more of my money?" Zhang Qi glanced at him and said. "You ask others to spend money to cure the disease, but not to me? 2 legs $20 million. The disease on your waist counts separately, cure or not. You consider it yourself." Zhao Dehuai's face was very ugly. With Zhang Qi, he preferred white whoring. Ren Tianling said excitedly from the side. "Congratulations. Congratulations to this pair of in-laws for reaching a strategic cooperation agreement. Dr. Zhang, since the conversation is so pleasant, should we get down to business?" Zhang Qi said. "I don't find it pleasant at all." Zhao Dui nodded back. "Me too. That's the not-so-pleasant pleasantness, which is kind of pleasant." Zhang Qi nodded. "Indicates that self can cooperate." With that, Zhao Dehuai leaves and Zhang Qi accompanies Ren Tianling, finding the scene of the disturbance of the woman patient with breast cancer, pacifying her on the spot and promising to do his best to help her cure. The family of four was then delighted to end the farce. The online furor gradually subsided, but Zhang Qi's reputation was made in the new city. A number of patients came in that afternoon. After a day of investigation, Li Suling finally found out who was behind the exposure of the swine fever. Zhao Shui was shocked to find that the person who did this was actually her own daughter. And what is even more unexpected to her is that the person who helped her daughter to get through the relationship is actually her own sister Zhaoing. "Sis, I really didn't realize that this child Yun was actually trying to expose the swine plague. All she told me was that I was going to give the school a publicity boost that would affect her credits. So I contacted the media and gave her the green light. Could I have helped her if I'd known?" Zhaoing sat in his office, his tone filled with nervousness as he explained. Zhao Shui said with a sullen face, "This is your brother-in-law's doing. First making Han Ilong a vegetable, then exposing the swine fever. Zhang Qi is determined to divorce me." Zhaoing muttered. "No, sis, why would Zhang Qi do such a thing? He misunderstood that Han Pengyi and I were having an affair, and out of the goodness of my heart, I asked Han Pengyi to pretend to kidnap Yun in the hopes that she would grow up." Zhao Ying's mouth opened wide. Zhao Shui sighed. "Alas, this father and daughter, they don't let people worry about them at all. I did all this for their own good, and they actually want to gang up on me." Zhaoing couldn't help but say, "Then sister, you and Han Pengyi, in the end there is no." Zhao Shui said, "That depends on how it's defined. I'm pretty sure that Han Pengyi and I don't physically communicate." "What's communication without physical communication? Also, why did you ask me to pretend to be Han Pengyi's girlfriend and make out with him last time?" Zhao Shui glanced at her and said, "Don't look at me with that kind of look. Sometimes when I'm bored, I'll communicate with other men, but there's nothing too out of the ordinary. As for the kind you're thinking of, similar to an AI or something like that, I'm not that bored yet. You're such a pig's head. I let you make out with Han Pengyi for the purpose of introducing you to a boyfriend. You're not too old to just fall in love and not get married. Aren't you giving those smelly men free welfare?" I like the feeling of being in a relationship, too, but marriage, I don't have that in mind. Zhao Shue's expression became much more serious. Her bright eyes looked towards Zhao Ying with a serious look. Zhang Qi's heart for divorce is not dead. It seems that I will have to divorce him sooner or later. I have underestimated Zhang Qi after all. With his ability, even if he finds another one after divorcing me, it won't be difficult. Zhao Ying, who do you think Zhang Qi would look for if he left me? Zhao Ying's heart thumped. She didn't think Zhao Shui meant it to be that simple. Zhao Shui looked at Li Suling. Ever since Zhang Qi helped Feng Long with his treatment, his heart, which is not all at my place anymore, will also take care of your family, Li Suling hurriedly said. Mr. Zhao, don't misunderstand. Although the two of us are much more harmonious in that aspect, but the personality aspect can't make up for it, and we usually fight when it's time to fight, and we fight under the bed after the bed fight. I'll go back and tell Feng Long to take more of your orders from now on. In that case, do you think there's a possibility that Zhang Qi will find a way to break up the two of you and pick you up again? Li Suling's heart fluttered. Who dares to think of the boss's husband? Even though she would subconsciously compare Feng Long to Zhang Qi when she was with him, it's a dead giveaway. Not letting her husband follow Zhao throughout the day would be disloyal to Zhao, and letting her husband be dominated by Zhao Shui would be intentionally giving Zhang Qi the opportunity to take advantage of the situation against self. So she hurriedly said, Mr. Zhao, I definitely don't dare to mess with Zhang Qi. You wouldn't dare. Someone else would. Zhao Shui moved her gaze to Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying glared. What do you mean by that? After I married your brother-in-law, you went to his place 3 days. Zhao Ying's face burned as she explained. Ah, sister. I went to him because he's my brother-in-law. I'm living alone. I'm lacking love. Mom and dad have a mediocre relationship with me, and you rarely accompany me, so it's only my brother-in-law who treats me like a sister. I treat him like family, so I usually give my brother-in-law a little help. I just feel sorry for his hard work. Zhao Shui said. But you and Zhang Qi joined forces against me. Isn't that enough to show your intentions? Zhao Ying said sharply. I told you. I was tricked by Yin Yin. Zhao Shui, however, didn't listen to her explanation and directly interrupted. You've all started to disobey me when your wings have hardened, and so have mom and dad, whose execution of my orders is starting to weaken. All of this has to do with my indulgence in you. Zhao Ying, from today onwards, you should stay out of the company's affairs. Boom! Zhao Ying's entire body shook. She knew that when her sister said so much, she feared that this statement was her true intention. Sister is really trying to empty herself. Despite the fact that she had never asked about anything in the company earlier, she still had some authority. But when my sister said this, it meant that she had lost her self-same nuclear egg. With an exclusionary sound, Zhao Ying stood up, and the hem of her skirt that she had lifted to the depths of her thigh slid down after her, covering the beautiful view. She looked at Zhao Shui with some sadness. No wonder brother-in-law is convinced that you cheated on him. No wonder Lan Lan isn't brother-in-law's biological child. You are too arrogant. You don't even have an explanation. You don't even let brother-in-law know the truth. Sooner or later, you'll pay for your dictatorial behavior. After saying that, Zhao Ying covered her mouth and twisted her delicate buttocks and ran away. Zhao Shui muttered. It doesn't matter if the world slanders me or slanders me, but my favorite family can't be like this. Who said I was arrogant? I will naturally give Zhang Qi a reasonable explanation. Zhao Shui packed her things, carried her bag, went downstairs, got in her car, lit the fire, and headed for home. There was an unexpected silence and deadness in the home. There's a light on in the bedroom of the two of them, which means they're at home. Before she even entered, Zhao Shui saw that the light was also on in the study on the second floor, so she headed straight for the second floor. Tonight she was dressed in a black elegance gown. Her face had been refreshed with makeup, and her red lips were coated with a fresh, light lipstick. Zhang Qi looked at her more than 10 years younger, like a playful young girl-like tone, staring at Zhao Shui's red lips in a trance. His mind could not help but come up with a sentence, percolate your heart, kiss your lips. His heart was percolated, but still with a stern face. Wearing a black dress at this late hour? Those who don't know would think you're attending your late husband's memorial service. Zhang Qi thought Zhao Shui would ask about the swine fever, or about him in Zhao Dehuai, but Zhao Shui didn't. Instead, he pulled out a document from within his satchel. I went and redid the paternity test for you and Lan Lan today. At those words, the lust in Zhang Qi's eyes subsided. Eyes returned to indifference. No need to show me. I won't believe it's true. Zhao Shui's face was serious as she said. If you believe it's fake, then Lan Lan must be your daughter. What do you mean? Zhang Qi took it questioningly. Opening it, he froze. Because the results above show no support for his medical paternity to Zhou Lang, you're finally willing to admit that Lan Lan was born from you and a wild man? Zhang Qi smiled to himself, his face complex. Zhao Shui frowned. When did I admit it? Don't you think this is fishy? I obviously didn't cheat on you. But Lan Lan isn't your daughter. Do you think that there's someone behind this? Or is Lan Lan really not your daughter? Or not even my daughter? Zheng Qi looked aghast. What I find fishy is that you obviously cheated on your wife but you're dead set on not admitting it. Did you get in trouble for playing around too much? Zhao Shui froze, then gave Zhang Qi a helpless look. What are you babbling about? I didn't play outside at all flowery. I played very ordinary. Playing the ordinary is also playing. Zhao Shui gently stomped her foot. You're just going to lay a trap with me. When I say ordinary, it's everyday entertainment, not the male and female aspect. Is there no trust between people anymore? Zhang Qi said. Anyway, I know Lan Lan must be the wild child you had with someone outside. She's your daughter. Don't talk like that. There's no blood. Then it's not my daughter. Zhao Shui said. You don't need to talk to me in anger. You can't hide the fact that you love her. And the paternity test may not be true. You did your own paternity test and you can say it's fake? That can be fake. So tell me what's real. Zhao Shui said helplessly. I don't want to argue with you. Facts speak louder than words. Zhang Qi nodded, then stood up. Wash up. Zhao Shui called out to Zhang Qi. Hubby, I want to discuss something with you. Zhang Qi said. What is it? I'm going on a trip tonight and won't be sleeping at home. Zhang Qi's body paused as he looked Zhao Shui up and down. The inexplicable heartbeat that had just been there dissipated. Then nodded. Okay, with others to have a child this matter or not with me to discuss. Go out to private meetings, lover know to call the report. This is also a kind of progress. Zhao Shui gave Zhang Qi a blank look. What are you talking nonsense? I was there to talk about business on the company. People only have time at night. What can I do? You're dressed so slutty and in time for the night? Why be so hypocritical? I told you everything. No need to hide it from me. I'm resigned to my fate. You recognize your fate. It's not your fate. What are you recognizing indiscriminately? It's my life to be the head of your face. To be the dumb white guy who doesn't know anything. That's the effect you want, isn't it? Zhao Shui moved closer to Zhang Qi and gently wrapped her arms around Zhang Qi's neck. She looked at Zhang Qi fondly. Don't say that. If you're not comfortable with it, you can empty me out before I leave so that I can't fool around. Zhang Qi pushed her away and lifted his right hand and waved it. Go on. Company matters are important. Don't worry about me. Honey, are you really okay? I'm fine. Don't think about it. It's time to do your job. Well, then, I'm really off. Hurry up. Zhao Shui went back to her bedroom, grabbed some cash, and put on a few more pieces of jewelry. After thinking about it, he pulled 2 sets of underwear out of the closet and put them in his bag. With that, he sat on his bag and got into his own car and drove off. Not long after Zhao Shui had left, Zhang Qi pushed open the door to Zhao Yan's room. Zhao Yan was startled. Uncle, it's so late. What are you doing in my room? Don't you know that you will scare people to death like this? Zhao Lan poked her head out of the comforter and somewhat happily called out to her dad. Zhang Qi turned on the light and waved his hand at Zhao Yan. Get up. Your mom is looking for a concubine. Let's follow along. As soon as Zhao Yan heard this, her entire body sat up straight and grabbed the clothes hanging on the bedside hanger and put them on her body. Excitedly, he said, my mom is finally going to show her tail. I'm really looking forward to what kind of person that uncle will be. Go, hurry up. Lan Lan, you go too. Ah, I'm going too? Nonsense. This man is most likely your own father. And you, a party to the case, won't step in and let us fight for you? Oh, Zhang Qi glanced at Zhao Lan and urged Zhao Yan. Hurry up. Take the clothes and put them on in the car. Not long after, the 3 of them got into Zhang Qi's car. Zhao Yan sat in the co-pilot and poked Zhang Qi's waist. You move faster. What if my mom runs far away? Zhang Qi said. There's no rush. Let's change cars first. Zhao Yan gave Zhang Qi a surprised look. You can do it. Surname Zhang. You have 2 cars. Got the money from my mom? Zhang Qi said. Your sister-in-law gave it to me. If you like it, that one is for you to drive. Really? Zhou Yan got excited. Not long after, Zhang Qi brought the 2 sisters with him and rushed to the vicinity of the medical center. Found the near-scrap Chevy in a parking spot. Zhao Yan got out of the car, ran to the front of the Porsche with gusto, lovingly reached out and stroked the car's butt, this streamlined body, this compact model, this thick texture, this luxurious interior. Zhao Yan turned her head back and gave Zhang Qi a loving look. If you keep loving me this much, it's not impossible for me to recognize you as my father. Zhang Qi inserted the key into the Chevrolet's main driver and twisted it a bit, sniffed a bit puzzled and said, you like this piece of shit? Out of my expectation. Okay, on the basis of your words, I'll say it help you $30,000. This broken Kiribati to help you prepare a little, but be my daughter. You wish. Zhang Qi got into the main car and signaled Zhao Lan to get into the car. He warned, it's almost off the road. Remember to review the car. I put it up for $3,000 and no one even asked. Now it's finally coming off the road. He let out a long sigh of relief. Looking out, he found Jo-yeon frozen in place. I couldn't help but urge. What are you waiting for? Why don't you get in the car? Jo-yeon coldly got into the passenger car. Is this the car you sent me? Surname Zhang. Do you want face? Giving your daughter a gift and you give her this pile of garbage? The smell in this car makes me want to throw up. But when I see you, I want to throw up even more. Zhang Qi started the engine, looked ahead, adjusted the steering wheel, released the clutch, and the car turned off. Lifting his foot, he kicked the floor twice, and a hole broke in the rusted floor. He relit the ignition and said as he gave the gas, "Bastard, you're not my daughter. It's good enough to send you a bunch of junk. You want a nice car? Ask your mom for it." Zhao Yan stared at Zhang Qi's Land Rover with greedy eyes. "I want that one. Ask your mom for it." Zhao Yan gasped. "You deserve to have 6 relatives to disown you. Just prepare to die alone. I won't even give you a second glance when you die. That's not a bad thing for me." Zhang Qi managed to get on the road, then took out his cell phone and opened the map. A red dot on it, moving slowly. Zhou Yan glanced over. "You put a tracker on my mom's car?" Zhang Qi nodded. "I suspect that your mom also installed a tracker in my car. We don't need to follow it on the spot. We just need to go to your mom's final landing spot." "Ridiculous. Think you're Mr. and Mrs. Smith?" Zhang Qi drove slowly and slowly. About half an hour later, Zhang Qi found Zhao Shui's location and eventually stopped at the high-speed train station. Zhang Qi pondered. A concubine from out of town? Or a special industry man who flies direct across the country? Zhao Yan said, "Look at how capable my mother will be. A small 3 or others from a long way to find her. But also you, when the wimpy pursuit of my mother. Wimpy Green, I really despise you." She was filled with anticipation. It won't be a big shot from the capital side, right? Zhang Qi stared at his cell phone and suddenly said, "It's gone to the hotel. We're going over there now." Just then, Zhang Qi's cell phone rang. He picked up and a woman's voice came. "Dr. Zhang, remember me? Your wife is at our hotel again." Oh. Zhang Qi raised his eyebrows. "It's you? I almost forgot. You've gotten better?" "No. It hurts like hell. And when my boyfriend is with me, he misunderstands me when I cry out in pain, shouting so much that you don't come to me for medical attention. I only have a few $1,000s a month, which is enough to be so open-minded. This is the opportunity to come. You hurry over, while they are not finished." Zhang Qi's heart sank. Did my wife enter the hotel with men? How many men were there in total?" "1. How many more do you want?" "Got it. Wait for me. Tomorrow you come to my place and I'll give you free treatment." Zhang Qi turned around and drove towards the hotel. The heart secretly said, "It seems that Green Hotel is that bitch's secret stronghold. So many years since I did not even find." Zhou Yan heard the person who spoke from the opposite side was a woman, and there was some sweetness in her voice. She looked at Zhang Qi with impressed eyes. "You can do it, old Zhang." "Deep hiding," Zhang Qi said without looking back. "What do you mean? My mom is screwing around outside. You are not a simple character either. You actually have a concubine outside as well. Just that you still question each other. You two together, you can have 800 hard eyes." Zhao Lan said nervously. "Dad, have you already found your next home?" Zhang Qi frowned. "Don't talk nonsense. This is just one of my patients. If I divorce your mom, I won't look for more." Zhou Yan asked. "Why, divorced? Are you planning to renew your marriage with my mom? Then it's better not to divorce. Because of the tiredness." Zhao Lan stared straight at Zhang Qi's back, her eyes filled with reluctance. Zhang Qi locked eyes with her through the car's rearview mirror and realized that her eyes seemed wrong. But Zhang Qi didn't think much of it, just a silent sigh. 20 minutes later Zhang Qi parked his car in front of the hotel. Zhang Qi pushed open the car door first and walked towards the hotel. Zhao Yan also went out from the passenger side. As she got out of the car, she realized that the air was a bit cold, and due to the overly thin dress, it made her subconsciously shiver. So after seeing Zhang Qi's jacket left on the seat, he draped Zhang Qi's jacket over his shoulder. Her thin body was draped in a loose jacket that made her look a little suffering. She pulled out another pair of female Earth sunglasses from her arms and put them on, before she twisted her body and walked inside. Following Zhang Qi, Zhao Lan, who had no one to ask, suddenly tiptoed up and followed the duo step by step after dwelling on it for a while. Yao Ling was on duty and when she saw Zhang Qi, she nodded without moving. "With that," he said with an expressionless face, "accommodation, sir?" Zhang Qi gave her a surprised look, then seemed to think of something and nodded. "Yes." Yao Ling saw the duo of Zhao Yan and Zhao Lan behind her. "I couldn't help but be surprised. And these two are? My wife's daughter." Yao Ling nodded, feeling in her heart that Zhang Qi's words were a bit strange, but there were no more questions. Instead, he asked Zhang Qi for his ID card and made a pass at the computer. Family room 381. Yao Ling pushed a room card to Zhang Qi and said. Zhang Qi took it and realized that the label on it said the word erotic. Zhang Qi gave Yao Ling a deep look, then said to Zhao Yan, "Let's go. Take the stairs." Yao Ling looked at the back of Zhang Qi's trio as they left, her face gradually regaining its unusual color. After staying in the hotel for a long time, she had seen a lot of guests of all shapes and sizes. That's why she's never surprised by anything she encounters. At this time she couldn't help but think of a saying within her heart, all the red dust is full of passers-by. The hand can't help but click a song on the computer to listen to the red dust in. Fast horses tearing it up in the jungle. Zhang Qi looked at the room card. The room number was on the 9th floor, and he cursed in his heart. Bitch with dog. The sky is long. Without a word, he stepped quickly on the stepladder. Zhao Yan and Zhao Lan were a bit unable to keep up. Zhao Yan gasped. Surname Zhang. You're crazy. What floor is my mom on? Why don't you take the elevator? Zhang Qi glanced back at the two of them. See what kind of bears you are frozen into. Also do not put on more clothes. Take the stairs to warm up. A moment later in case of a move. You can also help me a hand. Zhao Yan questioned. Help you? That's most likely my stepdad. It's Zhao Lan's real dad. You'll celebrate when we make a move on you. After she finished speaking, she reacted and looked at Zhang Qi in shock. You couldn't have known that the two of us might turn against you. So you consumed a bit of our stamina in advance, right? Gnosis is good. You? So sinister. Bastard. Why are you my seed when you are so narrow-minded? Why can't you switch with your sister? I'm upset when I see you now. Zhao Yan said angrily. Surname Zhang. Don't go too far. Believe it or not, I'll let uncle beat you up severely in a while? Let my sister change? Why don't you change? Why don't you be my mom and let my mom be my dad if you're capable? Don't pull this useless crap. I'm just me. Different fireworks. Zhang Qi waved his hand in annoyance. Don't fucking bullshit. Hurry up. We're almost there. Said subconsciously pulled out a cigarette in his mouth. Zhao Yan accelerated her speed and took a step to catch up with Zhang Qi. If you really catch my mom in the act later, what are you going to do? Divorce? Zhang Qi blurted out. How can I divorce? Now I don't want to divorce too much. I want to expose it. Let everyone know how bitchy your mom is. Put Zhao Group in the center of public opinion. I want to ruin her. After Zhang Qi finished speaking, he had already arrived at the door of the room, but he soon realized that Zhou Yun blocked self, was staring at self with a hateful glare. Zhang Qi's heart ached slightly. He knew that if self destroyed Zhao Shui, it would be equivalent to destroying Zhao Yan's spiritual pillar. Destroyed Zhou Yun's pride. She certainly wouldn't allow self to do that, so he hastily changed his tune. Of course, it's not very realistic for me, your father, to try to do all this when I'm such a loser. So when it comes to light, your mom will have to take your stepdad over and I'll be able to step aside. That's more like it. Zhou Yun muttered and moved aside her body. Zhang Qi took a deep breath and swiped his room card on the door lock. After the sound of a small motorized motor, the door locked and unlocked. Zhang Qi also quickly pushed the door open. Breaking in, Zhang Qi subconsciously looked towards the living room. But, to Zhang Qi's surprise, the living room was empty. Zhao Yan glanced around. Where's my mom? That woman? She's not lying to you, is she? Zhang Qi's heart thumped. It's possible. At that moment, Zhang Qi heard the sound of dripping water in the bathroom. Hurriedly walked to the bathroom, pulled back the curtain. Zhao Yan anxiously reminded from behind. Surname Zhang, don't be so presumptuous. Don't scare uncle. It was too late for her to stop it. It was because she realized that Zhang Qi was looking inside filled with shock. Zhou Yan also walked over and she quickly saw someone. After seeing this person, she directly froze. In the bathroom was a woman in the shower. The woman was about 40 years old and looked to be about the same age as Zhang Qi, but she was bony and not at all out of shape for her age. The skin is great too. Only when I squinted, there were more crow's feet at the corners of my eyes. She was not Zhao Shui, but a woman that Zhang Qi had never had the pleasure of meeting. The woman did not show too much panic when Zhang Qi looked at her body. Instead she draped herself in the silk pajamas hanging on the hanger. The flattering figure had some extra satin for finishing touches, which added a bit of glamour to her. With a stern face, she whispered, coming or not? At that moment, Zhao Shui appeared. The woman frowned at Zhao Shui. Why did you even call a woman? What nonsense? Zhang Qi frowned slightly. He didn't quite understand the meaning of the woman's words. However, when he saw that the woman didn't get mad at him for going out of wind, but instead was still generous, he couldn't help but ask, are you a friend of Zhao Shui's? Zhao Shui? The woman seemed a little surprised. Just then, there was a sound of footsteps outside. Immediately afterward, an elegant and sensual female body, stepping on high heels, walked in. Zhang Qi, what brings you here? Zhang Qi turned around and it was Zhao Shui who was wearing a black dress. From this angle, Zhao Shui's clothes seemed to be less than neat, like she had organized them in a hurry, but hadn't tidied them up. Zhao Shui seemed to have thought of something and her face immediately pulled down. Yen Yen, Lan Lan, Zhang Qi, you called your daughter here too? Hearing this, the woman's body in a slim nightgown stepped out of the bathroom. She frowned. Mr. Zhao, is this your husband, Zhang Qi? These two are your daughters? Saying that, she subconsciously looked Zhang Qi up and down. There was an inexplicable gleam in his eyes. Zhao Shui was about to speak when Zhang Qi walked up to her and asked, "Where are the men?" Zhao Shui frowned. "What man? I don't understand what you mean by that." Zhang Qi frowned. "You entered the hotel with a man. Why is there a woman here? Where is the man you led over? You followed me?" Zhao Shui said with a sullen face. At that, the strange woman's face didn't look too good either. She said, "I can't imagine that Mr. Zhao's husband is so capable. It seems that Mr. Zhao isn't even in charge anymore. Whether or not General Zhao's backyard is in chaos, it's still up to this Mr. Zhang. Mr. Yeah, I've made you laugh. Mr. Zhao smiled apologetically, and the woman called Nia expressed her indifference. Then Mr. Zhao's face reprimanded Zhang Qi. "I've told you, the next time you catch an adulterer, you have to be more sensible. Have you put my words in your heart or not? You mess with me, not affect my business. Understand?" Zhang Qi looked straight at Zhao Shui. "Where did the man go?" "What man? Didn't I tell you? I'm here to see a client. And this Mr. Nia is my client. A woman. Are you still unsure?" After saying that, with a cold face, she came in front of Zhao Yan. A slap was given to Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun glared. "You, snap." Zhao Shui slapped her again. "I, snap. Surname Zhang, slap." Zhao Shui lands a couple of connecting shots and Nia is out cold. Zhang Qi also watched with cold eyes. Zhao Yan's eyes reddened as she glared at Zhang Qi. "Surname Zhang, are you just going to watch my mom beat me?" Zhang Qi was expressionless and indifferent. Zhao Shui looked at Zhao Yan indifferently. "You don't go to school properly. Why are you following your dad to make trouble? Your dad doesn't know any better. And as the eldest daughter, you're still following your dad to cause trouble for me?" Zhao Yan roared. "My dad led the way in causing trouble, so you go beat up my dad? What are you hitting me for? I can't beat him." Zhao Shui didn't have the heart to say. Zhao Yan choked. "Aren't you great? Bring your man outside here to teach him a lesson. Do I call that causing trouble? You're out there having an affair with someone else, fighting my dad to the death, and as a daughter, don't I have any business asking about it?" Zhao Shui faintly said. "That's not called fighting, that's called unilateral crushing. And you, as a child, meddle less in the affairs of adults. Otherwise don't blame me for not training you as a successor. Who are you scaring? I'm an adult. I know what I'm doing. What can't I intervene? You're just doing the unseemly and dying to admit it." Zhao Shui pointed at Zhao Yan and you let out a cry, a trace of anger finally appearing on her face. "Even if you're already an adult, there are some things that you can't meddle in if you're not in the game. Otherwise you're just meddling." Zhou Yun broke down. When she saw Zhang Qi staring at herself, she couldn't help but say angrily, "What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Are you happy that I was cleaned up by my mom? You punk! Didn't you say you could catch the present this time? Is that how you caught it?" Zhang Qi said with a sullen face. "You also said that you have become an adult. Being an adult means that doing anything, you need to pay a price. And the price is falling for your wimpy ass?" Zhao Shui sank her face. "Zhao Yan, have I been too indulgent to you? Kneel down for me. You wish. Beat me to death if you can. You." Zhou Yun turned around and ran outside, but Zhang Qi stopped her. "Temperance, you can't leave yet." "What do you mean?" Zhang Qi lit the cigarette in his mouth and pressed his head to look out. "I suspect your mom's room is not this one." He raised the rune card in his hand, which had two small letters with the word management on it. This meant that the rune card Yao Ling had given to self was not just for this room number, and Zhao Shui's adulterer might be in other rooms. Zhao Shui frowned at the duo with a not-so-good feeling. "What are you guys muttering about?" Zhang Qi said to Zhao Yan. "Good daughter, you take a few more slaps for uncle. Uncle will thank you later. Keep an eye on your mom and don't ventilate." After saying that, Zhang Qi turned around and left the door. Zhao Shui thumped inwardly and called out sharply, "Zhang Qi, don't mess around. I'm a senior member here. If you do this, it'll affect my reputation." She wanted to go and block it, but Zhao Yan leaned behind the door and looked provocatively at Zhao Shui. "Mom, why don't you give me a few more big slaps in the face to make me remember?" Zhao Shui coldly glanced at Zhao Yan. "You're just like your father. You don't let me worry. Do you really think that your mom and I are having a private meeting with someone else outside? Since you guys won't die, then whatever." That icy look caused Zhou Yun to inexplicably tremble inwardly, but she said with a stiff upper lip, Now I'm starting to sympathize with my dad. Look what a pain in the ass he's been put through by you. Zhang Qi swiped the door locks one by one, and as expected, his room card, a universal door card, could swipe open all the doors on this floor. He had just brushed open the second door when, suddenly, a man in a green hat, depressing the brim of his hat, rushed past him and outward. When Zhang Qi saw his hat, he was shocked. Isn't that my green hat? How come it's on his head? How can your own hat be on someone else's head? Zhang Qi was puzzled in his mind. He said how one of the two hats had disappeared, making him look for a while, but it was too late to think about it, and when he saw the man rushing down the stairs, Zhang Qi followed in hot pursuit. Don't you go! Stop! Zhang Qi used all his strength to follow in the background and realized that his opponent's physical strength was not far from his own. The man was like an old loach, always keeping a distance from Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi chased after him from the 9th floor of the hotel to the downstairs. He thought that he had climbed 9 flights of stairs and was already tired, but the other party had not been able to get rid of him either. On the way downstairs, I found music playing within the hall, just in time for the lyrics. Who leads the martial arts? The man went down the stairs and ran off into the distance. Zhang Qi, tired and panting, felt that this is not the way to go on. So he saw a man riding a shared electric bike stop the bike and was about to lock it. And Zhang Qi hurriedly pushed the man away and said, "Good brother, lend me the car to ride." With that, he went after them while hitting the pedals and twisting the gas furiously. The man was wearing a hat and running wildly. Zhang Qi always chased after him without slowing down, and he intended to exhaust his opponent's stamina first. Otherwise, if two people get into an argument, it's easy to lose if they move. Finally, after about 10 minutes had passed, the other man gasped and stopped at a bridge that was being built. Ahead was the dead end, and he wasn't able to run any further. However, this person always had his back to Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi parked the car and said at the other party, "Don't run away. You don't have to be afraid. I won't do anything to you. I just want to talk to you." The man was fixed in place, still not turning around. Zhang Qi wasn't in a hurry and didn't press forward, but said, 10 minutes is my limit. I just smell the smell of tobacco oil from you. You're about the same age as me, aren't you? I didn't realize that although that bitch Xiao Shui betrayed me, her tastes never changed. No wonder she didn't want to divorce me. It turns out that she did thrive on me. I did poke her point. It's true that I can't keep my own wife, and it's true that I'm not capable of doing so, and I don't blame her for all the men out there. So you really don't have to be afraid. I just want to clarify your relationship. You turn around and let me look at you. The other side didn't move. Zhang Qi couldn't help but sneer. I originally thought that Zhao Shui resented me for being too much of a wimp, so she looked for strong and rich men, but I didn't expect her to find someone who was even more of a wimp than I am, and she didn't even dare to show her true colors. Or is it that you're just a temporary player on her whim? Finally, the other's shoulders stuttered. He spoke. You think you know a lot about Zhao Shui? You don't understand anything. You're just digging your own grave. Zhang Qi froze. Then his face suddenly became agitated. What are you talking about? Your voice. Zhang Qi's heart turned over. The man turned his back on Zhang Qi and said, "Keep your hat on. Live your little life. You'll naturally understand when the time comes, or else what you're doing won't do you or me any good. Who are you? Who the hell are you? Get your facts straight." Zhang Qi excitedly rushed towards the other party, but the man acted as if he knew Zhang Qi's movements as he suddenly ran towards the bridge. Zhang Qi reached out his hand. "No, calm down, get back here." The next second, the man leapt in place and just tumbled over the guardrail of the bridge. Zhang Qi hurriedly leaned over the parapet and looked down. With the sound of a plop into the water, the man floundered and swam toward the shore like a wave. Zhang Qi slapped his thigh and cursed, "Damn, the time spent slipping the fish is too short and he's still so energetic." No wonder Zhao Shui picked him. He felt the man should reach his limit. Since the man wasn't killed by the fall, self shouldn't be killed by the jump. Zhang Qi slightly gritted his teeth. He also pressed against the guardrail and made to jump. But about to jump, out of the corner of his eye, he saw an electrician in a fishing boat, secretly fishing, silently approaching the man. Zhang Qi peeled himself against the guardrail and turned his head to look. The man silently swam toward the electrician's fishing boat, and the electrician, who seemed to have discovered something remarkable, zeroed in on the fire left and stabbed at the water in its vicinity. From a long distance away, Zhang Qi could hear the sound of nuisance. Grass, grass, grass. Zhang Qi was startled and hurried back to the guardrail, looking at the small fishing boat in shock, subconsciously pulling out his cell phone from his pocket, wanting to call the police, but after much hesitation, he did not do so, because he was worried that the incident would affect self. After all, the man jumped into the river because of him, and no one can say if he pushed him off. One bad move and he becomes an indirect accessory. Looking toward the fishing boat again, The electrician still didn't seem to realize that it was a human being who had been electrocuted, and took out a large net to catch the man and try to fish him aboard. Zhang Qi yelled, "Hey, it's people, it's a human being." The electrician on the boat was startled, tilted his head to look at Zhang Qi on the bridge, and called out, "Good brother, don't report it. We'll play together next time. You net people, you net people. If you report it, then report it. Why are you calling me inhuman, not being a Rengzi?" When he finished speaking, he gave a hard pull on the engine's fuse, and when the engine resounded with a blaring sound, he took control of the fishing boat, dragging the nets in the water, and sailed off into the distance. Zhang Qi's face was going green, hurriedly went down to the bridge to check, but found that the other party had long since disappeared. Zhang Qi took 2 steps backward, trembling, lit a cigarette, and gradually calmed down. This man, isn't the timing of the fishing boat's appearance too coincidental? Who could this man really be? His voice? Why does he sound like that? Zhang Qi's heart fluttered. Zhao Shui, is this all arranged by you? You're too ruthless to be this crazy in order to cover up your own unseemly secret. After thinking about it, Zhang Qi still feel that I cannot sit back and do nothing. After all, is a living human life? Although the other side may be involved with his wife, it doesn't matter if he dies. But what about Zhao Shui? Let's see what you've got. Zhang Qi turned to leave and then called Qin Feiyu. Mr. Qin, there's something I have to ask you for. Go ahead. Zhang Qi said, I seem to have caught my wife's lover, but because of an accident, that lover seems to be dead, and it is suspected that my wife arranged. He told Qin Feiyu what had just happened. Qin Feiyu's tone deepened a lot after hearing this. This water of your wife's spread. It's deeper than I imagined. Dr. Chang, what do you want to do? I'm going to call the police and get them involved, but I'm afraid of getting in trouble. So, got it. I'll set it up. Zhang Qi said, thank Ms. Qin for me for taking care of her for the past 2 days. You're welcome. We also had the intention to try your wife's death. This time we got out in one piece. It seems that your wife, the groundhog, isn't very good either. After chatting for a few moments, Qin Feiyu handed Zhang Qi a message to meet Qin Yao tomorrow, because Qin Yao had prepared a surprise for Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi agreed and found the shared bike again, rushing towards the hotel. Passing the front desk, Yao Ling called out to Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi asked, what for? Yao Ling blinked and asked in a low voice, who won? Zhang Qi frowned, come to my medical center tomorrow. Got it. This time, Zhang Qi took the elevator up and found that the room on the 9th floor was open. Zhao Shui stood. Zhao Yan and Zhao Lan sat on the sofa in silence. That chief Nia female soil, on the other hand, sat on the coffee table smoking a cigarette. Seeing Zhang Qi come in, she yawned, pushed open the bedroom door, and walked in, closing the door at the same time. Leaves private space for a family of 4. Zhao Shui glanced at Zhang Qi and said, back, found something? Zhao Yan also hurriedly stood up. Dad, who is my uncle? Did you chase that person again? Did you find anything? Zhao Shui frowned. What uncle? That's right, my stepdad, my sister's real dad. Zhao Shui slashed her face. You're looking for a fight again, aren't you? What's the point of having a stepdad? Your sister's real dad is your dad. It's Zhang Qi. You don't have a stepfather either. You're still being tough. It's come to this, and you're still dead set against admitting it. Humph. Zhao Yan turned her head and called out to Zhang Qi expectantly again. Surname Zhang, why don't you say something? Zhang Qi glanced at Zhao Shui with unfamiliar eyes, then shook his head. Didn't catch him. Someone tipped him off in advance and he got away. Ah, you, waste. Zhao Yan was greatly disappointed. The slap on my face. For nothing? Zhao Shui held her forehead. You were already in need of a beating. And you, Zhang Qi, what the hell do you want? What do you mean by tipping me off? You don't trust me that much? Zhang Qi looked at Zhao Shui slyly. I talked to that person. Zhao Shui's face changed slightly. I don't understand what you mean. Zhang Qi looked deeply at Zhao Shui. That man. Who is he? Zhao Shui said helplessly. What man is not a man? You can't be referring to my paramour outside, right? It's all fake. So don't be suspicious of me just because of something catchy. Zhang Qi looked at Zhao Shui seriously. This matter is very serious. You have to tell me his identity. There's no point in you pretending any longer. What am I pretending? I don't even know what you're talking about. As you can see, I came out late at night to see Mr. Nya. And Mr. Nya. A woman. Zhang Qi's face was slightly cold. My cuckold is on that man's head. And you're still saying it has nothing to do with you? Listen carefully. I'm not obsessing about whether you cheated or not. Whether there's another man or not. I don't care anymore. I just want to know the identity of this man. Zhao Shui said. You don't care because I've never betrayed you. And as for the identity of that man, I have no idea what you're talking about. How am I going to answer you? Zhang Qi still wanted to speak, but Zhao Yan sneered and said, Surname Zhang, don't ask. There's no way my mom will admit it. It's your fault that you're too much of a loser to even catch a mistress. Otherwise, if you pressed someone in front of my mom, would she be able to deny it? Zhao Shue's face sank slightly. Yan, do you think that mom usually cares for you too much so that you can run your mouth in front of me? Zhao Yan was on fire. What do you mean by blabbering? What do you mean you love me? Do you take me for a fool? You're preoccupied with your career. When we were young, it was surname Zhang who took care of us sisters. And when we grew up, it was our grandparents who took care of us. What part of me are you hurting? Now that you have someone else, I, as your daughter, have no business knowing? Zhao Shui had a cold face. I told you, I only have your father. Ha. Zhang Qi lit a cigarette, and after a moment of silence, he said, in fact, I summarized that this time, we still lost our tracks. Zhang Qi glanced at Zhao Shui and said, I suspect that the man of your mother's tonight is one of its purposes, and the one in the house, Mr. Nya, is also one of the purposes. Zhou Yun said blankly, what do you mean? Your mom knew ahead of time that we were coming, so she arranged for a woman to be here to disarm our suspicions. So someone must have tipped them off. Zhao Yan is a young man. Her thinking is more jumpy. It's also possible that my mom guessed that you would be suspicious, so that surname Yang is just a means of defense for her. No, surname Zhang, since you said that someone tipped you off, you must have your reasons. The timing of my mom's appearance was too coincidental. My mom came over just as we entered the house, so she already knew we were coming. Look at that look on your face. The man you just chased must have found out something amazing, right? Makes you think my mom set this all up? Surname Zhang, what exactly did you encounter out there? Zhang Qi gave her a surprised look. He then avoided the topic. What you should be concerned about now is who is tipping off the others. Zhao Yan was shocked, and then after a little thought, she suddenly looked at Zhang Qi in shock. You're talking about that concubine of yours? Zhao Shui raised her eyebrows at Zhang Qi. What concubine? Zhang Qi was thoughtful, but quickly shook his head. I don't think so. Who could that be? Who else knows what the three of us are doing tonight? My mom didn't put a bug in that old car of yours, did she? Zhao Shui's face grew darker as she listened to the father-daughter duo. She finally couldn't help herself and interrupted the two. Have you made enough of a scene? Have you guys had enough? It's the wiretap again. And I arranged it on purpose? You've got me all confused. Can't you give me a break? Do you know how tired I am to maintain the harmony of this family? I'm not an Iron Man. Can't you be a little more understanding? Do you want to drive me crazy? Zhao Yan looked at Zhao Shui with a cold smile. Mom, you're weak-minded. You're purposely digressing from the topic, which only means that my speculation is close to the truth. Yell. What truth? The truth is that you and your father have joined forces against me, and that makes me sad and angry. Oh, you can't fool me. I was known in school as the Formoan of the detective world. The truth, as often as not, is only one. Zhang Qi reminded. Don't think your mom is so smart. From the fact that she's so mouthy, it shows that she's not a smart person. It's just that she thinks she's smart. Women tend to not bring their brains with them when they get high with a man, especially since your mom hasn't had a night out in a while, which means she's very much on top of her game tonight and is unlikely to be thinking about it that much. Zhou Yun thoughtfully. It seems that it is necessary to rule out the possibility of your car being installed with a wiretap. Zhang Qi directly said. No need to guess. There is a mole. Zhang Qi turned his head, looking at Zhao Lan. Lan, when did you inform your mom? With a whoosh, Zhao Yan and Zhao Shui all of a sudden looked at Zhao Lan. Zhao Lan looked up blankly. No, how could I inform my mom? It's you. Zhao Yan came to a realization. No wonder mom knew we were coming. So it was you. The traitor. Zhao Lan hurriedly shook her head. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. I don't even have a cell phone. How could I tell our mom? You don't have a cell phone, but you have a watch. Hand over your watch and I'll see it. I don't have my watch. Yes, I'll look for it. Zhou Yan moved closer and reached towards Zhou Ran's body. Zhao Shui frowned and said, that's enough. You guys stop it. Over here. Zhao Yan quickly took out a smartwatch from Zhao Lan's pocket. She sneered and looked at Zhao Lan. And say you didn't ventilate. Zhao Lan shook her head and said, even if I brought my watch, it doesn't mean that I was the one who tipped off mom. Childish. You've lied you don't have a watch. That says it all. Do I need to go through your watch communications? I really didn't. I won't die until I see the Yellow River. Zhou Yan decisively unlocked the watch. She soon saw a voice message with Zhao Shui. Tapping on it, Zhao Lan's faint voice rang out on her watch. Mom, Dad's gone to look for you. Zhou Yan brought her watch in front of Zhou Lan and questioned. What do you call this? That's what I posted yesterday. Oh, it was sent just half an hour ago. When we got in the car, And you're telling me it was sent yesterday? I really didn't send it. Zhao Yan was on fire. She droned. The facts are right in front of your eyes. And you still don't admit it. You punk, you don't have this much courage? I'll smash your face. She raised her hand and slapped Zhao Lan across the face. Zhao Shue's face changed. Stop. It was too late to stop it. At the critical moment, a large hand held Zhao Yan's wrist. Surname Zhang. Why are you stopping me? Zhao Yan glared at Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi silently looked at Zhao Lan, and he realized that the Zhao Lan at this moment seemed to be a bit similar to Zhao Shui. They're all equally tough-talking. Zhang Qi said, Lan, don't be afraid. What's done is done. It's nothing. Zhao Lan looked at Zhang Qi and said, Dad, don't you blame me? Yes. You're young. You don't know any better. And it's okay to do wrong. And, from your point of view, you didn't do wrong. Zhou Yan huffed. I hate traitors. And you're saying she didn't do anything wrong? Zhang Qi ignored Zhao Yan and said to Zhao Lan, why did you do that tonight? Zhao Lan lowered her head. I don't want that. I just want you by my side. Didn't Dad say so? Dad won't leave you. But I'm afraid. My dad you'll leave Mom. I'm afraid you'll leave me. Zhao Yan drank. Rubbish. He's not your own father. What are you afraid of? It's him who should be afraid. Stop yelling. Zhang Qi glanced at Zhao Yan and said, you being an elder sister, your brain is not as good as your sister's. This is something you need to learn from her. My brain is not as good as hers? Ridiculous. You're saying I'm not as smart as her? Who do you really favor? I'm at least related to you. Zhang Qi sighed. Turning her head, she glanced at Zhao Shui. Are you still not admitting that you have someone outside now? Zhao Shui said. Don't talk nonsense. Lan did send me a message, but I didn't take it seriously. It doesn't necessarily mean I'm having an affair. It's just this girl worrying blindly. Zhang Qi sank his face. What's the deal with that man? If it has nothing to do with you, why did he run when he saw me? How am I supposed to know? It's not like I know him. If you want to know, ask that man. Zhao Shui said without a trace of anger. A disappointed look flashed across Zhang Qi's eyes. Then he said to Zhao Yan, let's go. Zhao Yan glared at Zhao Shui and said, don't dare to do it. With that, he was about to leave with Zhang Qi. Wait, Zhao Shui said, since you've come all the way here, don't go back tonight. Yan, you and your sister go get a room and leave tomorrow. I have something to talk about with your father. Zhang Qi raised an eyebrow. Zhou Yan glanced at the duo, cut and went downstairs. Zhao Lan hurriedly followed. Zhao Shui gave the duo a worried look, then pulled Zhang Qi through the door. In a low voice, he said, that Mr. Nya in the room is very important to me, and I want you to do me a favor. Zhang Qi faintly said, what favor? I was actually going to get back to you tomorrow, but since I caught up with you today, let's get this over with. Zhao Shui looked at Zhang Qi and said, knowing that you are a great healer, this Mr. Nya has come here specifically to seek your medical attention. You go in and help me cure her. Why should I help you? Zhang Qi looked at Zhao Shui. Why should I help you when you've been stealing behind my back? Zhao Shui said helplessly. How many times do you want me to say that I didn't steal? With my family status, even if I did, is it necessary for me to hide it from you? So what's with the stamp on your ass? What about your syphilis? And what's going on with Lan? Look at you. Here we go again. I've said all I need to say. There are some things I don't want to explain a second time. You're saying the same thing you're not saying. Zhao Shui saw this icy attitude of Zhang Qi and her tone hardened. Help me cure this Mr. Nya today, and come with me to cure Han Yilong tomorrow. I'm not discussing with you, otherwise don't blame me for getting real with you. Zhang Qi said, if you move for real, then you move now, or else I will look down on you. You, if I hadn't been in love with you, if I hadn't favored you, do you think you could have stood by my side in one piece and talked back to me? Zhao Shui gasped. Zhang Qi thought briefly and said, it's not impossible to let me help you this time, but you have to tell me who the man I saw tonight is. Zhao Shui said helplessly, I've already said that I don't know him at all. Does it make sense for you to ask this? Bitch, stop pretending. The kids are gone. There's no point pretending with me in front of me. None of this makes sense. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a no. I don't even know what you're talking about. So how can I tell you? You tell me who you saw. Zhang Qi sneered. Don't you know better than me who I saw? So tell me instead. Who exactly did you see? Zhang Qi lit another cigarette and took 2 puffs in annoyance. He scrutinized Zhao Shui's eyes. Other than finding a few hints of spring on Zhao Shui's face, there wasn't anything. Okay, I'll tell you who I saw. Who? Zhao Shui was also aroused. She pricked up her ears. Zhang Qi slowly said, what I saw was my own self. Zhao Shui's face was much more grave. And Zhang Qi, looking straight into Zhao Shui's eyes, you play too flowery? Even if you cheat, you want people to put on my image? Do you want to have some face? I don't know what you're talking about. Don't bullshit me. Firstly, I didn't cheat on you. Secondly, even if I cheated on you, I went there for the novelty of it, so how could I possibly let people use your image to accompany me? I see you've been under too much mental stress the last few days, so your brain is starting to get muddled. Zhao Shui pushed the door open and headed out. All those things you did to me, I can all forget about them, but this today, it's more important. You have to help me cure Mr. Yeah, tomorrow, you make a trip to the hospital, and help me consult Han Long. He's of great use to me. Don't delay me, or I'll be furious. With that, Zhao Shui said that she went to accompany her daughter and left. Zhang Qi frowned, only feeling upset. Going out late at night just to meet this so-called Mr. Yeah, self would like to see where this Mr. Yeah, in the end, is a sinful bastard. Zhang Qi threw the cigarette onto the wooden floor and stamped it out with his foot. With that, he pushed open the bedroom door. Mr. Nia's slender and beautiful body was lying on the side of the bed with a cigarette in his mouth. At this point she still had the same sexy pajamas that would go off if she wasn't careful, but she didn't mind at all when Zhang Qi entered. Instead, he said to Zhang Qi, "Are you guys done with your business? Zhao Shui is gone?" Zhang Qi nodded and sat down on the chicly shaped chair at the end of the bed. Said, "What did you mean when you just said to me that you were coming or not?" Mr. Nia froze, exhaled a cigarette towards Zhang Qi, and laughed. "What, didn't Mr. Zhao tell you? I've heard that you're a great healer, so I'm going to ask you to look at my illness." Zhang Qi glanced at her posture and couldn't help but frown. There's no need to look at a Tart's disease. Wearing a conservative outfit will cure it. But I don't want to be conservative. I just want to be spontaneous. Does Dr. Zhang want to help me back off? Zhang Qi glanced at her again. I'm not interested in women who are old and yellow. You don't need to scratch your head at me. Alas, men, they will always only like 18-year-old girls. Women like me at this age, no matter how much they struggle, they can only lose to the years. Mr. Nia sat up from the bed. She extended her hand to Zhang Qi. My name is Nia Yu. Just call me Xiao Yu, or Xiao Nia. Zhang Qi said. Zhao Shui said you're sick. What's wrong with you? Nia Yu said. Although my position is that much stronger than Zhao Shui, my origin is 100,000 miles away from Zhao Shui. I'm just like you, a child of a poor family in the eyes of others. Zhang Qi waved his hand and corrected. My family isn't poor. It's just that my parents like to raise their son poorly. I hang up. I'm poor, so I get hungry for money. I want it, so I'll use tricks. This little half-life I rely on my own body. Find a few good conditions of men, slowly use their power to climb up. Although the marriage is not too happy, but my career is quite successful. Zhang Qi faintly said. No wonder my wife is so watery. So it's because she learned from you. My most recent marriage was the most discerning I think I've ever had. I was only looking for an honest man to marry, but I didn't realize that this honest man wasn't honest at all. Not only was he very powerful, but after I got married, he gradually revealed his nature. He lost his freshness for me and started spending his time away from home. I want to make myself a little bit more attractive so that my husband will love me a little bit more, even if he's out there messing around with people and thinking about me. Dr. Zhang, Zhao Shui's henchman, Li Suling, said that you know how to enlarge breasts. Do you have any other means? I want to try it. Like, make my body more perfect, my skin tighter, my face alluring and feminine. Zhang Qi didn't have the heart to say. I'm just a doctor, not a wish-granting Buddha. With this claim of yours, I suggest you try going to a medical beauty center. Nya Yu sighed. After all, there's nothing in this world that can keep your face. If I had something like that, I could be brother to Qin Shi Huang. Nya Yu stared at Zhang Qi and said, then do you have something that can make my husband obsessed with me? I know of a medicine that can make a man obsessed with self. Zhang Qi advised. You have to follow the way of nature. What you should enjoy you have already enjoyed. And you have lived a wonderful enough life. Don't be too greedy as a human being, and leave room for others who come after you. But I don't want to give up this land of my husband's to another woman. Do you have one of those or not? So what if I did? So what if I don't? You're friends with my wife's bitch. I wouldn't help you even if I did. Zhang Qi coldly glanced at Nya Yu. In my eyes, both of you are sluts. You. Nya Yu stood up with an exclaim, her slim pajamas fluttering like a gust of wind, carrying a fragrant breeze towards Zhang Qi. She glared at Zhang Qi. I'm your wife's partner. If you offend me, aren't you afraid that I'll step in to cure your wife? Bitch, if you make a move, heal it quickly. This wife of mine is so demonic and ruthless that I can't even heal him. You're such a loser. You can't even cure your wife. What else can you do? Nya Yu sat down again and glanced at Zhang Qi. Can you really get something like that? It's too simple. Men have limited energy. Use some drugs. Make hints to a man's consciousness. and then control his whole energy on you. Over time, the man will close his heart. After Zhang Qi finished, he looked at Niayu again with disdain. But why should I help you? You've been in the battlefield for a long time. So your husband can't be like that? It's better for you. A piece of fertile land, to rot into a pile of stinking maggots. It's better to be like my wife. People like you should pay the price for your own watery behavior. Niayu sneered. When a man is incapable, he only has a mouth with offensive power. And yet I don't know that when I hear these sarcastic words, my heart will only be secretly happy. Cool with all that self gets, cool with the jealous stares of others, cool with the sour tone in their mouths when they ask for it. I was just trying to speak from the heart. I didn't mean to taunt you, but don't get cocky with a rotten bastard like you. I'm not going to beg for it. Take your time getting high, and let's see if you guys still get high when you and my wife, two rotten bastards, rot into a pile of shit and nobody cares. Words were not enough, so Zhang Qi stood up and prepared to leave, but Niayu called out to him. I'm not asking for your wife's help. I'm just asking your wife to introduce you. If you help me, I'll give you favors, give you what you want, whether it's a woman, or power, or, well, me. Zhang Qi frowned. You mean cooperation? Seeing that Niayu didn't retort, Zhang Qi's heart stirred and he said, then you first tell me the real purpose of my wife coming to the hotel tonight. The identity of that man. Who exactly is he? You want to know? Niayu raised an eyebrow. She said, I'll tell you if you help me. Zhang Qi nodded. Yes, but I want you to work for me. Niayu frowned. What do you mean? Zhang Qi thought briefly and said, since you found me, it means that you are now sick and desperate. Your situation is critical. You are likely to be kicked out of the house by your husband at any time. If I help you, you will get a lot. So you want more? Niayu seemed to understand what Zhang Qi meant. Zhang Qi nodded his head. I want to deal with my wife. But you're the one my wife's bitch called over. So how do I know if you're the ones wearing the same pants? So if you promise, I need you to give me some guarantees. What guarantee? Like, your secrets. Like, evidence of you cheating. Or bed pictures. With these, if Niayu betrays Zhang Qi can take this evidence and tell her husband. And in the end, Niayu will still be a basket case. Niayu gave Zhang Qi a deep look. You're much smarter than I thought. It's shit like you guys that made me grow up. Niayu thought briefly. I promise you. Is it a current photo or what? What pose do you want me to be photographed in? The corner of Zhang Qi's mouth hooked. Then let's have a photo with a pork quarantine stamp on your body. Using the stamp I provided. Shoot you tomorrow. Niayu blankly glanced at Zhang Qi. Then he said, actually, I have a better solution to diffuse our concerns. Zhang Qi frowned. What way? That's when you become a party. Tonight, you stay with me. Zhang Qi's gaze condensed as he took a closer look at Niayu and realized that Niayu was also looking at his own body. Zhang Qi said, it's time for you to tell me the identity of my wife's wild man. Wouldn't it be better if we enjoyed ourselves while we talked? Niayu pursed her lips. Her bare thighs buckled to the top of her second leg, and her eyes were mesmerized as she looked towards Zhang Qi. Actually, that's what your wife wants then. What? Zhang Qi's body stiffened and he looked at Niayu with some surprise. Your wife needs to flatter me. So she's going to introduce you to me and use you to please me and curry favor with me. Tonight, all you have to do is what I tell you to do. And no matter what out of the ordinary things you do, your wife will be happier instead. Zhang Qi frowned. It's time for you to tell me what I want to know. You don't believe it? Niayu gave Zhang Qi a provocative look. The fact that your wife left you here alone already says everything. She knows that I am a loose woman. If you don't believe me, I can call her right now and have her tell you herself. Zhang Qi's face was expressionless, with only endless anger inside. I'm not interested in a bitch like you. So just die and tell me what I need to know quickly or your deal and mine are off. Alas. Have I really lost to the years and have no attraction to men? But those youngsters in the unit clearly see me with longing inside them. Why not when it comes to you? That's right. Who is Mr. Zhao? She looks so beautiful and you're her man. Surely you can't look at a woman with average posture. But if you prefer someone younger, I can introduce you to them. Niayu said. While twisting her body, she put some of her own tight positions, appearing and disappearing to Zhang Qi, scratching her head, trying to tickle Zhang Qi's mind ape. But to her dismay, Zhang Qi remained indifferent, all the while looking at her with an expressionless face. Eventually, Niayu sighed. Your wife is indeed meeting a man tonight? That man should be a big shot, but not the one you saw earlier. Niayu glanced at Zhang Qi and said, I heard your conversation in the house. That man should have known about the wind ahead of time. So he hid. I suggest that you monitor your wife's movements more in the next 2 days. You might find something important. Your wife's hog factory is thundering, and she's going to fix it, so this man is here to help her. Zhang Qi's face dawned on him. The heart is a little disappointed again. This Jiaolan, bad self big thing ah. Zhang Qi hurriedly asked again. Where is that man? Niayu gave Zhang Qi a deep look. As I said, I'm interested in you. I told your wife about this, so she promised to let you accompany me. Zhang Qi put his shoe-clad foot onto the mattress, bowed his knee, pressed it against his elbow, and cupped his hand around his chin, stroking it while deep in thought. He muttered, so although my wife promised you, he found a man to fool you by pretending to be me. Niayu said, that's why I want to work with you. Your wife is so petty that she even fooled me with counterfeiting, which makes me angry. Zhang Qi pondered, perhaps she is not being petty, she just knows that I won't agree, so she is too lazy to waste that effort. Niayu said, a woman who can't even control the men in her family is doomed to fail. It seems that you are her soft underbelly. The question in my mind was solved, yet there is another question. He looked at Niayu and said, just how many concubines does my wife have outside? Do you know who her concubines are? Niayu, however, said, she is not my playmate, but let me remind you, which of the women who are out in the open every day don't have 3 or 5 blue-faced friends? The corners of Zhang Qi's mouth twitched. The mind ponders if self needs to add a few more green hats to his collection. Thinking of this, Zhang Qi's heart burst with annoyance as he snapped at Niayu. Rubbish, after talking for half a day, it's all a bunch of nonsense. You haven't provided a single thing that I want to know. Niayu raised the corners of her mouth and stared straight at Zhang Qi. Has anyone ever told you that you're quite a crowd pleaser when you curse? Bitch, I'll heal you now. Niayu's heart burst with excitement as he heard the words. Hurriedly, he was unguarded against Zhang Qi, signaling Zhang Qi to come as he pleased. Zhang Qi pulled out the silver needle from his pocket. After sticking a few needles in Niayu's Ju Mu and Shan Mu points, he pulled out the needles mercilessly and turned around. Before leaving, he left a message. Tomorrow, go to my medical center to pick up the medicine. Niayu was initially a bit curious about what Zhang Qi had cured self, but she soon felt a slight heat on her skin, and all sorts of distracting thoughts rose from her mind. The heart couldn't help but cackle. You asshole. The next day, Zhang Qi's medical center was still full of patients. There was a long line out the door before it even opened. 1 noon. Zhang Qi was so busy that he didn't even have time to drink. At this time Zhang Qi only deeply realized that the few patients saw a mess on the self in the end how much impact. Business at the medical center. Bursting at the seams. If this keeps up, we'll have to hire an assistant. Zhang Qi pondered in his mind while taking out his cell phone and checking the news of the same city. There was no news about the man who jumped into the river and was electrocuted by a fishing electrician who mistook him for a walleye. The incident doesn't seem to be making waves. Meanwhile, the outbreak of swine fever about the second brother livestock company seems to have been toned down to a lesser heat and not caused much of an impact. Zhang Qi was in awe. That bitch's lover. He seems to have a lot of energy. And this kind of matter that concerns people's livelihood can be suppressed. While he was thinking about it, Yao Ling came. Zhang Qi did not dwell too much with Yao Ling and gave him some acupuncture and dispensed some medicine. Yao Ling quickly paid the money in a refreshed manner. At the same time lamented, Dr. Zhang, your medical skills are really bull-ah. I went to see a lot of doctors for this disease. However, egg no use, to you this trip. Feel more than a foot massage or cool. Zhang Qi looked towards the door and waved his hand at it. Alright, there's nothing else you can go first. Yao Ling glanced somewhat enviously at the patients waiting inside the medical center. Dr. Zhang, how much did you manage to get at noon today? Zhang Qi glanced at her and said, over 4,000. Yao Ling gulped. 1 day's turnover is as much as my 1 month's salary. Dr. Zhang, do you accept apprentices? Actually, I also have a university degree. I've worked as a nurse and I've taken the physician's license but failed. Zhang Qi glanced at her. My high income is only temporary. It won't work after the heat is over. Besides, my medical center income is my own. Even if you jump to me, a laborer, the salary isn't that high. Do you still expect me to give you a share? That's not true. Being a doctor is my intention after all. I'll think about it, and I'll contact you if I really need you. Go back first, I have things to do. After sending Yao Ling away, Niayu walked in from outside. Her purpose was simple, to find Zhang Qi to get the medicine. Zhang Qi had long ago dispensed the medicine for her. Taking the medicine out, he confided, this medicine can temporarily suppress a man's impulses and make him sensible. Niayu said, I don't quite understand. You can understand that the man's sage mode, the man in this mode, do not need physical comfort, but need to mind comfort. Can you catch your husband's heart? Depends on your own. A brilliant light flashed in Niayu's eyes. I won't shortchange you if it works out well. The two men went to the inner room and exchanged chips. Zhang Qi got a picture of Niayu carrying the medicine away. There was a steady stream of patients outside the door of the medical center. and Zhang Qi frowned straight away. He had an appointment with Qin Yao, so he definitely couldn't leave at this rate. So Zhang Qi walked to the door, ready to close the store and put up the closing sign. Just then, another woman approached. Brother-in-law. Zhang Qi glanced at Zhao Ying and realized that Zhao Ying's face was haggard and her snow-white neck was reflecting shimmering light under the sunlight. This is the reason why the skin sweats too much and looks greasy. Zhang Qi's nose twitched. You didn't take a shower yesterday? Zhao Ying gave Zhang Qi a surprised look. How did you know? Did you peek at me? Zhang Qi said indifferently. What are you doing here? At those words, Zhao Ying's eyes reddened slightly. I got kicked by my sister. Zhang Qi's eyes showed surprise. What did she kick you for? Kicked where? Not in the sense of kicking with my feet. In fact, it's similar to kicking with my feet. Oops. That is, I've been abandoned by her. No, marginalized by her. Zhao Ying said irritably. Oops. I can't tell. Why don't you come with me for a cup of coffee? I'm not going. Not available. Brother-in-law. I'm having a hard time with my heart right now. I was up all night last night and I need someone to talk to. Zhang Qi laughed coldly. You go find Han Pingyi. What are you looking for me for? You haven't slept all night. Could it be because you're thinking about me? Yes. Zhang Qi's gaze was fixed. Zhao Ying said. There are some things that I did think about all night. Why don't you come with me? Not interested. Zhao Ying looked at Zhang Qi in a daze. Brother-in-law. You've changed. You weren't like this to me before. Go away. I'm not interested in knowing your business. The corners of Zhao Ying's eyes got a little moist. She said sadly. Why are you all so indifferent to me? I don't know about the others, but as for me, it's because you're a wallflower. What did you do when I divorced your sister? And the result? I got screwed over by you. And you expect me to do anything to you? Get lost and don't bother me in the future. I just want your family to be harmonious. I'm afraid you'll go from brother-in-law to enemy. Family harmony makes me and you not enemies? Zhang Qi let out a cold laugh. Actually, it's not really an enemy. Just a stranger. Doesn't the fact that I never asked you for that credit card you loaned me show how I treat you? You didn't make it up? Zhang Qi gave Zhao Ying a surprised look. Then said, wait. Then, he rummaged through the medical center for a few moments and quickly retrieved the credit card and tossed it to Zhao Ying. Zhang Qi said lightly, the lawsuit plan died before it even started. So I haven't touched your money, and I thought you'd applied for the loss long ago. Take your card and go. Zhao Ying didn't pick it up, and her body didn't move. Zhang Qi grabbed her exposed shoulder and pushed her outward. Take your card and leave. Don't affect my business. Zhao Ying squeezed in hard without a word. Seeing that there were patients outside again, and some people were even taking pictures with their cell phones, Zhang Qi had no choice but to close the door and shut it, along with her, inside the medical center. Not long after, the patients in the medical center were finished being treated by Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi wiped the sweat from his forehead and took another drink of water, glancing lightly at Zhao Ying. I'm going out now. Are you staying here or going? Flutter. Zhao Ying suddenly knelt on the ground. Brother-in-law. I know I'm wrong. Please forgive me. Zhang Qi was shocked. Hastily grabbing her skinny shoulders, he lifted her up while drinking. Are you sick in the head? What are you kneeling me for? Zhao Ying looked up, a little embarrassed that she had just done that in a brainstorm. Now, after a little thought, the behavior feels outrageous. I accidentally slipped. Well, be more careful next time. Zhang Qi was a little gentler with her, helping him to sit on a chair. He said gently to Zhao Ying, actually, you don't have to be like this. There's no need for you to intervene in what I'm doing with your sister. You're just a fringe character to me. Whether I hate or love you, it's all just an appendage to your sister. So it's hard for me to keep you in mind. And you needn't dwell on how I treated you. Zhao Ying muttered. Am I such an insignificant person? For me, yes. All adults. No need to say such childish things. Go away and come to my side less often if nothing else. Zhao Ying looked up and stared straight into Zhang Qi's eyes. I was kicked out of the company by my sister. Haven't you never been in the company? It's not the same. I had, earlier, some control in the company. I just never took it seriously. But my sister is too overbearing. She actually deprived me of my power. I'm a sister. I'm also a member of the Zhao family. There are some things that I can do without, but I can't live without. For the first time, I feel like my sister is wrong. My sister's behavior, obnoxious. Zhang Qi stared at Zhao Ying, pondering, and then, I don't know. I want to genuinely help you for once. Zhang Qi said quietly, are you trying to help me or help yourself? I think you want to use me to compete with your sister for power, right? Your body is so straight, but you speak in a roundabout way? Zhao Ying opened her mouth and looked at Zhang Qi. Are you so penetrating? Brother-in-law? You think that not being confused is just talk? Zhao Ying stood up and excitedly hugged Zhang Qi's hand. Brother-in-law, I feel that you are too powerful. Being able to get under my sister's clutches and make her headache for it. And even Yen Yen was fooled by you to work for you. You take me in as well. I'll partner with you. Zhang Qi's heart stirred as he said. Then tell me first whether Han Pingyi is your sister's concubine or not. Zhao Ying said. I don't know. But Han Pingyi, indeed, is not my boyfriend. Zhang Qi sneered. This bitch, in order to cover up the truth, she can let her own sister be taken advantage of. Don't force her face. Zhao Ying said. Brother-in-law, all that information I gave you earlier about my sister is indeed true. And it's not like what I said in court. We can continue to pursue the case, with my full assistance. It may not be impossible to get the divorce, and I can even let you share most of my sister's family assets. Zhang Qi gasped and laughed. You're so cheap. Now I'm not bitchy. Just try it if you don't believe me. To be able to say something like that means you're even bitchier. The two spoke for a few moments, and Zhao Ying strongly wanted Zhang Qi to continue divorcing Zhao Shui, but Zhang Qi only said vaguely, well, you prepare some evidence for me first, and when the time is right, I will consider it. I still have some things to do, so I'll leave first. Zhang Qi asked Zhao Ying to lock the door for herself when he left, then drove to a cafe called Humor. Inside the cafe, Qinyao sat on the card seat, silently picking up her coffee and sipping it. A strand of hair fell from his forehead and waved in front of his face, coziness written all over his quiet face. She had a beautiful body and a slim white shirt that made her chest stand out. Waiters passing by would subconsciously glance her way. Zhang Qi found her and sat across from her. With that, Zhang Qi stared at Qinyao's eyes in a daze. Qinyao boldly locked eyes with Zhang Qi. With that, he pushed an envelope from the table. In front of Zhang Qi, the process made the inevitable squeezing of the table edge in front of her. Qinyao said, Dr. Zhang, here is the source carrier information of your wife's syphilis. Zhang Qi froze, looked down, and hurriedly unwrapped it. However, Qinyao's small voice pressed Zhang Qi. There's no need to break it up at this time for such a small matter. Zhang Qi was slightly excited in his heart and politely said, Miss Qin, thank you for your help. When he spoke, his eyes always involuntarily stared into Qinyao's eyes. The corner of Qinyao's mouth hooked. Dr. Zhang, it's very impolite for you to stare at a woman's eyes like that. If I get pregnant, you're half responsible. Zhang Qi calmed down and retracted his gaze. I'm sorry, I just think, you look a lot like my wife. Qinyao raised her eyebrows. You're teasing me? Zhang Qi calmly said. When you were in the hospital, you had a plain face and I didn't have much feeling. But today I not only found you very beautiful, but also your eyes and face shape actually had a striking similarity to my wife's temperament more than 10 years ago. Qinyao said. Men always covet a woman's youthfulness and beauty. It's not surprising. Zhang Qi nodded. Maybe. He asked Qinyao again. When will Miss Qin return to the capital? Qinyao said. I read that proposal you sent me 2 days ago, and if the technology you provided is really that amazing, I think we can start a deep cooperation with you. Zhang Qi nodded. His earlier words with Hu Run about switching careers were not just words. Miss Qin means to stay for the time being? Qinyao shook her head. Dr. Zhang, I'm very optimistic about you with that proposal and information you gave me, but the plate on this side of New City is still destined to be too small, and it will take more time to develop. That's why I want to invite you to accompany me back to Beijing. There's a better stage for you to show off. Zhang Qi was silent. After a moment slowly said, I have too many ties here. I'll seriously consider it when I'm done with it. Finished? That business with your wife? Dr. Zhang, with all due respect, one can't focus on one thing. One has to learn to look at the big picture. Instead of tangling with an insignificant woman here, I'd rather jump out and see what's out there. It's hard to find three-legged toads, but there are plenty of two-legged women. Zhang Qi sighed. You're not at my age. Nor are you in my situation. I need closure. Got it. Qinyao stood up and gathered her hands behind her buttocks to gather the crumpled hem of her skirt. You go ahead and use the $10 million to see if you can develop that technology in Newtown. And if it works out well, I'll come back to you. I'll see you later. Qinyao was cured by Zhang Qi. There was nothing left for her here. So this time she came to say goodbye to Zhang Qi. She walks out of the cafe. The door of a Bentley opens outside the door, and Qin Feiyu walks out from it, opening the door for Qinyao. Qin Feiyu got into the car and said to Qinyao, Miss, where are we going? Qinyao said, Go home and find my grandfather. Zhang Qi did not leave in a hurry, but opened the envelope that Qinyao had handed over to self. Qinyao did have some tricks up her sleeve. The source of the syphilis in Zhao Shui's body was indeed found by her. On it was a strange man message. The other party's name is Lin Kai. Lin Kai is 20 years old and looks like a handsome person, but there was nothing on the profile except for Lin Kai's residence, family conditions as well as background and whatnot. The information on the profile suggests that Lin Kai's information may have been intentionally withheld. Zhang Qi looked at Lin Kai's looks and laughed to himself. Not only do men like 18-year-old girls, women also seem to prefer 18-year-old proper men. With that, he drove his car and headed for the man's place, the Bentley. Qin Feiyu, who was steering the wheel, said to Qin Yao, "Miss, that technology provided by Dr. Zhang looks promising." Qin Yao nodded. "Well, AI is currently an international popular trend, especially Dr. Zhang's idea of combining the use of medical skills with AI is very cutting edge, and if it is implemented, there is no worry about making money." Qin Feiyu muttered. "This Dr. Zhang really has a few mysterious colors. This kind of technology is only in the hands of some cutting-edge technological companies. I didn't expect that he would actually be able to take it out." "Miss, aren't you afraid that he will be intercepted by someone?" "Uncle Qin, it's not as magical as you think. It won't get off the ground without a strong capital to back it up. I'm sure Dr. Chang will contact me again when he comes to his senses." Qin Feiyu was thoughtful. "I think that Zhang Qi's reluctance to come with us is, in the final analysis, because of his wife." At those words, Qin Yao's face showed faint disdain. His wife, after all, is an insignificant minor character. It is estimated that at this moment, she is busy cooperating with the police to handle the case. After all, human life is not a small matter. However, Zhang Qi's gaze is ultimately too shallow, going so far as to put down a forest and put all his energy into a few weeds. It's just right to make use of this incident to make him sober up. Sober and better able to work with me. There were no words for a while. Qin Yao's Bentley was walking in the suburbs. Its swift speed brought up gusts of air and raised a lot of dust. Passing through a wild field blew the reeds on the side of the road and shook them. About to leave the city and pass through a no man's land, a dozen or so SUVs appeared in front of them and blocked their way. Qin Feiyu realized that something was wrong, and was about to turn around and flee, when the two cars at the back suddenly crossed the middle of the road as well, preventing them from escaping. Qin Feiyu stopped the car, turned it off, turned sideways, and pulled open the passenger's glove box. He pulled out a pair of clean, white, brand new gloves and put them on both hands with a blank face. With that, his gloved right hand went back to the glove compartment, and after a moment's groping, a revolver was pulled out and placed flatly in his pocket. Qin Yao adjusted the seat backrest backward. Her slim left arm rested lightly on her chest, her right elbow pressed against the car window and her hand propped up her chin. Stunned, he looked ahead, no expression visible on his face. A breeze blew through the car window, sending the hair on her forehead flying up. It made her whole body look a little dull. The SUV slowly approached and stopped less than 3 meters from the Bentley. Immediately afterward the rear door of the headliner was pushed open. A leg in high heels stepped out of it, and the driver rushed out of the car, reaching out to assist. The men in suits in the other cars followed suit. Sun Ru got out of the car with her arm. She pursed her lips and waved her hand, signaling the driver that she didn't need to be assisted, and then she slowly walked towards the Bentley. A group of men in suits, following her silently. After about 10 seconds or so, Sun Ru finally walked to the car window beside Qin Feiyu. Sun Ru raised her hand and knocked on the car window. Qin Feiyu pressed down the window with an expressionless face and looked at Sun Ru. "Something wrong?" Sun Ru skipped over Qin Feiyu and looked at Qin Yao, saying amiably, "You're Miss Qin, aren't you?" Qin Yao looked at Sun Ru and thought, "You're Zhao Shue's mother?" Sun Ru's eyes narrowed. "This time I'm looking for you. I actually want to bring you a message on behalf of my daughter." Qin Yao looked at Sun Ru and said, "What words?" Sun Ru said, "The new city is my Zhao family's, and Zhang Qi is also my Zhao family's. So you, an outsider, have been governing a bit too broadly lately. I'll give you 1 day to leave New City or you will die." Qin Yao was puzzled. "Since you know that my surname is Qin, then you should know my identity, and your Zhao family still dares to call me out?" Sun Ru laughed. "Just an abandoned orphan girl. Do you really think we don't know about all the help you gave Zhang Qi? It's also Xiao Shui who she wanted to make Zhang Qi believe that self didn't fool around outside and gave him the chance to fool around. Otherwise, wouldn't Zhang Qi have had the chance to cure you? Girl, you can look down on our small city, but don't let your own ignorance harm you. My daughter's tactics are not something you can compare to. Go away, get well, and never come back. This is the only advice I have for you. Dare to contact Zhang Qi again and offer him any kind of help, and you will pay for it." Sun Ru reached out and gently tapped the hood of the Bentley. With that, he jogged back to his car. Immediately behind them, several men in suits with wrenches and some tools ran around the Bentley in a flurry of maneuvers. Qin Yao looked at Qin Feiyu blankly. "What are they doing?" Qin Feiyu said expressionlessly, "It's tearing down our tires." The two did not move. Not much time. Several men in suits silently tires along with the hubs held together to their trunk, and then have ignited to start the vehicle. Not long after all disappeared. The duo then got out of the car. The Bentley was seen suspended in midair by 4 jacks, with only 4 brake discs in place of the tires. Qin Feiyu slightly lowered his head and politely said to Qin Yao, "Miss, let's find a place to rest for a while. I'll call a car to pick us up. Are we continuing back to the capital, or what?" Qin Yao turned her head and glanced in the direction of the new city. Muttering under his breath, he said, "My words earlier were a bit hasty. Let's stay in the new city for a while longer. So this car, don't." Zhang Qi's car was parked in front of the Buckingham Hotel, a 5-star hotel in the new city. He stared blankly at the hotel door. In his heart, he said, "This kid has been living in a 5-star hotel all this time. Is he so rich?" I was about to go in when the phone suddenly rang. Zhang Qi looked at the caller ID and couldn't help but pick up. "Something wrong?" Joshua's capable voice came from the opposite side. "Hubby, remember what you promised me yesterday? You should come to the hospital and cure Han Ilong for me." Zhang Qi frowned. "When did I promise you?" Joshua's displeased voice rang out. "Didn't I say that yesterday? You help me treat Mr. Nya first, then treat Han Ilong." Zhang Qi said indifferently. "I didn't promise you anything. It's only good if Han Ilong dies. Nothing else. Hang up. I have important things to do." Zhang Qi hung up the phone and drove into the parking lot. The security guard immediately ran all the way to meet up, and asked Zhang Qi for the car keys to help park the car. Zhang Qi handed the key to the other party and walked towards the hall. Just then, the security guard called out to Zhang Qi, "May I ask if you are Mr. Zhang Qi Zhang?" Zhang Qi frowned. "You know me?" The security guard politely said, "Mr. Zhang, don't rush in yet. There is a guest who wants to see you." Zhang Qi's heart stirred. "Who wants to see me?" The security guard said, "Mr. Zhang, I'm not too sure about the details. This is arranged by our leaders." Zhang Qi was a bit puzzled, but didn't think much of it. Instead, he asked, "Which leader? Have your leader come and speak to me personally?" The security guard smiled without saying a word. Zhang Qi frowned and took his cell phone to check the time. Then he said, "Let's put it this way. I'll go and open a room first, and when the person who meets me comes in a while, you can just ask him to come into my room directly to look for me." The security guard said awkwardly, "Mr. Zhang, I'm just a minion, so don't make things difficult for me." Zhang Qi's heart thumped. Got a bad feeling about this. He grimaced and said, "Is this the service you get at a 5-star hotel? Forget it. What kind of trash hotel is this? I'm not staying. Give me the key. I'm leaving." "Mr. Zhang, don't be in a hurry. It's just delaying you for some time. Don't worry. Our leader will apply for a discount for you later." "Do I look like I'm bad at this discount money? Give me the keys." "Mr. Zhang, this." Zhang Qi stretched out his hand, lifted his foot and forced himself closer to the security guard, looked straight at the other party and said expressionlessly, "Give it to me." "All right, Mr. Zhang, take your time." The security guard returned the key to Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi turned his head to look at the hotel's building again, then got into his car and prepared to leave. Just then, at the hotel's lobby, a figure walked out from it. This figure was none other than the Lin Kai that Zhang Qi had seen in the photo. Zhang Qi's body shook, and he immediately started his vehicle and quietly followed the other party, leaving the hotel compound. Lin Kai inadvertently turned his head back, and suddenly saw Zhang Qi, who was following behind, sitting in the driver's seat. His whole body shook and he lifted his feet and ran. Zhang Qi rolled down the window and called out, "Don't run!" At the same time, he honked his horn and drove in wild pursuit behind him. After a corner, Zhang Qi clenched his teeth and suddenly slammed on the gas. With a loud boom, the front end of the car disliked the top of the other's ass straight away. Lin Kai's entire body flew up and lunged forward. Zhang Qi got out of the car and pulled out a silver needle from his pocket while walking towards the other party. "What are you running for, bastard? Keep running instead." Lin Kai struggled to continue his escape, but Zhang Qi quickly chased after him. Just then, another car came from directly ahead. A siren sounded, and Lin Kai suddenly fled out around the front of the man's car, and Zhang Qi was about to continue to catch up. The BMW in front suddenly put the front end of the car across, blocking Zhang Qi's route. At the same time, Zhao Shue's beautiful body pushed open the car door and stepped out from it. She drank to Zhang Qiqing. "Zhang Qi, what are you doing? It's you." Zhang Qi looked violently at Zhao Shue, but he didn't say much. He went straight around Zhao Shue's car and lifted his foot to chase after her. Zhao Shue pulled him back. "What are you doing?" Zhang Qi was seething in his heart and shook off her hand with force. "Drinking. Of course I'm going after that adulterer of yours. What else do you think I'm going to do?" Zhao Shue's face was cold. "You're crazy, aren't you? Where is the adulterer? Even if there is that person, it's you. Let go of me. I'm going to have a major breakthrough soon." Zhang Qi drank. Zhao Shue coldly said, "Don't waste your efforts. There won't be any breakthrough if you catch that person or not. So you know him? Zhang Qi laughed out coldly. You really admitted it after all. This is your concubine, right? Zhao Shui turned her face away. He's not my concubine. You still don't admit it? The timing of your appearance was so coincidental. The security guard in the hotel said that someone wanted to see me. Presumably the purpose was to stall me? I was about to catch that person and find evidence when you appeared at just the right time. Do you dare to say that you don't have any relationship with that person? Zhao Shui raised her head and glared fiercely at Zhang Qi. That's right. I know that man, but I don't have too deep of an entanglement with that man. And the reason why I showed up was just to maintain the stability of this family. Not too deeply entangled means it's still there. How far have you gotten? Are you pregnant with his child? Zhao Shui boarded her face. Stop it. We even have very little contact. What kind of child is there? Isn't this nonsense? Are you bewitched? How long are you going to keep your mouth shut? You got your syphilis from him, and you said you had very little contact with him. What are you babbling about? I don't even have syphilis. I have syphilis. Didn't you give it to me? Zhang Qi gasped and laughed. The heart grew more and more irritated. Another failure made him lose his patience as well. So he suddenly pulled open Zhao Shui's rear door and pressed her whole body inside. Raising his hand, he lashed out at her. Bitch, be honest. Is that guy your wild man or not? You? What are you doing? Bummer. Zhang Qi continued to make his move. Give me an answer. You're crazy, unbridled. I am your wife. Aren't you afraid I'll rule you if you make a move on me? If you don't give me a clear explanation today, I'll fucking kill you. The BMW lurched and swayed rhythmically on all four wheels. The duo in the car started boinking at some point, but Zhang Qi's hands were unrelenting, hitting Zhao Shui. Oh, you're crazy. I'll fight you. Zhao Shui was also a bit anxious, raising his hand to counterattack. He tickled a few buttons off Zhang Qi's shirt and slid a few bloody marks across his chest. Zhang Qi didn't spoil her, grabbed the seatbelt and tied her to the seat. At this time, Zhao Shui's clothes were disheveled and her body was half exposed, like a bottle of loosely packaged Nangfu Shanquan. Zhang Qi no longer made a move, but sat beside Zhao Shui and quietly lit a cigarette. As for Zhao Shui, although her hands and feet were tied, her beautiful face was unusually cold. Zhang Qi, I've indulged you so much that you can't tell who's in charge of this family. Even though I love you, I have to admit that you have stirred up my anger. Do you know how much it hurts me that you did this to me today? Zhao Shui stared at Zhang Qi's eyes with anger, helplessness, and an extra trace of tears. With her hand behind her back, she grasped her cell phone and slid her fingers across the screen. Zhang Qi smoked a cigarette and said nothing. After a while, Zhang Qi's cell phone rang. Zhao Lan's aggravated voice resounded from the opposite side. Dad, I miss you. Can you come pick me up now? Zhang Qi hung up the phone with an expressionless face. Zhao Shui glared at Zhang Qi. You've vented and are satisfied, right? Now go to the school and pick up your daughter and bring her home. Zhang Qi faintly said. You hand over all those men outside you. Hand them over and I'll let you go. Zhao Shui roared. How do you want me to explain? What can I tell you about something that didn't happen at all? Do I have to lie to you? I've never been touched by anyone else. Zhao Shui, this is our last chance. You hand it over and give me an explanation. Let's get together afterward. Or else, after today, everything will be irreparable? I told you, there's no such thing as us getting along in this life, and I haven't done anything to betray you. Yes? Zhang Qi took out his lighter and lit it up. If you don't give up, then let's die together in the car today. Zhao Shui's pupils shrunk. She glanced at Zhang Qi somewhat nervously. Don't you fool around. My car is a new energy source. It's dangerous to burn it. Zhang Qi stared straight at Zhao Shui. Then tell me, who is your concubine? Why did you go behind my back and have a child with someone else? If you tell me, it's over. Zhao Shui's nervous expression gradually calmed down. She locked eyes with Zhang Qi. You wouldn't dare. You'll only burn us both out in a fire if I give it up. Zhang Qi said quietly. It seems that you did cheat on me behind my back, and you even know in your heart that if you let me know the truth, I will do something very crazy. This means that what you did outside is unacceptable to me. It's not like that. I've always loved you. I admit that self hid something from you, but it had nothing to do with a man or woman. Then tell me what you're hiding from me. Tell me anything at all, or we'll go down and talk about it. Zhao Shui composed herself. You wouldn't dare. Zhang Qi, I'm an old boss who manages a lot of executives under me, and I meet all kinds of people every day. I'll admit you're my weakness, but it's not like I haven't met people like you before. You're just bluffing. You're 40 years old and your life is at a low point. Now your medical center is just picking up, and you have a valuable person to help you. Zhang Qi, my life has been wonderful enough. I have no regrets even if I die. And you're different. Your new life has just begun. So you're more afraid of death than I am. 40 years old after half a lifetime of suffering. It's time for you to fight to turn the tide. How could you possibly let go of everything in front of you and die with me? And I can feel that you still have feelings for me. You still have your daughter. Do you give it up? Zhang Qi coldly said. My own daughter is an animal. My youngest daughter is not my own. And my parents have set aside their relationship with me. My life, which has been all over the place, is unattached. You're not too young to know that at our age, money and power are just tools to us. Not as important as we think they are. I do have feelings for you, no doubt, but I'm more sensible. So, Zhao Shui, you lost the bet. Zhang Qi relit the extinguished lighter. Zhao Shui was shocked in her heart and said, listen to my explanation. Lan Lan is really your real daughter. However, Zhang Qi reached out, pulled out the toilet paper from the passenger side backrest pocket, lit it, and threw it into the car. Zhang Qi, stop it, you asshole. Do you know what you're doing? The fire burned. Smoke gradually rose from the car. Quickly, save Mr. Zhao. Feng Long and He ran to the entrance of the alley and saw the smoking car from afar. They ran all the way to Zhao Shui's side of the car, pulled open the door, and frantically unbuckled Zhao Shui's body. Not long after, Zhao Shui was pulled out. Only Zhang Qi was left calmly smoking a cigarette, and his face, which was waxed yellow by the smoke, gradually oozed fine sweat. Zhao Shui screamed frantically outside. Pull Zhang Qi out. Mr. Zhao, he wants to get you killed. And you're saving him? Let him fend for himself, He Ji exasperatedly said. Snap. Zhao Shui threw out her hand and slapped He Ji. If my husband dies today, you too will be buried with him. No, I'll get myself out. Zhang Qi pushed open the car door and walked out on his own. He wasn't tied up and it was easy to get out. Zhang Qi just got out of the car door. The car burst into flames. Zhao Shui took a big step towards Zhang Qi and gave him a not-so-gentle slap on the face, pushing Zhang Qi violently again. He said, Zhang Qi, my indulgence towards you has only resulted in your endless demonic behavior. Today, I have completely lost my patience with you. Zhang Qi looked at the duo of He Ji and Feng Long, said, so what if you lose patience with me? Take my life? I'll admit that you're quite charming and have completely tethered my heart, but a mortal sin can be avoided, but a living sin can't be escaped. Zhao Shui stomped her foot in anger. With that, he extended his hand to Feng Long and the two of them. Fire! Feng Long hurriedly and respectfully put his hand in his pocket and pulled out a slutty red lighter and handed it to Zhao Shui. Mr. Zhao, windproof. Somewhat unconvinced, He Ji pulled another gunmetal gray metal cased lighter out of his pocket and handed it to Zhao Shui. Mr. Chipos. I still have dazzle door here. He Ji was about to go and pull out a cigarette, but Zhao Shui grabbed the lighter and after lighting it, walked straight to Zhang Qi's Land Rover, pulled the car door open and slammed the lighter in. Zhao Shui returned to Zhang Qi. Originally, I had decided that I would be a little nicer to you and give you some financial support. But now, you're playing badly. It's time for you to come to your senses, and I'll show you that you won't be any better off without me. Only worse, you just keep riding your little electric donkey. Zhao Shui spoke while organizing the messy clothes on her body. Zhang Qi gave Zhao Shui a disdainful look. You think I want your broken car? Take it that I haven't seen it before? Zhao Shui sullenly said. If I give you a car, it means I love you. Why wouldn't I give someone else a car? That's because those concubines you have out there are richer than me and don't need you to deliver, right? Still talking nonsense to me? Zhang Qi, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. You apologize to me now. Go to the hospital and cure Han Yilong for me. If you do a good job, I'll give you another one. As he spoke, the fire inside the Land Rover burned completely. The scene was thick with smoke. Neither of the two paid attention to the huge commotion. Zhang Qi looked at Zhao Shui and said, Did the police look for you? Zhao Shui frowned. What are you looking for me for? Zhang Qi nodded. I sort of have a clear understanding of your methods. With that, he turned around and walked away. Zhao Shui frowned. What are you doing there? Zhang Qi said. Work. The medical center isn't your job. Your job is to help Han Yilong see patients. You don't want your car anymore? Zhang Qi said. I don't want a broken car that's been fitted with a locator. Looking at Zhang Qi's back, Zhao Shui's face gradually became ugly. Feng Long couldn't help but step forward. Mr. Zhao, this Zhang Qi, it's too much. He actually treated you like that. Zhao Shui turned her head and glared at him. Remember your status, Zhang Qi's status, is always higher than yours? If you dare to chew his tongue behind his back again, don't blame me for being merciless. Feng Long shrunk his head and said somewhat incredulously. He has burned your car, and Mr. Zhao still takes him as her husband? He faintly said. Mr. Zhao's love for Mr. Zhang is deeper than you can imagine, so don't try to tease. Feng Long turned his head to look at him. What about how Mr. Zhao treats you? He lowered his head and didn't say anything. Zhao Shui murmured. Men, Why are they so hard to tame? This life, the chickens are coming home to roost. It seems like it's time to use some means to make Zhang Qi wake up completely. When Zhang Qi returned to the medical center, there was already a long line in front of the door. Just as he opened the door, someone complained that Zhang Qi didn't open the door earlier. Zhang Qi smiled faintly and began to diagnose them one by one. After a while, Zhang Qi received a call from Qingyao. Qingyao said on the phone that because of some accidents, she needed to stay in the new city for a while longer and asked Zhang Qi to make time and sign a deep cooperation agreement with him. He also told Zhang Qi that if he needed help, just ask. Zhang Qi couldn't help but ask, "Ms. Qin, did you really help me call the police? Why is it that I haven't seen any relevant news until now after the death?" Qingyao said, "We did operate for you, and have directly greeted with a certain leader. They won't pay no attention to it. Just now, and I've made some inquiries. It's highly likely that this has been squashed by your wife." Zhang Qi narrowed his eyes. He only knew that Zhao Shui had a high status in New City, but since he had never meddled in Zhao Shui's career, he didn't have much influence over her. Now that he had heard the result, he had two speculations in mind. For one thing, the man who had impersonated Self was not dead, and in that case there was no need to file a case on the official side. Secondly, although the man died, Zhao Shui perfectly removed herself from it and used her own connections to minimize the matter and not issue a notification. If it was the second one, then it meant that Zhao Shui's energy was too terrifying. Thinking of this, Zhang Qi said to Qingyao, "Since you said so, then I will not be polite. My wife seems to be meeting a certain big shot recently. I don't have that much energy on my own. I need someone to keep an eye on my wife. That big shot is most likely my wife's concubine." Qingyao asked, "What would you do if you investigated it? Expose her and make her lose her name." "Okay, I'll help you." The two of them arranged a time to meet, and Zhang Qi hung up the phone. At 4 o'clock or so, Geng Jin, the president of the People's Hospital, found Zhang Qi's contact information from somewhere, and he called Zhang Qi to say that he hoped Zhang Qi could go to the People's Hospital to walk in on a patient. Zhang Qi inquired only to find that just a patient with severe diarrhea only. This disease can be treated in any small clinic. After asking a few more questions, Geng Jin made his purpose clear, and it turned out that he wanted Zhang Qi to become the honorary director of their hospital. Zhang Qi could continue to run his own medical center, but there was a need at the hospital, and Zhang Qi needed to go ahead and walk the clinic. The aim is to use Zhang Qi's fame to attract more patients. Recently, the Central Hospital and the People's Hospital have lost a lot of patients because of Zhang Qi's case, and it is rather like going downhill. Zhang Qi thought for a moment and felt that nowadays there are too many patients in his own medical center and he has no time to walk around the clinic. So he told Geng Jin that he needed to think about it for a while and observe the business trend of the medical center. Zhang Qi went home as usual. The villa was cold and quiet, and Zhao Dehuai was the only one sitting in a wheelchair, looking blearily at the gate. When Zhao Dehuai saw Zhang Qi, he couldn't help but call out, "Brat, where's your mom?" Zhang Qi didn't want to pay attention to him, but when he saw him sitting there alone with more stubble on his mouth, unable to stop his body, he asked in surprise, "You mean your wife? Crap, hasn't she been serving you all along?" Zhang Qi asked. Zhao Dehuai said angrily, "How can you serve me all the time? Who's going to buy the groceries for the family? Who's going to pick up Yan Yan and Lan Lan? Today your mom said she went to pick up the two sisters from school, and she hasn't come back yet. Is she looking for you?" Zhang Qi said nonchalantly, "It's none of my business if she comes back or not. Do you think she wouldn't be hiding something from you? Like your daughter? There is someone outside? Don't you dare talk nonsense. Believe it or not, I'll smash your pussy face." Zhang Qi returned to the living room and turned the lights on, then leisurely turned on the TV. Zhao controls the wheelchair as he tries to get back to the house. Only the wheelchair seemed to be out of battery, and the wheelchair came to a stop halfway up the slope into the living room, and was not propelled by a handful of pushes. He couldn't help but drink. "Brat, push me in." Zhang Qi carried a cup of tea and walked over to the wheelchair again to observe its structure. Asked, "Isn't there a male nanny in the house?" When Feng Long was mentioned, Zhao Dehuai became even more angry. "You're a loser. You still have the nerve to say that? My daughter hired a male nanny to come home every day, nothing to do, but also follow Zhao Shui out during the day. I'm a fucking loser for you." Zhang Qi was happy to hear that. "It seems that you have some complaints about your daughter, too. Your daughter is so bitchy that you can't even look at yourself." He held Zhao Dehuai's hand and pressed it against the wheel of the wheelchair, signaling him to exert himself. Then he suggested, "Your daughter's such a bitch that she hires a beefy male nanny to bring her around every day. How about we do the same?" Zhao Dehuai frowned. "I can't push. You push me back." Zhang Qi ignored it and instead said, "I'll go out and find a beautiful woman in her 20s to be a maid, usually responsible for your food and clothing. Even if I have to go out, I'll still leave her at home to serve you. What do you think?" Zhao Dehuai's hand paused in place, In a sultry tone, he said, "What are you looking for someone so young for? To be a maid for you. Look at you. You don't have a single person serving you at home. You are at least a billionaire. How can you be so stifled? At least have someone to serve." Zhao Dehuai said lightly, "Do you think I don't know what's playing in your mind? What kind of idea do I have? The fact that you could think such a thing shows that you have a very dirty mind. It seems that you are as shameless as your daughter. Shut up and push me up first." Zhang Qi automatically ignored his words, and instead went back to the kitchen, made himself something to eat, and sat down in the living room while unsealing a bottle of iron-covered mutai in the liquor cabinet and drinking it. After a while, Zhang Qi rummaged through the liquor cabinet again, found a strip in the world, tucked a few packages into his pocket, and opened another box. Smoke, drink, eat, and swipe your cell phone while you do it. A feeling of satisfaction was born from this. Zhao Dehuai fought to hold onto his wheelchair and rushed upwards while shouting angrily, "What are you into? Daring to touch the gift someone sent me? Put it down for me. Times. Damn. I can't even bring myself to drink my 20 years of iron caps. You beast." He finally rushed to Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi took out a plastic cup and poured a cup for him as well. "What's a dog barking at? It's just a few cups of cat urine. See how excited you are." Zhao Dehuai calmed down and glanced at Zhang Qi, then picked up the wine and drank it. He felt that Zhang Qi, today, was even more licentious than yesterday. Buzz. The sound of a car roaring in the courtyard. Zhao Shui and Han Pingyi got out of the car. Zhao Shui pulled the collar on her body and said to Han Pingyi, "Mr. Han, let your brother sleep next door to me, okay?" Then Zhao Shui pulled open the rear tailgate. Reaching out, Han Yilong, who was lying on the stretcher, was pulled out by Zhao Shui along with the stretcher. Han Pingyi hurriedly went to reach out and help. The two of them combined their efforts and pulled the stretcher off the car, then pushed Han Yilong into the living room. Zhao Shui looked at Zhang Qi and Zhao Dehuai who were drinking in surprise. Then he laughed and said, "It's surprising that you two sons-in-law are drinking. Just in time. Mr. Han is also here. Let's have a drink together." Zhao Shui said to Han Pingyi, "Mr. Han, you sit down first. I'll have Feng Long go and fix you a few hard dishes." With that, he waved to the outside. "Feng Long, you two come in for a moment." In the next second, Feng Long and He Ji joined hands from outside. Zhao Shui confided in Feng Long, "Go to the kitchen and make a few hard dishes to bring up." "Okay, Mr. Zhao." Feng Long respectfully walked towards the kitchen, put on his apron, and began to busy himself. Zhao Dehuai looked suspiciously at Zhao Shui and then at Han Pingyi, his hand holding the wineglass stopping in mid-air. Couldn't help but ask the cutthroat this. "Snowy, who is this?" Zhao Shui said. "Dad, this is my partner, the owner of the largest livestock company in the new city." Han Pingyi, "Mr. Han." Then he pointed to Han Yilong on the monoframe and said, "This is Mr. Han's younger brother, Han Yilong, who was also the main person in charge of Han's head office." Zhang Qi drank to himself, not saying a word the entire time. Han Pingyi said to Zhao Dehuai, "Uncle Zhao, long time no see, long time no see. There are still long days ahead. I hope you won't take offense." Zhao Dehuai wondered, "Down the road? What have I seen?" Han Pingyi politely said, "It's like this. I discussed it with General Manager Zhao, and my brother needs Dr. Zhang's rescue." Han Pingyi glanced at Zhang Qi, "So for this period of time, I'll stay here with my brother for now, and I'll take my brother away after Dr. Zhang cures him." Zhao Shui glanced at Zhang Qi and beckoned to He Ji, signaling him to sit down as well. Then he said to Zhao Dehuai, "Dad, He Ji is also going to stay at our house for a while." Zhao Dehuai frowned. "I started back and forth between Han Pingyi and He Ji, as well as Zhao Shui." The face became more and more grave. Zhao Shui looked at Zhang Qi and said, "Zhang Qi, what do you think?" Zhang Qi didn't reply. Instead he lifted his wineglass and clinked it with Zhao Dehuai. "Old Zhao, from now on you'll also have another patient friend. You guys can exchange ideas if you have nothing to do." Zhao Dehuai glanced at Zhao Shui with some displeasure. "Little Shui, it's not quite appropriate for you to do this, is it?" Zhao Shui was puzzled. "Dad, what's wrong?" Zhao Dehuai placed his wineglass heavily on the table and frowned. "You're asking me what's wrong? You're a daughter, bringing so many men into the house at once and letting them stay at our house. Don't you think it's strange?" Zhao Shui said. "Dad, I have my reasons, and since we have a lot of rooms in our family villa, we'll consider it a rental out. But this is our home after all. Even if you want to do something about it, don't you have the money to rent a house outside? After all, we still have neighbors." "Dad, I don't even mind." "What do you mind? Besides, I'm trying to heal people." Zhao Shui glanced at Zhang Qi, used her chopsticks to clip a piece of meat, and said, "If Zhang Qi can cure Han Yilong as soon as possible, then Mr. Han and He Ji we'll be able to leave any time. Zhao Dui wanted to say something else. However, Zhang Qi laughed. Old Zhao, just keep your mouth shut. Your daughter is giving me eye candy. Zhao Shui explained. Zhang Qi, I didn't mean that. Zhang Qi said. Today, I burned your daughter's car. So your daughter brought home all the men she kept outside to deliberately piss me off. You should stand on the same line as your daughter and help your daughter feature a few more good men. Zhao Dehuai was full of shock. The cars are burned? Yeah, we both almost got cremated on the spot. It's not surprising that your daughter reacted the way she did. It doesn't matter to me that both are out there making mistakes. And it doesn't matter to me if their husband's current offender. Zhao Dehuai looked at Zhao Shui. Is that so? Zhao Shui's pretty face blushed. He glared at Zhang Qi. What are you babbling about? They're all just my friends. Me and them, we haven't crossed the line. And I've never thought of them that way. Since we've talked it over, I won't beat around the bush. Zhang Qi, you must cure Han Ilong. As I said, I'm not discussing this with you. If you don't agree, then you won't even have a place to sleep in this house. Zhang Qi said indifferently. Oh, then can I get the hell out of the house? Zhao Shui said. Right now, I'll still allow you to sleep with me, but if you don't treat Han Ilong again, that won't necessarily be the case. But don't be paranoid about running away from home. I won't allow you to be in a situation where you don't return home at night like last time. Otherwise, I will be angry. Han Pingyi poured a glass of wine for himself and another for He Ji. Then he took a sip, glanced at Zhang Qi, and faintly said, a big man. Since he has become General Manager Zhao's husband, he should have some awareness, not to be a demon in the backyard every day, and to support a woman's career is what a man should do. Zhang Qi said with a sullen face. In this family, am I even worse than a dog? Zhao Shui snapped. Don't think like this. Besides me, you're still the man of the house. As long as you don't think about leaving the house, whether it's Mr. Han or Manager He, they're all no match for you in my heart. I'm only doing this to make you realize that what I, Zhao Shui, want to do, no one can stop. Like Mr. Han said, I'm tired out there and I need the support of the man behind me. I don't want my own husband to be suspicious of me and be my companion everywhere because of some unfounded things. If you keep this up, maybe, I'll actually give another man a chance instead of giving you a warning like I did today. I, Zhao Shui, am not unwanted. It's also not that I can't find a better one. It's just that I love you more and can't let go of you. That's why I indulge you. Zhang Qi gave an exclamation of surprise and stood up. Han Pingyi was startled and hurriedly stood up after him. He Ji, on the other hand, followed suit and stood up, looking at Zhang Qi warily. Feng Long, who was cooking in the kitchen, also carried a kitchen knife and ran out. Only Zhao Shui, sitting blandly, gently picked up a glass of wine and took a small sip. He Ji looked at Zhang Qi with a mischievous expression. What do you want? Zhang Qi sneered. One Feng Long couldn't control me. So you found a few more strong men? You really can. But I'm going to take a shower. What do you guys think I'm going to do? Am I going to raise the table? Han Pingyi was embarrassed for a moment. I'm also going to take a shower. Ho Chi followed. Wash it together. Zhang Qi left and the two followed. Sun Ru carried her handbag and parked her car in the courtyard. Zhao Yan and Zhao Lan bounced towards the house. Sun Ru was distractedly following behind. And just after entering the living room, he turned his head and saw Feng Long, He Ji, and Han Pingyi drinking merrily with Zhao Dehuai. Zhao Dehuai glanced at Sun Ru and frowned. You picked up the kids. Why did you come back so late? Sun Ru said. I thought that today the girl did not have a late study. I did not think that I remembered wrongly. These are, Zhao Dehuai introduced himself, and Sun Ru couldn't help but be shocked. She hurriedly pulled Zhao Shui to the bedroom, and to Zhao Shui, she asked, Shui, what are you up to? Zhao Shui asked. What's wrong, Mom? Sun Ru hated it and said, why did you bring them home? You're a woman. What's wrong with me being a woman? Isn't it normal for me to bring men home? It's not like I'm going to do anything with them. I'm not afraid of the shadow. Sun Ru sighed. Aya, you are confused. In the morning you and Zhang Qi fire, the car to the point, and so on, can be burned house? Zhang Qi, in case you cannot stand it, with us with the end of what to do, don't forget, he's a Chinese doctor. Zhao Shui said helplessly. Mom, you're overthinking it. Zhang Qi wouldn't do that. What's more, it's precisely because I'm worried that Zhang Qi will do something out of the ordinary to us that I'm bringing some friends back to live with me, so that I can make me and you feel safe. Don't you think so? That's true, but it's not like some security companies can't provide female bodyguards. If you find a few bodyguards to live in your home for a long time, isn't it the same? Hiring a few men. No man can stand it. Xiao Shui, the way to imperialize men. You still need to learn more. Zhang Qi is not so imperialized by you. You have to go along with what he wants. It's better to block than to sparse. Zhao Shui raised her hand and held her forehead. Hiring a female bodyguard. Thanks for thinking of it. Mom, it's not like you don't understand that a man is a flower at 40. What if those female bodyguards, who were rifled by Zhang Qi, turn against me? So it's the safest bet for me to have a few more men in the house. Sun Ru said. You said you are like this with Zhang Qi? Just kick him out. He's a 40-year-old man. What waves can he make? Why bother? Mom, I am deeply in love with Zhang Qi. And Zhang Qi is also deeply in love with me. Whether he wants to be with me or not, he can only be mine. I know it's not sweet when I twist it strongly, but I'm content as long as I twist it down. What's more, I was in a bit of a situation recently, and when some time passes, I believe that all the unrest will be smoothed out, and Zhang Qi will finally become a qualified husband. What happened to you? Those things outside? Defeated? Sun Ru looked at Zhao Shui suspiciously. Zhao Shui glared at her. What are you babbling about? What's going on outside of me? Sun Ru directly said. Are you for the company's business? So and some powerful men produced some entanglements? Zhao Shui faintly said. You're right. There are indeed more entanglements. But things aren't what you think. We don't even have any extra communication. Even so, I'm just being wishy-washy. Mom, don't worry. Career and family, I can tell the difference. Although career is important, a perfect and harmonious family is more important. I won't sell out my own self and bring shame to our family just for some benefits. Ugh, I don't even know what you're talking about. You just need to understand that this is my Zhao Shui's tactics. Zhang Qi did something out of character to me. Then I'm going to make him pay for his own out of character. If he continues like this, then I really don't mind communicating with someone else to make Zhang Qi fall into regret. The next day, Zhao Shui drove out early in the morning with He Ji and Han Pingyi. The three drove a car. Han Yilong stayed behind while Feng Long took care of it. The two of them, Zhao Yan and Zhao Lan, lay down in front of the window and quietly watched the few people leave. Zhang Qi went up to the second floor and got into the bathroom on the second floor. A short while later, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Zhao Lan heartily glanced that way. Dad doesn't seem too happy. Zhao Yan's left hand rested on her right elbow. Her right hand rested on her chin. Her gaze sharply looking in the direction Zhao Shui had left. Upper earth attacking the heart. Mom's move is very clever. She broke down the defense of surname Zhang. There was a pang of gloom in Zhao Lan's eyes. Then Dad, its ways are poor. Zhao Yan turned around and saw that Zhang Qi had just finished his shower. She took a step towards Zhang Qi. Surname Zhang, my mom is sticking her face output at you. Aren't you going to do something about it? Zhang Qi gave Zhao Yan a surprised look. Your mom is just inviting a few friends home to sleep. What's with the sticker face? Zhao Yan indignantly said. Don't be too much of a wimp. When it's time to strike, if you can't do it, you'll run away from home. I'm just now getting up to speed with the medical clinic. Business is picking up, and it's time to wind down, and I should support your mom's cause. You can't fall down on this. If you really can't, I'll help you. Zhang Qi raised his eyebrows. You beast, are you really willing to help me? Just tell me, what do you want? Zhang Qi hooked his hand to Zhao Yan. Go to the room and talk. I knew that your beastly heart of thievery to change your father would not die. Zhao Lan subconsciously followed, but Zhang Qi closed the door behind him, to which he said, Lan, play with yourself for a while. With that, Zhang Qi took out his cell phone and brought a video to Zhao Yan. You want to help me? Get this video out there and make it fire. Zhao Yan carefully watched it and couldn't help but gulp. Surname Zhang, you're quite sinister. This kind of video you're shooting, do you have a camera growing on your head? Zhang Qi said, it can't be helped. Life is full of potholes, so I have a car recorder with me. I've seen a small electric donkey with a car recorder. I've never seen one with one on it. You and my mom, both are strange, Zhao Yan said. But, even so, you can't do anything to my mom? Zhang Qi patted her head. Go and do it. Uncle, I don't fight for buns. That's all. Don't think too much. You're no slouch. You've been slapped around by your mom and you're a little upset, aren't you? Zhao Yan's face showed excitement. She bounced away. Having just opened the door, he couldn't help but vigilantly look back at Zhang Qi. Surname Zhang, why do I feel like I'm being fooled by you? Did you originally want me to help you? So you purposely dangled in front of us and acted like a wimp, just waiting for me to look down and personally open my mouth to help you? Zhang Qi glanced at his cell phone, then slipped it back into his pocket, followed by heading out the door. Don't think too much. Where would I be able to do that? Zhang Qi slammed the door to the second floor living room with a bang, and the man sailed away. Zhao Yan carefully stared at the video on her cell phone, muttering excitedly, Surname Zhang is so ballsy, holding my mom down in the car and smoking her without her saying a word? Zhao Lan came up and couldn't help but ask, Sis, what did Dad give you? Give me Kong Kong. Zhao Yan hurriedly retracted it and said vigilantly, I won't show it to you, you traitor. Zhao Lan was suddenly filled with aggression. Zhou Yan left from her home in a blaze of glory and found Zhou Shadow again. At the same time, she handed the video to Zhao Ying. She had thought that she had pampered herself hard before Zhao Ying would agree to help her, but Zhao Ying didn't even push back and agreed directly. This time, Zhao Ying learned the ropes. She didn't let Zhao Yan post with her own account, but changed to a smaller number. With that, I invested a sum of money to push the flow. Soon a video of a suspected Newtown businesswoman, suspected of being violently whipped by a man, caught fire. Zhao Shui, who was busy in the company, suddenly saw that several subordinates were looking at Self with strange eyes. She was a bit distracted and annoyed as she asked, What? Do I have flowers on my face? At this time, Li Suling rushed in from outside at a fiery speed, and screamed, Mr. Zhao, something big is wrong. Zhao Shui said with a stern face, Li Suling, don't be shocked. Like the second elder brother, we are such a big company. What big storms haven't we seen? No, check this out first. You seem to be on fire. Li Suling brought her cell phone up to Zhao Shui's face. Zhao Shui took a look and her brain buzzed with confusion. With that, the veiny hand cupping the cell phone shook briskly, a face that was also angry and red with shame. Did he Zhang Qi, have a camera in his face? Immediately, she felt a lot of people's different gazes, but could not help but quickly stop her anger. Pretending to be calm. This video, a glance fake. I want to see who dares to create my rumor. Give me a thorough investigation to the end. After saying that, Zhao Shui took a step to leave this department. Just after returning to her own office, Zhao Shui called Zhang Qi, but Zhang Qi didn't answer. Instead, a phone call came in. Han Pingyi's tone was filled with worry. With genuine concern, Mr. Zhao, your butt, is it alright? Zhao Shui pretended to be calm and said, Well, it was okay. I wasn't injured. This guy, I just thought I was flirting with him. I didn't realize that he would post this kind of private matter on the internet. It's really disappointing to me. Han Pingyi said, Let's not talk about that. Your ass is important. I've got some imported bruise wine here. Do you want me to apply it for you? Not in the mood. Your kindness is appreciated. After dismissing Han Pingyi, Zhao Shui sat down on a chair with a deep gaze. Li Suling stood aside with her head lowered, not daring to say a word. She knew that at this moment, Zhao Shui was truly angry. After a long time, Zhao Shui faintly pulled out her cell phone, outputting a familiar string of unfamiliar numbers and directly calling them. There's a hot story about me that you're going to have to squash for me. Well, I'll see you as soon as I can. And don't worry, I won't go back on my word. What is promised will be done. Well, wait for my news. I've had a bit of a headache the last 2 days with that family watching. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Shui realized that Li Suling was secretly sizing up Self. Unable to help himself, he frowned. What are you trying to say? Li Suling couldn't help but say, Mr. Zhao, taking the liberty of asking, just now you contacted. Zhao Shui faintly said, a somewhat involved deceased person is just a person who once had some not so pleasant experiences, and I very much dislike seeing him until I have to. This squash, is he decent? Zhao Shui frowned. What's proper and improper? Are you talking about male and female affairs? Do I, Zhao Shui, look like such a boring person? One Zhang Qi at home is enough of a headache for me. How can I still have the energy to fool around outside? Li Suling seemed to understand. Zhao Shui slammed the table with force. Nonsense. I had thought that it was a flirtation between the two of us. He actually dared to post something like that online. Li Suling, I've only brought a few men to live in the house. Why do you think he's such a big man with such a narrow mind that he did such a nasty thing? Mr. Zhao, could it be that Zhang Qi feels that you've touched his bottom? Bottom line, is his floor that high? Can't he adjust it downward for my sake? After all, I love him so much. My plea is merely for him to cure Hanilong. Zhao Shui's face became heavier and heavier. I only wanted to make Zhang Qi come to his senses. But nah, he's so ungrateful. It seems like I really need to use my means. Speaking of this, she called Han Pingyi, He Ji, and Feng Long respectively. She only gave the three of them one sentence. When you go home tonight, you behave ambiguously towards me. I want Zhang Qi to understand that I am not indispensable to him. Once he leaves me, the person who can protect him is also gone. Zhang Qi had a morning running appointment with Qin Yao since he had to run the medical center. He rode a small electric donkey, handed Qin Yao a helmet, and then carried her to a nearby park. After the two of them ran a few steps, Qin Yao was panting and her body was heaving in front of her. She tried to follow Zhang Qi. Why are you running so fast? You're over 40 years old. Do you demand so much from your body? Catching a traitor requires good physical fitness, and I don't want to make the same mistake twice, Zhang Qi said in a deep voice. Xinyao said. This kind of thing doesn't happen overnight. And since my people are keeping an eye on your wife for you, there are some things you don't need to do personally. Seeing that she really couldn't run, Zhang Qi couldn't help but turn around and asked, Ms. Xin, what specifically are you looking for me to talk about? Xinyao said, I want to discuss that AI technology of yours with you. I think that promoting AI with medical skills is a bit too limiting. I have another idea. What idea? Nowadays, many young men can't find a date and are in a state of emptiness and loneliness every day. And there are many cases of one woman playing two dragons. Even all kinds of tea and rice trolleys. All kinds of scammers play these empty and lonely men for fools. I think we can promote from this pain point. Zhang Qi wiped the sweat from his forehead and let her elaborate. Xinyao's thoughts were simple yet complex. The initial operation of a network dating relationship tool. The use of Zhang Qi's AI technology posing as a real person and those boys' network relationship, to solve the psychological needs of men. As for the next step, the company will promote its own brand of adult products. Even when the technology matures, some bionic people can be made to alleviate the gender imbalance. This is in line with the path of a large company. Solve a need, create a need, solve a need. Week after week, push the envelope. After hearing this, Zhang Qi raised his eyebrows and said, Bionic man? That's a good idea. But it seems difficult to achieve that, doesn't it? Xinyao said, I know some of the company bosses of medical devices, as well as top modeling companies, and it's not unattainable in the future if you want to achieve the appearance of a real person. When the time comes to work with that technology of yours, it's not impossible to realize something close to the conceptual bionic man. After a brief thought, Zhang Qi said, I think it's fine. Xinyao couldn't help but curiously ask Zhang Qi, nowadays, all sorts of AIs are running rampant, and in reality, these things are still at a fool's level, and are far from being as intelligent as the program that you provided me with. Dr. Zhang, I'm a little curious. How did you, a doctor, get your hands on something like this? Dr. Zhang thought for a moment and replied, it should have been provided to me by one of my patients. I've cured quite a few patients over the years, and you're not the only case of a strange and difficult disease like yours. Sometimes patients don't have the money, so they'll use something else instead. When I gave it to you, it was just a bright idea that came to mind, and I didn't think you'd take it so seriously. Then I'll operate it. I'll be the one to fund it. You're considered to be the technology in. You and I each have half of the shares. How's that? Zhang Qi waved his hand and said, it doesn't have to be that much. I'll take 30%. Make a friend. You take an extra 20. Zhang Qi thought briefly and said, then you take that 20 and give it to my daughter. The two chatted a bit more. Xinyao added to Zhang Qi, by the way, I'm planning to purchase a property in the new city. Do you have any recommendations? Zhang Qi raised his eyebrows. You don't have a place to live now? Seeing Xinyao nod her head, Zhang Qi sized Xinyao up for a moment. Why don't you stay at my house? Xinyao dumbfounded. Why? We are also considered partners. You live in my house. It is easy to communicate. And your disease still need to be observed. I can just help you. Xinyao thought of Sun Ru. The corner of his mouth ticked. That's fine. I'll buy a few sets of change of clothes and head over. Speaking of which, it's been a while since I've gone shopping. No, you wear my wife's. My wife is about the same size as you, and her clothes are hip, so you can wear them inside and out. This bitch, one set of underwear to wear and one set to throw away. You're just the right waist. Zoon do fake do? Then I'm not polite? The smirk on Xinyao's face became even more pronounced. Zhang Qi returned to the medical center, and patients were once again lined up. The first patient, with more severe symptoms, threw up twice while talking to Zhang Qi. It is a recent symptom, and this patient has been to the health center without good antiemetic and is not a water drinker. The patient did not want to hang up water and injections, and heard that Zhang Qi's medical skills are good, so he came to try his luck. Zhang Qi felt that this person's symptoms were very similar to pediatric whooping cough, but the other party's age was there. After some diagnosis and treatment, Zhang Qi had a general understanding of the other party's condition. If the vomiting family has pus pain, do not treat vomiting. Pus exhaustion self-cure. The vomiting family is thirsty, but the person who is not thirsty is a branch drinker. It means that a patient who vomits frequently and has painful pus inside cannot just stop the vomiting. When the pus is vomited out, he will naturally recover. And patients who vomit are usually very thirsty, and if they don't like to drink water, they are suffering from bronchial drinking disease. Zhang Qi took medicine for the other party according to experience. The second patient, Zhang Qi found with this patient's disease is not bad, but the other party likes to drink water, is a water drinking disease. After treating a few more, Zhang Qi unexpectedly realized that most of these patients were mainly suffering from stomach problems, with some patients showing viral infections with food poisoning. Zhang Qi happened to have studied the articles on warm diseases quite deeply, and in his heart, he vaguely had some speculations about this situation. Upon his inquiry, he realized that these people had been eating a lot of pork lately. Zhang Qi secretly said, "It seems that those plague pigs of the second brother animal husbandry company still flowed to the market. Ah, Zhao Shui this bitch, even this kind of thing can be suppressed." But when he thought about the fact that Zhao Shui might even be able to cover up a dead person, he wasn't surprised. There are a lot of patients outside. Zhang Qi, busy all morning, did not even have time to drink water. Just after closing the store for a break at noon, Zhang Qi called Yao Ling. Yao Ling received a call from Zhang Qi and rushed to Zhang Qi's place at fire speed. She looked at Zhang Qi with some gusto. "Dr. Zhang is planning to hire me?" Zhang Qi nodded. "Well, it's fine if you want me to hire you, but you'll need to take on a higher level of work pressure and get paid more." Yao Ling sniffed and became even more excited. "How high is the salary? How much pressure is there?" "It's like this. My family is short of a live-in maid. If you agree, then you can be my personal assistant during the day and live in my house as a nanny at night. Take double salary." Yao Ling opened her mouth and hesitantly said, "It's not quite appropriate for me, a young girl, to go to your house and work as a babysitter, right? Shouldn't you hire someone more professional for this kind of thing?" Zhang Qi explained. "Didn't you work as a soil protector? There happen to be 2 disabled people in my family, which is the right match for your specialty, and you're not the only woman in the family, so you can rest assured." When Yao Ling heard this, she didn't think much about it and agreed to Zhang Qi under the temptation of a high salary. Yao Ling left herself at lightning speed and didn't even want her paycheck, so it's clear that she wasn't happy with her job at the hotel. After lunch, there were more patients again, but with Yao Ling's help, Zhang Qi only used to take the pulse and ask for diagnosis, and the whole person was much more relaxed. It didn't take long for Zhao Ying to come looking with a bounce in his step. Zhang Qi beckoned to her and called her aside, subconsciously handed Zhao Ying a cigarette. Zhao Ying received it in his hand and asked suspiciously, "What are you giving me this for?" Zhang Qi froze and put it back, saying to him, "Aren't you dissatisfied with your life? Your sister not hurting you, and your parents not loving you? Now that brother-in-law is taking care of you for a bit, you can go live in my house." Zhao Ying looked at Zhang Qi warily and said, "What do you mean? And you don't have to come here every day to play with me. You live in my house. You don't see your head every day, and you can interview me anytime you have something to do. What do you think?" Zhao Ying opened her mouth. This way, but, my sister, will he agree? What are you afraid of? Your parents, that shameless old thing, have been relying on my house? You, a real sister, stay at my house for 2 days. What else can your sister say? Is she even worried that something might happen between us? Zhao Ying gave Zhang Qi a thoughtful look. "Okay, I'll catch up with you tonight then." After Zhao Ying left, Zhang Qi pulled out his cell phone again and called Nyayu. "How is the medicine working?" Nyayu said. "Not bad. Your medicine, it is indeed beyond expectation. My husband's whole body has wilted a lot, and he even put a string of Buddha beads in the car, and told me all he wants to do now is screw money. This stinking man, doesn't he have any other pursuits besides women and screwing money?" Zhang Qi said. "Since it's effective, you'll have to show me something. What do you want to show?" "Zhang Qi, you come to my house to play for a few days. There's such a thing as a good thing?" Nyayu's voice suddenly became much more excited. Zhang Qi explained. "Don't misunderstand. I'm just inviting you to my home to facilitate the observation of your condition." "I understand. There's no misunderstanding. I do have some illnesses that I need you to look at." At night, Zhang Qi invited Yao Ling for a meal. Then he rode his electric bike and took Yao Ling back home with him. When the electric car arrived in front of the villa, Yao Ling was a bit surprised to see this 3-story small house, swallowed her saliva and said, "Dr. Zhang, your family is so rich?" Zhang Qi didn't see the slightest joy in his eyes. There was only heaviness. "My wife's." Yao Ling licked her dry lips and slowly said, "I really can't see that your family is so rich, and you're only riding an electric bike." Her tone became softer and softer. "Dr. Zhang, in a while, is it okay if I make you another late-night snack that I'm best at? Take off your change of clothes, I'll wash them for you all together. My pants, they are cleaned by someone. You just serve the patient." Zhang Qi brought Yao Ling to the living room, where Yao Ling stood constrained. Zhang Qi entered Joshua's bedroom and took out a set of skirts and handed them to Yao Ling. "This will be your work clothes from now on. Go and change into them." "Oh, good." Seeing that set of skirt, Yao Ling blushed slightly, lowered her head and received it in her hands, then dug into the bathroom. It wasn't long before she came out. Zhang Qi glanced at her in a daze. Originally Yao Ling's posture could only be described as outstanding, but after changing into Zhao Shui's clothes, the whole person appeared much brighter. Zhao Shui's extremely elaborate and expensive clothes made Yao Ling's image study pull up a notch. At that moment, Zhao Dehuai, who heard the commotion, slid out of the bedroom with the help of his wheelchair. When he saw Yao Ling, his face showed surprise, and then he looked at Zhang Qi with an unfriendly face. Kid, who is this? Zhang Qi said, take it easy, this is the nanny I hired for you. Yao Ling nodded to Zhao Dehuai. Hello uncle. You. Zhao Dehuai twisted to Zhang Qi's side and grabbed Zhang Qi's collar, bending Zhang Qi over while lowering his voice. Are you deliberately angry with Xiao Shui? You'd better put away that little mind of yours. Zhang Qi said, don't pretend. You just had two glowing eyes. I saw it all. You don't want a nanny to serve you? Zhao Dehuai looked deeply at Zhang Qi. I do need a small nanny. Zhang Qi turned his head and beckoned to Yao Ling. Come over here and help my father-in-law press his shoulders and familiarize himself with the use of this high-end wheelchair. Zhang Qi lowered his head again and said to Zhao Dehuai, this wheelchair of yours with only motorized functions still won't work. You need to add a remote control so that wherever you go, Yao Ling only needs to press the remote control, which can improve work efficiency. Or else you could go pee and have someone follow you? Zhao Dehuai said unhappily. I'll go on my own. Who will help me? How can I get up? Zhang Qi thought briefly and said, pull a slit under your butt and fill a urinal. Zhao Dehuai glared at Zhang Qi. I think you can heal my leg once and for all by helping me. Pay and you'll recover. Don't pay and you'll be confined to a wheelchair. Zhao Dehuai's face sank slightly. Yao Ling took the initiative to press Zhao Dehuai's shoulder. Zhao Dehuai gradually turned from unnatural at first to squinting in enjoyment. Sound came out of his mouth. That's a nice technique. You've practiced it before, right? Yao Ling looked at Zhang Qi while saying, Uncle Zhao, I majored in nursing. Not bad, not bad. Outside, Feng Long walked in. He went to the living room and quickly saw Yao Ling. Not by a long shot. Zhao Dehuai raised his eyelids and glanced at him. Feng Long, my daughter didn't come back with you? Feng Long said, Mr. Zhao had some things to do, so he asked me to come back first. Uncle Zhao, it's a babysitter to take the stress out of your job. Feng Long's face changed slightly. Nanny, so young? Well, Zhang Qi hired a live-in nanny, so go ahead and take off a nanny's room. Feng Long's face changed once again as he glared at Zhang Qi. What do you mean by hiring such a young female nanny? Did you go through Mr. Zhao's approval? Zhao Dehuai frowned and glanced at Feng Long. Zhang Qi said unhappily, you a dog. Who gave you the courage to speak to me like that? I'll give you one more chance to reorganize your language. Repeat what you just said. You. Feng Long took a deep breath. Mr. Zhao will not allow a woman other than her in his house. Zhang Qi droned. What does it matter to you? A lackey, whether she allows it or not. You think so much for her. Could it be that you are having an affair with her? Feng Long was in a big hurry. He turned his head to Zhao Dehuai and said, Uncle Zhao, Mr. Zhang has gone too far in doing this. Zhao Dehuai followed with a displeased voice. Where is this excessive? You are a nanny. Is your control too wide? In my eyes, no matter how trashy Zhang Qi is, how can you, a nanny, chew the cud? If you have any grievances, just get lost. Feng Long's face changed slightly. He took 2 steps backwards and bowed his head slightly. I'm sorry for being abrupt. Zhang Qi ordered. Go, make 2 good dishes. Wash my socks when you're done. Remember to rub them with your hands. I'm going to have 2 cups with old Zhao today. Feng Long gave Zhang Qi a deep look. With that, he rushed to the kitchen without a word. And the first thing he did was pull out his cell phone to report to Xiao Shui. Zhao Dehuai was pressed by Yao Ling's body and lazily glanced at Zhang Qi. Somewhat mediocre. He said, Kid, I've suddenly realized that you're getting more and more to my liking. If you cure my leg and cancer, I can consider recognizing you as a ruined son-in-law. Zhang Qi glanced at him and said, You're so rich that you can't afford to spend $20 million? Be careful that you won't have the chance to spend it even if you die of illness. Zhao Dehuai said, Don't you know that rich people prefer white whoring? Especially for an animal like you who doesn't know how to die. You want to whore yourself out even though you're crippled? Aren't you afraid you'll limp 2 more arms and turn into a human stick? Humph. Boom. With a roar of engines, a brand new Mercedes-Benz pulled up sharply in the courtyard. Xiao Shui, who was wearing a long dress, just got out of the car and rushed towards the living room with her high heels. The hem of the long dress went up to her heels, and a luscious curve was faintly visible as the slim fabric clung to her body between strides. She came to the living room and glanced first to Yao Ling and then back to the living room. At this time, Feng Long rushed out, pointing at Zhang Qi, and complained, Mr. Zhao, this nanny is the one Zhang Qi hired. I've warned him, but he refused to listen. He even made me cook. Snap. Zhao Shui fiercely slapped him. Watch your tone of voice. Zhang Qi is your male master in the end. Don't blame me for being impolite if you dare to offend below. Feng Long hurriedly lowered his head and gave Zhang Qi a resentful glance. Zhang Qi gave him a teasing look. You say you're a dog. Why can't you tell your own status? Zhao Shui, on the other hand, glared at Zhang Qi. You've grown some guts, haven't you? Dare to eyeball me. Is that it? Fine. Since you're ignoring my words, then today, I'll let you understand that no one can disobey what I, Zhao Shui, want to do. With that, Zhao Shui drank to the outside. You two come in, let's have a drink together tonight. Just then, a man walked in from outside. XL. However, this person was not the one Zhao Shui was going to call. Yao Ling's heart was beating out of her chest in fear at this moment. She never expected Zhang Qi's wife to be such a person. What's more, it didn't occur to him that Zhang Qi had hired her as a live-in nanny, but he was just using her to sulk with his own wife. Thinking of this, she could no longer hold back and said to Zhang Qi in tears, "Boss, I thought about it. This job I don't think I can handle myself. I'd better forget about it." She was about to run away, but Zhang Qi grasped her fragrant shoulders. Zhang Qi said with a stern face, "You have come, and now you want to leave. Today's wages do not want? And what are you afraid of? Are you afraid that someone won't pay you? Or that someone will make a move on you?" Yao Ling whispered to Zhang Qi in a tone that was on the verge of tears. "I'm afraid of tearing myself away from people." "Don't be afraid. You're not fighting alone." As he was talking, that light step came up. The man wore a confident smile, squinted his eyes, and walked with a light step, but twisted his manly hips like a model on a catwalk. Before Zhao Shui could see the other party, she turned her head while saying impatiently, "What took you so long?" Just as she finished speaking, she saw the man's face and couldn't help but stiffen. "Hello, sister-in-law." Xinyao smiled and looked at Zhang Qi. "Dr. Zhang, I'm here." Zhao Shui stiffened and said, "Zhang Qi, this is..." Zhang Qi laughed. "Wife, let me introduce. This is one of the patients from the hospital, who has recently recovered very well under my treatment. In order to help her consolidate the effects of her treatment, I have asked her to stay at our home temporarily, so that I can observe her condition." Whoosh! Zhao Shui's gaze shot straight to Qinyao. This young body, this vibrant temperament, this elastic skin. Without fail, she felt a crisis. At the same time, in Zhao Shui's eyes, a pile of flames burned. Zhang Qi ignored her and instead warmly extended his hand, tightly holding Qinyao's hand that was handed over to him. "Ms. Qin, this is my wife, Zhao Shui. I mentioned her to you." Qinyao smiled and nodded. "Aha, it seems like we've had some dealings." Zhang Qi continued to hold Qinyao's hand. "Tonight, you'll be staying next door to me. Although you've recovered well from the illness on your body, there are still some roots that you haven't gotten rid of. Once you're in discomfort, I'm so that I can enter your room at any time, and help you with your treatment." Qinyao glanced around in surprise. "There seems to be a bit too many people. Can they live?" Zhang Qi said. "No harm done. Big deal. I'll hit the floor at the door. Can't slow down the guests, can I?" Pust. Qinyao pursed her lips and smiled. "Dr. Zhang, can you let go of my hand now? Your hand, being a bit rough, makes me a bit uncomfortable then." Zhang Qi withdrew his hand and said expressionlessly, "On the surface I was touching your hand, but in reality I was taking your pulse. Your pulse is stringy, smooth and light. Ms. Qin, you're obviously very pleasant. Why do you say that you're not feeling well?" Zhao Shui's face was ironic as she watched the two of them talk, not saying a word. Zhao Dehui's face was expressionless, and his gaze lingered on Qinyao for a few more moments. At that moment, Han Pingyi and He Ji walked in. The duo seemed to understand something when they saw two more beautiful women in the room and noticed Zhao Shui's iron face. Unable to help his face change slightly, asked, "Mr. Zhao, these two are..." Zhao Shui said with a cold face. "Drink. No drunkenness tonight." Giggle. "Sister, why don't you call me for such a good thing as a drink with a man?" Another light, feminine voice rang out from the door. Nia Yu crossed her bag, stepped on a pair of Valentino, and twisted her body toward the living room. "Mr. Nia, why are you here too?" Zhao Shui's face changed slightly when she saw Nia Yu. Seeing Nia Yu, He Ji and Han Pingyi's faces both lit up, because Nia Yu was dressed in a dress that was very hot, especially the pair of high heels on her feet, making them subconsciously think of some indecent scenes. "Mr. Zhao, your husband invited me to your house for a few days. It looks like it's to drink and throw a party with you. This is my favorite kind of event." When Nia Yu saw that Zhao Shui's face didn't look right, the whole thing shrugged with an exaggerated expression on her face. "No way, Dr. Zhang didn't tell you about this?" Zhao Dehui silently glanced at a few people, then controlled the wheelchair and stepped aside. Pulling out his cell phone, he called Sun Ru. "It seems like there's going to be a war at home tonight, so call a few good men home for me. And by the way, you can come back tomorrow with the kids." Zhao Shui laughed and called out, "Dad, what war? We're fine. Don't get involved in what's going on between Zhang Qi and I, or I'll be unhappy." Zhao Dehuai glanced at Zhao Shui in a daze. A silent sigh. Just then, another footstep sounded. Only Zhaoing walked in, and when she saw the scene in the living room, she was startled. Then he said stiffly, "Sister, I'm a bit bored at home alone, so it's okay if I come to stay with you for a few days, right?" "Yes." Before Zhao Shui could say anything, Zhang Qi smiled and said, "Of course there's no problem. Your sister even brought home a man. You're still a woman away. Well, brother-in-law, I'm idle every day, so when you're busy at the medical center, I'll go give you a hand." "Well, then don't blame me for using you like a cow or a horse. Look, you're fine even if you treat me like a cow or a horse. We're all family anyway." Zhang Qi laughed. "It just so happens that your sister is going to have a drink with someone. Come on, let's go to the second floor to play mahjong. By the way, is there any 5-player mahjong coming? Push Pai Gao 5 people no problem." Zhao Shui suddenly drank. "Stop right there." The crowd gave a physical thump. Zhang Qi looked at Zhao Shui in confusion. "What's wrong?" Zhao Shui said with a leathery smile. "How meaningless it is to play mahjong. Why don't you have a drink with us? It's just that the house is buzzing today, so let's have a drink." Zhang Qi said, "I still prefer playing mahjong." Zhao Shui said in an undeniable tone, "Drink before you fight." Zhang Qi nodded his head in response after a brief thought. "That's fine. Then we'll drink before we fight. Drinking can also help to cheer up, and fighting is more refreshing." Zhao Shui beckoned to Feng Long. "Go, take out all the white wine in the liquor cabinet. All of you, serve me." The dining room table, a solid wood table that can be extended and shortened. Feng Long and Yao Ling, fully fulfilling their duties as babysitters, the duo set up the dining table, left and right, extending it to its longest length. At this time, Zhao Shui sat on her but on the left side of the dining table, while He Ji and Han Pingyi, one on the left and one on the right, sat on both sides of her. Zhang Qi, on the other hand, sat on the right side, which was opposite Zhao Shui. On his left was Qin Yao and on his right was Niayu. As for the south end of the restaurant, sitting there was Zhao Ying. As for the north end, it was Yao Ling and Feng Long squeezing into one piece. Zhao Dui wasn't on the table. Feng Long saw that Yao Ling's position was on Zhao Shui's side. He couldn't help but frown straight away, secretly saying, "Stinking bitch, can't tell whose person you are, can you?" A dozen bottles of white wine were set up on either side of the long table, which was also filled with wine glasses and wine dispensers. Zhao Shui directly held the wine dispenser that was poured full of wine, brought it to her mouth and took a sip, looking at Zhang Qi with a smile. "Zhang Qi, how come I didn't realize that you were so popular outside?" Without saying a word, "You've taken in all the women you've seen? Mr. Zhao, drink slowly, have a cup of tea first, moisten your throat." There was no food on the table. He Ji mildly picked up the stainless steel kettle and poured a cup of tea and handed it to Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui took it and took a sip. Zhang Qi looked straight at Zhao Shui. "Don't misunderstand me. I just invited them to my home to play mahjong, and they are all my patients, and my purpose is just to help them cure their illnesses." With that, Zhang Qi picked up the wine dispenser and said to Qin Yao beside him, "Miss Qin, I'll toast to you. Speaking of which, I'd like to thank you for taking care of me in the past 2 days." With that, Zhang Qi drank it all in one go. His face turned red at a rate visible to the naked eye. Qin Yao smiled and said, "Dr. Zhang, don't drink so hard. I'll be heartbroken if you hurt your body from drinking." Zhang Qi said, "Yes, I'm getting older. I can't be as indulgent as young people." Zhao Shui sneered and said, "Just patients? Did you treat them for infertility? Tell me, are these people your concubines that you keep outside?" The atmosphere at the table was saber-rattling. Yao Ling, who was the most timid, was a bit tense. She couldn't help but stand up. I'll go and fry 2 dishes for you guys." Zhao Shui slapped her hand on the desktop and didn't even look at her. Her eyes stayed focused on Zhang Qi as her mouth droned. "Sit down." Yao Ling's body softened and she sat down. She clenched her teeth again and poured herself a glass of wine while handing it to Zhao Shui. Sister-in-law, I am really Zhang Qi's patient. Don't misunderstand me. I just want to come here to work part-time. We really don't have anything." "Sister-in-law, you drink." Snap. Zhao Shui swung her hand hard, knocking the white wine in her hand to the ground. The wine splashed Yao Ling's hand, and she blinked, frozen in place, at a loss for words. Zhao Shui, on the other hand, glared at Zhang Qi. "Today you dared to bring a woman home. Tomorrow will you dare to make waves in front of me? Zhang Qi, I gave you face didn't I?" Zhang Qi laughed as he said in a cold voice, "Do you want to have a pussy face? You're a woman who carries around a couple of men in front of me every night, eyeballing them. Do you want to see how disgusting you already are? Or do you think of yourself as an emperor, who only allows the officials of the week to shit but not the people to fart? You, Han Pingyi cold face, Dr. Zhang, you're going too far. We're just business partners of Mr. Zhao. He and I. One is the boss of a big enterprise. The other is a company executive. Both are people with status. And how could we pull down the face in Mr. Zhao to have an affair? You know that Mr. Zhao is just intentionally angry with you. But you move to the real thing and bring a woman who is not one of the three things home. Xinyao sniffed and raised her gaze. There's something wrong with your words. If you have status, others don't? What does it mean to be a woman of no consequence? Mr. Han is just a pig factory. So he thinks he's a man of honor? Then wouldn't I? A woman who can hold down her second senior brother's pig factory with one hand. Have a higher status? Han Pingyi's face changed slightly. Yu also said with a leathery smile. This Mr. Han is really good at joking. You as Mr. Zhao's mudblood. Yet you said that a woman that Mr. Zhao even needed to befriend, was a woman who was not a woman of the right kind. And you even compared me to a small company executive. Can I understand that Mr. Han is intentionally humiliating me? There was a great deal of consternation at the table. Feng Long's face dawned on him. He thought to himself that it was no wonder Zhao Shui didn't have a seizure in the first place. Surprisingly, he still wants to drink with Zhang Qi. Turns out she smelled something different. Even the always explosive Zhao Dehuai hid in his room and laid down. He did not expect these two people sitting beside Zhang Qi to be so raw. In his heart, he couldn't help but say, Zhang Qi, this guy even let two big shots come to his home to stand up for him. His wrist doesn't seem to be any worse than Mr. Zhao's. Thinking of this, he worried about Zhao Shui's situation again. He couldn't help but lift his wine glass and arch it towards Zhang Qi. Mr. Zhang, I can testify that Zhao always loves you. And she's only doing this because she wants to make you care about her more. Today was all a misunderstanding. Give me face and let it go. After all, the family is in harmony. Zhang Qi raised his hand and knocked the glass he was holding up to the ground. At the same time, he said disdainfully, what kind of a thing are you that you deserve to have me give you face? How much is your face worth? Don't make yourself uncomfortable in front of me. Zhang Qi continued. Family harmony? You're just a lackey. How can you say that? Or are you Zhao Shui's mistress? Or mistress? Feng Long froze in place and said in a somewhat stifled voice, we didn't get that far. Zhao Shui composed herself, picked up her wine glass and took a sip, and asked Zhang Qi, have I lost my prestige in your eyes, and will you never be able to stop? Zhang Qi, on the other hand, looked at Zhao Shui. Are you fucking ready to give me a good look today and send me a few more hats? Zhao Shui, on the other hand, said, do you think I've gone too far with you? That's why you're starting to prepare to spend your time outside as well? Zhang Qi asked Zhao Shui. Bitch, do you consider me your man or not? Zhao Shui stood up and shouted angrily. I gave you face, didn't I? Do you really think that just because you brought back a few people to sit in for you, you can leave me out of it? Zhang Qi laughed coldly. You claim to love me, but as a result, everything you do is to stab me in the back. Is this the fucking love you are talking about? Zhao Shui's face grew angrier and angrier. Answer me. Do you not love me anymore? Are you bent on running away from me? Are you not going to stop until you divorce me? Zhang Qi then looked straight at Zhao Shui. Just how many men do you have outside? Is it true that the whole world knows that you're keeping men and only I don't? Zhao Shui grabbed her wine glass and slammed it to the ground. I'm going to give you one last chance to tell these unsavory women to get lost, and I'll still treat you as well as before. Otherwise I will be really angry. Zhang Qi picked up the bottle and slammed it on the ground. You're the only one who can slam it, aren't you? You think everyone else is a little sheep, don't you? Do you just think of me as your noodle head? Do you think I'm a fucking living, breathing human being who should be your accessory? Do you think I'm your personal property to be played with as you please? Yes, Zhao Shui roared. You're right. I am that person. It is, and what can you do about it? Zhang Qi stood there, a torrent of anger that came to an abrupt end. He blinked, a little confused. The living room was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Zhao Shui took a deep breath and said, I admit that you are an accessory. You are my beloved plaything. I can't afford for you to leave me, and I can't afford for you to be aggrieved. But you shouldn't have been flattered. You shouldn't have questioned me. And you shouldn't have crossed the line and given yourself a hard time. I, Zhao Shui, really want to fool around outside. Why do I need to hide it? So what if I'm treating you like a personal object? Have I ever bullied you? Which time I didn't protect you in my heart? I'm out there playing games with other people, in your eyes, and cheating on you, and having children with other people, in your eyes. Am I just a loose woman? The corners of Zhao Shui's eyes were a bit moist. Oh, how many times have I told you? In this family, I'm the big king, you're the little king. No one can mess with you except me, but you just want to go against me. Really? I'm a little tired and you're pissing me off. Let me tell you, Zhang Qi, in my eyes, you're really just a small character who can't enter the stage. I love you. so I hold you in high esteem. But without me, you are nothing. Even if I just wave my hand, everything you have will disappear. Don't you try to disobey me. I, Zhao Shui, can't afford to be questioned with a mouthful of spit. Not in the company, and the same is true at home. You can fight me. You can get back at me. Any human being would do that. I can understand that. But if you dare to leave me, then I don't mind becoming a mad batch. So that you, and everything you care about, including people and things, will become a puddle of stagnant water. Try it if you don't believe me. There was silence again. Zhang Qi trembled slightly inwardly. Qi Niao and Nieyu, curiously sized up Zhang Qi. Feng Long Yaoling, lowered his head and did not dare to make a sound. Only Xiaoying, whispered to Zhang Qi, brother-in-law, my sister is not very stable today. You're a man. Let my sister go. Zhang Qi resumed his seat on the chair, a smile suddenly appearing on his face. Seeing as your sister is so strong, does this still need me to let it go? Zhaoying worriedly said, brother-in-law, are you alright? What can I do? Your sister is practicing hegemony at home. What can I do? Your brother-in-law is a man of few words, so I can't resist even if I want to. Zhaoying was about to speak, when Zhang Qi opened another bottle of wine. Cut the crap. It's just a drink, and it'll be fine once the words are out of the way. When he opened the wine, Zhang Qi took out a silver needle and stirred it in the wine. Zhao Shui looked at Zhang Qi suspiciously. Zhang Qi, what are you? I'll try the wine to see if it's poisoned. Zhang Qi took out the silver needle and shook it in front of him, looked at it carefully for a moment, and then shook his head. It's not poisonous. Come on, everyone keep drinking. How wasteful to drop and throw such good wine. Everyone drink. Zhao Shui nodded, and only then did the crowd dare to drink. But all drink and no food makes everyone's stomachs queasy. But everyone didn't say anything. Only Zhang Qi, smiling, toasted to Qin Yao and Nieyu who were by his side, with a somewhat ambiguous demeanor. Zhao Shui narrowed her eyes at the scene and didn't drink the wine she was holding. Zhang Qi, it looks like you still haven't taken my words to heart. Zhang Qi raised his eyebrows and glanced at Zhao Shui. Wife, Han Pingyi said that you have a 5-year-old illegitimate child with him. Is it convenient for me to meet this illegitimate child? Zhao Shui's face changed slightly. When did Han Pingyi tell you this? With a poof, Han Pingyi spat out the wine he had drank into his mouth again. He glared at Zhang Qi. Don't talk nonsense. When did I say that? I'm crazy to tell you something like that. Zhao Shui quietly exhaled as she glared at Zhang Qi. You still think I have someone outside, don't you? All told you. There's nothing. All that stuff about me having someone on the outside is nonsense. Zhang Qi gave Zhao Shui a disappointed look. You really didn't cheat? Zhao Shui faintly said. No. All your speculations are all your illusions. Zhang Qi nodded thoughtfully. Oh, I'm hallucinating. Could it be that I've been drinking too much wine during this period of time and my head is confused? It seems like I have to drink less wine in the future. This day by day, it's like a dream. Zhang Qi picked up a glass of wine and drank it all in one go. Drinking too much again. Where are we going to wake up tonight? Mr. Nya. Send me back to my bedroom later. Mr. Nya smiled and giggled. No problem. I'm happy to do it. Zhao Shui sank her face. You still don't believe that I didn't betray you. It seems like you're crazy. Zhang Qi, send all these insignificant people back. The house can't accommodate so many people. Zhang Qi said. How can that be? These are my patients. I have to be responsible for them. If it's not possible, just squeeze them all into one room. Zhao Shui sighed. She gave Zhang Qi a sly look. I claimed that I wanted to teach you some lessons so that you would learn from your mistakes. But in fact, I was all hidden. I just don't want to strike you down. But why do you want to challenge me over and over again? Even if you suspect that I have someone outside. You, as a big man, should turn a blind eye and believe that I have never betrayed you. Only then can there be family harmony. And yet you have, time and time again, danced on the tip of a knife. Never mind. In that case, destruction. Zhang Qi's head dazzled and he drank too much wine. He spoke in a loose tone and said laughingly, yes, destruction is good. How can I, a big man, be subservient? Men, all deserve to die. Zhao Shui coldly looked at Zhang Qi without saying a word. Suddenly, Yao Ling, who was sitting at the north end of the table, touched her own nose. Her fingers got hot, and brought it to her eyes to look at it, and her brain suddenly got dizzy. The whites of her eyes rolled up and her whole body slid to the floor. Zhang Qi raised an eyebrow and looked in the direction Yao Ling had disappeared. This, Qin Yao on Zhang Qi's left side. Her face changed slightly, and her mouth suddenly puffed out a large mouthful of blood. Then she covered her heart and struggled to fall toward the ground. Nieyu was first stunned, then his eyes showed horror, covering his neck and screaming hoarsely while struggling haphazardly like a fish out of water. He fell to the ground. Zhao Shui smiled and her eyes were biting. Zhang Qi, whoever dares to approach you will die. Today, you have completely challenged my bottom, and this is the price you will pay. Zhang Qi shook his head and picked up a glass of wine and took a sip. He drunkenly said, Zhao Shui, you and I, we're not a family, we don't enter a family. Zhao Shui frowned. What do you mean? In the next second, Feng Long, who was beside Yao Ling, changed his face slightly. What's going on? Immediately afterward, his mouth was like a fountain, spitting vomit outward, which was mixed with blood and made a heavenly mess on the dining table. As he fell to the ground, Han Pingyi, who was on Zhao Shui's right, also fell to the ground with his hand stuck to his throat in shock. Immediately after that, it was He Ji, and even Zhaoing was no exception. Zhao Shui's gaze froze, looking left and right in panic. He called out, "What's wrong with you guys? I didn't poison you. Mr. Zhao, save me." He Ji desperately reached out to Zhao Shui, trying to grab Zhao Shui's fragrant shoulder, but the moment he was about to touch Zhao Shui, he collapsed to the ground. Zhao Shui fiercely looked toward Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi, you poisoned them? Blood was bubbling out of Zhao Ying's ears, and blood was spurting outward from her mouth, but she was the last to fall. Realizing that neither of the duo's attention was on self, she couldn't help but say in horror, "You? Which one of you poisoned me?" Zhao Shui and Zhang Qi both didn't say anything. Zhao Ying broke down and said, "It can't be that you all poisoned me, right?" Zhang Qi glanced at her lightly. "Don't worry, I will help you detoxify the poison." Zhao Ying's trembling hand pointed incredulously at Zhang Qi. Zhao Shui's face was slightly cold. "Humph. You guys are really a gang. Eaters of the heart. Let's see if you can detoxify me as well." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ying pointed her hand, which was pointing at Zhang Qi, at Zhao Shui again, and finally flopped down on the ground. The white-faced bun is pressing down on the ground. After a brief thought, Zhao Shui pointed at Zhang Qi with a sudden realization. "Just now, when you used the silver needle to test the poison, you were actually not trying to test the poison, but were poisoning the wine," she said incredulously. "Zhang Qi, are you crazy? These people are all my friends. How could you do something so heartless?" Zhang Qi shook his drunken head and muttered, "Poison you motherfuckers." Then, he took out a silver needle and stabbed it in various acupoints such as Quanchong point and spleen point, gently shaking it, his eyes gradually clearing up. You, get rid of their poison for me." Zhao Shui pointed at Zhang Qi and ordered in panic. What is it? What is it?" Zhao Dehuai heard the commotion and ran out pushing his wheelchair. When he saw the scene on the dining table, his face turned green with fear. "Good grief, Long Dong. Are you guys drinking urine? How come you all look like this?" Zhang Qi turned his head to look at Qin Yao, Nya Yu, and Yao Ling. His face suddenly became grave. "Zhao Shui, are you crazy? These people are not simple characters. Aren't you afraid of the consequences if you take them all in one pot?" Zhao Shui said angrily. "Who told you to bring so many women home without my consent? I've told you that I'm scary when I get angry, but you just didn't listen. That's why I'm going to take out your people, all in one pot, but anyone who has anything to do with you, no matter who it is, will die." Zhao Douai's face changed drastically. "Zhao Shui, you're confused. Our Zhao family is not strong enough to suppress everything. You're crazy, aren't you?" He looked at the people who fell beside Zhao Shui again. "Then what happened to these male sex friends of yours? Did you poison them too?" Zhang Qi poisoned. Zhao Dehuai glared angrily at Zhang Qi again. "Little brute. Are you crazy? You dare to poison Zhao Shui's friend? You're looking for death, aren't you?" Zhang Qi also laughed coldly. "In front of me, messing around with other men. Do you really think that I, Zhang Qi, am made of clay? Today all these people are going to die, and Yeshua can't stay even if he comes." Zhao Shui pointed at Zhang Qi. You. Zhang Qi had nothing to hang on to. "What about me? Are you going to kill me?" Zhao Shui held her tongue for half a day and angrily rebuked. "You really do still care about me. You can't see anyone else having an affair with me. That's why you're doing this crazy thing, just like I did to you." Zhao Dehuai said anxiously. "You guys cut the crap. Outsiders are dead. You guys tell me, what's going on with Xiaoying? Why was she poisoned too?" Zhang Qi and Zhao Shui said in unison. "I poisoned it. Sh." Zhao Dehuai suddenly raised his hand and fiercely pinched the middle of his own man, while his mouth huffed and puffed. Zhao Shui glared fiercely at Zhang Qi. "I'll settle the score with you later for today." Then he said to Zhao Dehuai, "Dad, help me help them all to the bed. I'll go out and call someone." "Good." Zhao Shui left in flames. Zhao Dehuai looked at the crooked, fallen several strong men, looked down at his own legs, and could not help but have a big headache. Immediately afterward, he said to Zhang Qi Guanhua, "Brat, why don't you help them to the bed for me?" Zhang Qi sat, leisurely pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. After a long exhale of smoke, he bent down again, peeled open the eyelids of Qin Yao beside him, and touched her delicate wrist, took the pulse for a while, This process he always ignored Zhao Dehuai. After doing this, Zhang Qi scooped up Qinyao's slender waist with one hand and carried her on his shoulder as he walked towards the second floor. Seeing him like this, Zhao Dehuai frowned and didn't say anything more. Not long after, Zhang Qi came down and carried Yao Ling upstairs as well. Immediately after that, Nye Yu was also carried away by him. On the second floor, the bodies of 3 beautiful women, lined up in a row, lay on all fours on the floor. Qinyao's little skirt was not even too elegant, but Zhang Qi did not care about that. Picking up Yao Ling's body again and heading towards the bathroom, he helped Yao Ling onto the toilet and reached out to squeeze the back of his head for a moment. Soon, Yao Ling gradually opened her eyes and looked at Zhang Qi in a daze. Zhang Qi said while smoking, "Don't talk, you've been poisoned. I'm going to help you detoxify now. What you need to pay attention to is that you will be incontinent in a while. If you have the strength, take off your pants by yourself." Before long, Zhang Qi began to apply needles and treat. Zhang Qi had just gone upstairs not long before Zhao Shui returned. She made a pleased gesture and anxiously said to an old man, "Dr. Son, quickly, you must help me save the people. These people, they are very important to me." Sunning walked towards the living room with his hands behind his back. In the living room, Han Pingyi and the others were what they were when Zhao Shui left and what they were when she returned. Zhao Shui couldn't help but look at Zhao Dehuai reproachfully. "Dad, didn't I tell you to help them to the bed?" Zhao Dehuai frowned. "Little Snow, do you have some misunderstanding about my abilities?" Zhao Shui slapped her forehead. "In my haste, I forgot that you became an invalid. Dad, I'm sorry." She seemed to have thought of something and said to Sun Ning, "Since I've caught up today, then later on, Dr. Sun will help me cure my father's illness as well by the way." Zhao Dehuai's heart stirred as he inquired, "Little Snow, who is this?" Zhao Shui said, "Dad, this is the famous doctor from over in Zhongjing. Dr. Sun Ning, Dr. Sun. His medical skills are on par with Zhang Qi's." Zhao Dehuai's eyes were shining. Looking towards Sun Ning, "I'm afraid it would cost quite a bit of money to ask Dr. Sun to take action?" Sun Ning faintly said, "That's natural. There is no free lunch in the world. To my level of traditional Chinese medicine, to ask for a hand is bound to cost a certain price." Zhao Dehuai nodded. "Well, that's the truth. Money is not a problem. $1 million or $800,000 is just a block to my Zhao family. It's good if Dr. Sun saves the person's life." Sun Ning lightly glanced at Zhao Shui. "However, when I made my move today, Mr. Zhao did not pay for it, but rather paid other prices." Zhao Dehuai raised his eyebrows and subconsciously asked, "What price?" Sun Ning glanced at Zhao Shui again. "It's..." Just as he was about to speak, Zhao Shui interrupted him. "It's just some profits from business. Dad, it's not something you should worry about. I've got my own way of doing things." Zhao Shui saw the empty seats across the dining table again, and couldn't help but say to Zhao Dehuai, "Dad, where are those few demonic women brought back by Zhang Qi? Were they pulled out and buried?" Zhao Dehuai said helplessly, You, what burying or not burying? If these people die in our house, do you know how big the impact is? Zhang Qi just carried them upstairs and is preparing to save them." Zhao Shui glanced at her eyebrows, hugged. "Doesn't that mean that he's going to have skin-to-skin contact with his other woman?" Zhao Dehuai said, "Don't care so much at this time. If Zhang Qi can save all the people, even if he takes advantage of people's danger and does something out of the ordinary, it won't hurt. After all, we are also the beneficiaries." Zhao Shui was a little annoyed. On the contrary, it was Sun Ning, who had an interested gaze on her face. Just went up. "I've long felt that this husband of Mr. Zhao's has extraordinary medical skills. Today I just happened to have the opportunity to compete with him on the same stage. I'd like to compete with him to see whose medical skills are higher." With that, he walked to the north end of the dining room table and gave a sharp tug on the tablecloth, lifting the filth on it, along with the bottles and glasses, to the floor in a heap, then stooped down. When the first to pick up Feng Long body, looks a little old and weak body, actually easily one-handedly make him lie flat on the table. Seeing this scene, Zhao Shui frowned and pointed at Han Pingyi. "Dr. Sun, this is just an insignificant minor character. Why don't we save this Mr. Han first?" Unmoved, Sun Ning said indifferently, "Where I appear, I don't allow any dead people. If you want to save all of them, naturally, you have to start with the ones who are in the most serious condition first. I believe that Dr. Zhang and I have the same idea." Zhao Shui secretly said, "Feng Long was indeed the first to fall. Leave me alone. I'm going to start the rescue." Sun Ning slashed Feng Long's clothes open with a knife in a position that looked like he was skinning a pig. He took Feng Long's pulse while observing his aura. With that, he pulled out a scalpel and made a very small cut on Feng Long's artery. When Zhao Shui saw the confidence on Sun Ning's face, She couldn't help but hold her arms in front of her chest and said to Zhao Dehui, "Dad, pour Dr. Son a glass of water." Second floor. After a clattering sound, Yao Ling, inside the toilet, gradually came to her senses. Zhang Qi casually picked up the remote control hanging on the wall and handed it to Yao Ling. "The poison has been detoxified. Wash your ass and make way. I'm going to detoxify the next one." When he finished, he got up and headed for the living room. Not long after, Yao Ling came out. She saw that Zhang Qi was earnestly helping Qin Yao take her pulse, not even noticing self. Thus, without a word, Yao Ling shook her body, held onto the wall, and took sheepish steps toward the stairs. First floor. Sun Ning cut a slit in his own pinky and pressed the wound with the blood gash to Feng Long's arterial wound. With his other hand, he was quickly sticking needles in Feng Long's body. While acupuncture, he ordered Zhao Shui, "I have a bag of medicinal liquid in my left pocket. Feed him a fifth of it." At this time, Feng Long slowly opened his eyes. Zhao Shui inwardly rejoiced as she pulled out the medicinal liquid from Sun Ning's pocket and fed it to Feng Long, while saying to Sun Ning, "How is the situation? The life is saved. The poison is also solved. Dr. Zhang, this poison is very powerful. I simply can't think of any poison. Just by soaking it with a silver needle, it can poison over a piece of land. If I were to dispense it, it would take at least 3 days of advanced preparation to make this medicine." Zhao Dehui angrily cursed. "This little brute. He has been preparing for this for a long time, hasn't he? Did he want to poison our whole family? And just in time for you to bring people back, so he temporarily changed his target?" Zhao Shui frowned deeply. Sun Ning said indifferently to Zhao Shui, "That poison of yours is left in a large dose, so the toxicity should be much different compared to the poison that Dr. Zhang and you used. I've already cured this person and entered the finishing stage. I wonder how far Dr. Zhang has progressed. I'm guessing that it's not too far off from me." As he spoke, Yao Ling wobbled down the stairs. Sun Ning turned his head and frowned at Yao Ling. Zhao Shui said, "She recovered so quickly?" Sun Ning's gaze was fixed. The hands suddenly moved much faster. In a short while, pulling out the silver needles from Feng Long's body at a rapid pace, he pushed Feng Long off the dining table with one hand while Feng Long was in a state of confusion. "Drinking, get lost, treat your own wounds." Next, his movements rapidly accelerated. In the second place, it's Han Pingyi. He did as he was told, and within a short time, Han Pingyi woke up. Sun Ning saw that no one had come down from the second floor and was about to breathe a sigh of relief when suddenly the sound of a car outside rang out. A middle-aged man walked in from outside. Zhao Shui looked at Qin Feiyu and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. "What are you doing here?" Qin Feiyu's brows were veined and he looked at Zhao Shui expressionlessly, and only after a while did he say, "I've come to fetch Miss home." As he spoke, Qin Yao walked down from the second floor. Qin Yao was looking good, as she descended the stairs while saying to Qin Feiyu flatly, "Uncle Qin, I've said you don't need to worry about me. With Dr. Zhang around, could I still be poisoned to death?" Zhao Shui glanced at the duo and said indifferently, "Since you weren't poisoned this time, get lost. Not everyone who wants to mess with my Zhao family's territory is qualified to get out alive." Qin Yao let out a light laugh. Her face flushed. "That's not what Dr. Zhang said when he helped me heal in the bathroom, and I need to remind Mr. Zhao that if I die, then everyone dies together." Zhao Shui's heart tightened. "What did you guys do in the bathroom? You guess?" Qin Yao was assisted by Qin Feiyu and walked outside. While walking, he chided Qin Feiyu. "Uncle Qin, I've told you not to worry about me. I'm very comfortable living here. It gives me a feeling of loving each other as a family. Dr. Zhang will take good care of me. Miss, don't be capricious. Keep one thing in mind. Porcelain can't be touched with tile pots. In the end, it's still the self that suffers." Sun Ning frowned deeply. He gave Qin Yao a sly glance. It seems that this young lady's body has been recovering for some time. With that, he pushed Han Pingyi off and moved He Ji onto the table again. Not long after, Ho Chi was awake. Nyeyu twisted her delicate buttocks and walked down from the second floor. Her held her forehead, holding the wall as she made her way down the stairs. When Sun Ning saw her, his brows furrowed deeply again. Zhao Shui, on the other hand, smiled and said, "Mr. Nye, I knew Zhang Qi would cure you. It seems like I don't need to give you the antidote." Nyeyu coldly glanced at Zhao Shui. "Don't pretend. I never expected that you'd be crazy to this extent. You'll pay for this." Nyeyu looked at the few men lying on the ground a few more times. "Originally I thought I had been invincible, but I didn't expect you to be even more flamboyant and shameless than I am, and I'm not afraid of retribution for playing off. I don't know what you're talking about." Nyeyu left with a cold snort. Zhao Dehui worriedly said, "Zhao Shui, this Mr. Nye, it's not simple, is it? If you try to poison her, will she be willing to stop?" Joshua said lightly. A dog that barks doesn't bite, and a dog that bites doesn't bark. It's her who should be worried. Ho Chi woke up. Sun Ning frowned at Zhao Ing. This is Mr. Zhao's sister, right? Zhao Dehuai worriedly said. How so? It's all about stripping naked if you want me to treat it. Any taboos? It's that time of year. What's the taboo? Sun Ning nodded. Then said, she has 2 types of poisons in her body, and coincidentally, the 2 poisons are mutually exclusive, which means that she is in the best physical condition, but it's even more troublesome to detoxify her. Healing her will result in a major injury to me. It also means that the next treatment might have to be aborted. Sun Ning glanced at Zhao Dehuai's legs. Zhao Dehuai's heart tightened. Joshua said with annoyance. 1 by 2. All of them were so wasted. Dr. Sun, wake her up and let her go to my husband by herself. That's exactly what I'm saying. Not long after, Zhao Ing opened his eyes blankly. She went up the stairs in a daze after Zhao Dehuai's persuasion. Zhang Qi looked like he had been waiting for her for a long time, and when he saw her, he immediately said, Go, follow me to the bathroom. Ha, what are you doing in the bathroom? Downstairs, Sun Ning tapped Zhao Dehuai's knee with a small clock. Chowderlot's knees are not responding. Zhao Dehuai nervously asked Sun Ning, Dr. Sun, how is it? This leg of mine. Sun Ning sighed. Hi, really high. Although I was able to restore your leg to normal, I could not have imagined that I would be able to use this method to make your leg a cripple. He glanced at Zhao Dehuai and said, your leg has been immobile for several days now, and there are signs of atrophy. If this continues, you'll become a cripple even if you recover. Didn't Dr. Zhang offer to help you continue your treatment? If he didn't offer to help you with treatment, it shows that he truly wants to keep you in a wheelchair for the rest of your life. Ha! Zhao Dehuai was alarmed. After a little thought, he muttered, this little beast recently did promise to treat me, but wanted to ask me for $20 million for treatment. I didn't agree. Foolish, the doctor gave you a chance and you didn't even cherish it, and it's a good thing you ran into me, but to disagree with only $20 million. In my case, your daughter will pay a bigger price, sacrificing close to home. Sun Ning shook his head. Begin treatment for Zhao Dehuai. Zhao Dehuai, on the other hand, thought unenthusiastically, does Self care about the $20 million? What Self cares about is whoring. Giving $20 million to that little brute Zhang Qi is more difficult than losing $200 million to Self. Having someone else help Self heal his legs is much more comfortable just to take a breath. In contrast, making Joshua pay some financial price was easier for him to accept. After some treatment, Zhao Dehuai finally stood up. If his status didn't allow it, he would have laughed maniacally a few times. Still, he lifted the motorized wheelchair up and slammed it hard enough to deform the wheelchair that was so abhorrent to him. It was a way to get rid of the anger that had been building up inside him all this time. And Sun Ning cautioned him, don't be too happy too early. Your leg limp. It's an emotional reason. In the near future, don't have too much emotional fluctuation. Just wait until it gradually returns to normal. Otherwise, mentally, if you suffer from stimulation, you'll still become a cripple. Zhao Dehuai was dumbfounded. With this little yakuza around, won't I become a cripple again tomorrow? Zhao Shui suggested. Let me get you some strings of Buddha beads. It'll have to do. As for Zhao Dehuai's cancer, Sun Ning said there was nothing he could do for himself. This is simply not a problem that can be solved by Chinese medicine practitioners, and he was advised to follow the hospital's arrangement. Getting this result, Zhao Dehuai and Zhao Shui were filled with heavy faces. At this time, Han Pingyi suddenly asked a question. Dr. Sun, last time, you said that you would let my brother switch back on and off, but so much time has passed and my brother has only switched off and not on. Can you help him look at it again? Sun Ning frowned slightly. According to my prediction, the patient will only need 2 days before he wakes up. Where's the patient? I'll go check. Not long after, Han Yilong was pushed out. He gave Han Yilong a quick examination, showing a shocked expression. The younger generation is fearful. The younger generation is fearful. This Dr. Zhang, his use of medical skills has been wonderful. I thought that I was on par with him in terms of medical skills, but I never imagined that it was just what I thought. He glanced at Zhao Dehuai and Zhao Shui again. The Zhao family's son-in-law is truly a true dragon on earth. Zhao Shui and Zhao Dehuai frowned in unison. Zhao Shui, on the other hand, said indifferently, Dr. Sun, good medical skills aren't everything. Sun Ning sighed. Dr. Zhang's technique is very complicated. In layman's terms, he left a string of passwords inside the patient's body, and only someone who knows the passwords can wake him up. I suggest that you still solve the problem from Dr. Zhang. With that, he was ready to leave. Zhao Shui chased after her and said, Dr. Sun, I'll pay your remuneration with you. She turned her head and said to Zhao Dehuai, Dad, I'm going to run some errands with Dr. Sun and come home tomorrow night. Sun Ning waved his hand, somewhat lost. No need. Making that outrageous request was born from my confidence in my medical skills. Now that I'm not confident anymore, let's forget about the payment. Zhao Shui stared at Sun Ning's back with some disappointment, murmuring, it's a pity. Originally, I could have used this opportunity to put this Dr. Sun at my disposal. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Shui turned her head to Zhao Dehuai and said, Dad, it's getting late, so go to bed early. With that, she took a step toward the second floor. Zhao Shui heard the sound of clattering water coming from the bathroom. She hurriedly opened the door and peered in. There was no one else inside except for Zhang Qi's body that was taking a shower. Zhao Shui sighed in relief and said, Where's my sister? Sleeping, in Yun's room. Zhang Qi finished and reached for the glass door, but Zhao Shui stretched out her foot and blocked the lower edge of the door. Then he clasped his hands on his chest and hooked his mouth. Surveying Zhang Qi's body, I think we need to have a good talk today. There was a flash of light in Zhang Qi's heart. The face was but cold. What's there to talk about when we're all going to get each other killed? Zhang Qi took out a bath towel and wiped himself. Conjugal life is not a fight. It's a human accident. No matter how much the chickens come home to roost, it's ultimately important to live together in peace. And there are some things that do bring more excitement to life, and you can't help but recognize that they're two-sided. Can you? So we do have to talk. Honey, make me an offer. What would it take for you to stop messing with me? At most, I promise to treat you like a lackey at home, but outside, you have to save face for me, because I, Zhao Shui, have to maintain a good image in front of outsiders. Zhang Qi raised an eyebrow. Treat me like a lackey? What do you mean? Zhao Shui winked at Zhang Qi. You know, I'll spoil you and spoil you. If you're unhappy, I'll coax you to be happy, and I'll make you whatever you like to eat. From now on, you're in charge inside and I'm in charge outside. You're in charge at home, and I'm in charge outside. You're not allowed to ask me about anything outside anymore. Zhang Qi thought for a moment, then said, Then if you tell me who the person who passed on syphilis to you is, and who Lan Lan's real father really is, I'll agree to this condition. I'm dizzy. No one passed on syphilis to me. Lan Lan's real father. It was you. Zhang Qi sneered. Today, my poison is only enough to poison those few people, but next time I'll prepare a little more. Be careful, I'll die with you. Zhao Shui's eyes were slightly cold. She looked at Zhang Qi and said, I know that you have great medical skills, but great medical skills are not everything. You have to know that there are people outside of people, and there is one outside of heaven. Zhang Qi, please stop. We are all family. I really don't want to get into a fight with you. If you don't want to get into a fight with me, why are you torturing me to death? When did I torture you? Nonsense. I've been spoiling you. Okay, when you want it, I'll give it to you. When you make a mess, I'll accompany you to make a mess. Even if you burn my car, I'll let you. You still say I don't spoil you. Yeah, then you kowtow to me. As long as that happens you'll make up with me, right? I'll think about it. Zhao Shui lightly bit her red lips, hesitated for a moment, and suddenly flung herself down and knelt in front of Zhang Qi. Hubby, I was wrong. Will you forgive me? Her eyes stared straight at Zhang Qi's body with an inexplicable meaning. Zhang Qi said, Where did you go wrong? I was wrong for being too busy to take care of your emotions, for getting involved with some people out there, but not explaining it to you. Zhang Qi coldly said, Your flag doesn't fall at home and the colorful flag flies outside. What do you have to explain to me? Hubby, it's not what you think. The flagging person has always been you. Those outside are all rotten weeds. I don't even look at them, even if sometimes it is to make you a little misunderstanding, but in my eyes, those men are just passing clouds to me. Only you are the most important to me. Zhang Qi mockingly looked at Zhao Shui. In his heart, Zhao Shui, really shameless. In order to be able to keep self, not hesitate to kneel down to coax self, to win self-sympathy. Zhang Qi asked, Do you really want me to be the master of this house? Zhao Shui hurriedly nodded. Yes, but only if you give me some face in front of outsiders. You can continue to catch me in the act of adultery. I'm not afraid of shadows after all, but you have to help me cure Hani Long, because Hani Long is very important to me. Hani Long isn't your paramour, so you can't let go of him, right? Which is not. I just need him to wake up and take the reins of the company, and he's got a lot of information in his hands. Zhang Qi stared carefully at Zhao Shui and asked, What do you say if I catch you in the act of adultery? Zhao Shui said, Do whatever you want. Beat me and scold me, or ask me for money. I have no problem with any of it. I want you to promise to divorce me and give up Zhao Lan's real father. Zhao Shui thought briefly and said, Okay, if you can really catch these moot things, there's no harm in me admitting it. Just then, 3 men ran up at the stairs. They were He Ji, Feng Long, and Han Pingyi. When Han Pingyi saw Zhao Shui kneeling, he couldn't help but be alarmed. Mr. Zhao, what are you doing? I haven't seen you in a while. How did you become this pussy? Zhao Shui's face flushed with panic as she hurriedly got up, but Zhang Qi droned. Did I tell you to get up? You. Zhao Shui clenched her teeth and knelt down again. Mr. Zhao, please don't. You are the body of 10,000 dignity, the image ambassador of the new city. How can you submit to a man's oxum? Zhang Qi plucked a large pair of pants from the wall shelf and put them on his legs, saying with a cold face, Zhao Shui, you are really good. Bringing your concubine to the house to flaunt in front of me, not to mention that you dare to let these foxes and dogs of yours not put me in their eyes. Zhao Shui's eyes went cold and she twisted her head slightly, squinting at the three men. Then he coldly said, Zhang Qi is my man. So what if I spoil him at home? How can I allow you all to chew on him like this? Kneel down and apologize to me. From now on, Zhang Qi will be the king of the family, and all of you will have to back off when you see him. Mr. Zhao, this, on your knees. The three men blushed in unison. Looking at each other, they flopped down and all knelt down. Zhang Qi walked to Feng Long, raised his foot and gave him a kick. You're such a dog slave. How can you be worthy of kneeling to me? You don't have any idea what you are? Get lost. Don't show up in my house again. Feng Long fell to the ground. He was shocked and angry. Unable to help but stomp his feet in anger, he said to Zhao Shui, Mr. Zhao, look at him. Zhao Shui stood up, walked to him with an expressionless face, and raised her hand to give him a slap. Didn't you hear what my husband said? You're not welcome in our house. And from now on, you're fired. Ha? What? Get the hell out of here. Zhao Shui, don't need you to serve me. Having Zhang Qi alone is enough. As Zhao Shui spoke, she squeezed her eyes at Feng Long without moving. Feng Long could only let out a long sigh of helplessness. Then he got up and walked out the door in exasperation. And Zhang Qi, at this time, drank again. Did I tell you to get up? Zhao Shui turned around and flopped down on her knees again. Looking at Zhang Qi sincerely, hubby, I got up to submit to you in a better position. Pust. Zhang Qi laughed. He couldn't imagine that Zhao Shui wouldn't even give up her face to achieve her goal. Zhang Qi sat down on the sofa with a big horse. Faintly, he said, then get up and give me a wide-sleeved dance. The three of you together. This, husband, I don't have a wide-sleeved dress. Then I don't care. I want to see it now. Okay, I'll dance for you. Han Pingyi and He Ji's faces were ugly. Mr. Zhao, what kind of dance is this? We don't know it at all. You can learn if you don't know how. Now don't make excuses with me. If you make Zhang Qi unhappy, I'll hold you all responsible. Saying that, Zhao Shui actually really danced like Chang'e. Han Pingyi and He Ji, squirming to match. Zhang Qi sat down and poured himself a glass of water, drinking and watching at the same time. Zhao Shui's sensible and elegant body was dancing with a delicate beauty. At this moment, Zhang Qi felt as dashing and satisfied as the Jade Emperor. The beauty of it is that both backup dancers are big, burly men, and Zhao Shui seemed to have sensed Zhang Qi's dissatisfaction and took the initiative to move in front of Zhang Qi, using her own dance moves to provoke Zhang Qi. Zhao Shui danced more and more high, and ran to the next entertainment room, turned on the karaoke equipment, and gave Zhang Qi a live rendition of Sweet Honey. Not to be outdone, Han Pingyi and He Ji found two more microphones and the two of them sang a chorus of Red Dust love song. What started out as a sing-along rap for Zhang Qi evolved into a three-man show. Late at night, the villa area was silent. Only the Zhao family's large villa, which was brightly lit, constantly emitted various howls. When Zhao Shui's wide-sleeve dance was over, she rocked out like dirt in a bar with Han Pingyi and He Ji. They were even in the mood to order songs. Zhang Qi looked at the scene blankly. Secretly, what kind of group of cowards and demons had self-encountered? With a pop, Zhang Qi slammed the teacup in his hand to the ground. The trio song came to a screeching halt. Doubtfully, he looked at Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi crumbled his face and said, what kind of crap dance? If you don't know how to dance, don't dance. Are you insulting me? Han Pingyi and He Ji gradually came to their senses. Han Pingyi smiled awkwardly and came in front of Zhang Qi, piling up a smile on his face. Zhang Qi, we had many misunderstandings earlier. Look at you now that you're done venting. Isn't it time to save my brother? Zhang Qi said indifferently. Did I say I'm going to cure your brother? Han Pingyi's face stiffened. You tricked me? Zhao Shui hurriedly stepped forward and said, Zhang Qi, we can't go back on our word. Can we? I treated you like a subordinate at home. I did it. Don't you have to show some sincerity too? She whispered to Zhang Qi again. Put yourself in your shoes. If your own brother was lying in bed, would you not be anxious? You have to understand Mr. Han's feelings. Zhang Qi thought briefly and nodded. Alright, I can cure Han alone. Zhao Shui sniffed and her face revealed a look of ecstasy. Really? Well, I'll wake him up. Han Pingyi gave Zhang Qi a deep look. My brother, it was really you who messed up. Zhang Qi had a stern face. What do you mean your brother is my ghost? I have long said that I have a way to wake up your brother. You felt that my crop handling style could not meet your eyes and did not let me cure. And now you are begging me to cure it. Yet you suspect me. He looked at Zhao Shui again. This concubine of yours slandered me. He slandered me. Zhao Shui was filled with helplessness. Zhang Qi, stop it. He's just saying it casually. So don't be so glassy-eyed. Well then, I won't rip you off. I'll give you a cuckold price of $20 million. Han Pingyi's face was drawn and his voice raised a few degrees. Still want money? What kind of crap are you talking about? You two get to live tonight. Don't tell me someone else saved you for free. Han Pingyi's face was cloudy, and he suppressed his inner anger as he politely said to Zhang Qi, Dr. Zhang, my factory has recently had a situation, and I may not be able to get so much money. Zhang Qi said, what are you treating if you don't have money? Don't let your brother get sick if you don't have money. Do you think it doesn't cost me anything to learn the art of healing? I treat hundreds of patients a day. This is the first time I've encountered a shameless asshole like you who wants to cure without paying. What's the difference between you and robbery? Han Pingyi said. But, my brother ended up in this situation. It was your daughter who caused it. Then go to my daughter. What are you looking for me for? My daughter is an adult. I'm not obligated to cover for her. But that's morally. I have no morals. Can't I? But, Zhao Shui spoke up. Don't but. My husband is right. There is no free lunch. Pay up. Han Pingyi then let go. He gave Zhang Qi a somewhat gloomy look. Dr. Zhang will help me treat my brother first, and I'll raise the money within 3 days at the earliest. Zhang Qi was about to speak when Zhao Shui followed. I promise for Zhang Qi. Zhao Shui looked at Zhang Qi again with a smile. Hubby, tonight we are also considered to be officially reconciled. I admit that I have done a bit too much to you earlier. So in order to show my sincerity, I'll clear all the men in the house away. And when you cure Han Yilong, Han Pingyi will also take Han Yilong and leave our house, never to bother us again. That's it. Zhao Shui said to He Ji, let Zhang Qi treat Han Yilong first. I'll take you home. Okay. The two left straight away. Zhang Qi thought briefly and carried the medicine box downstairs. Han Pingyi followed Zhang Qi closely. Zhang Qi came to Han Yilong's room. He was about to embark on the treatment when he realized that Han Pingyi was staring intently at self. Unable to help himself, he turned his head and said, go out for a moment. I want to work on the patient alone. Han Pingyi hugged his chest and said indifferently, I'm going to watch from here. Otherwise how do I know if you're going to tamper with my brother's body? You didn't just talk to me with that attitude. I was the one who just begged you. And Mr. Cho is protecting you. Han Pingyi's gloomy eyes glanced at Zhang Qi. Without Mr. Zhao, what do you think you are in front of me? Zhang Qi wasn't angry either, but said with a smile, aren't you afraid that I will refuse to cure your brother? Han Pingyi, however, acted irrelevant. What are you pretending for? $20 million is your ultimate goal. Like you, this kind of rotten person. At this time I'm afraid that the heart has already turned over. Right? It's just that you can't show it in front of me. Ignorant. $20 million and you're jumping up and down with excitement. Not realizing that this money is just a drop in the bucket for me. You quickly cure my brother, or you won't get a dime. Zhang Qi put his hand on Han Yilong's arm while doing a physical examination of Han Yilong. At the same time, he said to Han Pingyi, you and Zhao Shui are both in a hurry to save Han Yilong. So it seems like this person is crucial. Han Pingyi said impatiently, why ask so many questions? This isn't something you should be worrying about as a house husband. If it wasn't for Mr. Zhao, I would have stomped you to death long ago. Zhang Qi's eyes went cold. Lightly, he said, don't be in a hurry. Wanting to awaken your brother is not something that can be solved with a single treatment. Then I'll have to keep an eye on you every time you heal. Han Pingyi raised his right hand, separated his index and middle fingers, pointed to his own eyes, and then used these two fingers to point to Zhang Qi's eyes. Zhao Shui drove He Ji and met Feng Long halfway. Zhao Shui let Feng Long get into the car. She said with a stern face, you usually pay too little attention to yourself. You always make Zhang Qi unhappy. How do you expect me to take care of you? Don't forget that he is the main house. According to the rules, Zhang Qi is allowed to restrain me. You're a nanny, yet you still want to touch him. Feng Long slightly bowed his head. Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry, it's because I'm ignorant. Zhao Shui said, look at He Ji. He's much smarter than you. He's very obedient and knows to care about my feelings. You're really far worse than him. Zhao Shui sighed. Alas, after all, we have known each other for a while. I'll get you a sum of money. In the future, you and Li Suling can live a good life. Don't bother me anymore. Feng Long's whole body shook, and he looked at Zhao Shui with some reluctance. Mr. Zhao, have I been knocked out of the cold? There's definitely a price to pay for doing something wrong. Ho Chi tapped his fingers on the steering wheel as he drove. he said to Zhao Shui. Mr. Zhao, don't go back tonight. Stay at my place. What do you want? Mr. Zhao. Zhao Shui crossed He Ji's eyes. You guys? There's not a single one of you who's heartless. Tonight I just want to stay with my husband. He Ji exasperatedly said. Mr. Zhao, with all due respect, that Zhang Qi guy is too crazy. He actually wants to poison us. I am worried that he will take advantage of your unpreparedness and even you. That is why he asked you not to go home for the time being. I am just worried about you. Zhao Shui said quietly. Zhang Qi still loves me. Otherwise why would he only poison you guys and not me? Mr. Zhao, you're in love brain. It's too unleashy. That night, Zhang Qi gave Han Yilong some simple treatments and did not directly wake him up. Zhao Shui went home and wanted to have a good time with Zhang Qi, but Zhang Qi felt that he should have recovered from his syphilis and was worried that Zhao Shui would infect himself again, so he refused to do so. Early in the morning Zhao Shui got up and went to the office. Zhang Qi had wanted to go to the medical center as well, as a large group of patients had gathered over there again. This is still Yao Ling told him. The two of them chatted for a while. Yao Ling was just a little confused about yesterday's events. Fear is not very afraid. After being persuaded by Zhang Qi for a few moments, Yao Ling felt that it wasn't impossible to continue to work as a nanny in the house. Zhang Qi let Yao Ling deal with the patients first and was about to rush to the medical center when Han Pingyi stopped him. The reason is for Zhang Qi to cure Han Yilong before leaving. Zhang Qi had no choice but to save Han Yilong first. Han Pingyi didn't move an inch, and whenever Zhang Qi touched Han Yilong, he had to watch live. After a while Zhao shuffled downstairs. When she arrived inside Han Yilong's room, she couldn't help but blush when she saw Zhang Qi being treated. She pulled Zhang Qi aside and asked in a low voice, Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Zhang Qi said, I'm healing people. What's wrong? Zhao said helplessly, you're crazy. Why did you save Han Yilong? Saving him is equivalent to saving my sister. Do you know that? Zhang Qi said with some surprise, shouldn't you be happy that I saved your sister? Brother-in-law, do you really not understand or are you just pretending? I've said it all. I'm yours now. What are you to me? I'm your guy. You don't care what it is. You know anyway. I don't get it. What the hell are you to me? I'm your sister-in-law. Your family. And I'm going to be all for you. I know you want to go against my sister. So I'm going to help you. I'm going to tell you what to do and what not to do. Zhang Qi looked Zhao Ying's body up and down. Zhang Qi said quietly, you want to do it with me? Zhang Qi said, I poisoned you yesterday as well. And you still want to stand in the same boat as me? That's right. It's not true that you poisoned me, but you also detoxified me. But what about my sister? Not only did he poison me, but he also threw me to you. She's gone too far. So, I hate her a little inside. Zhang Qi asked, do you really want to help me? Brother-in-law, you still don't believe me? The video of you beating up my sister last time, it was also Yin who begged me to pass it out. If I didn't want to help you, why would I have agreed to Yin? Zhao was full of seriousness. Zhang Qi's heart moved slightly and said, let me be honest with you. I want to mess with Han Pingyi this time. Zhao opened his mouth. Screw Han Pingyi? Why did you do that? Zhang Qi's eyes were slightly cold. Because I realized that he seems to have syphilis. Zhao was stunned at first. Then the face dawned on him. Zhang Qi's tone turned. If I want to mess with Han Pingyi, I have to save Han Yilong. Han Yilong is important to Han Pingyi, and equally important to me. I need you to detach Han Pingyi. I want to treat Han Yilong alone. Zhao Ying's gaze was ghostly. Brother-in-law, Han Yilong is still Han Pingyi's brother after all. If you want to reach your goal by negotiating with him, I don't think it's reliable. Times L. Are you a doctor or am I a doctor? Zhang Qi explained. Not only is Han Yilong going to be a vegetable this time, but his brain has been damaged. And when he wakes up, it's still a toss-up whether or not he has any memories. This is when his will is at its weakest and I can hypnotize him and make him my loyal dog. He can be your loyal dog? What can I be then? You belong on the shit-stirring stick. Zhao Ying blushed, then looked at Zhang Qi in surprise and said, you also know how to hypnotize? Zhang Qi nodded. In the field of traditional Chinese medicine, there is a more metaphysical means of treatment, and that is to treat certain diseases through hypnosis. Zhao Ying was dumbfounded. No wonder my sister couldn't cure Han Yilong even after hiring such a powerful doctor. So you used this method. Brother-in-law, have you ever hypnotized me and ever made me do something outrageous? Why do I feel that self has been close to you because of your hypnosis? Zhang Qi said indifferently. Don't bullshit me. The things you did were because you were cheap. I hypnotized Han Yilong because his spirit happened to be at its weakest state. I wouldn't have made it with any other person. Zhao Ying took a deep breath and gave Zhang Qi a complicated look. I found out that you, as a person, are quite charming. Brother-in-law, step back and watch me. Zhang Qi nodded. Han Pingyi was then told that the treatment was over for the day. Zhang Qi also left on a small electric donkey. Han Pingyi immediately called and asked someone to come and take away Han Yilong and come back this way later. After all, he didn't feel comfortable with Han Yilong being left alone with a bunch of things to do. But before he could deliver, Zhao Ying walked behind him and tapped his shoulder. "It's you?" Han Pingyi was originally startled and his face was a bit unhappy. But when he turned around and saw Zhao Ying's bright and pretty face, his tone instantly softened. "So it's Zhao Ying. You're awake?" Zhao Ying looked at Han Pingyi slyly. "What exactly is your relationship with my sister?" Han Pingyi's face stiffened as he tried. "Did Mr. Zhao tell you?" Zhao Ying said with a bit of a grudge. "No, I'm just curious. If you are my sister's man outside, that day in the pigsty, why did you smooch with me and do it so passionately?" Han Pingyi straightened his spine and subconsciously reached out to brush the flap of the door in front of him, saying elegantly, "Ahem, Zhao Ying, actually, the situation was urgent, but, boinking with a beautiful woman. What man wouldn't want to be a little more passionate?" Zhao Ying said, "I've rarely boinked anyone in the past 2 years, and I don't really like that kind of thing, but this time, when I think back, I feel it's getting weirder and weirder. It's been lingering. Mr. Han, my sister said 2 days ago that she wanted to introduce you to me so that I could end my single status. I want to know what you feel." Han Pingyi stared straight at Zhao Ying's red lips. At that time, I felt that my mouth was a bit sweet, and that wonderful feeling made people linger, wanting to boop once and for all, but unfortunately, the opportunity was rare. "Who asked you about your touch?" "It was about your impression of me. How about we go outside and talk over a cup of coffee?" Han Pingyi stared at Zhao Ying's flaming red lips. Subconsciously, he pursed his lips and gulped. Somewhat dryly, he said, "Yeah." After Han Pingyi and Zhao Ying left, Zhang Qi snuck back in. He went straight into Han Yilong's room, casually pulled out a chair, and sat on the edge of the bed. With that, he pulled out a pocket watch from his pocket and raised it with his right hand above Han Yilong's square face. Then Zhang Qi carefully pulled out a ball of black ointment wrapped in a plastic bag from his pocket, scraped a little bit with a medicinal spoon, and applied it to Han Yilong's manzhong position, as well as the earlobes of both ears respectively. After doing this, Zhang Qi pulled out a few more silver needles from his pocket and gently stabbed Han Yilong. Not long after, Han Yilong's eyelids moved, but didn't open his eyes. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qi frowned, retrieved his pocket watch and fiddled with it, and it resounded with a ticking sound. With that, he put the pocket watch to Han Yilong's right ear. At that moment, Han Yilong's head moved, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. Slurring in his throat, he said, "Who's that?" Zhang Qi stared at Han Yilong and slowly spoke. "I'm your father." Sun Ru's car was parked in the courtyard of the villa. She just got off the car, and then she excitedly called out, Old Zhao, I heard that your leg is healed. Quickly come out, let me see." She screwed up her ass, carrying the hem of her pleated skirt, and ran giddily inside the living room. Zhao Yan and Zhao Lan walked out one after another. Zhao Lan followed Sun Ru first and was about to go in, but Zhao Yan reached out and stopped in front of her. "Don't move." Zhao Yan sniffed and frowned, according to my prediction. At this time, the inside must have already killed Red Eye. See, blood is possible. Lan, you wait outside. I'll go in first to check the situation. Zhao Lan was dumbfounded. "Sis, do you smell blood?" Zhao Yan's face was serious as she tiptoed inside. On the contrary, it was Zhao Lan, who followed along at the same pace, and she appeared to be much more relaxed. Zhao Yan looked around. The wind was calm and there was nothing unusual. Even the villa was much more peaceful than usual. Like a detective, she tensed her body and, gently, first came quietly to the door of the room, as if she were a police detective, without making a single sound, and then violently pushed open the door of the room. When Zhao Lan saw Zhao Yan in this state, her eyes were thoughtful, and she also began to follow suit. She gestured the shape of a pistol with her right hand and held it up in front of her face, her eyes becoming sharp and alert as she probed the other room. No one? She walked out just in time to meet Zhou Yun's gaze, so she nodded to Zhou Yun and shook her head with a grave face. Then the two men began to check again, until the duo reached Han Yilong's room. The two stood on either side of the door, left and right, with stony faces. With that, they simultaneously pushed open the door and both held up their fingers, pointing at Zhang Qi. "Freeze. Surname Zhang. It's you? Are you okay?" Zhao Yan was stunned as she listened to Zhang Qi's whispers. She then saw Feng Long on the bed, who seemed to be moving a bit, and was shocked. "Surname Zhang, you want to kill to silence?" She seemed to think of something and changed her tone excitedly. "Do you need help?" Zhao Lan, on the other hand, silently came to the door and quietly closed the door of the room. Zhang Qi turned his head sideways and whispered, "Keep your voice down. I'm asking for help from Han Yilong. I'm rebuilding his connection to this world. At those words, Zhao Yan's face pulled back. Saving Han Yilong? Looks like you still lost in your fight with my mom. Surname Zhang. Don't tell me that you've already given in and this is how you start helping my mom to aid and abet her? Don't forget, Uncle Han has screwed you out of $10 million. Zhang Qi said. This time, we won't talk about personal matters. Only benefits. I'm not treating for free. Zhao Yan raised her eyebrows. Oh, you're going to give in to a mere trifle? I really look down on you. How much did you charge? $20 million. It's only $20 million. What? $20 million? Surprised, Zhao Yan grasped Zhang Qi's arm, gulped, and said greedily, Where's the money? Where is the money? Zhang Qi glared at her. Bastard. With those eyes, are you going to eat me? Surname Zhang, tell me where the money is. In fact, I've thought about it for a long time. If you can give me some financial support, it's not impossible for me to recognize you as my father. Zhang Qi gave Zhao Yan a disappointed look, another glance with his afterglow at Zhou Lang. Noticing that unlike the greed in Zhao Yan's eyes, Zhao Lan didn't seem to have a problem with this figure. Her eyes were extremely clear. Zhang Qi was like eating a fly inside. Annoyed, he said, Get up. Save the people first before you can get the money. Do you think they're all as stupid as you are? Casually handing over $20 million? So the money hasn't arrived yet? Zhao Yan clasped her hands on her chest and looked at Zhang Qi with a cold smile. Surname Zhang, you're confused. When you save someone's life, do you think that with my mom's tactics, she'll painfully hand over the money to you? Don't forget, Han Pingyi is most likely my sister's real father. My mom will definitely be towards Han Pingyi when the time comes. If you cure the person now, aren't you afraid that my mom will backtrack when the time comes? Zhang Qi frowned. This is indeed a problem. Unable to help himself, he asked, You have a solution? Zhao Yan nodded. Yes, don't save the person first. I'll help you ask my mom for the money. I have a way to get the money first, provided you share half of it with me. Zhang Qi raised his eyebrows. Bastard. This is all I have for my coffin. And you still want to think about my money? Do you want face? How else can I be called an animal? Zhang Qi's heart stirred as he glanced at the two girls. If you guys can help me get the money, I'll give each of you $50,000 of pocket money. Zhao Yan laughed coldly. Don't be silly. Don't look at us $1,000 ladies through the eyes of a poor person. Do you really think that we would look at this petty profit? Zhang Qi was not surprised by her reaction, and stretched out another 5 fingers. 500,000. You like it or not? Don't I think of my own way? Deal. Zhou Yan nodded her head cheerfully. Then he said to Zhang Qi excitedly, You heal first. I'll go find my mom. Zhao Yan ran out with gusto and rushed straight to Zhao Shue's company. While Zhao Lan stared at Zhao Shue's back, she slowly returned to the second floor and pulled out her cell phone to call Zhao Shue. Zhao Yan soon met Zhao Shue in the company. Zhao Shue looked like she had been waiting for Zhao Yan for a long time. She said to Zhao Yan with a smile, Yan, you're too greedy. For $500,000, you even teamed up with your father to cheat me out of my money. Zhao Yan, who was about to open her mouth, changed her face slightly. However, Zhao Shui gave another faint smile and said, But apart from you taking $500,000, I have another option for you. I'll privately give you $5 million pocket money, so you can tell your dad that you've got the money, and let him feel at ease to save Han Yilong. How about it? Zhao Yan gave Zhao Shui a deep look. You really didn't think about Uncle Han paying for the consultation. If it wasn't for Han Yilong's life being there, I'm afraid you wouldn't even give me my $5 million. But, Mom, you miscalculated. I came to you neither for $5 million nor for $500,000. I'll only give you one choice. I want $10 million, or, you ask Uncle Han to give $20 million to surname Zhang. Your choice. Zhao Shui squinted her eyes at Zhao Yan. Yan, Mom is getting to understand you now. I remember you weren't like this before. How can you be solicitous of your own kin? Zhao Yan skimmed her mouth. Mom, let's not talk about two families. You let surname Zhang save an outsider without thinking of paying for it. Aren't you still counting on your own husband in the same way? We're half a caddy. Joshua gently shook her head and softly said, I'm not punking your father. I'm just protecting your father. Your father is not capable enough to control that much money right now. Not to mention the fact that your dad is hellbent on leaving me now. What if I give him the money and he catches a break and leaves me? While I'm sure I can stop your dad from running away from me, I don't really want any surprises. Mom, tell me honestly, is Han Pingyi my sister's father or not? If he is, wouldn't it be better if you kicked the surname Zhang? Why bother to cover your ears? You girl, when is it your turn to lecture me? Don't pretend. My sister's real father is going to show up sooner or later. So hurry up and let people come to the house to recognize their relatives, and I'll follow in the light. Zhao Shue's face sank slightly. You too, father and daughter. Not one of you saves my ass. Zhao Yan disdainfully said. That guy called me an animal with every mouthful. Don't take me as his daughter. Zhao Shui glanced at Zhao Yan and said, I can give you $10 million. Zhao Yan's face revealed ecstasy. Really? Zhao Shui nodded quietly. You're not too old. Mom, this family business, sooner or later, is going to give you 2 sisters. Just with this opportunity, let you exercise your own ability. Make good use of this money. The two chatted a few more times, and Zhao Shui really did transfer the money to Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan gets Zhao Shui's money and immediately calls Zhang Qi so that Zhang Qi can start saving. Zhang Qi received Zhao Yan's call on his side and didn't think much about it. He stretched and snapped his hand in Han Yilong's ear. Han Yilong, who was asleep, whooshed his eyes open. With that, Zhang Qi stretched and yawned, and said to Han Yilong, come out with me. Han Yilong stood up woodenly with confusion in his eyes, but when he looked at Zhang Qi, there was a light in his eyes that was both repulsive and at the same time affectionate and deep. Zhang Qi came to the living room, where Sun Ru was chatting with Zhao Dehuai. When Zhao Dehuai saw Zhang Qi, he looked like he had seen a ghost, and reached out to press Sun Ru's shoulder. Quickly help me into the house. I can't see this guy. The doctor said he can't be stimulated. During the day Zhang Qi is at home, he doesn't dare to show for it, for fear that Zhang Qi will stimulate him. Sun Ru gave Zhang Qi a resentful look and was about to speak when Zhang Qi suddenly spoke. He said to Zhao Dehuai, Old Zhao, see how scared you are. Can I still make a move on you? Sun Ru looked at Zhang Qi warily. Little brute, what do you want? Don't. Although I'd love to damage your indiscreet old hag, but this father-in-law of mine can't afford to be irritated. If you scold me again, it's not my fault if old Zhao turns into a cripple. Zhao Dehuai made a hot escape body, but could not help but stop suspiciously. He looked at Zhang Qi with a ghostly gaze. You would be so kind? Zhang Qi said, this leg of yours, don't make a fool of yourself when you've recovered. Turn around and I'll have the little nanny do some nursing for you to save you from relapsing. A babysitter? People still want to come over? Zhao Dehuai was a bit puzzled. Almost dead and still able to come? Naturally, I am willing, and from now on, I will be the master of this home. Zhao Dehuai was a bit impressed. Without saying much, it was Sun Ru, who had a suspicious look on her face. She was about to speak when she saw Han Yilong walk out of the inner room numbly. The two of them couldn't help but be shocked beyond belief. Only after inquiring did he learn that Zhang Qi had woken up Han Yilong. It wasn't until Zhang Qi and Han Yilong left that the duo reacted from their shock. Sun Ru said, this Han Yilong, he was in a coma for many days. Xiao Shui looked for many doctors who were unable to do anything. Zhang Qi disgusted with Xiao Shui, and he turned his head and woke up the person? Zhao Dehuai narrowed his eyes and pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and clipped it to his mouth. While lighting it, he said, it seems like Zhang Qi was pretending all along when he said he couldn't do it. This kid, is he a ninja god ghost? After being married to Snow for so many years, with this ability, he would have shown off his skills long ago. We, perhaps, need to change our attitude towards him. He lit the cigarette and was about to smoke it when Sun Ru reached out, snatched it away and threw it away. I say, old Zhao, you wouldn't have changed your impression of this little brute, would you? You're getting older. Your mind's getting a little muddled. So watch out for this guy to play mind games with you and fool you to the bone crumbs. Zhao Dehuai froze, then nodded his head vigorously. Ah yes, these legs of mine are still crippled by this kid. How can I be mesmerized by his 2 sentences of hypocritical good words? Han Yilong has woken up. This is a big deal for Snow. Hurry up and tell her this news. When Zhao Shui heard this news, her mouth opened slightly, her face full of astonishment. In his heart, he secretly exclaimed, Hubby, your ability really took me by surprise. She then called Han Pingyi. Yao Ling was very good at what she did, and although those patients were waiting for Zhang Qi, Yao Ling was in the medical center, serving tea and chatting with the elderly. A group of patients idle boredom, driven by Yao Ling, but also a few sections of lotus flower drops beat the board to help cheer up. For a while the medical center was happy and the atmosphere was very good. Zhang Qi chatted with Han Yilong in the car, and Han Yilong would only mumble cooperate and nod his head the entire time, and his entire body looked dull. It was only after he reached the medical center that his eyes gradually gained more color. Under Zhang Qi's command, Han Yilong even busied himself with Yao Ling. Over here, Zhao Ying was cheerfully drinking tea and chatting with Han Pingyi. With Zhao Ying's intentional compliments, Han Pingyi spoke highly and constantly expressed himself. It wasn't until Zhao Ying's cell phone rang for a bit that Zhao Ying glanced at it before smiling and saying to Han Pingyi, Mr. Han, it's so pleasant to chat with you. Your sociability is simply better than your ability to smooch with beautiful women. Han Pingyi wore a flirtatious smile on his face, and his mouth modestly said, socializing is a life, boinking is a hobby, and compared to the two, I prefer boinking with beautiful women. With a poof, Zhao Ying covered her mouth and laughed lightly. I don't really want my sister to know about the relationship between the two of us yet, so I think if we get along, can we keep it a secret for now? Actually, that's exactly what I was going to do. Zhao Ying smiled sweetly. Then, that's it for today. Let's make another appointment next time? Okay, next time I'll ask you to blink. Zhao Ying glared at Han Pingyi, then picked up her handbag and left. And just as Han Pingyi separated from Zhao Ying, he received a call from Zhao Shui. Soon, his voice raised a few degrees and his person stood up from his seat. What? Zhang Qi cured my brother? Didn't Zhang Qi say that the treatment was over for today? Why is he treating my brother behind my back? While Han Pingyi was happy, he was suspicious in his heart. Han Pingyi was so anxious that he rushed to Zhao Shui's house only to learn that Han Yilong had left with Zhang Qi. This made him even more convinced that Zhang Qi had other purposes. Called Zhang Qi, but prompted no answer. A big rush. At this moment, a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle stopped in front of Zhang Qi's medical center. Qin Feiyu, dressed in a suit, stepped out of the car and pulled open the side door, then put his hands together and stood respectfully. Qin Yao was wearing a set of JK dress. Under the JK dress were long legs covered with crystal socks, her head was tied up with 2 pigtails, and her face was pleasant and lighthearted. The whole thing is youthful. The makeup on her bright face inadvertently reflected crystals in the sun's rays. She carried her hands behind her back, held her chest out, and took broken steps as she surveyed Zhang Qi's medical center while walking inside. That's when Zhang Qi happened to send off a wave of patients. Zhang Qi, business is good. Zhang Qi was bewildered and looked at Qin Yao for 2 more times. A bright and beautiful body full of youthful and beautiful atmosphere. As if there was a special kind of magic that would strike a blow in his heart. A few moments later Zhang Qi boarded his face. Don't wear so conspicuous in front of me. If you don't know, others still think I am your father. The corner of Qin Yao's mouth hooked. Dad, I thought people would think of me as a mistress you raised. Zhang Qi sighed. Young women are quirky and unaffected by the world's gaze. It's really a fascinating and colorful age. Qin Yao provocatively said. But everyone says that uncle is good and has flavor through the ages. Zhang Qi lost his smile and said, what flavor can I have? A sweaty odor, plus a half-rotten body is just. Young people should not be too young. A young body is what you should pursue. The beauty of it is that you only know it when you experience it. I prefer the soul, which is sweet and sour and more evocative than singularly wonderful. It reminds me of some kind of partially flavored white wine I used to drink. Qin Yao pulled out a contract from her handbag. She handed it to Zhang Qi. Then he said to Zhang Qi, I'm already looking for someone to build a web server, and our chatting software is also under development, while I've also contacted some adult product processing factories. Look at all these customized features. Qin Yao handed Zhang Qi another copy of the plan. It had to be said that Qin Yao's idea was quite novel. This kind of processed adult product would actually produce a multi-level linkage like a smart stereo. For example, if the supplies are activated while 2 people are enjoying a romantic moment for 2, the TV will automatically play some videos to cheer them up. A lot more fun than the ones sold on the market. There is also some special clothing and protective gear. The functions are numerous and varied. What made Zhang Qi focus even more was that Qin Yao had given Zhang Qi a grandiose idea. They can use this AI program to get wind of the internet, simulate real people, and do many things on the internet. Users have accumulated to a certain extent and penetrated into millions of families, and the world will no longer have secrets in their hands. Qin Yao said that Zhang Qi's that program is very intelligent. Others may not be able to achieve, but this has the potential to achieve. This is strongly endorsed by Zhang Qi. Just then, Qin Yao said meaningfully to Zhang Qi, Zhang Qi, do you still remember Lin Kai? Zhang Qi's heart jumped. The man my wife keeps outside? Whether or not your wife raised him I don't know, but my people have already found out where Lin Kai is, and if nothing happens, within 3 days, Lin Kai will fall into my hands. Zhang Qi's heart became agitated. Are you sure that the syphilis in my wife's body was passed on by him? Don't worry. The information I give you is naturally the most accurate information. Zhang Qi's heart was overwhelmed with anticipation, and subconsciously patted Qin Yao's right hand that was resting on the counter as he warned. My wife seems to attach great importance to this man, so if you catch him, keep it quiet and don't tell anyone. Let's interrogate him first. Qin Yao looked at Zhang Qi seriously. Lin Kai ran away to the provinces. Even if your wife is as handy as she is, he won't be able to escape from me this time. Her bright eyes looked down at Zhang Qi's hand. Dr. Zhang, you touched my hand again. Zhang Qi hastily withdrew his hand and apologized. I'm sorry, it was me who was abrupt. Then I'll touch you too. With a stern face, Qin Yao reached out her hand again and scratched the back of Zhang Qi's hand. Following that, she poked her head again and came in front of Zhang Qi's face, her dark hair flowing a few strands down to Zhang Qi's neck. It made Zhang Qi prick and scratch. She whispered, what did you do with your wife last night after I left? The sunlight shone through the doorframe onto the floor. and the strong light reflected on the floor reflected into Zhang Qi's eyes, causing Zhang Qi's brain to smolder slightly. There's no screwing, can't get it, she just danced. Qinyao cocked her head and stared at Zhang Qi. What dance? Zhang Qi twisted his head to look at Han Yilong and ordered. You, dance a wide-sleeve dance for Miss Qin to see. Without saying a word, Han Yilong immediately tilted his neck and opened his arms, dancing in the middle of the medical center. Qinyao narrowed her eyes. This guy, what's wrong with you? I made his father. Zhang Qi said to Feng Long again. Change it, Dad wants to watch street dance. Han Yilong immediately changed his style, except that he didn't seem to have a base in this area, and soon fell in a row. On the contrary, it was Qinyao, who frowned straight away. Interesting, but it's just this dance. It's too bad. Not as bad as a millionth of mine. Zhang Qi expressed great surprise. You can dance too? That's natural. Qinyao was challenged and immediately carried her skirt with both hands and gave Zhang Qi a tap dance on the spot, while jumping and talking. Due to the jumping, let her tone of voice stuttering powerful. We this kind of celebrities, the most important focus on moral, intellectual and physical beauty training, especially social dance. Yao Ling, who was watching mesmerized, couldn't help but slowly clap along with her beat, and Zhang Qi looked at her with a complicated gaze. You're really a treasure girl. If only you were my daughter. My two daughters, compared to you are too far. Qinyao's dance came to a screeching halt and she looked at Zhang Qi with a stern face. I take you as a friend, and you actually want to be my father? Zhang Qi subconsciously extended his hand and explained. I don't mean that. And Qinyao obediently held his hand. The whole person twisted like an S-shaped wave. Her hand slipped away from the back of Zhang Qi's hand and went fingertip to fingertip with Zhang Qi. Her body then spun around again to complete a wonderful dance. Qinyao made a pistol-like gesture with her other hand and fired it at Zhang Qi's heart, making a baya sound from her mouth. With that, he turned around and walked away. Even though you're deep like my dad, I get the feeling you have a funny soul. Don't be so boring next time, especially if I'm dancing to one. Just as Qinyao left, a man rushed in aggressively. Zhang Qi, where is my brother? It's Shiryu. Han Pingyi shouted in surprise when he saw Han Yilong standing on the side. He then ran to Han Yilong's side, holding Han Yilong's body and looking up and down. Yilong, Zhang Qi didn't do anything to you, did he, brother? Great, you're finally awake. Han Pingyi excitedly took out his cigarettes and handed them to Han Yilong. Brother, take a hit to refresh yourself, and I'll throw you a party later to celebrate. Immediately afterward, he looked at Zhang Qi warily. Why did you go and treat my brother while I was away? Since you have the ability to wake my brother up, why didn't you wake my brother up in front of me? Zhang Qi sat on the chair, old and calm. Every doctor has his own specialty. What if I show my tricks in front of you and you steal the master? Han Pingyi froze. A deep look was given to Zhang Qi. Then he said suspiciously, why don't I think so? Ask your brother if you don't believe me. Your brother is awake. What more do you want? Han Pingyi also asked Han Yilong what was wrong with his body and if Zhang Qi had done anything to him. Han Yilong all shook his head in denial. Han Pingyi was relieved. He squinted at Zhang Qi. I count on you to be sensible and honestly cure my brother. Otherwise, if it drags on any longer, even General Manager Zhao won't be able to protect you. Yilong, let's go. Wait. Zhang Qi called out to Han Pingyi. Han Pingyi turned back and frowned. What else? Zhang Qi said indifferently. Have you forgotten something? Now that I've cured you, should I settle the consultation fee? Han Pingyi smiled disdainfully. Diagnostic fee? Didn't Mr. Zhao already give it to your daughter? Zhang Qi said. My daughter isn't an attending physician, so what's the point of giving it to her? Han Pingyi froze, turned around, and looked Zhang Qi up and down. Then he laughed. Not bad. You and your daughter, even woefully in collusion, want to work together to get double the money. Unfortunately, the math was good, but in the wrong place. Han Pingyi looked at Zhang Qi with a gloomy face. $20 million. You don't take a piss and look at yourself. On your kind of low pussy, are you qualified to take $20 million? Zhang Qi frowned. What do you mean? Han Pingyi walked towards Zhang Qi, his head coming up to Zhang Qi's face and staring straight into Zhang Qi's eyes. He whispered, do you really think that if Mr. Zhao promises $20 million for you, you can really get this money? You're too naive. Mr. Zhao wants to play you in the palm of his hand, and will not give you a chance to turn over? Well, do your face head. Do not think some have to find themselves uncomfortable. Zhang Qi was expressionless as he said, if you don't want to pay me the consultation fee, that's fine. You just have to answer one question for me and I can waive it for you. What's the problem? Zhang Qi said, are you Zhao Lan's biological father? If so, you cooperate with me and do a paternity test with Zhao Lan. Han Pingyi froze. Then he looked at Zhang Qi playfully. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Does it make a difference to someone like you? Zhang Qi said indifferently. It really doesn't make a difference to me. But it makes a difference to you because this will determine your downfall. Oh, if I were Lanlan's father, you'd try to get me killed? Zhang Qi slowly shook his head. After so many years, there are some feelings after all. How could I bear to kill Lanlan's real father? If you are not, you will pay the price for cuckolding me. Han Pingyi reached out and gently patted Zhang Qi's face. You're such a ridiculous wretch. Following Mr. Zhao and living in a nest for so many years, and you still dare to threaten me. Han Pingyi's biting eyes glanced at Zhang Qi. However, you shouldn't be concerned about this now. You should be more concerned about your own situation. I'm fed up with the way Mr. Zhao treats you, and I'm also fed up with the fact that Mr. Zhao doesn't put me in his eyes. So, after I take care of what's going on in the company, I'll make you disappear into New City without a word. If I were you, I'd pack up and run. Oh, Zhang Qi's eyes were slightly cold. You answered wrongly. You will pay the price. Han Pingyi turned around disdainfully. You can live to this day, all thanks to Mr. Zhao. Without Mr. Zhao, you are a worthless, middle-aged man in a midlife crisis. How dare you threaten me? How ridiculous. Ilong, let's go. Han Ilong got into Han Pingyi's car. Han Pingyi said disdainfully, how dare you mention money, self-importance. How can a rich man's money be something such a pauper can think about? Ilong, you saved $20 million in treatment fees. It's equal to getting it for nothing. Be sure to celebrate it when you return. Han Ilong said blankly, Big brother, I've already paid. Ah, do you mean that the original condition for Dr. Zhang to save me was $40 million? There was a harsh squeal of brakes. Han Pingyi's car stopped, his forehead veins bulging as he turned his head to glare at Han Ilong. Are you crazy? Who told you to give money? I was just waking up with a confused head, and I did whatever Dr. Chang said. You, Han Pingyi cursed a fuck. No wonder this guy has been unwilling to treat you in front of me. Originally, hid this hand. No harm done though. I'll personally ask him for it back once the company is taken care of. Ilong, you have to get into working condition as soon as possible. Brother's company has a big problem. Although the storm was suppressed last time, the working group is already investigating us. You immediately put those information in your hand. Destroy, transfer, and wash your hands. Understand? Han Ilong said quietly. Big brother, do you think that our father is still alive? Zhang Qi looked furtively at the direction the duo had left. Yao Ling licked her red lips. She had heard all of the conversation just now in her eyes. He couldn't help but come over to Zhang Qi's side and said, Boss, $20 million. Just like that? $20 million. Just give her 200,000 and she won't have to work for 2 years. Zhang Qi faintly said, people have something to teach me if they don't fuck. Yao Ling froze. What? What do you mean? He has immorality, and I am naturally obliged to educate him. In other words, I've already gotten my hands on those consultation fees, and it's his turn to renege on them? Looking at the patients outside to start gathering again, Zhang Qi couldn't help but have a big headache. Still, the rich man's money is the best to earn. This medical center is busy from morning to night, and it only earns $1 million or so. Boring. The corners of Yao Ling's mouth twitched. Boss, you weren't like this in the beginning. When I came the other day and found out that the medical center was doing well, you wore a light smile the whole day. Did the valve value become high so quickly? Zhang Qi looked at Yao Ling and said, turn around. I will help you operate, so you can get a Chinese medicine certificate. I'm also a rich man now. There's no need to waste my time on such trivial matters all day long. He felt that with his rank, he could just pick a few interested patients once in a while to satisfy his hobby. Just like Zhao Ying said, hire a physician of average level to keep the medical center running. Otherwise, if you are busy every day, you will easily develop a rebellious mentality, which will lower the standard of your medical skills. Han Ilong had just woken up and was ordered by Han Pingyi to hurry up and deal with the mess. Han Pingyi's company is steadily improving. Han Ilong surfaced to cater to Han Pingyi, but inside secretly clenched his fist. Big brother actually want to deal with my father. Is really treasonous, since the self must be in accordance with the father confided in the same way. Otherwise this family cannot be amicable. How can there be a home without a father? Without a home, what's the use of having more wealth? Big brother is confused. So, Han Ilong took the information that was originally going to be destroyed, secretly organized it, and dropped it off together to some relevant department. Also contact the media to re-expose some of the problems with the second brother hog plant. These take time to ferment. As for the side of the medical center, after Zhang Qi ended his conversation with Yao Ling, he gave Yao Ling 2 hairs, one from Zhao Lan and one from Han Pingyi. He told Yao Ling to go to the provinces and get a paternity test done privately. With the round trip, it will take about tomorrow or the next day to find out the results. Nothing happened that afternoon. Zhang Qi returned home after a busy day. Zhao Dehuai. In addition to asking the small nanny still come to the house. And then no more words. On the contrary, when Zhang Qi went up to the second floor, he found Zhao Yan reprimanding Zhao Lan, who clasped her hands and lowered her head in aggravation. When Zhang Qi inquired about the reason, Zhao Yan said with incomparable anger, "This little traitor knows how to snitch. Surname Zhang, do you know that your favorite baby bump? Immediately after I discussed that matter with you, secretly snitched to my mom and told her about our plan." At those words, Zhang Qi's face stared. Then he sat down next to Zhao Lan and asked softly, Lan, why did you do that?" Zhao Yan said disdainfully, "Why else? This guy and my mom are of one mind. Anything that harms my mom's interests, she's going to help my mom." Zhang Qi said to Zhao Yan in surprise, "She and your mom are of one mind. Then who are you of one mind?" "I'm not with anyone. I'm with my own self. I only care about my own interests." Zhang Qi nodded deeply. "Indeed." Zhao Lan raised her head and shook her head at Zhang Qi. "It's not like that. I just don't want you to save Han Yilong." Zhang Qi froze and asked, "Why?" Zhao Lan raised her eyes, her red eyes looking at Zhang Qi. The helpless eyes made Zhang Qi feel a softness inside. "I'm not looking for a pro-dad." Zhang Qi said, Lan, it's unlikely that Han Yilong is your real father. Even if it's possible for him to be your real dad, you can't let him lie in bed for the rest of his life, can you?" Zhou Lang shook her head. Or did you do it for another reason?" "No, I just don't want you to go back to my dad. You're the only one I have." Zhao Yan hugged her chest and sneered. "See, she's just as tough as my mom, dead set on not admitting it. She's the little spy my mom raised." Zhang Qi glanced at her and said, "You are not a good bird. Fooled me and your mom together, and coveted $10 million for yourself." Mentioning this, Zhao Yan couldn't stop smiling at the corners of her mouth. At the same time, he said with embarrassment, Surnamed Zhang, you also know that it's unlikely to get my mom and his friends to willingly shell out $20 million. That's why I negotiated with my mom for you. Originally I was thinking of getting $10 million and sharing half of it with you. But if you have to say that, then I'll have to be greedy myself." Zhang Qi waved his hand. "With the ability to cheat your mom's money, you keep it for yourself. You're so kind?" Zhou Yan was a bit confused instead. Zhang Qi ignored her, but patiently said to Zhao Lan, Lan, sometimes, no matter how cruel the reality is, we need to face it. In fact, even if you admit it, I won't blame you." "Really? But wouldn't you still leave my mom if she admitted it?" "That's not the same. Your mom really if you admit. In fact, I can't talk about forgiveness or not. The important thing is to deceive. This point, you must not learn your mom." Zhang Qi gave Zhao Yan a deep look. "Let me ask you, if your real father was Han Pingyi, what would you do?" Zhao Lan looked fiercely at Zhang Qi. "Dad, have you investigated it?" Zhang Qi said, "I've already gotten some of his tissues and had someone match them with you, and without any surprises. We'll have the results tomorrow and the day after tomorrow." Zhao Yan was a bit disappointed, although I don't mind having Uncle Han as my stepdad. But Uncle Han actually sent someone to kidnap me. Now I'm a bit torn yet. Not too hopeful that she is Lan Lan's real dad. Sigh. All in all it's kind of better than you. Zhao Lan kept shaking her head. "No, he won't be my real dad. My real dad is you." Zhang Qi said. "I mean if Han Pingyi was your real father, what would you want Han Pingyi to do?" "There's no if. You're my real dad. I don't have any other dads. I only have one dad, and my dad can only be you." Zhou Yun sneered. "See, it's getting more and more like my mom." She followed Zhao Shui's tone and said, "My man can only be you. I have only had you as a man since the beginning." Zhang Qi glared at Zhao Yan. "Is this something your sister can decide? Surname Zhang, there aren't any outsiders here anyway, so just tell me what else you want to do after you save Han Yilong's life." Zhao Yan was curious. Zhang Qi thought about it. What he had explained Han Yilong to do should have been completed. If it didn't, it also means that Self's plan failed. There would be no need to hide it. So he said, "I recognized Han Yilong as my son. He will cooperate with me and investigate the men around your mom." Zhang Qi glanced at Zhao Lan again. "Might find Lan Lan's real dad too." Zhao Shui came back and continued to bow down to Zhang Qi, who symbolically reprimanded Zhao Shui and rested. In the dead of night, Zhao Lan clenched her fists and was full of determination. "I only have one real dad, and dad is mine." She got dressed and slipped out quietly. The next day, the whole family realizes that Zhao Lan has disappeared. After some inquiries, it was realized that Zhao Lan had borrowed some money from Zhao Ying, saying that she wanted to attend a class reunion. However, Zhao Dehuai and Sun Ru were not quite convinced, as none of the family had ever been in this situation before. Zhao Shui anxiously reprimanded Zhao Ying. She then had to trust someone to find Zhou Lang. Zhang Qi's heart is also nervous. Ask some Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan said, since I know nothing about it. She also do not quite believe that Zhao Lan will participate in any class reunion. The only thing that reassures Zhang Qi is that, judging from the home surveillance, it was Zhao Lan who went out on her own initiative. It's not like being coerced. And Zhao Shui, who was in a state of anxiety, suddenly received a call from Han Pingyi. Han Pingyi said to Zhao Shui on the phone in a wailing tone, Mr. Zhao, I'm finished, you must help me. Zhao Shui asked in shock. What happened? I was betrayed by my brother. Zhao Shui quickly learned what Han Yilong had done from Han Pingyi. For a moment, he was not surprised. Originally, she thought that as long as Han Yilong woke up, everything would be stable and good. Who would have thought that Han Yilong would act like he was drunk and do such crazy things? The situation now is that the company has a big problem, and the head of the second brother company has personally exploded. So even if you look for anyone, there is nothing you can do. The company has been seized. The relevant authorities have already obtained a lot of evidence from the scene. What's more, Han Yilong not only betrayed the company, but also submitted some of Han Pingyi's illegal and criminal information. In this way, Han Pingyi became a wanted fugitive. Damn it, he's my brother. How could he do this to me? Zhao Shui spoke while pulling out the car keys and stepped outside. Don't be anxious. Han Yilong did this kind of thing. There should be a reason for him to do this. Right now, your safety is the most important thing. I'll send someone first, to go and find Han Yilong, and ask him why he would do this. By the way, are you hiding? Your brother is wasted. You can't afford another incident. Mr. Zhao, of course I know that self must hide it, or else I'll be eating peanuts if that incident is found out. Zhao Shui frowned. Which thing? Forget it, you don't need to say this to me. Zhao Shui laughed. Zhang Qiqian Chang was all listening carefully, and also listened to their conversation. In his heart, he couldn't help but sneer. This bitch, her concern for Han Pingyi is beyond the ordinary. If it's not an entanglement of interests, it's an unusual relationship between the two. Thinking of this, Zhang Qi pretended to know nothing and went to the medical center as well. At the same time, he contacted Qin Yao, hoping that Qin Yao could help find news about Zhao Lan. Qin Yao said that part of her people have to prepare for the company and part of them are tracking Lin Kai, so she can't really do anything to help. So she asked Zhang Qi to think of another way. Zhang Qi didn't know if Qin Yao was deliberately not helping or if she really didn't have enough manpower. After thinking about it, Zhang Qi contacted Nieyu again. Nieyu said that he would be able to find it within a day. So Zhang Qi put his heart down. Over here, Li Suling found Zhao Shui just after she arrived at the company. She said to Zhao Shui, Mr. Zhao, Han Yilong has been found. He has been controlled by our people. Zhao Shui's eyes were shining with a chilling light. Where is it? Li Suling said. Han Pingyi has made a request that his brother be sent to him, and he wants to ask for an explanation in person. Zhao Shui thought briefly and said, Good. I'm also rather curious as to why Han Yilong would do this. Take him and we'll go find Han Pingyi together. Li Suling wanted to say something. Zhao Shui's eyebrows furrowed as she said to Li Suling, What's wrong? You have something to say. But there's no harm in saying it. Only then did Li Suling say, Mr. Zhao, my husband said that he doesn't have any interest in me anymore and he wants to divorce me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shui let out a long sigh. Li Suling, this matter, you won't blame me, right? Li Suling hurriedly shook her head. I don't dare to ask your husband to follow me. It is indeed a bit unfair to you, especially his ability. After being cured by Zhang Qi, I should not strike to occupy him. Feng Long is developing feelings for me. Li Suling stared straight at Zhao Shui and blurted out, Mr. Zhao, did you ever get him? Zhao Shui frowned slightly. How can you ask such a question? If you want me to honor him, he doesn't have the ability to do so, and it was precisely when I sensed that his feelings for me were beginning to deteriorate that I dismissed him. I told you, I don't get involved with men easily, let alone your husband. Li Suling let out a bitter laugh. He said that I just know how to lie like a dead fish every time, and that there is no emotion at all. He also said that he prefers a body like yours, and that he is willing to pay a lot for you. Now he's disgusted when he sees me, and his mouth keeps mentioning Mr. Zhao. I feel that maybe our relationship has really come to an end. Zhao Shui frowned. That's outrageous. How could he cross the line with me? It's that I'm not wonderful enough for men as a woman, I guess. Let's not talk about that. Let's go see Han Pingyi. Zhao Shui had brought along some of her men in addition to Li Suling. It took a couple of drives and an hour to get to a river. There's a beat-up old pickup truck parked by the river. It wasn't long before the convoy arrived at the pickup. A man in a hood was escorted to the pickup truck. Zhao Shui and Li Suling wore sunglasses and walked forward against the strong wind, holding their arms. The strong wind blew the hemlines of the skirts on their bodies up and their chests took on a mountainous silhouette. Men in suits followed on the left and right. The man in the hood had his hands tied, and after he was escorted to the pickup truck, the door quickly opened. Han Pingyi, wearing a hood, got out of the car excitedly. As soon as he pulled off the hooded man's headgear, Han Ilong's face was revealed. Zhao Shui clasped her hands to her chest and watched quietly with her head turned sideways. Li Suling frowned and blocked her forehead with her hand. Her direction was right up against the clear blue waves, and the jagged light of the waves pierced her eyes. Han Pingyi's back arched slightly as he grabbed Han Ilong's collar. The lower lip grinned downward. He glared at Han Ilong. Ilong, why are you doing this? Tell me why you're doing this. I'm your brother. Han Ilong was expressionless. Brother, I have my reasons for doing this. What the fuck is your reason? Do you realize you're killing me? Brother, go offshore for good. You're not fit to stay at home anymore. What the fuck are you babbling about? There are people and things I care about in Newtown. How could I possibly leave the country? Han Ilong's face was serious. Brother, I have to do this. You. Zhao Shui's face gradually turned cold. He said to Han Pingyi, you'd better get him to give it up quickly, or else I don't mind abandoning the car to protect my commander. Han Pingyi's face was flustered and uncomprehending, and his eyes were a little red with wind and pain. He said with a sullen face, Ilong, there's something you're going to hand over now. It's not like you don't know Mr. Zhao's methods, and Mr. Zhao's interests are involved in this. Even if you harm me, you still need to give Mr. Zhao an explanation, or even I won't be able to protect you. Han Ilong glanced at the two and said disdainfully, you two don't have the reality of being a couple, but you're practicing conjugal affairs, one day husband and wife. Zhao will always disregard your feelings and get me killed? Zhao Shui's eyebrows furrowed. Me and your brother? Who did you hear that from? I was told. Han Pingyi's face looked like a frosted eggplant as he said slightly feebly, even so, you shouldn't have betrayed me. If you don't give it up, Mr. Zhao is really going to use special means on you to get you to confess. Come on, why the fuck did you do it? Finally, Han Ilong drank. Father told me to do it. Han Pingyi was stunned for a moment. You mean our dad? That's right, it's our dad. Zhao Shui's gaze froze. A suspicious face looked at the duo. She questioned Han Pingyi. Old Han, I've never heard you say your father is still alive. Li Suling also curiously surveyed the duo. Han Pingyi is even more puzzled. He grabbed Han Ilong's collar. What are you talking about? Back then, our father was fooling around and contracted AIDS, and you and I watched the burial with our own eyes. Don't tell me that our dad asked you to do this in a dream. Li Suling said quietly. That I'll say one thing. If there's something else behind this, your father may have faked his death. Han Ilong glared at Han Pingyi and shouted angrily. That's right, our father did die, yet he's still alive, because he was born again. Han Pingyi looked at Han Ilong with a face full of questions. Zhao Shui lowered her arms that were clasped in front of her chest and switched to a position with her hands behind her back. Han Ilong continued. Our father has been a military horseman all his life, suave and elegant, starting a business from nothing. In fact, what you don't know is that he has another hidden secret. Our father has been hiding his own identity. You and I don't know. In fact, there is a fancy name outside, called the flirtatious Dr. Saint, because that year, he accepted too many women, so he offended many powerful families. So he had no choice but to reincarnate and be an obscure Chinese medicine boy. 10 years of cold window no one asked. One day become famous the world know. Big brother, I didn't want to tell you this because I knew you wouldn't believe it, but since you asked, I had to be honest. I can tell you this because I know our dad won't give up on you. With his ability, our livestock company, it's not worth mentioning. We have a better future. There's no need to care about this small profit. Han Pingyi's face was incredibly embarrassed. It was Zhao Shui, who grasped the point and couldn't help but ask, who is your father? Oh, truth be told, my dad is none other than your husband, Zhang Qi. Mr. Zhao, it's a blessing for you to be able to marry my father. Don't keep thinking about what's there and what's not out there. My father's tactics are unimaginable to normal people. My dad wants to get you killed like it's a game. Zhang Qi, Zhao Shui murmured. Li Suling opened her mouth lightly. It was Han Pingyi, on the contrary, who slapped his thighs. Grass. I knew this Zhang Qi fellow, secretly treating Ilong while I was away, had another purpose. So that's how it is. Hateful nah, he actually brainwashed my brother. Han Ilong said angrily. What brainwashing? He was originally our father. Don't be so treasonous and disrespectful to our father. Ilong, Zhang Qi is not our father. You've been tricked. You've been brainwashed. Shut up. I know in my heart whether I was cheated or not. Originally, I became a vegetable and no doctor could do anything to me. But it turned out that our father's medical skills brought me back to life. And he married the flirtatious MS. Zhao. Doesn't this just confirm his fancy name of the flirtatious medical saint? You. Han Pingyi pointed at Han Ilong. Did you tell Zhang Qi all about me? Yes, I know. I told our dad all about it. At this time, Zhao Shui frowned and asked, "You also told your brother about me and him?" Han Yilong hurriedly looked at the duo. "What's the matter with you guys?" Zhao Shui froze, then said, "Nothing much. Let's see if you're talking nonsense." Han Pingyi painfully pointed at Han Yilong. "You. Do you know, my whole life, all ruined by you. Big brother, don't be like this. Those things I gave will at most make you lose some money and go to jail for a few years. And even if you disrespect our father and our father doesn't care about you, you'll be fine." Han Pingyi sucked in a breath of cold air. "Do you know what you're talking about? Do you know how hard it is to get money now? We brothers have worked hard for so many years to build the family business. Because of this incident, not to mention the loss of the bottom of the sky, let's say that our high status, even if we go to sit in the classroom for half a month, that's a great loss. How can we, the Golden Bough, be subjected to such inferior encounters? What's more, in your brother's hands, I'm stained with human life. I'm caught. The death penalty starts. Ha, big brother. Who did you kill?" Han Yilong looked at Han Pingyi in bewilderment. Yes, Han Pingyi looked at Zhao Shui and didn't say anything after all. At this time, Zhao Shui frowned and said, "Enough. It seems that you and I have underestimated my husband. But your brother was brainwashed by my husband and did this kind of thing. He needs to pay the price." Han Pingyi's body shook. Painfully, he gave Han Yilong a look, and said to Zhao Shui, "Zhao Total, give a chance. After all, my brother is also a victim. For the sake of me so concerned about you, so good to you, can you spare his life?" Zhao Shui reached out and gently stroked Han Pingyi's stubble-filled chin. A touch of tenderness flashed in his eyes as he said, "Fool, I don't give face to anyone but you, so how would I want your brother's life? I just think that your brother is no longer fit to stay in the country." Han Pingyi sniffed and excitedly held Zhao Shui's hand. "Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Thank you." Zhao Shui drew back her hand and said to Li Su Ling, "Make arrangements to send Han Yilong out of the country." Yes, not long after, Han Yilong was escorted into the car by two men, and the vehicle began to start and drive away from the place. Han Pingyi's cigarettes were smoked one after another. The face suddenly became much more vicarious. From time to time, he twisted his head to look at Zhao Shui, a look of reluctance flashing in his eyes. Zhao Shui looked straight at Han Pingyi and said, "Old Han, you should go." A trace of unwillingness flashed in Han Pingyi's eyes. "Mr. Zhao, I'm afraid I'll never have the chance to return to my country again this time. What do you have to say after your husband has caused me so much harm?" Zhao Shui turned her head to look at the river and faintly said, "That's how society is. Big fish eat small fish. You planted it and can only resign yourself to your fate. What's more, he, Zhang Qi, is my Zhao Shui's husband, so no matter how light his bottom is, with me around, it will be more golden than anyone else. Old Han, you should endeavor to maintain a good relationship with Zhang Qi and be like brothers, instead of hooking up behind my back and giving me a headache. I, Zhao Shui, can't pull the plug, can I?" Han Pingyi clenched his fist and said, "But Zhang Qi, for fuck's sake, hasn't he been trying to screw me too? He even screwed you." Zhao Shui faintly said, "You few, I love Zhang Qi the most. It's normal for me to favor him. Han, it's time for you to go. There are some things that should be broken, too." Han Pingyi's body trembled. Zhao Shui said, "On the way here, I've already reported it to the police, which will allow me to clear the matter. If you don't leave, it will really be too late." As the words fell, a sharp alarm sounded. In the distance, a police car came this way. Han Pingyi's face changed wildly. He gave Zhao Shui a hateful look. "Mr. Zhao really loves his own wings." Zhao Shui's face also changed slightly. "They're early. It shouldn't be this early." Zhao Shui hurriedly said to Han Pingyi, "You should go. Hurry up and hide from the wind for a few days first. You know how to contact me if you need help." Han Pingyi took the keys out of his pocket and glanced at the police cars. Unwillingly, he gritted his teeth. "I'm just done for. Where can I run to in such a short time?" A flash of madness gradually surged across Han Pingyi's face. With that, he got into the beat-up old pickup truck and blasted the gas and drove away from the place. Police cars came. Part of them went after Han Pingyi. One stopped and two men came down and questioned Zhao Shui. After a few words, Zhao Shui got into the police car and was taken away. About 2,000 meters away, Zhang Qi stood on the top floor of a hotel building, holding up his binoculars and calmly watching the scene. It was only until Zhao Shui was taken away that Zhang Qi put down his binoculars. In his heart, he said, "I don't know what the hell they said, but judging from that bitch Zhao Shui's demeanor towards Han Pingyi, the two of them, this is definitely a situation." Han Pingyi, Han Pingyi, are you an animal or not? Lan Lan's father? Zhang Qi collected his equipment and turned to leave. He rode his motorized bike and rushed to his self-same medical clinic. A large number of patients had gathered in front of the medical center again, which caused Zhang Qi a headache. a large number of patients every day. Zhang Qi, if you do not care. In the long run, the business will certainly go back to the previous green. But today's Zhang Qi has an extraordinary fortune. Even if the monthly income of more than 100,000 for him is not very attractive, but a mosquito is still meat, and business is starting to blow up, which is something any businessman would kill for. So to Zhang Qi, this was tasteless to eat and a shame to discard. He could only hope that Yao Ling would soon take care of the things he had entrusted to him, learn some medical skills from self, and look after the store for self. It is worth mentioning that the earlier breast cancer patient is getting better and better under Zhang Qi's treatment these days, and the patient subsequently experienced some media interviews, which made Zhang Qi's medical center famous. Even if Zhang Qi's opening time was irregular and there was a queue to see the doctor every day, the number of people who came to see the doctor was increasing. It even attracted some cancer patients from out of state. Zhang Qi had some certainty and chose to give treatment, but the consultation fee was also raised. Those who are unsure are given a pushback or agree to conservative treatment if the patient accepts the results. After a busy morning, Zhang Qi had a rare break. Li Sulin, however, called. On the phone, Li Suling said in a complicated tone, "Zhang Qi, do you have time? I want to have a chat with you." Zhang Qi's heart stirred and he said, "Yes." Li Suling and Zhang Qi had an appointment at the family restaurant. It wasn't long before the two met. The restaurant was closer to Zhang Qi's medical center, so it was Zhang Qi who arrived first. When Li Suling saw Zhang Qi, her gaze became more and more complicated. It wasn't until the waiter served the dishes that Li Suling said, "Zhang Qi, are you the flirtatious medical sage?" Zhang Qi frowned. "I dare not be a flirt. So you're a healer? I wouldn't dare to be a medical saint. Who gave me this fancy name?" Li Suling said, "I didn't expect you to be able to turn Hani Long. Zhang Qi, I found myself looking at you more and more. Your ability is obviously so powerful. Why have you been unknown for so many years?" Zhang Qi probed. Could it be because no one asked for 10 years of cold windows? But once you become famous, the whole world will know about it? Li Suling poured a glass of red wine for Zhang Qi. Taking a sip of her own, she said, You're really getting farther and farther down the road of death. When Mr. Zhao starts a fire, it's really not something you can stand up to." Zhang Qi, however, was full of concern and said, "What can she be angry about? At home, if I say one, she doesn't dare to say two." Li Suling let out a light laugh, then sighed. "I didn't come here today to talk about this with you," Zhang Qi said, "but I met you for this very purpose." Li Suling said, "My husband has set aside his relationship with Mr. Zhao, and he seems to be in love with your wife." Zhang Qi nodded deeply. "See, when my wife was young, she was the #1 beauty of the new city after all. Now that she's older but well maintained, even a young man would have to be floored to see her." Li Suling said sadly, "Feng Long is going to divorce me." Zhang Qi froze. He took a bite of food and said with some confusion, "What is he doing divorcing you? He's a big man. And after my treatment, a dragon playing with 2 phoenixes is not a problem. What man wouldn't want to live like that while having a secret affair with my wife and a beauty like you at home?" Li Suling sighed. "He's really in love with your wife and can't rub any other sand in his eyes anymore. He says I'm like a dead fish. I don't have any emotions. I just know how to work for money every day and live like a man. Unlike Mr. Zhao, who sits on a huge family business and is the man of the new city. The person is also funny and humorous, and although he is strict with him, he doesn't resent it at all. Your husband is quite the bitch." Zhang Qi added, "I think he's addicted to playing with my wife. I guess the two of them are still role-playing." Li Suling looked at Zhang Qi and asked, "Am I really bad? Is it true that men can't get excited about me in any way?" Zhang Qi didn't answer, but asked, "Then tell me first, your husband and my wife, are they having an affair or not?" Li Suling shook her head painfully. "I don't know." Zhang Qi laughed coldly. "You seek me out for a chat, yet you are not sincere at all. So what are you chatting with me about? Chatting about the romance of the 3 kingdoms? Li Suling said, "I really don't know. How could I be so crazy as to give up my own husband just to flatter my boss?" I also asked Zhao, and the explanation she gave me was that my husband wasn't good enough for her to favor. But the problem is that my husband moved to true love, so she had to dismiss my husband. Zhang Qi said in his heart that this was Zhao Shui's style. He added, "Even if you don't know, then you've had the most contact with her. So tell me, who are all the men outside of her?" Zhang Qi, "If your wife really has someone on the outside, then even I've been fooled, because she's never admitted that she has someone on the outside. He said her favorite person is always you." Zhang Qi said angrily, "Since you don't know anything, you should always have your own guess, right?" Li Suling gave Zhang Qi a complicated and incomparable look. "If I say it, I'm afraid you won't be able to accept this reality." Zhang Qi said, I think I'm already invulnerable to all poisons. Just say it directly. Well, that's what you said. So don't blame me. Li Suling took a deep breath. To Zhang Qi, he said, I feel that from all of Zhao's behavior, she really does have someone outside. And there's more than one. Zhang Qi hurriedly asked. I know there is more than one. Why is she doing this? Using her body to gain certain benefits? Li Suling gave Zhang Qi a surprised look and said in a complicated manner. You're quite receptive. If I were you, I would have collapsed long ago. Then he directly said, although Ms. Zhao usually makes false pretenses with some big shots, I know that Ms. Zhao has never been a strong woman. She has a queenly demeanor. I don't think it's so much that she's going to do it for profit as it is for fun. She likes the pleasure of playing with hearts and minds, of thinking of herself as some kind of overlord. And overlords, as often as not, have 3 wives and 4 concubines. So, if Zhou does have someone outside, I think, perhaps, she's taking all this for granted. She's more fraternizing, or in your boy's words, central air conditioning. You, to her, are nothing more than her main house. She wants to win both her career and her marriage. After finishing her sentence, Li Suling added, of course, whether she betrayed you or not, this I really don't know. These causes are just speculations based on her betrayal of you. If she never betrayed you, these speculations would not exist. Zhang Qi let out a cold laugh. I'm really taking me as the head of the face. This bastard, playing with others like this. Sooner or later, I'll get my retribution. Then, Zhang Qi asked Li Suling, is Han Pingyi Zhao Shui's man? I don't know. Is Han Pingyi Zhao Lan's real father? I don't know. Was Lan Lan tied up on purpose by Zhao Shui? I don't know. Who stamped that bitch's ass? I don't know. Zhang Qi said in annoyance. I don't know this. I don't know that. So what do you know? If you don't know anything, then stop chatting. Li Suling gritted her teeth and said, I've already betrayed Mr. Zhao by telling you those speculations, because my husband wants to divorce me, so I hate General Manager Zhao. You should feel that I am not lying to you. Do you know what I came to see you about? Why? Mr. Zhao caused my marriage to break up, and I want Mr. Zhao's marriage to break up too. Don't you think Mr. Zhao betrayed you? You betray Mr. Zhao too. I can give you a chance. You can give Mr. Zhao a resounding slap in the face by taking down Mr. Zhao's most trusted henchman. You let me take you down? Right. To what extent? Any degree. I'm going to retaliate. Take it down however you want. I don't mind. Zhang Qi said indifferently. Sorry, I don't like tabletops, and I like being a chow thief even less. Just don't waste your mind and show off in front of me. Li Suling had a face of shame and anger. You, Zhang Qi said, your bottom isn't bad. If you reshape your body through my method, you will also become a beautiful woman. When you are like my wife, hooking up with a youngster who is a dozen years younger than you, isn't that easy and enjoyable? Assuming, of course, that you're serious about providing me with useful information. Li Suling was a bit skeptical. She used 2 hands to gesture from childhood to adulthood and asked, can you really do it? That's natural. Or else do you think that my reputation as the sage of wind flow medicine is just for nothing? Li Suling took a deep breath. She snapped, if you can really make me prettier, then I can tell you one thing. Your son, Han Yilong, escaped from Mr. Zhao. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qi frowned. Han Yilong escaped? When did that happen? Li Suling gave Zhang Qi a curious look. Didn't you do this? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Zhang Qi asked unhappily. He hurriedly asked again. How did he escape? With my wife's methods. Han Yilong, he is capable of escaping? You didn't ask me either. I thought this was you helping Han Yilong escape. And I'm a little confused as to whether you did it or not. Since you were able to come out with me for a chat. You mean, someone helped Han Yilong? Li Suling said. You really didn't do it? Zhang Qi frowned. Han Yilong has been wasted since he woke up. And it's unlikely that he would have premeditated his own escape. Since someone is helping him, this means that there is someone else behind the scenes meddling in this matter. Thinking of this, Zhang Qi asked, when was this? Not long after General Manager Zhao was taken away. Around 9 in the morning. I think, originally General Manager Zhao wanted Han Yilong to disappear completely, but on the way, a group of people stopped Mr. Zhao's men and took Han Yilong off. Zhang Qi was thoughtful. Where is my wife now? She's at the facility. And since there are suspicions that Mr. Zhao is involved in what happened to Han Pingyi, she needs to be interrogated, and I'm guessing she can't get out without 24 hours. But, Mr. Zhao is very uptight about Han Yilong's disappearance. Zhang Qi took out a cigarette and clamped it in his mouth. Seeing that the restaurant was crowded, he gave up the idea of lighting it. He gave Li Suling a look, signaling Li Suling to continue. Li Suling said, Han Pingyi is going to be finished. He's going to abscond abroad. and as far as I can remember, Ms. Zhao has always been a woman with a cold heart. Although she promised Han Pingyi that she would send Han Ilong abroad, I can feel that she's moved to kill him. General Manager Zhao is not a good person to have made it this far. Ms. Zhao is worried that Han Ilong knows some of her secrets, and I've heard that Han Pingyi still carries a human life in his hands, so I don't think Ms. Zhao has a reason to let Han Ilong off the hook and give him a chance to leak secrets. So now that Zhao knows that Han Ilong has been rescued, she's a little panicked, but one loses one's freedom for a while, and one can't do anything about it. A sharp gaze flashed in Zhang Qi's eyes. That means that Zhao Shui can't stop me from doing anything I want to do within this day? What do you want to do? And what can you do? Zhang Qi originally thought that those things of Han Ilong would at most make Han Pingyi sit in jail for a few years. I didn't realize that Han Pingyi was actually carrying a human life on his hands. Moreover, this human life, it seemed to concern Zhao Shui as well. Why else would Zhao Shui care so much about Han Ilong's life and death? Although he asked Han Ilong about many things, there were some that he couldn't take into account. I should have known to ask more questions, Zhang Qi secretly said in his heart. Zhao Shui, before I thought you were just a strong businesswoman, then I found out that you are a master of love affairs, and now you have given me such a surprise. In your hands, have you even taken a human life? However, if Han Pingyi is really Lanlan's biological father, then how is Self going to face her in the future if he personally pushes Han Pingyi into the abyss? While he was thinking about it, his cell phone rang. Yao Ling said on the phone, "Boss, the paternity test results have come down. I'm on my way back." At those words, Zhang Qi's body shook slightly. Subconsciously he said, "What's the result?" Yao Ling was about to speak, when Zhang Qi hurriedly said again, "Forget it, don't tell me yet. I'll show Lan Lan first. By the way, you didn't read it, did you?" Yao Ling's tone paused, and she said in a gentle tone, "Boss, don't be afraid. I haven't looked at it yet." "Who said I was scared? Where have you been?" Yao Ling said strangely, "Boss, I still have about 2 hours to get out of the highway, but there's been a car following behind me. It's strange, that car is obviously more upscale than mine. Why didn't he overtake?" Yao Ling's car was an ordinary low-end Volkswagen, and it wasn't easy for a woman like her to afford a car. Stepping on the gas is calculated, lest you push too hard with one foot and consume 50 cents of gas in excess, so she's been running at economy speeds. Otherwise, 50 cents here and 50 cents there is not a small amount of money. Although this time Zhang Qi to reimburse her travel expenses, but she has long been accustomed to this kind of driving. After all, it is their own car. She does not want to pedal hard. Zhang Qi's face became grave. He immediately said, "Okay, I'll wait for you at the new city highway intersection now, and for these 2 hours, you should not enter the service area." After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Qi once again confided, "If anyone stops you, take a look at the appraisal results." Zhang Qi knew that the appraisal result was only this time, because maybe he won't have the chance to touch Han Pingyi again in the future. Once the results are gone, there's really no second chance. After handing over Yao Ling, Zhang Qi stood up and waved his hand at the passing waiter to settle the bill. Li Suling sat, her back leaning against the back of the chair, picked up a cup of water and drank 2 mouthfuls of it, looking at Zhang Qi playfully and said, "You secretly helped Han Pingyi and your daughter do a paternity test?" Zhang Qi took out his cell phone and prepared to scan the code while saying, "That's right." Li Suling raised her hand, extending her index finger to clasp her rosy lips as she looked at Zhang Qi. "Since the results are out, then why don't you just ask for the results? I realized that you are a bit complicated. What are you worried about? Worried that Self is really not Zhao Lan's real father?" Zhang Qi said indifferently, "It's a fact that I'm not Lan Lan's real father. I have nothing to worry about. I just want to confirm whether Han Pingyi is Zhao Lan's real father or not." "Then why don't you just ask? Go to all that trouble?" Zhang Qi sighed softly inwardly and said with some guilt, "I did originally only want to confirm who Zhao Shui's concubine really was, and didn't take into account Lan Lan, but the child is a living, breathing human being, and I should take care of her feelings, especially when I realized that Han Pingyi was most likely Lan Lan's biological father, and I pushed Han Pingyi to the brink of extinction. I felt ashamed of Lan Lan. I think that if Han Pingyi is really Lan Lan's biological father, then the one who should know first should be Lan Lan." Li Suling nodded with deep empathy. "Yes, adults are just complicated. So many twists and turns. How nice it would be to be a child again." Zhang Qi said, "We've all been young, so don't be so greedy, and don't fantasize about those unrealistic things. That's not necessarily true. What if there is a major breakthrough in science and technology in the future and human lifespan can grow in reverse?" Li Suling winked. "Besides, we can't be young people, but we can fall in love with young people, and have youth again in disguise." Zhang Qi said, "While your boss went in, you hurry to own young to go. Late I guess you won't have a chance." "Gone." Li Suling looked at Zhang Qi's back and picked up a cup of water to drink slowly. Zhang Qi rediscovered the Chevrolet that was almost sent to the scrapyard, started the vehicle, went to a nearby gas station and added a tank of gas before driving to the highway exit. Half an hour later, Zhang Qi will be parked at the intersection of the highway. Then the car has been kept idling. With that, he leisurely smoked a cigarette and watched the cars on the exit road through the rearview mirror. After waiting for about an hour and a half, finally, Zhang Qi saw Li Suling's slutty red small pineapple that was still new despite its age. Zhang Qi hurriedly blasted the gas pedal and put it in gear, and in one go, he followed behind Li Suling. The phone rang, and Zhang Qi gripped the steering wheel with one hand and answered it. Li Suling's anxious voice came from her cell phone. "Boss, I'm out of the highway exit. Where are you?" "I'm behind you." "Behind me? I don't see it. What kind of car do you have? Porsche or Ferrari?" "Chevy." There was a moment of silence on the phone, and then Yao Ling's voice came back. "Boss, you're a bit low-key. I almost ignored you." Zhang Qi said, "Keep driving. Go back to the city first." "Boss, that car is coming after me again. He must be following me." Zhang Qi also found out. Through the rearview mirror, Zhang Qi saw a black Mercedes-Benz at the back of the road not slow and follow self. There are a few times even want to overtake, but because of the number of cars on the road, and finally gave up. The front of the car had privacy film on it, so it was hard to see who was inside. However, Zhang Qi speculated that it should just be some insignificant minions. Yao Ling also noticed that the other party was trying to continue following self. She said, "Boss, this is not the way to go on. Why don't I take a step ahead to get rid of them? And you stall for a bit?" Zhang Qi frowned slightly, and after a little thought, he said to Yao Ling, "How about this? Pay attention. If you find me stopping, you should also stop at any time and slow the car down. The stretch of road ahead is exactly where the traffic is light." Just then, the black Mercedes behind once again tried to overtake, and Zhang Qi found the right opportunity to jerk the steering wheel, and the whole car squeezed into the black car. The black car did not seem to expect Zhang Qi to do this, but it was too late to react and try to avoid it. After a few crashing sounds, the black car went 2 meters against the waist of Zhang Qi's car and eventually stopped. Ahead, Yao Ling couldn't help but open her mouth wide when she saw the scene, stopping the car and looking at the scene in shock. At this moment, Zhang Qi, after forcing the black car to a stop, quickly took off his seatbelt, tucked open the passenger door, and just got out of the car and ran towards Yao Ling's direction. Yao Ling reacted and hurriedly put it in reverse gear to pick up Zhang Qi. Finally, Zhang Qi ran to Yao Ling's car, pulled open the back door and got in. To Yao Ling, he said stoically, "Drive. Go." Yao Ling let out an oh-so-subtle sound and ran off with a kick of the gas. A little while later, the two of them finally got rid of the black car. Yao Ling asked Zhang Qi, "Boss, what about your car?" Zhang Qi said, "Don't." "Well, what about a hit-and-run conviction by the traffic police?" "No harm done. The car is not in my name." "What about the appraisal?" "It's in my underwear. I keep it close." Yao Ling suddenly put her hand to her collar. The two were passing through a section of an industrial area, and the road was sparsely populated. Yao Ling pulled out the documents folded into squares from her chest and reached out to hand them to Zhang Qi at the back. Zhang Qi was about to pick it up when suddenly, there was a loud boom. Yao Ling's car was suddenly hit violently, and the whole car turned in place like a gyroscope a few times. With a poof, the airbag popped out of the steering wheel. Because Yao Ling's sitting position was too close to the steering wheel, and the height of the steering wheel was adjusted very low, so the airbag accidentally blew up to Yao Ling's chest, and the edge position bounced to her chin, which made her twitch in pain, and her brain was buzzing. Zhang Qi was even worse. He was in a hurry to get in the car and sat in the back, so he forgot to fasten his seatbelt, and his body involuntarily slammed against the door a few times. By the time the car stopped, Zhang Qi was already covered in blood. Zhang Qi touched the corner of his mouth, lowered his hand, looked at his fingers, and realized that there was blood on his fingers. Zhang Qi's face was suddenly grave. It was good to rub the corners of his mouth again and realize that the real reason for the bleeding was that the corners of his mouth had been torn and cracked, so he let it go. Zhang Qi covered his dazed head and pushed open the car door, enduring the ringing in his ears as he stepped out of the car. He looked around in bewilderment and found a dilapidated pickup truck parked 3 meters away from Yao Ling's car. The front of the pickup truck had flattened, the window of the pickup's main driver's seat wasn't closed, and Han Pingyi's slightly overweight body was wearing a hooded sweatshirt. Han Pingyi was slumped over the steering wheel when he pushed against it to brace himself. A trail of blood from his forehead dripped down the bridge of his nose. He turned his head and saw Zhang Qi, who was in a daze. With that, he let out a cold laugh, and a color of madness welled up on his face. With that, he sidestepped and dug into the back seat, an open knife being lifted out of him. He staggered and ran towards Zhang Qi, pointing his knife at him. little Yakuza. What are you made of? You dare to mess with me? I'll fucking take your life even if I have to fight to the death. Zhang Qi's expression changed. It's you? How did you know my location? Then he rubbed his head as if remembering something and said, that car that was following us, was it one of yours? Han Pingyi angrily droned. It's not as easy for me, Han Pingyi, to figure out where you are? How dare you? A fucking maggot, presume to confront me? I'll have to kill you today. With that, he chased after Zhang Qi, and Zhang Qi saw the situation is not right, immediately around the car to escape. The scene came to a chain wang around the pillar. Zhang Qi's mouth screamed. Murder! A mad dog has killed someone. Shit, don't run if you have the guts. Aren't you fucking awesome in front of me? What are you running for? Don't make me look down on you. Han Pingyi was a bit anxious. Just now that collision. He hurt himself badly. Zhang Qi said, Han Pingyi, you don't have to get this far. I learned from your brother that your crime is not to death. Honestly, go in for a few years of rehabilitation, and then come out as a good man again. You're making a scene now. You'll never have a chance in this life again. On the contrary, with my wife in secret with you, you'll still be able to turn over a new leaf when you get out. Han Pingyi chased after Zhang Qi while shouting angrily, I have a human life in my hands, so I'm sure I'll be tried after I go in. You fucking think I'm stupid? I've missed the best time to escape. There's no chance. But before I'm done playing, I'm going to pull you on my back. Seeing that he was not as fast as self, Zhang Qi gradually calmed down in his heart. For a moment, he showed disdain and despised. With a body like your dead fat pig, are you worthy of pulling me as a cushion? Can you do it? You can't even do it by pulling my shit. You are a fucking bitch. Han Pingyi looked up to the sky. I am your father. You rebellious son. Do you still want to kill your father? Treasonous dog. Han Pingyi's eyes were red with anger. He yelled, damn. If I hadn't gotten the wrong guy that night, you'd be dead. Zhang Qi's heart stirred as he asked, which night was that night? You've wanted to get me killed for a long time? You took someone else for me? Han Pingyi said angrily, Mr. Zhao treats you as a treasure, but in my opinion you are nothing. This rotten life of yours. You should have died hundreds of times already. Zhang Qi's body shook slightly. He thought about the night he went to the hotel to catch the adulterer. He met a man exactly like self, and the man, dead in the river. Zhang Qi couldn't help but ask, the guy who electrocuted the fish in the river that night was one of your people? The murder on you is still because of me? No, since you wanted to kill me, then you couldn't have known that we would go there. Unless, of course, someone induced your people to do that. Zhang Qi's pace slowed down a bit as he asked in shock, it's Zhao Shui? Tell me, is Zhao Shui deliberately misleading you? Did she have a private meeting with someone that night? Or did she help me block the disaster? Han Pingyi laughed maniacally. You're trying to ask me if Mr. Zhao has been messing around behind your back outside, right? Zhang Qi asked eagerly. What exactly is Zhao Shui's purpose? Tell me quickly. Han Pingyi said coldly. Don't be delusional. Even if you die today, I'll make you go to hell with unwillingness and doubt. You'll be kept in the dark for the rest of your life. Or, if you want to know, come over here. Let me cut you, and I'll tell you. Zhang Qi's face went cold. As he moved his feet, he turned his head to Han Pingyi and said coldly, actually, I was able to guess without you saying anything. That bitch treats us all like we're her personal belongings. In fact, you're her man too. She just doesn't want her own men to kill each other. That's why she arranged it that way, right? After all, you're still having an affair with her. Zhang Qi advised. Han Pingyi, calm down. You and I are also considered brothers-in-law. There's no need to get to the point of fighting to death. You and I are both victims. You're tired of playing with my wife too, aren't you? You're a big man who can only be her mistress. It's normal for you to be upset. You want to move up and sit in my place. So you want to get rid of me. But you don't have to do that. I'm hell-bent on getting rid of her right now. And if you calm down, I don't mind giving you my spot so you can get a name. Han Pingyi shouted angrily. What the fuck are you talking about? I want you to die. This is all because of you. Are you sure it's because of me? You should be blaming it on Zhao Shui. Don't forget that it was Zhao Shui who made you take the hit. And do you really think Zhao Shui she cares about you? I did hear that Zhao Shui tried to get your brother killed. Do you really think Zhao Shui will let you honey long go? Han Pingyi's face changed slightly. Zhang Qi hurriedly said, if you are Zhao Shui's man, then you should understand Zhao Shui's character. She is a dictatorial woman who is overbearing. Do you really think he will let your brother go? The person you should retaliate against the most is Zhao Shui. There was more than a hint of hesitation on Han Pingyi's face. Zhang Qi continued, I am also a victim. Because of Zhao Shui's family, I have completely turned my face away from my own family. Zhao Shui, this woman, you and I can't grasp it. Han Pingyi said angrily, shut up. Even so, I'm still going to pull you on my back. Han Pingyi's speed was suddenly much faster. In a short while, he caught up with Zhang Qi, and with a few vertical chops, Zhang Qi managed to dodge them. Zhang Qi was shocked. You've gotten faster? Han Pingyi laughed coldly. Do you really think I can't get you killed? I did it on purpose just now. I just want you to be happy before you die. Die. Poof. The tip of Han Pingyi's knife scratched Zhang Qi's back, pulling open a slit in all of Zhang Qi's clothes. Fortunately, Zhang Qi's temporary outburst, or else the opening would have been his back. You old six. Zhang Qi was shocked and angry in his heart, but he had to calm down and continued. Even so, you still can't pull me on your back because I'm your savior. Seeing no one around, Han Pingyi didn't panic and sneered as he slowed down to watch Zhang Qi's performance. Zhang Qi said in a deep voice, your brother was saved by me. I knew that my wife wanted to get your brother killed, so I arranged for someone to save your brother. Your brother didn't die. Han Pingyi froze. Zhang Qi drank. My wife really wants to get your brother killed. Don't believe me? Call and ask Zhao Shui. Han Pingyi sneered. Call? Now that I'm a wanted man, I'm afraid that my cell phone will be tapped as soon as I make a call. I threw the phone away a long time ago. Put away your small-mindedness. Unbelievable? Zhang Qi pulled out his cell phone and tapped Zhao Shui's cell phone number. Then threw the phone to Han Pingyi. You use my cell phone to call. You personally ask her if she's trying to get your brother killed, and if your brother has been snatched away. A moment of bewilderment appeared in Han Pingyi's eyes. He took the phone and looked at the call being made. It waited for a while, but prompted no answer. How dare you trick me? Han Pingyi was enraged. Zhang Qi, on the other hand, hurriedly said, Zhao Shui seems to be locked up. She can't answer the phone right now. I'm not lying to you. By the way, even so, you still can't kill me, because I'm Lanlan's father. Han Pingyi froze again. Zhang Qi struck while the iron was hot. You are Lan Lan's real father, right? I am Lan Lan's adoptive father. I brought her up from a young age. Have you ever thought about how Lan Lan would hate you if I died? Have you ever thought that since you're her biological father, you're done for now, and if I die too, then she'll be a single parent from now on? Have you ever thought that Zhao Shui she might have illegitimate children outside? Do you think a Zhao Shui would take good care of Lan Lan? Han Pingyi said. But how come I didn't know Lan Lan was my child? Mr. Zhao never admitted that. This is simple. I have already done a paternity test for you guys. This time, my people went to the provinces for the purpose of secretly helping you guys do the paternity test. Your people followed my people, so I'm sure you know about it, right? The appraisal results are in the car. If you don't believe me, I'll show them to you. You take it. Han Pingyi put away his sword and hugged his arms and said. Zhang Qi saw that he didn't stray too far from the car, and inwardly hesitated a bit. If Han Pingyi was teasing him, then when he was looking for the results of the paternity test, Han Pingyi would definitely take the opportunity to sneak in. If Han Pingyi did not sneak up on him, then Zhang Qi would be 100% certain that Han Pingyi and Zhao Shui were definitely in a situation. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Qi still gritted his teeth, opened the door from the opposite body, poked his body over, and went to look for the paternity test results. He probed, and Han Pingyi didn't seem to have any intention of making a move. So put your attention to the car. Yao Ling leaned back in her chair, her entire body groggy and unaware. And Zhang Qi searched for a while and didn't find the paternity test results. It just hit so hard that the appraisal flew off somewhere. Zhang Qi couldn't help but ask Yao Ling, wake up, where are the appraisal results you just gave me? Yao Ling? Han Pingyi urged, what are the results? Show me quickly, my patience is limited. Zhang Qi said soothingly, don't worry, you just dropped it when you crashed the car. You'll find it soon. Yao Ling, don't just stand there, look for it. Well, Yao Ling hummed weakly as she turned around and did not look for it. Instead, she stretched out her arm and pulled out her cell phone to show Zhang Qi. On her cell phone, it was an alarm screen, and she was currently on a call. Zhang Qi nodded without moving. When out of the corner of his eye, he saw a piece of paper folded into a square in the corner. I can't help but rejoice. Found it. However, just then, Han Pingyi put his head through the car window and looked in. His eyes quickly locked onto Yao Ling's cell phone, and he then snatched it. Zhang Qi's heart thumped, but it was too late. Han Pingyi laughed coldly. You're really playing tricks again, you little yakuza. Haven't you always been tough in front of me? Turned out to be so afraid of death? A pair of bitchy men and women. I don't mind pulling another back today. Die. He raised his knife and stabbed at Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi's body was already inside the car, and there was no room to dodge in the narrow space. However, just then, a sudden male yell came from the distance. Big brother, stop. Han Pingyi turned around and looked into the distance in shock. Ilong, it's you. Zhang Qi also drew out his body as he looked into the distance, only to see Han Ilong standing there with an anxious and vicious look on his face. And by Han Ilong's side, there was even Zhao Lan, who had been missing since morning. At this moment, A black Mercedes with a somewhat flat front end was driving slowly into the distance. Zhang Qi suddenly realized. The person who followed Yao Ling was not Han Pingyi's man, it's Lan Lan. Before he could wonder why Han Yilong was with Zhao Lan, he only heard Lan Lan say to Han Yilong beside him, "Your brother tried to get your father killed, so quickly avenge your father's death." After saying that, Zhao Lan slipped something into Han Yilong's pocket. Han Yilong's body shook as he suddenly ran towards Han Pingyi. Han Pingyi said excitedly, "Brother, so you really didn't die. Great. Zhang Qi didn't lie to me, I thought you were dead. Ha ha ha." However, out of the corner of his eye, Zhang Qi suddenly realized that Han Yilong's object, which had been stuffed into his pocket by Zhao Lan, had revealed a section of the very same knife handle, and Han Yilong's hand was reaching for his pocket. Zhang Qi's face changed as he anxiously shouted, "Stop, Han Pingyi, run!" But it was too late. Han Yilong had already reached Han Pingyi. At the same time, he pulled out a dagger and stabbed Han Pingyi violently. Zhang Qi's brain buzzed as he glanced at Zhao Lan in extreme shock, and Zhao Lan is walking quickly this way. With a poof, the dagger didn't enter Han Pingyi's body. Han Pingyi looked down and then back up to Han Yilong, asking painfully, why? Han Yilong muttered, "Avenge father, avenge father." He didn't stop with his hands and continued to stab at Han Pingyi. Put, Han Pingyi, meteoric. With a thud, Han Pingyi fell to the ground. Han Yilong let out a cry of surprise and suddenly took 2 steps backwards, falling to the ground. A taut string in his brain seemed to break. He muttered, What have I done?" Zhang Qi, on the other hand, quickly rushed towards Han Pingyi and held his body, quickly helping him stop the bleeding while anxiously saying, "Han Pingyi, you can't die, you can't die. I still haven't figured out if you're Lan Lan's father or not." Han Pingyi's eyes opened in disorientation as he raised his hand, pointing feebly at Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi said painfully, "Hang in there, I'll call an ambulance for you." But Han Pingyi braced himself to squirm as he picked up the dagger that Han Yilong had dropped on the ground. His hand was stained red with blood as he picked up the dagger, and instead of attacking anyone, he kept wiping the hilt with his hand, and after a few hard wipes, he stabbed at himself. He looked at Zhang Qi, his mouth open, wanting to say something. Zhang Qi said eagerly, "What do you mean by that? Do you want to help your brother clear his name? Don't worry, I won't pursue your brother any further." He still had his mouth open. Zhang Qi suddenly remembered that Zhao Lan had just touched the hilt of the knife. Zhang Qi's whole body shook. "You're Lan Lan's real father, right? You don't want her to get into trouble. If so, you blink." Han Pingyi still had his mouth open, but his eyes, however, took on a grayish color. Big brother, big brother." Han Yilong's eyes were clear, and he crawled toward Han Pingyi with a face of pain. "Big brother, I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm doing to myself." At that moment, Zhao Lan ran over, her small face white, pointing at Han Yilong. He said, Are you crazy? I asked you to stop your brother. Why are you like this?" Han Yilong covered his head and had a devastated look on his face. He stood up abruptly and got into the pickup truck not far away, started the vehicle and took off on the gas. Zhang Qi looked at Han Pingyi, who had lost his breath, and stood up in a daze, not feeling any joy in his heart, but instead feeling a sense of confusion and disbelief. At that moment, Zhao Lan jumped into Zhang Qi's arms at once. "Dad, I'm so scared." Zhang Qi looked down and looked at Zhao Lan with unfamiliar eyes. Then he said, Lan Lan, this Mr. Han may be your biological father." Zhao Lan said, "Dad, what are you talking about? My biological father is you." Zhang Qi said somewhat incredulously, Lan Lan, what have you done? Do you know what you're doing?" "Dad, it doesn't even matter as long as you don't leave me. Besides, it's not like you're sure if he's my real dad." He. Zhang Qi pushed Zhao Lan away and turned around without a word, pulling open the car door to get that paternity test result. Zhao Lan curiously poked her head over and queried, "Dad, what are you looking for?" Zhang Qi said, "The results of the paternity test between you and Han Pingyi. I want to know if you made a big mistake or not." "Yeah, you did a paternity test for us? Dad, can I see it first?" Zhang Qi has got it in his hand, and it's already half open. At those words, he froze for a moment, and then nodded. "Good. I was going to show you first so that you could mentally prepare yourself. So just watch." With that, Zhang Qi handed the paper to Zhao Lan. Zhao Lan received it in her hand, suddenly kneaded it into a ball, sent it to her mouth, and then swallowed it into her abdomen with great speed. "What are you doing?" Zhang Qi's face changed slightly as he held Zhao Lan's hand and his other hand went to break Zhao Lan's mouth. Zhao Lan's mouth showed a smile, a piece of complacency. "Dad, I only care about you. From the beginning to the end, I only have you as my dad. Why are you so stupid to do this kind of meaningless appraisal?" Zhang Qi stopped the movement of his hands, and his body slowly leaned against the body of the car. After a moment of silence, he asked, Lan Lan, where did you go in the middle of the night? I went to see Auntie Nya. Nya you? Zhao Lan hummed. Yeah, isn't she your friend? Auntie Nya is very nice. Oh, what do you want with her? Find her and play. Zhang Qi gave Zhao Lan a thoughtful look. After a long silence, he slowly said, Lan Lan, I watched you grow up as a child. You shouldn't have done this. Dad, I'd do anything for you, like my mom. Zhang Qi was silent again. Does your mom know? Why tell her? Zhang Qi was powerless for a while. He crouched down and sat on the ground, lit a cigarette and smoked it. Yao Ling staggered out of the car. She had been cowering in the car, but she was well aware of what was going on outside. Holding the bodywork and walking to Zhang Qi's side, she said in a complicated and incomparable manner, Boss, your family, you're very loving. Zhang Qi glanced at her and said, It's kind of a trouble for you this time. I'll get you a good car later. Hi, what's the point of being polite with me? What kind of car or not? Boss, you just leak me $1 million or $800,000. I'm not that demanding. As the two spoke, the police arrived. When he learns of Han Pingyi's death, he rushes to take Han Pingyi away, and Zhang Qi's 3 men were taken away. Although Zhang Qichuan Chang was involved in this incident, in the end it was all an accident. Moreover, Zhang Qi knows what to say and what not to say, so the general finding is that Han Pingyi feels that he has a murder on his hands, and he has a grudge against Zhang Qi and wants to kill him. And Han Yilong, who reported Han Pingyi and cleaned up his act, ended Han Pingyi himself because he didn't want to see him make a big mistake. As for Han Pingyi's intention to vendetta against Zhang Qi, it was because Zhang Qi and Han Yilong teamed up to report Han Pingyi's company, in which Zhang Qi was not at fault. Zhang Qi also figured out while making his statement that Self had called Niu to help find Zhao Lan. Han Pingyi's company had made such a big commotion, and Zhao Lan knew what Self had done to Han Yilong, so even though Zhao Lan didn't say it, Zhang Qi guessed that Zhao Lan had requested Niu and saved Han Yilong. Next, it's all Zhou Lang's show. Because it involved a murder case, it dragged on until the next afternoon before Zhang Qi was released. Zhang Qi secretly said in his heart, Lan Lan, I thought that your sister is not an oil lamp, but I didn't expect you to be more calculating than your sister. In comparison, your sister is inferior to you. Old Zhang, get in the car. With a loud boom, an extremely racy red sports car stopped in front of Zhang Qi. The car window came down, and Zhao Yan, who was wearing sunglasses, waved her hand at Zhang Qi in a spirited manner. Zhang Qi got into the car and surveyed the brand new interior. You bought the car? Nonsense. I'm rich after all. What's the point of buying a ride? Zhang Qi said. With a bit of money, you start to splurge? You're minding quite broadly. It's a brocade night when you have money and don't spend it. Besides, is this something you can ask? It's not like it's your money I'm spending. Humph. I wouldn't have come to get you if my mom hadn't been crying to see you. Zhao Yan kicked the gas, and Zhang Qi's body involuntarily leaned back, and Zhou Yun's sports car, too, raised its dust. Zhao Yan threw Zhang Qi to the door of his house and drove himself like a wild horse. Zhang Qi opened the gate of the villa and walked along the cobblestone pathway towards the living room while twisting his head to admire the fish pond and small garden in the corner. Zhang Qi entered the living room and found Sun Ru and Zhao Dehuai talking with sad faces. Hey, this one's a bit of a big deal. Many of our Zhao family's partners are having a problem with it. At that moment, Zhao Dehuai turned his head and saw Zhang Qi. His face sank as he called out, Zhang Qi, come here. Zhang Qi said without a trace of humor. What for? Sun Ru glared at Zhang Qi and said, what are you talking about? Xiao Shue's eyes have been red since she came home this morning. Did you bully her? Zhang Qi froze. Are you kidding me? This bitch is something I can bully? You. Sun Ru was about to get angry, but Zhao Dehuai stopped her with a frown. Instead, he patiently said to Zhang Qi, Xiao Shui is very sad today. She hid in the restroom and cried several times. She needs someone to keep her company, so go over and comfort her. Zhang Qi froze again. Then he sneered. Who am I to comfort her? You're joking again. I haven't been home for 2 days. Why don't you guys comfort me? Zhao Dehuai finally got a little angry. You're a big man. Your own wife was made to cry, and you didn't act at all? Are you still a man? Zhang Qi bent down and took off his shoes and socks. Another short sleeve off and thrown to the floor. Sun Ru's face changed and she drank. What are you doing? She hurriedly looked away. Zhang Qi kicked his shoes, socks and short sleeves to Sun Ru's side and said nonchalantly, I haven't changed these clothes for 2 days. It stinks of sweat on them. Go and wash them for me. And by the way, fetch a set of my underwear and shirts from the hanger on the second floor. I need to change. Little Yakuza. What did you say? Sun Ru stood up and looked viciously at Zhang Qi. Zhao Dehuai followed suit with a sullen face, and he reached out to stop Sun Ru. To Zhang Qi, he said in a deep voice, If you make Xiao Shui happy, your mom may not be unable to help you with the laundry. Zhang Qi said disdainfully. Make that bitch happy? Do you know why that bitch is crying? Sun Ru pointed at Zhang Qi. Try calling me a bitch again? Zhao Dehuai asked coldly. Why? Zhang Qi said. Because the concubine she kept outside died. That's why she's crying. Sun Ru's voice suddenly raised. What did you say? Zhang Qi said nonchalantly. You don't know about this? Han Pingyi is dead and you still don't know? That bitch is pretty tight-lipped. Zhang Qi gave the duo a sarcastic look. What else do you think could make Xiao Shui cry like this? Han Pingyi was her concubine. And Xiao Shui is sad that Han Pingyi is dead. Your daughter. Sobbing at home for the mistress she keeps outside herself. And you two tampers ask me, a proper court lady, to go and cheer her up? Are you guys loaded with shit in your heads? Upon hearing this, Zhao Dehuai and Sun Ru's two faces clouded over. After a long time, Zhao Dehuai faintly said, I understand Xiao Shui, not to mention that she has no one outside. Even if she did, she wouldn't be so sad for a junior. So there's a bigger melon behind her and Han Pingyi. Zhao Dehuai subconsciously said. What melon? Lan Lan is Han Pingyi's own daughter. Her own daughter's father is dead, and there is an emotional basis. Do you think it's normal for her not to be sad? Zhao Dehuai said angrily. You're talking nonsense, little Yakuza. If you dare to talk nonsense again, don't blame me for being rude to you. Zhang Qi coldly said. I didn't talk any nonsense. I sent someone to secretly do a paternity test for Lan Lan and Han Pingyi. The two blushed. Zhang Qi continued. Han Pingyi is interested in the paternity test results. What does that mean? It shows that he really did have an affair with your bitchy daughter. And it also shows that the two had taken up with each other more than 10 years ago. More than 10 years? What lover can maintain constant contact for more than 10 years? It's not like they've developed feelings? Even so, before Han Pingyi died, he had to pull me on his back. This pair of dogs, I can't wait for the two to die together. The two of them are screwing around behind my back. And you're asking me to comfort my wife who's had her heart broken by her husband? What are your intentions? It's too much of a bully, isn't it? Zhao Dehuai and Sun Ru's faces became a bit hesitant, murmuring, could it be that there really is someone outside of Yuki? Zhang Qi was about to speak when a car roared outside. Sun Ru seemed to remember something and said, the in-laws are here, let's go greet them, said the duo as they walked out. Zhang Qi looked out curiously. I only saw my own mom, Wu Feng, and my father, Zhang Beichuan, as well as Zhang Shujia and a man, walked in from outside. The man beside Zhang Shujia Zhang Qi recognized. It was her husband Hu Shiji. The four of them walked into the living room amidst the polite voices of Sizadair and Sun Ru. Zhang Qi looked at Wu Feng in confusion. Mom, why are you guys here? Wu Feng smiled and was about to speak when Zhang Beichuan said with a cold face, it's not because you have disgraced us? Let's stay over here for a while and teach you to behave properly. What? Zhang Qi's face sank slightly. Zhang Shujia gave Zhang Qi a displeased look. Zhang Qi, you said you're too good at embarrassing us, even using poison on people, just like you. Sister-in-law kicked you out, you're not even a loss. Sun Ru sneered and glanced at Zhang Qi, then turned her head and put a smile back on her face. To Zhang Bei Legend, he said, in-law's father, not so verbal, my daughter is just a little bit dissatisfied with your son. You guys come over and just help transform it. As for using poison on us, that's all a joke. He doesn't care what happens to himself. He has to care about the death of your Zhao family, right? Zhang Beichuan's face flushed with embarrassment. Hu Shiji took a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket and handed one to Zhao Dehuai and another to Zhang Qi. As he walked to Zhang Qi's side, Hu Shiji said with some complaints, brother, you really know how to give us trouble. Zhang Qi couldn't help but frown when he heard her lack of mid-air. You're a bit weak. Hu Shiji's face changed slightly. Then he smiled awkwardly. Brother-in-law, speak properly. We don't attack people. Zhang Beichuan said, don't worry guys, with us around, I promise to train him to be more honest than a dog. Wu Feng accompanied with a smile and said, in-law's mother, the child doesn't know how to behave and doesn't know the rules of your mansion. Ha, you guys take it easy a little more. Sun Ru hummed, if you don't know the rules, you can learn them. You're 40 years old, it's not right to use ignorance as an excuse. Even if your son doesn't know how to behave, do you parents not know how to behave? Letting your own son embarrass himself outside? You think you're okay with that? Zhang Beichuan's forehead veins jumped, but his face was accompanied by a smile. Don't worry guys, in these few days, we will definitely transform him into what you want. It better be. Zhang Qi frowned. You guys want to reform me? Zhang Beichuan immediately glared at Zhang Qi and droned. Adverse son, what are you doing frozen there when there are guests in the house? Why don't you pour the tea? Immediately afterward, Zhang Beichuan added to Zhao Dehuai, I heard that this kid can obviously cure you, but he's unwilling to do it? Don't worry, with me here, I'll let him cure you in a while. Seeing that Zhang Qi didn't move, Zhang Beichuan once again shouted. What are you doing there? Put your clothes on first. You don't know the rules at all. How could I have a trashy son like you? Zhang Qi sank his face and didn't say anything. Sun Ru coldly said, if people don't want to, you shouldn't force them. After all, they want to play the role of a grandpa in the family. Our prestigious families have to whisper in front of him. Zhang Beichuan's face turned vicious. He was about to snap when suddenly the sound of the door opening came from Zhao Shue's bedroom. Only Zhao Shue walked out of the bedroom wearing a nightgown with red eyes. She quickly walked towards Zhang Qi and called out with some aggravation. Hubby, you're finally back. Zhang Qi turned his head and saw that she still had a piece of white cloth tied around her wrist. A frown was raised at the moment. Sun Ru said in a conspiratorial manner. Look at what kind of a pussy my daughter has become angry with. The Zhao family has really produced a capable person. Zhang Beichuan's face turned slightly cold as he snapped and gave Zhang Qi a slap. His mouth snapped. Bastard. It's your great fortune that Xiao Shui can marry you. Why are you angry with him? Why don't you apologize to Xiao Shui? A handful of years old. Don't fail to recognize your own identity. Zhang Qi froze. As for Xiao Shui, her face turned cold, and she directly reached out to give Zhang Beichuan a slap. Zhang Qi is my Zhao Shui's husband, and you have to look at the master when you hit a dog. Who allowed you to make a move on him? Don't put me in your eyes, is it? Zhang Beichuan also froze for a moment, then accompanied with a smile. Little Snow, I'm helping you teach your canine son a lesson. Your canine son is my Zhao Shui's husband, my Zhao Shui's husband, and you deserve to be called a canine son? Snap! Zhang Qi slapped Zhao Shui with his hand. Bitch, how dare you hit my father? You don't care about me, do you? Have you forgotten what my position is in the family? Zhao Shui's pretty face changed slightly. Then he covered his face and squeezed out a smile at Zhang Qi. Ah, husband, of course I know that you are the biggest in the family. Am I not helping you out? I need you, a rotten bastard, to take the heat for me? Snap! Zhang Shujia also gave Zhang Qi a blow and droned. You even hit a woman. Are you still not a man? Snap! Wu Fang also slapped Zhang Shujia. Zhang Shujia covered her face and said incredulously to it. Mom, why are you hitting me? Wu Fang cold face, you are a younger sister. What are you doing to your brother? Did you forget who you are after doing business outside for 2 years? Zhang Shujia glared fiercely at Zhang Qi. Zhang Beichuan saw the situation. Thought Zhao Shui not allowed to beat Zhang Qi. Then his own wife to clean up a little should be nothing, right? So he flung his hand and jerked at Wu Fang. However, when it was drawn halfway, it was grabbed by Zhang Qi's wrist. Zhang Beichuan said angrily, bastard, let go. Zhang Qi looked at Zhang Beichuan with a gloomy face and said, calling you dad is because there are outsiders. If you dare to stare at your nose again, you won't blame me for not being polite. You. Zhang Beichuan's whole body was shaking with anger. Zhao Dehuai couldn't help but shout. Stop it all. We're all decent people. What's the point of fighting? Whoever does it again, then get out of my Zhao family. The crowd then subsided. Sun Ru, on the other hand, glared at Zhang Beichuan and the others. What a waste. You can't even control your own son. How can this be reformed? Zhao Dehuai said. All sit down. Let's discuss business first. Zhang Qi, you also sit down. Zhang Beichuan glared at Zhang Qi. You stand. Within a short time, the crowd was seated. Zhao Dehuai coughed and glanced at Zhao Shui whose eyes were still red. What's that? Today Xiao Shui is not in a good mood, so there are some things I'll say for her. As you all know, our Zhao family is developing industries, and animal husbandry concerns the livelihood of the new city, and is one of the more important aspects of our Zhao family. Now the partner we invested in has had an accident, but someone needs to pick up the slack. At these words, Zhang Beichuan raised his eyebrows. As for Hu Shiji and Zhang Shujia, their eyes lit up. Zhang Shujia smiled and said, a whale falls. Everything is born. Mr. Han is gone. The business under his banner. It seems to be cheap for us. Oh, Zhao Dehuai nodded, that's right. The people are gone. The company still has to run. After all, the second elder brother animal husbandry, put in the province is also the leading pig raising sector. The company stormed. A large number of hogs were disposed of. The price of pork has risen to more than $20. Although the company has been fined a large sum of money, the market of pork for all is at stake, and the official side does not want the company to play it out. At the mention of business, Zhao Shui's demeanor was much more spirited. She spoke to Zhao Dehuai. Dad, I'll do the talking. Then he said to Zhang Beichuan, fertilizer does not flow to outsiders. I'll make my words clear. Many partners in the business want to take over the business, but I want to leave the share to you. Zhang Beichuan and Zhang Shujia were overjoyed. Wu Lan looked as if it was none of his business. Suddenly, Zhao Shui moved her gaze to Zhang Qi. Those pigs in the company that had problems were all freshly slaughtered, or not slaughtered. The breeding stock in the company is still there, and the officials have given us a chance to treat these sick breeding stock. Zhang Qi, haven't you been taking the veterinarian exam recently? Do you have any certainty in treating these plague pigs? Zhang Qi said. No. Zhao Shui said. Zhang Qi, I heard some veterinarians say that pigs and humans are both mammals. The pathology in people are not too different, and highly skilled doctors are capable of rescuing veterinarians. Zhang Qi faintly said. I haven't heard of this. I only know a little bit about the postnatal care of sows. Zhao Shui said to Zhang Qi in a soft tone. Hubby, stop it. I'm helping my father-in-law and sister-in-law in this way. What's more, if you can cure it, you'll have a certain share. Zhang Qi said. Not interested, I have other business to do. Zhao Shui looked stunned and asked. What business? Zhang Qi said. Adult products, I guess. Zhao Shui froze again. Zhang Beichuan couldn't help but grimace. Brat, are you deliberately messing up? Zhang Shujia, on the other hand, faintly said. Come on. I think Zhang Qi is itching for the second senior brother animal husbandry company to close down. If you know that, then you shouldn't be bullshitting me. I've worked so hard to push second brother's company to this point, and then to ask me to help save the day. Isn't that bullshitting? Zhao Dawai's face changed. Brat, what did you say? Zhang Qi glanced at Zhao Shui and said. What? This bitch didn't tell you that Han Yilong reported Han Pingy, all because of me? Zhao Shui gave Zhang Qi a sad look. Hubby, I've been so good to you. Why do you keep trying to hurt me? Zhang Qi frowned. Where are you nice to me, cuckolding me and helping me keep warm? Zhao Shui sighed quietly. Look at you. You're like this again. When did I ever put it on you? But it's you. You're cheating on me with someone outside. Zhang Qi said indifferently. Han Pingy has admitted it, and you're the only one who still has a stiff upper lip. Han Pingy is Han Pingy. I'm me. Just because he says it, doesn't mean it's the truth. And besides, Han Pingy and you don't get along. It's normal for him to say something angry to you about giving me that to provoke you. Are you treating me like a douchebag? Han Pingy died, and you all but draped him in mourning in front of me. So don't tell me that this is just your decoration. Zhang Qi teasingly glanced at Zhao Shui's wrist. Zhao Shui's hand subconsciously shrunk. Softly, she said, Husband, you got Han Pingy killed. He was my partner, and I was more than just a business partner to him. Zhang Qi said sarcastically. Not just business partners? That's for sure. Because you two are still partners in bed. Zhao Shui was a bit anxious. We don't have that kind of cooperation. Hubby, Han Pingy and I met a long time ago. And yes, the relationship between us is, indeed, a bit unusual. But I have never crossed the line with him. Didn't cross the line? Is it true that if you don't get that far, you haven't crossed the line? Is it true that even if you do it, even if you have an illegitimate child, and you don't give him a name, you haven't crossed the line? What are you babbling about? Surely it's the kind of crossing the line that unusual people think of. Not this outrageous thing you're talking about. I've taken Han Pingy as a friend, as a blue-colored friend. That's why I'm a bit saddened by his departure. Zhao Shui looked at Zhang Qi sincerely. All of this is in the past. I admit that it was wrong for me, a married woman, to befriend a blue-stocking outside. Now that he died because of you, I haven't thought of blaming you. Let's all let go of all this and welcome a better tomorrow, isn't it good? Zhang Qi thinks of Han Pingy's decision to see the appraisal results before he dies, and he tells Zhao Shui about it, asking her how this is going to be explained. Zhao Shui sighed. You've been tricked by him again. This guy Han Pingy hates you so much, he wouldn't mind letting you misunderstand him again before he dies. Zhang Qi sneered, expressing his disbelief. Hu Shiji suddenly raised a hand and said, That, I'll say one thing. He looked at Zhang Qi. These, in fact, are not considered evidence of sister-in-law's infidelity. Our country, emphasizing on suspicion from innocence. Brother, you can't suspect your sister-in-law just because of these catch-all things. The priority now is to save second brother Inc. Zhang Qi glanced at Hu Shiji and said, Guilty on suspicion? Then Lan Lan is not my biological child. Is that considered a suspected crime? Hu Shiji's face stiffened. He couldn't help but say, Brother, as a man, you should be more generous. Mr. Zhao, he is a strong businesswoman outside, and it's actually normal for him to make some mistakes once in a while. You can't be so petty and hold on to some of the small mistakes that Mr. Zhao has made, right? Zhao Shui frowned. Don't talk nonsense. Whose child is Lan Lan's if not Zhang Qi's? I can't think of anyone who would be able to make me give birth to his child without my knowledge. Zhang Qi said expressionlessly. The results of the paternity test are there, and they can all be breezily carried over by you guys. Am I crazy? Or is this world crazy? Zhang Shujia glared at Zhang Qi and said, You're the one with the problem. You should look for more reasons on yourself. Even if your sister-in-law has really betrayed you, you should think more about why your sister-in-law betrayed you and why your sister-in-law doesn't betray others. Zhang Qi said, Yeah, why would this bitch betray me? Zhao Shui, Will you explain? Enough. Zhang Beichuan saw that the more he talked, the more confusing it became. He couldn't help but frown as he advised Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi, you're also 40 years old. Haven't you lived to understand? Adults, interests come first. Regardless of whether or not Xiao Shui betrayed you, you shouldn't hold on to this matter. A big man should pursue in his career. You are rich and still care about this trivial matter. Zhang Qi said, it's so easy for you to say. People who don't know would think I'm your enemy. Zhang Beichuan frowned. He pushed Wu Fang to persuade Zhang Qi as well. Wu Fang stated that she didn't care about that. Hu Shiji handed Zhang Qi a cigarette, accompanied by a smile. Brother, you just stretch out your hand. Help us a hand. I'm with my sister-in-law's business. Recently not too prosperous. We cooperate and win-win. Is it not good? You guys win. I lose. You call that win-win cooperation? Hu Shiji's face stiffened. So, you're not willing to make a move? For you to think that is an offense to me. There was a silence at the table at these words. Zhao Shui flatly picked up her glass of water and drank from it. The remaining few people's faces stared at each other for a few moments. It all feels a bit tricky. Right at this moment, Zhang Shujia suddenly said, actually, it's not impossible to make my brother submit. Zhao Dehuai became interested. What method? Zhang Shujia, as if Zhang Qi did not exist, said lightly, strike the snake. Why is my brother so calm at this time? That's because his medical center's business is so good that the amount of profit in a day is even higher than some small and medium-sized companies. There's enough money for him to squander. So naturally he doesn't care about the investment in the pig company. Zhao Dehuai frowned. You mean destroying Zhang Qi's medical center? It's not that I haven't tried this method before, but you guys have seen the results, and it's only made this little brute whole instead. Zhang Qi looked at his sister, then at Zhao Dehuai, his eyes scanning over the others. He said to himself that he should not avoid it. Zhang Shujia smiled and said, the conventional route is not very good, but what if the unconventional approach? Pick off my brother's tendons so he can't catch medicine anymore. Send my brother's brain to a mental hospital to be electrocuted a few times to make him retarded? Or something else? Zhang Qi's sharp gaze looked at Zhang Shujia. Zhao Douai's eyes lit up. On the contrary, it was Wu Feng, who heard this and opened her mouth quietly. Shujia, Zhang Qi is my child after all. Although I am not as good as your father, when I am mad, I am also very scary. Zhang Shujia smiled sarcastically. Mom, I was just joking to scare this goon. It was Sun Ru. On the contrary, Hu was pondering. At this time, Zhao Shui opened her mouth as she looked straight at Zhang Qi. Enough, anyone who dares to harm my husband, anyone will pay the price. Zhang Qi, you're not helping me on the grounds that I'm cheating on you. So show me the evidence. You show me the evidence, and I, Zhao Shui, will be at your mercy. But you can't produce evidence, and you have to help me get this done. Otherwise, even if I can't bear to hurt you, I'll imprison you until you agree to step in. Just then, Zhang Qi's phone rang. Zhang Qi connected, and Qinyao's voice came from the opposite side. Lin Kai was caught and has been brought back. Zhang Qi was a little excited in his heart when he heard this. He opened his mouth and said, Ms. Qin, I'm going to trouble you once more. Send the person directly to my home. I want to ask for an explanation face to face. And by the way, give me another copy of those test reports as well. Good. Dr. Chang, I've never been able to say no to you. Oh, so if I mention something outrageous to you, are you not going to say no? Depends on how outrageous it is. Zhang Qi had a long-lost smile on his face as he chatted with Qin. All of the people at the table looked at Zhang Qi suspiciously. It was hard not to think too much about that moment of relief and pleasure. Zhao Shui said with a sullen face, Zhang Qi, which slutty fox are you chatting with? Partners only. Zhang Qi said indifferently. Zhao Shui gripped her cup and pursed her lips. Partner? Female, right? As if Zhang Qi didn't understand her words, he said nonchalantly, so what if it's a woman? You are a woman. Why do you care so much? This is my career. Isn't it normal for me to have socializing with women outside? But there's something wrong with your complexion, Zhao Shui said with slight anger. What's wrong? It's all your illusion. You. Hu Shiji's pair of inverted eyes shrewdly surveyed Zhang Qi's face for a few moments, and then stared straight at Zhao Shui's face for a while. Then the corner of his mouth hung up a smile and said in a salty manner, it seems that great-uncle has someone outside as well. Sister-in-law is bullied by great-uncle at home and has to deal with those foxes outside. A woman. It's too difficult. Zhao Shui turned her head to look at Hu Shiji, and her face softened for a moment, gently nodding to Hu Shiji. He then said to Zhang Qi, hubby, don't lie to me. At home, you've never been this relaxed and pleasant. Now, you have a smile on your lips when you merely speak to someone. To say you're peacocking would be an understatement. I need an explanation. Zhang Qi put away his cell phone and froze for a while. Then he muttered, yeah, How long has it been since I've shown a smile at home? Zhao Shui. Since when has this home brought me nothing but negativity? Zhao Shui's face sank slightly. Forget it, I can leave all this alone with you. But I just said that you won't help me on the grounds that I cheated on you. So you'll have to come up with proof that I cheated on you. The words are already here. I don't want to say it again. Zhang Qi said. Can't even the paternity test results be considered evidence? That's right. What counts as evidence when it's nothing? And if your lover confronts you in person? Zhao Shui faintly said. If it was really my lover confronting me, I would naturally admit it. But unfortunately, I don't have a lover. I've only loved you since the beginning. Just wait. People will be here soon. It's just as well. For once we're all talking openly. Zhao Shui's face changed slightly. Subconsciously, he asked. Who's getting close? Soon you will know. Zhao Dehuai and Sun Ru. Cold eyes. Zhang Beichuan, Zhang Shujia and Hu Shiji, on the other hand, frowned deeply. Zhang Beichuan faintly said, Zhang Qi, there are some things that you should not go too far. Leave a thread of truth in everything, and we will meet again in the future. Zhang Shujia also followed. Yes, a giver's rose is a giver's hand. Zhang Qi, don't be incapable of backing down. Zhang Qi coldly said, what do you mean by holding back? I caught evidence of my wife cheating on me and you guys want me to hold back? Is that what you guys mean? Zhang Beichuan slapped the table. That's enough. Look at what you've become now. Zhang Qi simply broke down and leaned his entire body back. The chair was pushed backward and panned a bit by him, making a creaking and ear-splitting sound. With that, he rested both feet on the tabletop, his neck against the back of the chair and his head squarely on the ceiling. At the same time, he pulled out a cigarette and gulped it to himself. Zhang Beichuan stared at Zhang Qi, his lips twitched, and a vein on his eyelid bulged. Sun Ru grimaced, unable to hold back any longer, and slapped the table. Zhang Qi, get out of here. Zhang Qi didn't even move his eyelids for a second as he said to Zhao Shui, tell your mom to shut up. You. Zhao Shui was expressionless and waved her hand at Sun Ru. Zhang Shujia frowned at Zhang Qi. Don't you think we're not humiliated enough today? Mom and Dad's face is going to be disgraced by you. It's my bad luck to have a brother like you. Zhang Qi didn't say anything. Zhang Shujia angrily said, what do you want? Zhang Qi faintly said, wait. She was about to continue her attack when Zhao Shui snapped. Zhao Shui waved her hand sorrowfully. Forget it, since he thinks he caught those lovers of mine outside. Let's wait for him to bring them here. I'm also rather curious as to who I actually had that indecent relationship with. When she finished speaking, she stopped speaking and lifted her wrist, which was tied with a white cloth, and her eyes stared blankly. The face was gradually replaced by hurt. Not long after, Zhang Qi's phone rang, and this time, it was Qin Feiyu who called. Turns out he's already at the door of the villa. Without saying a word, Zhang Qi went to the door. Qin Feiyu got out of the car, pulled open the back door, and carried the bound Lin Kai down with one hand. After handing it over to Zhang Qi, Qin Feiyu nodded to Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi said to thank Xinyao for him, and Qin Feiyu left. Zhang Qi stared at Lin Kai, a little excited inside. The last time he saw Lin Kai from afar, he realized that he was young and handsome, giving off a clean feeling. Looking at him up close now, even though he was tied up, he was surprisingly still shapely, with rosy skin, slim cheeks, and a full midriff. Zhang Qi speculated that if this image was in the eyes of a woman, it would be like a man standing in front of a pavilion. Extremely beautiful soft beauty with a superb figure, definitely giving rise to a profane desire. And then look at myself. My face has wrinkles when I talk. My skin is not so rosy and white, and I smell like tobacco oil. Zhang Qi sighed at the killing knife, then patted Lin Kai's face. Lin Kai slowly opened his eyes, and when he saw Zhang Qi, and then looked at the villa gate, he couldn't help but look horrified. Zhang Qi gave him a sharp look and asked, do you know who I am? Lin Kai nodded and hummed. Who am I? Lin Kai opened his mouth and let out a rather magnetic voice. You're Dr. Zhang. You're the one who arrested me last time. I've heard about you. You're amazing. Zhang Qi nodded. With that, he pulled a silver needle from his pocket, zapped him in the back of the head a couple times. Then he said, since you know me, you should know my ability, right? I have sealed your death point. The simple fact is that if you don't listen to me, you'll be in pain and will be a shriveled brother for the rest of your life. It can't be cured. Try it if you don't believe me. Lin Kai felt it carefully and his face couldn't help but change wildly. He did realize that self couldn't feel self's parts anymore. At that moment, he hurriedly said, Dr. Zhang, I'll say anything. I'll say anything you ask me. Zhang Qi froze. He didn't realize that Rinkai was just a sack-kicked cotton crotch. One gets a no squeak. To be honest, Zhao Shui finding such a concubine made him a little disappointed. In his impression, Zhao Shui should have found a more capable man. But looking at Lin Kai's image, This fits Zhao Shue's pleasure-seeking personality. She is strong. Find a weak man to kill the boredom to say the least. So Zhang Qi untied the rope from Lin Kai's body and ordered, "Follow me in." With that, Zhang Qi didn't care about Lin Kai and walked straight towards the living room. And after hesitating for a moment, Lin Kai also followed Zhang Qi. Within a short time, the two arrived in the living room. When Zhao Shui saw Lin Kai, she couldn't help but stand up violently and stare at him incredulously. As for Sun Ru, she also looked at Lin Kai with sharp eyes. When Lin Kai saw Zhao Shui, he couldn't help but dodge his gaze and said weakly, "Auntie, I'm sorry." Zhao Duhui's body couldn't help but tremble when he saw Zhao Shui's reaction. The whole thing blew up. He asked, "Yuki, who is this? Is he really?" Zhang Qi interrupted him. "That's right, he's this bitch's concubine. Do you still think your daughter is innocent now?" After saying that, Zhang Qi slammed another piece of information that Qin Feiyu had given to self onto the table. Looking straight at Zhao Shui, "This is the syphilis test slip for both of you. I traced your syphilis through the syphilis traceability, and the syphilis in him is the mother of the virus you are carrying in your body. Zhao Shui, what else do you have to say?" Zhang Qi turned his head and looked at Lin Kai. "Say, you're this bitch's mistress." Lin Kai nodded honestly. "I'm the bitch's mistress." Zhao Shui's face changed. "Lin Kai, what are you talking about? When did you become my mistress?" Zhang Qi sneered. The crowd at the table had mixed reactions. Lin Kai was surprised. "Ha, yes, I'm not your mistress." Zhang Qi's face sank as he grabbed him by the collar. "Didn't you just admit it? Why did you change your mind again?" Lin Kai said bitterly. "Wasn't it you who told me to say that?" Zhang Qi said, "You say that when I tell you to. Do you eat shit when I tell you to? I mean for you to tell the truth." Lin Kai drifted off, and then said with an oh-so-sweet voice, "Then I'm not Auntie's mistress. And what are you to her?" Lin Kai suddenly glanced at Sun Ru. "Can I not say anything?" Zhang Qi was cold and didn't say anything. Lin Kai kept his gaze averted as he looked towards Zhao Shui, Sun Ru, and Zhao Dehui. The face gradually fell into a tangle of agony. Zhang Qi gently droned. "Speak." Lin Kai was about to open his mouth. Zhao Shui suddenly said faintly, "Forget it, don't make it difficult for the little kid. I'll do the talking." Zhang Qi frowned. Zhao Shui looked at Zhang Qi and said, "Paper can't wrap fire after all. It's time to let everything come out." Sun Ru frowned and said, "Little Snow, don't talk nonsense." Zhao Shui let out a bitter smile. "Mom, if this goes on, this family of mine is going to fall apart. I can only do this much." Seeing this, Zhao Dehui suddenly became annoyed. "What riddles are you two mothers playing? If you have a fart, let it go." Zhang Qi sat back in his chair and watched coldly. He wanted to see how Zhao Shui would handle it. Of course, he was more interested in seeing Zhao Shui's persona crumble. Zhao Shui said, "Zhang Qi, aren't you puzzled as to why I'm blocking you from seeing Lin Kai? You must have thought that Lin Kai and I were not getting along. Unfortunately, you're wrong. I'm hiding this for my mom." With an exclusionary sound, Zhao Dehui stood up in extreme shock. Zhang Qi frowned in confusion. Sun Ru coldly droned. "Little Snow." Zhao Shui, however, didn't listen, but continued. "A few months ago, Lin Kai suddenly found me, saying that he was my mom's descendant, and he threatened me, telling me to give him a cushy life or else he'd go after my dad." Zhang Qi's heart thumped. It suddenly occurred to him that the main reason Qinyao decided to stay in the new city was still threatened by Sun Ru. At that time, Qinyao happened to have investigated Lin Kai's identity and handed it over to self. Sun Ru chilled her face and said, "Little Snow, what are you babbling about? When did I have this descendant?" Zhao Shui painfully said, "Mom, I'm sorry, I've been trying to help you hide it, but, after all, paper can't wrap fire. Dead dogs, sorry Mom." You. Sun Ru trembled and pointed at Zhao Shui. Zhao Dehui grabbed Sun Ru's neck and shouted angrily, "Surname Sun, did you ever have another descendant behind my back?" Sun Ru panicked and explained, "Old Zhao, you're confused. I'm an old man, in addition to Xiao Ying and Xiao Xue which have any descendants. Don't listen to Xiao Shui's nonsense." Zhang Qi was in no mood to pay attention to the duo, but instead looked at Zhao Shui and questioned, "If that's the case, then why did you not let me know the truth when I suspected it? Why did you deny that self didn't have syphilis?" Zhang Beichuan suddenly droned. "Zhang Qi, you can't tell your priorities anymore, can you? You're still in the mood to dwell on this matter now?" Zhao Shui said frankly, "I can't admit it, because I know you'll definitely think more about it. Besides, you don't have a harmonious relationship with my parents, so if you knew I had syphilis, you would definitely pick it to the end. At that time, we were already in a mess. If you pursue this, when you find out about Lin Kai, my father will definitely know about this." Wow! Sun Ru grabbed the tablecloth and violently lifted it, sending the tableware flying to the ground. She bellowed bitterly at Yuki, I gave you everything. Why are you doing this to me? Why are you blaming me for your own rotten pants? Zhao Shui said painfully. Mom, I blame it on the fact that you left a handle back then, and now people are coming to my door. What can I do? You. Zhao Dehuai pointed at Sun Ru. You. Sun Ru panicked. Old Zhao. Are you stupid? Your daughter is pouring dirty water on me for her own sake. I don't even know this youngster. Zhang Qi suddenly grabbed Lin Kai's figure and inquired. Is what Zhao Shui said true? Uncle Zhang. It's true. Fidelity. I did indeed do it. If you don't believe me, Auntie Zhao once did a biometric identification for Grandma's son and I. We are indeed descendants. Lin Kai pulled out his cell phone in a panic. While showing it to Zhang Qi, he explained, I didn't want to do this, but I've had a few girlfriends, and they sucked up too much money, so I had no choice but to take the next step and find Auntie. I hope she can help me. In fact, I don't really want to recognize my relatives. I know that your mansion's infighting is more serious, and don't want to get involved. Sun Ru suddenly pounced on Zhao Shui in a frenzy, reaching out and pulling out Zhao Shui's neck. Bastard! You bastard ah! You even forged this kind of thing. You want to get me killed ah! Zhao Dehuai also frantically grabbed Sun Ru's neck. Bitch! You lied to me all my life ah! You bastard! Zhang Shujia called out. Hey! Stop it! Calm down! Business is important! She also had the hog factory on her mind. After saying that, she glared at Zhang Qi. Don't stop it yet! Zhang Qi sneered. A dog bites a dog with a mouthful of hair. Lin Kai suddenly begged Zhang Qi. Dr. Zhang, I've confessed everything you want to know, so ask me anything else you want to ask, and after you ask me, can you release me from the state I'm in? Zhang Qi frowned. I don't mind letting you off the hook if what you're saying is true, but why do I feel that you're not telling the truth? Ha, but I'm really telling the truth. Dr. Zhang, I'm not lying to you. Really? Then tell me. You're syphilis. Why did you infect Zhao Shui? You say this ah. Dr. Zhang, I'm sorry. When Auntie learned that I had this disease, she wanted to cut off my financial resources, and in retaliation, I secretly took a needle from the treatment and stabbed her. Zhang Qi faintly said. I don't believe it. Lin Kai broke down. I've told the truth. Why don't you believe me? What else do you want me to do? I want the truth, but I'm really telling the truth. Dr. Zhang, I swear. Swearing won't help. I just don't believe it. You're a scoundrel. You don't keep your word. Lin Kai suddenly pounced on Zhao Shui and hugged Zhao Shui's arm. Auntie, please help me. Dr. Zhang did something to me. If he doesn't help me undo it, I'll become an invalid. Zhao Shui was tired of dealing with Sun Ru. Being close to him again, he couldn't help but frown straight away. It's also good that you become an invalid, so that you don't have to do anything outside. You are at least a clan member of my Zhao family. You can't corrupt the family style. Sun Ru sniffed and became even more frantic. You beast. What are you talking about? Lin Kai pounced on Zhang Qi again. Dr. Zhang, what exactly do you need to do to believe me? Do you think I didn't say what you wanted to hear and that's why I'm like this? Tell me what you want to hear and I'll do exactly as you say? Zhang Qi stared at Lin Kai carefully. He didn't find any signs that Lin Kai was lying. Lin Kai is young, inexperienced, and greedy for pleasure, so his heart shouldn't be too deep. Thinking of this, Zhang Qi couldn't help but wave his hand in annoyance. Don't bother me. I'm just temporarily blocking your senses. You'll recover within a day. Ha, really? Zhang Qi said nonchalantly. Do you take me for a god? I can just waste you casually? Great. I'll go ahead then. Lin Kai ran away after saying that. Zhang Qi didn't stop again. To Zhang Qi, he was no longer relevant. At this point, Zhao Shui said while avoiding Sun Ru. Mom, let's face reality. I can only help you this far. My ability is limited after all. Zhao Dehuai suddenly pounded his chest. His mouth yelled. Bitch, I'm going to fight you. Puff. Zhao Dehuai was so furious that he suddenly sat down on his butt. He cried out in horror and disbelief. My leg. Where is my leg? Why can't I feel my legs anymore? In-laws don't be like this. You're not decent at all. Zhang Beichuan was not amused and hurried to assist Zhao Dehuai. Zhao Dehuai said angrily. Get lost. This is all your son's fault. As for Sun Ru, as if she remembered something, her hands were raised high, sighing long and hard, slapping her thighs. Oops. Dr. Sun said that you can't be angry, and with violent emotional fluctuations, your legs will be wasted again. She assisted Zhao Dehuai while glaring at Zhao Shui with hatred. Look what you've done. Do you even have eyes for the two of us? With that, she said to Zhao Dehuai heartily. Old Zhao, where's your wheelchair? Zhao Dehuai said angrily. Get lost. I don't want you to control me. If I don't break this up, I'm not done with you. Zhang Qi laughed coldly and said. Foolish, isn't it? Holding your own daughter up to the heavens, but it turns out you're the clown. Sunru was also a bit annoyed. I've said it all. Xiao Shui is talking nonsense. Besides, if you don't want me to take care of you, who will? What else can you do with your legs? You say you, the old expensive price to buy a luxury wheelchair, said Fall Fell. This is good. Still have to buy. Sunru angrily hugged Zhao Dehuai and headed out. Come on, we're not staying in this shitty place. Let's go home. At this time, Wu Feng, who had been silent, stood up. Enthusiastically, he said, Come, in-law's mother. I'll help you carry it. So the two of them lifted one shoulder and one leg, and stuffed Zhao Dehuai into Sunru's car. Not long after, Sunru and Zhao Dehuai left. Zhao Shui stood with a slightly messy expression. The hair on her forehead was parted in strands that fell in front of her face, giving her an added charm. After a long time, she murmured, My partner died and mom and dad got into it with me. A bunch of shit. She looked fiercely at Zheng Qi. Hubby, are you satisfied? You finally hurt me in 1,000 ways, but my feelings for you are still true. Are you satisfied that you've hurt me like this? Zheng Qi's heart inexplicably ached when he looked at her pitiful appearance, but soon sneered. Self-inflicted. Hu Shiji hurried over and softly said, Sister-in-law, don't be like this. You still have us, right Dad? Zhang Beichuan nodded. Xiao Shui, you still have relatives. Don't be afraid. Your mother-in-law and I will stay with you. After speaking, he glared at Zhang Qi. Why don't you coax little Shui? I coaxed her? Zhang Qi sneered. Then he said to Zhao Shui, Tell them to get lost. Zhang Beichuan's face changed. A burst of anger ensued. He was about to speak when Zhao Shui said painfully, Hubby, this is your family. How can you say such things? Zhang Qi had a stern face. What? You don't listen to what I say at home? Zhao Shui said. Now that I've suffered blows one after another, I need someone to comfort me. Hubby, wait until the matter of the livestock company is resolved before letting Gong Gong leave. Okay? No, get them out now. Zhao Shui's face sank slightly. Her tone was still gentle, but her words were slightly hardened. Hubby, I can follow you on everything else, but not on this matter. However, if you promise to heal those breeders, then I will immediately do as you say. Okay, if they don't leave, then I'll leave. After Zhang Qi finished speaking, he turned around and left. Stop. Zhao Shui lightly drank. What are you doing? Zhang Qi said. Naturally, I'm going to live outside. Do you have a problem with that? Zhao Shui said. No, you can't leave. What's the point of this home, without you? Besides, you can't stay in a hotel all the time, right? Zhang Qi said indifferently. Who said I'm staying in a hotel? I'm going to stay with your mom. Zhao Shui's face changed drastically. What did you say? What? You get to live with my parents and I don't get to live with yours? Zhao Shui said angrily. My parents are annoyed when they see you. Would they let you live in their house? Zhang Qi smiled confidently. Simple. All I have to do is promise to treat your father. Would your mom not agree? Would your dad not agree? You. Zhao Shui was anxious. Zhang Qi sneered and was about to turn around and leave. Zhao Shui called out again. Stop. Zhang Beichuan also shouted coldly. Come back here. Zhang Shujia and Hu Shiji also wanted to say something, but Zhao Shui coldly waved her hand to stop them. Then he coldly said to Zhang Qi, Have you forgotten what I once said to you? Zhang Qi's body gave a beat. Zhao Shui's face sunk slightly as she crumbled. I said that no matter what, I won't let you leave me. Some other men, to me, are irrelevant, but you are the only one that I can't part with. If you dare to leave, then I don't mind turning into the Mad Batch. Zhang Qi frowned and turned around, asking, So what if you're crazy enough to approve it? I'm mad approved and horrible. I wouldn't mind putting your family, all of you, in jeopardy, including your mom. Zhang Qi turned around violently, deadly staring at Zhao Shui. As for Zhang Beichuan and Zhang Shujia, there was a moment of embarrassment on the faces of the two of them, but they slightly bowed their heads, and no one said anything more. Zhao Shui's eyes were bitterly cold as she said, If you leave me, then I'm equivalent to losing everything. And since that's the case, everyone will have to be destroyed along with me, including your medical center, including Yao Ling, including that Miss Qin who is not getting along with you, and Nya Yu. They are all going to die. Zhang Qi coldly said, Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? You wouldn't do that. Zhao Shui looked straight at Zhang Qi. Just like how outrageous things you did to me. I won't do anything to hurt you. I know that you're a deeply decent man, and I'm the mother of a child, and you wouldn't want to get me killed. Zhang Qi, your mistake is that you are too righteous for your own good. If you dare to make a move on me, I don't mind giving you a chance, because I'm willing to be killed by the man I love, but you won't do that. We fooled around, but after all these years, in addition to the deep affection, there is that strong touch of kinship. How can you spare your hands on me? Zhao Shui was right. Although Zhang Qi had always wanted to take revenge on Zhao Shui and wanted to overthrow everything Zhao Shui had, Zhang Qi had never thought of hurting Zhao Shui, not just because the two had long since become family over the past decade or so, but because, deep down, he didn't want to ruin the two children. Zhang Qi said angrily, "Grass, when did being upright become a fault? Zhao Shui, since you understand me, then you should understand even more how disgusting I am to you right now. Why don't you let me go? Everyone break up in one shot? Never by any stretch of the imagination. As I said, you and I are either in the same boat, or we're heading for destruction together. There is no third outcome. You can try, but the result, you have to be prepared for." Zhang Qi's face burst with annoyance. "Wake up. Our relationship has already broken down. It's impossible for me to accept you anymore. There's no difference between me staying at home and staying at your parents' place." The corner of Zhao Shui's mouth hooked. "That's a big difference. Who's going to hand in the homework when you're gone?" Zhang Qi said incredulously. "You're still sick and you still want me to hand in my homework? That's natural. I'm a woman of nearly 40. How can I do without a man to nourish me? Besides, what if you go ahead and divorce me? The law says that as long as you have turned in your homework on time, that's not proof of a broken relationship, and it won't support a divorce. I always have to play defense, don't I? Anyway, if you don't pay, I'll make you pay." Zhang Qi coldly said. "Legally blind. I already have the results of your paternity test with Zhaolan. That alone is enough. Whether you hand in your homework or not, it doesn't make any sense." Zhao Shui said with a sullen face. "I said that Lan Lan is your daughter." Taking a step back, "Even if it's not, that doesn't prove that I cheated on you. It only proves that Lan Lan was an accident." Zhang Qi said. "What accident?" "An accident is when you got drunk one day without knowing it, went to a hotel with some strange man, and accidentally gave birth to a child for me to raise for more than 10 years? Zhao Shui's face flushed red and rebuked. "What are you talking about? The paternity test result, isn't it only up to 99.9%? The accident I'm talking about is that less than 0.01 probability. Shameless." Zhang Qi immediately walked towards Zhao Shui. Hu Shiji immediately stopped Zhang Qi. "Brother, what are you doing? We don't do that. Fuck off." Zhang Qi gave Hu Shiji a push. Then he coldly stretched out his hand to Zhao Shui. "Give me a hair." Zhao Shui said. "Why do you want my green silk? Do you want to collect it? Don't flatter yourself. I suspect that Lin Kai is actually your illegitimate son. I'm going to help you guys get a paternity test." Paternity test? Paternity test again. "You don't mind the trouble. I'll just give it to you if you want to do it. Remember to come back for dinner after it's done." Zhao Shui gave Zhang Qi a piece of her own hair. Zhang Qi confirmed that she had pulled it off of Self's head before turning to leave. Zhang Qi ran outside, then remembered something and turned back to ask Zhao Shui for Lin Kai's cell phone number. Lin Kai didn't run far. This time his words had been spoken and there was no need to hide, and Zhao Shui confided in Lin Kai to take the initiative to cooperate with Zhang Qi, help Zhang Qi to clear his doubts. In fact, Zhang Qi did not hold much hope for this. No matter how one speculated, it was unlikely that Lin Kai was Zhao Shui's illegitimate son. After all, with Lin Kai's age, although he was born at an age where he was born before Zhang Qi and Zhao Shui's marriage, when a woman gives birth to a child, there will always be some stretch marks left on her body as well as traces. Zhang Qi is also a medical student. He cannot identify the woman has no sexual experience, but identify whether there has been a child is as easy as a slap in the face. Zhang Qi speculated that Lin Kai was either a descendant of Sun Ru or a little puppy raised by Zhao Shui. Although Zhang Qi was skeptical of the latter, reason told him that this outcome was not certain, because Zhao Shui is a sensible woman. Judging from her few concubines, most of them are connected to her in business. Lin Kai. It was literally just an insignificant minor character that appeared out of nowhere. To summarize, that is Zhao Shui and Sun Ru. There must be a wolf. Depends on who jumps first. Zhang Qi and Lin Kai had an appointment in front of the paternity testing hospital. While waiting, Zhang Qi called Lin Kai again. To Ring Kai he asked, "Where were you?" "Dr. Zhang, don't worry, I'm on my way. I'm on the bus now. I'll get off in 5 minutes at most." Zhang Qi nodded and said, "Now that everyone is away, tell me in private, are you Zhao Shui's milk dog or Sun Ru's descendant? You haven't met me yet. You hand it over. Self can just run away. Don't worry about me making things difficult for you." Lin Kai's tone was a bit bereft. "Dr. Zhang, I've said it all. I really didn't say a single false word. I'm a descendant of Grandma's son." Zhang Qi frowned. "Then how did you pass your syphilis to Zhao Shui? Didn't I say that too? I secretly took revenge on her. Auntie Zhao didn't even know about it beforehand, and I already have a girlfriend. If you want to meet me I can introduce you guys to each other. Speaking of which you are also my elder." Zhang Qi became more and more puzzled in his heart. Couldn't help but ask again. "You and Sun Ru, What exactly is your relationship? Grandma, I'm her grandson. Zhang Qi was again suspicious in his heart. Do you mean that Sun Ru was your grandmother? That Sun Ru had a bastard child many years ago, and then the bastard child had you? Isn't it obvious? Zhang Qi asked. Since you are Sun Ru's descendant, where are your parents? Your parents haven't even looked for Sun Ru, so how did you think of looking for her? Ugh, I didn't know until recently. At that moment, Zhang Qi heard the voice announcement of parking from the phone, and he knew that Lin Kai was almost there. Lin Kai spoke with the sound of walking bumps. My parents had a serious illness and both left. They wanted me to live the rest of my life in a happy and dashing way, not to live so tired. So they told me the secret before they died. They told me that my grandmother was actually from a big family in Newtown, and that if I looked for her, she would give me money to spend on food and clothing. Then I found Auntie Jo. Auntie was very kind to me. She treated me like a junior. She even rented a big hotel for me, and promised me that if I behaved myself, I would be able to live my life happily without having to run around and struggle. Uncle Zhang, Auntie Zhao is actually very nice. You shouldn't treat her like that. Zhang Qi asked. How are you so sure that you are Sun Ru's grandson? How are you sure your parents didn't lie to you? Uncle Zhang, you're joking. How could my parents lie to their own son? Zhang Qi froze. He thought that it was probably the fact that his own father was unusual that made him think that all families were like that. For a while there was some inner complexity. I know. Hurry over. I'm right in front of the appraisal center. Okay, I'm on my way. The two hung up. Zhang Qi smoked a cigarette, thought that Lin Kai would soon arrive. But what made Zhang Qi vaguely uneasy was that 2 minutes away, the cigarette finished and did not wait for Lin Kai. So Zhang Qi called Lin Kai again. This time, the opposite side prompted a shutdown. Zhang Qi's eyes stared and he hurriedly ran to the nearby bus stop. No! He went to a few more nearby alleys to look for him, and still no sign of Lin Kai. Zhang Qi went back to the door of the appraisal center, and after waiting for about 10 minutes or so, he still did not wait for Lin Kai. As if he thought of something, he pulled out his cell phone and called Zhao Shui, and as soon as he got through, he said angrily, "You bitch, Lin Kai is really your son." Zhao Shui exclaimed. What are you talking about? How can I be her mom? The appraisal results are down? Zhang Qi told Zhao Shui about the possibility of Lin Kai running away. Zhao Shui's tone also gelled. Hubby, calm down. I don't have to do this. Lin Kai doesn't have to do this either. I suspect that someone has taken him away. I'll contact someone to look for him. Is there even someone who dares to hit on this kid? When I catch him, I'll definitely make him pay. Zhang Qi said angrily, the mouth is on you. Isn't this something you can just make up? Zhao Shui was also a bit fired up. What did I make up? Isn't your goal to do a paternity test? Wouldn't it be fine for you to go to the hotel where he stayed and look for some body tissues left behind? I'll tell you the room number. Go find it. Then tell me. I'll go now. Zhao Shui told Zhang Qi the room number. Zhang Qi immediately rode a small electric donkey to the hotel where Lin Kai had stayed. Since Lin Kai has been staying at the hotel for a long time, his room has been reserved. Gave Zhao Shui's name and let him in. There were indeed some boys' clothes in the room, as well as cups of water, toothbrushes and the like. Even Zhang Qi saw the clothes Lin Kai used to wear when he first came to the hotel that day. Certain that this was his room, Zhang Qi searched for some hairs, and found the teacup, toothbrush, as well as the bath towel and unwashed socks all over again. He went back to the appraisal center. Hair is great to detect, but human residue on teacups and toothbrushes is a little more difficult, so prices have relatively skyrocketed. But to Zhang Qi today, it was just a drop in the bucket. There were a couple of queues in front of us that had to wait, so Zhang Qi found the staff, added money and took the fast track. The results finally came out before dark. Lin Kai and Zhao Shui rule out a biological mother-son relationship. It wasn't bad as Zhang Qi expected, but what made Zhang Qi puzzled was that the timing of Lin Kai's disappearance was too abnormal. He vaguely felt that there might still be a big problem with this Lin Kai. It was even highly likely that the person who had hidden Lin Kai was Zhao Shui. Thinking of this, he had to contact Qinyao again, hoping for his help to find Lin Kai again. Qinyao was a bit speechless. Dr. Zhang, are you stupid? I went through so much effort to find someone for you, and you just let them go? Zhang Qi chagrined. I'm the one who braked. I'll look for it, but if it's true that your wife hid someone, then I guess it'll be hard to find this time. But that doesn't rule out someone else doing it. And don't beat yourself up too much. If it's true that someone with a heart of gold kidnapped Lin Kai, then you, alone, can't stop it. What's bound to happen? There's no need to dwell on it. After chatting with Qinyao for a few more minutes, Qinyao told Zhang Qi that the first batch of product orders had already come down. The chat tool is also under development and can be ready for rollout next. She asked Zhang Qi to accompany her to the factory to see the goods when she had time. Zhang Qi said no problem. At the same time, He felt that Qin Yao's words were not without reason. Lin Kai's identity was sort of unraveled. If he was really Sun Ru's descendant, then it was impossible for him to have a special relationship with Zhao Shui. Zhang Qi said in his heart, Zhao Shui, Zhao Shui, if you really did it, then you have quite a lot of secrets. Meanwhile, Sun Ru made a call to Zhang Qi. On the phone, Sun Ru said coldly to Zhang Qi, Brat, come to my place, stay at my house tonight. Zhang Qi said, why are you staying at your house, you old miscreant? You don't hold your farts well. Sun Ru angrily said, you, little beast, want you to come you come, don't come don't regret it, okay? I'd like to see what you're going to fart. Zhang Qi did want to make a trip to Sun Ru's place, just to take the opportunity to find out whether Sun Ru was lying or Zhao Shui was lying. Of course, his ideal plan would be to let the mother and daughter tear it up one more time, and maybe he'd get something out of it. But I didn't expect Sun Ru to run away directly with her husband. Even Zhang Qi wanted to take Mr. and Mrs. Zhao Dehui home once more. When Zhang Qi was on his way to Zhao Dehui's house, Qin Yao sent Zhang Qi a video. It turned out to be a piece of surveillance footage from near the appraisal center. What was recorded in the video was the very reason why Lin Kai disappeared, only to see a black unlicensed car drove up to Lin Kai, from which several big and thick men came down and directly stuffed Lin Kai into the trunk of the car. Qin Yao told Zhang Qi that the car's purpose was clear, a direct exodus to the provinces. She has arranged for someone to go after it, like Zhao Shui's style. Zhang Qi secretly said in his heart, riding an electric bike leisurely, he arrived near Zhao Dui's house. Through the rearview mirror, Zhang Qi saw a Xiaoli not far from self. He frowned suspiciously. This car seems to have been seen somewhere. Zhang Qi turned his head to look, and Charlie suddenly accelerated and overtook him. Zhang Qi stared at the rear of the Charlie for a few moments and gradually narrowed his eyes until the Charlie completely disappeared before Zhang Qi entered Zhao Dehui's house. Zhou is sitting in a brand new wheelchair, and Sun Ru was trying to explain something. Old Zhao, why don't you believe me? I'm at least 90% sure that that's not my descendant. Look, he doesn't look like me at all. Zhao Dehui said angrily. Bitch, why isn't it 100%? Doesn't that mean that you once betrayed me? With a poof, Zhang Qi, who had just reached the door, couldn't help but burst out laughing. When Zhao Dehui heard this, he couldn't help but turn his head and glare at Zhang Qi. Little brute, what are you laughing at? Zhang Qi said, I laugh at you for being a clown. Zhao Dehui pointed at Zhang Qi. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't get up right now, I would have broken your dog's legs. Zhang Qi said, it's a pity that the one who is crippled is you, and you can't get up. I'll create you. Zhao Dehui suddenly took control of the wheelchair and frantically slammed it towards Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi hurriedly dodged. Zhao Dehui was careless and hit the threshold, and his whole body slumped to the ground. The wheelchair toppled to the ground. He struggled hard. Zhang Qi said to Sun Ru with his hands open, you saw it. It's not my fault. If he dies like that, you can't hold me responsible. You. Sun Ru pointed at Zhang Qi and hurriedly helped Zhao Dehui up to sit on the wheelchair. Reaching out and pinching Zhao Dehui, he angrily said, you're a handful of years old and in a wheelchair. Can't you stop for a bit? Do you think you drive a Bugatti and take away a large area with one kick of the gas? Don't need you to mind me. I'm not done with you. You know my methods. Zhao Dehui said with a cold face. Sun Ru was a little flustered. While supporting Zhao Dehui, she said to Zhang Qi, little brute, quickly tell me, what exactly is that brat's relationship with Zhao Shui? I don't know. Sun Ru said angrily, haven't you always hoped that Zhao Shui would betray you? You've investigated this far, and you're saying you don't know? Zhang Qi coldly said, an investigation is an investigation, not just making things up. Although your bitchy daughter has someone on the outside, but it can't be that every man is having an affair with her, right? Next, he told the two of them those things that Lin Kai had told self earlier. Zhao Dehui pointed at Sun Ru. Well, it turns out that you once betrayed me decades ago. Sun Ru jumped to her feet in anger. Slander. This is definitely slander. Little Snow. This girl, in order to protect her own feathers, she will do anything, even to the extent of dragging me, her old mother, down. Bastard ah. Old Zhao, don't you understand? Zhao Shui is sacrificing me to protect herself. If I had such a child, could I not know? Zhao Dehui stared at Sun Ru and said, okay, since you said you don't have any descendants, then you go and do another appraisal with that kid. It's not over, is it? Your granddaughter ran to the appraisal center. Zhao Shui, she also ran to the appraisal center. And this little brute also went for appraisal. Our Zhao family has become a VIP of the appraisal center. Wouldn't it be a joke if I were to get another appraisal at my age? Zhang Qi said indifferently. It's fine. If you don't want to run, I can run for you. I'm not afraid of making jokes. Sun Ru's face changed slightly and she said angrily, just do it. Who's afraid? You let that kid come over. I'll personally do it with him. Zhang Qi said. The person can't be called, but his DNA record is still there. Just need to provide yours. Sunru's face changed again and asked why Zhang Qiren was no longer there. Zhang Qi tells about Lin Kai's disappearance. Then Sunru said, "That won't do. How do you know that those samples must be that kid's? Yuki, he can even fake the appraisal results. Can't he fake the DNA?" Zhao Dehuai forced himself to look at Sunru. "So, you're not willing to go through with it?" Sunru was anxious. "I'm willing, but I have to do it with myself. It's not like you're not aware of Xiao Shue's tactics. And if you don't figure it out in person, who dares to guarantee that it's true?" Sunru let out a long sigh. "Nonsense. Little Shui. She's all about nonsense. After so many years, she's getting her wings. We can't control her at all anymore." Zhang Qi looked at Sunru with a furtive gaze. "Lin Kai wouldn't have been robbed by you, right?" Zhao Dehuai's sharp gaze looked at Sunru. Sunru drank. "Don't talk about all this nonsense, little beast. This time I called you here to cooperate with you." Zhang Qi raised his eyebrows. "How?" Sunru angrily said. "Don't think that I can't see that you, this little brute, want to take revenge on Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui is now taking off and is indeed getting more and more outrageous. I don't think that she's already fit to be in charge of our Zhao family's industry anymore." Zhang Qi was puzzled. "Oh, you mean, let me take charge of your Zhao family's industry? You're thinking beautifully, dream on." Zhang Qi was not surprised when he heard this. Instead, it was a thought. Just then the door to the inner room opened. Zhao Ying's figure walked out of a bedroom. She wiggled her dainty hips toward the men. Full of confidence, "Brother-in-law, it's me," Sunru said. "That's right. Don't you want to take revenge on Xiao Shui? Now your chance has come. All you need to do is to help Little Shadow and seize control of the company, and you'll be able to push Little Snow off the pedestal, which is also equivalent to revenge in disguise." Zhang Qi looked at Zhao Ying and his eyes narrowed. Zhao Shui is Sunru's daughter after all. It was impossible for Sunru to see Zhao Shui displaced. So to her, putting Zhao Ying in charge of the Zhao family's industry was the best punishment for Zhao Shui. This is also in line with Zhang Qi's claim. At the same time, it doesn't get to the point of a fight to the death. Zhang Qi said indifferently, "Your family, you have 800 hard eyes." Zhao Dehuai also calmed down. He said to Zhang Qi, "I want to make a deal with you." Zhang Qi said, "What kind of deal?" Zhao Dui said, "Haven't you been checking out the men outside of Xiao Shui?" He suddenly glanced at Sunru. "As long as you help me find out if she ever had an illegitimate child, I'll give you the resources to help you investigate Xiao Shui." Zhang Qi said, "Zhao Shui is your daughter, and you went to sacrifice Xiao Shui for your own self-interest?" Zhao Dehuai said, "It's not true that she's my daughter, but I have more than one daughter." Zhao Ying suddenly held Zhang Qi's hand and tenderly said, "Brother-in-law, don't worry and do it boldly. Mom and Dad, and I, will be behind you." Zhang Qi felt the slippery touch. With that, he drew back his hand. Coldly, he said, "A bunch of bitches. What did you do earlier?" A few more people chatted. Zhang Qi asked Sunru to cook a meal for himself. He wanted to eat dinner before leaving. Sunru told Zhang Qi to get lost. Zhao Ying slapped his thigh. Mom, don't be like this. Brother-in-law is at least one of us now. What's wrong with cooking a meal? If you don't want to do it, I'll do it for him." Sunru glared at Zhao Ying. "You kid. Something's wrong." Zhao Ying didn't move. "What's wrong with me?" Sunru said. "Don't forget, cooperation is cooperation. But this guy is pissing me and your father off. Not to mention eating. It's good not to serve him 2 pounds of shit. What are you being so nice to him for?" Zhao Ying blushed slightly and said in a panic. "Where was I good to him? Not good at all. Okay? I just think of him as my brother-in-law. You all feel that my brother-in-law is bad, but I feel that my brother-in-law is a treasure." Zhang Qi looked at her and said, "What are you doing treating me like your treasure?" Zhao Dehuai and Sunru, too, swished at Zhao Ying in unison. Zhao Ying's face turned even redder. "Who treats you as a treasure? It's just treating you as a family member. And besides, you still have to work for our family and help heal my dad's leg. You can read that as, early, security. Can I take that as a good morning? Then, Pa? No, absolutely not." Zhao Ying glared at Zhang Qi, then said to Sunru, "Mom, you can do it with me." Zhang Qi said indifferently, "Make all of your mother's specialties. Do you have any lamb's waist? I need to make up for it recently." Zhao Ying covered her mouth and laughed softly. "Sheep's waist is not available, but human waist is." Zhang Qi was surprised. "You family of mothers like to eat human waste?" Sunru glared fiercely at Zhang Qi, but agreed to go to the kitchen with Zhao Ying. While draping his apron, he said to Zhang Qi, "Xiaoying means to cut off your waist to make a fried waste flour. A mere cow or horse. It's good enough not to fry 2 pots of shit for you. And you still want waste? You're thinking beautifully." Zhang Qi said disdainfully, "Speak as if you are not bulls and horses to be ridden. Even if you and I are both bulls and horses, then we are high-end, unrivaled, rich bulls and horses. And you are just a lowly bull and horse. Why don't you just say you're covered in gold, and go make dinner? If you starve me, I won't care about you. Sun Ru grunted and Zhao Ying drilled the kitchen. She was more than a little playful in this way. The two just entered the kitchen. Zhao Dehuai asked Zhang Qi to get a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet. He wanted to make 2 whole cups with Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi picked the 2 most expensive bottles and brought them out. Zhao Dehuai suddenly asked, "Where is that little nanny? Why don't you let people come?" Zhang Qi was surprised. Still thinking about others? Zhao Dehuai narrowed his eyes. "I'm worried that your mom will turn against me, and I need someone around to look out for me." He added to Zhang Qi, "At the same time, I need you to heal my leg." Zhang Qi held out 2 fingers. "It means it takes $20 million. Zhao Dehuai didn't respond, but narrowed his eyes and said, "Just now when I asked you to help me investigate Sun Ru, it was actually a deliberate statement to that bitchy bitch. I'm going to investigate myself. Little beast, you're also curious whether Lin Kai is her descendant or not, right? If not, then that means Lin Kai and Xiao Shui have an incestuous relationship. Your connections are still too few after all. You need to rely on others too much for some things. I'm different, so heal me, and you're in for a treat. If you cure me, I'll give you resources. Hu Ren is my dog. From now on, he's your dog. Ren Tianling can also be your connections. Think for yourself." Zhang Qi glanced in the direction of the kitchen, then turned his head to look at Zhao Dehuai. "Aren't you betraying your daughter? Dead Taoist friends don't die poor." Zhang Qi gave a thumbs up. "If you're not a family, you don't enter a family." Zhao Dehuai's eyes were sharp as he glanced at the kitchen. "These 2 daughters of mine, they are both the best on earth. The eldest daughter, in charge of the family business, has extraordinary means, and is so colorful that she crowns the new city. Any man who sees her will want to subjugate her. Unfortunately, she is increasingly disappointing me." Zhang Qi blurted out, "Since it's letting you down, then you should pack her up so hard that she'll kneel down." Zhao Dehuai continued, "This second daughter of mine, her means are not as good as Xiao Shui, but her figure is convex and curvy, and she has her own pursuits and her own mind. It's also a rare and superb beauty. Zhang Qi, if you really bring Xiao Shui down, I don't mind setting you up after you and Xiao Shui get divorced. I admit that I was wrong about you before, and now, my impression of you has changed a bit." Zhang Qi thought deeply. He didn't believe Zhao Dui's words at all. "I guess I'm just fooling myself by saying that." However, he did need Zhao Dehuai's human resources now. Thinking of this, Zhang Qi nodded and agreed to Zhao Dehuai's conditions and asked Zhao Dehuai to trade. Zhao Dehuai immediately called Ren Tianling, the director of the Chinese hospital, and said on the spot that from now on, Zhang Qi was his Zhao Dehuai's man. Zhang Qi, on his behalf. Inside the kitchen, Zhao Ying, who was cooking vegetables, poked her head over from time to time and gave a glance at the duo who were drinking. An involuntary smile hung at the corners of his mouth. When Sun Ru saw this, she couldn't help but reprimand. "How can you be so happy after such a big incident at home?" Zhao Ying heatedly smiled. "Mom, do you feel this scene is very cozy? Does it feel like a son-in-law visiting a relative? And the daughter-in-law and mother-in-law are warmly cooking and entertaining?" Sun Ru raised her hand and clipped the back of Zhao Ying's head. "Put away that unrealistic idea in your mind. It's only right that you hurry up and find a boyfriend." After the wine and dinner, Zhao Dehuai didn't let Zhang Qi heal his leg in public, but let Zhang Qi go into the room with himself. The two have some therapy and Zhao Dehuai tells Zhang Qi not to reveal it. He came out of his room, still in his wheelchair, and offered to let Zhao Ying send Zhang Qi off. When it was dark, Zhao Ying asked Zhang Qi to leave his electric car behind and drove himself to send Zhang Qi home. In the car, Zhao Ying asked Zhang Qi what he planned to do next. Zhang Qi replied dryly, catching adultery, or catching adultery. Zhao Ying said, how do you catch it? Zhang Qi said, relying on outsiders is not very reliable after all. This time, I will personally put on my armor. Let your sisters bitch a bitch, and those dog men of hers, all pay the price. Brother-in-law, catch it together. I was unintelligent in the past, but now that we're on the same rope, I definitely won't betray you again. I don't need you, I have someone to catch it with. When Zhang Qi returned home that night and handed in his homework for the second time, Zhao Shui's mood was obviously much better. The two finished their indulgence and each played with their own cell phones. No other exchanges. The next day Zhao Shui, to self-dress up beautifully, went to work. Zhang Qi waited for her to go out and quickly washed and dressed, ready to follow. Just then, a man stopped in front of him. When are you going to help Zhao Shui with those old sows? Zhang Beichuan has more stubble on his face. A wrinkled face turned to Zhang Qi. The economic situation has been tough in the past 2 years. This is a great help to me. To your sister. You should make a move. Zhang Qi was expressionless. Don't waste your time. Zhang Beichuan frowned. Do you know what you are doing to yourself? Zhao Shui said that it doesn't matter even if you don't make a move because she has already contacted a powerful veterinarian in the capital to come over. Don't be a fool. If you make a move now, you can prove that you still have some use for Zhao Shui, but if you're bent on going against her, what do you think she'll do to you? Zhang Qi said in a cold voice. Then you let her find a capable veterinarian. I don't have the skills, and even if I did, I wouldn't make a move. Zhang Beichuan stared at Zhang Qi dead in the face, his forehead veins jumping. Then he said in a deep voice, how much longer do you have to be stupid? You've entered the mansion. So what if Zhao Shui has someone outside? It's not worth mentioning compared to the benefits you've gotten. Fuck off. I'm not a kid anymore. I don't need you lecturing me. You. Zhang Beichuan was furious. Don't forget. You chose this path yourself. Zhang Qi laughed coldly. It's true that I chose myself, but does it have anything to do with you? You just hit on me when you had an advantage and made me beg for a favor. You're just looking out for your own self-interest. So does it matter half as much to you what kind of pussy I have to live my life? Leave me alone. Zhang Qi quickly walked out. Zhang Beichuan stared slyly at Zhang Qi's back. Seeing that Zhao Shui had already left, Zhang Qi had to go to the medical center again because there were more patients over there. Zhang Qi thought that it is not a solution to go on like this, so he contacted Hu Ren and asked him to help self to take care of him for 2 days and bring Yao Ling out by the way. Anyway, Hu Ren is Zhao Dehuai's man, so it's a waste of time to use him. On the way to the medical center, Zhang Qi saw the Charlie from yesterday again. However, since Zhang Qi went there by cab this time, he could only let the charade follow him. When I got out of the car in front of the also medical center, the charade was gone. In its place, his sister Zhang Shujia's BMW was parked in front of the door. Zhang Shujia opened the car door and let Zhang Qi get in to talk. Zhang Qi knew what she was up to, so he ignored it. However, Zhang Shujia got out of the car and pulled Zhang Qi back with a hand. Zhang Shujia coldly said, Zhang Qi, your wings are getting harder and harder now, aren't you? Are you not putting us in your eyes anymore? Zhang Qi frowned. What do you mean? Zhang Shujia said, Dad advised you to treat those sows. Why didn't you listen? Why must you go against us? Zhang Qi said indifferently, in my heart, you have long since ceased to be my family, so it is my freedom whether I go against you or not. You, don't treat us as family. Do you think we treat you as family? Look at you. I've never seen a man as disgraceful as you. I feel ashamed to be family with you. Don't forget, if you don't do what we say, it's our interests that will be hurt, and even if we don't count as family, you can't hurt our interests. Zhang Qi sneered. Your interests? Then who will look after my interests? You are simply hilarious. Since we are strangers, do I need to look after your interests? You're in charge of your own interests, but since you can get us benefits, you have to do what we say. Otherwise, not to mention my father, I won't let you go. Your dad? Zhang Qi raised an eyebrow. Zhang Shujia proudly said, that's right, ever since you joined the Zhao family, I haven't considered you a member of our Zhang family. You don't deserve to be my brother, and you don't deserve to be my father's son. You are purely embarrassing us by living. Zhang Qi's face grew colder and colder. Since it's your father, and since you don't have any relationship with me, then please take your father away and don't be an eyesore in my house. Do you really think that's your home? To put it bluntly, Zhao Shui gave you a few colors so you could show some presents. Zhao Shui doesn't take you seriously. You're worse than a dog. Do you believe that our family, as a family, is much more important to Zhao Shui than you are to Zhao Shui? Zhang Qi shouted angrily. Get lost. Zhang Shujia laughed coldly. Who are you? How dare you tell me to get lost? To tell you the truth, I'm not here to discuss with you this time. I'm here to order you. Second Senior Brothers Company has a huge plate and is vital to our Zhang family. The wheels of our Zhang family are rolling and unstoppable. To summarize, those who obey me will prosper and those who go against me will perish. We, the Zhang family, must take this plate, not even if Jesus comes. Zhang Qi, I'm warning you for the last time. You have to be saved or not. What I said yesterday, at the dinner table, was not a joke. Zhang Qi's gaze condensed, his deep gaze looking at Zhang Shujia. What words? Zhang Shujia and Zhang Qi looked at each other with a murderous aura in their eyes. Do as I say, and then you'll be fine. But if you dare to go against us again, then I don't mind using my own means. I'll make you never be able to practice medicine again. Make you a fool. I'll make you an imbecile. Zhang Qi's heart stunned slightly, but the feeling quickly faded away. The look he gave Zhang Shujia grew colder and colder. You think you're superior because you got those properties of your father's, don't you? Do you really think that just because you have some strength in your hands, you can just cover the sky and have no one in your sight? Zhang Shujia, do you know what I've always thought of you? Childish, ridiculous, inflated by the thought of being in charge of a company. As far as I'm concerned, you're just a profit-minded, selfish, proud, ignorant flower growing up in a hothouse. Good for nothing little shit. Don't mess with me. You can't afford to, or you'll definitely regret it. With that, Zhang Qi walked towards the medical center. Zhang Shujia's cool gaze stared at Zhang Qi's back and said, if you weren't my brother, just based on these words of yours, I'd make you pay for it. But, since you have such a firm attitude, I don't mind giving you a bit of credit. Zhang Shujia turned and walked away. Zhang Qi quickly waited for Hu Run. Hu Run came with Ren Tianling. After the two of them and Zhang Qi exchanged pleasantries for a while and sighed about how things were different, Ren Tianling left. Hu Run, on the other hand, stayed behind and helped Zhang Qi take care of the medical center for the time being. Looking at the scene of the endless stream of patients in Zhang Qi's medical center and the money clattering into the account, Hu Run suddenly fell silent. After a while, Hu Ran got into the swing of things, instructing Yao Ling while treating patients. Zhang Qi was also finally idle. At this time, Qin Yao contacted Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi was overjoyed and asked, Lin Kai brought it back? Qin Yao didn't pick it out directly, but instead sold a lie. You come to my place. Zhang Qi happened to be free, so he said, okay, give me an address. Qin Yao tells Zhang Qi that she lives in Galaxy Home, not far from Zhang Qi's house. That neighborhood is indeed not far from Zhang Qi's home, at most 20 minutes on foot. When Zhang Qi arrived, he realized that Qin Yao lived in a townhouse. Zhang Qi secretly said, the house has been bought, so it seems that Qin does want to be stationed here for a long time. Not long after, Zhang Qi went up to the 6th floor. Just as he was about to go to Qin Yao, a mature woman next to him who was dressed flirtatiously and in revealing clothes hooked her hand to Zhang Qi. Flower master, come and enter the house. Let's move fast. Zhang Qi froze, looked at her carefully for a couple of moments, and said doubtfully, do I know you? The woman froze, then said, sorry, for the mistaken identity. Just then, another door opened and Qin Feiyu stepped out from it, saying to Zhang Qi, Dr. Zhang, go in, Miss Qin is waiting for you inside. Zhang Qi nodded as Qin Fei held his hands in front of him. He stood there with his back to the door. When Zhang Qi went in, he pulled on the door handle to close the door. Zhang Qi was puzzled. You're not going in? Qin Feiyu said. Miss Qin asked me to keep an eye out for you. Zhang Qi nodded and entered the living room. The house is newly renovated, clean and airy with great light. It's not as spacious as Zhao Shui's villa, but it has a unique coziness. Qin Yao came out from the inner room, and when she saw Zhang Qi, she hurriedly poured Zhang Qi a cup of water. Coming? Sit down and have a glass of water first. Zhang Qi sat down. After Qin Yao placed the water cup on the coffee table, she pulled open the drawer and took out a box of green tea, pinched a few capsules and put them in. She was graceful, with a long dress and an elegant gait, her unobtrusive bones holding up the dress, showing off her dainty figure. After doing this, Qin Yao pulled out another pack of huazi from the drawer and pulled out one. Dr. Zhang, have a root of huazi. Zhang Qi took it and put it in his mouth, about to pull out a lighter. Qin Yao pulled out another lighter from the drawer and probed her body. I'll light it for you. Thanks. With her hand close to her nose, Zhang Qi smelled a faint fragrance, subconsciously feeling apoplectic. Then he shook his head, interrupting those chaotic thoughts in his head, and for a moment he was a little embarrassed. Subconsciously, I said, you're not coming for one? Qin Yao smiled and said, thank you, I'll be fine for Fei Zi. She covered her stomach and headed for the bathroom. Zhang Qi blurted out, don't you need me to help you put it on? Qin Yao's body gave a beat. She glared at Zhang Qi. Are you teasing me? Zhang Qi shook his head, somewhat puzzled. Isn't that what you meant when you asked Mr. Qin to keep an eye out for the two of us? Qin Yao glared at Zhang Qi. I'll go to the bathroom first. We'll talk later. No, I think you'd better hold it in. It's good for your health. Qin Yao said. What if I can't hold it in? You don't have kids. More localized muscle work will do you good. Qin Yao hesitated for a moment, but still stopped. With that, he sat down opposite Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi asked, do you recognize that woman outside? Which one? After Qin Yao finished her question, she suddenly reacted and said, I know you, but I don't know you very well. You're just a phoenix. You've come to visit me and you want to drag me into the water. But I don't think it's necessary for me to do that because of my value. Zhang Qi froze. How are you neighbors with Lu Feng? Qin Yao faintly said, the economic market is bad. Only this special group of people can have money to buy a house. Ordinary people buying a house is consumption. They are starting a business. We are neighbors. There is nothing unusual. You don't discriminate in employment, do you? That's not true. Zhang Qi inquired again about Lin Kai's news. Qin Yao said that although Lin Kai hadn't been caught, he had found out a piece of information that was more important to Zhang Qi. That is, Lin Kai wasn't snatched by Zhao Shui. If Lin Kai wasn't abducted by Zhao Shui, then the result behind this is intriguing, as it suggests that Lin Kai isn't Zhao Shui's illegitimate son. He's either a little wolfdog raised by Zhao Shui or a descendant of Sun Ru. Zhang Qi asks Qin Yao how she knew about this. While Qin Yao tells Zhang Qi that while her people were chasing after Lin Kai, she also realized that Zhao Shui's people were likewise chasing after Lin Kai, trying to snatch him back. The two of them, however, were stopped after they left the province and got off the highway, so they had no choice but to return. Qin Yao said meaningfully to Zhang Qi, I think that this Lin Kai, most likely, is the descendant of your mother-in-law, and the one who took Lin Kai captive is also your mother-in-law. Zhang Qi, the water of your mother-in-law is very deep. Didn't I tell you last time that your mother-in-law once threatened me? I think that was precisely because I helped you investigate Lin Kai, so she got anxious, threatening me by posing as her daughter. Zhang Qi nodded deeply. Not a single one of them. Qin Yao said, there's another possibility. Your Zhao family has offended someone. Zhang Qi leaned against the sofa and pondered for a while. Then he said, I'm only interested in my wife's man. As for Sun Ru, I don't care. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Don't. Qin Yao tugged at Zhang Qi and said unhappily, why do you think I called you here? We are also partners now. It's time to have a formal meal together. Zhang Qi said, the meal can be eaten any time. I still have to be busy catching the adulterer, so I really don't have time today. You can catch it later. It's not that bad. That won't do. Life goes on. Catching adultery goes on. The moment I don't catch that bitch in adultery, I won't feel good for a moment. Qin Yao thought briefly and suddenly said, then I'll catch it with you. Zhang Qi glanced at his eyebrows. You don't need to get involved in this, do you? I love to watch people tear each other apart. What are you going to do? Zhang Qi said, I plan to follow Zhao Shui first. Zhang Qi thought to himself that Nieyu had told Self that Zhao Shui had recently met with a big shot. A few days ago Self was staring so hard that Zhao Shui didn't have a chance. Now that Han Pingyi is dead and something so big has happened, I guess Zhao Shui can't help but show her face. He decided to do nothing for the next 2 days and just keep a close eye on Zhao Shui to see who that mysterious concubine outside of her really was. Playing tailgate in broad daylight? I like it. Qin Yao excitedly told Zhang Qi to hurry up and set off. Zhang Qi laughed to himself, since what virtue and ability, catching adultery have two beauties to take the initiative to accompany. Since Zhang Qi didn't have a car, Qin Yao asked Zhang Qi to drive his own car. She's in the passenger seat. Not long after, the duo rushed towards Zhao Shui's company. Qin Feiyu drove another car not far behind and followed the duo. She acted as Qin Yao's bodyguard. Qin Feiyu quickly called Qin Yao. Tell Qin Yao that there is a dilapidated Charlie in the rear that seems to be following them. Qin Feiyu asked Qin Yao if she wanted to capture this person. Zhang Qi heard the voice on the phone and faintly said, follow me. Qin Yao froze. Zhang Qi said, you guys don't have to worry about it. This person is following me, but his tracking skills are very poor. Leave him alone for now. Qin Yao was puzzled. You're being followed and you don't care? High-end hunters, often in the form of prey. Qin Yao seemed to understand, and said with some curiosity, but your skills as a hunter aren't very good. He must have already found out that you found out what he found out. So why not just take him down and force him to ask him over to make it easier? Zhang Qi's breath hitched. Somewhat frozen. He said, don't I look a little stupid? Qin Yao nodded seriously. Shrewd in terms of medical skills, but in terms of being a person, silly and cute. Zhang Qi said in a muffled voice, catching him won't necessarily force us to find out who he's following me for. The time will come to find out who he is working for. Qin Yao smiled gently and did not say anything to save Zhang Qi's honor. As they spoke, the duo parked their car outside Zhao Shui's company. After waiting for a while, Zhang Qi was worried because he had no idea if Zhao Shui was in the company at this time. Qin Yao adjusted the backrest to lie backward and rested both feet on the center console. While playing with his cell phone, he said lazily, are we just going to wait? I'll make a call. Zhang Qi took out his cell phone and called Li Suling. Li Sulin quickly picked up. Zhang Qi heard some hustle and bustle on Li Suling's side from the phone. After Zhang Qi explained his intention, Li Suling lowered her voice and said, you definitely won't be able to wait for Mr. Zhao in the company. Today, I went to the Pearl Clubhouse with Mr. Zhao to attend the Entity Industry Summit. At this moment, Mr. Zhao is socializing with someone. Zhang Qi was stunned and hurriedly started the vehicle, rushing towards the Pearl to be Clubhouse. While driving, he asked to Li Suling, when are you leaving? I don't know. The summit won't be over until the afternoon. But Ms. Zhao just made a date with a few of the old bosses to go out for a meal together at noon. I can't tell if she's serious or just talking. Okay, keep an eye on Zhao Shui's movements for me. And if there are any conditions, just mention them. Not long after, Zhang Qi and Qin Yao arrived at the summit site. But as the duo was about to enter, they were stopped and asked to show their identities. Zhang Qi's heart sank. It seemed that not everyone could enter this summit. Just when Zhang Qi was in a difficult situation, Qin Yao suddenly showed her own identification, and said, We're in charge of Zippy adult products. The staff checked with the computer, then looked at Qinyao with an odd expression for a few moments, then nodded. Both of you, please come in. Qinyao smiled and said, Dr. Zhang, now you're also someone with status. Zhang Qi nodded and put the prepared duckweed on his head. He then went in with Qinyao. At the summit, a number of middle-aged men in suits were pushing their glasses. There was talking and laughing. There were women in gold and silver, and they were also talking and laughing with some of the men. From time to time there was a roar of laughter. Zhang Qi quickly saw Zhao Shui in the crowd. At this moment, Zhao Shui was in a red gown, perfectly accentuating her concave and convex figure. Looking around, one could instantly tell that she was the most beautiful woman in the room. At this time she was surrounded by several old bosses, just like the most popular entrepreneurs. Zhang Qi sat in the distance, quietly watching. Qinyao suddenly stood up and said to Zhang Qi, I met a few people who look familiar. Go over and say hello. Take your time to catch them and call me when you catch them. Okay. Just then, in the distance, on Zhao Shui's side, a few old bosses laughed at Zhao Shui, with lewd smiles on their faces. Zhao Shui followed suit and pursed her lips and laughed lightly. Zhang Qi clenched his fists and said darkly, what kind of flirty talk is going on? So uptight? In the middle of their thoughts, a few of the old bosses beckoned to the distance, only to see a few young and handsome men sitting not far away. Coming over to Zhao Shui, several young men held cups and toasted with Zhao Shui. The demeanor was rather ambiguous. This scene made Zhang Qi think of a guest in a KTV, surrounded by princesses. Qinyao came over at some point. Your wife is not simple. Just now I inquired. Some bosses, all want to flatter your wife, and that it would be a splash of riches if it could be seen by your wife. Zhang Qi drank a cup of tea, his face expressionless, without speaking. Qinyao looked over to Zhao Shui and said suspiciously, what do you think they're doing? Zhang Qi said in a cold voice, what else? Since my wife is being flattered by these old bosses, those men, they must be used by those old bosses to curry favor with my wife. So far, my wife is happy with it. I can't believe she's out there playing with such flowers. At this time, Heiji held a wineglass and walked over to Zhao Shui's side from a short distance away. Zhao Shui frowned when she saw him and didn't move to push away the men who were very close and intimate to her. Zhang Qi said with a sneer as he used his cell phone to take a sneak peek, still saying they're nothing, stinking bitches, they know how to avoid suspicion in front of Heiji. Qinyao patted Zhang Qi's shoulder and comforted. Think about it, women are like that, eating from the bowl and thinking about the pot. Women are only honest if they hang on the wall. Zhang Qi was surprised. You wouldn't be like that too, would you? Qinyao did not move and said, me, I'm an exception. I have unique tastes, and ordinary people can't get into my eyes. Look at. Qinyao suddenly pointed to the distance. Isn't that your friend? Zhang Qi looked in the direction she was pointing, only to see that Li Suling was dressed in revealing clothes and was talking and laughing with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, who was also quite charming, was quite elegant. As he spoke, the man even reached out and poked Li Suling's waist, making Li Suling giggle. Zhang Qi secretly said, finding another love so soon, when Feng Long wanted to divorce her. That sad look. I'm afraid it's not a pretense, right? Suddenly, a figure passed by. Zhang Qi subconsciously turned his head to look, and his gaze couldn't help but freeze. Feng Long? Feng Long, who was wearing a duck-tongued hat, had a physical beat. With that, he walked quickly into the distance. Zhang Qi froze for a moment and hurriedly got up to chase after Feng Long. Stand still, what are you running for? Feng Long stopped his body and lowered his voice to Zhang Qi. Get lost. Zhang Qi said to Feng Long, what are you doing in a place like this? Are you looking for my wife? Are you two still in contact? Feng Long said nonchalantly. What's it to you? Zhang Qi said nonchalantly. If it's my wife you're looking for, it's naturally my business. Humph. Is your wife really your wife? Do you really think you're worthy of being Mr. Zhao's man? Zhang Qi's face was serious as he said, if you want to be her man, I can let you have it, but you have to have the ability to do so as well, don't you? Feng Long was furious. You. Feng Long glanced at Zhang Qi's hat. It's actually the same model as self. He couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. I'm afraid you have your own purpose for coming to a place like this, don't you? If you keep pestering me, don't blame me for exposing your identity. Zhang Qi said indifferently. Exposure is exposure. I'm not a thief. What am I afraid of? You. Feng Long was a bit anxious. What exactly do you want? Tell me, are you here for my wife or not? Why haven't I seen you with my wife lately? At the mention of this, Feng Long was a bit annoyed as he said, can't I come to catch the adulterer? Zhang Qi froze in his tracks, associating it with the scene just now where Li Suling was talking and laughing with the strange man, and instantly realized. He didn't realize that Feng Long was still Self's catching friend. At that moment, he nodded to Feng Long and said that it was fine. then returned to his own seat once again. Seeing that Zhang Qi was no longer pestering self, Feng Long also left at a quick pace, and Zhang Qi quickly calls Li Suling and tells her that Feng Long has come to catch the adultery. Li Suling said, "Damn it, the two of us haven't done the formalities yet, but we're already not bothering each other. What's he doing here at this time to catch adultery?" After saying that, she hung up the phone, and Zhang Qi saw her keeping a distance from the man. On Zhao Shui's side, she was talking and laughing with a few youngsters, and Zhao Shui even hooked up with one of the more handsome men. He Ji was on the sidelines, his face growing more and more unhappy, but he didn't say anything. Zhang Qi had a burst of annoyance in his heart. He couldn't help but call Zhao Yan and tell her that Zhao Shui was flirting with Zhao Lan's real father. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yan immediately came in the spirit and asked where Zhang Qi was. She was going to take Zhao Lan over to recognize her relatives now. Zhang Qi whispered, "Keep a low profile, your sister is towards your mom. Don't let her know what you're up to. What need is there for you to confide in me? Can I not know she's a little traitor?" Xinyao's pretty face stared blankly at Zhang Qi for a couple of moments. "I couldn't help but say, Dr. Zhang, it seems like you still care about your wife." Zhang Qi grunted. "I care about her? Ridiculous. If you don't care, then why did you set this up? I'm just feeling humiliated. This stinking bitch. It's not even a matter of fooling around behind my back, but she's even having an affair with someone in this kind of setting. Isn't this a slap in my face? She disgraced me. I'm going to disgrace her as well." Xinyao was somewhat speechless. Is there a possibility that others simply don't care about you? Everything is a mental internal conflict that you have imposed on yourself? Zhang Qi said, "When you go out, your identity is self-given." About 20 minutes later, Zhou Yun barged into the meeting with Zhou Lan. Their appearance caused a commotion. Zhao Shui's face couldn't help but change after seeing the duo. "Why are you guys here?" Zhao Yan's eyes flicked over the men around Zhao Shui. "Which one of you is my sister's father?" The group of men froze. Zhao Shui's face changed slightly and said, Yan, what are you babbling about?" Zhou Yun looked at one of the richer-looking men and asked, "Are you my sister's real father?" The man shook his head. Zhou Yun looked at the other man again. "Are you my sister's real father? Are you? What about you?" After waiting for a round of questions, Zhao Shui finally couldn't help herself as she said to the few people, "Sorry, the child doesn't know any better, so I'll excuse myself." With that, she pulled Zhao Yan's hand and headed out. "Let's go back." She gave a wink to Li Suling, who was not far away. Li Suling understood and hurriedly followed, and Ho Chi followed suit. Not long after, a few people left. Seeing this, Zhang Qi also stood up. "Let's follow." Xinyao nodded excitedly and followed Zhang Qi. Outside, Zhao Shui finally let go of Zhao Yan and questioned, Yan, I've given you so much money, and you're making things difficult for me instead? Do you have any idea how much your behavior just now has affected my image? Zhao Yan said indifferently, "Did you give that money? That's what I asked for on my own. Besides, I'm not stupid. I saw it all just now. You and those uncles don't even look at each other right. How can a normal person look like that?" Zhao Shui said, "That's just socializing. Businessmen, you need to know how to play the game outside. You're still young. You don't understand." "Oh, Mom, you're even lying to yourself. Playing along? What kind of play is that?" Zhao Shui had a headache and couldn't help but wave her hand at Li Suling. "Forget it. I'm not going to bullshit you. Li Suling, help me send them back." "Okay, Mr. Zhao." Zhang Qi and Xinyao could vaguely hear their conversation as they hid their bodies in the distance. Hearing this, she couldn't help but sneer. This bitch, even cheating her own daughter, doing whatever she can for those wild men. Xinyao touched Zhang Qi's hand, signaling Zhang Qi to calm down. Zhao Yan and Zhao Lan were taken away by Li Suling. Zhao Shui got into her own car, and He followed in the passenger seat. Zhang Qi and Xinyao were at the wrong angle, so they walked to the back of a black car that was parked about 10 meters in front of Zhao Shui's car in the distance and looked in through the front gear. Zhang Qi vaguely saw that the two of them were having an argument as you spoke to each other. Xinyao couldn't help but say, He seems to be a bit jealous of your wife's behavior just now. Zhang Qi muffled, "I can tell." At that moment, He, in his emotional state, suddenly wrapped his arms around Zhao Shui and kissed her painfully, and Zhao Shui hurriedly braced her arms on her chest to block He's attack. However, she was a woman. In the end, she was not He's opponent. The two tossed and turned, and her body suddenly lay backward. Zhang Qi held up his cell phone to shoot while he said to Xinyao, "Did you see that just now? Did my wife actively cater to it?" Xinyao probed her head and stared carefully. "No way, your wife seems to be resisting." "Fake. She must have faked her resistance," Xinyao said helplessly. "Don't get too excited. This isn't a fake match. If you really like that, you don't bring resistance, but cater to it. And don't think too much. You have to believe what you see." It can't be that your wife isn't messing around and you have to force yourself to think she is, right? That would be putting the cart before the horse. Zhang Qi stopped hiding and hesitated a bit. Do you think they're blinking now or not? Xinyao stared straight ahead. He indeed did not succeed just now. And judging from your wife's reaction right now, she still seems to be resisting. Dr. Zhang, I think you should go and stop it. Just in case the two really have nothing to do with each other and your wife is forced to have her way. Then you'll lose more than you gain. Shit. Zhang Qi was a bit anxious. He took out the cigarettes from his pocket and stuffed them back in. Xinyao advised. Go, there are people out there, but not the target person. If you are forced to have your way, the one who will suffer will only be you. At the end of the day, how are you going to react in case your wife turns around and blames you for not saving her? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qi clenched his teeth and rushed towards Zhao Shue's car. Just then, another figure rushed that way, only to see Feng Long, who was wearing a duck-tongued cap, suddenly rushed to the passenger side and pulled the door open. At the same time roughly ripped He out of the car. He shouted angrily with red eyes. Bastards, didn't you guys say that you're nothing? You're lying to me. I'll hammer you to death. Zhang Qi, who was about to go over, had his body lurched and re-hit himself. Feng Long whacked He stretched out his arms to block as he called out. Feng Long, calm down. What are you doing? We said we'd compete fairly. Now you can't compete with me and you're like this? Can't afford to play anymore, is that it? Zhao Shui also panicked and stepped out of the car. She wiggled her hips as she straightened her messy collar and came over to the duo. She shouted in a deep voice. Feng Long, what are you doing? Stop. Feng Long's eyes were red as he looked at Zhao Shui. Didn't you tell me that you guys had nothing? You lied to me. Zhao Shui frowned. What does it matter to you if we have anything? Of course it has something to do with me. You kicked me in the ass. I need a reason, right? Is Ho Chi your reason? I came over here today to break down your lies. In the distance, Zhang Qi couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Zhao Shui clasped her hands on her chest and said indifferently, Feng Long, let's get together and part ways. As I said, you're not qualified enough for me to choose you. On account of the fact that you and I know each other, I can leave you alone this time. Get lost. Feng Long's body trembled. He laughed miserably. You said that you were tired after Han Pingyi's death, and that you wouldn't be incestuous with any more men. Even He will distance himself from you. But now what? You lied to me. How did you distance yourself from him? You're almost at negative distance, aren't you? If he can, why can't I? Why should I get kicked? Zhao Shui explained. I was originally prepared to keep my distance from He, but you should have seen it too, right? Just now, He was very proactive, and I'm a woman. What can I do? Why don't you fight back? How do you know I didn't resist? I resisted pretty strongly, okay? I don't believe you. You must have just faked your resistance. His thoughts, after all, coincided with Zhang Qi's. I can't help it if you have to think that. You, Zhao Shui said unhappily. What me? Why do I, Zhao Shui, need to explain my actions to others? It's already good enough to explain to you. Who are you to me? Do you think you are my real husband? Zhang Qi, to me, you are nothing. Just a piece of trash to be thrown away. Do you have any more questions? Feng Long's eyes grew red. He screamed at Zhao Shui. You stole my heart but abandoned me alone. I'll fight you. He suddenly pounced on Zhao Shui. But just then, He suddenly hugged him from behind, and called out to Zhao Shui. Mr. Zhao, this guy is crazy. You should go. So Zhao Shui reached up and straightened the cheongsam on her body, flicking the fabric that was sticking to her skin. Said the psycho, then gracefully got into the car and drove off. Demented, Qi Niao muttered. Suddenly turning his head to Zhang Qi, he said, what's the situation? You're the real one catching adultery. How come there's a miscellaneous one catching it for you? Zhang Qi also suddenly reacted. The original Feng Long caught is not Li Suling, but his own wife At that moment, he could not help but be furious. How dare a mistress catch her wife's adultery in front of her? But when he saw Zhao Shui's car was about to disappear, he couldn't think too much and pulled Qi Niao towards the car. These two trash. Not enough to worry about. Continue with my wife. In Zhang Qi's mind, the two have long been involved with Zhao Shui, and there is no need to get entangled. What he really wanted to know was who that big shot behind Zhao Shui was. However, just about to get in the car, another voice came, brother, where are you going? Only Hu Shiji, quickly running from a distance, stopped the two men. When he saw Qi Niao, a stunning look flashed across his eyes. And this is? Zhang Qi's face turned cold, ignoring Hu Shiji, and was about to get into the car with Qi Niao. But Hu Shiji stopped him again. Brother, don't go. I'm looking for you for something. Thus, Zhang Qi turned his head to Qi Niao and quickly said, you go first, I'll be right behind you. Qi Niao gave a heavy hum and got into the car and left. Hu Shiji stared at the ass of Qi Niao's car for a few more moments, and then turned his head to Zhang Qi and said meaningfully, "Brother, real people don't show their faces. You're openly accusing your sister-in-law of betraying you, but privately you actually already have someone." Zhang Qi said in a cold voice, "What's it to you?" Hu Shiji said, "If you're like this, it's hard not to let people think that you've already found your next home, and are doing everything possible to force your sister-in-law to get a divorce so that you can split the family fortune with her and go far away from your mistress." Zhang Qi glanced in that direction of He Ji in the distance. After Zhao Shui left, He Ji let go of Feng Long and ran away, and Feng Long rushed after He Ji. Zhang Qi looked at Hu Shiji and frowned. "Why are you here?" "I'm here for a summit." "Never mind. You wouldn't understand if I told you." Hu Shiji glanced at Zhang Qi, with an unintentional contempt in his eyes. Then he changed his smile again. "It just so happened that I met you. Brother, I have to say something about you. You saved those breeders. You can take benefits for yourself. Why don't you agree?" Without waiting for Zhang Qi to speak, Hu Shiji eagerly said, "Brother, listen to me and do as we say. Think of it as helping your own family for once. Otherwise," Zhang Qi said. "What else?" Hu Shiji said. "Otherwise Shujia she'll make a move on you." Zhang Qi's eyebrows stared. "She really dares to make a move on me?" Hu Shiji nodded and handed Zhang Qi a cigarette, saying, "Just now, Shujia said that he had found a few people to beat you up, so that you would know how powerful she is. It took me a lot of persuasion to talk her out of it. If you don't make a move, Shujia will really do something like that." Zhang Qi said angrily, "This beast, since she dares to do this, don't blame me for not being polite." Hu Shiji froze. "Brother, what do you mean?" Zhang Qi mocked at Hu Shiji. "Do you think I don't know the dirty thoughts in your hearts? You're not a kid anymore. Why are you so childish in your thinking? In the past, when I was in trouble, you looked on with cold eyes, but now that you have a favor to ask, you force me to give in. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Zhang Shujia is a childish child in my eyes, and you, a phoenix man who has no money to play the high-priority game, you're not even as good as Zhang Shujia in my eyes. You only married her to stand in front of me. Otherwise what are you? You're the one who deserves to scare me? Get lost. Let Zhang Shujia come though." Hu Shiji's face clouded over. "Big brother, when you talk about me like this, why aren't you talking about yourself? And I'm not like you, being cuckolded by my wife and not being able to do anything about it. I'm much better than you. I'm not like you." "Naturally," Hu Shiji questioned. "Where is the difference? You can only be worse than me." Zhang Qi said, "I have medical skills and I have a healthy body. What do you have? Look at how weak you are." Hu Shiji tensed his face. "Medicine? It's just a tool in the eyes of the rich. So what? I'm strong enough in medicine to be able to prove the way with medicine. So what if you're rich? Don't they still have to beg me when they get sick and die? Look at how rich Xiao Dehuai is. How sick is he now? Whether he dies or not, it's still up to me. Rich people? Do you think rich people are powerful? The Zhao family is rich enough. But it's a pity that no one in the Zhao family has the dragon slaying technique, relying on Zhao Shui alone to hold things together and being dragged back by the family. In my opinion, the Zhao family's industry is nothing more than the yellow flower of tomorrow. It's ridiculous that you guys are still trying to get on the bandwagon. Be honest and do your role as Zhang Shujia's husband. Don't think about anything else or you'll just make a fool of yourself." At that moment, a cab passed by. Zhang Qi waved and the cab stopped. Zhang Qi got into the car and left, leaving Hu Shiji standing angrily and helplessly. Not long after, Zhang Shujia brought Zhang Beichuan over. Zhang Shujia looked in the direction Zhang Qi had disappeared and said, "How was it? What did he say about my brother?" Hu Shiji shrugged. "Your brother said that the Zhao family industry, but is the yellow flower of tomorrow. Now we enter the field, equivalent to the thief ship. Advise us to be honest. Live a good life. Don't think about something." A flash of anger welled up in Zhang Shujia's eyes. "I really can't imagine that my brother would be so obstinate. I've clearly given him a chance. I've clearly been suppressing the urges within me, but he's so ungrateful. Shaji, why do you think my brother became the way he is?" Hu Shiji shrugged again. "Who knows? Probably after a few years of being a broad husband, a bit unable to recognize his own bottom. Floating it. Oh, float up, then I'll yank him down and make him recognize himself. Don't blame me as a sister for being hard-hearted." Zhang Beichuan frowned. "Your sister-in-law looks very precious to your brother. Don't mess around." Zhang Shujia smiled confidently. "Sister-in-law is your woman. I am also a woman. To say who understands sister-in-law the most, it has to be me. Sister-in-law called us to her house. Isn't it because she is not convenient to go too far against Zhang Qi and wants us to be the white gloves? What's the harm in being able to fuck your sister-in-law and do it once?" Zhang Qi asked Qiniao Zhao Shui's current location, so he let the cab go over. In the car, he called Sun Ru. Straight to the point, he said, "Old son, your son-in-law, I'm in trouble. You have to help me." "What's your trouble, little beast?" My sister has hooked up with your daughter, and she's going to clean me up for your daughter. You arrange for a few people to lend me a hand. Sunru said unhappily. Your sister cleaned you up. That's what you deserved. Why should I lend you people? Zhang Qi said nonchalantly. You don't care about me, do you? Don't forget that I still have to help you find out what the relationship between your bitchy daughter and Lin Kai is. If you don't help me, then I can go find old Zhao. Finally, Sunru got a little nervous. What are you looking for old Zhao for? Lao Zhao is now determined that you once had a child with a man behind his back. And whether you have shit under your ass or not, you think Lao Zhao is going to let you off the hook if I come up with something random? You three-name slave. You even know how to lend a hand. Bastard, Zhang Qi said in a cold voice. You're not a savior either. You're the one who secretly robbed Lin Kai, right? Even if it wasn't you, it was Zhaoing who did it. Sunru's tone was a cut higher. Little brute. Don't talk nonsense, or I won't be done with you. Get me some dogs, quick, otherwise you don't want this to get out to old Zhao, do you? Sunru sighed. Lin Kai wasn't robbed by me, nor was he robbed by Little Shadow. Forget it, for the sake of you working for me, I'll help you once. 20 minutes later, Zhang Qi found Xinyao. Xinyao had an extra fisherman's hat on her head with the brim pulled low. She was standing in the plaza at the entrance to the large mall, admiring the different forms of balloons in the hands of a vendor. Zhang Qi put on his hat and held up the brim as he walked over to her. Well, where's my wife? Xinyao looked over in one direction and mouthed. Your wife is shopping with someone. Zhang Qi followed her gaze. The eyes couldn't help but stare. Just see Zhao Shui and a tall middle-aged man arm in arm. In the mall under the stores along the street walking. Sidewalk the two will be looking at the stores. Just then, the man inadvertently turned his head, and Zhang Qi also saw the side of the man's face. Zhang Qi looked surprised. It's him. Xinyao was surprised. You recognize it? Then he added deeply. An acquaintance commits a crime. And that's the way it's supposed to be. I don't recognize it. It just seems like I've seen it before. When Zhaoing had previously helped Zhang Qi investigate Zhao Shui, she had shown Zhang Qi a photo of Zhao Shui shopping arm in arm with a stranger. After Zhaoing betrayed Zhang Qi always thought that those photos were most likely approved by Zhaoing. Now it seems to be true. It was because he realized that this man and the male lead in the photo provided by Zhaoing seemed to be the same person. Zhang Qi angrily cursed in his heart. Zhaoing, this bitch. From the beginning she knew that Zhao Shui betrayed herself, and preferred to act so much like it. The red Cheongsam. Will Zhao Shui's S-shaped curve completely set off? The man's hand caressed the back of Zhao Shui's streamlined buttocks. The man was not young, but he had a remarkable figure. In the entire street, there were also no women dressed up in mature and flirty outfits like Zhao Shui. The duo looked like street models and caused a lot of people to turn around. In the middle of their thoughts, the duo suddenly turned into the unmanned adult store on the side of the road. The unmanned store was advertising a banner, and Zhang Qi saw the word certain trial out of the corner of his eye. Xinyao stabbed Zhang Qi's waist. Go, what are you waiting for? Why don't you catch the present? Zhang Qi frowned. Wait, be sensible, I need to ponder. What are you being rational about? There's no rationality in this kind of thing. You're in a store like that. If you don't get caught, what are you waiting for? Wait a minute? Xinyao was more anxious than Zhang Qi himself. Zhang Qi said, if you go in at this time, even if you know that they purchased that kind of stuff, Zhao Shui will deny that it's for her own use. She won't admit it unless it's really presentable. And it's not important to catch the present. What really matters is who the man is. Dang, you'll have to wait until night then. And in case there's some accident, it'll all be for nothing. Zhang Qi was a little hesitant, but Xinyao had said so. So he also clenched his teeth and made a decision. Okay, on your honor. I hope everything goes well. Saying that, Zhang Qi quickly rushed towards the store. Zhang Qi was walking in front of him, and Xinyao was waving her small fists behind her to cheer. Soon, Zhang Qi arrived at the store. When he came to the store, Zhang Qi froze. His heart thumped and he secretly screamed that it was bad. Turns out the store was a pass-through. In the back, leading right into the interior of the mall. And where was Zhao Shui and the man still inside the store? There was only one woman, standing in front of the shelf, her eyes fixed on a health reagent in the shelf, her face hesitant. Zhang Qi's gaze was slightly condensed. Could it be that the duo entered the store? Not to purchase something here, but to borrow a way into the mall? He was about to go in through the pass-through, looking for Zhao Shui and the mysterious man, when his eyes suddenly set on the woman. This woman was about 20 years old. Her hair was thick and dense. She was wearing a white pleated dress, and her exposed neck was unusually snow white. When he saw the woman's face, a familiar and intimate feeling surged in Zhang Qi's heart. Zhang Qi frowned. He seemed to have seen this woman somewhere. Suddenly, Zhang Qi said to the woman in a deep voice, "It's you." The woman turned around, saw Zhang Qi, and her complexion changed slightly. Then recovering as usual, she glanced at her eyebrows and said, "Do I know you?" Zhang Qi stared deathly into her eyes. "What is your relationship with Zhao Shui? Who is Zhao Shui? Stop pretending. Why are you here?" The woman said psycho. At this time, Qin Yao couldn't help but be curious and walked to the door, discovering that Zhang Qi didn't catch Zhao Shui, but instead was chatting with a woman. He couldn't help but hate him and ran in saying, "How did you catch the present? How do you tease a girl here?" Zhang Qi shook his head. "I didn't tease." The woman rebuked. "Why did you hit on me if you didn't tease me? Hypocritical man, coming out to play with a woman and flirting with another woman. Don't push your face." Qin Yao said unhappily. "And you said you didn't tease." Zhang Qi said, "I really didn't tease. This woman is Zhao Shui's person." Qin Yao's face changed slightly. The woman said unhappily, "Another woman. You're quite a womanizer. You man, flirting with me not to mention, but also using such a vicious routine." Qin Yao muttered, "Whether you teased or not, no need to explain to me. It's not like I'm not letting you tease. After all, it's your own business. I really didn't tease." Zhang Qi stared at the woman and said indifferently, "This woman, since she's Zhao Shui's person, then Zhao Shui must have discovered us, so she was arranged to stop us. Let's ignore her and keep going after Zhao Shui." When Zhang Qi really stopped paying attention to her, he turned around and left. In his opinion, there was no need to hide it nowadays. The first order of business is to find out who that man is. Sure enough, just as Zhang Qi and Qin Yao left, the woman tugged on Zhang Qi's wrist and said with an intimate gesture, "Actually, I don't object to other people teasing me, but I just don't like to be teased with such a cliched routine. You tease me in a different way. Maybe I'll take the bait." Zhang Qi was in a hurry. The woman's hand was ice cold. He did not expect this woman to go straight to the hand. On the contrary, it was Qin Yao, who covered her mouth and laughed softly. "She looks like a long-time driver. Ordinary routines aren't enough. Dr. Zhang, I suggest you just go ahead and tease her. I'll be your ruffler and keep an eye out for you." The woman blared at Qin Yao. "I'm not that loose." Saying that, she suddenly hugged Zhang Qi's arm, intimately sticking. "Actually, I've recently fallen out of love, and now it's the empty window period. I don't mind giving you a chance to accompany me." Zhang Qi's face turned cold. "Let go. Why are you so fierce?" "I won't let go. Are you going to eat me?" "Fuck off." Zhang Qi drank again. The woman seemed exasperated as well and gambled. "I won't let go." Zhang Qi was a little anxious in his heart, and his tone became even more stern. "If you don't let go, I'll whip you, believe it or not." "Smoke me? Am I not pretty enough? Can you do that? You're not going to use the excuse of smacking me as a reason to mooch off my incredibly delicate skin, are you, L?" She still wouldn't let go. Qin Yao also realized that something was wrong. She directly hugged Zhang Qi's other arm and said to the woman, "Do you women want to be ashamed? Can't you see that he has a female companion? What do you mean by holding on to someone else and not letting go? Take away your dog paw." The woman was about to speak when she seemed to have realized something and suddenly wrapped her arms around Zhang Qi with force. At the same time, he grabbed Zhang Qi's hand and pressed it towards his own body. Zhang Qi's face changed slightly. Just then, outside, Zhao Shui's car suddenly blocked the front of the store, and at the inner entrance, a dozen men in suits, blocking the passage. Immediately after that, Zhao Shui, who was wearing sunglasses, walked down from the car. She said to Zhang Qi in disappointment, "Hubby, I can't believe that everything is true. You betrayed me long ago. I thought that you were just having an affair with someone else behind my back, but I didn't expect you to hold back a big one for me. Take them down." As Zhao Shui's words fell, the man in the suit immediately forced the two women to separate from him in front of Zhang Qi, at the same time racking the arms of the two women and controlling them. Qin Yao and the woman yelled together. Zhang Qi was originally a bit flustered, but when he heard Zhao Shui's words, he felt something was wrong and asked, "What do you mean?" The man who was with Zhao Shui is gone. Zhao Shui was dressed in a red cheongsam, and her elegant stance between steps showed her charm. She said in a bad tone, "Husband, you keep threatening that I betrayed you. You keep targeting me. But what about you? It turns out that the one who really betrayed is you. From the day you wanted to divorce me, I originally thought that the picture, with the woman you were flirting with, was a fake, but now, I have to believe that it's all true. Hubby, hubby, you can really pretend you betrayed me first, but you question me and doubt me in front of me every day. You're not a thief calling out to catch a thief." Zhang Qi frowned tightly. "Both exits are blocked." Zhao Shui seems to have come prepared. Zhang Qi said, "Are you catching me in the act?" "That's right," Zhao Shui faintly said. "I have long suspected that you have been divorcing me and saying that I betrayed you to everyone outside. You must have your own purpose for doing so. Hubby, you disappoint me so much. It turns out that you're doing all of this for the purpose of going far away with these wild lovebirds of yours after divorcing me. Hubby, you'd better give me an explanation. Otherwise, there's no way to settle this today. Zhang Qi coldly said. What explanation can I give you? This woman was arranged for me by you. Why should I be held responsible for an imposed crime? Zhao Shue's face sank slightly. It seems like you're not going to explain. Husband, I said that in this life, you can only be mine, but now you're blurring it out with another woman. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. She suddenly pointed at Qin Yao. Smash her face. Qin Yao's complexion froze, and although she was being held up by her arms, a layer of frost instantly covered her face. Zhang Qi immediately called out. Wait. He suddenly pointed a finger at the woman. Since you want to smoke, you'll smoke her first. Ha, why did you whip me first? My face is too delicate to be smoked. Qin Yao didn't have the good sense to say, saying as if my face isn't delicate and can be smoked at will. Zhao Shui nodded. Yes, I'll fulfill you. Smoke. Snap. The woman was slapped and a red mark quickly appeared on her face. She panicked a bit. Are you guys for real? Zhang Qi frowned. Zhao Shui, do you want face? Even beating up your own people? Honey, it's that time of the day and you're still talking tough, aren't you? Zhang Qi stared dead in Zhao Shui's eyes, wanting to see if Zhao Shui was pretending, but he didn't see it. Seeing that some people had already gathered nearby, pointing at him, Zhang Qi was a little fired up. He said angrily, Zhao Shui, you just hooked up with a group of men in the clubhouse, and in turn slandered me for fooling around outside. Do you want to be ashamed? Zhao Shui froze for a moment and subconsciously said, you were there? Then thoughtfully, she said lightly, honey, that's why I don't let you get involved in my work. I have my own image out there, and sometimes it's necessary to play along in order to talk about some business. I was joking with those guys, but have you ever seen me get real? Have you ever seen me really take advantage of someone? It's just a little taste. Zhang Qi sneered. Even so, what about you and He? Both of you were boinking in the car, and you dare to say that the two of you don't have any relationship? Zhao Shui froze. So you've been having me followed. That's right. He did try to take advantage of me. But didn't you see that I resisted violently? Which I did. You see us like that? I also have to ask you, since you've been stalking me, why didn't you stand up and stop me when I was being bullied? Not to say that I wasn't taken advantage of, and even if I was, you're still responsible. Hubby, you disappoint me too much. You're not even as good as an outsider who knows to rescue me. Zhang Qi laughed angrily. Are you talking about Feng Long? What the hell? Did Feng Long go to rescue you? He went to catch you in the act, you lousy bitch. To let a man with no name catch you in front of me is something I'd never heard of in all my life. Do you want a face? Zhao Shui said indifferently. There's nothing to hide. My temperament and image are so good. It's normal for Feng Long to have feelings for me. After I realized that he had that kind of intention towards me, I knew that self couldn't betray you. So I fired him. But who would have thought that he is a demented man? As my husband, you should be more likely to go and teach Feng Long a lesson instead of questioning me here. As for He, you know, the machinery factory has always been my company's biggest supplier, and while I won't be taken advantage of by him, I can't get too stiff with him either. Hubby, you know, even though I have a big family, there are times when the company gets hamstrung, and that's why I want to expand and transform my business. You should help me heal those breeding pigs in the pig farm. That's what you should do, instead of going behind my back and associating with some unsavory people. Do you have any more questions? Zhang Qi said. That man. Enough. Zhao Shui interrupted with a serious look on her face. How much longer are you going to make a scene? Looks like it's time for you to see my methods today. Zhao Shui pointed at Qin Yao and that woman. Beat them together for me. Smack their faces. Smack them to pieces. I want to let all the women in Newtown know the price of getting close to my husband. Let the two of them be an example today. Do it. Yes. A few people started to make a move on Qin Yao and the woman. But just then, a sudden bang came from a gun. The crowd was shocked. A group of men in suits panicked and looked around. Zhao Shui instantly froze in place, her entire body like a cat with fried hair, her mouth screaming. Who? Qin Feiyu walked in from outside with his hands in his pockets. He glanced coldly at Zhao Shui. Why does Mr. Zhao always like to dance on the tip of a knife? It's you? Zhao Shui's pretty face instantly changed when she saw Qin Feiyu. Mr. Zhao, you should go. Zhao Shui's expression was cold. Then he glanced at Zhang Qi and waved his hand. Take him away from me. Zhang Qi tried to resist, but a couple of men held him up, leaving him no room for resistance. Not long after, Zhang Qi was escorted to the car. Half an hour later, the pair returned home. Zhao Shui, who had a serious face, suddenly revealed a smile as she bent down and poured a cup of water for Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi was cold and didn't say anything. Zhao Shui gently coaxed, Hubby, we agreed that I will take the lead outside and you will take the lead inside. You are outside. Why don't you give me any face? You make me lose face like that. Zhang Qi faintly said, I'm the master of the interior? You remember that? That's natural. At home. You're in charge. And I'm here to apologize to you. Aren't I? Zhao Shui walked behind Zhang Qi and helped Zhang Qi squeeze his shoulders and pound his back. Why do I get the feeling you're just being perfunctory? Why don't you kowtow to me? Zhao Shui looked around and realized that there were only 2 people in the house, took a deep breath, and suddenly knelt down for Zhang Qi. It's okay now, isn't it? When there are no outsiders. It doesn't matter how you treat me, but when there are outsiders, I have to take care of my own face, so I've also wronged you. She said that she was about to stand up, but Zhang Qi slammed the water cup to the ground. Who told you to stand up? Zhao Shui blushed. Stopped dead in its tracks. Zhang Qi said indifferently, who was that man you were shopping with today? Honey, are you still obsessing about this? I didn't even ask you again who those 2 women were. Those 2 women. One is my partner. One is the woman you arranged. You have played your part well enough. Naturally you don't need to ask any more questions. Zhao Shui shook her head. It's not like that. I'm not pursuing this because they're all just mole crickets to me. You catch adultery. You catch adultery. You can't bring a woman with you. You broke the rules first. Zhang Qi said expressionlessly, I'm just investigating the identities of those men outside of you so that I can give them a headache at the right opportunity. Catching adultery is just incidental. Zhao Shui gave Zhang Qi a deep look. Then he said, in vain, I don't have any man but you. Why do you always like to do these useless things? Zhang Qi had a headache. It seemed that no matter what, Zhao Shui would not be able to admit what self had done. Thinking of this, he said to Zhao Shui, I still have a few things to do, so you can kneel at home and get up when I return. Honey, it's all yours. Zhang Qi is gone. Zhao Shui was up in no time. After Li Suling sent the Zhao Yan sisters home, she quickly found Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui said to Li Suling, it seems like Zhang Qi does have hardened wings now. Someone is even helping him. Li Suling, go and check out what kind of maneuvers that Qin surnamed and Zhang Qi are up to. This Zhang Qi, he doesn't let people worry at all, so I'll get rid of his minions. Zhang Qi had just left home not long ago when he received a call from Qiniao. Qiniao asked Zhang Qi, how are you doing? Your wife didn't clean you up, did she? Zhang Qi said, that's not true. I punished her for kneeling. What exactly is that woman's relationship to you? Zhang Qi said, I don't know. Zhao Shui had once taken out a picture of me and that woman being intimate, but I don't remember that happening, so I suspect that that woman is Zhao Shui's person. But that woman was a good-looking woman, and if she really was Zhao Shui's person, Zhao Shui was really going to smack her face. Zhang Qi said in his heart that there shouldn't be a woman sacrificing her own looks to help Zhao Shui, right? So Zhang Qi was a bit skeptical as to whether or not it was Zhao Shui's people. Qiniao asks if Zhang Qi wants to help him find the woman, but Zhang Qi says no, he has his own way to find the woman. He did have to find the other side and investigate what was going on. At the same time, Zhang Qi told Qiniao, in the future to catch the present form does not bring her, otherwise it is a little dangerous for Qiniao. Now Zhao Shui, more and more crazy. After Zhang Qi hung up the phone, he called the police to report the case. The reason is simple, he was molested by a woman in an adult store and he wants to be held accountable. The operator heard Zhang Qi's reason for reporting the case and froze for a while before telling Zhang Qi to go to the police station. Zhang Qi then contacted Sun Ru, who said that her people had already gone to find Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi rushed to the police station on the way. A few cars suddenly stopped the cab Zhang Qi took. Thereupon a group of straggling youths stepped out of the car. Immediately after that, Zhang Shujia followed and showed up. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qi was incomparably angry in his heart. Zhang Shujia, you're really good. With that, he told the driver to turn around and run, but the driver didn't move. Instead he urged Zhang Qi, get out of the car. I'm a fucking taxi runner. You want me to play with my life? Get off now. Zhang Qi had no choice but to go down. Zhang Shujia led a group of people and walked towards Zhang Qi with an expressionless face. The group of people quietly followed behind Zhang Shujia. Zhang Shujia coldly said, Zhang Qi, as I said, if you don't do what I say, then you are definitely going to regret it. I'm giving you another chance now. Immediately go and heal those breeders for me. Otherwise don't blame me as your sister for being rude. Zhang Qi had his hands behind his back. He looked at Zhang Shujia with some sadness. I didn't think that the sister who used to follow my ass and ask for candy would have fallen out with me to this extent. Shujia, you go. I'm just an ordinary Chinese medicine practitioner. From now on, let's sever our relationship and both leave each other some face. Zhang Shujia looked at Zhang Qi coldly. Looks like you're not going to give in? Zhang Qi said. Brother and sister turn against each other. Outsiders look at the joke not to mention. Today you really let these people make a move on me. All of this, it cannot be undone. Zhang Shujia sensed Zhang Qi's attitude. She glanced at Zhang Qi with some disappointment, having lived such a long life and having such a status. Which person is a simple character? They all have their own considerations. Zhang Qi, you are not me. You won't understand why I did this. Zhang Qi sighed softly. All the hustle and bustle is for profit. Zhang Shujia pointed at Zhang Qi and said, tie him up. I'm going to send him to a mental hospital to be tortured for a few days. In the next second, the people she brought with her rushed towards Zhang Qi together. Zhang Qi didn't move. Behind him, two vans suddenly rushed by. The van roared in with a loud bang before knocking a few of the men who had rushed to the front of the line off. Zhang Shujia's face changed, only to see the van stop and a dozen cold-faced men in suits get out. These people were well-trained, and they took care of all of Zhang Shujia's men in 3 tries. There was a huge difference between the two sides, like a grassroots team versus the elite from the science class. Zhang Shujia soon became a bare-bones commander. After doing so, a male youth at the head walked over to Zhang Qi and respectfully said, Dr. Zhang, I'm sorry, we're late. Zhang Qi pointed at Zhang Shujia, bring her here. As a result, 2 people, one on the left and one on the right, immediately took Zhang Shujia's arms and escorted her to Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi's face was expressionless. Shujia, I really never thought that you and I would have such a day. Zhang Shujia's face was ironic. Tell your people to get lost, or else I'm not done with you. Snap. Zhang Qi slapped Zhang Shujia hard across the face. Zhang Shujia looked at Zhang Qi with wide eyes. Her face was burning with pain and she wanted to cover it, but she couldn't break free with her arms framed. Zhang Shujia angrily said, Zhang Qi, how dare you make a move on me? Snap. Zhang Qi once again slapped him hard. I can't hit you when you're trying to put me in a mental institution? I'm going to eat you alive. Zhang Shujia screamed with resentment. Just like you. Don't talk about eating me. You can't even eat shit in time to get it hot. Zhang Qi slapped again. Zhang Shujia broke down a little. She stomped her foot. If you keep this up, I'm going to tell our dad. Zhang Qi slapped again. Lightly, he said, from the moment you kicked me out of my home, I swore in my heart that you were no longer my family. So what if you tell that old man, if he dares to treat me like you did, I'll be just as rude. You. Slap. Zhang Qi opened his bow left and right and pumped furiously. It seems to vent the grievances of these days. Finally, Zhang Qi got tired. Zhang Shujia's face was swollen into a pig's head, and at this time, she had no image. Seeing Zhang Shujia being pumped 5 times, Zhang Qi took out a tissue and wiped his hands. Commanded, get her in the car and go. The van slowly stopped in front of Zhang Shujia's company. The door opened. Zhang Shujia's body was thrown to the door, and with a roar, the van drove away from the place. Zhang Shujia lay on the upper ground half unresponsive. The assistant Chen Meng walked out from the company suspiciously. When she saw Zhang Shujia, she was startled and hurriedly helped Zhang Shujia up. Surprised, Mr. Zhang, is that you? How did you become such a pussy? Zhang Shujia suddenly looked up to the sky and screamed. Aha! Over here. Zhang Qi left and went to the police station. The person in charge tells Zhang Qi that the woman who molested Zhang Qi has been found and is going to help them mediate a bit first. At those words, Zhang Qi was a bit surprised. All he did was call in a case, and he found him so quickly? That's not as efficient as it should be. Upon further questioning, I realized that someone at the mall site had reported hearing gunshots. That's why officials take it seriously. It turned out that the investigation revealed that the sound came from an old man who was blowing up popcorn. Zhang Qi reported the purpose is to find the woman. So after seeing the woman, Zhang Qi also agreed not to pursue the molestation of their own things. At the same time, Zhang Qi also learned that the other party's name was Niu Miao Miao. Zhang Qi called out to Niu Miao Miao outside the police station. Miss Niu, how about a chat? Niu Miao Miao blankly glanced at Zhang Qi. I have nothing to talk to you about. Her attitude towards Zhang Qi was not as warm as it was in the morning. Zhang Qi said, didn't you want to get to know me better? What? Now that your purpose has been accomplished, you're putting up your pants and disowning me? Niu Miao Miao glared at Zhang Qi and said indignantly, you bastard. I gave you benefits and you actually called the police to say that I molested you. The face of a beautiful woman like me is going to be disgraced by you. Zhang Qi spread his hands. There's no way. I want to find you. I can't think of anything else but this method. Then you can't call me lewd? Don't I want to lose face? But you did molest me. Fuck off. Niu Miao Miao grunted and turned around. Wait. Zhang Qi hurriedly reached out and tugged on Niu Miao Miao's wrist. Niu Miao Miao subconsciously flung her hand. Let go of me. If you keep this up, I'm going to call the police and say you molested me. Zhang Qi, however, frowned and said in a deep voice, you have a heart condition? Niu Miao Miao froze for a moment, and the force on her hand became much smaller. How did you know? Zhang Qi frowned. Heart disease at such a young age. Hereditary? Niu Miao Miao shook off Zhang Qi's hand and glared at him. Who the hell are you? What do you mean? Zhang Qi said deeply. I have a way to cure you. If you want to be healthy, then come with me. Saying that, Zhang Qi went to a nearby noodle shop first. Niu Miao Miao hesitated for a moment and followed Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi did not have any surprises when he came inside the noodle shop and found Niu Miao Miao right behind him. So Zhang Qi ordered a bowl of plate noodles, and then stretched out his hand, signaling Niu Miao Miao to sit with himself in a secluded corner. Niu Miao Miao honestly sat down. Zhang Qi looked at Niu Miao Miao and said, Tell me, you and Zhao Shui, what exactly is your relationship? Niu Miao Miao's eyes averted. After a moment's hesitation, she said, the kind you think. Zhang Qi sipped his tea while frowning. Be more specific. Niu Miao Miao said without any good humor. There are so many specific things. How would I know what you want to know? Zhang Qi took a deep breath. Again, he asked. Why are you on top of the same picture as me? The corner of Niu Miao Miao's mouth hooked. Are you talking about the time when the two of us were so good together? And you were still using your pointing hand on me, bullying me to a point where my life was worse than death? Zhang Qi looked deeply at Niu Miao Miao. Today at the mall, you really did do it on purpose. Was it Zhao Shui who asked you to cooperate with P this photo? Niu Miao Miao looked at Zhang Qi. How do you know this is P? Look at that photo. Does it look like it's P? Zhang Qi was a little surprised in his heart. He remembers that in the last 2 years, Self has cleaned up his act, and apart from Zhao Shui, he has never been in an affair with any woman. Not to mention posing for that kind of intimacy. How come I don't remember Self ever being intimate with you? Do you have any proof other than the photographs? Yeah, I have the video. At the mall today, I thought you wanted to play games with me. I was just playing along. Niu Miao Miao grabbed the cell phone that was sitting on the table and searched for half a day, finally finding a video. Zhang Qi took a look and was shocked. The video was actually really about him and Niu Miao Miao together. But at this moment, Zhang Qi was even more puzzled. Except for that time when Zhao Shui took out that photo, he had never seen Niu Miao Miao before. And in the video, his eyes are blazing and sober. If he really had such an experience with Niu Miao Miao, then he would definitely remember it. Zhang Qi asked Niu Miao Miao how she did it. Niu Miao Miao impatiently told Zhang Qi not to talk nonsense. Male love, as long as it is a normal person, all can do it. Next, Zhang Qi inquired about the relationship between Niu Miao Miao and Zhao Shui. Niu Miao Miao tells Zhang Qi that she is actually Zhao Shui's person, and Zhao Shui arranged for her to seduce Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi realized that everything was pretty much the same as Self's speculation. Zhao Shui initially felt that Self had gotten evidence of her cheating, so she tried to find a way to get Self's handle as well. Zhang Qi secretly said in his heart, Zhao Shui, you even managed to make me have an affair with someone else without my knowledge. This tactic, it's getting more and more outrageous. That's when the top came. Niu Miao Miao was about to pick it up when Zhang Qi took it first and ate it. Niu Miao Miao froze for a moment, and when she saw that Zhang Qi didn't say anything, she didn't say anything more but waited quietly. Not long after, Zhang Qi was done eating, he paid and was ready to leave. Niu Miao Miao couldn't help but call out to Zhang Qi when she saw him pay for a bowl. Hey, where's mine? Your what? My noodle. Did you call? Niu Miao Miao stared. You didn't call for me? She said, her stomach rumbling a bit. Zhang Qi ignored her and walked outside. Niu Miao Miao caught up with Zhang Qi again. Didn't you say you could cure my heart disease? Zhang Qi nodded. It's fine. But I don't think you're being completely honest with me. When you think of any important information, just go to my medical center and look for me. With that, Zhang Qi handed her a business card and left. In fact, Zhang Qi still wanted to continue to talk to her, but Zhang Qi realized that the Charlie again appeared in the self-same line of sight. This man who was stalking Self was no longer hiding it. That being the case, he decided to ask who the other person really was. Unexpectedly, when he was less than 3 meters close to Charlie, Charlie suddenly ran away with a foot on the gas. Zhang Qi wanted to chase after him again, but it was already too late. Right at this moment, Zhang Qi's gaze froze. In the air, a piece of A4 paper, floating in the wind. He remembered that the paper was sitting on the back of the charade's ass. Zhang Qi ran over and picked up the paper. On the paper was a line from the printer. I'll help you. Zhang Qi stared at the direction where Charlie disappeared and froze out of his mind for a while. Ringing the bell. The phone rang. Zhaoing said to Zhang Qi on the phone, brother-in-law, how's the arrest going? Did you catch him in the act? At the mention of this, Zhang Qi's heart burst with annoyance. Your sister is too cunning. She tricked me once again. Zhang Qi told Zhaoing about Niu Miao Miao. Zhaoing said, my sister is too scary. She was able to make you do that with another woman without your knowledge. Brother-in-law, you're the equivalent of a puppet on strings, being firmly controlled by my sister-in-law. You have to stand up and fight back. You can't catch it aimlessly like that. It doesn't push my sister down. Zhang Qi coldly said. Indeed. Your sister is not generally shameless. Brother-in-law. Zhang Qi said. You don't need to arrange for me to do anything. Isn't your aim to compete with your sister for the control of the company? Do you really think that you can just casually use me as a standout? Ha, brother-in-law. Men are out there working their asses off, and you're at home lying around like a dead fish, only opening your mouth and directing blindly. How can there be such a beautiful thing? Come here, I have something important for you to do. Zhao asked. What is it? Introduce you to someone. Make an appointment with Zhao. Zhang Qi went to a nearby auto store to buy another car. Zhang Qi felt that catching an adulterer like this and not even having a car was not the way to go. Otherwise, if there's an emergency, what's the delay in getting a cab? So he picked a BMW Mini. In this way, even through the streets and alleys, it can be tracked smoothly, so as not to encounter some congested roads and lose the tracking target. The next time that Charlie runs, he'll be able to catch up. Zhang Qi bought a car and Zhao just arrived. Zhao sat in the car and said to Zhang Qi with some surprise, Brother-in-law, you bought such a small car? Zhang Qi gave a then said to Zhao, come with me to the medical center. Let's talk as we walk. With that, Zhang Qi started his vehicle and rushed towards the medical center. Zhao curiously said to Zhang Qi, who are you going to introduce me to? Zhang Qi stared ahead, and while driving, he said to Zhao, He Ji, I want you to use the beauty trick to hook up with He Ji. Zhao was a bit surprised. Him? Why? Zhang Qi said, today I heard your sister say that the machinery factory where He Ji is from is the biggest material supplier for your sister's company. Zhao nodded deeply. Sparrow Food, my company. Many of the material components are supplied by He Ji's company. Zhang Qi followed. It just so happens that you're single, and he's single too. So if you have a relationship with him, I'm sure you'll be able to get something out of him. But with your teasing skills, I guess it stops at the stage of going for the kidneys and not the heart. That's why I'm going to give you a makeover to make you more attractive. Enough so that you can make He Ji look like 5. How much of your sister's secrets you can get from He Ji is up to you. When the two arrived at Zhang Qi's medical center, Zhang Qi led Zhao into the cubicle. At the same time, he took the medicine chest and gave Huren a recipe to boil the medicine himself. Zhang Qi, on the other hand, had Zhao lie down on the hospital bed and began to apply needles to Zhao. Between a man and a woman, it's nothing more than a hormonal rush that moves the heart apes, and I'm going to stimulate the potential within you to send your hormones soaring, deeply enamored with the feeling of being in love. But remember, although this move makes you extremely attractive and doubles your appeal to men, you yourself are prone to falling in love with others. You must always remind yourself not to fall in love so easily. Zhang Qi administered the needles while handing over to Zhao. Zhao didn't care. Becoming more attractive was something every woman dreamed of. It had also been a long time since she had truly loved someone, and she wanted to experience what it was like to move her heart. Zhang Qi's gaze was a little hesitant as he cast it, but in the end, make up your mind. An hour later, Zhao Ying's skin was firmer and more moisturized. She had eyes that looked at people as if they were going to melt. Even if you are lying down at this time, the S-shaped curve, still dazzling. Zhao Ying's somewhat demonic eyes quivered as she looked at Zhang Qi. The heart throbbed hard along with it. She hastily averted her eyes, not daring to look at Zhang Qi again, and Zhang Qi likewise averted his face, not daring to look at it much. Zhang Qi knew that strangers did not have a strong feeling about this kind of feeling, but acquaintances were different. Zhao Ying's attack at this time was like wine, and the longer it lasted, the sweeter and more mellow it felt. At this time, Huren walked in with the medicinal liquid. Zhang Qi, the medicine is ready. Huren's heart trembled slightly when he saw Zhao Ying. He suddenly felt that the Zhao Ying at this moment didn't seem quite the same as before. Zhang Qi reached over. Bring it. Huren handed the medicine to Zhao Ying. Commanded. Drink up. I want to be fed. Zhao Ying said coquettishly. Zhang Qi's heart softened and almost broke, but he still ordered forcefully. Drink it. Zhao Ying's face was aggravated, but she still sat up and picked up the medicinal liquid and drank it in one gulp. After drinking it, she murmured, I feel as if I've calmed myself down a lot. Zhang Qi confided, you remember, you and He Ji, just a love affair. Remember to protect yourself. Do not suffer. Well, I know brother-in-law. I won't let anyone take advantage of me. Zhao Ying walked over to the mirror and stared at his own image. A look of infatuation suddenly appeared in his eyes. This was followed by ecstasy and shock. Let's get started before it's too late. Okay brother-in-law. I'll go. Zhao Ying pulled out a slim piece of cloth from his pocket and spread it out into the shape of a mask. She put it on her face and left. Huren stared at her back, his mouth slightly open. Murmured, old man a handful of years old. Long ago to male love things no interest. But she made the old man chatting about youthful madness. Huren turned his head to look at Zhang Qi. How did you do it? Zhang Qi faintly said. Business secrets. Zhang Qi thought inwardly and quietly. Zhao Ying, it's not my fault. If you want to make things happen, you have to make sacrifices. Zhao Ying left and directly called He Ji's phone. For Zhao Ying's appointment, He Ji gladly answered the appointment. But before he went, he called Zhao Shui again. Mr. Zhao, I have to report to you. Zhao Ying, she asked me out for a meal. Zhao Shui picked up the phone and frowned. Just ask you out. Turn around and tell me what she's up to. Mr. Zhao, you know, I never think twice. I'll definitely tell you what she's up to. What trifling, I told you. I won't be cheating on you with anyone else. So don't you think about anything. Not long after, He Ji met with Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying got into He Ji's car. Zhao Ying took off her mask and looked at He Ji. Old He, you and my sister. What exactly is your relationship? He Ji subconsciously frowned, then felt that something was wrong, and he couldn't help but look at Zhao Ying twice more. With this look, the two of them locked eyes. He Ji grinned in panic. Zhao Ying, your sister and I, we just have a cooperative relationship. What's wrong? You're not jealous, are you? Zhao Ying stared straight at He Ji. Why don't I believe it? I think you two have an extraordinary relationship. He Ji forced himself to calm down. Why do you care? Zhao Ying's eyes became more and more aggressive. Of course I have to care about this, because I'm going to have a boyfriend. So in case I dig up my sister's corner, wouldn't it be like my own family beating up my own family? What? You don't want to make friends with me, do you? Ho Chi was getting more and more nervous. Reason told her that Zhao Ying must have another purpose for being so blunt. However, Zhao Ying seemed to faintly emit a fragrance that confused his thinking. In particular, Zhao Ying's stunningly beautiful body was extremely challenging for any man. Zhao Ying said faintly, no, may I? So tell me, you and my sister, what is your relationship? He Ji said dully, I did have feelings for your sister, and your sister, too, promised to give me a chance, but I know in my heart that this is just a means for her to consolidate our partnership. So, there's nothing for the two of us. True no false no? Why don't I believe it? He Ji hurriedly said, that's right, we did have some contact at one time, but it wasn't really very excessive. Zhao Ying, your sister, she has great means. Her body is just her weapon. In fact, she is not that casual. I have to easily not get her. It's normal. Zhao Ying said unhappily. Why do I feel like you're just expressing yourself and that's why you're saying that? It's not necessarily the truth. Is it? I'm trying to show myself as well as tell the truth. And whoever lies, dies for the whole family. I remember you're a loner, aren't you? This poisonous oath is not binding on you. Zhao Ying shook her head and beamed. Forget it. Then tell me, what kind of person is my sister outside? Does she have any other men outside? He Ji frowned and said, how can I put it? Your sister and the few of us all communicate one way. On the surface, she never shows anything, but who she actually tangled with, and only the man who did, would know. Zhao Ying, I've figured it out. In fact, I'm just a donkey with a carrot dangling in front of me to your sister. She occasionally gives me a taste of sweetness, but never goes overboard. If, and I mean if, I can get a beauty like you, then I'll willingly be your Zhao family's cow and horse. Zhao Ying was thoughtful. She looked at He Ji's flustered explanation and with a puff, she couldn't help but laugh out loud, because she thought that He Ji, like this, looked kind of cute. I couldn't help but say, why don't we have dinner together tonight? In the medical center, Hu Ren and Yao Ling were busy. Zhang Qi sat there in a relaxed manner, and he took out his cell phone and opened a recording. It was the conversation between Zhao Ying and He Ji that played on the recording. When he heard the inside story of He Ji and Zhao Shui, Zhang Qi gradually frowned. What's going on? This He Ji, isn't he Zhao Shui's concubine? Zhang Qi didn't believe it and suspected that this was He Ji not telling the truth. At night, Zhao Ying and He Ji separated. A faint smile hung at the corners of her mouth. She realized that He Ji wasn't a bad guy, and seemed to be able to make friends. It's been a long time since I've had this heartwarming feeling. She was just about to take a cab and bring her own car back when the lights of a BMW on the side of the road flashed twice and honked at the same time. Zhao Ying turned his head to look and his gaze froze. With that, he walked to the front of the car. The car window rolled down and Zhao Shui, wearing sunglasses, revealed her own face. She said to Zhao Ying, where to? I'll give you a ride. Zhao Ying's body stiffened slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she got into the car. Zhao Shui said as she drove, how was the conversation with He Ji? Zhao Ying said awkwardly, it's just like that. Zhao Shui glanced at Zhao Ying. Your aura is different. Did Zhang Qi help you? This guy, instead of helping his own wife with her beauty, he helped his sister-in-law. What a shame. Zhao Ying turned her head, glaring at Zhao Shui. Helping you with your grooming so that you can hook up with a few more guys outside? Zhao Shui's face was expressionless as she faintly said, Who did you see me hooking up with? Was it He or Foam Long? Or Han Pingy? You know who you hooked up with. The truth is, I'm not hooking up with anyone. Since you're not hooking up with anyone, where did Langland get it? Lan Lan is of course born to Zhang Qi and I. Zhao Shui helplessly held her forehead. Then faintly said, forget it, you and your brother-in-law both think that I'm that indiscreet woman. Prejudice can't be changed for a while. I have nothing to say. Zhao Ying said, who you hooked up with has nothing to do with me. It's not like I care if you cheated on your brother-in-law. Zhao Shui nodded her head and said deeply, yes, it's true that you don't care if I betrayed you or not. All you care about is grabbing control of the company with me. Zhao Ying froze, then his sharp eyes looked at Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui faintly said, to be honest, your means are far inferior to mine. Now the company has encountered some difficulties. If I really let you and our parents achieve their goal and let you take charge of our family's industry, then our Zhao family will really become the yellow flower of tomorrow. Zhao Shui said meaningfully, I know that this is actually exactly what Zhang Qi is aiming for, and I don't mind giving up my position to you, but for the sake of the strength of our Zhao family, I have to pick up this heavy burden. Xiao Ying it's not that sis doesn't want to delegate authority to you, it's because the company is at a critical stage of transformation. I won't allow anyone to hold me back. Zhao Ying stopped pretending when he saw that he had talked it out. She laughed coldly. You're full of deep emotion, but I'd like to think it's all just an excuse for you to shrug it off. You want a good name and you want to be a bad guy at the same time. It's like you and your brother-in-law, where the big flag at home doesn't fall, and the colorful flag flies outside, but you still act like you're a good family man. Zhao Shui sighed. I know that Self's behavior has been a bit erratic lately, and that your brother-in-law has discovered something. Your brother-in-law isn't actually trying to catch adultery against me. He's just trying to find a way to get back at me. He's going to overthrow my empire. Little Ying, if you help your brother-in-law, then you're really falling for his ways. The moment you become the head of the Zhao family's industry, our Zhao family, will really be finished. You're aiding and abetting the evil. Zhao Ying blurted out. Since you know that your brother-in-law is bent on getting back at you, why don't you let him go? Give him his freedom? Wouldn't it be better to live your own life? As I said, in my eyes, your brother-in-law is more important than the company. Even if I lose everything, I don't want to lose your brother-in-law. So don't mention such impossible things to me. When I tame your brother-in-law, then all problems will be solved. Zhao Shui turned the tables and said, forget about that, don't you want power? I have a proposal that I think you'll be interested in. Zhao Ying raised an eyebrow. What proposal? You be Ho Chi's girlfriend, a real girlfriend. He Ji's position in the machine shop is critical. After you become his girlfriend, I will help you replace He Ji and make you a core staff member. You and I are in secret, and I don't have to make false pretenses with He Ji anymore. At the same time, I will repower the company and release some of it to you. After Zhang Qi solves the pig factory's problems, I'll make you the person in charge over there. At that time, you utilize the resources in your hands to expand and control our family's downstream industries, and I will control the direction. You and I, the two sisters, will work in tandem, blossom at multiple points, and the future will be promising. Zhao Ying was a bit surprised in his heart. If it was really like what Zhao Shui said, then her power had gone straight after Zhao Shui, but if she really agreed to Zhao Shui's conditions, then she would be equivalent to betraying her brother-in-law once again, and also betrayed his own parents. After thinking about it, she took a deep breath and said, I need to think about it. Zhang Qi worked all afternoon in the store. Two patients with more serious conditions came into the store. Zhang Qi personally went out to diagnose and treat, and prescribed medicine to send the person away. Zhang Qi told Yao Ling to get off work early and go to her father-in-law's place to work part-time as a babysitter for a while, and he signaled his father-in-law's side to let Self know if he made any moves. At first Yao Ling was not too happy. She felt that it was easy to lose her life as a nanny for Zhang Qi's family, but Zhang Qi told her that her in-laws had gone back to live in their own home, so Yao Ling agreed. At the same time, Zhang Qi also transferred 100,000 yuan to Yao Ling as compensation for her being hit. Yao Ling was naturally gorgeous. After Zhang Qi asked Hurun to help Self keep watch for a while longer, he took out his car keys, put on his jacket, and headed out. When he reached the front of the car, his eyes suddenly locked on the top of the hood in front of the car, only to see another A4 sheet of paper on top of the cover. He hesitantly picks it up, spreads it out. Only a handwritten line was visible on it. The wording reads, Go to the city center, 32 Fumin Village. There's a surprise. Zhang Qi's eyes stared. Then he didn't move and put the paper into his pocket. Get in the car and drive away from here. Half an hour later, Zhang Qi's car stopped at the destination on the note. To the left, a slightly out-of-the-way private house. The second floor of the private house was lit. In front of the private house, another car was parked. Zhang Qi was shocked in his heart. Isn't this Niu Miao Miao's car? Could this be her home? Zhang Qi looked back and did not find the Charlie that had once followed self. The private house had a large iron gate and was not locked. Zhang Qi opened it with a gentle push. That's the way it is with this kind of private house. As long as there are people in the house, even if they're sleeping, most of the time it's unlocked. Zhang Qi looked around. The courtyard was empty. It did not look like it was always inhabited. He entered the living room again. Gingerly. There were no lights on the first floor, but from the light on the second floor, Zhang Qi still saw the step ladder. At this moment, Zhang Qi had already vaguely heard a low cry of a woman. Zhang Qi thought in his heart, Niu Miao Miao was afraid to be in love with her boyfriend. Who she is good with, has nothing to do with self, right? That Xiaoli car owner really eat carrots and do not worry about it. Is this something he's interested in? After a moment's hesitation, he crept up the stairs. The source of the sound is in the living room. Zhang Qi took one step at a time, and when he was about to reach the second floor, Zhang Qi leaned his body against the wall and poked his head inside. When he entered the room, he saw a man who was rubbing his ears with Niu Miao Miao. The scene was extremely indecent. Just then, Zhang Qi saw the man's face. At that moment, his heart shook, and he said in his mind, Who should Ji? With a fierce smile on his face, grabbed Niu Miao Miao's collar and said in an exaggerated manner, Zhang Shujia, I'll make your life worse than death today. Niu Miao Miao cooperated with a look of horror. Hubby, someone, who, come out here. Hu Shiji turned his head and yelled. Zhang Qi cursed the grass in his heart. How did he expose himself? So he showed himself and walked leisurely to the living room. At this time, Niu Miao Miao suddenly grinned with a sly look on her face. I'm coaxing you. Hu Shiji immediately pounced on Niu Miao Miao with open teeth and claws. How dare you coax me? Let's see me make you scream today. Ah! Hu Shiji was about to make a move when he suddenly saw Zhang Qi out of the corner of his eye. His body subconsciously curled into a ball, and his mouth screamed in horror. Shit. Niu Miao Miao also screamed with her hands covering her mouth. Aha! Zhang Qi furrowed his eyebrows and also cursed his own bad luck. Since he had just come up, he was swindled out by them unintentionally. However, Zhang Qi did not panic, but instead looked at Hu Shiji expressionlessly. Hu Shiji, I can't believe that you betrayed Zhang Shujia. Brother, it's actually you? Scared me. Hu Shiji loosened up at a rate visible to the naked eye. Niu Miao Miao also came back to her senses. She glared disgruntledly. It's you guy? How did you follow us here, coming in without even greeting us? My soul is going to be scared away. At this point, Hu Shiji came back to his senses. He waved his hand in panic at Zhang Qi and said, Brother, don't misunderstand. What you just saw wasn't real. The two of us were just talking about something. I didn't do anything to apologize to Xu Jia. Zhang Qi seemed to be smiling. Oh, chatting can lead to a lonely man and woman sitting on the sofa together? Chatting can be about being unclothed? Are you guys talking and planting strawberries at the same time? Saying that, Zhang Qi took out his cell phone and clicked a few pictures. Hu Shiji's face changed drastically. On the contrary, Niu Miao Miao, a look of indifference, and even took out a thin cigarette lazily smoked. Hu Shiji said, Brother, let me explain. Zhang Qi nodded. Alright, I'll give you a chance to weasel out. Hu Shiji took a deep breath. Originally, I couldn't sleep at night, because I was worried about that pig factory thing, and I didn't have a good time with Xu Jia, so I came out to take a break. Without realizing it, it came to the village of Richmond. I vaguely heard on this second floor, a woman calling me, so I took the courage to go upstairs. As a result of this black light, I mistook this woman for Xu Jia, and under her seduction, I completely couldn't suppress the madness within me. Hu Shiji was about to continue when Zhang Qi interrupted him. Let you be sophomoric, didn't let you make it up. Since you won't tell the truth, I'll have to send this video to Zhang Shujia. Don't! Hu Shiji flopped down and knelt in front of Zhang Qi. Big brother, spare me, I know it's wrong, I just made a mistake that all men make. I'll definitely correct it in the future. Zhang Qi coldly glanced at Hu Shiji. I would have never imagined that Zhang Shujia is so overbearing, and Zhao Shui is almost on par with her, and you actually dared to fool around behind her back. Big brother, I've been married to Shujia for many years, and to put it mildly, I'm tired of looking at even a fairy. The two of us don't even have children. We've long since lost our relationship, and our day-to-day life tastes like a lot of work. When do you think this life will end? It makes me feel like a beast trapped in a cage. Zhang Qi said. So, since you've had enough, why don't you leave? After all, it's just that you can't let go of Zhang Shujia's money, isn't it? It's not like that. Hu Shiji, under the excitement, suddenly stood up and snapped and wildly slapped Niu Miao Miao twice. Niu Miao Miao was dumbfounded. The cigarette in her hand flew aside and her whole body froze. Zhang Qi frowned straight away. Hu Shiji stood up and drank at Niu Miao Miao. Bitch, don't you know that I'm a man with a wife? How dare you seduce me? You're so bitchy. Niu Miao Miao pointed at Hu Shiji. You. Hu Shiji shrugged it off and was about to keep smoking. But Zhang Qi droned. That's enough. Big brother. I promise I won't do anything wrong to Shu Jia in the future. Zhang Qi said. What does it have to do with me if you do or don't do anything to wrong her? I don't really care about that. I'm going to ask you a few questions. And if you answer them, I promise to keep your secret. Hu Shiji ecstatically said. Big brother. You ask. I will definitely tell you what I know. Zhang Qi pulled out a chair and sat down. His eyes darted over the duo. To Niu Miao Miao. She asked. At least half of what you told me during the day today was a lie, right? Niu Miao Miao bowed her head and didn't answer. Zhang Qi looked at Hu Shiji again. How did you two meet? Or rather, what is Niu Miao Miao's relationship with you besides being a lover? Hu Shiji hesitated. Said. Big brother, we only met recently, and I was not familiar with her before. Before. Zhang Qi's face turned cold as he took out his cell phone and said. If you say that, then we can't talk. I'd better let Zhang Shujia talk to you. Don't. Brother. I'll talk. Can't I talk? Hu Shiji clenched his teeth and said. Actually, Niu Miao Miao is Shu Jia's person. Oh, you're really something too. You even managed to hook up with Zhang Shujia's people. Zhang Qi mocked. Then asked. Zhao Shui once took out a picture of me and Niu Miao Miao being intimate. Do you guys know what this is about? It wouldn't hurt to tell you. Hu Shiji said. Brother, weren't you divorcing your sister-in-law those days? Shu Jia she wanted to flatter her sister-in-law. So it came up with an idea to prove that the person who cheated was you. Zhang Qi was slightly angry in his heart. Why are you doing this? Brother, our business looks good, but actually the profitability isn't that great. But it's not like my sister-in-law is giving us a chance. In other words, Shu Jia he wants to sacrifice you in defect to his sister-in-law. Because once you guys get divorced, then it will be hard for us to reach sister-in-law after we lose you as a relationship. So it's in our best interest to do this. Whether it makes you the one at fault or keeps you from getting a divorce. Zhang Qi thought briefly. Thinks there are no holes in what Hu Shiji said. Let Self cannot share the Zhao family property. They are considered to help Zhao Shui's great favor. Zhao Shui is not to a little good not miss them. If Self doesn't get divorced, they'll still have a chance to flatter Zhao Shui. Thinking of this, Zhang Qi couldn't help but ask. Does Zhao Shui know about this? Hu Shiji shook his head. We were prepared to tell her. But after our observation, the relationship between the two of you is getting more and more complicated, and exposing it now would not benefit us much, so we did not tell sister-in-law. Zhang Qi frowned. How did you guys do it? I don't remember having any intimate actions with Niu Miao Miao. I didn't even know her before. This time, before Hu Shiji could answer, Niu Miao Miao took the initiative to hand it over. Human skin mask. A human skin mask? Yes, we got a tech company to make a human skin mask of you, and then, Hu Shiji himself put it on to act out a photo shoot with me. The two of us, that's when we met. Zhang Qi coldly glanced at Niu Miao Miao. You woman, your whole body is full of drama. If I hadn't crashed your good deed today, I'm afraid that you wouldn't have been able to tell me the truth in your life. Niu Miao Miao's face was full of grievances. Brother, this kind of scandal, how can a girl like me have the face to say it? Can you do but not say? Well, although it is embarrassing, but I did take the benefits to enjoy. Good things accounted for the end. Bad things hidden away. Very normal. Zhang Qi nodded. That makes sense. Then he frowned. In that case, Zhao Shui was really serious about catching Self in the act? Zhao Shui this guy, back Self mess, are hiding so tight? Hu Shiji smiled at Zhang Qi and said, Brother, what you want to know? I've told you. You won't tattle on her to Shu Jia again, right? With that, he drank at Niu Miao Miao. Bitch, don't ever seduce me again. I'm sick of seeing you. Compared to my wife, you're 100,000 miles away. Luckily I didn't do anything with you just now. Otherwise if you had gotten your hands on me, I would have called the police to arrest you. You. Niu Miao Miao glared angrily at Hu Shiji. Hu Shiji said to Zhang Qi again. Brother, the video on your cell phone. Can you delete it? Why would I delete it? Zhang Qi gave Hu Shiji a teasing look. Hu Shiji's face stiffened. What do you mean? Zhang Qi's face grimaced for a few moments. You and Zhang Shujia. One is my own sister and the other is my brother-in-law. But you ended up playing me behind my back. Do you really think I'm so good-tempered that I'll let you bully me? Zhang Qi disdainfully glanced at Hu Shiji and said. In fact, the first time I saw you yesterday, I knew that your kid is not honest. How can a normal person have such a weak body? Do you really think that you can't see those cats and dogs outside you? Originally, I didn't want to care about your two crap, but you too, for the sake of a pig factory in the district, actually disgusted me so much. Hu Shiji, I want you to be my dog. From now on, when I tell you to do something, You have to do what I tell you to do, or else I'll let Zhang Shujia know what you're doing outside behind her back. You should understand what Zhang Shujia will do to you when she finds out. Wait for my notice. Zhang Qi felt that telling Zhang Shujia this now would not be beneficial to self. At his age, he does sometimes value benefits more. Love/hate. It's not really that important anymore. Therefore, he didn't care much about retaliating against Zhang Shujia. He turned and prepared to leave. Just then, a strong wind came from behind. Bang! Hu Shiji suddenly lifted the bench that Zhang Qi had been sitting on and slammed it on Zhang Qi's back. Wow! The stool shattered. Zhang Qi's brain buzzed, and his body immediately became shaky. Intense pain came over him, and he reached for the wall. Half kneeling, Hu Shiji's face was hideous, bending down to pick up a wooden leg, his mouth screaming, "Rubbish! Calling you a piece of brother. Do you really think of yourself as a human being? Let me be your dog. Are you worthy?" After saying that, he once again ruthlessly smashed into Zhang Qi's back. Zhang Qi stifled a grunt and spat out a mouthful of blood. Niu Miao Miao covered her mouth and screamed with an ah. "Shut up, bitch!" Hu Shiji turned around and fiercely glared at Niu Miao Miao. Times L. Niu Miao Miao hurriedly shut her mouth. Zhang Qi turned around with difficulty and looked at Hu Shiji, who was getting closer and closer to himself. His face was anxious but not surprised. Hu Shiji is too weak. Excessive deficiency fire leads to violent mood swings and a tendency to do extreme things. Zhang Qi endured the pain and asked with a sullen face, "Are you going to kill me?" "Oh, I'd like to do that, but you have a greater use. I'm going to hand you over to Shujia. She's the one who really wants to get back at you." Saying that, Hu Shiji snatched the cell phone from Zhang Qi's pocket, and after unlocking it with Zhang Qi's fingerprints, he deleted the video and photos that Zhang Qi had just captured. With that, he took out his own cell phone and dialed Zhang Shujia's number. "Honey, I caught Zhang Qi for you," Zhang Shujia said in surprise over the phone. "Caught him? Good, good. Tell me where. I'll bring someone over right now. If he dares to whip my face, then I'll send him to a mental hospital for a few days." "Humph, wife. This guy, big brother, he really fooled around with Niu Miao Miao. I think we should tell sister-in-law about this. Don't call him brother, he doesn't deserve it. Everything will wait until I get there." Zhang Qi looked at Hu Shiji with a cold face. "If you don't get me killed right now, then I'm sure I'll have to let Zhang Shujia know about the rotten things you two have been up to." Hu Shiji grabbed Zhang Qi's collar and said fiercely, "Do you think Shujia she will believe you? Shujia she already thinks you're a psycho. She won't believe anything you say. And with Niu Miao Miao explaining for me, she would only be the one you molested. Zhang Qi, calling you a piece of brother. You've drifted. You're such a loser that even I look down on you. You dare to make me your dog? It's just a strange shame for me. You just wait for Shujia to shell you." Hu Shiji's face showed a scowl. Zhang Qi coldly looked at Niu Miao Miao behind him. "Help me, big brother. Don't be silly. Niu Miao Miao is my man." Niu Miao Miao didn't move. Zhang Qi continued. "Your disease is hereditary. You might die one day. You inherited it from your mom, right? I can cure your mom." Finally, Niu Miao Miao was a bit impressed. "Can you really cure this disease?" The doctor said that the probability of this disease being cured is extremely small. "So don't lie to me." "Can." Zhang Qi composed himself. "You should have heard about me, right? With me, cancer is not impossible to cure." With an exempted sound, Niu Miao Miao stood up. "You can really cure cancer?" Zhang Qi said. "Some can, some can't, but my first cancer patient, her body has significantly improved. After a while, she will be able to go to the hospital for an operation to completely cure her. Before that, she has been declared a death sentence. If you don't believe me, you can go and check it out. If I die, your hope will be gone." This, Hu Shiji said uncaringly. "Don't listen to his nonsense. Sister-in-law let him treat those breeding pigs. That's to look up to him. Really think he's bullish to the sky? What if?" Niu Miao Miao said excitedly. "There are no eventualities. Don't you forget whose man you are? You hesitated even in front of me. You've committed a major offense. Now, tell me whose side you're on." Niu Miao Miao paced back and forth with a nervous look on her face. You don't want to turn against me, do you? If you do, don't blame me for not being polite. Geez, will you stop that? I'm so annoyed. Really annoyed. You stinking asshole." Niu Miao Miao suddenly drew up one of the stool legs that had just crumbled onto the coffee table and delivered 2 blows to Hu Shiji's head frame. Hu Shiji touched his own head, and his hand was suddenly covered in blood. He pointed at Niu Miao Miao. "You." Just then, Zhang Qi clenched his teeth and quickly pulled out a few silver needles with his hand towards his pants pocket. With that, the whole person rolled to Hu Shiji's side, and his hand quickly stabbed Hu Shiji in the crotch. Hu Shiji's body shook and turned his body. Zhang Qi put another needle and stabbed it into his danjiang point. Thump! Hu Shiji immediately took a few steps back in pain. Zhang Qi endured the pain and continued to stab him repeatedly in the chest. Hu Shiji felt his entire body go limp, and a pain and numbness shot through his body. He pointed at Zhang Qi and said incredulously, "You actually used a sliding shovel." In the next second, he fell softly to the ground and knelt down in front of Zhang Qi with great difficulty. "Big brother, just now I spoke a little too loudly to you. I'm sorry, please spare me." Zhang Qi ignored him, but said with difficulty to Niu Miao Miao, "My sister will be here soon. Help me get him into my car." "Oh, good." Niu Miao Miao froze for a moment and hastily complied. Zhang Qi stabbed a few needles on himself, and the pain was significantly reduced. He staggered and Niu Miao Miao carried Hu Shiji, went downstairs, out of the courtyard, and put Hu Shiji into the car. With that, Zhang Qi said to Niu Miao Miao, "Get in the car." Niu Miao Miao nodded and trembled as she walked towards the co-pilot. Zhang Qi was about to pull open the driver's door when he suddenly felt a wave of weakness in his hands. His brain was dizzy and he called out to Niu Miao Miao, "Wait, you drive." Zhang Qi threw the car keys to Niu Miao Miao, shook his body, pushed Niu Miao Miao, and then got himself into the passenger side. When Niu Miao Miao got into the car, Zhang Qi told him to go to his own medical center. Just after explaining this, Zhang Qi passed out. It wasn't long before a sedan pulled up in front of the private house. She went straight up the stairs. The two men with her rummaged through the second floor. One of them said, "Mr. Zhang, other than a bit of blood on the ground, there is no one in sight." Zhang Shujia frowned. She quickly pulled out her cell phone and called Hu Shiji. A short while later, she hung up and called Niu Miao Miao again. Still no answer. Then he said in annoyance, "Could it be that this guy, Zhang Qi, has Shiji under control?" She turned her head to the two men. "Come on, go around the neighborhood with me and find out what's going on." It wasn't long before they quickly realized they had turned themselves lonesome. The two men were considered Zhang Shujia's inner circle. At this moment, he couldn't help but say hesitantly to Zhang Shujia, "Mr. Zhang, boss who won't be in danger, right?" Zhang Shujia said indifferently, "I don't care if he's in danger or not. I only care if I can catch Zhang Qi." After saying that, she pulled out her cell phone and called Zhang Beishuan. "Dad, I need you to do something for me." Zhang Qi opened his eyes in a daze. He was still lying on the car seat, but at this moment, his face was horribly white. A large amount of cold sweat also broke out on his forehead. "Brother, you're finally awake. You scared me to death. If you don't wake up, I'm going to call an ambulance." Niu Miao Miao excitedly took a bottle of mineral water placed on the teacup seat, unscrewed the lid, and handed it to Zhang Qi's mouth. "Drink some water first." Zhang Qi took 2 sips. He stared blankly ahead for a moment before asking, "How long have I been unconscious?" "Not long, just an hour." Zhang Qi turned his head and glanced at Hu Shiji. Niu Miao Miao explained, "He passed out not long after he was in the car. It's similar to your situation. Times." It was then that Zhang Qi realized that the car was parked on the side of the road, and the road was somewhat familiar. It was the same road in front of his medical center. He turned his head to Niu Miao Miao and asked, "Why don't you take me into the medical center?" "Brother, there's someone in front of your medical center. It seems to be your father." Niu Miao Miao pointed to the distance. In this direction, there was just barely a view of the medical center. Under the light of the street lamp, Zhang Beichuan, clad in a jacket with 2 empty sleeves hanging on his sides, stood in front of Zhang Qi's medical center and paced gently. From time to time he raised his hand and held a cigarette to his mouth for a drag. Zhang Beichuan stared at Zhang Qi's medical center and raised his foot to kick the roll-up door. It seemed to be hesitating about something. It wasn't long before the cigarettes ran out. He threw the butt to the ground and extinguished it with his foot, then pulled out his cell phone and raised it to his ear. At this time, inside the car, the cell phone in Zhang Qi's pocket rang. Zhang Qi picked up the phone and weakly said, "Hello." Zhang Beichuan said on the phone, "Zhang Qi, where are you? Xiao Shui said that you didn't come back so late and asked me to call you home." Zhang Qi took a light breath and said, "You tell her that I'll go back later." "Oh, where are you?" "I'm busy." Zhang Beichuan said, "Where are you? It's so late. Let me pick you up. I heard Xiao Shui say that you've only been riding an electric bike for the past few days. It's inconvenient, right?" "No, I'll be back when I'm done." "Nothing else? Just hanging up." "Wait," Zhang Qi asked. "Anything else?" Zhang Beichuan was somewhat speechless for a while. After a while, he said, "All these years, I've wronged you. Where am I aggravated?" Zhang Beichuan said deeply, "In fact, when I think about it, over the years, I did favor your sister a bit, and instead, I was a bit harsh on you. Originally, I wanted to train you as an heir, but unfortunately there was an accident." Zhang Qi didn't say anything as he lay powerless on the chair, a tearing pain coming from his back. In his heart, he thought that if Hu Shiji's attack had landed on his head, I'm afraid he would have ended up in the same place as Hanilong. Just don't see anyone waking up to the self when the time comes. Zhang Beichuan saw that Zhang Qi didn't say anything, and couldn't help but continue. I have always adhered to the principle of raising a poor son and a rich daughter to treat your siblings. I have always demanded the most demanding conditions from you, and sometimes I can't help but wonder to myself if I have done something wrong. After so many years, that suspicion grew stronger from the time you insisted on marrying Zhao Shui, but by then it was too late. Zhang Qi, Zhang Qi, I do feel a bit ashamed of you. On the phone, Zhang Qi did not speak for a long time. Zhang Beichuan didn't wait for Zhang Qi's response and couldn't help but call out again. Zhang Qi? Over here. Zhang Qi's hand was already resting feebly on the edge of the car seat, and he couldn't help but close his eyes as exhaustion and sleepiness hit him. After a moment, his body jolted and he opened his eyes, raising his cell phone again. Called out, "Dad, what are you talking about?" Zhang Beichuan said unhappily. "Are you so impatient when I give you a call?" Zhang Qi's face was slightly cold. "What exactly do you want to say? Where are you? Let's talk, father and son, face to face." "Not in the mood today. Wait for another day," Zhang Beichuan said in a serious tone. "Just for today. Tell me where you are and I'll go find you now." The corner of Zhang Qi's mouth gradually hooked into a self-deprecating smile. He said, "Dad, are you going to arrest me for Shujia?" Zhang Beichuan's gaze condensed. "What did you say?" Zhang Qi's eyes got a little wet. "I'm your son too, you father and daughter. Why are you pushing me so hard?" Zhang Beichuan didn't say anything. "When I was young, I was better than Zhang Shujia in all aspects, whether it was my social skills or my ability to learn. What about her? She's a dilettante to everyone else. Why do you always look like you can't take me seriously?" "Dad, are you trying to find out where I am so that Zhang Shujia can catch me?" Zhang Beichuan said unhappily. "What are you babbling about?" Zhang Qi said, "Don't pretend. In the middle of the night, you went to my medical center." "Dad, don't tell me that you were really there in the middle of the night just to talk to me." "Over there?" Zhang Beichuan's body turned around and looked around. However, he didn't see Zhang Qi. Zhang Beichuan's tone turned cold. "I'm looking for you for your own good. You shouldn't have made a move on your sister." "Oh, I'm favoring her. What are you going to do? Kill me?" Zhang Beichuan indifferently said. "No." "Oh, what happens then?" Zhang Beichuan said. "You must help Zhao Shui. Helping her is equivalent to helping us. You are my son. Doing so is your obligation. What if I don't say yes?" "You won't not say yes. No matter what, you're going to say yes. But what if I just don't agree? If you don't do it, even if you're my son, you're going to pay." Zhang Beichuan said indifferently. "Don't you want to know why I'm favoring your sister? I'll tell you why. If you were your sister right now and I asked her to do that, she would have said yes a long time ago. If you were your sister and I didn't let you get married, you'd do what I said. Because your sister is more obedient than you. For that alone, your sister is better than you. Zhang Qi, if you don't do as I say, then you are an enemy of our Zhang family. There is no mercy for the enemy." Zhang Qi froze and then said, "Okay, I see. So this is what you really have in mind." His face went cold. "Get lost, and don't hang around in front of me anymore." Zhang Beichuan narrowed his eyes and said, "Is Hu Shiji in your hands? Let him go." Zhang Qi said, "If you are capable, then you can find it yourselves." Zhang Beichuan suspected that Zhang Qi was nearby, and he held up the phone while looking around. He advised, "And don't blame me for not giving you a chance. If you do what I say, I'll continue to think of you as my son. But don't. You're such a powerful figure. How do I deserve to be your son?" Zhang Beichuan got a little impatient as he droned. "Is Shiji at your place? Did you do anything to him? If something happens to him, I don't mind the big justice." Zhang Qi mocked. "So I'm not even as good as a son-in-law in your eyes. But this vision of yours, really not very good. You just give Zhang Shujia, found such a waste of husband? If Zhang Shujia listens to you, this life is considered a waste." Zhang Beichuan said angrily. "Zhang Qi, you can't compete with us. Zhao Shui treats you as her husband, but you are only her husband. Has Zhao Shui ever given you the real power of the Zhao family? You're 40 years old, and with your little medical skills, you want to make enemies of everyone? In today's society, who isn't holding on to their own? It's you who are doing the opposite. With your wretched appearance, who can you fight? The Zhao family's centuries-long career, decades ago, unified the new city's rivers and mountains, and when I rose to power, I tore the mouth hard, and sought a path for myself in this land. We're all pioneers. It's the bottom line. What do you have? You're so many steps late, presuming to get revenge on Zhao Shui, presuming to resist us pioneers. What are your credentials? Give you another 10 years to develop. Do you have that chance? Recognizing reality is the best thing you can do. Otherwise, when Zhao Shui loses patience with you, You'll be in a place of no return. Zhang Qi said, Dad, running water doesn't compete for precedence, it competes for heft. Zhang Qi closed his eyes again at some point, until Niu Miao Miao nudged him and said to him, Brother, your daddy is gone. Zhang Qi opened his eyes and Zhang Beichuan had disappeared at some point. He said, let's go over there too. Good. Not long after, Niu Miao Miao drove her car and brought Zhang Qi to the front of the medical center. Zhang Qi took out the key and opened the door, probing himself in first. Then he said to Niu Miao Miao, bring the car in as well. The modestly sized medical center was just big enough to stop the cart. There's even a surplus. After the car drove in, Zhang Qi forced himself to endure his exhaustion and soreness and closed the roll-up door. With that, he turned on the light and rummaged through the box. Taking out some configured ointment, Zhang Qi took off his clothes and applied it on his back. The bruises on his back were a little out of Zhang Qi's reach. Seeing this, Niu Miao Miao walked behind him, grabbed Zhang Qi's wrist, and whispered to Zhang Qi, Brother, let me help you. Zhang Qi hesitated for a moment and nodded silently, first pulling out some herbs from the medicine cabinet and putting them into his mouth to chew, then sat down on the stool with his back to Niu Miao Miao. Niu Miao Miao's cold little hand lightly pressed Zhang Qi's back. There was silence and some speechlessness in the medical center. Eventually Zhang Qi broke the silence. Are you a lady? Niu Miao Miao froze for a moment and asked, Brother, do you want to relax? Zhang Qi said, why would you help Zhang Shujia and Hu Shiji frame me? Niu Miao Miao then realized that Zhang Qi was asking this because of what she had done. I couldn't help but explain. Brother, everyone has everyone's difficulties. You're so powerful. Isn't your life a mess? Yeah, but you're so young. It is precisely because one is young that one can utilize one's youth to gain more advantages for oneself. Or else when one grows old, one has no heart. Makes sense. Niu Miao Miao hesitated and said to Zhang Qi, Brother, in a person's life, there are only a few kinds of hurdles that they can't get over. Birth, old age, sickness, and death. As you can see, I'm sick. My mom is sicker than I am, so I have to get money, and that's all I can do. Unlike you rich people, money is never something you think about. Yeah, it's all about the money. Zhang Qi asked again, what kind of cancer does your mom have? No, it's not cancer. Zhang Qi frowned. It's not cancer. Then why did you agree to help me? Niu Miao Miao said, although it's not cancer, my mom does have a disease. I heard that you can treat some cancers, so your medical skills must be awesome. Zhang Qi said, the cancer that I can cure is actually not considered a terminal disease, and it is still possible to cure it with other powerful physicians. I'm a single parent and my mom is old and spends most of her time in bed and is in pain every day. I'm tired of supporting my mom all by myself. I'm getting money because I want to take my mom to a big hospital for treatment, and even if it doesn't work, if I have enough money, I'll be able to support my mom. After some conversation, Zhang Qi learned from Niu Miao Miao that Niu Miao Miao's mother had some kind of degenerative disease, and with all the complications that go along with it, life is barely self-care. But if it goes on like this, I'm afraid life won't be able to take care of itself. She only has one daughter, Niu Miao Miao. If she lets Niu Miao Miao serve herself, then the two people will have no financial resources. This is indeed a dilemma. XL. As the ointment was applied, the pain in Zhang Qi's back gradually diminished a lot. He signaled for Bull Myrtle to stop and got dressed again. With that, he pulled Hu Shiji out of the car. Hu Shiji was thrown to the ground like a dead fish. Zhang Qi took out a silver needle and stabbed Hu Shiji's body a few times. Not long afterward, Hush Puppy blinked. When he saw Zhang Qi, he was horrified. What's going on? What have you done to me? Why can't I move my body anymore? Zhang Qi took out his cell phone, opened the photo garbage can, and restored the photos and videos that Hu Shiji had deleted one by one. See, those pictures are still there. And if I send them to Zhang Shujia, you know the consequences. Hu Shiji's face became even more horrified. Big brother, don't be impulsive. What you're doing is equivalent to destroying a family. It's ridiculous. Isn't what you're doing to me tantamount to destroying me? Zhang Qi sneered. Then he said to Hu Shiji, after Zhang Shujia finds me, what is he going to do to me? Say. Hu Shiji's body trembled. Alarmed. I said, brother, Zhang Shujia wants to put you in a mental hospital for a few days. She wants to treat you with electric shocks. Zhang Qi had a burst of annoyance in his heart. One by one, they're all trying to drive me to my doom. In that case, don't blame me for being unsympathetic. Hu Shiji asked, brother, what do you want? Zhang Qi stared at Hu Shiji and said, as long as I give her the evidence of your betrayal of Zhang Shujia, your life will be over. With her temper, divorcing you and leaving you with nothing is light. You are afraid that you won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Hu Shiji gulped. He knew this naturally, so he was very afraid of Zhang Qi doing this. Seeing Niu Miao Miao standing behind Zhang Qi, Hu Shiji couldn't help but curse viciously. Bitch, you dare to fucking betray me, I will definitely make your life worse than death. Zhang Qi was cold. You're still not sober enough. Brother, I'm just joking, inventing my discontent. How could I have the guts to do that? Hu Shiji smiled with him. Zhang Qi's face was expressionless as he said indifferently, since you've fallen into my hands, you'll have to make some sacrifices. I'll give you two choices. One is that I'll give this evidence to Zhang Shujia, and you'll weigh the consequences yourself. 2. I'll give you some favors and you do something for me. Hu Shiji was puzzled. What benefits? Do what? Zhang Qi said. I'll go out and treat those breeding pigs, and at the same time, I'll find a way to make you the head of the second brother's animal husbandry. At those words, Hu Shiji's heart was delighted. Eyes lit up at a rate visible to the naked eye. He then questioned Zhang Qi. You asked sister-in-law to support me? I don't believe it. Sister-in-law, she won't listen to you, right? Naturally, it's not Chao Shui. Zhang Qi asked. The head and owner of second brother's company are gone. How are you going to gain control of the company? Hu Shiji said. A portion of the company's shares are sister-in-law's, and the other portion, ready to be confiscated and made available to ordinary companies by way of competitive bidding. We've been internalized by sister-in-law as the winning bidder. But before that, make sure Hani Long is dead. Zhang Qi was thoughtful as he turned his words around and said, Hani Long won't die. He's my man. As long as Hani Long is around, that second brother company can only be under my control. I can give it to whomever I want. Hu Shiji looked at Zhang Qi as he was surprised. Hani Long is still in New City? You have contact with him? Zhang Qi didn't say anything. Hu Shiji said deeply to Zhang Qi. No wonder you have been dragging your feet. So you want to control the company in your own hands. Zhang Qi said lightly. You're wrong. I have other more promising business to do. I'm not interested in raising pigs. Hu Shiji hesitated. Are you really willing to let me have the company? What am I going to do? Zhang Qi said. I want you to take revenge on Zhang Shujia. What? No. She's my wife. How can I betray her? Zhang Qi frowned. What can't you betray? Haven't you already betrayed? Hu Shiji blurted out. That's different. What's different? A cuckold's revenge is not shared. What about you? How do you do it when your sister-in-law doesn't even share the same fate as you? Am I not being vindictive? Zhang Qi said. Do you really think that there is a way back for self? If you don't agree, I will send these to Zhang Shujia now. With that, Zhang Qi picked up his cell phone. Make a gesture to send those to Zhang Shujia. Hu Shiji raised his hand with difficulty and grabbed Zhang Qi's hand, questioning. Why? Zhang Shujia is your sister. It's fine if you don't turn towards her. Why do you want to destroy her? Zhang Qi sneered. Sister? My sister even said that purple color is very charming. My sister still wants to put me to death. There are many definitions of sister, but I don't feel that there is a definition of kin in this. Since she's heartless, don't blame me for turning the other cheek. Are you doing it or not? If you don't do it, I'm sending. Don't. In Hu Shiji's opinion, Zhang Qi, such a good old man, should have gotten the handle on himself, to fight for his own interests at the same time, so that he can treat Zhang Shujia well. Do not fool around. But he didn't expect Zhang Qi to want to die. But, as Zhang Qi said, he knew Zhang Shujia too well. If Zhang Shujia knew that he had betrayed the other party, then he would indeed be dead. So, this choice is definitely not an option for him. Otherwise, you're just messing with yourself. From what Zhang Qi said, to Zhang Qi, Hu Shiji is just an insignificant outsider. His hatred for Zhao Shui and Zhang Shujia was far beyond normal. Maybe he really would like to, and give the second brother company to self. If that was the case, then he would have his own backbone. And even if he was a minion in front of Zhao Shui, he was truly extraordinary to the Zhang family. At that time, he will have the courage to call the shots. And Zhang Shujia, even if she knows that she has betrayed herself, there is nothing she can do. Even, he can use his own financial power to force Zhang Shujia to be his own main house. And it was a scene that Zhang Qi would most likely be happy to see. Thinking of this, Hu Shiji asked, how do I have to confirm that you will really let me become the owner of Second Brothers Company? Zhang Qi was prepared for this and replied, I can sign a front contract with you for the loan. I'll sell the Second Brother Company to you for $200 million. And if you can't get the Second Brother Company within a month, then I'll give you $200 million. Do you have $200 million? I don't have it. My wife does. You'll win the lawsuit sooner or later if you hide. Hu Shiji took a deep breath and asked, what do you want me to do? Attach your ears. Not long after, Zhang Qi stuck a few needles in Hu Shiji's body, and Hu Shiji resumed action. With that, Hu Shiji left. Niu Miao Miao watched the whole time, and when Hu Shiji left, she looked at Zhang Qi with a complicated look. You mansions, the hooking up is too much. It's not for you to worry about. Just lie down. Niu Miao Miao blushed. What do you want? To help you heal. Niu Miao Miao froze, inwardly frustrated, then honestly lay down. Zhang Qi helped Niu Miao Miao with some acupuncture and personally boiled a pot of medicine for Niu Miao Miao to drink. Not long after, Niu Miao Miao felt much more comfortable. She was a little agitated. Is it okay to throw away my speed pills? Zhang Qi said. There are still a few more treatments needed. Tomorrow I will say hello to the people in the store. Your mother does not need to pay to come for treatment. Bring your mother over when you have time. Niu Miao Miao asked. Aren't you the one who heals? You just can't afford expensive medicine because you're poor. And it's the same for whoever treats you. Niu Miao Miao asked. What do you want if you don't want money? Want me? I have no interest in you whatsoever. So you don't have to waste your time. Zhang Qi sent Niu Miao Miao away and drove himself back. It was close to midnight, and Zhang Qi had just arrived home when Zhao Shui, wearing a silk nightgown, came out of the bedroom and greeted him. She glared at Zhang Qi. What did you do when you didn't come back so late? Did you go behind my back and spend time with another woman? Zhang Qi glanced at her. Under the pajamas, Zhao Shui's body was sexy, flirtatious and mesmerizing. He was simple and direct. Turn in your homework. An hour later, Zhao Shui leaned against Zhang Qi tiredly. She was a little helpless inside. Recently Zhang Qi was getting better and better. She couldn't even figure out if the homework was being handed in by herself or Zhang Qi. Her jade arm encircled Zhang Qi's neck and said, Hubby, I've really changed for the better. Have you noticed that there are many fewer men around me? Oh, have you had enough fun? Zhao Shui glared at Zhang Qi. What, have you played enough? I put up a wall for you and kicked out all those men who had ill intentions towards me. But that doesn't prove that I fooled around with them before. What I mean is that you won't be agonizing over all those men who are not supposed to be there. And I will deliberately distance myself from others for your sake. Create a good image of me as a strong woman, a good wife and mother. You and I, husband and wife, hand in hand, in the same boat. No need to think about what's there. Honey, help me out for once. Second Brother Livestock Company, it's really important to me. Zhang Qi heart sneer, play tired. Finished the wonderful half of life. Just think to close the heart. And this honest man live a good life? Zhang Qi secretly said in his heart, on Zhao Shui this urine. I'm afraid she will soon be unable to withstand loneliness. Go out and hook up. Keeping mourning for an adulterer. Giving birth to someone else's child for self-rearing. How could he let it go? Zhang Qi said indifferently. I can step in and treat those breeders. Zhang Beichuan and Zhang Shujia received a call from Hu Shiji. Hu Shiji explains that Zhang Qi took advantage of his defenses to sneak up on him. But Zhang Qi didn't do anything to him after all. So Hu Shiji is already fine. The father-daughter duo breathed a long sigh of relief knowing that Hu Shiji was fine. A wave of exhaustion came over his body after a long night. The father-daughter duo glanced at each other. This guy, he's getting more and more unruly. He even dares to touch Shiji. We'll settle the score with him tomorrow. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Hu Shiji came into Zhang Shujia's company. A fire was lit. Shujia Zhang's company specializes in warehousing services. It is one of the larger logistics distribution centers in the area. It also provides services to a number of micro and small businesses. The warehouse and the office space are not in the same location. At one time, Zhang's business was also multifaceted, involving cross-border sales, the livelihood sector and manufacturing. But these years business is getting more and more difficult to do. The major companies continue to shrink the money. Zhang Shujia company some of the business also followed the sharp decline. So Zhang Shujia had to abandon some miscellaneous and small business and transform to boutique. This fire burned the important bookkeeping room in the company, and many paper vouchers were gone. Zhang Shujia also has another self-media company, signed a number of anchors to carry goods for them. The main account has done a few million fans. After Hu Shiji finished his work, he went to the self-media company in a hurry. He boarded the operating account, released some banned videos and then left. Zhang Shujia had just gone to bed not long before she received a call from the company's duty officer. So I got up in the night and arrived at the scene, and people were going nuts. Chan Meng, as Zhang Shujia's assistant, was also called to the scene. She was dumbfounded to see the mess in the middle of the scene. She murmured to Zhang Shujia, Mr. Zhang, with this burn, is the company going to be finished? Zhang Shujia's brain buzzed, only feeling the sky spinning. Right at this moment, someone from the self-media company called, Mr. Zhang, it's not good. Several of our company's big V accounts have been blocked forever. Zhang Beichuan woke up early and realized that Zhang Shujia was not there, and only realized what was going on after he called. Zhang Shujia returned to Zhao Shui's house with red eyes. She cried to Zhang Beichuan, who had just finished washing up. Dad, I'm finished. Everything is finished. I've lost everything. My good doll. First you tell me what's going on. Zhang Shujia said sadly, someone came to our company to set fire to our company, and also took my other company's self-media account. which passed on some prohibited videos, and was permanently blocked by the platform. Dad. A conspiracy. This must be a conspiracy. Someone's playing us. Who is so bold? Zhang Beichuan was also furious. Zhang Shujia said, Dad, the family business that we have worked so hard to build up, is it over just like that? Zhang Beichuan trembled as he pulled out a cigarette and kept smoking it. At this time, Zhang Qi walked out of the bedroom wearing a large pair of pants. He didn't move and said, You father and daughter, why do you look like frosted eggplants? What bad thing happened? Tell me to make me happy? Zhang Qi. Zhang Shujia suddenly screamed, then rushed towards Zhang Qi. You did this, didn't you? It was you who did this. It must be you who did this. Zhang Qi was startled and hurriedly took a few steps backwards to avoid Zhang Shujia. What are you doing? My wife hasn't left yet. If you make a move on me, my wife is going to take it out for me. As he spoke, Zhao Shui, who had gotten dressed, walked out of the room. Zhao Shui frowned and said, What's going on? What's all the yelling for so early in the morning? Zhang Shujia stomped her foot as she complained to Zhao Shui. Sister-in-law, you have to do it for me. Zhang Qi, he ruined my company. She quickly went over the story. Zhao Shui also realized the seriousness of the matter. Couldn't help but frown at Zhang Qi. Honey, did you do this? Zhang Qi shook his head. It wasn't me. Zhang Shujia glared at Zhang Qi. Who is it if not you? How do I know? Zhang Shujia pointed at Zhang Qi and said to Zhao Shui, Sister-in-law, it must be him. My brother could do something like this. Zhang Qi frowned. If I can do such a thing, then I did it? What proof do you have? I don't guess without proof. But I got home at 12 last night. What time did your company catch fire? Zhao Shui nodded. Indeed, your brother did arrive home at 12. Zhang Shujia chilled her face and looked at Zhang Qi. Even if you didn't do it yourself, you ordered someone else to do it. Say, who did you get to do it? Zhang Qi said, Hu Shiji. At those words, Zhao Shui raised her eyebrows and glanced at Zhang Qi thoughtfully. On the contrary, it was Zhang Shujia, who sneered. Still bullshitting me are you? Are you going to say it or not? Zhang Shujia was in a hurry. She slapped Zhang Qi across the face, but Zhao Shui's eyes snapped and she backhanded her and slapped her in the face. I told you, my husband, not just anyone can touch him. Zhang Shujia shrunk her head as she broke down. But my brother, he destroyed my company. It was everything I had. What a big deal. Zhao Shui said uncaringly. Your broken company. The volume is too small. When Zhang Qi cures those breeding pigs, your company, it's nothing. But wasn't he reluctant to make a move? Zhao Shui said. He promised. At those words, the father and daughter looked at each other. Then a look of delight appeared on his face. The second brother company, if they could control it in their hands, would indeed be comparable to their Zhao family's industry. Zhang Beichuan indifferently glanced at Zhang Qi and said, You still have some conscience. When are you going to make your move? Zhang Qi said, Depends on the mood. What did you say? I say it depends on the mood. You. Zhao Shui smiled helplessly. She snapped at Zhang Qi. Hubby, you shouldn't go too far. How can you be so angry with our father? Those breeders, they won't last much longer. You'll have to get over there soon. Zhang Qi then reluctantly said, All right. This afternoon, or tomorrow, I'll go over and take a look. That's fine. They're all on their own. You guys don't want to make too much of a mess. I'm going to work first. Zhao Shui straightened her clothes and went out the door. After Zhao Shui left, Zhang Qi also changed his clothes and prepared to go out. Zhang Beichuan said to Zhang Qi, This time, your sister has suffered a heavy loss. After the company resume's operation, you can give your sister the share that Zhao Shui promised you. Zhang Qi gave Zhang Beichuan a surprised look. Are you that biased? Zhang Beichuan faintly said, This is not favoritism. Your sister has lost too much, while you have lost nothing, then naturally the priority is to make up for your sister's loss. A smile hung at the corner of Zhang Shujia's mouth as she gave Zhang Qi a mocking look. Don't worry, after you cure those pigs, you'll have nothing to do with us. You keep your shitty medical clinic, and we'll make the business bigger and stronger with my sister-in-law. From now on, don't talk to each other. Zhang Qi's face sank slightly. He glanced at Zhang Shujia and said, The company is finished, so you can't even protect yourself now. Can you? How do you know that you'll definitely get the benefits? Zhang Shujia angrily said. What do you mean? Zhang Qi, I gave you face didn't I? She made a move to make a move on Zhang Qi, but Zhang Beichuan stopped her. Forget it, he's just scaring you. The priority is to find out who the person who came to your company and set it on fire is. Zhang Qi did not go to the medical center after going out, but went to his father-in-law's house. So far, Zhang Beichuan and Zhang Shujia and Zhao Shui are very close. In the future, he might have to become Zhao Shui's right-hand subordinate, and Zhang Qi had to make Zhao Shui lose these two minions in order to take revenge on her. He was almost ready. except that the most important piece was still missing. It also depends on whether the in-laws give a damn or not. When he arrived near his father-in-law's house, a car stopped Zhang Qi's car. Only he, with his hair combed clanky and wearing a small suit, stopped in front of Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi rolled down the window. Why are you here? He gave Zhang Qi a surprised look. It's really you? With his gaze, he glanced around Zhang Qi's body a few more times. Then he called out playfully. You got a new car? Zhang Qi faintly said. No, it's fine. It just feels weird. You're an old man driving a car like this. Like an old man in high heels. He teased, then turned his words around and said, since we've bumped into each other, Zhang Qi, I actually have a few words to say to you. Zhang Qi faintly said. Speak, he said. Recently, Zhao General Manager is very dissatisfied with your behavior of catching adultery, so that she is deliberately keeping a distance from me. I hope you can stop catching adultery, and honestly live your own little life. Do not affect my relationship with Zhao General Manager. You should know that our company and Mr. Zhao have been working together in depth, so if our relationship stiffens, the impact could be great. We must maintain a certain closeness. Zhang Qi narrowed his eyes and said, do you mean that you two are explicitly being dogs and making me pretend that I don't know? At those words, Heji's face showed a trace of reminiscence. He said divinely, I've known General Manager Zhao for a long time, and she's truly a mesmerizing woman, a domineering presidential model. Thinking about it makes people want to conquer. Once upon a time, we also had a wonderful exchange. How did you communicate? To the bed? Heji came back to his senses as he said, that's out of your hands. I know you've always suspected me of hitting on Mr. Zhao. I won't hide it from you. I do have very strong thoughts in that area. After all, Mr. Zhao is so charming. If I say I don't have any thoughts, you wouldn't believe me, would you? Actually, I have another offer. I don't know if you can accept it. Zhang Qi asked, what proposal? As you know, I'm both male and female. If you can accept me, maybe Mr. Zhao can accept me too. A vicious chill ran through Zhang Qi's heart, and his eyes were filled with coldness. He and Zhang Qi glanced at each other, knowing that self-offered Zhang Qi was unlikely to accept. He couldn't help but be genuine. Think about it, I'm serious. I'm very dominant with people, and I've noticed that you're a more passive person. You might like a dominant man like me. Shut up, Zhang Qi grimaced coldly, resisting the urge to run Heji over, and said, get lost. Heji laughed. A lot of things have changed since Mr. Han's death. You've done me a disservice. Zhang Qi, you're bent on catching Zhao Shue's present. You wouldn't be hitting on Zhao Ying's idea, right? It's a coincidence that the two of us, we've been chatting quite a bit lately, so I can't help but think that you're going to suspect me of cuckolding you again. After all, you're a suspicious person by nature. Zhang Qi looked at Heji with a cold face. You'd better not move Xiaoying, or you'll die an ugly death. Yes? Heji gave Zhang Qi a somewhat mocking look. You're here, looking for Xiaoying as well, right? Don't say I won't give you a chance. I'll leave today and give you the chance. Let's see which one of us gets it first. He stuck his head in front of Zhang Qi's car window and whispered, General Manager Zhao has sealed her heart and locked up her love, so I can only settle for the second best and take her sister to relieve her boredom first. After that, Heji laughed softly, got into his car, and ran away with a kick of the gas pedal. Zhang Qi stared at the direction he disappeared in, a coldness on his face. In his heart, he said, after Han Pingyi's death, these men around Zhao Shui are too lazy to pretend. Have you stirred up a hornet's nest? It seemed that a few more stabs were needed to make Xiaoying completely show his true colors. Zhang Qi rekindled the fire and arrived at Zhao Dui's door, ringing the doorbell. Not long after, the door opened and it was Zhao Dehuai in a wheelchair. Zhao Dehuai looked up at Zhang Qi when he saw him. Then he said with a cold face, what are you doing here? Zhang Qi said, I'm looking for you for something. What is it? Zhang Qi said that he hoped Zhao Dehuai could help self find Hanilong. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dehuai couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. You took Hu Run from me, and now you want me to do things for you? What did you give me instead? What about the things I asked you to investigate? How is the investigation going? He wanted to know what exactly Lin Kai's relationship with Sun Ru was. Did Sun Ru ever cuckold him or not? Zhang Qi directly said, naturally, there is progress, otherwise how could I have the honor to come to see you? Zhao Dehuai hurriedly asked, what progress? Tell me. Zhang Qi said, my mother-in-law betrayed you. She had illegitimate children, but the illegitimate child she had is dead. Zhao Dehuai's hands gripped the armrests of his wheelchair with a death grip. Asked, how do you know this? And where is the proof? What kind of evidence do you need for this kind of thing? As for how I investigated, it wouldn't hurt to tell you that I had someone chase after Lin Kai and found that the person who tracked down the person who robbed Lin Kai also had Zhao Shue's people. This shows that Zhao Shui genuinely wants to clarify her relationship with Lin Kai. Since Zhao Shui and Lin Kai don't have much to do with each other, I'm assuming that the person who robbed Lin Kai is either the mother-in-law or Zhao Ying. Sun Ru robbed Lin Kai. Its purpose wants to come to a dead end. Zhao Ying robbed Lin Kai, hoping that I will continue to suspect Zhao Shui cheating, so that I can use my hand to grab control of the company from Zhao Shui. Of course, there's another possibility, and that's that they're working together, mother and daughter, to play both of us. Which is the most likely, you say? Zhao Dehuai displeased. After all is said and done, you now only confirm the news that Lin Kai and Zhao Shui have little relationship. The rest is all your conjecture. You are running around outside for so many days. It is not as efficient as me sitting at home. You waste. Zhang Qi complained. After Han Pingyi's death, that bitch daughter of yours sealed her heart and locked her love, gradually kicking all those concubines. I have to hair with those concubines of hers while catching the adultery. And I also have to help you guys to support Zhao Ying's rise to the top. I'm so busy. It's already good enough that I can investigate all this. On the contrary, what have you investigated? Zhao Dehuai said. Lin Kai. There's a high probability that it's not your mother-in-law's descendant. Zhang Qi was shocked in his heart, and said that no wonder Zhao Dehuai was so calm. So he had already found out some eyebrows. Then if not, this means Zhao Shui has a ghost. In his mind, he thought in a sleepy way. Lin Kai couldn't be Zhao Shui's eldest son. Could he? Thinking of this, he hurriedly asked Zhao Dehuai how he investigated it. Zhao Dehuai also did not sell out and showed Zhang Qi a photo, saying that he had gotten it through his own channels. In the photo is none other than Kai Lin. Ring Kai is injured. His face was bruised, his mouth swollen, his eyes fearful. Zhang Qi naturally reacted immediately. If Lin Kai was really Sun Ru's descendant, then Sun Ru would definitely not use torture on Lin Kai. Even Zhao Ying wouldn't. Zhang Qi clenched his fists. Could it be that this youngster really has that relationship with Zhao Shui? Just then, Sun Ru walked out from the living room. When she saw Zhang Qi, her face was unhappy and she said, "What are you doing here? You've made progress in investigating Zhao Shui's cheating?" Zhang Qi said, "There's not much progress. I want you to find someone for me." Sun Ru froze. "Who is it?" "Han Yilong." Sun Ru immediately shook her head. "What's the point of looking for him?" "Not looking. I'm busy proving that I'm not ashamed of old Zhao. I don't have the energy. Besides, haven't I already given you the manpower?" After saying that, Zhao Ying also walked out from the living room. When she saw Zhang Qi, she called out in surprise, "Brother-in-law, why are you here?" Zhang Qi thought to himself that Sun Ru couldn't do it, so he had to take his chances on Zhao Ying. So he said, "I want you to help find Han Yilong." Zhao Ying was a bit surprised. "What are you looking for him for?" She immediately shook her head. "Brother-in-law, I'm currently busy romancing He Ji to spy on the enemy. How can I have the energy to do so?" Zhang Qi said indifferently. "Indeed, if you're not a family, you don't enter a family." The three men said in unison. "What do you mean?" Zhang Qi said. "Han Yilong was a key player in allowing Zhao Ying to get second brother's company. I'm doing you guys a favor, and now that I'm asking you to find Han Yilong, you're not even taking it seriously? Then don't blame me for not taking it seriously either." Just then, another delicate figure walked out of the living room. It was actually Zhao Lan. Zhao Lan asked Zhang Qi blankly, "Dad, what are you looking for Han Yilong for?" Zhang Qi's face stiffened. He didn't move and said, Lan, Dad is looking for Han Yilong to confirm whether Han Pingyi is your real father or not." Zhao Lan came to Zhang Qi's side, hugged Zhang Qi's hand and beamed. "Dad, why are you so stupid? My dad is you." "I know, but I want to find your real dad," Zhang Qi said while not moving his hand back. Zhao Lan's face became more and more aggrieved. "Dad, Han Pingyi was never my real father. Whether it was nominal or biological, my real father was always you." Zhang Qi said deeply. Lan, don't be silly. You and I don't have a father-daughter relationship in the biological sense. Dad, you're the one who's stupid. Didn't Mom say that? Paternity tests can be faked. That one can't be taken as real. Zhang Qi froze. Then let's go for another appraisal? I don't want it. There's no point in it. It's a waste of money. Dad, I actually read that result, and I'm really not Han Pingyi's daughter, and I destroyed the result just because I didn't want you to continue this. Zhang Qi looked at Zhao Lan and his eyes became deep. Han Pingyi, is it really not your real father? Dad, I'm pretty sure, when that sister secretly did the appraisal, Auntie Nya actually helped me ask. If you don't believe me, ask Auntie Nya. Okay, I'm going to ask her. Zhang Qi was about to leave when Zhao Ying pulled Zhang Qi's hand. She said to Zhang Qi, "Brother-in-law, don't go away. I actually have something to ask you." "What is it?" Zhao Ying hesitated and smiled embarrassedly. "Yesterday, He Ji and we had a great conversation and our relationship progressed at a rapid pace, but for some reason, When I sent him a message today, he had a lovey-dovey attitude towards me. I thought you are also a man. You should understand Heiji better. You tell me. What should I do now? Zhang Qi frowned. You've moved on to him? Yes? Zhao Ying's eyes dodged and her head shook. I didn't feel that way. I was just approaching Heiji as you said. Zhang Qi said quietly. It's a dangerous thing for a woman to move her heart. If you move your heart towards Heiji, then you will become the prey. It's fine to help you, but seriously, tell me, you really didn't move your heart towards Heiji? Brother-in-law, I'm pretty sure that I sealed my heart and locked it to love a long time ago, and I won't be easily attracted to a man again. Unless that man is as good as you are. Brother-in-law. That's good. Zhang Qi said. Heiji is keeping his distance from you. It's just because he has some concerns. At this time, if you just chat with him online, the progress is very slow. You have to spend more time with him face to face, so that he gets used to having you with him, and gradually, he will not be able to leave you. Zhaoying seemed to understand. Is that so? Sunru obviously knew what Zhaoying was doing as well. Hearing that, he couldn't help but say to Zhaoying in a bad mood. What are you asking him for? Don't listen to his bluffing. If he had the skills of a love saint, he would still let Xiao Shui put a green hat on him? Zhang Qi glanced at her and said, I had nothing before I got married, but I still fooled your daughter and eventually became my wife. Doesn't that prove my ability? You, Zhaoying said. Alright, Mom, brother-in-law his ability to keep a wife is not good, but I have to admit that brother-in-law's ability to find a wife is still top-notch. I believe in brother-in-law's ability. Brother-in-law, I'm going to make an appointment with Heiji to try to find out more information, and if I have any questions, I'll ask you. Haha. Zhaoying left beautifully. Zhang Qi stared at her back thoughtfully. With that, he also went to his own medical center. Originally, Zhang Qi was extremely skeptical that Han Pingyi was Zhao Lan's real father. However, Zhao Lan's words caused Zhang Qi to fall into doubt. So, Zhang Qi wanted Yao Ling to make another trip to the provinces to check the appraisal records. Yao Ling listened. She suddenly let out an ouch. Boss, I've been holding this matter in for a long time. In fact, when I got the results, I saw that Lan, he and the one surnamed Han, are not father and daughter. Sure enough, Zhang Qi did not have any surprises when he heard Yao Ling's words. Just a soft sigh. Just where to find Zhao Lan's real father in a sea of people? While the two were talking, Niayu came to the store. Niayu tells Zhang Qi that recently, although her husband is no longer interested in women, he seems to have lost interest in her as well, and he continues to leave early and return late every day, even stinking of sweat, and he doesn't know what he's doing. She hopes that Zhang Qi can make herself an attractive woman and revive her husband's interest in her. When Zhang Qi heard this, his heart moved and he made a condition to him. I'll help you. Or I can. If you find Han Yilong for me and send him a message. Niayu stared at Zhang Qi and asked, what words? Zhang Qi pulled out a pocket watch from his pocket and sent it to Niayu, saying, it's best to catch him. And if you can't, tell him that dad misses him. During the day Zhang Shujia and Zhang Beichuan personally went to the company. When the company caught fire, it wasn't the goods that were the biggest loss. It was the books and contracts that were in the ledger room. The two of them were talking as they wandered around. Dad, do you think our company was burned? Is it Zhang Qi's doing or not? Zhang Beichuan said indifferently. We did go a bit overboard with him, and it's normal for him to be able to do something like this. Zhang Shujia glanced at Zhang Beichuan in surprise. Dad, this isn't like your attitude. Actually, I've always loved your brother in my heart. With his hands behind his back, Zhang Beichuan said while checking the company's losses with Zhang Shujia, there are some things that I did go too far, only that you've already been chosen by me. So all of our family's resources must be focused on you. Only then will our Zhang family have a place in the new city. If you want to make things happen, you have to make sacrifices. Zhang Shujia pondered. Dad, if the person who destroyed my company is really related to Zhang Qi, then what do you say? Should I send him in? Zhang Beichuan faintly said. As you wish. Just then, the supervisor in the company came running over. He reported to Zhang Shujia, General Manager Zhang, all of our company's cameras are broken, and those surveillance storage devices, too, have had their hard disks unplugged. I suspect that this is the work of an acquaintance in the company. Zhang Shujia raised her eyebrows. Oh, if it was an outsider, he wouldn't have been so skillful in destroying our surveillance equipment. Moreover, several nearby intersections have not captured the real arsonist. At this time, Chan Meng ran over. She wanted to say something. Zhang Shujia asked, Chan Meng, do you know something? Chan Meng hesitated and said, Mr. Zhang, I went to work earlier this morning, and I found that your husband who had come to the company. After hearing Chen Meng's words, Zhang Shujia directly shook her head. No way. My husband wouldn't do such a thing. Zhang Beichuan also nodded. when I let you marry Hu Shiji, it was precisely because he was honest and didn't say much. This kind of thing, he really doesn't have the guts to do it. As he spoke, a security guard ran over again. The security guard reported, Mr. Zhang, there's a man outside who calls himself Mr. Zhao, asking you to go out for a moment. Zhang Beichen rumored and immediately said, it seems like Zhao Shui has come to find us. Could it be that she is bringing Zhang Qi to treat those breeding pigs? Shu Jia. Let's go out and take a look. Zhang Shu Jia hummed. A face full of sadness was suddenly much lighter. The duo arrived outside the company's door. And sure enough, they saw Zhao Shui. Along with Zhao Shui, there was Hu Shiji. Zhang Bei transmitted. Zhao Shui, you came here too. Zhao Shui said. Just now, Zhang Qi called me. He's prepared some medicine and wants to try it on those breeding pigs. So, let's go pick up Zhang Qi now and go to the second senior brother animal husbandry company to take a look. The two were overjoyed. Okay, let's go over there. At this time, Hu Shiji suddenly opened his mouth and said to Zhang Bei legend, Dad, it's sister-in-law's first time to come to our company. Why don't you guys take sister-in-law to familiarize herself with our company first, and I'll go and bring brother over here. Zhang Beichuan felt that if he let Zhao Shui see how miserable they were, he might be able to get Zhao Shui to give them more favors. Hearing this, he couldn't help but say, that's fine, it just so happens to be out of the way as well. Shiji, you go pick up Zhang Qi. Hu Shiji is gone. Within a short time, he arrived at Zhang Qi's medical center. In front of the door of the medical center, a figure left. Hu Shiji looked at the other party's back and vaguely felt that there was something familiar, but didn't think much of it and quickly let Zhang Qi get into the car. After getting into the car, Hu Shiji immediately said excitedly, Big brother, I've already done all according to what you said. Shu Jia's two companies has been completely egg. Now they are waiting to rely on the second brother company to reflourish it. It's time for you to honor your promise, right? I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Hu Shiji was in a hurry. It's already at the doorstep. It's just one last shiver. If you don't give to let me become the owner of that company, I'll never have a chance again. Zhang Qi said quietly, what I destroyed, after all, is only Zhang Shujia's company. So many years, you guys have long been raking in the dough. Even if the company had an accident and you declared bankruptcy, it can't have a fundamental impact on you, right? Hu Shiji froze. That's true, but I'm actually a door-to-door son-in-law like you, and I don't have a lot of money since all the money is with Shujia. Zhang Qi nodded. Soon you'll be able to turn over the surf and sing. Happy? Hu Shiji said heartily. Well, happy. Zhang Qi pulled out a contract from his pocket. Handing it to Hu Shiji, he said, this is the transfer contract of the second brother animal husbandry. You just need to sign it. The company is yours. Hu Shiji took it into his hands and looked at it. Signed by Han Yilong. It also has a company stamp. The contract is very formal, and he followed Zhang Shujia, who had never eaten pork and had seen a pig run, so it was real at first glance. The face reveals ecstasy. He took it, and at the same time returned the other loan agreement that Zhang Qi had once given him. With great vigor, he reached out and patted Zhang Qi's shoulder. Brother, there's really something for you. Don't worry. In the future, if I have a mouthful of rice to eat, you'll have a mouthful of soup to drink. He hemmed and hawed. That said, I'm an old boss now, and I don't think you're worthy of your sister-in-law at all, and I think if you really don't want it anymore, I might be able to take over. Zhang Qi glanced at him. Yes, as long as you have the ability, all I have can be given to you. Really? Hu Shiji's mouth grinned. His head couldn't help but think about Zhao Shui's wonderful body. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the door of Zhang Shujia's company. Zhao Shui drove a commercial car and they started the vehicle early. Zhang Qi and Hu Shiji also got into the car. Vehicle started and officially departed. In the car, other than Zhang Qi, several people were in a good mood, with faint smiles hanging at the corners of their mouths. Zhao Shui's car was playing a song called The Great Sedan Chair, and Zhang Shujia couldn't help but hum along. She hummed and glanced at the expressionless Zhang Qi from the rearview mirror, poked Zhao Shui who was driving and said, Sister-in-law, is my brother really that good? There are so many veterinarians in the world. It's not reliable for you to let him, a Chinese medicine practitioner, be a veterinarian, right? Zhao Shui laughed. You underestimate your brother too much. His medical skills, in the new city, if you say he ranks second, no one dares to rank first. Zhang Qi said, how come I didn't know I was so good? Zhao Shui glared at him through the rearview mirror. If you and I work together, we may not be unable to stir up the storm in the entire country, but you're suspicious that I'm betraying you, and you're so drastic in your suspicions. Hu Shiji suddenly asked, Sister-in-law, when you betrayed my brother, didn't my brother realize it even once? Zhao Shui said, it's all in the past. When she finished, she blushed. Zhao Shui looked back at Hu Shiji, who was sitting in the back row. Zhang Shujia and Zhang Beichuan were also stunned. Then Zhang Shujia glared at him. Don't say anything if you don't know how to speak. Sister-in-law is such a good woman. How could she be fooling around outside? Hu Shiji, but do not think, ha ha ha, big brother so wimpy. Simply not worthy of sister-in-law. Well, if I say, big brother is always like with sister-in-law against. And so this is over after. Sister-in-law on a foot to the big brother kicked. And then find the next is not. Like finding a good man like me. Zhao Shui's eyes were slightly cold. Zhang Shujia frowned at Hu Shiji. Shaji, you're not right. Hu Shiji said. What's wrong with me? The world has always been a place of the weak and the strong. Sister-in-law has a high level of skills. So what's the point of finding a few more boyfriends and being able to make the most of them? Shujia, if I get good at this, maybe I'll have to find a few. And you'll be my little one. Zhang Shujia angrily said. Hu Shiji, you've had enough. Zhang Qi, who had been silent, suddenly said. I think it makes sense. Shaji, I know some female friends, so I'll help you introduce a few of them later, as long as you have money. Are you still worried that no woman will be willing to share you? Hey, is it high quality? There's a building Phoenix that's pretty high quality. Che, I don't see that kind of woman. I'll find a good family. This is only interesting. Zhang Shujia roared. Hu Shiji, stop it all. Zhao Shui drank them down. After a moment's silence, he said, actually, I do agree more with Shiji's notion that it's not wrong to have the ability to pick up more of those difficult heterosexuals out there. It's just that I really care about your brother too much to mess around out there. Maybe someday when I do divorce your brother and you, I can try it. But at least now, I won't betray Zhang Qi. I'm the one who's going to swear to stay with him for a long time. Zhang Qi didn't say anything. It wasn't long before the second brother livestock company arrived. Zhao Shui made light of the situation and led Zhang Qi to the breeding area. Several people changed into their protective suits and went inside. All of them shocked by what they saw inside. Breeding pig breeding area. A lot of space. At a glance, it covers more than 10 acres. Thousands of pig breeds, lying listlessly in their pens. There was a nasty, strange odor in the air. Zhao Shui urged Zhang Qi. Hubby, start. Zhang Qi nodded and had the staff carry 2 pigs out. He told a few people that Self had prepared some medicine ahead of time and was looking for 2 pigs to test it on. A few people did not have an opinion. They were also afraid that Zhang Qi would be unhappy and deliberately poison all the pigs with medicine. Otherwise this company would be completely finished. After some treatment, the 2 listless breeding pigs gradually recovered their vigor. When Zhao Shui saw the scene, her body, which was sitting on a chair, couldn't help but stand up. She was surprised. It worked so fast? She had long ago asked a number of doctors to come and treat her, and the veterinarians who came gave results that were all back to the drawing board. Favorably, Zhang Qi did it. Among them, no one was more excited than Hu Shiji. Zhang Qi looked at the 2 breeding pigs with interest. It seems that my thinking is not wrong. I will write down the recipe. You guys find someone to make it, and feed it to these breeding pigs. Zhang Qi's cell phone rang. Taking it out, it was a text message from Zhaoying. She inquires about Zhang Qi, saying that she's already met with He Zhijie, and asks what Zhang Qi should do to quickly bring the 2 of them closer together. Zhang Qi threw a flying kiss back before saying anything, and put away his cell phone. At the same time looked unobtrusively toward the pigsty. Almost. A smile appeared on Zhang Shujia's face as she gave Zhang Qi a deep look, her eyes somewhat surprised and at the same time somewhat pleased. She held Zhang Beichuan's hand. Dad, spring has come for our Zhang family. Hu Shiji also arrived in front of Zhang Shujia. He reached out and touched Zhang Shujia's head. Shujia, I won't abandon you. Don't worry, by all means, you'll be my rightful wife. Zhang Shujia frowned. Why are you stealing my lines? Zhao Shui laughed. The problem I've been having headaches with has finally been solved. Next, we're going to discuss how you're going to control this company. Zhang Beichuan hurriedly said with a smile. Xiao Xue, our family members, no need to be polite. In the end, it is also you gave us a mouthful of food. How do you arrange? How do we do it? Zhao Shui nodded. She looked at Zhang Qi. Hubby, what do you think? Zhang Qi said. What are you asking me for? You're responsible for everything. Honestly, the cost of the company, all of it, is on these breeders. You saved the company. I want to hear what you have to say. Zhang Qi said. You can agree to anything I say? Zhao Shui nodded. Well, even if you give the entire company to your dad and your sister, I don't have a problem with it. Who asked you to be my husband? At these words, Zhang Shujia became anxious. She knew full well what Zhang Qi would do to Self. She said, Sister-in-law, my brother, he doesn't know anything, and it's only okay for you to make decisions on such matters. Zhao Shui made a stern face. Your brother. He doesn't know how to run a business. Doesn't he still know how to be affectionate? Just let him decide. Zhang Beichuan's face changed. Zhao Shui. It can't be like this. Zhao Shui said. Why? Zhang Beichuan hesitated for a moment and said, Zhang Qi doesn't have a good relationship with us. If we let him distribute the benefits, he definitely won't be favorable to us. Zhao Shui said with a stern face. Your words are a bit serious. After all, my husband is also your son. So how could he not be favorable to you? If that's the case, you should also consider yourself. Honey, go ahead. I'll do whatever you say. Yuki, you. Zhang Beichuan stood up as he looked at Zhao Shui in shock. Zhang Shujia was also incredulous. You used us? Zhang Qi gave them a mocking look and said, I've said long ago that you won't have a good ending if you work with Zhao Shui. Do you really think that the Zhao family's things are yours to take whenever you want? Can't you see that I, as the bitch's husband, never even took a stitch from her? He secretly said in his heart, this wife, not only in the talk of love above the attainment is extremely high, its wrist is also powerful. Unfortunately, her abacus is destined to fall through. A wave of embarrassment passed over Zhang Beichuan's face. Zhang Shujia was filled with despair and helplessness. If not for this turn of events, the Zhang family would have fallen from grace. Zhao Shui said with a stern face, Hubby, what are you babbling about? Your surname is Zhao. I've already given you guys preferential treatment by giving you the right to decide. How come it looks like I'm bullying you guys? Zhang Qi said. Well then, you can let my father and my sister run the company. Zhao Shui blushed slightly. Zhang Beichuan and Zhang Shujia, on the other hand, were beaming with joy. Suddenly, Zhang Qi glanced at them and said, Don't be too happy. I don't think you guys can get any benefits. Ahem. Hu Shiji suddenly coughed twice, drawing the attention of several people. He was about to speak when, just then, a staff member in a protective suit suddenly emerged from the pigsty. Confused cries came from the helmet. Mr. Zhao, something big is wrong. The pigs are dead. Inside the pig barn, a staff wearing protective clothing, carrying a dosing bucket, spraying the breeding pigs in the pens. After a head of breeding pigs came into contact with those medicinal fogs, they collapsed to the ground. Inside the pigsty, the clouds are thick. Die, all of you. One of the men in protective clothing cursed viciously. Outside, after listening to her subordinate's report, Zhao Shui's face changed. Zhang Beichuan and Zhang Shujia's faces also changed. They stood up with a loud bang and rushed into the pigsty without even putting on their protective suits. As soon as he entered, he choked and coughed violently from the strong medicinal mist. Mouthpiece. Zhao Shui called out to the subordinate who made the report. What? Mouthpiece. What hood? Mouthpiece. Mouth what? You. Waste. Zhao Shui was in a hurry. She couldn't think of anything else and pulled out a fascikini from her pocket and put it on her face. Zhang Shujia also has a sample school. She wore a gray fascikini. But Hu Shiji and Zhang Beichuan didn't have this. Hu Shiji stepped forward, tore the hood on this person's head, grabbed the other person's collar and drank. Mask. It's a mask. Do you have donkey hair in your ears? Our status is so honorable. You can't afford to lose a hair. Ah, so it's a mask. I have it. The man hastily pulled a mask from his pocket and put it on his own face. I'll fuck you up. Hussein gives him a leg up. He then responded. I'll go get it. Not long after, he came in again grabbing a handful of masks. A few people changed into masks, while Zhang Qi, also wearing a mask and with his hands in his pockets, slowly followed him in. Zhao Shui grabbed a man who was spraying pesticides and angrily shouted, What are you doing? The man's hand didn't stop and he shouted, We're purifying the pigsty. Who told you to do that? Naturally, boss. Zhao Shui was anxious. After Han Pingyi's death, I'm the only boss here. When did I let you guys do this? We naturally listened to Boss Han. In the eyes of these people, even if Zhao Shui was a shareholder, she was still the boss who had the final say. Boss Han? Could he be? That's right. It's me. Just then, a man approached. He tossed the bucket of medicine aside and revealed his true colors as he ripped the protective suit off his body. Zhao Shui and Zhang Shujia, among others, their faces changed in unison as they pointed at each other and exclaimed, Han Yilong. Han Yilong sneered, You bitches. My brother's corpse hasn't even cooled yet, and you're already planning to divide up his assets. Oh, I will not let you have your way. Zhao Shui's face changed slightly as she asked, What have you done? Han Yilong proudly said, Obviously, I just had the people destroy everything alive in the company, all humanitarian. I sold the steel plant in my company as scrap metal. The various facilities in the company were also sold by me as rags. The employees in the company were also packed up and transferred to another company by me. Everything in the company is being sold by me at a super low price. Han Yilong sneered as he looked at Zhao Shui and the others. You guys killed my brother, so I'll let you get none of your hair. My brother's company. You won't be able to take away anything but a scorched earth. Zhao Shui's brain was dizzy. Zhang Shujia and Zhang Beichuan shook their bodies and held onto the piggy bank before they could barely stabilize their bodies. As for Hu Shiji, he had a red face and stepped forward to grab Han Yilong's collar as he roared. Why did you destroy my company? This is my bottom card for flipping. Why are you doing this? Han Yilong gave him a disdainful slap that smacked him around. And drank. What are you? Do you really think that if my father told me to give you the company, I really gave it to you? The company is indeed yours, but it can only be given to you as an empty shell. Your father? Zhao Shui's face changed slightly. She asked, did your father put you up to this? Exactly. The person who spoke this time was Zhang Qi. I told him to. The crowd looked at Zhang Qi in unison. Zhao Shui gave Zhang Qi a surprised look. She was a bit shocked. These days, in order to plan to keep the second brother farming company firmly under her control, she had been secretly searching for Han Yilong. Because Han Yilong is the only character who sways the fix. The company was his brother's. Not to mention the fact that he was originally the main person in charge of the company, the apparent boss. Even if he had committed murder, the company was still his in the end. So, Han Yilong must disappear. If Han Yilong disappears, then the Han family's property will be confiscated. She couldn't find Han Yilong in the past 2 days even after a great deal of searching. However, to her surprise, Han Yilong was easily found by Zhang Qi. Zhao Shui looked at Zhang Qi with some biting eyes. Hubby, so the originator behind all this is you. You really impress me. Zhang Qi said indifferently. After being married for so many years, you should have long understood that I am not a generous person. If you let my father and my sister come to the house to disgust me, how would I sit back and do nothing? Wasn't I doing that for your own good? Zhang Qi said. Whether they are doing well or not has nothing to do with me. I even hope that they go bankrupt over this. You shouldn't even ask me to help your dead concubine. You. Zhang Qi looked at Zhao Shui and said, I what? Are you going to use your energy against me? Zhao Shui grimaced. I admit, once again, you've pinpointed my soft underbelly, and by virtue of my favoritism towards you, you've gone around acting like a demon. But do you know that after today? What price will I pay for everything you did today? Oh, what's the price? That mysterious concubine I didn't catch? You're going to pay for cuckolding me? That won't happen. But maybe, you'll be a little green. How's that for a little green? Zhao Shui faintly said. For the sake of some things, maybe I'll have to fudge with some people. You have no idea what self is missing. Just then, Zhang Shujia suddenly thought of something and called out. Wait, why did Shiji just say that it was his company? Why did Han Yilong give him the company? Hu Shiji's face changed wildly. He frantically glared at Zhang Qi. He knew that self had lost today, because as Han Yilong said, the second brother company, there is nothing left but a scorched earth. Someone will be coming soon to dismantle the plant and company equipment. His idea of taking Zhang Shujia into his backyard was going to fizzle out, and although Zhang Shujia's calculations crumbled as well, after all, a thin camel is bigger than a horse. It would be extremely unfavorable for him to fall out with Zhang Shujia at this time. He could only beg Zhang Qi to leave him a way out. Zhang Qi teasingly glanced at Hu Shiji and said without mercy, naturally, I had Han Yilong transfer it to him. Brother, Hu Shiji slid on his knees and jumped in front of Zhang Qi. Pitifully, he looked at Zhang Qi. Zhang Shujia frowned. Shaji, what are you doing? What are you kneeling him for? Hu Shiji's face turned red. I wanted to punch him, but my legs went weak. He must have done something to my body. Zhang Shujia glared at Zhang Qi. You, despicable. Get up. She rushed to help Hu Shiji. Hu Shiji stood up and suddenly flopped down again, kneeling down once more. He smiled awkwardly. Legs are weak again. Zhang Shujia glared at Zhang Qi again and continued to help up, only to have Hu Shiji kneel again. Zhang Shujia pulled him up by force. Just then, Zhang Beichuan asked again, Zhang Qi, why are you doing this? Zhang Qi spread his hands to Hu Shiji. I was all set to help you hide it, but someone else is the one who understands. You. Hu Shiji's face changed wildly. Zhang Qi no longer paid any attention to him, but said lightly, naturally, it's because Hu Shiji wants to take control of this company by himself so that he can trample you all under his feet. Before Hu Shiji could say anything, Zhang Shujia drank. You fart. Hu Shiji is as honest as a dog in front of me. How dare he have such thoughts in his mind? Zhang Qi said nonchalantly. Don't you know that honest people are the most dishonest? You've been pressing him for more than 10 years. What's there for him to want to be a man for a while? You're really blind. You can't see the true colors of someone you've been with for so many years. Zhang Beichuan said angrily. That's enough. Watch your attitude. Zhang Qi also said to Zhang Beichuan disdainfully. Old thing. You are also old and dim-eyed to help her find this kind of trash man. How did he float on the way here? Why do you guys think he floated? The father and daughter froze. Then he looked at Hu Shiji in surprise. Hu Shiji panicked. Wife, it's not like that. Slander. This is absolutely slander. Listen to my explanation. Zhang Shujia was about to speak when Zhang Beichuan looked at Zhang Qi with sharp eyes again. Even if he has a backbone, he wouldn't dare to do this. Did you compel him? Why else would he dare to do such a thing behind our backs? Why? Naturally because he has no way back. Zhang Beichuan hurriedly asked Drilly. Why is there no retreat? There is no Zhang Shujia's company. He burned it. When these words came out, everyone looked at Hu Shiji in surprise. Hu Shiji's face was in despair. Zhang Beichuan glanced at Hu Shiji and his heart was already clear as his forehead veins bulged. Again to Zhang Qi, he asked, why did he do that? Naturally, I made him do it. Zhang Beichuan was shocked. Zhang Qi, are you crazy? You even let Hu Shiji ruin Zhang Shujia. Do you still have any affection in your eyes? Why are you so cruel? Zhang Qi sneered. Affection? Cruelty? Do you know what Zhang Shujia is going to do to me? She's going to put me in a mental hospital. She's going to make it impossible for me to become a physician. She even called some thugs to make a move on me. Her own brother. What about you? It's not even if you're old and dim-eyed. While this guy was trying to capture me and serve me torture, you actually cooperated with him and tried to swindle me out. Is this what you call kinship? Zhang Bei rumored that he was shocked at both Zhang Qi's ruthlessness and heartlessness, as well as the fact that Hu Shiji was actually able to accompany Zhang Qi to do such a thing. He suppressed the anger in his heart. Again, he asked, why should Shiji listen to you? Zhang Qi said indifferently, good question. That's going to tell you how blind you are. He pulled out his cell phone and fiddled with it, and in the next second, Zhang Shujia's and Zhang Beichuan's cell phones rang at the same time. They subconsciously pulled out their cell phones to check, and Zhang Qi said, you found a wimpy son-in-law for Zhang Shujia, thinking that this life will be smooth and smooth for your daughter. But unfortunately, what you don't know is that honest people hide demons in their hearts. Old thing. Have you ever thought that your personally selected son-in-law would have this day of cheating with someone behind Zhang Shujia's back? No, you're not too blind. After all, you've seen for a long time that Zhao Shui isn't right for me, and that she'll betray one day sooner or later. That just shows your failure. You see through something and can't stop it. Another fatal mistake when your old eyes fail you. You're such a failure. The two saw the photo and their faces changed in unison. Hu Shiji, you beast. You seek death. Hu Shiji looked at Zhang Qi with resentment. Big brother, why are you doing this to me? Even if you shaded me, I still kneeled for you. Why can't you let me off the hook? Why? Zhang Qi looked at Hu Shiji playfully. Because you hit on my wife. Haven't you always wanted a divorce? Haven't you wanted to get back at your wife? You're right, but it's not just my wife I want to get back at. It's those lovers she has out there. You want to pick her up? Then you're naturally targeted by me. If you don't believe me, look at what happened to Han Pingyi. When Hu Shiji saw Zhang Shujia's and Zhang Beichuan's reaction, he hurriedly begged for forgiveness to Zhang Shujia. Shujia, this can't be blamed on me. It's all because Big Brother forced me to. I wasn't going to do that. Zhang Shujia slapped him hard in the face. Bastard. Burning my company. He forced you to do it. Cheating on me with that Nyo. Did he force you to do it too? I will kill you. Yes. He made me do it. I was under his control. I didn't want that at all. But if I didn't he would have killed me. And I resisted, not to mention how violently. It makes me sick to think about it now. I think you're having a good time. Don't you? You think I didn't see that sick look of squinting enjoyment on your face? Aha! Zhang Shujia went crazy, grabbing Hu Shiji's face and firing left and right. Smoked Hu Shiji's face was puffy. Hu Shiji didn't dare to fight back, but his face was too painful. He pushed Zhang Shujia away and frantically jumped at Zhang Qi. Big brother, save me. Save me. Shujia will really kill me. If you save me, I'll be your dog. Bang! Han Yilong, who hadn't said anything, suddenly kicked him with a big flying kick. And he drank. How can a piece of trash like you be my father's dog? You're thinking of farts to eat. How dare you let Zhang Qi save you? Hu Shiji, I'll beat you to death alive today. Dad, help me. Zhang Beichuan nodded, painfully, while looking at Hu Shiji with the gaze of a dead man. He helped Zhang Shujia and kept Hu Shiji under control. Zhang Shujia coldly said, do you really think we are all vegetarians? If you dare to betray me, then I dare to let you die. I'll whip you to death. Hu Shiji was desperate and distressed. He didn't think that after living with Zhang Shujia for so long, she wouldn't show any mercy to self. For a moment, the heart trembles. Right at this moment, Han Yilong respectfully said to Zhang Qi, Dad, this surname Zhao, just now actually dared to threaten to take a handful of Shao Green on you, as well as these two guys. At a glance, they're gulagging with her. Simply ate a bear's heart and leopard's guts. I'll kill them for you today to take out your anger.